Chapter 1, The Bewitching Kiss, the start of the SSS level weirdness. Year 32 of the Cold Winter Era. The world of weirdness arrived, and Longwa had lost 30 consecutive battles, with only 2 victories, and they were barely wins. Endless winter devoured 3/4 of the country, and the shadow of the fall of the nation weighed heavily on every Longwa citizen's heart. If they lose again, the entire Longwa will be covered in winter, and the weird creatures will fully invade Longwa, enslaving the entire nation. At this moment, in the official livestream room of Longwa, the atmosphere was terrifyingly silent. The 33rd one. Does Longwa really still have hope? Stop thinking, the previous 32 chosen ones were all elites, chosen from 1,000. What happened to them? The difficulty of the instances keeps rising. This time, it's directly an SSS level instance, there's absolutely no way out. In the midst of these desperate cries, a pillar of light tore through the dim sky, precisely penetrating the roof of the 604 dormitory at South Jian University. Inside the light, a young man wearing headphones stared intensely at the computer screen, the clicking of the mouse and keyboard as sharp and dense as a rainstorm. Push. Push. It's a team wipe. My pentakill. Chu He let out an excited low growl. The next second, the light exploded in intensity. He, along with his chair, was instantly wiped away from the real world. Chilly. Damp. Chu He shivered, the bone-chilling cold instantly waking him up. What lay before him was no longer the familiar dormitory, but a Gothic university shrouded under a dim sky. The sky was an eerie grayish-purple, with neither sun nor moon. The spires of every building looked like black fangs piercing the heavens, and decaying vines, like giant snakes, strangled the neck of the academic building. The air was thick with a strange stench of rust, dust, and decaying matter, making one gag with nausea. He was standing on a cracked sports field. Around him stood 191 foreigners, each with different expressions. Some were tense, muscles rigid, eyes filled with alertness, others, like him, wore faces full of confusion and terror. A cold, merciless prompt echoed in their ears. Dear chosen ones, welcome to the SSS level instance, Horror University. Please strictly follow the school rules, otherwise, you will be erased. Chu He's face drained of color in an instant. As a citizen of Longwa, he naturally knew what this meant. He never expected that the chosen one this time would be him. This didn't make sense, he was just an ordinary college student. Aside from his face and the endurance for staying up late to play games, what else did he have? At the same time, the official livestreams of 192 countries around the world lit up. Look! The chosen one from Eagle Sauce is a former Navy SEAL Devil instructor, his muscles are practically bursting out of the screen. The chosen one from Sakura country is even more impressive, a modern sword saint. That sword is definitely a fine weapon. The contestant from Bear country. Why is he carrying a bundle of dynamite? The camera shifted to Longwa's livestream, and the viewers around the world fell silent. On the screen, Chu He was wearing the most ordinary t-shirt and jeans, his face still showing the dazed expression from just being pulled out of a game. Compared to the fully armed, murderous elite contestants from other countries, he looked completely out of place. Like a husky thrown into a pack of wolves. This is hilarious, how did the weird world pick a fragile college student from Longwa to send to his death? This guy's skin is so soft and delicate, I wonder how long he can last? I bet a bag of spicy strips that he won't make it past the first school rule. Inside the Longwa livestream room, the barrage was sparse, filled only with helpless self-mockery and overwhelming despair. Well, at least, our contestant is pretty handsome. Yeah, at least he can die with dignity. Just then, in the center of the campus square, a figure suddenly appeared without warning. It was a girl, wearing a pure white school uniform, about 1.65 meters tall. Her long, jet-black hair flowed straight down to her waist. Her face was so delicate, it looked like the perfect creation of a god. But there was no trace of warmth from a living person. Especially those eyes. Hollow, lifeless, like an abyss that could swallow all light. She just stood there, and a terrifying aura that made the soul shudder swept across the entire area. In the next moment, a sharp alarm rang wildly in every player's mind. Warning! Encountered SSS level anomaly, campus beauty Xiaoyao. Triggering erasure rule, do not make eye contact with her for more than 3 seconds. Violators will be erased. Before the alarm even finished, the bodies of 5 players in the square froze instantly. Among them was Chu He, who had just raised his head, but hadn't had time to look away. An irresistible terrifying pressure descended from the sky, pinning him firmly in place. His blood seemed frozen, and he couldn't even move his fingers. It was because the 5 of them had all looked into the campus beauty's eerie eyes for just one more glance. The shadow of death had never been so clear. The global live broadcast room exploded instantly. Damn! A king-level move right at the start. Directly triggering an SSS-level anomaly. Among those 5 unlucky players. Is there a Dragon Country contestant? Ha ha ha. I told you he wouldn't last 3 minutes. Now it seems like 3 seconds was already an overestimate. Dragon Country's chosen one, dead. Cause of death, he looked into your eyes in the crowd. Inside the Dragon Country livestream, the host's eyes widened, lips trembling, unable to say a word. It's over. The beginning was the end. This was the fastest, most suffocating, and most humiliating failure in Dragon Country's dungeon history. On the playground, the campus beauty moved eerily. She walked at a slow and steady pace toward the nearest player to her. She didn't make any unnecessary movements. Only those dead eyes lightly swept across the player's neck. PFF. A fine line of blood appeared out of nowhere, and the player's head rolled off, yet his body remained standing. The second. His body turned into ashes, and with a cold wind blowing, it completely disappeared. The third, fourth. The steps of death were drawing closer to Chu He, one by one. Eventually, she stopped in front of Chu He. The distance between them was less than 3 meters. Those lifeless eyes locked firmly onto Chu He's face. Chu He could feel the bone-chilling cold from her, his heart being squeezed by an invisible hand, and his breath completely stopped. In the last half-second before the erasure force would descend. Ding! A clear, heavenly chime sounded deep in his mind. Congratulations, host has awakened SSS level talent, Enchanting Kiss. Enchanting Kiss, pout your lips, and any anomaly within a 3-meter radius will be forced to kiss the host, unavoidable, unstoppable. Effect, kissing a female anomaly can directly bind with it on a deeper level and gain its core abilities. A massive flow of information flashed through Chu He's mind. His mind had never been so clear. He gambled. Survival was instinct. And now, puckering his lips was the only key to his escape. Under the incredulous gaze of viewers from all over the world. In the eyes of his fellow Dragon Country citizens, who had lost all hope. Facing that cold, beautiful face that was about to take his life, Chu He mustered all his strength and resolutely closed his eyes. He leaned forward, puckering his lips. For a moment, it seemed like the wind had stopped, and those eyes, which should have devoured everything, actually froze for the briefest second. Chapter 2, after the first kiss, she announced, "You are mine." Time seemed to stretch infinitely at this moment, every frame of the scene slowed down to its extreme. In the global live broadcast room, the eyes of billions of viewers seemed about to pop out of their sockets. They stared at the young man from Dragon Country on the screen. Silence. A global silence. The next second, all the live stream seemed to have been hit by a nuclear bomb, and exploded instantly. Crazy. This Dragon Country person is completely insane. Fuck. What is this? A form of performance art before death? Is he trying to humiliate the SSS level anomaly in this way? A new way to commit suicide? Before dying, must tease the executioner who is about to kill you. In the Eagle Sauce Country's live broadcast room, the host's face muscles twitched wildly, eventually transforming into a sickly crazy laugh. He held his stomach, tears streaming from his laughter. Oh my god. I have to take back what I said about him earlier. He's not a pet dog, he's a genius. The ultimate clown who uses his life to entertain all of us. Let's give him the loudest applause. But in Dragon Country's live broadcast room, the last few bullet screens completely disappeared. Everyone silently closed their eyes, or simply looked away. Unable to bear it, unable to continue watching. What humiliation and tragic grandeur this is. However, 1 second passed. The bloody scene, which everyone had expected, where that young head would fly into the sky, did not appear. 2 seconds passed. The expected scene, where the body would turn into ashes and scatter with the wind, still did not appear. All the Dragon Country viewers who had closed their eyes sensed this eerie silence. They trembled, slowly opening their eyes. Then, they saw a scene they would never forget in their entire life. In the center of the playground. That school beauty, Xiaoyao, who was taking steps toward death and was about to take Chu He's life, froze in place less than 3 meters away from him. On her perfect face, for the first time, an emotion appeared. Shock. Confusion. She tilted her head slightly, her abyss-like eyes, dead and lifeless, which seemed to devour all light, stared motionlessly at Chu He's pouting lips. Like a child seeing a new toy for the first time, innocent and full of bewilderment. Next. Under the horrified gaze of billions of people from 192 countries, something even more unimaginable happened. Xiaoyao's lips, which had been tightly pressed together, pale and cold, uncontrollably began to pucker slightly upward. Her movement was so awkward, as if she were a puppet trying to imitate a human. In the next moment, without giving anyone time to think, an irresistible, domineering force suddenly pushed their bodies toward each other. Chu He felt a huge force hit his back, pushing his body forward uncontrollably. The beautiful face in his vision quickly grew larger. Pop. A soft sound. It clearly spread through the live broadcast equipment, reaching every corner of the world. Cold, soft, with a slight strawberry taste. This was Chu He's only thought. The sensation didn't feel like a living person's lips, but more like an old popsicle carrying a chilling cold. Chu He's lips. And that SSS-level school beauty's strange lips were tightly pressed together. The world fell silent. Time stopped. Space froze. All the bullet screens in the live rooms instantly cleared, completely clean. Everyone who was laughing wildly, explaining, sighing, or in despair, all fell silent. Their mouths unconsciously opened wide, their eyes bulging like copper bells, their brains went blank, completely crashing. The image seemed frozen. But the real storm was just beginning to brew. There, the terrifying entity, known as the embodiment of rules, the walking erasure order. The one who could erase life from a conceptual level after just 3 seconds of eye contact, Xia Yao. On her jade-like, icy cold and smooth cheek, a touch of soul-stirring crimson suddenly exploded without warning. That red color, visible to the naked eye, spread crazily from her cheek, to her delicate little earlobe. Then to her long, fair neck, like a swan's. As if the greatest painter had used vermilion to inject the human soul and warmth into this perfect ice sculpture. This kiss seemed to have opened a switch deep within her soul that had been sealed for thousands of years. Her abyss-like, light-devouring eyes were now shaking violently. The long eyelashes fluttered like the wings of a frightened butterfly, stirring a tiny storm. A gaping abyss, shattered completely under this kiss. In the depths of her eyes, a faint spark of confusion first lit up, soon replaced by an incomprehensible bewilderment, followed by the intense flicker of that spark, as if processing a massive amount of information. Eventually, all the light was drowned by an intense, unbreakable shyness, so strong that it could melt her entire being. After the extreme shyness, a more primal, more instinctual desire for possession began to sprout. Her lips parted. Chu He felt a soft, cool sensation leave, and the faintest hint of cold fragrance still lingered at the tip of his nose. Xia Yao, like being shocked by electricity, suddenly took a step back. She deeply lowered her head, her black, silky long hair cascading like a waterfall, covering most of her blazing hot cheek, hiding her expression at that moment. But everyone could clearly see. Her 2 small hands tightly gripped the hem of her school uniform skirt. They trembled violently. This small action completely exposed the raging, tsunami-like turmoil inside her, the extreme unease. On the playground, the other players who had barely escaped death dared not even breathe. The sound of a needle falling could be heard. What is going on here? Cheating. He must have cheated. What about the rules? The no eye contact for more than 3 seconds rule? Why didn't he die? Are we facing the same SSS level anomaly? Why did he break the rules, not only not die, but kiss her? Just when everyone was confused and unsure, Xia Yao slowly raised her head. Her eyes, still glowing with a breathtaking scarlet, still full of intense shame, coldly swept over the entire field. Where her gaze landed, all the players froze in fear, lowering their heads, terrified of becoming the first victim of her emotional outburst. Before everything was clarified, no one dared to gamble with their life. Finally, Xia Yao's gaze fell back onto Chu He. The shyness in her eyes quickly faded, replaced by an unprecedented heat, dominance, and a possessiveness so intense it felt unbreakable. She parted her cherry lips. A hoarse, raw voice echoed in everyone's ears, deep into each person's soul. It seemed she hadn't spoken for a long time, her words stumbling. You are mine. Chapter 3. No, this school beauty is getting a little too clingy, isn't she? The global live stream exploded. Holy shit? Holy shit, holy shit? What the hell did I just see? The SSS level anomaly blushed? What the hell, that school beauty anomaly just said you're mine. Did she fall in love right after a kiss? Love came too fast, just like a tornado. Upstairs, the lyrics are still too conservative. This speed is miles ahead of a tornado. This is not a matter of courage. This is not even the same species. What kind of devil is this chosen one from Dragon Country? My worldview, my life, all shattered. So the ultimate weapon against anomalies is a mouth? Quick! Does anyone have the address of a beautiful female anomaly? I'm going now. I'll bring my 8-pack abs in my mouth. The hosts from other countries, who had been laughing at Dragon Country's joke, now had their smiles frozen, mouths agape, eyes full of shock and absurdity, almost spilling out of the screen. And in Dragon Country, the highest command center, the atmosphere could not be described with words. It was an extreme experience, like being yanked from an endless abyss and thrown up to the clouds in an instant. General Wang, with his white hair, carrying the weight of the entire nation's fate, having long ago placed life and death aside, after hearing the words "you are mine." His rock-solid body suddenly shot up from his chair. He startled the high-ranking advisors behind him. The old man's eyes, bloodshot and weary from countless sleepless nights, locked onto something with an intensity unmatched. staring intensely at the screen, at the young man who was still somewhat bewildered. His cracked lips trembled violently. His weathered face, flushed from extreme excitement, swelled up, veins bulging. He wasn't looking at a contestant. He was looking at a beam of light, the only light that had torn through 30 years of Dragon Country's endless, harsh winter nights. Good. Good boy. At the same time, in the eye of the storm, Chu He finally began to slowly regain his senses from that world-shattering, shocking kiss. A strange, indescribable force, cold yet vast, like a starry river bursting through a dam, suddenly rushed into his eyes from where their lips met, sweeping through his limbs and bones in an instant. He felt his vision being redefined, every cell cheering and jumping with the nourishment of this force. A system prompt sounded in his mind. Kiss successful. Target is SSS level anomaly, first kiss, shock impact rated as max. Initial intimacy plus 20. Current intimacy, familiar. Intimacy level, stranger familiar dependent infatuated deep love unique. Congratulations, host has gained the SSS level anomaly Xiaoyao's exclusive ability, Eye of Silence. Eye of Silence, beginner level, by gazing at the target, can mentally intimidate and cause brief paralysis of SSS level and below anomalies. Can easily annihilate SS level and below anomalies. Note, the power of this ability is directly linked to the intimacy with Xiaoyao. The higher the intimacy, the stronger the ability, and the higher the target level it can affect. Usage skill, mental imagination. Chu He was shaken to his core after hearing the system report. Eye of Silence. This was not some fancy auxiliary ability, but a godly skill directly tied to the anomaly level for annihilation. In the world of anomalies, there are strict levels, from the lowest D level to the SS level capable of twisting reality and forming domains. Every level is a vast divide. An A level is almost the extreme that humanity could fight in the past. As for SSS level, it is a mobile natural disaster. To some extent, it could be the rules themselves. Anomalies of S level and above can set rules, and small anomalies must obey the rules of the bigger anomalies. Up until now, after so many years, no one knows if anything exists above SSS level anomalies. But without a doubt, there must be, because even SSS anomalies cannot kill without reason. But with this power, one can already intimidate anomalies below SSS level with a mere gaze, and even directly annihilate SS level ones? This ability is unreasonably powerful. Just as his thoughts were in turmoil, a cold, slightly sweet fragrance, like that of a girl, once again approached. Xiaoyao, who had just taken half a step back, actually moved forward again, almost hanging herself on him. The distance was too close. Close enough that Chu He could clearly see the fine hairs on her blushing cheeks and the long eyelashes, trembling like butterfly wings. The shyness and confusion in her eyes were now crazily intertwining with a new, domineering, unreasonable possessiveness. She looked both pure and dangerously intense. In the global live broadcast, everyone was stunned. This is what, she's already getting so close? Are anomalies this proactive? The Eagle Nation contestant is still thinking about how to pass the first round, but the Dragon Country contestant has already started on the emotional path? Is this reasonable? Why do I feel like the vibe has suddenly become strange? Is this still a survival game? At the Dragon Country Command Center, General Wang had just sat down, and upon seeing this scene, almost stood up again. The young officer beside him couldn't help but mutter softly, "General, this should be good news, right?" General Wang twitched his mouth, his expression complex, and after a while, he managed to squeeze out, "Good, very good. It's just a bit too good." In General Wang's view, SSS level anomalies are too dangerous, being too close to them could lead to instant annihilation if one is not careful. What he feared was that, once the passionate phase of love was over, what would happen when the attraction faded? On the playground, under the gaze of billions of eyes, Xiaoyao slowly raised her hand. That hand could easily slice through space. The lifeless, pale fingertips, which could erase life, trembled clumsily and awkwardly as they gently touched Chu He's cheek. Cold and piercing. Chu He shivered all over, but he didn't dare to move. He knew very well in his heart that he was currently stuck with a walking nuclear bomb, one with self-awareness and a strong possessive desire. Moreover, he marveled at the power of this charming kiss, which far exceeded his imagination. He just didn't know if this thing would work on male oddities. Chu He shook off this terrifying thought and didn't dare to think further. Just when all the players were at a loss because of this bizarre dog food, the cold and sharp system notification sound echoed throughout the campus, interrupting the subtle atmosphere. All chosen ones, please note, the Instance Horror University has officially started. Please strictly follow the following school rules. School Rule 1, all students must choose a dormitory within 1 hour. If the countdown ends and no choice is made, they will be erased. School Rule 2, dormitories are strictly separated by gender. Males must enter the male dormitories, and females must enter the female dormitories. Those who enter the opposite sex's dormitory will be erased. School Rule 3, each dormitory door has a welcome test. After confirming your choice, press the red button to start immediately. The time limit inside is 2 hours. Those who cannot pass the test will be erased. The 3 school rules, like 3 death warrants, made the players, who had just caught their breath, shiver once again. Move. Move quickly. Go to the dormitory building. Damn, still an exam. The crowd immediately erupted, and everyone rushed towards the 2 dormitory buildings in the distance like headless flies, panicked and lost. However, Chu He didn't move a single step. He lowered his head and glanced at the corner of his clothes tightly gripped by Xia Yao, who was even using her arm to hold him tighter as if afraid he would run away. He then looked up and stared at the building in the distance with the male dormitory sign, now filled with a large number of male players. Chu He's face turned pale. This is too clingy. He tried to speak in a negotiating tone, carefully and cautiously, saying to Xia Yao, classmate Xia? You see, the school rule says I have to go to the male dormitory, how about, you let go first? But as soon as Xia Yao heard the words let go, an icy coldness surged up inside her. Her arms tightened around Chu He's. You're coming with me. As the crowd dispersed, the live feed in each country switched abruptly with the movement of their own chosen ones. The global audience's perspective was forcibly split apart. Because the live feeds of each country could only see their own contestants' livestream. But the sports field was not empty. There were still more than a dozen sharp-minded people who stayed in place. Their eyes were all fixed firmly on Chu He and the SSS-level strange girl beside him. Among them was Jackson, the former devil instructor of the Navy SEALs from the Eagle Sauce country. An hour to choose a dormitory was more than enough. In his opinion, figuring out the changes happening to this Dragon Country kid was far more important than rushing to choose an unknown dormitory. This might be a hidden shortcut to clearing the instance. Because the tests behind the dormitory doors were definitely random. For over 30 years, the iron rules of the Eerie instances had never been shaken. But today, Chu He, the ordinary university student they considered cannon fodder, had shattered the Eerie rules with a single move. No, to be exact, with his words, and it was the rules of an SSS-level Eerie instance. Jackson from Eagle Sauce country licked his dry lips, his eyes filled with a mix of scrutiny and greed. He took a step forward and walked toward Chu He, forcing a smile he thought was friendly. Friend, perhaps we can talk. Before he finished his words, an unexpected change occurred. The once gentle and shy eyes of Xia Yao, who had been obediently holding Chu He's arm, suddenly filled with a misty, cold glare. In an instant, it turned into a pitch-black abyss that devoured everything. Without any warning, a terrifying, soul-freezing pressure, as cold as to freeze one's very spirit, came crashing down on Jackson like an invisible mountain. Jackson's face changed drastically, his instincts honed from years of living on the edge of life and death causing his scalp to tingle, and he instinctively turned his gaze away. Chu He's heart stirred. Perfect, time to try out the newly acquired ability. He also raised his eyes, meeting Jackson's gaze, his mind slightly shifting, and the beginner-level Eye of Extinction abruptly activated. Chu He didn't think about any complicated attacks, all that was in his mind was a simple and malicious thought: I want this guy to taste the terror of his soul being pierced by needles. If Summer Yao's pressure came from the absolute zero of deep space, cold and vast, making one feel small and powerless, then Chu He's gaze was like a red-hot steel needle, precise, vicious, and ruthlessly piercing through Jackson's psychological defenses, reaching deep into the fear within his soul. The effect of the Eye of Extinction entirely depends on the user's imagination. To put it simply, Chu He could shoot a laser that would instantly kill Jackson, but he had no intention of killing him. Under the double blow, Jackson's proud willpower instantly collapsed. His entire body froze as if struck by a heavy blow, his pupils contracting violently. He stopped in shock, even stepping back half a step uncontrollably due to fear, not daring to move forward a single inch. This scene caused all the watching elites from various countries, including the seemingly invincible Eagle Sauce Soldier King, to collectively gasp in cold air, as though their hearts were gripped by an invisible hand. Meanwhile, the dozens of live streaming rooms from various countries were instantly flooded with a tsunami of comments. Eagle Sauce Nation livestream. What did I just see? Instructor Jackson, is he afraid? He's actually afraid of the gaze of a Dragon Nation college student? No. This can't be. Jackson crawled out of countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood, his will is as strong as steel. That Dragon Nation kid must have used some weird ability we don't know about. Cheating. This is definitely cheating. That Dragon Nation kid seems to have acquired some bizarre power. He's polluting the rules. We must report him to the system. Rice Country livestream. Fuck. What is Jackson doing? Come on. It's just a yellow-skinned monkey, what's there to be afraid of? Tear him apart. Something's wrong, don't you see? Jackson's body is shaking. That girl's pressure is domain-based, but that man's gaze, it's like a knife, stabbing straight into Jackson's brain. Damn it, this was not in the intel. Sakura Country livestream. Two completely different types of terrifying pressure. The girl is the embodiment of rules, cold and vast, like a natural disaster. But that man, his gaze has the power to directly attack the mind. This doesn't make sense. How could he have mastered such an eerie power in such a short time? Baka. What's going on? That Dragon Nation guy called Chu He has superpowers. This is no longer the realm of ordinary chosen ones. Kimchi Country livestream. Damn. Cheating. Shameless Dragon Nation people, how could they make an SSS level anomaly bow down? This must be an illusion. I don't believe it. I don't believe it at all. That Jackson is the ace of Eagle Sauce Country, how could he be scared off by just a glance? Fake. It's all special effects. Dragon Nation people are best at making these fake things. In Dragon Nation's livestream, it was already a boiling sea of red, pride and triumphant joy overwhelming everything. Ha ha ha. Did you see that? The Eagle Sauce guy pissed his pants. Chushin, just made him run away with one look. What the hell is a so-called soldier king? In front of me, Chushin, he's just a little brother. What is called the aura of kingship? This is the aura of kingship. No need to lift a finger, just my gaze can crush them. It's a matter of just one look. Before, when reading novels, I thought the protagonist's arrogance was too fake, but now all I want to say is, Chushin, please put more force, don't stop. I tried hard to find a way to criticize, but I couldn't find anything at all. This time, I really can't go against my heart. I am willing to call him Chushin. Chushin is amazing. Wow, 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 that beautiful girl is so domineering. As soon as Jackson tried to get closer, she flared up. What kind of godly, domineering husband-protecting plot is this? So pure yet fierce, it's too good to be true. Civil Affairs Bureau, I've brought you the marriage certificate, get married right here. In Longwa, at the highest command center. In the large command room, the sound of a needle falling could be heard. Everyone's breath stopped completely as the eagle-like soldier from the Eagle Sauce Country, Jackson, walked toward Chu He. It wasn't until Jackson stopped in horror as if seeing a ghost, even retreating half a step awkwardly, that the tightly stretched string finally snapped. Who? The uncontrollable gasps rose and fell, followed by the overwhelming roar of joy. My God! He scared Jackson away. That's a crazy SEAL team member. He was actually stared back by Chu He with just one look. A young technical staff member stared at the data panel, so excited that his voice changed tone. Report. Chu He's vital signs are stable. Mental fluctuations are normal. No signs of being corrupted by strange forces detected. His words were like a strong stimulant, piercing everyone's hearts. General Wan's bloodshot eyes suddenly shone with brilliance. Bang! A calloused fist slammed heavily on the solid alloy command platform, making a muffled sound. The cheering in the entire command room immediately quieted down, and all eyes were focused on the Dragon Country war god. General Wang slowly lifted his head, surveying the flushed faces, dry lips trembling, every word squeezed out between his teeth. He is not parasitized by the strange. The old man took a deep breath, exerted all his strength, and spoke each word slowly, shaking the walls with his voice. He is controlling the strange. When his words fell, the room went silent. Then, there was an even more intense roar, almost shaking the roof off. Controlling the strange. These 4 words, in the past 30 years of blood and tears, were so absurd. So foolish to speak. But now, it was happening right before everyone's eyes. I knew it. That SSS-level strange was obviously protecting its food. But Chushin's final look, that was the real fatal blow. A kiss not only didn't die, but also subdued the dungeon boss, and even gained the ability to stare anyone into fear. Where can we reason about this? Stop it, my heart can't take it anymore, help me up, I feel like I'm about to take off with Dragon Country. General Wang ignored the clamor behind him. His eyes, like those of a hawk, were locked firmly on the screen. He suddenly turned around, his voice carrying an unquestionable authority. Transmit my orders. From now on, Chu He's confidentiality level will be upgraded to the highest top secret. Technical team. Analyze every frame of the kiss just now, along with the footage of him pushing Jackson back, not a single pixel should be missed. I want to know how he did it. After the old man spoke, he turned his gaze back to the screen, watching the young man caught by the SSS-level strange girl, with a help me expression on his face. His heart, which had been dormant for 30 years, burned with heat. Kid, you must hold on, fight for this strange school beauty. Perhaps Longwa will completely escape the devouring of the strange forces. Chapter 5, Ignoring the School Rules, Xia Yao insists on taking me to the girls' dorm. After driving away Jackson, no one dared to approach Chu He. The terrifying aura around Xia Yao instantly dissipated. She held Chu He's hand again, the cool touch came, but her strength was undeniable. Chu He looked down at the hand tightly gripping his feelings complicated. This hand appeared delicate and weak. Her skin was as white as jade, her nails neatly trimmed, just like the hands of an ordinary beautiful college girl. But Chu He knew that these hands actually possessed the terrifying power to tear apart space and erase life. What was even more troublesome was that he realized that Xia Yao's possessiveness was growing at a visible speed. From the murderous intent that erupted in her eyes when Jackson approached just now, Chu He knew that this campus beauty had completely taken him as her private possession. And this possessiveness was still continuing to ferment, growing stronger like a snowball. Xia Yao, listen to me. Chu He was about to explain the school rules. But Xia Yao turned around, and the gaze that had just been filled with shyness was now looking at him with confusion. She tilted her head, a strand of black hair falling over her shoulder, paired with that stunning face, her voice still hoarse and awkward but clearly getting better. You don't like it? As she spoke, there was a hint of careful nervousness in her eyes. Chu He immediately gave up. This innocent question, paired with that beautiful face, no man could resist. Moreover, this was an SSS-level anomaly with the power to destroy the world, yet at this moment, she showed such a vulnerable expression in front of him. The huge contrast nearly killed him. It's not that I don't like it, it's just, hey, you. Chu He hadn't finished speaking when Xia Yao already pulled him toward the girls' dormitory. Her steps were neither fast nor slow, but each step carried an unquestionable determination. Chu He was forced to follow, but his mind was racing with thoughts of a strategy. He didn't dare to defy Xia Yao's wishes too much, after all, she could kill him with a snap of her fingers. But the school rules clearly stated that anyone who enters the opposite sex's dormitory without permission would be erased. Now, Xia Yao clearly didn't take this rule seriously. As an SSS-level anomaly, Xia Yao was one of the rulemakers. But that didn't mean she could completely ignore the rule settings. The rule system in the anomaly world was very complicated, even high-level anomalies couldn't casually break the balance. Who knows what consequences this might cause? Under the gaze of the crowd, Xia Yao ignored the newly announced School Rule 2 and dragged Chu He directly toward the Eerie, female-only dormitory building. The other players were all stunned. Is he crazy? Is he going to break the rules again? This is suicide. The system's erasure program is not a joke. I think he's completely bewitched by that anomaly and lost all reason. Not necessarily, look at Chu He's face, it's full of bitterness, clearly he's being dragged along by force. This female anomaly is too overbearing. Not sure, let's watch a bit more. Jackson hid in the distance, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Fear, jealousy, and a hint of gloating. Damn yellow-skinned monkey, he's about to pay the price for his stupidity, he thought maliciously in his heart. Let's see you act all high and mighty, let's see you steal the spotlight. Chu He heard these discussions, but right now, he was more concerned about Xia Yao's intentions. This campus beauty anomaly had shown a strong protective instinct ever since the kiss. His intuition told him that she couldn't possibly watch him die. So, either she had a way to protect herself, or... Chu He suddenly thought of a possibility, and cold sweat immediately broke out. What if she planned to directly change the rules of the girls' dormitory? If that was the case, it meant that Xia Yao's power far exceeded his imagination. Just as Chu He stepped into the girls' dormitory area, a sharp, piercing alarm rang through the sky, and the entire school shook. Alert! Alert! Severe violation detected. A thick, blood-red beam of light gathered in the sky, exuding the terrifying aura of annihilation, and the beam was precisely aimed at Chu He. The power of that beam, just the aura it emitted. The air around them started trembling. The ground began to crack, and the nearby trees withered instantly. Warning! Severe violation detected, erasure. Target locked, Chu He. The voice abruptly stopped. The blood-red beam, hanging above Chu He, capable of erasing everything, strangely stalled in mid-air, its red light flickering as if stuck. Xia Yao's brows slightly furrowed, a clear displeasure visible on her face. She raised her head, her lifeless eyes staring into the void, and in an instant, a cold murderous intent erupted. The entire space began to twist under the influence of this murderous aura, and the temperature around them plummeted to freezing point. Her cherry lips parted slightly, and she uttered a cold, hoarse voice, yet filled with supreme authority, "Get lost." The moment the words fell, that blood-red beam shattered like a mirror struck by immense force, breaking apart inch by inch, dispersing into a sea of red light. The system's alarm sound completely disappeared, as if it had never existed. Chu He widened his eyes, his heart pounding wildly. He knew Xia Yao was strong, but he never expected her to directly break the rules of the school dormitory. And do it so easily, like swatting a fly. What does this mean? This is like a player in a game telling the game program to shut up. Then rewriting the rules of the game. The next second, global public opinion exploded. Eagle Sauce Country live broadcast. Fuck. She commanded the rules? My god, this SSS-level anomaly, she is the embodiment of the rules themselves. What kind of godly leg has this guy from Dragon Country grabbed onto? I seriously suspect he's using hacks. Hacks? This is no longer hacks, this is like buying the entire game server. Sakura Blossom Country live broadcast. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The system's erasure program can kill even A-level anomalies, how could it be cracked by a single word? I think our understanding of SSS-level anomalies is still too shallow. Shallow? We don't even understand it at all. Dragon Country live broadcast was already in a frenzy. Damn. My Chu God's woman is too awesome. A single word get lost and she broke the rules. And the power of that rule was clearly no small matter. What kind of godly operation is this? I now seriously suspect Chu God is the hidden boss of the anomaly world. Wow, so domineering, so powerful, so satisfying. I suddenly have a question, do you think humans and anomalies can have babies? Jackson, who had just been gloating, instantly turned pale. His legs began to tremble uncontrollably, and large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. He finally understood what level of existence he had just faced. An anomaly that can directly negate the erasure command, that was no longer a matter of strength, it was completely beyond what a player could comprehend. Dragon Country Command Center. General Wang stared intensely at the screen, a never-before-seen light bursting from his old eyes. Good. Very good. The old man slammed the table, his voice loud. Tech team, give me a detailed analysis of the data fluctuations just now. I want to know what kind of permissions this level of anomaly holds. A young technician scrambled to retrieve the data, his voice trembling with excitement. Report. Detected direct tampering with spatial rules. Energy fluctuations exceed the instrument's measurement limit. This is beyond our comprehension. Beyond comprehension? General Wang sneered, then find a way to understand it. Starting today, our research focus will all shift to Chu He and the interaction model of this school beauty anomaly. At this moment, Chu He was still digesting everything that had just happened. He felt like his worldview had been reconstructed multiple times in just a few minutes. Xia Yao turned her head, her eyes, which had just been filled with murderous intent, now returned to a shy look. She smiled sweetly at Chu He, her expression incredibly gentle. She gently tugged at Chu He's sleeve, her voice soft with tentative caution. Are you afraid of me? As she spoke, her gaze faltered slightly. Like a child who had done something wrong, waiting for a parent's criticism. Chu He looked into her clear eyes, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Afraid? Of course, afraid. Any normal person, after witnessing that kind of God-defying ability, would be scared. But more than that, there was shock and a strange sense of security. With such a rule-making level bodyguard, what could he still fear in this instance? I'm not afraid, Chu He softly answered, reaching out to gently stroke her cheek. Thank you for protecting me. Xia Yao's cheek instantly flushed with a rosy hue, and the joy in her eyes almost overflowed. She tightly hugged Chu He's arm, her voice as soft as a feather. You are mine. After saying that, she added, forever, always. Chapter 6, if you like someone, you want to be with them all the time. The possessiveness in this sentence could almost become tangible. The players watching from a distance dared not speak, fearing they would disturb the Queen of Rules in such a good mood. Chu He was secretly pleased as well. Damn, so this is the feeling of a domineering CEO falling for me? Now, he was starting to understand why so many girls liked those kinds of books and plots. But on the surface, he pretended to sigh helplessly. Alright, it looks like we have to go to the dorm together. He looked at the girls' dorm building, already starting to anticipate the next plot development. With Xia Yao here, he could walk with confidence. However, Chu He also had some worries. Xia Yao's possessiveness was growing at a terrifying speed. He now felt like a player who had just left the beginner's village and picked up a full-level divine weapon. It felt great, but the cost was that the weapon came with an intelligent spirit that was extremely clingy, and this spirit's strength was enough to tear down the entire game server. What if he encounters another female anomaly later on? According to his charming kiss nature, it was possible that it would trigger some kind of intimacy judgment. At that time, would Xia Yao kill him on the spot, or would she fight another female anomaly for his ownership, causing an apocalypse? Chu He shook his head, not daring to think further. Forget it, when the time comes, things will work out, and he would just be careful not to break any rules. The most important thing now was to deal with this girlfriend who saw him as her private property. When they reached the entrance of the girls' dorm, Chu He saw a female anomaly. She was wearing a very tight dormitory supervisor uniform, perfectly outlining her explosive figure, but her face was deathly pale, with no color, and there was a glaring streak of fresh red blood at the corner of her mouth. The whole person exuded a chilling and enchanting aura. What was most heart-stopping were her eyes, pure black with no whites, like two whirlpools that could suck away one's soul. But when she saw Xia Yao, the whole person began to tremble. Xia Yao-sama. The female anomaly's voice sounded as if it came from the depths of the earth, filled with fear and awe. Xia Yao glanced coldly at the dorm supervisor anomaly and said indifferently, is there something? The dorm supervisor Anomaly quickly avoided Xia Yao's gaze and cautiously said, he is male. Her voice was weak, as if she had suffered significant injury. Xia Yao remained cold, I know. And then? As she spoke, a pressure was quietly released. The dorm supervisor Anomaly was startled, quickly replying, and nothing. Then she obediently retreated to one side. Then Xia Yao's face quickly changed, smiling sweetly at the stunned Chu He. Let's go inside. Chu He was stunned for a moment. Oh, okay. The dormitory building was huge, with 6 floors, each with 20 rooms. As the school rules said, every door had a red button. The corridor was filled with a faint smell of mildew, the paint on the walls was chipped and peeling, and the lights on the ceiling flickered on and off. Chu He could clearly feel that behind each closed door, there lurked different eerie presences. Whispering and grinding noises seeped out from the door crack, as if they could spring out at any moment and devour whoever was nearby. Xia Yao, however, paid no attention to any of this, still tightly holding Chu He's hand, walking straight upstairs. That dorm supervisor, seems like she got hurt pretty badly. Chu He asked, testing the waters while walking. She made the rules, and I broke them, so naturally, she got hurt. Xia Yao answered casually, yet her words carried incredible weight. Chu He's heart shook violently. The school rule about separating boys and girls into different dorms was made by her? Then you. Yes, she's SS level. I couldn't care less about the trivial matters in this building, so I left it to her. Xia Yao said with obvious certainty. As for me, I'm the owner of this school. At this point, Xia Yao barely stuttered anymore when speaking, and her voice had become more pleasant to listen to. Chu He could imagine that if Xia Yao ever sang, her voice would probably be as beautiful as a nightingale's. It would make one feel light as if floating. It would fill one with energy. And make one work hard. We're here. Xia Yao pulled Chu He, stopping at the highest floor of the girls' dorm, at the farthest, where there was a door very different from the others, marked with 3 shining golden words, Principal's Office. Wow. Quite impressive. Chu He guessed that this school instance might have been created by Xia Yao. This is where you live. Chu He looked at the door and then feigned confusion, asking, then where do I live? Xia Yao froze for a moment and said, where do you live? Of course, you live with me. Ah. The Dragon Kingdom livestream instantly exploded. Damn. They're living together. Chu God is amazing. This progress is way too fast, right? Ah. Living together in the principal's office. Is this the plot I'm watching? Too exciting. Chu He was stunned. We've only known each other for less than a day. But you kissed me, so I'm yours now. I like you, and when I like someone, I want to be with them all the time. She suddenly took a step closer, the innocence in her eyes faded, replaced by a cold, scrutinizing look. What? Could it be you don't like me? Chu He's scalp went numb instantly. Is this how love works in this strange world? And Xia Yao really is domineering. Seeing Xia Yao's displeased face, Chu He immediately put on the most sincere expression, his survival instincts fully activated. Like you? How could I not like you? I dream of having a girlfriend like you, beautiful, cute, powerful, and so kind to me. The coldness in Xia Yao's eyes vanished in an instant, and the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted, her eyes turning into sweet crescents. Then let's live together. Of course we should live together. Chu He confirmed first, then his expression shifted to one that was deep and tender. But, Yao, have you ever heard a saying from our Dragon Kingdom? Xia Yao blinked curiously. True love is not about possession in an instant, but about long-lasting understanding and companionship. Chu He gazed at her with deep affection. Although we've just met, I feel like there are countless mysteries between us. I want to understand you, I want to know your past, I want to understand why you're here, I want to get into your true inner world. Not just stay at the surface of kissing and living together like this. He paused, his tone becoming incredibly serious. So, before living here, I want to live in your heart. Can I? Every word he spoke hit Xia Yao's heart directly. She was stunned. She didn't understand such complicated logic, but she could feel the sincerity in Chu He's words, and something deeper and more attractive than living together itself. The reason Chu He hesitated to agree immediately was because of the doubts in his heart. Strictly speaking, Xia Yao had already surpassed his ideal type in both figure and looks. But his mother had once said, the more beautiful a woman, the more dangerous she is, and she's a female ghost. A very powerful female ghost. Heaven knows what might happen if they live together. Xia Yao's little face turned bright red. She hesitated for a long time, before finally asking, you, really, do you? Do you want to understand me? I do. Chu He replied firmly. Well then, all right. Xia Yao seemed to have made up her mind. After Xia Yao finished speaking, she waved her hand gently, and a red button appeared on the principal's office door. Xia Yao pointed to the button and looked at Chu He seriously. Press it, and there, you'll find everything you want to know. Damn, it's the dormitory test. Chu He immediately regretted it, cursing himself for pretending. Why did he have to act like a love expert? Now it's too late. If he fails this, it's a dead end. He could have at least survived the night earlier, and still be a happy ghost. Now, he might only survive for 2 hours. The Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room instantly exploded. What is Chu God doing? Why is he not taking the safe route? It's over, he's been blinded by love. This is really going to fail, an SSS level test, who can pass it? No. I believe in Chu God. This must be part of his plan. He's going to completely conquer this boss. Chu He looked at the red button, his forehead breaking out in a fine sweat. But the words had already been spoken, there was no turning back in this world. Xia Yao saw his hesitation and a trace of concern and anxiety flashed in her eyes. Are you scared? Chu He took a deep breath, turned to look into Xia Yao's concerned eyes. I'm not scared, I said I want to understand you, and I will do it. Upon hearing these words, Xia Yao's cheeks turned red again, her voice so soft it was almost inaudible. I will wait for you to return. Chu He reached out and gently touched her face. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. With that, he pressed the button without hesitation. In an instant, everything spun, and his consciousness was dragged into an endless darkness. You have triggered the SSS level unique hidden test, her heart. Test content, in her memory maze, find the true heart she lost. Time limit, 2 hours. Failure penalty, your soul will become a part of the maze, eternally lost. Chu He opened his eyes in the endless darkness, finding himself in a strange space. This place was neither reality nor a dream, but more like the manifestation of some kind of consciousness. Everything around him moved slowly, like a world made of shattered mirrors put together. Each mirror reflected different scenes, some blurry, some extraordinarily clear. A memory maze? Chu He murmured, then let me see what you've been through. He adjusted his clothes and took a steady step forward, walking deeper into the endless maze. The surroundings were flowing lights and shadows, with broken mirror shards floating in the air, each one carrying a memory that belonged to Xia Yao. Chu He saw it. On a barren blood-colored plain, a 16-year-old girl stood alone. In front of her was a giant creature the size of a mountain, with countless eyes, all flowing with madness and destruction. The girl merely glanced indifferently at the giant beast. The beast silently crumbled inch by inch, turning into flying ash. Throughout the process, her face showed no emotion, as if she had just crushed an ant. On a chilling white bone throne, she sat, with countless kneeling and trembling, strange beings below, not daring to raise their heads. She was the queen, yet her eyes were as hollow as the coldest ice that had never thawed, with no ripples at all. Loneliness was the only color in this world. The further he went, the younger Xia Yao appeared, and the environment around her grew colder and more brutal. He didn't know how long he had walked when a particularly clear mirror blocked his way. No matter whether Chu He moved left or right, it remained motionless, always in front of him. Is this the place? Chu He no longer hesitated, stretched out his hand, and gently touched the cold mirror surface. The next second, white light swallowed everything. When he regained his consciousness, he found himself in a dim room. The air was filled with a strange mixture of rust and decay, and the walls were covered in twisted graffiti painted with dark red liquid. In the center of the room, a little girl who seemed only 5 or 6 years old, Xia Yao, was sitting cross-legged on the ground, her mouth stained with bright red blood. It was as if she had eaten dragon fruit. In her arms, she held a massive, eerie lion's head, its golden mane still stained with warm blood. Her small, fair hands were irritably tugging at the lion's ear, her brows tightly furrowed, as if troubled by something. When she noticed Chu He's arrival, her pure black eyes instantly locked onto him. She sniffed the air with a little twitch of her small nose. You smell so good. Her childish voice spoke words that made Chu He's scalp tingle. Good smell? That was definitely not a good word. In this eerie world, it was almost the same as saying, you look delicious. Chu He forced down the queasiness rising in his stomach and looked at the still bleeding lion's head. He cautiously spoke, are you having trouble? Xia Yao seemed surprised by the question, pausing for a moment, then looking down at the lion's head in her arms. She pouted and looked very unhappy. Mom said that the strange nutrition is all in the head. But, I don't like eating heads. Chu He's heart skipped a beat. As expected, she was troubled about eating. He steadied his thoughts and decided to get straight to the point. I'm not here to disturb your meal. I'm here to find something. Something you lost. I'm here to find your heart. Xia Yao's movement stopped. She slowly lifted her head, and a strange smile suddenly spread across her innocent little face, revealing 2 sharp little tiger teeth. She stuck out her pink tongue and gently licked her blood-stained lips. You say you came to find my heart? Xia Yao tilted her head, and that innocent little face twisted into a weird smile, revealing 2 sharp little tiger teeth. She stuck out her pink tongue and gently licked her lips. Then first, take out your heart and let me taste it, okay? As soon as the words left her mouth, Chu He felt a chill run down his spine and his hair stand on end. Wow, no performance at all? Not even pretending? Still as direct as always. Xiaoyao really is blunt, just saying whatever comes to her mind. Facing the life-threatening demand from this memory illusion, the viewers in Dragon Kingdom's livestream were on edge. It's over. This is a trap. Is this how cruel these eerie beings are from a young age? How do we break the situation? We can't beat her, and we can't escape. This is a test where failure equals death. Chu God, think of something fast. Don't confront her head-on. What do you mean, confront head-on? This little girl could crush Chu God with a single finger. People were arguing in the comments, while in the live video, Chu He was drenched in cold sweat. He watched as the delicate little girl slowly put down the blood-dripping lion's head from her arms, then stood up, taking small steps toward him, one by one. With each step she took, the iron-rusty, fishy smell in the room grew stronger. The air seemed to freeze, pressing down on everyone, making it hard to breathe. What should he do? Run? This entire space was her memory, where could he run? Beg for mercy? Looking at her "you smell so good" expression, begging might only make her more excited. Wait a minute. The test is to find her lost true heart. And now, she is asking me for heart. Isn't this just an easy question? No, it's a death sentence. But Chu He remained unusually calm. In the blink of an eye, he grasped the key phrase, find her heart, not exchange or give. This was a test of understanding and empathy, not a bloody sacrifice. So, the heart she wanted wasn't the one beating in his chest. It was something that could warm her, something that could accompany her. It is her true heart. Understanding this, Chu He's wildly beating heart miraculously calmed down. He looked at the little girl in front of him, who was wrapped in endless loneliness, only able to confirm her existence by tearing apart other strange things, and instantly understood what she was truly missing. The so-called true heart is warmth, companionship, and the light that dispels this eternal cold. As little Xiaoyao walked up to him, about to extend that blood-stained little hand, which could easily tear apart the strange things, Chu He not only did not retreat but instead moved towards her, crouching down to meet her gaze. This action made little Xiaoyao clearly stunned. She stopped in her tracks, and a hint of incomprehensible confusion flashed in her pure black eyes. Why does this food not fear her? Why does it not run away? Chu He looked at her, his face showing no fear, but rather a gentle smile as he softly spoke. My heart cannot be given to you. Little Xiaoyao tilted her head, her small face revealing confusion and disbelief. She softly said, you smell good, your heart must be tasty, you can't stop me. The temperature in the entire room seemed to drop a few degrees again. In the Dragon Kingdom live chat room, everyone had their hearts in their throats, the comments froze. However, Chu He's next words left everyone, including the young strange god, utterly stunned. It is very easy to cut open my heart for you. He looked into her eyes, his tone disturbingly sincere, but a lonely heart, even if it reaches you, is still cold, it definitely won't taste good. He paused, then changed his tone, adding a hint of alluring tenderness to his voice. How about, we put our two hearts together, to warm each other? This remarkably straightforward confession felt like a bomb exploding in the dead silence of the memory world. The entire gray space began to violently tremble, the twisted graffiti drawn in blood on the walls writhing like living things, covered in spiderweb-like cracks. Facing Chu He's outstretched arms and his direct confession of warm together, little Xiaoyao's pure black eyes shrank sharply, her mind going blank. She had never seen such food, nor could she understand this proposal of warmth. Little Xiaoyao was startled back a half-step by this sudden shock, staring at him in disbelief. But Chu He did not give her time to think. He stepped forward again, completely ignoring the chilling aura that could freeze souls around her, and opened his arms wide. Your world is too cold. I want to move in, to warm you with my body heat. The moment his words fell, Chu He directly embraced that small, cold, blood-stained body tightly in his arms. The fury and wariness in little Xiaoyao's eyes crumbled bit by bit under Chu He's embrace. She instinctively wanted to struggle, wanting to tear apart this food that dared to touch her. But a warmth she had never experienced surged through Chu He's chest, flooding into the depths of her soul, which had been frozen for who knows how many years. This warm current collided violently with her innate instincts of killing and loneliness. Her small hand rose, claws flickering in and out, yet they hesitated to fall. Chu He held her tighter. He gently rested his chin on the little girl's cold head, speaking in a voice only the two of them could hear. Look, it's not so cold anymore, right? From now on, with me by your side, you will never be lonely again. This sentence was like a key, instantly unlocking a long-sealed gate. The last hint of fierceness in little Xiaoyao's eyes completely dissipated, replaced by endless grievance and confusion. Her small body no longer resisted, slowly softening, her stiff shoulders even trembling slightly. Boom! The dark world around them shattered in response. The twisted blood-colored graffiti on the walls cried out and disintegrated into powder. The fragments of memories suspended in the air shattered completely, the entire memory maze collapsing under Chu He's embrace. Endless darkness faded away, replaced by a pure white sea of light. The little Xiaoyao in his arms had vanished without a trace. Before him, there quietly floated a heart-shaped light orb, emitting a soft glow and pulsing gently. This was her lost true heart. Congratulations, player. You have passed the SSS level unique hidden trial, her heart. Trial rating, perfect. You did not choose to search, but chose to become true heart itself, deeply touching the target's soul. Intimacy skyrocketing. Current intimacy level, dependence. Chu He looked at the light orb before him, feeling a rush of emotion. It turned out that the so-called trial was not about solving puzzles or fighting, but about whether he dared to embrace that loneliness with a true heart. I am not her true heart, but my true heart is the only key to awaken her true heart. Of course, what allowed Chu He to make these decisions were the memories of Xiaoyao filled with killings and solitude that he had encountered before, all transformed into his subconscious, guiding these choices. In the next second, his consciousness returned. Chu He found himself still standing at the door of the principal's office, as if everything just now had been a fleeting dream. But in the real world, only an hour had passed. At the moment his consciousness returned, Chu He felt a dizzying spin, but was soon firmly held by a soft and icy force. Before he could even take in his surroundings, he was tightly wrapped by a small body. Xiaoyao was unknowingly clinging to him like a koala, hanging on him completely. Her arms were wrapped around his neck, and her slender, straight legs, wrapped in the school uniform skirt, were tightly coiled around his waist, rendering Chu He momentarily unable to move. She buried her face deeply into his neck, her icy hair tickling him slightly. Chu He could clearly feel that the heart she had just found was resonating with his own heart at a wonderful frequency, separated by 2 layers of chests. Chu He struggled to breathe slightly from her tight hold, feeling both amused and helpless. Yao Yao, can you come down? The person in his arms moved, slowly lifting her head. That stunning face was as red as a ripe apple, and her once lifeless, hollow eyes were now shimmering with tears, brimming with deep affection and shyness. She gazed directly at Chu He, her eyes filled with the innocence of a little girl and an undeniable sense of possession. In this dependent pose, who would have thought she could change the world with just a thought? Chu He felt a flutter in his heart, but more so, an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Done. He took a deep breath and gently patted Xiaoyao's back, his tone incredibly soft. All right, let's go inside. Xiaoyao obediently nodded, but showed no sign of letting go, instead hugging him even tighter. Chu He could only helplessly accept his fate as a human-shaped pendant, holding her as he pushed open the door marked Principal's Office. Just as they stepped through the door. Swish. The millions of viewers in Dragon Nation's live broadcast room suddenly saw the screen go black without warning. In the center of the screen, only a cold system prompt remained: signal interruption in the upcoming area, content cannot be broadcast. The live broadcast froze for a split second, then exploded into a torrent of comments like a raging river. It's black? My screen is black. Where's my big Chu God? Damn. Did my internet cut off? Brothers, can you still watch? Don't ask, it's all black. Cutting the live stream at such a crucial moment, is this what people do? The brother in front is too young. Didn't you see Xiaoyao's position? Hanging on Chu God like a koala, practically wanting to melt into him if this could be broadcast. I just ate my phone right on the spot. The truth is above. This is no simple relationship anymore. So, does that mean Chushin won't be sleeping tonight? The last bullet comment plunged the entire live streaming room back into a bizarre silence and endless imagination. Chapter 9, Living Together. Chu He held this humanoid koala and closed the heavy principal's office door behind him. Click. A light sound cut off everything outside the door. It seemed like the world was left with just the two of them. Chu He looked down and could only see the top of Xiaoyao's black silky hair and the 2 snow-white, slender arms wrapped around his neck. Ahem, Yao Yao, we've arrived. Can you come down now? Chu He tentatively said, wanting to shift his body a little. But the person in his arms didn't move at all. Instead, she rubbed her cheek into his neck, the cold touch giving him goosebumps. She answered in a thick nasal voice, almost murmuring. No. Chu He was both amused and helpless. Are you planning to treat me as your personal chair? Only then did Xiaoyao slowly lift her head. Her water-like eyes, which had just regained their sparkle, were now clouded with a thin layer of mist filled with unease. You will run. She said 3 words, her voice very soft. He instantly understood. In her maze of memories, she had experienced far too long of loneliness and coldness. He was the only one who had broken in and given her the embrace of warmth. Now, she was like a drowning person grasping onto the only piece of driftwood. How could she easily let go? Run? Chu He felt a wave of softness in his heart and deliberately joked lightly, where can I run? The entire school is your territory. Can I escape from your palm, my dear principal? The term dear principal made Xia Yao pause for a moment. She seemed to be digesting the meaning of this new term, and the force of her legs wrapped around his waist unconsciously relaxed a bit. Chu He seized the opportunity and pointed his chin toward the bedroom, to the oversized soft bed. Look over there, we aren't going to lie on the bed? Are you expecting me to hold you up and stand here the whole night? Xia Yao followed his gaze, and the sight of the bed big enough for 3 or 4 people instantly made her beautiful face turn red from her ears to her neck. Her body trembled lightly, and the arms that were around Chu He's neck finally loosened. At the moment her feet touched the ground, she instinctively grabbed the hem of Chu He's shirt, like a little animal afraid of being abandoned. Seeing her both dependent and shy, Chu He felt any helplessness he had flown far away. He didn't say much, instead, he bent down and, amid Xia Yao's incredibly soft gasp, lifted her up in his arms. He steadily placed her on the soft large bed. Looking at the now empty bed, which held a beautiful figure, Chu He felt that tonight might be even longer than he had imagined. I'm sweaty, I'll go take a shower first. Be good and wait for me here. Chu He found an excuse, he needed some time to calm his racing heart. Xia Yao quietly responded while lying on the bed, her eyes fixed on him without blinking. After calming down Xia Yao, Chu He began to seriously scan the place. This so-called principal's office was more like a luxurious top-floor suite that mixed office and living spaces. The total area was around 100 square meters. Upon entering, there was a spacious living room with black leather sofas, a modern glass coffee table, and a huge desk suitable for small meetings. Behind the desk was an ergonomic chair that looked quite pricey, and behind it was a towering bookshelf. Chu He's gaze swept over the bookshelf, and his sight was instantly drawn to the bizarre items displayed. On the top few shelves, there were some strange-looking scrolls. Some scrolls appeared to be made from a kind of animal's black leather. The twisted, writhing, dark golden runes were engraved above, some were strung together by white bones, emitting a visible chill. Just looking at them made the scalp tighten. These items truly matched the collection of an SSS-level anomaly. But when his gaze moved downward, he froze in shock. Below those horrifying scrolls, a neat row was lined up human books. Moreover, the spines were brand new, clearly having been frequently flipped through. Chu He, driven by a strange impulse, walked over and pulled one out. The contract sweetheart of the overbearing CEO, flipping through a few pages gave a feeling of inexplicable familiarity. Suppressing the odd sensation in his heart, he pulled out another one beside it. Psychology of Love, From Beginner to Expert. The last one had an even more ridiculous title, How to Quickly Capture His Heart. After all this time, this immensely powerful queen of anomalies learned all her knowledge about love from these haphazard books? No wonder her behavior was so direct and domineering. If she kissed, she had to take responsibility. If she liked someone, they had to be together all the time. If she didn't like someone, she would directly interrogate them. Isn't this the standard plot from the contract sweetheart of the overbearing CEO? Goodness! Chu He couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, he felt he had discovered a huge secret. But it seemed that Xia Yao herself was particularly strong-willed. A mix of emotions surged in his heart, but more than anything, it was an indescribable pity. A powerful anomaly, alone for countless years, could only clumsily learn and mimic what liking was through these poorly made human readings. Chu He felt a bit curious about how previous anomalies got married and had children, and he'd have to look for a history book on anomalies to study. Chu He retracted his thoughts and stood in the living room, glancing back at the large bed in the bedroom. Xia Yao had already changed out of her school uniform at some point, now wearing a close-fitting purple nightgown, lying on the bed with her smooth little legs swinging in the air. She noticed Chu He's gaze, turning her head, her big pure black eyes fixed on him, her face displaying a genuine and unhidden smile. Chu He silently swallowed. It's over, according to the plot development in the book, today he was probably doomed. He had been transported here at 4 in the afternoon, and it was already more than 7 at night. Chu He had spent another hour taking a shower. During that time, all the anomalies not selected for a room quietly left the dormitory building, the scene truly resembling the 100 Anomalies Walk at Night, a spectacular sight as they left the dorm, then entered a black portal with thunder rumbling around its edges, departing from the university. Strangely, they all seemed visibly disappointed yet helpless. Arriving at the bed, Xia Yao appeared a bit nervous yet full of anticipation. She gently tugged at Chu He's sleeve, her eyes filled with reliance. Chu He sat down beside her, clearly sensing her slightly quickened breath. Xia Yao lowered her head, whispering shyly, I just want to be a little closer to you. Chu He's heart warmed, he gently patted her back, softly saying, I understand, just rest easy. The next morning. All resident students, please gather at the playground at 9 in the morning. Latecomers will be erased. The cold announcement echoed in the room. Chu He struggled to get up from the bed, feeling as if all his bones had been disassembled and reassembled, especially his waist, which was so sore it was almost numb. He turned his head to look at Xia Yao, still sleeping beside him, her long hair disheveled on the pillow, her sleeping face peaceful. He inexplicably leaned over and gently kissed her smooth forehead. After a simple wash-up, Chu He arrived at the playground half an hour early. The number of people in the playground visibly decreased significantly. Roughly counting, there are only about 100 countries people left. The ones that are left, no need to ask, were already eliminated last night. The survivors gathered in small groups, discussing in English the bizarre experiences of the dormitory trials from the night before. Chapter 10, The Contest of Misery. Oh my god. My trial was walking a tightrope at 10,000 meters high, with an endless abyss below. The blonde, blue-eyed contestant from Eagle Sauce Country looked pale as paper, patting his chest in horror. A damn weird clown floated next to me, grinning and constantly asking me riddles. What has a long neck but no head? Damn it, the answer is a beer bottle. Who would have guessed that? The more he spoke, the more agitated he became. If I got one question wrong, the tightrope under my feet became as soft as noodles and I would fall a long way. I almost dropped. Beside him, the silent samurai from Cherry Blossom Country snorted, shifting his bandaged wrist. My opponent was a faceless woman. His voice was hoarse. Beneath her kimono, several pale arms could stretch out, each holding a rusty razor. You have no idea where to attack because she has no form, but her blades can easily cut through your flesh. He paused, a fierce glint in his eyes, until I noticed a mirror in the corner of the room. Only in the mirror could I see her only face hidden beneath her hair. I shattered the mirror, and only then did she scream and disappear. What do you guys have to complain about? A seemingly gentle, bespectacled American man almost pulled his hair out in despair. I had to play mahjong with 3 weird beings covered in eyes, and if I lost, I would be eaten right away. I only survived by pure luck. Strange trials kept emerging. Some were trapped in rooms full of oil paintings and had to find out which painting was alive. Others were in a gigantic kitchen, cooking for a creepy being with just a mouth, and if the dish didn't suit their taste after 3 tries, they would be used as ingredients for the next dish. In short, each person experienced a life-threatening ordeal, with both excitement and absurdity, but without exception, all were drained mentally and physically. Yet, entering the dormitory was not the end. Passing the trials only meant they gained residency qualifications. In each dormitory, there already lived native weird creatures. They could not actively harm people, but they could torment in countless ways. My roommate is a patchwork monster, and at midnight, it keeps losing parts. One moment its arm falls on the ground, the next its leg disappears, asking me to help find it. A burly man from Gaul wept without tears. Where the hell am I supposed to find a leg for it? In the end, it placed my pillow under its neck and said it would do as a leg. I slept in the same bed as a meatball covered in mouths. It snored all night, and the sound was like hundreds of sewers bubbling at the same time. A female contestant from Pickled Vegetable Country, stunningly beautiful, frowned and said, "My roommate is a tentacle creature," and all night long it whispered in my ear, saying my skin is like fine porcelain, my eyes like the brightest obsidian, and it wants to take me apart, piece by piece, to make me the perfect specimen in its collection. It was just scaring me. It didn't act, but those slimy tentacles wrapped around me for the entire night. All sorts of horrifying experiences made the listeners' scalps tingle. These players, one worse than the other, all looked haggard and battered, each with heavy dark circles under their eyes from both mental and physical torment. They exchanged glances, finding a morbid sense of comfort in each other's misery. Looks like everyone didn't sleep much last night. The Eagle Sauce contestant chuckled bitterly, his voice filled with the relief of having survived. And Chu He stood not far away, silently listening to all of this. He looked at the faces of those people. Some were terrified, some were angry, and some were in despair, and then instinctively rubbed his lower back, which was sore from intense struggle. So it turned out that their dark circles came from here. All because of fear and disgust, having been tormented the entire night. And himself. Chu He's expression instantly became somewhat indescribable. If he spoke the truth now, he would definitely face everyone's jealousy. He still understood a bit about human weaknesses. In this world, hardly anyone wants you to live better than they do, except for your parents. At this moment, the Eagle Sauce player noticed Chu He, who stood alone and seemed a bit dazed. He saw that Chu He also had dark circles under his eyes, looking extremely weak, and suddenly felt a kindred spirit of "we are both lost souls in this world." He actively came over and patted Chu He's shoulder with force. "Brother, looking at your condition, you must have suffered too last night, right?" This pat nearly made Chu He kneel down. "Hiss," he gasped, feeling his spine groaning under the burden from yesterday's fierce fighting. Deep inside, there lived a superhero dream. He instinctively glanced at the pitiful-looking female contestant from the Pickled Cabbage Country, coughed lightly, and quickly looked away. Having just gone through a whole night of intense combat, he needed to stay focused and couldn't get distracted. Just as he was pleased with this new ability, which was like a cheat, and was thinking about how to use it well in the future, a thought hit him like a bucket of ice water poured over his head. Wait a minute. My Eye of Oblivion is only intermediate, yet it has this kind of ability. What about Xia Yao? She's a genuine SSS level oddity, so how powerful will her perception ability be? If she wanted to perceive, what details in this world could possibly escape her? Chu He's expression instantly froze. Holy crap! Doesn't that mean I have nowhere to hide in front of her? Chapter 11, Game Rule, No Sleeping. This is way too invasive. At that moment, as Chu He silently complained, a cold voice suddenly rang out, cutting through all the discussions in the playground. Attention all survivors. The second phase of the test is officially starting. The playground fell silent instantly as everyone looked up, their momentary relief frozen on their faces. As the voice spoke, a figure appeared out of thin air. This strange figure looked bizarre. Its skin had a dark green hue with a shiny, slick sheen, resembling moss that had not seen sunlight for years, like a green goblin. It was short, even somewhat petite, but its head was disproportionately large. What stood out the most were its big eyes and a pair of ears. Its eyes were enormous, taking up almost half its face, with pure light golden irises that seemed to penetrate the soul. Its ears were even more exaggerated, drooping softly on either side of its head, the ear structure thin as a cicada's wing, covered with web-like blue veins that slightly moved, as if they could capture the faintest sounds of everyone's heartbeat in the crowd. This visage looked as if the hearing and vision powers had been forcibly stitched onto a goblin. It continued to speak. Test content, remain awake. From now until the next notice, everyone is prohibited from entering any form of sleep. Everyone, please lie down on the ground immediately. Your arms and legs should be shoulder-width apart. Maintain this position for 2 hours. Judgment standard, as soon as I detect any player in a sleep state, regardless of the duration, they will be eliminated. As the words fell, the entire playground was plunged into deathly silence. All the survivors were left dumbfounded. They had just endured a whole night of physical and mental torture, each with heavy dark circles, bloodshot eyes, and their bodies and minds on the brink of collapse. What they needed most right now was sleep. Standing had barely kept them awake. Now they had to lie on the ground in a blank position. How the hell are we supposed to do this? No sleeping. Are they trying to kill us slowly? The beautiful female contestant from the pickled cabbage country asked, her face pale, body slightly trembling. My God, is it joking? It's over. I feel like I could fall asleep while standing. Is this something a human can do? Coincidentally, he really isn't human. Listening to this cruel rule, Chu He's expression became remarkably vivid. Though his fear and nausea were different from the others, the outcome was the same, his body was incredibly fatigued. As this inhumane rule was announced, the live streaming rooms of all surviving countries were instantly flooded with a tsunami of comments. Fuck. What kind of bullshit rule is this? No sleep? Are they trying to drive us to death? This is insane. The planner of this scenario must be a psychopath. They just went through a whole night of terror. Now is the time when the spirit is the most fragile. It's over, our contestant looks like he might fall asleep standing up, and now he has to lie down. Dragon country, beautiful country, cherry blossom country, eagle sauce country, gull country, pickle country, almost all countries' live streams are filled with anger, despair, and curses against the rules. Their contestants appear on the camera, each with ashen faces, vacant eyes, clearly completely bewildered by this sudden test. Although everyone complains, their bodies are very honest, obediently lying down. However, it's not over yet. That large-eared, big-eyed referee strangely pulled out a portable speaker from somewhere on their body. With a sharp sound of electricity, a drowsy light music began to play, the kind specifically used in therapy centers or hypnosis, with a monotonous melody looping endlessly, a magical sound. Lying still was already a form of torture, but with this music, it was like adding snow on top of ice. Sleepiness crashed into Chu He's mind like waves, one after another. His eyelids felt as heavy as if they were hanging with 2 blocks of iron, and the faces of the other players around him started to blur in his vision. He could even hear the heavy breathing of the beautiful country contestant beside him, which had taken on a slight snore, only to suddenly wake up with a suppressed gasp. Damn it! Chu He cursed silently in his heart. If it weren't for the situation, he could have fallen asleep right then. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the referee playing music, and a thought uncontrollably popped into his mind. Should I just use the Eye of Annihilation to wipe him out? This weird feeling was almost as good as that seductive dorm supervisor. If it really came to it, he wouldn't necessarily lose. Moreover, even if he really did it, Xia Yao probably wouldn't blame him. Just as this thought arose, a cool and familiar fragrance quietly approached. Chu He didn't need to turn his head to know who had come. Xia Yao had appeared next to him, silently, as if she was always meant to be there. She had already changed into a clean school uniform, still the same style, but wearing it made her lose the cold silence of yesterday, instead revealing a touch of youthful vitality. Her cheeks glowed with a faint redness, her spirit refreshing, standing in stark contrast to the group of survivors on the playground with dark circles and haggard appearances. She stood by Chu He, looking down at him from above. Even from the perspective of death, she was undeniably beautiful. Truly a beauty with no angles left unturned. In her pure black eyes, Chu He's exhausted appearance was clearly reflected. Xia Yao slightly furrowed her brows, appearing somewhat displeased. She slowly crouched down, her cool hair falling softly, gently brushing against Chu He's cheek. "You're very tired." Chu He didn't even have the strength to lift his eyelids, mumbling a vague hum. Xia Yao's gaze then turned to the referee not far away playing the hypnotic music, her eyes instantly turning cold. The referee seemed to sense something, his body suddenly stiffening. "I am going to modify your rules." Her voice was not loud but clearly reached everyone present, as if echoing directly in their minds. The referee, upon hearing this, practically crawled over from beside the speaker, forcing a smile on his goblin-like face that was uglier than crying. "Lady Xia Yao. You can modify as you wish. I have no objections." That pair of eyes capable of seeing into people's hearts now didn't even have the courage to look at Xia Yao. In front of everyone's gaze, Xia Yao knelt beside Chu He. She extended her white, delicate hands, with movements so gentle it was almost unbelievable, carefully lifting Chu He's head from the grass, and then, steadily placing it on her jade-like legs. Soft, cool, and carrying a unique fragrance of youth. What is this trying to do? He could feel it, from all directions, those almost torturous gazes, instantly focusing on him. But Xia Yao didn't care at all. She looked down at Chu He, who was exhausted and somewhat bewildered in her arms, her furrowed brows relaxing, and then she raised her eyes to the whole crowd, using her cold voice to announce a rule that took everyone by surprise. Chapter 12, Never Be the Last to Sleep. From now on, the test content will change to falling asleep. Falling asleep? The players exchanged glances, doubting whether their ears were playing tricks on them from staying up too late. Xia Yao's gaze swept across everyone, seeing their confusion and disbelief, and finally, with a tone almost like a verdict, added the details of the rule. First, the one who truly falls asleep. She paused, seeming to enjoy the change in expressions from puzzled to terrified on everyone's face. Passes the test. And the last one still awake. Will be erased by this head judge. By the way, this head judge really wants to taste what humans are like. After hearing this, everyone felt a shock, as it completely turned the rules upside down, and it seemed only one person would be eliminated, the last person awake. With these words, some people's nerves inexplicably tightened. The more they wanted to sleep, the more tense they became. But once they couldn't fall asleep and ended up being the last one awake, their fate would be to be treated as a snack by this strange, big-eyed king. This was simply a paradoxical torture. Some were happy, and some were worried. Those players who were already on the brink of collapse secretly rejoiced, while others who were increasingly anxious appeared pale-faced. For this altered rule, the referee felt 1,000 unwillingness, but facing Xia Yao's gaze, it didn't dare to let out a single sound, only able to flatter itself by thinking, at least one human could have a taste. Now, Xia Yao's voice rang out again, like the last tolling bell. Start. As soon as she finished speaking, she lowered her head again, looking at Chu He, who was resting on her lap. The icy gaze that could freeze everything melted in an instant, turning into a pool of spring water. She stretched out her long, fair fingers, with a cooling fingertip, carefully brushing over his tired brows and eyes, a hint of caution that even she herself did not notice. Sleep. Her voice was soft as if she were whispering in a dream, coaxing him. This simple sentence was like a command with magic. Chu He's tense nerves completely relaxed as he caught the familiar, reassuring scent coming from her. His eyelids felt heavy as if they weighed 1,000 pounds. Now, resting on her cool, soft leg, smelling the fragrance of the girl, he peacefully drifted into dreams. In the live broadcast room, the screens of all surviving countries seemed to have been paused. Silence lasted only 0.01 seconds. The next second, a tsunami of bullet comments instantly flooded all the screens. Dragon Country official live room. Holy crap! What did I just see? Pillow leg kill. Calm down, brothers. This is the official live room. But, well done, God Chu. I said last night's dark circles on God Chu were strange. Look at the other contestants, that's exhaustion from being scared. Their bags under the eyes are on the ground. Now look at our God Chu, that's fatigue after rejuvenation. Do you understand? It's weariness, not despair. You upstairs, you must be Leeuwenhoek. Translate, others are staying up late fighting monsters, God Chu is staying up late, cough cough. Expert, look, this shows that contestant Chu He, through his extraordinary personal charm and superb communication skills, has preliminarily gained the trust and goodwill of the SSS-level anomaly. Right. What the expert said is correct. After communicating all night, his skills must be superb. This wave is called sacrificing for the nation. Tears in my eyes, God Chu, you have sacrificed too much for Dragon Country. Eagle Sauce Country live room. F******. Cheating. This is blatant cheating. That Dragon Country person is actually sleeping on the boss's thigh? It's not fair. Bullshit. I knew there was something wrong with that line, she is clingy and very strong. That sly fraud. Sakura Country Live Room. The viewers from Sakura Country were caught in a strange frenzy. Sigua E. So this is the real strategy route? Chu He has accomplished what all the harem male leads could not. Did you notice? When Chu was picked up, his waist seemed unable to straighten. The battle last night must have been incredibly fierce. He is our model. This is no longer a national luck game, it's about me accidentally turning the SSS level boss into my girlfriend after entering a horror instance. Kimchi Country Live Room. West 8. That female anomaly must be blind. Why? Our country's most beautiful contestant was harassed by that tentacle monster all night, but that dragon country person, I'm so angry. I declare, contestant Chu He has a quarter of our Kimchi country's bloodline. He can conquer the female anomaly because he inherited the indomitable spirit of our great Korean people. As soon as these words were spoken, even the audience from Kimchi country couldn't take it anymore. Upstairs, have some shame. On the playground, the other survivors all gazed at Chu He with a mixed look of jealousy, hatred, envy, and fear. Last night, they were having a misery comparison conference, each thinking they were the most unfortunate person in the world. Now they understood. The real torment was not being hunted by anomalies, nor sleeping with monsters, but watching others take your dream torment and make it their reality. That was harder to bear than death. But what could they do? After all, Chu He could conquer the SSS level anomaly. They felt bitterness bubbling in their hearts, but had to hold it in. Jealousy aside, life was the priority. The first to fall asleep was the circle of people surrounding Chu He. They felt a faint chill pass by, like a cool breeze on a hot summer day, sweeping away all their anxious and tense emotions. With heavy eyelids, they fell into a deep sleep. They did not know that this was the unconscious spreading of Xiaoyao's power, a gift unique to Chu He. In the end, a contestant from Kangaroo Country became the last one not to fall asleep on the playground. He thought that by tightly closing his eyes, no one would notice. However, whether asleep or not, the big-eared referee could tell the details just by looking. That big-eared referee quietly appeared beside him, its large ears slightly twitching, wearing a greedy and strange smile. Your heartbeat is so lively, it said, extending its slippery tongue to lick its lips, dragging him away into the playground's edge amidst the contestants' terrified screams. Ding! At 11:30 in the morning, the piercing bell rang, waking everyone from their slumber. One by one, they crawled up, all of them hungry, their stomachs rumbling like thunder. All survivors, gather in the cafeteria before noon. The cold notification echoed again. Xiaoyao had already stood up, gently tugging at Chu He's shirt and reminding, let's go to the cafeteria, my uncle is there. Uncle? Chu He was taken aback. Remember, Xiaoyao's expression became more serious, whatever food you choose, you must finish it all. My uncle hates it when others waste food. After hearing this, Chu He felt a pang in his heart. Wow, even eating was a test. He instinctively rubbed his lower back and tentatively asked, can you? Before he could finish, Xiaoyao had already directly shaken her head, interrupting him. I can't beat him, she said firmly, with no hint of concealment. Chu He felt a jolt in his heart. Even Xiaoyao admitted she couldn't defeat him? He lowered his voice, is his level higher than yours? Same as mine. Xiaoyao replied, as if choosing her words carefully. But, there is a difference between SSS and SSS. Let's talk about it later. Chu He wanted to ask more, but Xiaoyao just looked at him, her pure black eyes revealing for the first time a complex emotion he could not understand. After a long while, she added one sentence. In short, don't make him angry. Chapter 13, The Real Red-Braced Lion's Head. Chu He nodded solemnly. Then, he was pulled by Xiaoyao, their fingers tightly interlocked, walking intimately toward the school cafeteria. The building resembled an ancient black castle, solemn, mysterious, and magnificent, with stone carvings at the entrance that seemed alive, watching each guest with their hollow eye sockets. But when Chu He pushed open the heavy oak door, the overwhelming stench hit him, causing his stomach to churn violently, nearly choking him on the spot. It was a smell beyond description, a mix of odors. The foul stench of hydrogen sulfide from rotting corpses mingled with the acrid smell of fermented organs, and even more bizarrely, there was a nauseating sweet aroma, as if countless spices and rotten meat had been simmered together for days and nights. All the smells twisted into one, so thick that it felt almost tangible, rudely invading every pore. The cafeteria was dark and spacious, with crystals hanging from the ceiling giving off a ghostly white light, under which long dining tables were neatly arranged but completely empty, exuding a sense of deathly silence. All the surviving players stood at the entrance of the cafeteria, fear on their faces, awed by the stench and atmosphere, not daring to go deeper. The only sign of life came from the window at the deepest end. In front of the window was a massive stone platform, filled with hundreds of identical silver plates, each covered with an opaque metal lid, keeping the contents within tightly sealed. The maddeningly complex smell in the cafeteria clearly seeped out from under those lids. Behind the window stood a giant iron pot more than 2 meters in diameter, bubbling with various colored thick soups, some dark green with unknown eyeballs floating in them, others red as blood, thick like lava. A man stood with his back to the crowd, next to one of the pots. He was at least 2.5 meters tall, as stout as a small mountain, wearing an apron soaked in dark red bloodstains that obscured its original color. Thud. 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 He was using a huge bone knife, resembling a door panel, to chop something on the cutting board mechanically, each blow powerful enough to make the entire cafeteria floor tremble slightly. As he moved, his enormous head turned slightly, revealing a side profile, and his eyes were pure black, devoid of any emotion, just like Xia Yao's. Chu He felt a chill in his heart. This must be the uncle Xia Yao mentioned, whom even she couldn't defeat. Beside the giant chef, two strange creatures were busily working at a non-human speed. They had no fixed shape, like a massive, constantly writhing tumor covered in blue veins, with countless dark blue arms growing from various angles, each peculiar creature having over 50 arms at a rough glance. Some of these arms were skinning unknown beasts, some were cleaning writhing black tentacles, while others stirred the thick soup in the giant pot, creating a scene both efficient and terrifying. "Those are the multi-armed monsters, S-rank, the kitchen's laborers," Xia Yao whispered in Chu He's ear. The rough, chiseled face of Uncle, upon seeing Xia Yao, instantly broke into a loving smile. But when his gaze moved from Xia Yao to Chu He, the smile froze and vanished without a trace. When his pure black eyes finally landed on their interlocked fingers. This gigantic man, as massive as a mountain, paused slightly even in the act of chopping meat. How could this be? She was actually holding a human hand? And so intimately? Countless images flashed through his mind in an instant. To be fair, for Xia Yao's lifelong affair, the entire clan had been deeply worried. The prince of the Abyss Demon Dragon clan brought treasures worth enough to buy a city to propose, yet Xia Yao didn't even glance at him, merely saying coldly, "Get lost." The young master of the Corpsebone Sea offered his most precious, origin rib that could forge divine artifacts as a token, but Xia Yao disdainfully replied, "It's dirty." Countless outstanding young talents from various terrifying clans, whether in terms of bloodline, strength, or appearance, all encountered a noseful of dust when faced with Xia Yao. He was almost led to believe that his niece was born without that string. But now, she held a human hand? A human who looked weak and frail, with dark circles under his eyes, and was worth little apart from having a pleasant appearance? His uncle's gaze swept back and forth over Chu He, trying to find any odd points. After a long look, he disappointedly withdrew his gaze. Never mind, it should just be the child's mischief. After this meal, he would have a good talk with him to let him know to back off. Bang! A loud noise echoed as the bone knife struck the chopping board heavily, resonating throughout the empty dining hall and making all the survivors shiver. Meal time! The uncle's voice boomed like a bell, ringing throughout the hall. Today's rule is simple: everyone, choose one mystery dish. He slowly turned around, his immense eyes scanning the room with an undeniable cruelty. Everything on your plate must be eaten within half an hour. Fail to finish, or dare to spit it out, he grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, then come lay on that chopping board over there for the next meal as an extra serving. Now, form 10 lines, each person has 10 seconds to choose, and remember, do not cross that red line. It was only then that the crowd noticed the thick blood-red line marked on the ground about 3 meters away from the huge platform. With such a distance, plus the cover blocking their view, they could not tell what was in the plates at all. The choice relied entirely on instinct and luck. The players braced themselves, nearly pointing randomly at a plate at the last second of the countdown. Then one of the many-handed monsters brought the plate to them with one of its hands. When it was Chu He's turn, Xia Yao tightly squeezed his hand. Chu He turned to look, and Xia Yao slightly raised her chin toward a specific plate. He followed Xia Yao's hint, his mind stirred and the ability of the Eye of Obliteration quietly activated. In an instant, the world before him drained of color. The opaque steel lids became blurred in his eyes, and the contents of the plates were displayed clearly. In the left plate was a salad of wriggling maggots, while the right plate held a beating heart, and the plate Xia Yao indicated contained, surprisingly, a meticulously cooked lion's head, almost identical to what he had seen in Xia Yao's memory maze, only now it was cooked. Chu He exclaimed in his heart, "This is the real braised lion's head." And at the moment Chu He activated his ability, his uncle, who had remained expressionless, suddenly trembled. His dead eyes narrowed slightly, fixed intently on Chu He. This kid is not relying on luck. He can see through. How could he possess the ability of our clan? I see now, no wonder Yao Yao chose him. This kid is indeed not simple. The eagle sauce player trembled as he lifted the lid, and a strong fishy smell mixed with blood rushed to his face. Inside the plate lay a pile of eyeballs of varying sizes, arranged like a salad, with a few on top still rolling about. The pupils all locked onto him. But as a special forces officer, he had extremely strong psychological qualities. He roared, and with his eyes closed, he actually swallowed those still-moving eyeballs in large gulps. Next to him, the female contestant from Pickled Cucumber Country let out a suppressed dry heave. In her bowl was a steaming hot soup, where several pale, suction-cup tentacles slowly wriggled, seeming like living creatures. A flash of fear struck her mind, recalling last night's entanglement with the tentacle monster, leaving her face pale as paper. But to survive, she could only close her eyes, trembling fingers grabbing a slippery tentacle, biting down hard. The chewy, fishy taste nearly drove her to collapse, yet she dared not stop. However, while her mouth could endure, her stomach vehemently protested. A strong wave of nausea surged up her throat, she could no longer hold it in and wailed, throwing up everything she had just eaten along with her stomach acid. In an instant, the giant chef gave a glance to the multi-limbed monster beside him. That multi-limbed monster immediately abandoned its work, its tumor-like body rolling quickly on the ground, making a sound that made one's teeth ache. It instantly charged in front of the pickled cucumber country contestant, dozens of pale arms grabbing her limbs and head like a hunting spider. With one slime-covered palm tightly covering her mouth, dragging her into the dark kitchen without mercy as she whimpered in terror and despair. Chapter 14, Shock. I actually angered the mysterious uncle of the campus flower. The cafeteria was dead silent. Everyone watched the scene, fear deeply rooted in their bones. No matter how disgusting it was, they could only grit their teeth and swallow it, as no one wanted to become the next dish. The instinct to survive overwhelmed everything, they all covered their mouths, even as their stomachs churned, not daring to spit out a single bit. Chu He leisurely picked up a piece of braised lion head. This lion head had a crispy golden fried exterior, then simmered in rich sauce, releasing a domineering aroma of meat in sauce. He had to admit that Uncle Xiaoyao looked rough like a butcher, but his skills were indeed impressive. The method was the essence of the Dragon Kingdom's Huayang cuisine, first frying then stewing, the timing was just perfect. He took a small piece of meat into his mouth. The crispy fragrance on the outside burst on his tongue, and then the interior meat filling melted away, so tender it was unbelievable, requiring no effort to chew. The sweet and salty sauce mixed with pure meat aroma instantly ignited his taste buds. What amazed him even more was that as the warm meat paste slid into his stomach, a pure warmth quickly spread through his limbs. The soreness in his waist and back from last night's fierce battle actually faded at a visible speed under this warm current. He felt as if he had soaked in a hot spring, every cell cheering with joy, while changes were happening in his body. The once muscle-less, soft-skinned university student, Chu He, was now filled with muscles. Compendium of Materia Medica does not deceive me, lion meat is indeed a great tonic. Chu He secretly marveled, although this lion was not the same as that lion, the effect was outstanding enough. With satisfaction, he even had the leisure to look up and give a thumbs-up smile to the giant chef behind the window, who resembled a mountain. But the giant chef, with pure black eyes, remained locked onto Chu He. When he saw the approving smile on Chu He's face, he didn't feel the slightest bit of joy. Instead, the muscles on his face tensed up even more, and the bone knife in his hand creaked ominously. This kid was not just lucky. He was too calm, the reaction after eating this lion head was too natural. That energy flowing in his body, he could actually absorb it perfectly? This was definitely not something an ordinary human could do. Chu He whispered to Xiaoyao, "Your uncle seems to not like me much." Xiaoyao squeezed his hand, softly comforting him, "Don't be afraid, I am here, he won't dare to do anything to you." She paused and added with a hint of pride in her voice, "He still spoils me a lot." This tormenting lunch ordeal finally came to an end as most people finished their meals. When Xiaoyao's uncle felt it was about time, he waved his hand, signaling them to leave. With a command, nearly half of the players clutched their mouths, pale-faced, and rushed out of the cafeteria, heading straight to their dorms. It was obvious what they were in such a hurry to do. As Chu He and Xiaoyao stood up to leave, they were stopped by her uncle's booming voice. "Wait a minute." The giant approached, holding a steaming large plate, in which lay some crispy, tender, and fragrant liver. "Yao Yao, this is the best magic lion liver I specially prepared for you." Her uncle's face bore a completely different loving smile, but that smile somehow looked a bit stiff. "Originally, I had planned the braised lion head for you, but unexpectedly." He suddenly turned his gaze, his pure black eyes cutting sharply towards Chu He. "It was picked by this kid. I have something to say to this kid, you eat here, alright?" Xiaoyao immediately became alert, stepping forward to shield Chu He behind her. "What do you want to do?" Her voice turned cold, "Is there anything you can't say in front of me?" Her uncle looked at his niece defending her food, his tall body stiffened slightly, feeling a chill in his heart. In less than 2 days. Her arm is already bending outwards like this? He felt like a clown, having cared for her all these years for nothing. He took a deep breath and pulled Xiaoyao aside. The giant blinked his eyes. A grey hood instantly enveloped the two, cutting off the outside sounds, and leaving Chu He's idea of eavesdropping empty. Her uncle's mountain-like body leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice. "Yao Yao, are you really going to choose him? A human?" His gaze was sharp as a knife, fixed intently on Xiaoyao's eyes. "I have seen his abilities, they are somewhat remarkable. Those eyes clearly hold the power of my race's bloodline. How did he get them, do you know?" Xiaoyao's expression showed no change as she replied truthfully, "He kissed me in public yesterday afternoon." "What?" Her uncle's voice suddenly rose, almost shaking the surrounding energy field. That kid actually dared. You didn't crush him on the spot? Xiaoyao shook her head, her tone still calm. He is not an ordinary human. He broke my rule. I was going to kill him. But within 3 meters, I saw him pout, and I couldn't help it. Then, we were pushed together by an irresistible force. Such a thing exists? Her uncle's facial muscles twitched violently. If those words were spoken by anyone else, he wouldn't believe a single word. But the one saying this was Xiaoyao. This child had always been domineering, her thoughts as pure as a blank sheet of paper, truly straightforward, saying whatever came to mind, never understanding how to lie. Her uncle suppressed the raging waves in his heart and asked with concern, after he kissed you, did you feel uncomfortable? For example, did he drain some of your power? Xiaoyao felt for a moment and shook her head. No, it's the same as before. Upon hearing this, her uncle looked at Chu He, who was pretending to examine the patterns on the dining table, his expression turning incredibly complex. Interesting. Really interesting. There actually exists such a human. Xiaoyao noticed her uncle examining Chu He with that scrutinizing gaze again, and immediately frowned, her tone growing colder. He is my man now. She stepped forward, blocking her uncle's line of sight squarely, speaking decisively. I have already slept with him. If you dare to touch him, I will perish with you. No, I just have a bit of. Uncle subconsciously tried to soothe, but halfway through, he suddenly froze, his pure black eyes widening in shock. He finally realized what he had just heard. You, what did you say? His voice, which could command all under heaven, now trembled slightly. You slept with him? The last 3 words were almost screamed out. That force meant to absorb sound shattered under the thunderous roar. The entire cafeteria, including the many strange hands in the kitchen handling ingredients, froze in place together. Chu He. Chu He felt a terrifying pressure crash down like a solid weight. It was a shudder that came from the depths of his soul, as if the whole sky had collapsed down to grind him into powder. His bones groaned, breath halted in an instant, and the shadow of death was clearer than ever. However, this overwhelming power that could have killed him lasted less than half a second before retreating like a tide. He gasped for breath, still shaken as he looked at Xiaoyao beside him, only to see her head somehow blocked in front of him, her petite body like an insurmountable barrier now. Chapter 15, Unless you establish a blood contract. Xiaoyao said coldly, didn't you just say you wouldn't hurt him? Seeing Xiaoyao's protective stance, the overwhelming anger that could shake the cafeteria was forced down hard. He understood Xiaoyao's stubborn personality well, she was a tough nut to crack, and he couldn't be forceful now. Uncle's knife-like face turned ashen, creating another sound-absorbing barrier. But this time, the glow of the barrier flickered due to his emotional turmoil. He suppressed his anger, and his voice squeezed out through gritted teeth, come in, and I promise I won't harm him for now. But Xiaoyao stood there coldly, unmoved, like an ice sculpture, firmly guarding Chu He behind her, not giving an inch. Her unyielding appearance made Uncle so angry that he felt pain in his liver. What kind of situation was this? He, the renowned chef of deception, feared and respected even by masters of the abyss, was now being pushed to this extent by his own niece for a human boy he had seen growing up. He struggled to resist the impulse to slap the pretty boy into the wall and gritted his teeth to ask, what will it take for you to come in? Xiaoyao raised her eyes, her pure black gaze showing no ripples, but her words were heavy like mountains. Unless you establish a blood contract. Blood contract? Uncle was utterly speechless, his tall frame swaying slightly. Chu He was also shaken, though he didn't fully understand, he sensed the weight of those 2 words from their literal meaning. In just over a day. Just for a human boy he had met recently, forcing his own uncle to establish a blood contract. Once this contract was formed, it would be sworn with his very essence, resonating with the rules of the universe. If broken, he would suffer great loss of power, and worse, his soul could scatter. He maintained a stern face, staring closely at Xiaoyao, seemingly trying to discern any hint of wavering on her face. But all he saw was resolve. It was a pure, untainted determination, as if Chu He was the only one she acknowledged. After a long while, he forced out one word from his chest, his voice filled with endless frustration and helplessness. Fine. As the words fell, he raised his massive hand, unhesitatingly using his nail to slice into another thick finger. Dark red blood surged out but did not drip, instead, it hovered in air, releasing a hot and sweet smell. He used his finger as a pen, his blood as ink, rapidly sketching in the void. It was an extremely intricate pattern composed of countless twisted lines and ancient runes, as if containing the most primal rules of the universe. With each stroke drawn, the light in the cafeteria dimmed slightly, a heavy, ancient, and unyielding aura spread out, causing Chu He to feel that his soul was being scrutinized by that force. As the final stroke was completed, the blood-colored totem suddenly brightened and emitted a dull roar, then transformed into a red light, like a shooting star, sinking into Uncle's forehead, leaving a fleeting mark. The contract was sealed. Uncle's face instantly paled a bit, and his whole aura seemed to weaken slightly. Xia Yao nodded in satisfaction, turned around, and gently stroked Chu He's head. The face that had just been as cold as frost now blossomed into a smile that left Chu He stunned. That smile was pure and clean. Alright, now you are really safe. Chu He opened his mouth, his throat a bit dry, and all the words finally turned into a complicated look in his eyes. Only then did Xia Yao turn around and walk into the grey soundproof hood. Within the force field, Uncle looked at his niece, who was so close, and the anger and helplessness in his heart intertwined, causing his voice to change pitch. Didn't you say you hated men getting close? How come after just one day of knowing him, you slept with him? When did I say I hated men? Xia Yao asked, looking puzzled. I just haven't met anyone I like. Fine, fine. Uncle felt his temples throbbing. Even so, love at first sight shouldn't lead to sleeping together right after meeting. Who taught you this nonsense? Xia Yao replied confidently, I read it in a book. The book says that if you truly like someone, you should live together, inseparable. Uncle almost choked. What book? The Contract Sweetheart of the Overbearing CEO. What kind of brainless book is this? How come I've never heard of it? Xia Yao looked at him as if he were ignorant. It's a human book. A human book? Uncle trembled with anger, gritting his teeth. Good lord, don't let me find out who gave it to you. My best friend gave it to me, Xia Yao immediately added. You must not hurt her. Uncle felt like he was going to cough up blood, a wave of agony stabbing at his heart. He felt like he wasn't talking to his niece, but instead undergoing a trial. He gave up on questioning the source of the book and tried to awaken his niece's tragically naive reason from a different angle. Alright, let's set all this aside. Are you really sure that guy genuinely likes you? Or is he just after your power or wants to use you to survive? This question seemed to stun Xia Yao for a moment. But just for a moment, she raised her head and looked at her uncle with a look of bewilderment. Why wouldn't he like me? She extended her finger and methodically counted, her expression serious as if stating a truth. I'm not only beautiful, but I also have a good figure. And I'm powerful enough to protect him. Moreover, a slight blush crept onto her face, her voice lowering, carrying a hint of pride. You don't even know how affectionate we were last night. Stop, stop, stop. Uncle waved his hand suddenly as if to disperse some terrifying image, feeling that if he listened any longer, he would disregard the blood contract and kill the Chu He on the spot. Talking to someone as straightforward as Xia Yao was the most torturous experience in the world. He covered his forehead and paced back and forth in the force field, his enormous figure casting a suffocating shadow. After a long time, he finally suppressed his boiling anger and spoke in a tone that was serious and earnest like never before. Yao Yao, a man's mouth is a deceptive ghost. You're still young and don't understand the wickedness of human hearts. How about this? If that pretty boy really likes you, I will go along with it. Seeing Xia Yao about to speak again, he immediately raised his hand to stop her. I must promise you. Otherwise, even if I have to be hated by you, I will never help you deal with your mother. At that time, both of you will absolutely have no future. Xia Yao thought for a moment, and finally nodded. Alright then. Uncle let out a sigh of relief, but inside, he was sneering. A lifetime decision, how could it be treated like a game? Kid, let me see if you can withstand my test. Chapter 16, The Heart of the Fraud Demon. The soundproof barrier suddenly disappeared. In the dead-silent cafeteria, the air seemed to freeze. Xia Yan's towering body turned towards Chu He, and his booming voice struck down, carrying an unquestionable authority. Kid, come with me. Chu He's heart tightened, and he subconsciously looked at Xia Yao. But Xia Yao only extended her hand, gently brushing her cool fingertips across his cheek, her pure black eyes reflecting nothing but his image, focused and pure. Don't be afraid. Her voice was soft, yet carried a calming power. As long as you are sincere with me, everything will be fine. Chu He's mind buzzed. The amount of information in those words was overwhelming. They had just met yesterday afternoon, slept together that night, met the parents today, and now he was facing the ultimate test of sincerity. This speed was faster than a rocket. Xia Yao's meaning was crystal clear, this next test's core answer was sincerity. But, was he truly sincere towards her? Chu He asked himself, everything was happening too fast for him to even fully grasp it. Standing aside, Xia Yan's face turned ashen, looking at his niece acting like this, his heart filled with frustration, yet he couldn't vent it. He had originally prepared a whole set of procedures, planning to scare this reckless human kid with some terrifying scenes. But now, he changed his mind. Ordinary threats wouldn't work on someone who could make his niece so enamored. His precious niece was practically turning into a sycophant for him. Something real was needed to expose all of his pretensions. Xia Yan coldly said, alright, let's do this here, I changed my mind. Without saying another word, he turned and walked back to the kitchen. A moment later, he came out carrying a silver platter. Bang! The plate was slammed onto the dining table, the loud noise making everyone's heart jump. On the platter was something that seemed to make the temperature of the entire cafeteria drop a few degrees. It was a heart. A completely black heart, still faintly beating, its surface covered in strange, twisted dark red magical patterns. Each time it beat, those patterns seemed to come to life, flickering with ominous blood-red light. Dragon Country livestream. What the hell is that thing? It looks so creepy. A heart? What is this big guy trying to do? The atmosphere is off. Chu He is in serious trouble now. The audience's hearts were hanging on the rhythm of that heart's beats, stuck in their throats. Xia Yan looked down at Chu He, his voice devoid of any warmth, as cold as the Siberian wind. This is the heart of the fraud demon, it feeds on lies. He extended his thick finger and pointed at the heart. Hold it in your hand. If what you say is even a little bit false, it will instantly drain your life force, turning you into a dried corpse. If you are sincere. Xia Yan paused, the corners of his mouth curling into a cruel arc, it will wither. After hearing this, a chill ran down Chu He's spine. This was almost a guaranteed death trap. Xia Yao's expression instantly changed. She was about to speak, but was stopped by Xia Yan's stern, knife-like gaze. In the live stream, everyone understood. Fuck. This is a trap. Chu He must have approached that girl for survival, there's no way it's true sincerity. It's over now, he's definitely dead. This is an unbreakable deadlock. Maybe not. Maybe Chu He really fell in love with the girl or was already swayed. It is possible, but the problem is everything is too fast, you can see the expression of the god, confusion and fear. He himself is not very clear. Experts from the Dragon Nation quickly think of a solution. At the Dragon Nation Command Center, everyone's face was pale. They understood better than anyone that in the game of national fortune, survival is the first instinct, using rules, using the strange, are all survival strategies. This original intention, in the judgment of the heart of fraud, is original sin, is a lie. However, under everyone's gaze, Chu He suddenly laughed. Memories of the absurd experiences of the past 2 days flashed through his mind, along with Xia Yao's quirky thought process of learning to fall in love by reading a mindless novel beneath her cold exterior, and her petite figure sheltering him behind. This girl is very cute, very strong, and also very lonely. Being with her is exciting, but indeed, it is also very wonderful. He met Xia Yan's judgment-like gaze, calmly extended his hand, and in the worried gaze of Xia Yao, directly grasped the still-beating black heart in his hand. It felt cold, smooth, and pulsated powerfully, and evil will began to invade his mind through his palm. Uncle, Chu He's voice was calm and clear, resonating throughout the cafeteria. I admit, at first, I approached Xia Yao to survive. As soon as the words dropped, the red light on the heart of fraud suddenly surged, greedily beginning to draw Chu He's life force. Xia Yan's eyes flashed with murderous intent, his hand gripping the bone knife turned vein-popping blue. Xia Yao was so tense that her body was taut, almost about to act without caring for anything. But what Chu He said next froze everyone and the strange actions. But that was at the beginning. His tone suddenly rose, looking intensely at Xia Yao, his eyes filled with shame, compassion, and unprecedented determination. Now it is different. I spent a night with her that others cannot imagine. I learned about her loneliness beneath her seemingly strong exterior. I want to be with her, protect her, not because of her power, but because in this cold and strange world, only she gave me the purest warmth. I also want to warm her. My sincerity has nothing to do with my past of trying to survive. It only concerns the future I want to create with her. This speech was like a thunderbolt, exploding in Xia Yan's mind. The past exploitation was a lie. The promise of the future is real. These two completely opposite, yet simultaneously existing complex emotions in one heart, were a deadly logical virus that the heart of fraud, which understood only dualism, simply could not deal with. Buzz. That heart emitted a sharp wailing, the red light that devoured life and the gray light representing truth began to flash wildly in alternation, two powers violently crashing within the heart, making its beating frequency faster and more chaotic. It was trapped in an unprecedented logical paradox. Crack. Crack. The crisp sound of shattering broke out, the magic patterns on the surface of the heart of fraud cracked inch by inch, fissures spreading out. Bang! Finally, with a dull explosion, the entire heart could no longer withstand this contradictory power, bursting apart suddenly, turning into flying black dust, dissipating in the air. It was said to be exploded. Xia Yan's towering body shook violently. He looked at Chu He's hand, perfectly intact, not even a speck of black ash on it, then looked at Chu He's smiling face, his pure black pupils revealing an unbelievable shock for the first time. This kid actually made the heart of fraud collapse by talking? After hearing that speech, Xia Yao was already deeply moved, her eyes slightly red, and at this moment, seeing Chu He safe and sound, could no longer hold back, once again tightly clinging to Chu He, burying her face in his neck. Chu He felt Xia Yao's body become so light. Xia Yan stared fiercely at Chu He. The anger, shock, and admiration on his face intertwined, ultimately turning into a meaningful cold snort, a bit interesting. However, a silver-tongued mouth may not necessarily save your life. The real test is in the kitchen. With that, he suddenly turned around, and the enormous shadow enveloped Chu He. Keep up. Chapter 17, Asking for a Kiss in Front of Uncle. Xiaoyao, are you serious? Chu He said to Xiaoyao, hurry up, get down, your uncle is calling me. Xiaoyao clung to him, her legs wrapped around his waist, not moving an inch, instead bringing her face closer until their noses nearly touched. Kiss me, and I'll get down. As soon as she said this, the entire Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room exploded. Dragon Kingdom official live broadcast room? What the heck? No way, sir. Asking for a kiss in front of parents? Xiaoyao, do you have some misunderstanding about the meeting parents process? I'm dumbfounded. Xiaoyao is amazing. Look at Uncle's face. It's turning as dark as a pot bottom. That fist is clenched, I can hear the bones cracking through the screen. In the cafeteria, the temperature dropped suddenly. Xiaoyan's pure black eyes were fixed on Chu He's face, his gaze seemed to have already tortured Chu He 1,000 times with just a look. On the back of his hand gripping the bone knife, the veins stood out, twisted like a monster from the depths of the earth. The two multitasking monsters nearby moved cautiously, afraid to make a sound that would attract the attention of this furious chef. The pressure came crashing down like a mountain. Yet, Chu He could only helplessly sigh. Under the murderous gaze of the uncle and all the people of the Dragon Kingdom, he lifted Xiaoyao's face and gently kissed her lips. They separated instantly. Only then did Xiaoyao contentedly let go, jumping down from him, unable to hide her smile. She straightened her clothes, then turned to the volcano about to erupt, confidently saying, I'll wait for you to come out, hurry up. After saying that, she looked up at Xiaoyan, and, Uncle, you better not make things too difficult for Chu He. Xiaoyan's chest heaved violently, squeezing out a few words between clenched teeth. Yao, Uncle knows what to do. Go eat the magic lion liver I made for you, don't let it get cold. Okay. Xiaoyao immediately beamed a sweet smile, obediently running to sit at a long table, taking a knife and fork, and began to taste the plate of magic lion liver elegantly, as if the clingy koala from just now was not her at all. Xiaoyan took a deep breath and abruptly turned around, his shadow completely shrouding Chu He. Come with me. His voice was heavy with raging anger. Chu He followed him through the door leading to the kitchen. Inside and outside the door was two different worlds. Blood, thick as paint, flowed down from the huge processing table, pooling into the already dark red grooves on the ground. In the air, rich scents of blood, the stench of entrails, and the overpowering aromas of various unknown spices mixed together, creating a terrifying atmosphere that could make an ordinary person faint instantly. On the hooks along the wall hung various indescribable remains of Kriatu. Yao's favorite is the 1,000 strands of meat floss made from it. He turned his head, his pure black eyes filled with unmasked malice. In its blood and flesh lies the purest fear of this world. Don't even talk about touching it with bare hands, just getting too close can drag the weak-willed into endless nightmares, until their spirit completely crumbles, turning them into a living corpse that only breathes. He paused, grinning, revealing a mouth full of pearly white teeth. The test is simple. Within 1 hour, using this piece of meat, create a meat floss that satisfies both me and Yao. If you can't do it, or go mad, he stretched his tone and laughed cruelly, I don't need to say what the result will be. This is not a test at all. This is murder. Even those two S-rank multi-armed monsters avoided this corner while handling other ingredients, their eyes filled with clear dread. Only Xiaoyan dares to touch this thing. Chu He just stood there, not even close, and an invisible chill had already pierced into his marrow. Countless terrifying illusions flooded his consciousness like a burst dam. He saw skyscrapers collapsing in flames, he saw familiar cities turned into ruins, with charred corpses covering the ground. He saw his parents and relatives surrounded by countless bizarre creatures, calling out to him in desperate cries, and then they were torn to pieces in an instant. In the next second, he found himself in a sea of corpses and blood, surrounded by countless strange beings, with icy, slippery hands dragging him into an endless abyss. A painful groan emerged from Chu He's throat, his face instantly turning paper white, cold sweat soaking his back, and his body uncontrollably swaying, as if he would collapse at any moment. Xiaoyan simply crossed his arms, standing by and watching coldly. He wanted to see how this ignorant kid would howl in fear, crumble, and finally turn into an idiot who could only drool. He wanted Yao to see with her own eyes how fragile the man she chose was. However, just as Chu He's consciousness was about to be completely swallowed by endless darkness, a cool, graceful figure, a stubborn gaze, abruptly invaded his mind. It was Xiaoyao. It was her standing in front of him, declaring to her uncle, he is my man now. It was her shyness and dominance during their kiss. No. He can't fall here. This thought was like a lightning bolt, cutting through the nightmares. Chu He bit his tongue hard, the sharp pain brought a flicker of clarity to his confused mind. He struggled to lift his head, his eyes bloodshot, staring fiercely at that writhing chunk of meat. Break for me. He roared in his heart, pouring all his mental strength into his eyes. Buzz! The world in front of him changed in an instant. Those bloody and terrifying images lost their colors, transforming into the most basic black, white, and gray lines. The fear energy flowing in the air became visible to him, swirling black mist entwined around the snake meat. And that so-called nightmare giant python meat revealed its true essence before his eyes. It was not flesh and blood at all, but a mass of energy formed by countless negative emotions and spiritual obsessions. The so-called fear, the so-called illusions, were merely the mental radiation it unconsciously emitted. Xia Yan's cold smirk froze. He saw that although Chu He's face was still pale, his eyes shone with an astonishing light. This kid actually broke free from the nightmare's erosion with his will? Xia Yan's massive body trembled imperceptibly, his arms dropping slightly from his chest, his pure black pupils finally revealing disbelief and scrutiny for the first time. This kid really seems a bit extraordinary. The illusion surged like a tide crashing into his mind, but Chu He's gaze. Yet it always maintained this clarity. The world in his eyes was no longer that slaughterhouse filled with blood and flesh. The squirming nightmare giant python meat was completely deconstructed in his eyes. The material energy that made up its flesh appeared in the purest shade of gray-white. And between those gray-white fibers, strands that emitted a ghostly purple light intertwined. That was the source of fear. It was a mental poison powerful enough to make even S-class abnormalities retreat in awe. But at this moment, in Chu He's eyes, this poison presented an almost perfect sense of order, like the clear and pleasing snowflake patterns on top-grade Wagyu beef. A thought that could be considered blasphemous floated into his mind. Why must fear always be negative? For the abnormalities, this might be the world's top seasoning. Xia Yan was stunned. What is this kid studying? Give me the knife. Chu He suddenly spoke, his voice calm without a ripple, while his gaze landed on the enormous bone knife in Xia Yan's hand, which looked like a door slab. Xia Yan froze, even doubting that his ears were affected by fear energy and hearing things incorrectly. What did you say? I said, let me use your knife. How else can I cook? Chu He impatiently repeated himself, as if he were talking to a slow-witted kitchen apprentice. The corner of Xia Yan's eye twitched violently. He glanced at the bone knife soaked in the resentment and unwillingness of countless powerful creatures, then looked at Chu He's slightly thin frame, a cruel smirk appearing on his face. You? Can you lift it? He handed over the knife's handle, deliberately using the tone of an elder, reminding, use both hands, kid, don't show off, be careful not to hurt your back, Yao Yao will be worried. This bone knife was made by him from the leg bone of an ancient giant beast, weighing over 100 kilograms. Any ordinary abnormality touching it would be shattered in spirit by the ferocious aura lingering on it. However, Chu He merely extended one hand. To him, wasn't it just a bit larger than a common knife? How ridiculous. He effortlessly grasped the knife handle and easily lifted it up. Indeed, just as he thought, it was only a little bigger than a regular kitchen knife. Xia Yan's pupils suddenly constricted to pinpoints, once again shocked by Chu He. Not bad, not too heavy. Chu He weighed it in his hand, making a comment that could cause Xia Yan to have a heart attack. Xia Yan stood frozen in place. His mind buzzed, and a bewildering thought that made his soul tremble surged up. This kid, through kissing Yao Yao, not only copied the core ability of my clan's Eye of Annihilation. He even stole our bloodline power. No wonder he could eat that lion head made from the magic lion's head without changing his expression and perfectly absorb the frenzied energy within, turning it to his own. This dam is truly against the heavens. Chu He had no time to care about his uncle's nearly collapsing emotions. Holding the bone knife, his entire aura suddenly changed. He deliberately reduced the resistance of the Eye of Annihilation against the pervasive fearful illusions, allowing those terrifying images like mountain collapses and tsunamis to assault his mind. Bone cutting, meat slicing, separation. His movements were swift as a ghost, yet incredibly precise. Even he was somewhat surprised by how useful his body and hands were. He thought only of how the magic lion meat was indeed a good thing. I wonder if others have improved their physique. The bone knife that was heavy enough in Xia Yan's hands, a tool capable of splitting stones, became light and graceful in his grip, like the most exquisite willow leaf knife. He didn't even need to touch the snake meat with the knife body. He simply used the sharp wind raised by the knife's edge to pull those purple fear strands from the gray-white flesh fibers. A strand by strand, it was completely peeled away. The whole process flowed like a stream, filled with the ultimate beauty of violence combined with skill. The two S-grade multi-armed beasts in the kitchen had, unbeknownst to them, stopped all their work. Their dozens of arms were frozen in mid-air, dozens of eyes staring intently at Chu He, as if they were looking at a god walking among humans. In less than half an hour, Chu He stopped moving. In front of him, on the workbench, lay two clearly defined items. On one side was the pile of perfectly extracted purple silk threads, neatly arranged on a silver platter, still exuding a heart-pounding terrifying aura, like a handful of purple stardust. On the other side was the impeccably processed, pure snake meat, free of any impurities, a soft pink color, with distinct textures, radiating a holy light. Chu He casually inserted the bone knife back into the nearby knife rack, and using the kitchen stoves burning with eerie blue flames, he quickly cooked the pile of pure snake meat into golden, crispy meat floss. An indescribable rich meat aroma instantly overwhelmed all the bloodiness and decay in the kitchen. He carefully plated the meat floss, stacking it into an exquisite little mountain, and finally picked up the platter of fierce silk threads, as if treating the finest caviar, carefully decorating it with a few strands beside the meat floss. After doing all this, he walked over to the stone like Xiaoyan with the plate in hand. "Uncle, please taste this." He smiled as he handed over the plate. Xiaoyan glanced down at the finished dish, his throat bobbing awkwardly. He did not eat immediately, but instead asked in a hoarse voice, "What do the silk threads beside this mean?" "The best ingredients should present their most complete flavors." Chu He answered calmly, his eyes filled with a hint of pity, as if guiding a slow-witted junior. "This fear is the soul of the nightmare python, its essence, too precious to discard. But everyone's taste is different, and their capacity for stimulation varies greatly. Therefore, the strength of the seasoning should be decided by the diner themselves. I believe Yao Yao would also like it." Xiaoyan fell silent. He looked at Chu He deeply, his gaze extraordinarily complex. This kid was not just brave and skilled in cooking. This thoughtfulness, this understanding of ingredients, of diners, and even of the act of eating itself surpassed that of most so-called famous chefs. He extended a thick finger that trembled slightly in shock, pinched a small amount of pure meat floss without the purple silk threads, and put it in his mouth. The meat floss melted in his mouth, the ultimate freshness exploding on his taste buds, flowing like warmth into his limbs and bones. Xiaoyan's chewing suddenly paused. A brilliant light burst forth from his enormous pupils. He carefully pinched another small amount, dipped it in a strand of purple fierce silk, and placed it into his mouth again. In the next second, a cold, piercing fear shot up to the top of his head, but right after, it was a meat aroma that was 100 times stronger than before, infinitely magnified. The fear made all his body's senses sharper, including his taste buds. Xiaoyan looked at Chu He, silent for a long time, a silence almost thick enough to solidify the air. Finally, he squeezed out a few words from his throat, his voice filled with endless fatigue and defeat. "Cooking skills, bravery, character, you have passed all the tests." He pushed the plate back in front of Chu He. "Take it to Yao Yao. She will like it." Chapter 19, The Quirky Best Friend in the Library. Chu He carried the plate of golden, crispy meat floss, decorated with a few strange purple silk threads, out of the kitchen. Xiao Yao's gaze had not left him since he appeared. "For you." Chu He placed the plate steadily in front of her. Xiao Yao picked up the fork and without hesitation speared a small pile of meat floss, along with the purple silk thread that represented pure fear, and sent it into her mouth. She chewed gracefully and lightly. But the next second, her pure black eyes erupted with unprecedented brightness, like a starry river lit up in the dark night. "Delicious." She forked up a big mouthful, her little face puffed up, eyes squinting with happiness. "You cook very well," she looked at Chu He and added earnestly. "Longwei official live broadcast room. Wow. Look at Xiao Yao's little fangirl look, who can withstand that?" It's over. Not only has Chushin captured Xiao Yao's body, but now he's got her stomach too. A double capture, deadly. Have you noticed, Chushin is becoming more and more like a big boss lately? That calmness in front of his uncle was simply dazzling. Seeing Xiao Yao eat so deliciously, Chu He felt a wave of long-lost, genuine happiness surge in his heart. This feeling was more solid than completing any task or receiving any reward. He really did not expect that his hidden cooking talent would become the ultimate weapon to conquer an SSS-level anomaly in such a strange place. From a young age, Chu He had an extraordinary talent for cooking. While others struggled with too much salt or forgetting essential ingredients on their first cooking attempt, he skillfully controlled salt at the age of 6, creating dishes with perfect flavor. After just one viewing of a cooking show, he could remember the recipes and procedures almost perfectly, forgetting nothing for a long time. Unfortunately, at school, his grades were mediocre, falling into that middle ground where teachers overlooked him and classmates ignored him. During the high school entrance exam, he scored 482, an awkward number. He was far from the county's best high school and could only attend the second best, and still in an ordinary class. At that time, he really wanted to learn cooking and open his own little restaurant, doing what he loved. But his parents firmly opposed, believing that all trades were inferior to studying. As expected, for 3 years of high school and 2 years of university, his grades remained unremarkable, blending into the crowd. Yet whenever he had free time, he would study recipes and hone his culinary skills, the dream of owning a restaurant buried deep in his heart. He never expected that this dream would not materialize in reality, but instead, in a strange world, it would blossom in an absurdly brilliant way. Just as Chu He's thoughts drifted, a cold system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Emotional interaction feeding with SSS-level campus belle Xiao Yao completed, effects outstanding. Intimacy greatly increased. Current intimacy, infatuation 30%. A joy filled Chu He's heart. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan watched his niece getting lost in a plate of meat floss, feeling a blockage in his chest again. He snorted coldly, pushing a plate he personally made, dark red in color and exuding boundless domineering energy, called magic lion liver, in front of Chu He. The movement was brutal. Eat it, don't waste. Xiaoyan commanded in an irrefutable tone. Chu He glanced at the plate of magic lion liver, then looked at Xiaoyan's face, which clearly said, "I'm not happy, but there's nothing I can do about you," and he understood everything. This was a disguised endorsement and investment. This uncle probably already guessed 8 or 9 parts of his ability. Plus, with Xiaoyao's straightforward nature, she had likely spilled everything she could say. He also took no offense, picking up the knife and fork and digging in. Upon tasting the magic lion liver, a warmth erupted inside him that was 100 times more overwhelming than the previous braised lion head. That energy was incredibly violent, like molten iron, instantly surging through his limbs. Chu He felt every bone in his body groan under the unbearable burden. Once again, it was reshaped in an instant by a more powerful force. Every muscle fiber was torn apart, then rewoven in a sturdier, denser way. At this moment, his physical quality took a leap in quality. Even his mental strength felt like it was injected with high-purity fuel, filling up like never before. So refreshing. It's so damn refreshing. After finishing this explosive meeting the parents' lunch, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. As Chu He stepped into her office again, following Xiaoyao, the screen in the Dragon Country livestream went black. As soon as the door closed, Xiaoyao melted onto him like a piece of melted toffee, her whole body sticking to him. Her arms tightly wrapped around his neck, 2 long, straight legs coiling around his waist, she hung on him, her gaze hazy, filled with a little animal-like dependence. Mum. The two lay down in the bedroom. Chu He originally wanted to take this rare free time to check his skyrocketed system panel thoroughly. But Xiaoyao gave him no chance at all. In her pure black eyes, there was a strong demand that could not be refused. After eating, there must be exercise. 1 hour later. Xiaoyao lay contentedly beside Chu He, like a well-fed cat, fast asleep, her long eyelashes casting a quiet shadow beneath her eyes. Chu He took a deep breath, he finally had his time. With a thought, he opened his personal attribute panel. Brand new data. Name, Chu He. Eye of Annihilation level, intermediate, ability, destruction, see-through illusion. Eye of Annihilation completion progress, 60%. Intimacy with Xiaoyao, infatuation. Infatuation completion progress, 60%. ZZ. As Chu He enjoyed the thrill of his power surge, a sudden, shrill broadcast voice, without warning, broke the tranquility of the entire campus. Attention all survivors. Please sign in at the library before 3 in the afternoon. Latecomers will be erased. Library? Chu He frowned. Xiaoyao in his arms was also awakened by this sound. When she heard the word library, her body clearly froze for a moment, a strange expression flickering across her stunningly beautiful face. That expression was complicated, as if reminiscing about something, yet mixed with a clear headache. It was as if that place held something she both loved and found tricky. She raised her head, grabbed Chu He's hand, leaned close to his ear, and whispered in a voice only the two could hear. My best friend is there. Her name is Kachi, she's very smart, but a bit quirky. Xiaoyao seemed to be struggling to find a suitable adjective, finally settling on quirky to sum it up. Be careful, she's particularly good at illusions, and the tests may also be of that nature, just don't get lost in it. Chapter 20, this game is invincible, forced to dream for 30 years. However, if you accidentally break the rules, just mention my name, say you are my man, she will definitely give me this face. After finishing, Xiaoyao turned her body in Chu He's arms, leaving her smooth back to him, in a pose that said, I want to continue sleeping, don't disturb me. Chu He naturally wrapped her soft body in his arms from behind. Xiaoyao's body tensed up for a moment, then relaxed again, the corner of her mouth curling into a satisfied arc that Chu He couldn't see. She continued to pretend to sleep, but her restless curling and uncurling toes completely exposed her inner unease. At 2:50 in the afternoon, Chu He arrived alone at the front of the library. He found that the library looked small, seeming to barely fit 100 people. Also a Gothic building, it appeared eerie and strange under the blood-red sunset. A metal sign stood at the door, written in dried blood, please keep quiet inside. Chu He pushed open the door covered in strange runes, a strange fragrance rushed in. A breath hit him like a wave. It was a blend of certain herbal scents, indescribable, but after a few inhalations, he felt his spirit jolted, clear-headed. What surprised Chu He even more was that the space inside did not match what he saw outside, it was vast beyond imagination. Inside the door, 80 survivors from other nations had already gathered. Each one was tense, tiptoeing, cautiously surveying their surroundings, their faces displaying terror, confusion, or solemnity, but not a single person dared to make a sound, the entire space was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Chu He scrutinized the place carefully. Rows of towering bookshelves loomed, like silent giants, splitting the space into countless deep corridors. The shelves held not just dozens of thousands of books, each one had an extremely strange appearance. Some book covers were made of some creature's skin, with delicate scales visible. Some spines were sprouting eyeballs that slowly turned to observe as people moved, their gaze filled with scrutiny. Even more outrageous was that Chu He saw an entire row of books that were actually alive. They lay flat on the shelves, their pages rising and falling rhythmically like a chest, emitting faint breathing sounds. Chu He was filled with wonder as he walked toward the central information desk, curiously taking in these peculiar collectibles. When he reached the information desk, a little girl with silver hair, around 10 years old, was sitting there. She was petite, about 1.5 meters tall, but her proportions looked great. She wore a misty starry blouse that faded from light blue to pale purple, perfectly cropping at her waist, with countless small crystals adorning the neckline that scattered fragmented rainbows as she moved unconsciously. Her A-line skirt's outer layer was a semi-transparent fabric printed with golden patterns, while the inner layer was a deep matte blue. Her little legs swung in the air, causing the skirt's hem to sway, and the countless silver lines hidden within the inner fabric sparkled and flickered, creating the illusion of star trails quietly moving at the hem. Most striking were her large, bright eyes, which seemed to contain an entire dazzling galaxy, beautiful beyond description. At this moment, the silver-haired fairy was perched on a tall chair, her little legs swinging, engrossed in a thick book on the table. Chu He's gaze instinctively darted to the cover of the book. L. Pain, joy, cold and warmth, almost identical to experiences in reality. In the outside world, an hour has passed, in the dream, it is 60 years. Her voice paused, looking around at the pale faces of the crowd, her smile growing even wider. The rules require you to stay in the dream for 30 years, which is half an hour in reality. If after 30 years, you can still distinguish between dream and reality, then the door will naturally appear before you. But if you cannot tell the difference. She tilted her head, showing a naive expression. Then you will stay inside forever, enjoy your beautiful dream. As her words fell, the temperature in the entire library plummeted. Everyone looked at her adorably stunning face, yet felt a chill rising from their feet to the top of their heads, feeling spine-chilling terror. Spending 30 years in a dream, can one still distinguish reality? How much willpower would that take? But no one dared to resist. In the face of absolute power, they could only choose to obey. The survivors looked gray, filled with endless fear, trembling as they walked into the colorful dream door. Chu He only felt a dizzying sensation, as if his soul was pulled from his body, plunging into a warm and sticky sea of stars. As everyone entered, dozens of screens appeared out of thin air before Kachi, each displaying a person's dream in real time. Kachi sat back down on her high chair, crossed her legs, and leisurely enjoyed the dreams of these people as if watching a movie. Some men dreamed of owning mountains of gold and silver, surrounded by beautiful women, becoming the world's richest, revealing an obsessed crazy smile. Some women dreamed of eternal youth, pursued madly by countless handsome men, becoming the center of the world. Others dreamed of gaining world-destroying power, ruling over all beings, trampling on those who had once humiliated them, looking maniacal. So boring. Kachi yawned, casually took a sip of steaming red tea, her eyes filled with disdain. Human desires are just these few, over and over, with no originality at all. She lazily scanned, her gaze gliding over one after another screen lost in desire. Suddenly, her gaze froze. Her eyes locked tightly onto a screen in the corner. That was Chu He's dream. Her starry eyes widened instantly, her mouth forming an O shape, her face written with unprecedented shock and disbelief. As if she had seen a terrifying scene that overturned her worldview. What? What the hell? This SSS-level strange girl even let out a curse. Chapter 21, A Best Friend's Secret is the Tastiest. Because, in Chu He's dream, she saw her best friend, Xia Yao. Not only that. This contestant from the Dragon Country, named Chu He, was actually very close to her high and mighty best friend who looked down on all men as dust. Hugs and cuddles were just daily routines. Even in the dream, they spent every day together, relying on each other, leading a closely knit life. Spring nights are too short, the sun rises high, so the king no longer attends morning court. In the joy of serving at banquets there is no free time, spring comes to play in the day, nighttime is for spring adventures. These 4 lines of poetry could totally describe their life. At first, Kachi was so angry that her delicate little face turned bright red, her silver teeth clenched, and the knuckles of her small fists turned white. This Dragon Country contestant had great audacity. How dare he desecrate her best friend in a dream? Simply deserving of 1,000 deaths. But this anger lasted for less than 3 seconds before being completely engulfed by a fiery gossip flame, burning it all away. Compared to these explosive images that could overturn her worldview, what friendship with a best friend was nothing worth mentioning. The gossip was what really mattered. She originally had an exceptional memory, but at this moment, she felt her mind was not enough. She wished she could brand every image into her brain, afraid of missing any little detail. There was no way, she understood Xia Yao too well. That woman, if any ordinary man dared to touch her, or even look at her for more than 3 seconds, would turn to a pile of ashes, soul utterly extinguished. She never dreamed that one day she would see such a wild and unrestrained side of Xia Yao. Moreover, the Xia Yao in her dream felt both incredible and incredibly real. Equally domineering and unreasonable. Just as straightforward, with a way of thinking that could drift off into outer space. In the dream, Xia Yao had a strong dependency on Chu He, often clinging to him like a needy little kitten. She always hoped to be by Chu He's side, even just sitting quietly, and felt at ease. Then what happened next nearly dropped Kachi's jaw in shock. Time in the dream flowed on, and 10 years later, Chu He and Xia Yao actually had a daughter. The little girl perfectly inherited the virtues of both parents, looking delicate and lovely, melting hearts in an instant. But her temperament was just like Xia Yao's, so domineering at such a young age. "Daddy is mine. Mommy, go away." The little girl often hung on Chu He like a koala, baring her teeth at Xia Yao, who tried to get closer, fiercely declaring her ownership. Xia Yao refused to back down, yanking her daughter off Chu He, tossing her aside, then confidently climbing onto him herself. "He is my man, you are the one who is extra." Chu He found himself stuck between the mother and daughter, laughing and crying, every day witnessing this sweet yet headache-inducing competition for affection. Kachi watched with great interest, her mouth grinning from ear to ear, her little legs swinging like propellers. She even pulled out a delicate little notebook, reading and writing quickly, her little face full of academic seriousness. The cover of the notebook boldly read, "Observation Diary on Best Friend Xia Yao's Life After Marriage and Parenting." The 30 years in the dream seemed to pass in an instant for Kachi, who was deep in the gossip phase. She smacked her lips, still yearning for more. The moment the 30 years in the dream finished, Chu He showed a hint of reluctance in his eyes, but there was no confusion at all. A colorful light door soon appeared beside him. When Chu He saw the light door, he felt a bit reluctant to leave, but soon realized the colors of the light door were gradually fading, as if it would disappear before long. With a heavy heart, Chu He stepped into the light door. This guy, does he have such strong self-control? In a dream so real and fulfilling for 30 years, he just walked away without any attachment? Not right, she saw the somewhat regretful look in Chu He's eyes. Did he see through the illusion long ago? A hint of vivid color flashed in Kachi's starry eyes. Actually, as soon as Chu He entered, he realized the surrounding world was an illusion because his extinguishing eye was forced to activate the moment he stepped in. For 30 years, he remained fully aware. He didn't change Xia Yao's character at all, but lived together with the Xia Yao he knew. Kachi hid the recording in little notebook, jumped down from the high chair, put her hands behind her back, and walked towards Chu He, who had just stepped out of the dream door, with a swagger like a little adult. "Ahem." She cleared her throat, trying hard to put on a serious expression, tilting her little face up, examining Chu He with evaluating eyes. "How does it feel?" "Not bad," Chu He smiled, his eyes clear, "just the dream was a bit short." "Oh?" Kachi's gossip spirit ignited again, as she casually asked, "What did you dream about that makes you reminisce so much?" He deliberately sighed long and said in a tone full of deep feelings and nostalgia, "In my dreams, I have a gentle and virtuous wife, and a lively and lovely daughter, a happy family and a blissful life, with no regrets in this life." Kaki's eyes suddenly sparkled like two supernovae, pretending to be impatient as she eagerly asked, "What does your wife look like?" Chu He said with a slight smile on his lips, a hint of just the right tenderness in his eyes, has long, sleek black hair, and eyes as beautiful as the purest obsidian. But she has a bit of a domineering personality, with an especially strong possessiveness. And she always likes to cling to me, saying I am hers. With each word he spoke, Kaki's expression grew more dramatic, from forced calmness to barely holding back laughter, shaking all over. By the end, Kaki couldn't hold back any longer, her little face flushed, her shoulders shaking, making a pfft sound like deflating air. Chu He sensed something was off. How did it seem like Kaki knew his dreams so well? Kaki pretended to be relaxed and asked, "Is the wife you mentioned named Xia Yao?" Chu He's heart skipped a beat, his smile instantly froze, and he suddenly realized, astonished, "Can you see my dreams?" "Why not?" Kaki finally stopped pretending, placing her hands on her hips, puffing out her little chest, with a look of pride. "I can create dreams, of course, I can see what happens inside." Chu He was completely stunned. So, his 30 years of married life with Xia Yao in the dream, countless days and nights, were being thoroughly observed by this odd little girl. A major social death scene. Just as Chu He felt awkward enough to carve a library with his toes, Kaki's smile suddenly vanished, and a chilling murderous intent instantly enveloped the entire space. Her starry eyes now held nothing but endless coldness and authority, her voice transformed to an icy tone. "Dragon Kingdom player, you have a lot of courage. Do you know who Xia Yao is to me?" "You." Chu He was about to speak, but was interrupted by Kaki's sharp words. "I am Xia Yao's best friend. It's absolutely unforgivable how you treated her in the dream. Let me." "You humans have too much nerve. Do you know how much Xia Yao hates men?" Kaki stood with her hands on her hips, tiptoeing to make herself look more imposing. Don't even say touching, she would turn to ash if you looked at her for more than 3 seconds. Although you look somewhat decent, if she finds out that in your dream you not only saw her, but also touched her, and slept with her. And it was so frequent. 30 years. Other than the year she was pregnant, you two never had a day of peace. By the time she reached here, Kaki's delicate little face was already crimson, but the starry gleam in her eyes held an unusually excited light. Let me explain, I don't want to listen. Kaki vigorously shook her head, like a spoiled child throwing a tantrum. The evidence is conclusive, what else do you need to explain? Suddenly, she reined in all expressions, her little face serious. She said in a businesslike tone, to tell you the truth, I have already backed up your dream. If you don't want me to show it to my best friend, you must agree to one condition. Now. Immediately. Right now. She puffed out her little chest, speaking slowly and deliberately, proposing a request that stunned Chu He beyond belief. Kiss me like you did in the dream with Xia Yao. No one knows how she managed to endure watching her best friend be so sweet and romantically involved for 30 years in the dream during a mere half-hour in reality. And no one knows how many pairs of close-fitting underwear she secretly changed during those 30 minutes. Chu He stood frozen in place. This development was unbelievably absurd beyond belief. After going through so much, threatening and intimidating, the final goal turned out to be this? He understood in an instant. Kachi was not really angry, she was simply a gossip who loved to watch the drama unfold. She still didn't know the true relationship between her and Xia Yao, and her understanding of her close friend remained at the keep your distance stage. At this thought, Chu He not only didn't feel offended, but rather found it amusing. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. This laughter caught Kachi off guard, leaving her with a face full of confusion. Hey, Dragon Kingdom human, what are you laughing about? Did I scare you, stupid? It's nothing. Chu He shook his head, looking at her with a hint of playfulness in his eyes. I know you are Xia Yao's close friend. He paused and, in a calm tone as if stating a fact, said the latter part of his sentence. But I am Xia Yao's man. As soon as the words fell, Kachi's gaze towards him instantly changed from scrutiny and curiosity to deep pity and sympathy. It seemed this human had gone mad, starting to say nonsensical things. Why, are you looking at me with that idiotic gaze? Chu He felt a bit uneasy under her stare. If you're not an idiot, who is? Kachi sighed, looking pitiful. You claim to be Xia Yao's man. Are you still dreaming or did a fever fry your brain? As she spoke, she really floated over, extending her fair little hand to check Chu He's forehead. But just as she got close to Chu He, her movements suddenly froze. Her little nose instinctively twitched twice. An extremely familiar scent entered her nostrils. It was Xia Yao's scent. There was no mistake. Kachi's starry eyes suddenly narrowed. She could no longer hold back and blurted out a curse. Damn, you can't really be, right? Chu He, yeah, before coming to the library, we were lying together. As soon as these words came out, the air seemed to freeze for a second. This time, it was Kachi who stood there dumbfounded. Her starry eyes firmly fixed on Chu He, as if trying to find traces of a lie on his face. After several seconds, she sharply inhaled, a bolt of lightning flashing through her mind. No wonder. No wonder that dream-like Xia Yao felt so real. That possessive dominance, that quirky way of thinking, aside from that clingy and proud little personality she hadn't seen before, it was not fabricated out of thin air. It turned out, this man before her was dreaming using a real person as a prototype. Having figured this out, Kachi's gaze towards Chu He completely changed. She leaned in, her little face full of uncontrollable excitement and curiosity, her voice dropped by 8 degrees, like a sly little fox. How, did you two meet? Chu He found her curious expression amusing and replied honestly, to put it simply, we met yesterday afternoon, and then stayed together that night. Boom! Chu He's words were like a heavy bomb, exploding in Kachi's mind. Her little mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg inside, and the whole person froze. Yesterday afternoon, met? That night, stayed together? Damn it! Was this still her close friend, who viewed men as dirt and claimed she would grow old alone? The pace was too fast. Was this a story coming to life? Kachi's brain crashed for a full half-minute before it rebooted with difficulty. She looked at Chu He, her eyes bursting with unprecedented light, grabbing his sleeve. Please, you must tell me all the details. At that moment, the door to the dream started rippling again, and a golden-haired, blue-eyed foreign survivor walked out in a daze, followed by the second and third. Kachi suddenly became anxious. She didn't want to be interrupted by these mortals while she was enjoying the drama. With a wave of her little hand, a blank sign flew to the consultation desk, on which a line of blood-red big characters automatically appeared. Test over, return to your dormitory on your own. Do not touch the items on the bookshelf, or you will bear the consequences. After doing all this, she didn't even glance at the trembling survivors, grabbing Chu He's wrist and running towards the consultation desk. Come with me. She pushed open an inconspicuous small door and pulled Chu He inside. The space behind the door suddenly opened up. This was Kachi's private room. Instead of a room, it was more like an observation platform built in the starry sky. There were no walls in the entire space, dazzling rivers of stars flowed in all directions, countless stars twinkled within reach. The ground was paved with unknown black crystals, warm and smooth like jade, reflecting the starlight above. In the center of the room stood an enormous round soft bed that seemed a bit exaggerated. On the deep purple velvet sheets, various pillows in different materials and colors were piled up, resembling a soft island. Above the bed hung a canopy made of countless tiny crystals, refracting the starlight. Sit. Kachi pointed at the big bed, then eagerly jumped onto it, settling down among the most comfortable pillows. Immediately after, she magically produced a brand new hardcover notebook and a feather pen. She crossed her legs and spread the notebook on her lap, looking at Chu He with immense anticipation, urging, "Hurry up. Start from the first time you met." Chu He looked at this scene, and thinking about Kachi's gossiping nature, he was momentarily unsure what to say. After some thought, he figured there was nothing to hide about his story with Xia Yao. Bringing this SSS-level best friend to his side could only be beneficial, not harmful. So, he spoke candidly about how he arrived in this world, how he met Xia Yao, and how their relationship developed step by step to the present. Kachi listened with sparkling eyes, the feather pen dancing across the notebook with swish-swish sounds, sometimes exclaiming "oh," sometimes giggling behind her hand, her short legs shaking with excitement. What piqued her interest and curiosity most was Chu He's mysterious kiss, which surprisingly granted him strange core abilities. Not only did she gaze at Chu He's lips with desire, but she was also curious about what a kiss felt like that could make Xia Yao so infatuated. Chapter 23, A Kiss, and I'll let you go. Can you kiss me once? As soon as she said this, Kachi's exquisitely delicate face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. She grabbed a cloud-shaped pillow next to her, burying her entire face in it, with only her flushed ears peeking out, her silver short hair seeming to steam. Chu He looked at her ostrich-like shyness and couldn't help but laugh a little. Who would have thought that such a powerful SSS-level entity could behave this way in private? The contrast was just too great. To be honest, seeing this petite silver-haired girl, with exquisite features and eyes seemingly holding an entire galaxy, acting so bashful and expectant made Chu He's heart skip a beat. Who could resist this? But immediately, he thought of Xia Yao's domineering and pure face. The girl who would squint her eyes happily over a plate of pork floss, who would defiantly cling to him to assert her claim, the girl who regarded him as her whole world. Here, Xia Yao had given him her unreserved trust and protection. Chu He took a deep breath, suppressing the ripples in his heart. He looked at Kachi, who was still pretending to be dead in the pillow, his voice gentle yet firm. "You're very cute, to be honest, I really like you." Kachi, buried in the pillow, slightly stiffened her body, her ears growing even redder. Then Chu He continued, "But, I am a very devoted man. Xia Yao is very good to me, I cannot do anything to let her down." As soon as the words fell, Kachi tightened her arms around the pillow a bit, and the entire room fell silent, with only the gentle glow of the flowing starlight remaining. After a long while, she finally lifted her head from the pillow, her starry eyes showing evident disappointment and grievance, even clouded with a layer of mist. Chu He felt a tightness in his heart, fearing the worst. In the next second, Kachi got off that big bed and climbed beside him. She tilted her small, lovable face upward to look at Chu He, tentatively extending her little hand to touch his broad chest, speaking in a nearly pleading tone, "Just a kiss, really just one, don't do anything else, okay?" Bang, bang, bang. Chu He felt his heart as if gripped by a small hand, tightening suddenly, then beating wildly. That utterly adorable expression was like a nuclear bomb to him. Damn it! Chu He almost, in a fit of impulse, lowered his head to kiss her. He silently thanked himself for knowing Summer Yao, that top-tier beauty first, which gave him some immunity to beautiful women. If Kachi were the first one he encountered in this scenario, with her looking at him like this, and touching him like this, he'd probably be left with an empty mind by now, throwing all principles and boundaries to the wind. Chu He bit his tongue sharply, using the pain to force himself to calm down. He extended his hand, gently removing Kachi's little hand, then quickly stood up and took 2 steps back, creating a safe distance between them. Ahem. He cleared his throat, feeling his pants tighten due to some honest reactions of his body, making him quite uncomfortable. What an uncooperative body. Chu He inwardly cursed himself and then forced a calm facade, saying, "It's getting late, I have to go back." Xia Yao might be worried, and if she finds this place, it would be a scene hard to clean up. This was definitely not an exaggeration. With Summer Yao's straightforwardness and domineering possessiveness, if she saw him alone with her best friend, and her best friend even started to touch him, Chu He had no doubt that Summer Yao might just tear down this library on the spot. He absolutely didn't want that to happen. "Let me go," he finally said. However, Kachi seemed not to hear his words and stubbornly shook her head. "No." She took a step forward, again pressing close, her eyes filled with undeniable determination. Just a kiss, kiss me, and I'll let you go immediately. Chu He frowned, looking at her relentless determination, and his tone darkened. Woman, you're playing with fire. He stared into Kachi's eyes, speaking each word clearly. What I said earlier was no exaggeration. My kiss is poisonous. If you taste it, you'll definitely become fond of me. After saying that, he ignored Kachi, turned, and walked towards the small door he had entered earlier. He just wanted to leave this troublesome place as soon as possible, take a cold shower, and find Xiaoyao to cool off. However, when his hand grabbed the doorknob and pushed it open, he froze. Outside the door, it was not the consultation desk he had entered before, but a vast, identical, and dazzling starry sky. He, disbelieving, stepped back to close the door and opened it again. The scene before him remained that deep, flowing starry river. Chu He's heart sank, and he immediately activated the Eye of Annihilation. However, that eye capable of seeing through illusions was now shrouded in mist. Although the starry river in his sight showed slight distortions, he couldn't find any flaws or exits. From behind came Kachi's voice, filled with a hint of triumph. Save it. She didn't know when she sat up, her small legs swinging, leisurely looking at him. This is my bedroom, of course. I've used the highest level of spatial secret techniques. It's not the low-level dream realm used on you humans, not to mention you. Even if Xiaoyao came, she wouldn't get out easily without putting in some effort. She tilted her head, a hint of cunning flashing in her starry eyes. With your current vision, you can't see through it. Chu He slowly turned around, his expression completely darkening. He finally understood that he was under house arrest. Today, must it be so? He asked. Kaki nodded heavily, her face full of seriousness. That's right, it must be so. Chu He stared at her for 3 seconds, and suddenly, he smiled. It was a smile mixed with a bit of helplessness, a bit of teasing, and a bit of throwing caution to the wind. Good. He uttered a single word, then stepped forward, slowly walking back towards the large bed, towards Kaki. I hope you won't regret it. After saying that, he actually leaned slightly towards Kaki's delicate little face, slowly pouting his lips. Chapter 24, A Forced Kiss is Not Sweet. Seeing him pout, Kaki, who just a second ago had eyes sparkling with cunning and anticipation, was instantly taken over by a hint of panic. But the next second, a force from the charming kiss rule activated, making it impossible for her to resist. Her small mouth involuntarily pouted slightly, moving forward to meet him. Then, an irresistible pulling force caused their lips to accurately touch. Soft, slightly cool. Immediately after, a flavor that could sweeten the depths of the soul, like grape candy, suddenly exploded in Chu He's mouth, sour and sweet, with a thrilling, heart-racing electric arc. This was not just taste, it was a shock on a spiritual level. Their lips parted. It was just a moment, but it felt as long as a century. Kiss success. Target is an SSS level anomaly. First kiss, impact assessment is max. Initial intimacy plus 20. Current intimacy level, familiar. Intimacy level, stranger, familiar, dependent, infatuated, deeply loved, unique. Congratulations, host has gained SSS level anomaly Kaki exclusive ability, spatial manipulation. Spatial manipulation basic, can perform short-range teleportation, create spatial barriers, spatial chains, etc. by thought. Usage technique, based on imagination. A series of system prompt sounds rang in Chu He's mind. But his attention at this moment was entirely on the silver-haired loli in front of him. Kaki stood frozen, her whole being seemed to turn into a beautiful sculpture. Her starry eyes widened, misting over with a thin layer of water, her gaze hazy and unfocused. A delicate little face blushed from her neck to her ears, like a ripe peach, seemingly juicier than ever. Chu He thought it was bad and quickly cleared his throat, trying to break the frozen air. It was agreed, after the kiss, I can leave, right? However, Kaki seemed not to hear. She slowly stretched out her pink tongue, gently licking her lips, as if savoring something. The next second, her dazed eyes refocused, the original shyness and panic replaced by an unprecedented, dazzling light. That was the ultimate excitement of discovering a new continent and finding a new toy. No. She suddenly grabbed Chu He's clothes, pulling him towards herself with force, raising her flushed little face, speaking in an undeniable tone. Now that we've kissed, it actually feels quite good. No wonder Yao Yao is infatuated with you. If you kiss me just once, I'll let you go. Chu He's brain crashed for 3 seconds before he abruptly understood what she meant. He nearly tumbled away from Kaki's hand, staggering back 2 steps, his hands instinctively guarding his chest, making a classic weak female defensive stance. With a face full of terror, he looked at her. What do you mean by that once? Don't mess with me. We agreed to let me go after the kiss. You can't go back on your word. Kaki stepped closer, her sickly red blush not fading but becoming more vibrant. She licked her still sweet-looking lips and confidently countered, don't you know what I want? After watching you and Xiaoyao fooling around shamelessly in my dreams for 30 years, do you know how I spent this half an hour? Do you understand? Kaki almost screamed the last words, her voice a mix of grievance and pent-up excitement. Chu He was completely stunned. How did this girl suddenly get so emotional? Could it be the charming kiss? My god, that's terrifying. A kiss makes her want to like him. Chu He suppressed the exclamations in his mind and cautiously probed, so, how did you spend this half hour? Kaki's eyes flickered for a moment, as if she had thought of something embarrassing, and stammered, I felt very hot. No, I felt very uncomfortable. Everything felt wrong. In short, I felt extremely awful. Her cheeks flushed again, seemingly unwilling to linger on this topic, and she stubbornly declared, no more talking. Today I have you, not even Jesus can stop me, I mean it. Chu He's pupils constricted sharply. Hearing this domineering CEO-like declaration, he was sure this girl really wanted to force her way on him. He knew he couldn't fight her. He started to reason, calm down. A forced relationship is never sweet. But it quenches thirst. Chu He was exasperated. You are simply shameless. Shameless is better than boring. You are filthy. You are the same, Kaki shot back without backing down, glancing at his waist and abdomen, her tone filled with mockery, since just now, your waist hasn't been straight. Damn. How could there be such a reckless girl in the world? There's no point in talking, I have to go. Chu He knew he couldn't win an argument, this girl was completely unreasonable. He had to run. Deciding to use his ability. With a thought, he locked onto the consulting desk location in his mind, pouring his mental energy into the ability he had just gained, spatial manipulation, instant transmission. Buzz. His figure instantly disappeared from the spot. However, before he could feel relieved, in the next millisecond, the surrounding space distorted, like a lump of kneaded clay, forcibly squeezing him out from the spatial split and reappearing him in his original position. He just achieved an isolated instant transmission. Oh. Kaki's eyes flashed with surprise, then she praised, you are quite honest, that kiss can actually replicate someone else's abilities. But it seems to only replicate a tiny bit. She leisurely clapped her hands, like a queen in control of everything. Alright, little river, don't waste your efforts. In this bedroom of mine, I define the space rules, and with your half-baked power, you can't get out. As soon as she finished speaking, Kaki suddenly focused, her starry-like eyes becoming deep. Chu He instantly felt the air around him thicken like cement, an invisible yet irresistible force firmly trapped him in place, unable to even move a finger. Next, Kaki merely tilted her head slightly. Chu He felt as if an invisible giant hand had grabbed him, lifting him helplessly, and then with a bam, he was heavily thrown onto the huge and soft round bed. Help! Help! Chu He felt the velvet softness beneath him, looked at the sparkling crystal ceiling above, and inhaled the faint scent of Kaki in the air, his heart alarm bells ringing, emitting a desperate scream. So interesting. Truly amusing. Kaki's laughter was as crisp as silver bells, yet sent chills down Chu He's spine. No matter how much you scream, no one will come to save you. She floated lightly onto the bed, looking down at him from above, her small hand gracefully gesturing side to side in the air. Chu He only felt a chill in his legs. Chapter 25, you wouldn't want Xia Yao to know, would you? Woo woo. Woo. From under the blanket came a suppressed and wrong sobbing sound. Chu He seemed like a little wife who had suffered a great grievance. Chu He wrapped himself tightly in the velvet blanket from head to ankle, and from the outside, all that could be seen was the blanket shaking continuously, while inside, he was rubbing at the corners of his eyes with one hand, wiping away non-existent tears in a frenzy. His heart was crumbling. He never imagined that he would fall to such a lowly state one day. If he reported this to the police, they would surely think he was crazy, but the reality was just that absurd. Hey, you, a big man 1 meter 80 tall, crying. How ridiculous. Besides, I saw you were pretty happy just now. Kachi's voice came from beside him, filled with laziness after satisfaction. At this moment, Kachi was lying sideways with one hand propping up her head, her star-like eyes openly admiring Chu He, as if she were gazing at a precious object. Chu He suddenly sat up, the blanket sliding down to his waist, revealing a well-defined chest and abs, his voice trembling as he spoke, deliberately putting on a crying tone. It's different. My body is just reacting unreasonably, that's its instinct. But my heart, my spirit, have suffered immense torment and trauma. He accused angrily, you are simply too rude. How could you treat a pure boy like that so violently? Oh dear, what's done is done, don't think too much about it. Kachi waved her delicate white hand dismissively, speaking as though she had experienced it all herself. Chu He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and voiced his greatest worry. What do we do now? 3 hours have already passed, Yaya must be going crazy with worry, I seriously suspect she is outside. Hearing this, Kachi gave a cunning smile, extending a chubby white finger and shaking it gently at her lips. You don't need to worry about this is my room, and I control the flow of time inside. The 3 hours that just passed, in reality, only 3 seconds went by outside. Chu He froze in place upon hearing this. 3 seconds? But the face-off had lasted at least 10 seconds. After all, having been through dream realms before, he quickly accepted it while also feeling a rush of dread towards the seemingly harmless girl before him. She looked completely non-threatening, even irresistibly cute, but he had no doubt that within this tiny body lay an infinite power capable of overturning reality. In this room, he was almost at Kachi's mercy. Even the void I was utterly useless. You are Yao Yao's friend, do you think treating her like this is acceptable? Chu He asked lightly. Mentioning Xia Yao indeed wiped the smile off Kachi's face. She lowered her head, fiddling with the hem of her white nightgown, her starry eyes quickly filling with tears, her voice turning soft and pitiful as if she was genuinely repentant. I owe Yao Yao an apology. I took away her most beloved man. Seeing her like this, Chu He surprisingly felt a softening in his heart. He was just about to say some comforting words like, let's not make this a habit, everyone has impulsive moments, or it's all my cursed charming kiss's fault. But Kachi's next words instantly made him swallow all the lines he had prepared, nearly taking his breath away. She abruptly raised her head, and the expression of grievance and guilt on her face vanished in an instant, replaced by an indescribable. A mix of ultimate excitement and self-justified splendor. But Kachi puffed out her small chest and said firmly, rather than let Yao Yao down, I absolutely cannot make myself unhappy. I won't let anyone suffer, but I must take care of myself first. To love others, one must love oneself. Do you think I'm right? Chu He? Wow. The speed of her change was as fast as a Sichuan opera face change. This logic would leave even a ghost speechless. This Kachi is definitely an actress and a master of sophistry. Falling into her hands, I really have no reason to complain. Powerful, skillful, and sharp-tongued, she spouts her twisted logic, leaving you with no angle to counter. A deep sense of helplessness surged within him. If only I had known. If only I had remained pure and emotionless in my dreams. But at 20, in the prime of youth, he never imagined that the dream maker could witness everything with a god's perspective. But thinking from Kachi's viewpoint, after being forced to watch 30 years of uncut adult films, with herself as the lead, and not having touched a single hair. Now that I finally have a chance, and with the overwhelming rules of the kiss of charm catalyzing, it seems, it's not completely ungraspable. Chu He was silent for a long time before finally letting out a long sigh. Alright, today I admit defeat. But, this is the last time, between us, it ends here. As soon as these words left his mouth, Kachi's self-righteous expression changed in an instant, revealing a hint of panic. No way, she blurted out, when it ends, I decide. You, how can you be so unreasonable? Chu He's newly found toughness was crushed once more. You wouldn't want this to get out to Yao Yao, would you? You wouldn't be able to bear seeing your adorable girl get ruthlessly beaten by Yao Yao, would you? I would absolutely love that. Chu He gritted his teeth, wishing he could see that scene right now. But deep down, he truly didn't want this to happen. Kachi seemed to see through his internal struggle, not at all angry. Instead, she floated in front of him and poked his chest with her small hand. Then you tell Yao Yao yourself. At worst, we'd just have a fight, a wild one, where the sky darkens and the sun and moon lose their light. Anyway, we are both SSS level, no one can really hurt the other, the final result would just be mutual destruction. And this is Yao Yao's copy. When two strong beings with powerful rule abilities fight, guess what, this space will become. If you hope for this to happen, then go ahead. Seeing Chu He's lips twitching wildly, without saying a word. He was completely grasped, truly grasped. Seeing that he was totally out of temper, Kachi lightly snapped her fingers, her tone becoming cheerful. Alright, enough nonsense, go wash up quickly and hurry back to see your Yao Yao. As soon as she said this, a bathroom appeared out of nowhere in the room. What was called a bathroom was actually a shower room made of shimmering crystal, with mist swirling, beautiful and dreamy, but it was open on all sides, completely exposed, without even a shower curtain. Chu He's mouth twitched hard. Doesn't your bathroom have a door? Not even a curtain? Kachi tilted her head to think for a moment, then said naturally, anyway, I usually bathe alone, so I never worry about being watched. Why would I need a door? That's just unnecessary. Chu He felt like he was going to have a brain hemorrhage. Arguing with her always ended in his loss. Then how can I wash? You wash just like this. Kachi floated lightly off the bed, circling around him like a curious butterfly, looking at him with the eyes of someone observing a rare prehistoric animal, as she examined him from head to toe. Are you feeling shy now? Don't pretend, I've watched you for 30 years, I know every single hair, every mole on your body. Chu He's face instantly turned a deep shade of crimson, shame and rage overwhelming him. Ah, you really are shy, my little hee-hee. Kachi's laughter rang like silver bells, filled with the joy of a prankster's triumph. She suddenly leaned closer, her warm breath brushing against Chu He's ear, whispering in an enchanting tone. What's the matter? Do you want me to wash it for you personally? Chapter 26. Did she not stop you to ask something? No need. Chu He nearly shouted, his voice firm and resolute. What a joke! He still had to return to Xia Yao to hand in his homework, asking her for help with washing. This predatory little loli might cause another stir. If he went back completely drained, Xia Yao's piercing gaze would see right through him. It would truly be the end. The sound of rushing water echoed in the quiet starry room. Chu He turned his back on Kachi, his entire body tense like a bowstring pulled tight, his movements stiff as a marionette. He could feel that burning gaze behind him, seeming to wander up and down his back, making him uneasy and leaving the hair on the back of his neck standing on end. Meanwhile, Kachi lay comfortably on the bed, propping her delicate chin on her hands, her white little legs joyfully swinging in the air. Her starry eyes sparkled like two crescent moons, completely unashamedly admiring the handsome man coming out of the bath before her. Shame, anger, but also helplessness. He couldn't fight, couldn't escape, the spatial ability he had just gained felt laughable before her, the master of it all. Chu He could only mentally curse this strange loli's entire family tree from start to finish. Fortunately, the whole process was surprisingly smooth. Kachi did not suddenly pounce on him as he had feared. Under Kachi's blazing gaze, Chu He hurriedly put on his clothes faster than ever in his life, took a deep breath, turned around, and tried hard to keep his tone calm. Now, can I leave? Of course. Kachi floated lightly up from the bed, smiling as she pointed to a small door. Go ahead, just turn it and you're outside. Chu He walked to the door hesitantly. The moment he grabbed the doorknob, his heart leapt to his throat. Click. The door opened. Outside was the familiar consultation desk of the library. Chu He felt a rush of joy. Just as he was about to step out, his body suddenly stiffened. A clear sensation came from his backside, a warm little hand gave it a light squeeze, surprisingly elastic. He spun around sharply, but it was all empty behind him. Looking again at the bed, Kachi stood there playfully, her little hand making a grabbing motion in the air, wearing a mischievous smile. Why aren't you leaving? Do you miss me? It feels nice, doesn't it, little Chu? Chu He's gaze followed her hand's motion to himself, and he instantly understood. This crazy girl was using her spatial ability to mess with him. Goodbye. Chu He's face turned bright red. He couldn't care about maintaining his composure anymore, and almost tumbled out of that door, vanishing in a flash. Behind him came Kachi's silver bell-like, carefree laughter. As Chu He burst out of the room, the first thing he did was glance at the antique clock on the wall. It was 3:41. He remembered that when Kachi pulled him into the room, it was around this time as well. Sure enough, the flow of time in that room was completely different from outside. This made him feel a bit relieved. At least he didn't have to worry about being gone too long and having no explanation for Xia Yao. And just as he walked out of the library's main door, the Dragon Kingdom livestream, which had been black for over half an hour, finally lit up. Holy! It's on! My eyes were about to go blind from waiting. He's back. My dear Chu God is finally back. What just happened? It's been black since he went through that door. It's been black for over half an hour. Official, come explain, is there something in there our esteemed VIP users can't see? Chill out, brothers above. Look at Chu God's lips, they look a bit swollen. This must have been an intense battle. What battle could make lips dry and swollen? I see it was a battle of wits and tongues. That silver-haired loli said it felt so real in the dream. I understand, I really understand. Chu He let out a long sigh as he walked out of the library, feeling as if he had just escaped from a bizarre nightmare. But in his mouth, there seemed to linger a hint of sweet and sour that he didn't even notice. Damn it, lewd hands! Chu He instinctively touched his backside, and his face instantly turned as dark as a pot bottom. He noted this grievance down. Collecting himself, he pushed down the distracting thoughts and gazed toward the distant playground. He had to test the new ability he just obtained. Focusing his mind, he locked onto the direction of the playground in his thoughts and summoned that strange power. Space manipulation, teleportation. Buzz! Chu He's figure instantly disappeared from where he stood. The next second, he appeared over 100 meters away, much closer to the playground. Before he could feel excited, a wave of tremendous fatigue washed over him like a tide, instantly draining the little strength he had left, causing him to kneel on one knee. So tired. Chu He gasped for air, his face turning pale. After being tormented for so long by that crazy girl Kachi in the room, his stamina was already greatly depleted, and now forcibly using this high-consumption ability made his body protest violently. And this shocking scene made the Dragon Kingdom livestream explode once again. Am I seeing things? What just happened? Chu God just teleported 100 meters away. Teleportation. It's teleportation. This is spatial ability. Confirmed. During the black screen, Chu God must have kissed that silver-haired loli. Otherwise, how could he suddenly have such an incredible power? My God, Chu God, you really are the true strange one. Every day in SSS class. Yesterday it was the school beauty Xia Yao, today it's the library loli. Chu God, do you need more badges? The kind that can shout 666. Chu He leaned on his knee to rest for a while before managing to recover his strength. Estimating that time was about right, he forced his tired body back to the principal's office. As he pushed the door open, a graceful figure charged at him like a whirlwind, enveloped in a familiar cool fragrance, tightly embracing him. It was Xia Yao. Chu He felt warmth in his heart, but more than that, he felt guilty. He could even feel his arms around Xia Yao growing a bit soft. He gently patted her back, holding her close as he sat down on the sofa. It's okay, I'm back. He cleared his throat and began to report the situation, of course omitting the trivial parts, focusing only on the key points. Your friend, indeed, used an illusion as a test. Chu He vividly described the 30 years in the dream, intentionally emphasizing the warmth of family, talking about their life after marriage, and about that lovely little girl, just as domineering as her mother. She even tried to steal me from you, hanging on me every day, saying that I am her daddy and you should stay away. Xia Yao, upon hearing this, looked delighted, even filled with some longing. She seemed very satisfied with this future. Seeing this scene, Chu He felt somewhat at ease, just getting ready to gloss over things. Suddenly, Xia Yao seemed to remember something, her smile froze in an instant, replaced by an overwhelming shyness and anger. Kachi's ability is to see everything that happens in dreams. It's over, she must have seen everything. With me around, she definitely wouldn't have blinked. She might even have recorded it. She didn't stop you, didn't ask some questions she was interested in? Hearing this, Chu He's heart skipped a beat, and his smile froze completely on his face. This is bad. Chapter 27, It's all because I'm too beautiful. He was so busy trying to cheer Xia Yao up that he forgot such an important thing. Chu He's heart raced, and the smile on his face almost slipped away as he rapidly organized a set of trimmed-down excuses in his mind. You asked. He forced himself to sound calm, but before he could continue, Xia Yao suddenly leaned closer, her perky nose almost touching his lips, gently sniffing. You have a faint sour and sweet taste in your mouth, just like the breath that Kachi exhales. Xia Yao spoke in a very flat tone, but her cold, clear eyes squinted slightly, revealing a dangerous glint. It's faint, but it's there. And why are your lips a bit swollen? Boom. Chu He's brain instantly went blank, and cold sweat poured down his back. Damn, I just took a shower and forgot to rinse my mouth. His throat rolled, his heart raced, and he pretended to explain calmly, I just told her directly that I am your man. At first, she didn't believe it and even attacked me. We had a small conflict, and at that moment, I was controlled by her. Later, when she smelled your scent on me, she reluctantly believed it. At that time, we were very close, and I indeed smelled a sour and sweet flavor. The look on her face at that moment was unbelievable. After hearing this, Xia Yao stared at him for a full 3 seconds, saw that he didn't look like he was lying, and then puffed out a laugh, her tense body relaxing a bit. That's for sure, with her gossip-loving nature, she must have asked everything. Chu He nodded repeatedly and said, yes, she kept asking me how we met and how we ended up together in just one day. Hearing living together, Xia Yao's laughter suddenly stopped, and she thought of Chu He's words in the dream. If Chu He knew, she wasn't embarrassed at all. Anyway, there were no secrets between the two of them anymore. But letting her best friend see her starring in a big production, she simply couldn't accept it. It's over. I really can't accept being seen naked by my best friend. I can't face her anymore. Xia Yao cried out, burying her face deep in Chu He's arms like a frightened ostrich. She will definitely laugh at me. When we meet, she will humiliate me. Chu He smiled awkwardly, gently stroking her back, trying to comfort her. This is all my fault. I shouldn't have thought of you and done those things knowing it was a dream. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Yao suddenly raised her head. This is not your fault. Chu He was taken aback. Xia Yao continued, if there's anyone to blame, it's me for being beautiful and having a great figure. As a hot-blooded man, it's normal for you to be unable to resist. Hearing this, Chu He's mouth twitched wildly. He had seen narcissism, but never this fresh and natural, yet so justified. But oddly enough, everything she said was a fact. Still, it gave him a strange feeling. Finally, Chu He could only nod seriously. You're right, that's the reason, it's because you're too beautiful. Now that it has come to this, let's try to avoid the library in the future. He paused and added, by the way, isn't this school yours? Why don't you think of a reason to get her to leave? Don't let her stay here. Upon hearing this, Xia Yao frowned slightly, lost in thought. After a while, she shook her head weakly. No, I begged her to be the librarian back then. She's so smart that if I find an excuse, she will see through my intentions at a glance. In that case, she would only be more curious and refuse to leave. Hearing her say this, Chu He could only wear a bitter expression. Who wouldn't feel that way? In front of Kachi, didn't he only have the position of being controlled? Furthermore, she still had feelings for him. Thinking of the absurdities in that starlit bedroom, Chu He unconsciously tightened his legs a bit. But if they didn't get this little demon out of the school, he always felt a knife hanging over his heart, fearing something big was bound to happen. If even you can't do anything, then we can only take it one step at a time. Chu He sighed. For now, that's all we can do. Xia Yao replied, seeming not to want to dwell on this headache-inducing friend anymore. The principal's office fell silent for a moment. Chu He suddenly asked, "What are we doing next?" "It's only a little past 4 in the afternoon." Xia Yao's eyes suddenly brightened for a moment, then quickly dimmed again, her tone filled with both yearning and fear. "I actually want to take you to see my hometown, but I'm afraid of my mom." "Ah?" Chu He was stunned. "You still fear your mom?" In his eyes, Xia Yao was already a top-tier existence. How could she still feel something like fear? "It's not the kind of fear you think." Xia Yao shook her head, explaining, "She has very high expectations for me, but she loves me a lot. What I'm afraid of is, if she finds out about us, you're finished." She looked at Chu He, her gaze incredibly serious. "You will be killed. Moreover, I have no power to resist in front of her." Once, because she was unhappy, she just frowned, and an entire strange clan next to her hometown, along with their space, was wiped out, not leaving a single trace. If she dislikes you and decides to kill you without asking any reason, I can't stop it. Hearing these words, Chu He felt all the blood in his body freeze instantly, his hair standing on end. Xia Yao is straightforward and does not lie. He would rather believe that pigs could fly than believe that Xia Yao would tell a lie. This is really the ultimate bomb. Even someone as powerful as Xia Yao is helpless before her. How terrifying must that existence be? Chu He felt bitter in his heart. He thought that by holding on to Xia Yao, this golden Phi, he could confidently navigate this strange world. But now Xia Yao told him that she had a mom, someone even she couldn't resist. What is going on? Despair, a complete sense of hopelessness overwhelmed him. Just as Chu He's heart turned cold and he felt as if he was about to suffocate, a flash of lightning suddenly struck through his mind. He remembered his eerie kiss. This thing that now brought him both love and hate. Yes, what to be afraid of? This world doesn't follow reason. Rules are meant to be trampled. So for the sake of survival, what does it matter to kiss something eerie? To hell with morality and ethics, to hell with pure young boys. Before death, everything is nonsense. Whoever she is, whether it's the king of heaven or a future mother-in-law, as long as they're female, no matter their gender, as long as they dare to harbor murderous intent against him. Kiss. They must be kissed. Thinking of this, Chu He's heart, which had sunk to the bottom, stirred back to life uncontrollably. At this moment, he grew a lot, casting aside all the chains instilled in him from childhood. He even began to uncontrollably daydream. If Xia Yao's mom really wanted to kill him, he would deep out, and the world would be peaceful. Hiss. This image was too beautiful, too daring to contemplate, but it had to be done this way. When soldiers come, he meets them. When water comes, he buries it. Whoever comes, he would kiss whoever. Chu He's gaze gradually shifted from fear to a kind of desperate resolve, eventually even carrying a hint of indescribable, sickly enthusiasm. Not only was he no longer afraid, but a hint of perverse anticipation also arose in his heart. If Xia Yao was already SSS level, how powerful would her mom be? Super SSS level? Xia Yao looked at Chu He's pale face, gasping for breath, thinking he was scared by her. In her cold eyes, pain and guilt instantly overflowed. She reached out her hand, somewhat clumsily trying to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, her voice softening. "I'm sorry, it's my fault, I shouldn't have said these things to scare you." When Chu He felt her icy fingertips touch him, he suddenly snapped back to reality. "It's okay." Chu He raised his head, his gaze already calm again, even carrying a hint of deep meaning that Xia Yao couldn't understand. He held Xia Yao's cold little hand with his own, his voice steady. "You can't hide from it, these things must be faced. I will make her recognize me and like me." Seeing him recover so quickly, the pain in Xia Yao's eyes deepened. Just as he was trying to hold on for the sake of not worrying himself. She nodded heavily, her determination unshakable as she promised, "Yeah. Don't worry, before that, I will definitely find a way to make my mom agree to us being together." Chapter 28, Assumption. Chu He looked at Xia Yao, who seemed worried about him, and his heart warmed. He held Xia Yao's icy little hand tightly and smiled. "Yeah, I will do my best. And you should know, I am not an ordinary human." He spoke those words with great confidence. Upon hearing this, the worried look in Xia Yao's clear, cold eyes slowly faded away. She gently patted Chu He's shoulder, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against his strong arm, feeling his calm energy at that moment, her gaze filled with a bit more reassurance. "I know you're not ordinary." She retracted her hand, her tone firm. "That strange lion-headed noon, its blood and flesh with violent energy are things ordinary people cannot absorb. And that 5-headed lion is SS level, yet you, like my kind, absorbed it completely. Your body has changed inside and out." Xia Yao's eyes fell on his face as she continued. "Your ability is very overbearing. You can forcibly take, no, it should be said, copy other people's things and make them your own. Chu He felt a twinge in his heart. He didn't expect her to observe so closely. But he hadn't planned to hide or keep anything secret. After all, he didn't have the ability to hide in front of these powerful beings from another world. He puffed out his chest, his muscles more defined, and asked jokingly, "What, do you like my muscular look?" "I like it. Even more." Xia Yao almost blurted it out, wrapping her arms tightly around Chu He's neck, rubbing her little face against his chest muscles like a cute little cat. Recalling Chu He's fierceness during their nap, she naturally tilted her face up, not hiding her happiness, and said, "Brother is so amazing, of course, I like it even more." She tilted her face up, not concealing her joy. Ha ha ha. Chu He couldn't help but laugh heartily. This girl's straightforwardness was just so to his taste. He held the back of Xia Yao's head, looking at her stunning face, close enough to see the blush, and whispered, with such sweet words, "You should get a reward." After saying that, he leaned down and kissed her deeply. Smack! Their lips met, the familiar sweet taste of strawberries instantly wrapped around him, more intense than any previous time, as if it was going to melt his very soul. A long while later, their lips parted. Xia Yao's eyes were somewhat dazed, her fair cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and a hint of shyness danced in her gaze. Brother's reward. She looked at Chu He, her eyes filled with longing. Not enough. These two words seemed to ignite a fuse. The air in the hall instantly became scorching hot. A few hours later, the two of them snuggled up in the lounge, Xia Yao resting her head on Chu He's shoulder, the air filled with a quiet warmth. Chu He lay on his side, looking at Xia Yao, who was lightly asleep beside him. Her stunning face was now marked by weariness and contentment, long eyelashes casting small shadows beneath her eyes, her breathing steady and deep. And Chu He could feel something wonderful happening to his body in the intimate contact with Xia Yao. His eyes of oblivion seemed to have further sharpened, a cool comfort filled his eye sockets, as if he could more clearly perceive the flow of energy in this world. He gently pulled Xia Yao closer, letting her rest in the crook of his arm. This action startled the sleepy girl awake. Xia Yao opened her eyes in a daze. "It's okay, sleep," Chu He said softly. He watched as Xia Yao nestled closer into his embrace, and his heart moved. He decided to use this delicate moment to deal with the ticking time bomb hanging over him. "Yao Yao, I want to ask you a question." "What?" Xia Yao's voice was thick with sleepiness. Clearly not really awake. If, Chu He pondered his words, making his tone sound like he was telling a boring bedtime joke, "If one day, someone else insists on being with me, competing with you for me, what will you do?" Xia Yao's eyes instantly opened a slit, and the light that leaked from that slit was cold and dangerous. "Who is so bold, tired of living?" "No one, I'm just hypothetically speaking." Chu He hurried to soothe her, gently patting her back, like comforting a cranky kitten. Xia Yao seemed to accept this explanation, closed her eyes again, and answered casually, "Then I'll duel her, whoever loses, dies." As expected. Chu He understood in his heart, and continued to throw out the real bait. "So, what if it's someone very close to you? For example, what if your best friend also likes me, what will you do?" "Cocky?" Xia Yao's tone was filled with absurdity and ridicule, absolutely impossible. "That person, although she's gossipy, has no interest in men at all. I'd rather believe she likes women." "Don't say it so definitively, there's always a chance." Chu He insisted on guiding her. Xia Yao was a bit impatient with his questioning, just wanting to sleep quickly, her brain too lazy to think, mumbling vaguely, "Oh, I'm sleepy, I want to sleep, don't ask." She twisted her body, seemingly trying to find a more comfortable position, then said in a dreamy tone, carelessly, "If that day really comes, no big deal. I'll be the big one, she'll be the small one, is that okay?" Chu He's heart suddenly stopped, then it started racing wildly. He held his breath, afraid to disturb this hard-won mandate, cautiously asking, Hey, what you just said, is it true?" Really? Xia Yao was already completely drowsy, impatiently waving her hand. "Besides, it's impossible, I know my best friend best, understand? We grew up together. Even if she was blind and liked you, she absolutely wouldn't let me compete with her, we're as tight as can be. Go to sleep. Go to sleep." "With your words, I'm relieved." Chu He's voice carried a smile he didn't even notice himself. "Just don't be dumbfounded when the time comes. Relax. Xia Yao mumbled her last words, turned her body, and casually grabbed Chu He's arm, hugging it tightly. She seemed to really like it this way. Chu He held the warm and soft body, but his mind was racing, a massive joy and sense of control surging up. Done. The biggest hidden danger for the future had been solved just like that. Xia Yao should keep her word, completely different from cocky. But wait, grew up together? He suddenly remembered the early test in the dormitory. That door was almost filled with memories of Xia Yao alone. But today she said, they grew up together. Thinking, there was only one possibility. Xia Yao deliberately hid other fragments, intentionally creating a lonely atmosphere. From the very beginning, she had a protective instinct towards herself and was also careful when designing the copy. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the library consultation desk, several palm-sized little fairies were circling around Kaki. These little guys were not flesh and blood but seemed to be made of moonlight and stardust, half-transparent, radiating a soft glow. Their wings were not feathers but two pairs of extremely thin membranes, resembling ancient parchment, flowing with tiny golden runes. They were massaging Kaki's shoulders and pounding her legs. One was holding a budding starlight flower in two hands, with a drop of crystal-clear nectar in its core, carefully offering it to her lips. Kaki just opened her mouth in boredom, letting the drop of nectar slide down her throat. Tasteless. She frowned, her delicate little face full of disdain. The little fairy holding the flower was so frightened that the runes on its wings dimmed a little. Almost fell from the air. How could it have no flavor? This is the sweetest honey. Change it. Kachi impatiently waved her hand. The little fairies did not dare to slack off, quickly flying away in a swarm, and shortly after, they brought back a fruit burning with a pale blue flame. Kachi took a bite and spat it out. Too bland. The little fairies were about to cry. This was the lava fruit only found in the depths of the hellish abyss, its flavor overwhelmingly powerful. How could it be bland? They had no idea that after tasting the incredibly sweet and aromatic kiss of Chu He, all the delicacies in this world became insipid and tasteless. She irritably scratched her silver short hair, a dangerous light flickering in her starry eyes. No, I really want to go see. Chapter 29, so miserable, not one looks human. The next day, 5 o'clock in the morning. ZZ. A sharp, ear-splitting sound of electric current unexpectedly shattered the dead quiet of the campus. Immediately after, a cold, mechanical notification echoed across every corner of the campus, carrying an undeniable commanding tone. All survivors pay attention, within 10 minutes, bring your strange roommates to the playground. Repeat, within 10 minutes, bring your strange roommates to the playground. Latecomers will be responsible for the consequences. In the principal's suite, as soon as that sound rang out, Chu He suddenly opened his eyes wide. His gaze was sharp as a knife, with no trace of grogginess from just waking up, like a lurking cheetah suddenly startled. He instinctively glanced to his side. Xia Yao was still sound asleep. Last night's 5-hour clearly drained her immense spirit and strength, and her peaceful sleeping face now had a slightly lazy and satisfied blush, long eyelashes covering her like butterfly wings, casting delicate shadows beneath her eyes. A wave of affection and helplessness surged in Chu He's heart. Yao Yao, wake up, it's time to get up. He reached out, gently pushing her smooth and fragrant shoulder. Xia Yao grumbled a few dissatisfied sounds, her nose issuing cute murmurs, showing no sign of waking up. Instead, she snuggled deeper into his arms like a little cat seeking warmth, her warm face rubbed against his chest, seemingly searching for a more comfortable sleeping position. My dear grandniece, if you don't get up, we'll both have to bear the consequences. Chu He said, both laughing and crying. He glanced at the antique clock on the wall, the time ruthlessly slipping away by the second. He dared not delay any longer. In this strange world, the phrase bear the consequences often meant a fate worse than death. He didn't want to personally experience it. He took a deep breath, his movements becoming incredibly gentle, carefully helping Xia Yao into her tidy and familiar school uniform. Clumsily, he fastened the buttons of her shirt, his fingertips sometimes brushed against her warm skin, delicate as fine silk. After finishing everything, he bent down, one arm slipping through her knees, the other arm securely cradling her neck, executing a standard and proficient princess carry. Xia Yao seemed to sense the change in position and instinctively adjusted the position of her head, comfortably resting in the crook of his arm, the corners of her mouth even slightly lifting, revealing a hint of sweet murmuring, sleeping even more soundly. Chu He held her, feeling the astonishingly light weight in his arms, stepping out of the principal's suite, briskly heading towards the playground. The morning light was faint, just beginning to dawn. The eerie dark red morning light could not penetrate the thick fog engulfing the campus, only casting a cold blood-red hue over the lifeless buildings. On the campus road, one could already see hurried figures, their faces filled with fear and numbness. And standing beside them were their roommates. Even more bizarre and strange, it opened Chu He's eyes wide. A skinny white guy, as thin as a bamboo pole, was using all his strength to drag his roommate beside him, a frog the size of a small elephant. The frog was dripping with purple pus, giving off a nauseating stench that was repulsive even from a distance. With every jump of the frog, the ground trembled, causing the young man's face to grow whiter, filled with despair in his eyes. Chu He secretly scoffed, good heavens, which ancient ancestor from the swamp did he bring out? It's a talent in itself to not be knocked out by the smell while hanging around that thing every day. He looked down at Summer Yao in his arms, she emitted a faint, sweet scent like strawberries, contrasting heaven and hell with the foul stench from over there. Not far away, a blonde girl was gripping tightly onto a chain. That space violently fluctuated and spun, as if twisted into a twist by an invisible giant hand, ultimately forming a bottomless, pitch-black vortex. In the vortex, there was no light, only pure, devouring darkness. A wave of terrifying pressure, chilling enough to freeze the soul, wildly spread out, sweeping across the scene like a tsunami. Gugwa. SSSS. Many of the lowly creatures present gave uncertain hisses under this pressure, their bodies trembled uncontrollably, instinctively wanting to retreat, only to be pinned in place by an invisible force. Some survivors even weakened in their legs, collapsing directly to the ground, their faces as pale as paper, a strange odor emanating from their pants. Even Chu He felt a chilling sensation deep in his bones. Chapter 30, The Arrival of Brother. A figure slowly walked out from the pitch-black vortex. The newcomer was a young boy. He looked to be only 17 or 18, tall and straight like a sword, clad in a well-tailored pure black instructor uniform, sharply defining him apart from the surrounding chaos and filth. His long black hair, identical to Xia Yao's, and a pair of gray-black eyes as dead as the abyss. His features were so handsome that they were extreme, yet completely lifeless, like a statue carved from eternal night and cold ice. The moment he appeared, the entire world seemed to have been silenced. All sounds, all movements, even the flow of light and air, froze in place. An undeniable force of rule, a sense of absolute control, emanated from him. He was undoubtedly an SSS-level monster. Gogwa. Those creatures that had been bullying the survivors were now all crawling on the ground, emitting screams of sheer terror, their bodies shaking like chaff, unable to harbor even a thought of resistance. As if they had seen the absolute king within their life's bloodline. The survivors were in utter disarray, feeling as though their souls were being tightly gripped by an invisible hand, their thoughts halted, leaving only instinctual fear that wildly proliferated. However, the boy's cold eyes did not linger on these ants for even a fraction of a second. His gaze pierced through all twisted and terrified faces, precisely landing on the corner of the playground. It fell on the man who remained calm, even taking the time to size him up. And on his sister, who was currently tenderly held in the man's embrace, peacefully asleep with a sweet expression. As the boy saw the scene, his previously still eyes rippled for the first time with intense waves. In Chu He's arms, the previously sleeping Xia Yao suddenly let out a muffled grunt, her body shaking violently. Her butterfly-like eyelashes suddenly opened wide. All traces of sleep vanished. In her icy eyes, there was no longer the laziness and dependency she had shown in front of Chu He, instead, there was an unprecedented gravity and wariness. She sensed that familiar yet unbearable aura. Xia Yao immediately broke free from Chu He's embrace, standing straight, instinctively adjusting her school uniform that Chu He had wear a bit casually. Her appearance was not like that of facing a peer, but rather like a child who had made a mistake, facing the strictest parent. She bit her lips tightly, looking toward the handsome boy in the center of the playground, her brow furrowed. Brother? Why are you here? Xia Yao's tone was filled with uncontainable surprise and a hint of guilt she didn't even realize she had. The boy, called brother, did not respond. His gaze remained firmly locked on Chu He, as if two invisible ice swords were set to completely dissect him from soul to flesh. It was a gaze filled with strong aggressiveness and judgment. Chu He's heart rang alarm bells, but his face showed no signs of disturbance. Siblings? He glanced at the suddenly obedient Xia Yao beside him, a thought surfacing in his mind. So, it was the legendary little brother-in-law who had arrived. And this guy, without a doubt, is SSS level. Even he felt stronger than Xia Yao when he first met her. Because just standing here, the pressure he brought was even more terrifying than what Xia Yao had deliberately released before. At that moment, the young man, Shanua, finally spoke. His voice, like him, was icy, clear, without a trace of human warmth. Are you the mortal who defiled my sister? As soon as the words fell, an invisible force of rule explosively expanded with his voice. The air around instantly solidified, becoming heavy and viscous like mercury. Those survivors who were already weak on the ground felt their hearts gripped tightly by a cold hand, choking them instantly, their faces turning a deep shade of purple. Chu He faced this terrifying pressure, feeling his bones groaning under the unbearable weight. But he did not retreat. He knew that to take a step back now was to fall into an abyss. Chu He slowly raised his head, meeting Shanua's cold gaze, his lips curling up slightly in a provocation. He calmly corrected him. Not defilement. She is my woman. The moment he spoke, the scene fell silent. All the survivors, including those who were in a daze from fear, looked at Chu He with eyes filled with madness. Crazy, this man must be insane. Facing such a terrifying existence, he not only did not kneel and beg for mercy but also dared to so arrogantly declare his claim. Upon hearing this, the coldness in Shanua's eyes intensified, as if it could freeze time and space. Your woman? His lips curled into a faint, sarcastic arc, sneering coldly. A mere mortal, is worthy? He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze ultimately resting back on Chu He, speaking in a tone of final judgment. From today on, I will be your grand instructor. To conduct a 7-day adaptation training. He deliberately emphasized the word adaptation, his eyes flashing with undisguised cruelty and killing intent. I hope this ignorant ant can live a few more days. Chu He's mind buzzed. He understood. This was not training at all. This guy was coming for him. He intended to use the most reasonable way to torture him to death over these 7 days. Sha Nua, you dare. Xia Yao's face instantly turned extremely ugly. She glared at her brother, a fierce fire igniting for the first time in her cold eyes. If you dare to touch a hair on his head, however, her threatening words were not finished. Sha Nua merely glanced at her, his gaze devoid of anger or confrontation, only a calm indifference from a high ground. Sister. This is mother's will. Just a single sentence. In that instant, all of Xia Yao's anger, all of her momentum, was completely shattered, turning to nothing. That once beautiful face still holding anger, drained of color at a visible speed, becoming pale and lifeless. Mother, she knew, seeing her sister defeated, Sha Nua's lips formed a fleeting smirk. Such a good mortal, actually made my fearless sister show such an expression. I want to see what kind of ability you really have. And just as Xia Yao's breath fell to its lowest point, and the entire scene was completely overshadowed by Sha Nua's will. A crisp voice filled with laziness and dissatisfaction suddenly echoed in the silent playground. Hey, it's so noisy early in the morning, making such a big commotion, how can anyone sleep? The crowd turned to look in the direction of the voice. They saw, at the edge of the crowd, a petite figure appearing out of nowhere. Silver short hair, eyes like the galaxy. It was the librarian, Kaki. She yawned, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and scanned the room, finally stopping her gaze on Shano, her pretty brows slightly furrowed. I thought so, it turns out it's you, this little brat, causing a ruckus. Chapter 31. Shaya was stunned, Shano was dumbfounded, and the whole room was glued to the scene. The corners of Shano's eyes twitched fiercely. At the moment Kaki appeared, the handsome face that seemed carved from eternal icy night showed its first clear crack. He tried hard to maintain the authority of the chief instructor, attempting to keep that terrifying pressure looming over the crowd, but his voice uncontrollably carried a hint of doubt and politeness. Kaki sister, what are you doing here? Kaki completely ignored him. She simply stretched gracefully, her petite figure unfolding, her joints cracking with a series of crisp, pleasant sounds. That posture was not facing a terrifying presence that could freeze time and space, instead, it felt like a stroll in her own backyard. The horrific aura that could make even SS-level anomalies crouch and tremble was fragile before her, like a joke, unable to even stir her clothing. Shano watched her effortlessly pass through his carefully constructed realm of authority, and his expression completely fell apart. Now green, now pale. What do you mean, how did I come? How dare you ask? You woke me from my good dream early in the morning, making such a scene, are you afraid others don't know you've come? Before her words fell, her figure suddenly flashed before Shano. She only reached his chest in height, yet carried an invisible pressure that made Shano instinctively step back half a step. Kaki stood on tiptoes, extended her fair finger, and poked his hard chest without any courtesy. After not seeing you for many days, your flamboyant nature hasn't changed at all. So tacky. Shano's handsome face turned slightly red, facing this merciless critique, he could only awkwardly respond. Kaki sister, please don't humiliate me, I'm just carrying out my duties. His attitude, so deferential after being arrogant, left all the survivors stunned. Only Shaya was not surprised, yet that unease in her heart grew heavier. Kaki lightly snorted, finally shifting her gaze from him, crossing over him, and landing on Chu He. She looked at Shaya's terrified expression, like being caught by parents, and a hint of faint amusement flickered in her starry eyes. In the dead silence of the room, she walked step by step to Chu He. A faint, unique fragrance, mixed with the scent of books and stardust, wafted into Chu He's nostrils. He looked at the little figure before him and had already guessed 7 or 8 points. This little witch was here to stir up trouble. Then, in front of her best friend and that fierce younger brother, Kaki made a move that left the whole room's brain crashing. She floated in front of Chu He, extended her fair index finger, the tip carrying a slight cool touch, and gently lifted Chu He's chin. The action was flirty, ambiguous. Boom, Xiao felt like she had been struck by lightning, completely frozen in place. Her mind went blank. She stared in disbelief as her best friend, using an affectionate gesture only couples would do, treated her man like this. How could it be? Wasn't Kaki the one who hated men the most? Didn't she say that men are foolish and boring creatures? Then what was she doing now? Why was her gesture so natural? Shano was also completely baffled. He looked at his sister, then at Chu He, and lastly at Kaki's nonchalant expression. Sister. Kaki sister, this human. A love triangle? His mind was a mess, all plans, all drafts. Everything was crushed in that instant. No, that's not right. Uncle didn't mention this. He is your sister's man, which means he is my man. Kachi's eyes clearly reflected Chu He's face, voice lazy, but the words were for Xianhua. If you want to touch him in the future, you must first ask me if I agree. As soon as the words fell, the corners of Xianhua's mouth twitched violently. How do we play this now? He originally just wanted to use mother's will as a pretense to scare his sister, to see her fearless face, and her cute expression when she was brought down in front of him. By the way, he wanted to weigh this unknown human brother-in-law who had suddenly appeared, to see why he could make his sister care so much. But when he saw his sister's face turn pale in an instant and heard her half-finished, yet resolute words, the pleasure he should have felt did not show up at all. Instead, a heart-wrenching sourness gripped him. It was as if a precious treasure he had protected since childhood was silently stolen by this man named Chu He. This nameless anger made him change his mind instantly. He had to deal with this human well. But he never thought that before his plan even began, Kachi would actually show up. From the very start, she stood firmly by this human. For the first time, Xia Nuo felt what it meant to regret. In just a few minutes, he inexplicably lost the affection of two sisters at once. Moreover, Kachi wasn't like his blunt sister. Her mind was as sharp as a monster. His little tricks would probably not hide from her for long. Right now, he felt like a clown surrounded by 3 audience members in the center of a stage, trapped with no way out. On the playground, the oppressive power that could freeze souls relaxed quietly, as its master's mind was in turmoil. Those survivors who were already scared out of their wits began to taste a strange sweetness from their extreme fear. Wow, what a big melon! Gods fighting? No, it's gods fighting over a man. This is so much more exciting than any horror training. A white dude who was just sobbing on the ground secretly poked the guy next to him dragging a toad, silently mouthing, "Awesome." The despair in that guy's eyes was replaced by the blazing fire of gossip, and he nodded eagerly in agreement. This breathtaking twist made everyone temporarily forget their fear. They all craned their necks, wide-eyed, afraid of missing any detail. At the same time, in the long interrupted live streams of various countries, the comments went completely crazy. Wow! Wow! The annual drama. The little brother-in-law brought a knife to the door, only to find that there's not just one brother-in-law. I said Chu He was not ordinary. Look at Kachi's little moves, those little glances, raising her chin. How skilled. These two definitely have something going on. Queen Xiaoyao's expression, my heart is breaking, yet I want to laugh so much, what should I do? Green light? No, it's the light of the Azura field. Look at the instructor's face. Dark as the bottom of a pot. Haha, when he came, his aura was 2 meters 8, now he's so awkward he can use his toes to scrape out a 3-room apartment. Best line of the day, my man is also my man. Is this the ultimate aura of a harem master? Chu He-san, he didn't even do anything, yet 2 supreme beings are fighting for him. Brother has completely lost. The atmosphere became quite strange at that moment. It probably stuck at a standstill for 10 seconds. Ahem, ahem. Xianhua coughed heavily twice, trying to regain control of the situation, but his voice carried a hint of insecurity that he couldn't conceal. He forced a stern face, using a facade of authority, and coldly announced. Today's gathering is over. Everyone go back now. Wait for the next instruction. The survivors felt as if they had been pardoned, scrambling back in a rush, but each one turned back 3 times, their reluctant gazes seeming to watch an annual grand performance that had yet to finish. Soon, only 4 people remained on the vast playground. However, the atmosphere grew even colder and eerier. Chapter 32, Xiaoyao vs. Catch. The playground was deathly silent. Xiaoyao stared blankly at Catch's finger that hooked under Chui's chin, that finger pale and slender, now like a poisonous thorn, deeply piercing her eyes. Her voice was very soft, yet incredibly cold. Catch, what are you doing? Catch slowly withdrew her hand, as if she had merely brushed away a speck of dust. She turned around, facing Xiaoyao, her starry eyes not showing a shred of guilt, instead shimmering with a strange brilliance. Yao, I thought about it all night and realized, her words were light, yet struck Xiaoyao's heart like a heavy hammer, I like him. She paused and added a statement that nearly made Xiaonua's eyes pop out. We can compete fairly, of course, if you really don't want to. I wouldn't mind being the smaller one. Xiaoyao's breath suddenly hitched, she looked incredulously at her childhood friend, feeling terrifyingly alien. What did you say? Chu He didn't tell you he is my man? He did. But you're not married, why can't I like him? Good things, no, good men, should be shared. Xiaoyao was so angry that her chest heaved violently, her voice rising, aren't you the one who hates men the most? Have you forgotten what you said? Even if dead, you could never fall for any male creature. Oh, I was young and foolish, I misspoke. Catch playfully stuck out her tongue, but her gaze flicked toward Chu, carrying a hint of nostalgia. I've changed my mind, he smells so good. You, Xiaoyao pointed at her, speechless with fury, you changed your mind, so don't steal my man. Stop referring to him as your man. Catch's smile gradually faded, replaced by a hint of provocation, I've slept with him too. Boom. That sentence exploded in Xiaoyao's mind like a thunderbolt from the heavens. An indescribable sense of terror erupted from Xiaoyao. It was no longer the deliberate pressure released before, but a pure will for destruction emanating from the depths of her soul. The hard cement floor of the playground cracked in every direction from her as the dark cracks swelled with a heart-stopping, void-like black mist. Chu He felt a great shock in his heart. This was Xia Yao's true power. Stronger than her brother by an unthinkable amount. Xia Nuo was utterly stunned on the side. 3 days. Since this group of humans arrived, it had only been a full 3 days. His fearless sister and this clever catch, 2 SSS-grade beings, had both been overwhelmed by this human? Could that kiss truly have such terrifying magic, enough to make them fall instantly to this extent? Facing Xia Yao's almost all-consuming dark aura, Catch merely let out a cold laugh. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. In an instant, a vastly different power erupted from her petite body. It was neither darkness nor destruction, but a brilliance so dazzling it was extreme. Countless shadows of stars surrounded her, and the ground beneath her transformed into a deep starry sky, beautiful yet deadly. One black, one colorful, the two utterly different, terrifying forces clashed violently on the playground, tearing at the air to produce a sharp wail. Puff! Chu He, caught in the middle, felt a sweetness in his throat, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood that sprayed out. He had no doubt that if his body had not gone through a fundamental transformation, he would have already been ripped to shreds by these two powers. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. With all his strength, he shouted, Yao Yao! You promised me last night. You said last night that if Kachi liked me too, you would let her be small. Even though I was forced by her, I don't want you two to turn against each other and hurt one another. As soon as the words fell, Xia Yao's violent momentum suddenly stagnated, and in her burning eyes filled with black flames, a trace of entanglement and confusion flashed. Upon hearing this, Kachi was first stunned, then overjoyed, and looked at Chu He with eyes that were almost about to spill water. He indeed has feelings for me. He actually mentioned it to Xia Yao. Xia Yao stared hard at Chu He, then at Kachi, who was smug and even raised an eyebrow at her, and the anger in her chest and the promise in her mind were in fierce conflict. But why should she share her man with someone else? Especially with her best friend. After a long time, she squeezed out a sentence between her teeth. I did say that, but this fight must happen. Let's fight then. Kachi declared with high spirits, it's not convenient here, so let's go to the skies. Before her voice fell, her whole being turned into a brilliant streak of light, shooting up into the sky. Xia Yao snorted coldly, and the black gas around her suddenly contracted, wrapping around her like a black lightning bolt, and she instantly vanished from her spot. Boom! Nearly at the same time, a deafening roar erupted high in the sky. A pitch-black void collided violently with a shimmering galaxy. The sky seemed to be torn apart. One side was an absolute nothingness that devoured all, while the other side was a devastating torrent formed by billions of stars. Countless blades formed from starlight shot towards the darkness like a torrential rain but were silently swallowed as soon as they touched the edge of the void, without even a ripple. Immediately after, a gigantic hand made of pure darkness emerged from the void, covering the sky, and harshly grasped towards that galaxy. Xia Nuo looked up, mouth agape, dumbly watching the celestial battle in the sky, feeling that his worldview had been crushed countless times that morning. He just wanted to come and tease his sister, to see his brother-in-law. How did it develop to this point? He glanced at Chu He, who was also looking up, and his heart was tumultuous. What kind of monster is this man? Chu He looked up at the two world-destroying energy storms in the sky, his heart racing. Is this what a battle between two SSS-class anomalies looks like? It's truly terrifying. He shouted at the sky, stop. Please stop, don't fight anymore. Unfortunately, his voice couldn't even leave the range of the playground, being shattered by the invisible waves of energy. This scene is probably going to pierce through this planet. He retracted his gaze and looked at Xia Nuo, who was also dazed, unable to help but ask, hey, brother-in-law, are they really going to end up in trouble? Don't call me brother-in-law. He snorted coldly, looking at Chu He as if he were the source of all disasters. Are you satisfied now? Xia Nuo's voice carried a hint of bitterness. If you have the ability to make them fight to the death for you, why don't you have the ability to make them stop? Chu He's heart did feel a bit weak, but he absolutely would not back down in words. He puffed out his neck and stubbornly retorted. Can this be blamed on me? Can you please be reasonable? In your territory, as a powerless human, what else can I do other than follow your ridiculous rules? Chu He started counting on his fingers, beginning to tally up. Your sister's perverse rule, forbidding anyone to look her in the eyes for more than 3 seconds. If I break the rule, I will die if I don't kiss her. What should I do? And Kachi. As soon as he mentioned that little witch, Chu He had a headache. She is just a pure rogue. I was toyed around by her. When I got too excited and kissed her, what happened? I was directly forced by her. I am the victim. Xiano's eyelids twitched violently, his handsome face full of cracked expressions. Strong, really? That sister Kaki, who looked at everyone as if they were fools, could use such a rough method on him? And his cold and proud biological sister, who never indulged in worldly affairs, broke the rules and moved in with someone just because of a kiss? Xiano stared intently at Chu He, his eyes filled with shock and curiosity he couldn't comprehend. They both, did it because of your kiss? Not entirely. Chu He stroked his chin, displaying an inscrutable expression, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, like a seasoned romantic. After all, my damn charm, which has no place to be anchored, sometimes can't be hidden. He suddenly shifted his tone, his gaze sharp like a knife. You must know about me and your sister's affair, and the strangeness of that kiss. Did you come charging at me like a storm to kill me? Chu He suddenly laughed, a smile that made Xiano's heart race. Then I should remind you that my kiss seems to have a compulsory effect on beings like you, the embodiment of rules. Your sister fell for it. Although it's a bit embarrassing, if you truly want to lay hands on me. Chu He licked his lips, his eyes full of aggression. I wouldn't mind taking you in too, after all, you're pretty good looking as well. Once these words slipped out, even Chu He felt a bit guilty. Heaven knows if this ability works on men. If it does, with his current strength, he would probably also be a victim. Upon hearing this, Xiano's body stiffened suddenly. It was as if hit by an invisible lightning bolt. He instinctively took a step back, his legs clamped tightly together, feeling a chill in a certain place, a wave of unprecedented dread rising. What the hell? So domineering? He certainly didn't want to fall in love with a man. Even less did he want to be dominated by one. Cough. Let's talk properly. Xiano instantly concealed all hostility and coughed heavily to mask his loss of composure. I didn't intend to kill you. Looking at Chu He's "I don't believe you" expression, Xiano completely broke down, deciding to let it all go. Actually, my mom doesn't know about this at all. He deflated like a deflated balloon. I just wanted to come scare my sister a bit, and by the way, see what kind of person you are to make her so concerned. The result? Xiano's expression grew exceedingly gloomy, like a child whose cherished treasure had been stolen right in front of him. I never expected that you could take them both down with just a kiss. Honestly, I'm really angry. He raised his head, his resentful eyes seeming to bore a hole through Chu He. In the past, they spoiled me the most. Now, I show you just a bit of hostility, and they all protect you. I am really unhappy. Chu He, upon hearing this, instead laughed. It's right to be unhappy. They used to revolve around you, now they revolve around me. Of course, you feel uncomfortable. His words sounded so natural that Xiano's handsome face turned red with anger, yet he couldn't refute a single word. If you want them to treat you well again, it's simple. Chu He patted his shoulder. From now on, stand on my side, while I feast, I guarantee you'll have soup to drink. Xiano was choked by his shameless words, unable to speak for a long time, finally kicking a pebble at his feet in frustration and turning to gaze at the sky. The problem is, how long will they fight? In the sky, the dark void and the brilliant stars clashed with every encounter, shaking the space. The dispersing energy ripped through the clouds, creating a terrifying scene. Who knows? Xiano's voice was filled with irritation. This is the first time I've seen them actually fight, and it's still for a man. Crazy. Well, it won't be finished anytime soon. Chu He withdrew his gaze, pulled him over to the edge of the playground, and sat down heavily. Now, let's talk about something. Xiano instantly became alert, watching him closely. Your mom, what's her background? Chu He opened the door and saw the mountains. When I see Yao Yao mention her name, my soul almost gets scared away. And Kachi, why isn't she afraid at all? Don't her family care about her? Xia Nua's expression became complex, filled with both the pride of being a child and a hint of gloating. My mother is an SSR level being. SSR level? Chu He's heart skipped a beat, the terrifying weight behind this term far exceeded his imagination. Xia Nua was satisfied with Chu He's fleeting look of shock and continued speaking. Moreover, my mother has extremely strict requirements for my sister's partner. He intentionally dragged out the sound. Strength must not be lower than SSS level. Kachi's mother is also SSR level, but she follows a free-range policy. As long as Kachi is happy, she won't bother even if she pokes a hole in the sky. Xia Nua shrugged. We generally do not interfere in the matters of the younger generation. The playground fell into dead silence. Xia Yao's mother, an SSR level being, had set a rigid threshold that Chu He currently could not reach. This was not a high mountain, this was a chasm. Xia Nua saw Chu He's face instantly sink and felt a sense of relief in his heart. He thought he had finally gained an advantage. What? Afraid? He couldn't help but add a hint of pride. Now you know that being my brother-in-law is not that easy, right? However, Chu He remained silent for a few seconds. He slowly raised his head. Not only was there no hint of fear on his face, but he also blossomed into an incredibly brilliant smile. SSR level. In his eyes, a flame called ambition ignited, shining astonishingly bright. This is interesting. Xianhua looked at Chu He's expression, which was not filled with fear, but rather excitement, and an absurd thought began to grow wildly in his mind, causing him to exclaim. You can't possibly want to take my mom too, right? Chapter 34, What the hell is a surprise? Upon hearing this, Chu He's heart skipped a beat, realizing his earlier loss of composure, but instead of panicking, he immediately managed his expression, revealing a look that was both pained and angry from misunderstanding. Take? His voice was low, yet carried a weight of sacred determination being sullied. Am I the kind of person who disregards ethics and morals just to save my own life, timid as a mouse? Little brother-in-law, you've underestimated me, and your perspective is too narrow. I was thinking, I might die for love. Chu He's tone suddenly became incredibly solemn. He looked up at the two spheres of world-destroying energy in the sky, his eyes revealing a touch of sacred, martyr-like brilliance. I, a mortal, have fallen in love with your SSS-level sister. And your mother is an exalted SSR-level being. Do you think this is a tragedy? No. Chu He declared firmly, his voice was soft, yet it resonated powerfully. This is the beginning of a legend. A mortal, to defend his love, boldly challenges the supreme divinity, ultimately becoming a martyr. How magnificent, how great. My name, Chu He, will thus be eternally famous. It will become the most tragic footnote to the word love. Xianhua was completely stunned. He stared blankly at Chu He, observing his readiness to sacrifice himself for love. A string-named sister slave in his head was fiercely plucked. He imagined that scene. This man named Chu He, covered in blood, standing under his mother's supreme power, his back straight, shouting his sister's name, then turning to ash. And his own sister, holding his ashes, tears pouring into the starry sky. Damn! So touching. This is so romantic. This is the kind of ending that a man worthy of his sister should have. I apologize for my earlier words. Xianhua's eyes actually turned red. He suddenly grabbed Chu He's shoulders, shaking vigorously, his voice beginning to crack. Brother-in-law. I can already imagine such a tragic scene. I will cry bitterly because of you. He suddenly patted his chest, his expression extremely excited, as if he were also a witness to this magnificent epic. From today on, you are my dear brother-in-law. Chu He's lips slightly curled up, secretly thinking, got it. But the next second, Xianhua's words made the smile on his face instantly freeze. Brother-in-law, don't worry. I will go back to report to mother right now. I must let her know what an earth-shattering, unbreakable man my sister has found. You can go die. After you die, I will give you the grandest funeral. Your tombstone will be placed at the entrance of mother's shrine, so everyone can admire your greatness. When you die. Xianhua spoke more and more excitedly, as if he could already see that legendary funeral. Chu He's mouth twitched crazily. No way. This script isn't supposed to go this way. I'm just painting a beautiful picture. Why are you really starting to cook the pot? How did we end up talking about calling his mother out? Is there something wrong with this little brother-in-law's brain? Ahem. Chu He coughed heavily, discreetly brushing Xianhua's hand away, forcing himself to calm down, and putting on an air of profound mystery. Little brother-in-law, I understand your intentions. But there's no need to rush so much. Xianhua looked confused, like a thirsty student eager for knowledge. Legends need to be built up. Chu He earnestly taught, to go die directly is called reckless, not a hero. We must first let your mother, your sister, and the entire other world see my value, see my deep feelings. When the time is right, my fall will shine the brightest, right? Chu He secretly cursed in his heart. How could this little brother-in-law's mind be so stubborn, especially choosing to dive into dead ends? Dealing with such an abnormal mind was truly exhausting. Brother-in-law has thought this through, it makes sense. Xianhua nodded repeatedly, his eyes almost overflowing with admiration. He grabbed Chu He's hand and sincerely asked, then brother-in-law, what should we do now? What is the first step in building up? Ahem, it's very simple, Chu He said, you just arrived, stay here a few more days. And keep the idea of telling your mother about me and your sister locked away deep inside, understand? Do you know what a surprise for her means? Xianhua blinked his gray-black eyes, bewilderedly asking, whose mother's surprise? No, it's not whose mother's surprise, it's what her surprise means. What is her surprise? It's your mother's surprise. Chu He felt his blood pressure rising and could only patiently explain, listen, the essence of a surprise is in its suddenness. If we tell your mother now, that's a report, not a surprise. What we need to do is keep building up, accumulating, so that at an unexpected moment, she suddenly realizes how great a man her daughter has found, and this man is willing to die for love. Just think about it, that shock, that impact, wouldn't it directly push this legend to its peak? Xianhua's eyes sparkled as he slapped his thigh. Brilliant! No wonder you can conquer both my sisters, you truly are exceptional. Xianhua said excitedly, rubbing his hands. With this, your death must be immensely heroic. Damn. How did we circle back to that word again? Chu He felt his temples throbbing. Chatting with Xianhua felt like riding a roller coaster without a safety belt. If this continues, he might just get heart disease or a stroke on the spot. He took a deep breath, displaying a look of great compassion. Little brother-in-law, hearing you talk brings me much comfort. But could you please stop with the dying? Got it. Xianhua immediately understood. The fervor in his eyes almost turned tangible. It's a great sacrifice. A great sacrifice for love. Chu He. Forget it, let's give up on saving him. The child is beyond help, let's just let it end, hurry up. At that moment, a more terrifying thunderous sound came from the sky. Boom! A pitch-black wave of energy fell from the sky like a sword, grazing the edge of the playground, leaving a terrifying deep scar on the distant teaching building. The whole ground shook violently for a moment. Chu He and Xianhua both looked up at those two completely crazed energy storms in the sky, their faces looking somewhat grim. Brother-in-law, if this goes on, they will destroy this place. Xianhua's tone finally showed a hint of urgency. We must stop them. I damn well want to. Chu He shouted, then realized he had lost his cool, quickly calming down. He looked at his brother-in-law, who had overwhelming fighting power but was clearly not thinking straight, and a bold plan began to form in his mind. Little brother, Chu He patted his shoulder, his expression serious. Right now is the first step to establishing our legend. What is it? Xianhua perked up immediately, standing straight. Chu He pointed at the sky and spoke slowly. Go, bring your sister down for me. Chapter 35, The Useless Little Brother. Xianhua's mind was filled with the epic love story called Martyrdom for Love, which he had concocted himself. He felt he was no longer just a simple younger brother, but a promoter and witness of this great legend. For the great sacrifice of his brother-in-law, for his sister's eternal happiness, he was duty-bound. Brother-in-law, don't worry, watch me. Xianhua's passion surged, he let out a loud shout, his handsome face full of tragic determination. The whole person transformed into a pitch-black lightning bolt that tore through the sky, wrapped in an unstoppable divine momentum, bravely charging toward the center of those two stormy devastations. However, in less than 3 minutes. Ah! You two crazy women! A shrill scream filled with infinite grievance echoed from afar. That little black, which shot up, was now coming down at least 3 times faster, trailing a long trail of black smoke, like a raging comet, straight down. Boom! In the center of the playground, the ground gave a painful wail, forcibly smashed into a giant pit over 10 meters in diameter, seemingly bottomless. The violent shockwave stirred up dust and rubble, spreading like a tsunami, causing the ground to shake violently. Far away in the dormitory, all survivors felt a sudden jolt beneath their feet, the window glass buzzing like a 7th-degree earthquake had struck. The onlookers leaning on the dormitory railing gaped with mouths wide enough to fit an egg. Did I see wrong? That imposing new chief instructor just went up to the sky. And then, a classmate asked, trembling. Then, looks like he was knocked down. Ha! The whole dormitory fell into a few seconds of dead silence, then erupted into whispers like a tsunami. In my 30 years of life, I've never encountered anything as absurd as this morning. So the situation now is, the younger brother wants to stand up for his sister, but his sister and her best friend are fighting over a man. The younger brother goes up to mediate, and then, gets beaten down by 2 sisters? This relationship is too chaotic. My CPU is about to burn out. This is amazing. What did Chu He say to Xia Yao's younger brother that made him willingly become a live target? Stop talking, feel it with your heart. I just want to know, is this little brother still alive? Meanwhile, in the Long Kingdom live broadcast room, the white waterfall of bullet comments had completely drowned the screen. Ha ha ha. I'm sorry, although it's tragic, I really can't help it. It's hilarious. They told you to mediate, not to be a target. Now, how wonderful, a mixed doubles specified victim. Chushin's mouth really opened like a lucky charm. With just a few words he fooled my little brother to the point of limping. What survival game is this? This is actually Chushin's Palace Comedy. And it's a worldwide live version. I declare that my little brother is the only comedic star of this scene. How arrogant he was when he arrived, now he falls with a loud crash. Countless viewers laughed until they pounded their chests and stomped their feet, madly taking screenshots, thus giving birth to the year's best meme. Just a second before Summer Nua fell, Chu He had already teleported to a safe spot. A few seconds later, Summer Nua crawled out of the pit, his hair a mess and his face dirty, while spitting mud from his mouth and pointing at the sky, cursing loudly. Chu He strolled over, looking him up and down, and in a tone filled with pity and a hint of curiosity, he spoke softly. How come you're so weak, being SSS level 2? Damn it! Summer Nua's handsome face turned red with anger, almost spitting blood. I went up to mediate. But those 2 crazy women complained I was in the way, and instead of fighting, they just teamed up to blast me down. I could handle one, but how could I fight both together? In the sky, after a brief ceasefire, the fighting and arguing continued, with increasingly ugly words being exchanged. Summer Yao. You muscle-brained fool. Is brute force all you know? Kaki's crisp voice was filled with venomous blades as she waved her hand, and a billion starlights transformed into countless intricate runic chains that wrapped around Summer Yao from all directions. You little airport. You think you can steal my man and still have a reason? If I don't rip your tattered starry dress today, I won't be called Summer Yao. Summer Yao's roar was like thunder. Completely disregarding those fancy chains, she concentrated and conjured a gigantic black hand that blocked out the sun, brutally slapping toward Kaki, accompanied by a dark slash that could swallow light. Kaki nimbly dodged, giggling as she trembled with laughter. Oh dear. What a big temper. Unlike some people who sleep with a man all night and make not even a peep. Me and him? We had quite a lively time. What the hell? When did you come to my room? You actually eavesdropped. Summer Yao froze for a moment before shouting frantically. From 10 at night to 3 in the morning, I've been listening behind your door. My ears nearly got calluses, yet I didn't hear a thing. Kaki looked contemptuous. Humph. No wonder. Summer Yao sneered. Chu He and I were in love from after 4 until 9, you came too late, I was already asleep. Damn it. You occupied him for 5 hours. My little he can't follow you, you're going to drain him dry eventually. Kaki raged, the galactic storm around her growing fiercer. Summer Yao, what do you mean your little he? Chu He is mine. Mine. Kaki, come on. Whoever wins, Chu He is theirs tonight. Boom. Summer Yao completely exploded, the ferocity of the battle escalated again. Countless malicious yet childish words resonated with destructive energy waves, echoing across the entire campus. On the ground, Chu He and Summer Nua's eyes twitched madly. The grand epic in Summer Nua's mind about dedicating oneself for love was shattered by the painful reality of the shrew's cursing. He began to doubt if he had just been clouded by lard. This earth-shattering battle continued until 11 in the morning. At that moment, a terrifying, suffocating pressure descended from the sky without warning, enveloping the entire campus. In the next second, the space above the playground twisted violently like a water surface disturbed by thrown stones. A giant figure, like a mountain, appeared out of thin air, followed by 2 multi-armed monsters holding several large bags of fragrant ingredients. The newcomer was Summer Yen. He quickly spotted the huge pit on the playground and the terrifying gash on the distant teaching building that seemed bottomless. And the 2 energy storms in the sky clashed fiercely, disturbing the winds and clouds. His rugged face instantly transformed from shock to fury. What happened? A roar, like thunder from the heavens, exploded loudly. You 2 rascals, why are you fighting? Chapter 36, Kachi's Wolfish Words. Xiaoyan's roar wasn't just sound, it was like an invisible hand, violently tearing apart the dark and starry sky entwined above. The 2 destructive energies instantly collapsed. The figures of Xiao Yao and Kachi reappeared, both with slightly messy hair and their clothes still carrying the embers of each other's power, glaring at each other in the sky, neither willing to back down. But they dared not strike again, both floating down and standing aside. Xiao Nua saw Xiaoyan's face, darker than the bottom of a pot, and was frightened. He quickly dusted off his clothes, attempting to tidy up his ragged outfit, forcing out a respectful expression. Uncle! He called out, his eyes uncontrollably drifting towards Chu He, filled with mixed feelings of admiration and tragic emotion, as if looking at a martyr about to sacrifice for love. Xiaoyan's gaze swept across the scene like a knife. He first glared fiercely at Xiao Yao and Kachi, causing both girls to instinctively shrink their necks. Next, his eyes fell on the disheveled Xiao Nua, his brows knitting together. Finally, his overwhelming presence locked firmly onto the only calm human in the room, Chu He. Speak! What on earth happened? Xiao Yan's voice contained the pressure of an impending volcano. If you dare to lie to me even slightly, I'll immediately tell your mothers. The moment these words were spoken, Xiao Yao's face instantly turned pale, her eyes revealing an unmistakable panic. Kachi, however, merely curled her lip, appearing indifferent as if she was a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. Xiao Nua was the first to speak, recounting everything to him in detail. After listening, Xiao Yan was immensely shocked. 2 SSS-level girls, who used to find men dirty, fought so fiercely for a human they had known for less than 3 days. And both had deep ties with Chu He. He thought, is he really that charming? In such a short time, he made them so concerned. Xiao Yan said, after all this commotion, it's all because of you, Chu He, you truly have skills. In just 2 days, you stirred my precious niece and her friends' emotions, now they're screaming for blood over you. Uncle! This isn't his fault. Xiao Yao urgently spoke, her face full of distress. Uncle, I approached him first. Kachi crossed her arms, her tone calm but her stance clear. After they spoke, they instinctively glared at each other, as if competing for the right to take the blame for Chu He. Xianhua was also inspired by the tragic epic, straightening his chest, his face carrying a kind of noble demeanor that few understood. Uncle. You don't understand. This isn't about jealousy, it's a clash of souls. It's a duel to defend love. Xiaoyan's eyelid twitched fiercely, nearly choking on his breath from anger at this line of reasoning. Shut up, all of you. I'm talking to Chu He. Chu He helplessly said, sigh, it's also out of necessity. It's just my damn charm that always has nowhere to go. He turned to the two girls, who had just paused but were still shooting daggers with their eyes at each other, and smiled, what do you think? Upon hearing this, Xia Yao immediately forgot her conflict with Kachi and shouted without thinking, brother is the most handsome and charming man in the world, no, in the entire universe. Of course. Kachi crossed her arms, tilting her chin defiantly, unwilling to back down, no one cares more about me than my little He. Cares? Xia Yao's eyes instantly reddened at this statement, the recently extinguished flames whooshed back up 3 heights. Kachi, you little shorty. Do you think caring can surpass me? Chu He is the one I believe in. Kachi shot her a disdainful glance, who do you call a little dwarf? In terms of feelings, you are just impulsive, what else? Xia Yao straightened her chest, her determined gaze becoming even more apparent, her lips curving up with a hint of a victor's posture. You are right, with this determination, I can surpass you. Really? Kachi smirked slyly, a playful glimmer flashing in her starry eyes, but there is one thing you can never surpass me. Xia Yao instinctively asked, what is it? Kachi pronounced each word clearly, her voice crisp, but the content left the scene momentarily frozen. I understand him better than you do. As the words fell, the entire playground sank into a brief silence. You're talking nonsense. Xia Yao's face turned fiery red, angry, and flustered. On the other side, the two big men were also taken aback. Xianhua's jaw nearly dropped to his feet. The grand epic he had just constructed in his mind, titled Martyrdom for Love, was completely altered by these simple words. What sacred duel, what collision of souls? How did it turn into a competition of who understands the other better? When he looked back at Kachi, the clever, intelligent, ethereal Kachi in his heart seemed to have gained a bit of earthly essence. Beside them, Xiaoyan, with his rugged face, had turned from pot-bottom black to a liver-purple hue. The dignified SSS-grade ghost chef, the boss of his own domain, felt that although the quarrel between these two girls wasn't that outrageous, it was still enough to give him a headache. He could even feel the slight tremors of his two overzealous subordinates behind him, their bodies shaking from wanting to laugh but refraining. It was truly maddening. Chui's lips twitched continuously. Why were these two girls quarreling again? Kaki's mind was moving too fast. He re-evaluated Kachi before him, just about 5 feet tall, her youthful face resembling that of a middle school student, her starry skirt making her look even more petite and cute, pure enough to make water drip. But this pristine face could always say something to instantly change the situation. This little witty girl. The two of them were engaging in a verbal battle, and it seemed the atmosphere was thickening with dangerous energy, as if they were about to spar for 300 rounds at any moment. Uncle, look. Chu He spread his hands, an innocent look on his face. You see, I don't want it this way, it's them who insist on this. His expression was one of grave pain, as if he carried the world's love. Now, even if I want to dodge, they probably won't be happy. While saying this, Chu He felt unprecedentedly clear in his heart. At first, he was a little worried that if things were exposed, Xia Yao, being so straightforward, might turn hatred from love and angrily chop him up. But after witnessing this morning's drama, he completely understood. Their feelings for him were unreasonably strong. As long as they were determined, they would brainlessly protect him and would never have any thoughts of harming him. So why be afraid? From now on, I could let go completely, with no psychological burden. No, I am a pure love warrior, I should still rein it in unless absolutely necessary. Chapter 37, Don't Die. Can't we all just repay you? Xiaoyan's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, his stern shout contained undeniable authority. What kind of image is this? You two are both kings ruling over a territory, each owning dozens of cities, and commanding millions of beings as SSS-grade existences. Just for a man, you fight like the sky is collapsing, and the sun and moon are darkened. If this gets out, will your authority still exist? Where do I put the face of our Xia royal family? The more he spoke, the angrier he became, pointing at the two of them. How are you any different from the mad women in those blue star dramas, who cry and throw tantrums over trivial matters? Xia Yao and Kachi both turned pale. But in the next second, the two seemed to have a telepathic connection, and they retorted in unison. He is different. As soon as the words fell, they exchanged fierce glances again and spoke together once more. Humph. Then, they both turned their heads away in unison, refusing to look at each other, their stubbornness identical. Dare to talk back. Xiaoyan was furious enough to explode, really wanting to grab one of them in each hand and spank them, but in the end, his deadly gaze still fixed firmly on the source of all this, Chu He. Chu He's heart skipped a beat. He clearly caught the key information in Xia Yan's words. King? Dozens of cities? Hundreds of millions of lives? He actually defeated 2 queen-level beings in just 2 days. This realization made Chu He's blood boiling, but at this moment, this irritable uncle clearly regarded him as a pig that had destroyed his 2 precious cabbages. If this matter was not settled today, he would probably be turned into a dish called braised scumman. Being tough was likely not going to work, so he could only take a soft approach. He assumed a tragic look, appearing very sad and reluctant, his deeply emotional gaze sweeping over everyone present. Then his deep gaze landed on Xia Yao and Kaki, and he said with great righteousness, "Seeing your deep friendship, yet being stirred up by me to shout at each other, both pains me and moves me." As he spoke, he seemingly casually raised his hand and naturally dug at his ear with his pinky finger. A familiar, uncontrollable physiological impulse surged in his eyes. In the next second, he could no longer control himself, sparkling tears burst forth and rolled down his cheeks. Indeed, Chu He had been like this since he was little. Whenever he dug at his ears, he couldn't help but cry. This sudden scene stunned everyone. The tension between Xia Yao and Kaki instantly paused. Xia Nuo watched with his heart roaring. Here it comes. The legendary prologue has begun. Chu He cried with tears streaming down, every word seeming to be dug out from his heart. What pains me is that you were once the best of friends, but now you must fight each other to the death. And what moves me is that all this is actually for me. In your hearts, I was so important. Enough. Chu He took a deep breath, as if making a significant decision, his gaze becoming clear and resolute. You are kings, with hundreds of millions of subjects needing your protection and rule. I am just an ordinary mortal. What right do I have to make 2 dignified kings turn against each other? If my death today can bring you back together, can restore peace to this sky. He opened his arms, looking up at the sky, his face radiating a sacred light of impending liberation. Then, everything is worth it. Loving you. Chu He. After speaking, he imagined a noose in his mind, and in the next second, a strange rope glowing with ominous dark red light materialized in front of him. The rope twisted in the air like a living thing, exuding a deathly aura that tempted one to fall. Chu He didn't even look, grabbing the rope and putting it around his neck. The action was swift and clean, without a trace of hesitation. He was betting that they would come to save him at the first moment. Betting that they definitely wouldn't bear to see him die. Sure enough. Just as the rope touched his neck. Don't you dare die. A sharp shout made Xia Yao's eyes narrow. A condensed black lightning struck first, accurately hitting the rope. The strange rope didn't even have time to let out a mournful cry before disappearing into nothing. At the same time, Kaki's starry eyes locked onto Chu He, and an invisible spatial force instantly bound him, rendering him unable to move. In the next second, 2 warm, soft bodies crashed into his arms. One was tall and fiery, the other small and delicate, yet both were slightly trembling at this moment. Chu He's heart was already bursting with joy. On his face, however, he maintained an expression of utter sorrow, his acting flawless. He screamed hoarsely, "Let me go. Let me die. If I die, you can return to how things were. I can't be so selfish and destroy your relationship. Shut up. You are not allowed to die." Xia Yao's voice was filled with unprecedented panic and trembling. "We won't fight anymore. We will never fight again. Do you hear me?" Kachi had already seen through Chu He's act, but she didn't dare to take the risk. That 1 in 10,000 possibility was too much for her to bear. Now, seeing that Xia Yao clearly believed him, she decided to go along with it and play her part. With a choked voice filled with panic, she said, "Yes, we won't fight anymore. Little He, I never expected you to be so understanding, willing to die for us and for billions of people." Xia Yao held Chu He tightly, feeling the warmth of his body, and declared resolutely, "From today on, Kachi and I are both your women. The 3 of us will be together. No one is allowed to mention fighting again." Chu He's roar ceased suddenly, and an appropriate mix of surprise and emotion appeared on his face. "Really? You really are willing to do this for me?" His eyes reddened, his voice choked, looking as if he was overwhelmed by great happiness. "That's wonderful. I, Chu He, will definitely take good care of you both." After saying that, he could no longer control his excited emotions and kissed Xia Yao forcefully on her reddened cheek. Then he turned again and planted a kiss on Kachi's pretty face as well. The system notification sound rang out. Name, Chu He. Targets, Xia Yao, SSS rank, current intimacy, deep love. Power of the Eye of Extinction greatly enhanced. Targets, Kachi, SSS rank, current intimacy, dependence. Space manipulation ability greatly enhanced. Not far away, Xianhua stared blankly at this scene, which turned faster than turning pages, his eyes reddening. Brother-in-law is truly great. He actually wants to use his life to bring back the friendship between his sister and Sister Kachi. Although it always feels a bit off, as if something is strange. But This touching scene, this sincere teardrop, this great spirit of sacrifice. How could it be fake? Chu He looked contentedly at Xiaoyan. The latter's rough face had turned from iron blue to dark purple, then to a blank expression. He stared intensely at the human boy embracing two girls, still wearing its survival after disaster happy smile, his chest heaving violently, a lump stuck in his throat, unable to spit out or swallow down. He wanted to get angry, but the two girls had reconciled, and if he got angry again, it would be unreasonable. He wanted to take action, but that boy was now being protected closely. Anyone who touched him would be declaring war against two SSS-ranked fighters at the same time. As fellow SSS ranks, if Xiaoyao and Kachi teamed up, he really might not be able to win. Moreover, he had a blood bond with Xiaoyao. After a long time, Xiaoyan sighed deeply, and his gaze towards Chu He became unprecedentedly complex and serious, not knowing what he was thinking. Chapter 38, A Strange Arrival History. Blue Star, April 1, 2026. The deep black curtain of the universe was torn apart by a silent, immense force. It was neither the destruction of stars nor the birth of nebulae, but a pure, ominous crack. It spanned next to Blue Star's orbit. From deep within that scar, endless, thick gloom surged out. They writhed and spread, gently wrapping the entire Blue Star, devouring it. Light vanished. The world plunged into a complete darkness for 24 hours. People called that day the day without Sunday. Following that was a long month of endless night. It seemed like the sun had never existed, the moon and stars had become forgotten myths. Fortunately, the glow of electricity still stubbornly pierced through the eternal midnight. Cities turned into isolated islands, flickering with the fragile fire of civilization in the dark ocean. The internet became humanity's only spiritual bond. Became the best breeding ground for panic and despair. The flames of doomsday theories burned fiercely in every forum, every chat group. People scrambled to gather supplies, and the once stable order became incredibly shattered in just 1 month. Until May 1st. In that moment, every screen in the world, whether it was a giant screen in a mall, a television at home, or a phone in a pocket, regardless of whether they were plugged in or already broken, was forcefully lit up at the same instant by an incomprehensible, ruthless power. A figure appeared synchronously on all screens. It was wrapped in thick, rolling black mist, making it impossible to see its exact appearance or determine its specific shape. Only a voice, cold and flat, devoid of any emotional fluctuations of life, rang through every phone speaker, every sound system, every pair of headphones, echoing in every corner of the world. Survive, or perish. From today onwards, your world will be connected to our world, to engage in a game. Each year, one person from each of your countries will be randomly selected as a player, thrown into our world. You will watch everything of the player through live broadcasts. Survive to earn your country's chance to breathe. If the player dies, the live broadcast room will shut down permanently, and your country will face reckoning. At the moment the voice fell, the screens went dark. The haze surrounding the Blue Star dissipated, and the sun shone upon the earth again. But the rift still existed. As expected, as that mysterious entity had said, every year someone was chosen and summoned away. The chosen ones had various identities. There were top agents, battle-hardened warriors, and ordinary people with no strength to even hold a chicken. On the other side of the screen, the creatures in that world of unknowns and horrors were uniformly called weird by the Blue Star people. They possessed supernatural powers that mortals could not understand, and their very existence mocked the laws of physics. For the creatures of the weird world, this game was already the norm. They followed a master beyond comprehension, executing Ks will that no one could understand. For countless years, they had linked to one living planet after another. Sometimes, they chose direct slaughter, completely devouring the resources and civilization of that planet. Sometimes, they chose this more cruel game, enjoying the pleasure of watching their prey struggle in despair while slowly digesting a civilization. However, this planet called the Blue Star seemed a bit special. The time they spent here far exceeded that of any other planet before. Their master seemed to deliberately slow down the pace of devouring. Chu He felt his entire body bristle under Xiaoyan's gaze. His hands, which had just been resting on Xiaoyao and Catch's waists, fidgeted restlessly and then withdrew. He forced out an incredibly bright smile. He. A muffled sound rolled out of Xiaoyan's throat. Humph. He couldn't understand. He really could not understand. 2 days. Just 2 days. How did a human he could easily squash turn Xiaoyao and Catch, two SSS-level beings with lofty aspirations, into their current state? He watched as they fought fiercely for this man, shaking the heavens and the earth, then saw them instantly reconcile for this man. That kiss. A kiss could make an SSS-level weird become so infatuated, developing an unwavering love until death? This was no simple charm ability anymore. He suddenly felt a chill. This world, ruled by the weird for countless years, seeing countless civilizations as food and games. This seemingly eternal and unchanging, rigorously structured order. Could it change because of this small, seemingly harmless variable before him? A sudden and unpredictable upheaval arrived. At this thought, he unexpectedly felt a hint of anticipation. He held profound disdain for humanity's own strength. It was far too weak. A mere blink from him could annihilate one. But for human civilization, Xiayan held immense admiration, especially for Dragon Country's culinary culture, which was vast and profound, with many varieties. That was his highest pursuit as the cunning chef. Many of his prized dishes were improvements based on Dragon Country recipes. Forget it. If it's hard to think through, then don't think. The anger and frustration on Xiayan's rugged face gradually faded, transforming into a deep weariness. He lifted the ingredients held by his multi-armed subordinate and let out a deep roar. It's almost noon, we need to eat. At 12 noon, the red sun blazed fiercely. The school cafeteria was bustling with voices, a scene full of eerie shadows. Surviving human students and diverse, bizarre beings stood together, creating a surreal spectacle. When Xiayan's towering figure appeared before them, all voices abruptly ceased. The entire cafeteria was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Xiayan's face was grim. His imposing presence swept across the room like a mountain, scaring everyone who made eye contact with him to immediately lower their heads. Except for Chu He and a few others. He barked sharply, his voice infused with undeniable pressure that resonated deep within everyone's souls. Everything you saw and heard on the playground today, you'd better swallow it down. If even a single word escapes from here. He paused, his gaze turning ominously fierce. Those two multi-armed subordinates had already lifted a massive cutting board over half a meter thick. The board was made from some unknown black beast's bones, incredibly hard. Xiayan swiftly grasped a heavy bone knife that resembled a doorboard. With a swift motion, the knife fell. Crack! A crisp sound so sharp it made teeth ache. That thick bone cutting board was sliced in half by him, the crack as smooth as a mirror. Just like this board. Chapter 39, the entire eerie world opens to you. With that stroke, the air in the entire cafeteria seemed to be sucked dry. All the bizarre beings who wanted to gossip had their thoughts instantaneously banished by that overwhelming stroke. As for the surviving human participants, they even instinctively held their breath, each one silent as a cicada in winter, afraid to make even a peep. Xiayan's authority was vividly etched under that strike. Humph. Without glancing at the severed thick bone board, he effortlessly sheathed the door-like bone knife at his waist, his actions rough yet swift. He suddenly turned to the two multi-armed subordinates, now frozen with terror, their multiple limbs unsure where to go, and let out a thunderous roar. What are you still dawdling for? Serve the food. Yes. Yes. Sir. The two multi-armed creatures, as if hearing a divine decree, scrambled with all their limbs, almost rolling and crawling toward the kitchen. The entire cafeteria was immediately filled with the symphonic clash of pots, pans, and bowls. This time, starkly different from the nauseating dark cuisine that could drive any normal creature mad yesterday. The air was filled with a supreme aroma strong enough to make souls tremble, leaving mouths watering uncontrollably. Xiayan took charge personally. His massive body appeared incredibly agile at the stove, with the doorboard knife in his hand, sometimes swinging wildly, sometimes carving delicately, like a wild, free artist. One bizarre creature, resembling a plump wild boar but covered in shiny, colorful scales, was swiftly processed by him and hung in a huge oven burning with ghostly blue flames. Fat dripped down with a sizzling sound, hitting the ghostly fire and igniting even richer aromas. The strange aroma of meat mixed with the sweet fragrance of unknown fruit trees swooped in like an invisible hand, forcefully invading the nostrils of every being, instantly conquering everyone's sense of smell. Then, a long table filled with dishes that resembled works of art was tremulously presented by the monstrous hands of the strange beings. These dishes miraculously carried the shadows of cuisines from various countries. The roasted duck from the Dragon Kingdom glistened, while the stir-fried pork was brimming with aroma. The sushi from the Cherry Blossom Country was as exquisite as a painting, and the hamburgers from Eagle Sauce Country were perfectly stacked. Although the raw ingredients were bizarre creatures they had never heard of, those familiar flavors instantly brought visions of distant hometowns to all the surviving human competitors. Though only 2 days had passed here, each day felt like a year, every minute and second was a torment. Of course, excluding the Dragon Kingdom competitor, Chu He. Xiayan's cold gaze swept over this group of humans. You all, choose one plate each, eat it all, no wasting allowed. He paused, then turned his gaze to the strange beings who could no longer contain themselves, their throats rolling with anticipation, his voice dripping with unhidden mockery. As for you all, if you want to eat, you can. Buy it with your own money. As soon as he finished speaking, the strange beings were first taken aback, then joy erupted on their faces. What they feared the most was not spending money, but that Lord Xiayan wouldn't let them eat at all. To be able to taste the dishes personally cooked by the legendary mysterious chef was such an honor. This was a qualification they could brag about for a lifetime. In an instant, all the strange beings pulled out their phones, like sharks smelling blood, rushing towards the dining table, fearing that if they were a second late, the legendary delicacies would be snatched by their companions. Oh my god! It's ghost fire grilled scaled pig. I can smell it. That scent is unmistakable. Don't push. Scan to pay. Whoever dares to cut in line, I'll treat him as food today. The scene was incredibly chaotic, the primitive desire for food among the strange beings almost tearing the cafeteria's roof off. Brother, open your mouth, this leg meat is roasted the best, look at the skin, how crispy. Xia Yao picked up a piece of duck leg meat, golden brown on the outside and tender on the inside, carefully blowing on it before eagerly offering it to Chu He. Chu He smiled and opened his mouth to eat, but before he could compliment her, a delicate white hand had already picked up the crispiest piece of duck skin and brought it over. Little He, the skin is the essence, the meat is too tough, this is what's fragrant. Without hesitation, Chu He opened his mouth and ate the duck skin. Then, he naturally reached out with his left hand to lovingly ruffle Xia Yao's hair. He extended his right hand, gently pinching the delicate face of Kachi. The master of serving water had already reached a realm of perfection. Everything is delicious. What you feed is delicious, everything is delicious. Chu He's tone was so gentle it could squeeze out water. The meat that Yao Yao feeds me has love, the skin that Kachi feeds me has heart, to me, they are both incredible delicacies. With one sentence, both girls, who had just been locking eyes with hidden currents, instantly broke into smiles, their faces filled with contentment. Nearby, Xia Nuo watched with wide eyes. The piece of roasted meat in his mouth, that had originally made him want to cry with its deliciousness, suddenly lost its flavor. He looked at his sister's affectionate and dependent expression, and a wave of immense bitterness surged in his heart. He finally mustered the courage to tentatively call out in an almost humble tone. Sis, I also want to eat what you feed. Xia Yao shot him a chilling glare. Xia Nuo's neck shrank back suddenly, silently burying his head in his plate. He cried out in his heart, tears streaming down his face. His brother-in-law was treasure, he was mere grass. This life, truly could not go on. In a nearby corner, Xia Yan remained with his back turned to this distracting scene, drinking an entire jar of mysterious strong liquor like water. Thud, thud. Spicy alcohol poured down his throat, but it did not extinguish the raging nameless fire in his heart. He could clearly hear the strange whispers behind him, muted and conspiratorial. My God, Lord Xiao actually serving someone like this. What kind of drug did that Dragon Kingdom man give them? That could make both Lord Xiao and Lord Kaki. Shu, are you looking to die? Didn't you see Lord Xian's face? Although Xiaoyan had slowly begun to accept, and even to some extent recognize Chu He's abilities, he felt a burning and suffocating heat in his heart. Watching his precious water-like, vibrant beauty flattering a human boy, felt like a ball of scalding cotton was stuffed in his chest, blocking and burning. A meal, in this strange, harmonious, yet filled with heartbreak and jealousy atmosphere, slowly came to an end. Xiaoyan suddenly stood up. He slammed the empty huge wine jar onto the table with a loud bang. The tremendous sound plunged the entire cafeteria into silence once again. He slowly turned, scanning the faces of the human competitors who had just eaten and drunk enough, a hint of satisfaction on their faces, his voice as cold as Siberian ice. Have you all eaten enough? Everyone was puzzled, but instinctively nodded in unison. Very good. Xiaoyan grinned, revealing a row of icy white teeth, his smile holding no warmth, only endless chill. From today on, the free lunch is over. If you want to eat in the future, go out and work for it. As soon as these words came out, the whole place erupted in chaos. Xiao was also stunned and quickly stood up, urgently asking, Uncle, why is this happening? Didn't the Lord issue a task for them to stay in this school for 44 days? Xiaoyan's smile slowly faded, his expression becoming unprecedentedly serious. He did not answer Xiao but raised his head as if his gaze pierced through the cafeteria's ceiling, looking at the sky shrouded in strange forces. That was the old rule. The Lord has issued a new decree. Perhaps Kay thinks this game is too boring. Xiaoyan's gaze returned to the pale-faced humans, holding a touch of pity but much more cruelty. Starting tomorrow, this school will no longer be your cage. Nor will it be your shelter. The entire strange world will be fully open to you. Tomorrow, the connection with launching will be completely cut off. No one will see you, and when you die, the country falls. And tomorrow, new, more interesting rules will be announced. Good luck to you. Chapter 40, Xiaoyan, my mindset has collapsed. Xiaoyan's words fell like an invisible mountain, crashing down on the hearts of every survivor. The entire strange world, fully open to you. What does this mean? It means the previous cage, although stifling, at least defined in scope, has been utterly shattered. Replaced by an endless, unknown, terrifying hunting ground. All human competitors, including the rebellious warlords and agents, showed a helpless despair on their faces. Only Chu He, after the initial shock, flashed a strange light in his eyes. He almost instinctively connected this matter to himself. Could it be because of me? As soon as this thought arose, the various experiences Chu He had over the past 2 days flickered through his mind like a fast-forward movie. He had only been in this world for a mere 2 days. But in these 2 days, everything he had done was enough to overturn the existing perception of this world. He possessed a power that even SSS-level anomalies could not resist, and with this ability, he successfully made 2 queen-level existences go crazy for him. He made them compete and fight, shaking the heavens and earth. Then he caused them to willingly reconcile, just so he wouldn't seek his own end. Even reached the absurd consensus of 3 people walking together. Such a thing, let alone happening, probably no one has even thought of in the long history of invasion in the strange world. Chu He looked up, his gaze seemingly piercing through the cafeteria ceiling, directed towards that unknown sky. "Kay, are you watching? If you've been watching all along, why have you let yourself go? Did you not notice, or disdain to care? Or perhaps, is it that things have become more interesting?" Countless questions churned within Chu He's heart. He released his hand that was wrapped around Kachi and Xiaoyao's slim waists, and amidst the confused gazes of the 2 girls, walked straight up to Xiaoyan. "The master you mentioned," Chu He spoke calmly, "can you communicate directly with Kay?" Xiaoyan's rugged face twitched slightly, as if he heard some huge joke, a muffled grunt escaping his throat. "Communicate? Who do you think that is? We merely act according to the will of the temple's decree." "Temple?" Chu He caught this term. Xia Nuo had previously yelled excitedly about wanting to bury himself outside some damn temple. Seeing Chu He's puzzled face, Xiaoyan rarely began to explain. "Every major clan, what you humans call countries, has its own temple. That is the residence of the royal family and also the only place to establish contact with the master." He paused and glanced at Xiaoyao and Xia Nuo beside him. "To be called royal, there must be at least one SSR-level powerful being in the clan. Each temple has a divine pillar, and the master's will is conveyed through the divine pillar." Chu He instantly understood. Talking too much is pointless. Xiaoyan's gaze became sharp again, locking onto Chu He fiercely. "I've always felt that the master's sudden decree probably has something to do with you, kid." He stepped closer, his mountain-like shadow completely engulfing Chu He. "As for this change in rules, for you humans, whether it's an early apocalypse or a new chance at life, I can't say for sure." Xiaoyan grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, his voice lowered, carrying an inexplicable meaning. "But for you, perhaps, it could be a good thing?" Chu He froze at these words, his heart stirred. "Oh? What good could it possibly bring me?" Xiaoyan's rugged face drew closer, his mountain-like shadow encasing Chu He. In a tone just loud enough for the 2 of them to hear, he slowly asked, "Do you want to know?" Chu He very cooperatively displayed a thirst for knowledge, nodding earnestly. Yes? Really want to know?" Xiaoyan's eyes crinkled with smugness, seemingly satisfied with Chu He's reaction. Chu He looked full of longing, his tone sincere. "Yes, uncle, I want to know. Hurry and tell me." Seeing Chu He looking like this, Xiaoyan felt immensely comfortable inside. "Delightful. So very delightful. Letting you kid mess with my cabbage. Letting you kid charm my 2 nieces. Letting you kid make me embarrassed in public. Now, aren't you here begging me nicely?" Xiaoyan cleared his throat deliberately, struck a mysterious pose, and slowly dangled Chu He's appetite. He even felt unsatisfied, deliberately using a tone of someone experienced, patting Chu He on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. "Young man, don't be so curious. Sometimes, the more you know, the quicker you die." Xiaoyao had come over at some point, shaking Xiaoyan's arm, dissatisfied, murmuring, "Uncle. Stop fooling around, hurry and tell brother Chu He." Xiaoyan waved his big hand vehemently, justifying himself. "Why tell him? Let him explore himself, that's much more interesting. Men must experience some storms to grow." He reveled in the long-lost feeling of controlling the situation, a sense of revenge rising in his heart. Finally, looking at Chu He's pair of full of expectation eyes, he announced in a playful tone like a mischievous old child. "Want to know? I won't tell you. Ha 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 ha." The air in the entire cafeteria. It seemed that everything froze because of this loud laugh. Xiaoyan looked at Chu He's face, which went from expectation to shock, and then from shock to a sullen gray, feeling overjoyed inside. One victory back. Today, finally, I can save face. However, the anger on Chu He's face only lasted for half a second, then receded like a tide. He not only did not get angry, but slowly revealed a signature, harmless smile. "Okay." One word, light as a feather, but it made Xiaoyan's laughter abruptly stop. "If you don't want to say, then forget it." Chu He shrugged, his smile becoming even brighter, yet the joy in his eyes did not reach his depths. "Well, the outside world is so big, full of unknowns and dangers. If you don't say, it's also for my own good, afraid I might worry." He changed his tone. "But don't worry, I'm adaptable and brave. Tomorrow, I'll take Yao Yao and Kachi out to explore, get familiar with the environment, and see if there are any opportunities to work and earn money." The smile on Xiaoyan's face slowly froze. Chu He seemed not to see it, continuing in a relaxed and cheerful tone. I heard the outside world is chaotic, with all kinds of people. If one day, we happen to encounter some troublemakers and have a conflict, or if Yao Yao and Kachi find something fun and want to stay a few more days and not come back. He elongated his tone, looking meaningfully at Xia Yan. Then, you might not like what happens next, as one thing after another unfolds. You can't blame me for not giving you a heads up. After saying this, he no longer looked at Xia Yan, whose face was already turning purple. He turned around, naturally putting one arm around Yao Yao and Kachi, smiling and saying, let's go back to the dorm, and we'll discuss how to start our wonderful otherworldly adventure tomorrow. Xia Yan's body completely stiffened. He stared at the young man who had his arms around Yao Yao and Kachi, still wearing a happy smile, his chest heaving sharply. Damn! This kid knows how to infuriate people. God, tomorrow's rules absolutely cannot let this kid be too comfortable. Xia Yan quietly prayed. At this moment, Xia Nua came beside Xia Yan and said, brother-in-law asked me to stay here a few more days. Where am I supposed to sleep today? Brother-in-law? Xia Yan suddenly turned his head. The pressure from his 2.5 height made the surrounding air feel like it had frozen. He stared fiercely at Xia Nua's handsome face, which resembled his sister's. What did you call him? Xia Nua shrank his neck slightly, but still retorted, is there a problem? There is a problem. Xia Yan nearly choked, almost passing out. What the hell? You just betrayed me? What do you think I brought you here for? To recognize family? Xia Nua had an innocent look, even carrying some admiration for Chu He. Uncle, didn't you see? Brother-in-law risked his life for my sister and Kachi. He dared to put the rope around his neck in front of 2 SSS-ranked beings without hesitation. What deep love. What courage. He did what I wouldn't dare to do, he is my role model. So, wah. No one can fool her. If her brother-in-law can make her so obedient, how can he be an ordinary person? Xia Yan was choked and couldn't say a word. This makes so much sense. He had an old grievance stuck in his throat, and his face had turned a purple color. Get lost. Xia Yan pointed towards the canteen's exit, letting out an impotent roar of anger, quickly rolled back to the shrine. With your IQ, it's hard for me to explain the complexity of this. Xia Nua saw that his uncle was truly furious, and staying here would definitely get him beaten, so he quickly prepared to slip away. However, just as he turned around, he heard his uncle's lowered voice from behind. Also, don't tell your mom about this for now. Xia Nua paused, his eyes suddenly brightened, and he turned around sharply with a look of realization on his face. Uncle, see, you actually acknowledge my brother-in-law. Just too embarrassed to say it. I acknowledge my foot. Xia Yan cursed, but his expression became unusually somber. I've developed some interest in him, but it's far from enough for me to acknowledge him. He irritably paced back and forth, and that damn kid, Chu He, defeated your sister in less than a day. This is too ridiculous, how could I accept that so quickly? Xia Nua nodded in deep agreement. Indeed hard to accept, uncle, I understand you. After raising her for so many years, she turns against you for a man she barely knows, and even forces you to sign that damned blood contract. Who says it's not? At least you understand me. Xia Yan finally found a resonance, letting out a long sigh. Then, he said in a low voice, however, even that girl Kachi could be subdued by Chu He, which shows that Chu He is indeed extraordinary. Xia Yan's gaze turned towards the empty entrance of the canteen, his eyes deep in thought. He can easily subdue 2 SSS-level kings, which is already terrifying. What's more terrifying is that I suspect he can copy their abilities, although it is still very weak, it is indeed continuously strengthening. If that's the case. Xia Yan's Adam's apple rolled hard, his eyes intertwined with caution and a hint of barely detectable excitement. My Void Clan's Oblivion power, combined with Kachi's Stellar Law Clan's spatial power, if all could be mastered by the same person. That achievement would be limitless. Xia Nua gasped, murmuring, now that you mention it, I'm looking forward to it too. In the luxurious big bed in the principal's office, which could accommodate 7 or 8 people, it had now become Chu He's exclusive dragon bed. He lay on the soft silk bedding, eyes closed, with a look of intoxication and enjoyment. On him were 2 completely different yet equally perfect bodies. Xia Ya was wearing a light purple silk nightgown, kneeling at the edge of the bed, her delicate hands gently kneading Chu He's calves, applying the perfect amount of pressure to relax the muscles, while also bringing a slight teasing itch. Kachi had changed into a pink nightgown, her delicate. 2 days later, he had a cold queen on his left and a genius little girl on his right. Both SSS-level beings, who could shake the world with just a stomp, were happily massaging his legs and stepping on his back. This life, he couldn't even dare to dream of it. Continue, Chu He said lazily, his voice carrying a hint of command. After you serve me well, I will reward you properly. As soon as he said this, Xia Ya worked even harder, her cheeks flushed with a charming blush, softly replying, Kaki let out a soft snort, but her actions became gentler, her eyes showing an imperceptible expectation. Chu He enjoyed the dual sensations on his back and legs. In this moment, he felt inspired to write a poem. Clearing his throat, Chu He proclaimed in a melodic tone, "In this moment, I want to recite a poem, so listen carefully." Both Xia Yao and Kaki paused their movements, looking at him with curiosity. Chu He shook his head and swayed, reciting in an extremely flamboyant tone, emphasizing every word. Life should be enjoyed to the fullest when one is happy. Embrace both sides, do not let it slip away. Beautiful feet step on the back, soul-destroying bones. Delicate hands knead the legs, surpassing immortals. After finishing, he smacked his lips, lost in self-satisfaction, and praised, "What a great poem! What a great poem! What do you think?" Kaki couldn't help herself and burst out laughing, her foot slightly faltering as she playfully said, "Little He, you are truly talented," saying beautiful feet step on the back, soul-destroying bones. Are you praising me for stepping well, making you feel so comfortable your bones go soft? Yes, big brother, you are amazing. Delicate hands knead the legs, surpassing immortals. Does that mean you find my kneading so good, it makes you feel like an immortal? Xia Yao chimed in, her eyes bright as her hands gently softened a little. Chu He naturally replied, "Yes, yes. You both are very clever, this poem praises your skills, making me very comfortable." Chapter 42, Kaki and Xia Yao are actually old aunties. The two girls beamed with joy, their laughter ringing like silver bells. One busily tidied Chu He's slightly rumpled clothes while the other brought warm water, their actions full of concern, as if competing to show who was more considerate. The air in the bedroom gradually grew warm and peaceful. The three talked casually, from their little habits to dreams about the future, the atmosphere harmonious. Unknowingly, time passed, and the sky outside began to glow softly. On the luxurious big bed, the three figures cuddled quietly, only the faint, even sound of their breathing remaining. The bedroom was enveloped in tranquility. Chu He leaned against the soft headboard, with Xia Yao sleeping soundly on his left and Kaki gently leaning on his shoulder on his right. Two SSS-level beings who could shake the world were now as gentle as kittens, their beautiful faces adorned with serene smiles, their hair softly framed around their cheeks, shedding their usual lofty divine presence for a charming closeness and peace. Speaking of which, I've always been quite curious, Chu He said, his fingers tapping lightly on the headboard unconsciously. Can you tell me about your currency? Yesterday was the first time I saw your people use money. Kaki lazily hummed, her voice carrying a heavy nasal tone hinting at her recent awakening. Before you Blue Planet was linked, we were actually quite primitive, just like what you read in your history books, barter. Whoever has the biggest fist sets the rules. She seemed to be organizing her words, pausing briefly before continuing. But later, it changed. The master seemed to develop a strong interest in your human civilization, especially yours in the Dragon Kingdom. So now, our mainstream trading method is almost the same as yours. Scan code payment, electronic currency, it's so much more convenient than before. Kaki added, also, many of your well-structured laws have been directly adopted by us. You'll see tomorrow once you go out. The outside world is much more normal than you think. I have to say, although you humans are weak, your creativity is truly remarkable. Summer Yao also opened her eyes, her tone filled with genuine admiration. That's natural. Chu He smiled, reaching out to gently pinch her small, delicate nose. By the way, how old are you both this year? We are both 18. Summer Yao answered succinctly. At this moment, Kachi raised her head and corrected her, Hey, Yao Yao, be clear. It's 18 on our side. 1 year here is about 1,000 days on your blue star. Chu He was taken aback. He calculated for a moment, and the expression on his face instantly turned strange. More than 1,000 days. That means. He looked down at the elegant and beautiful girl beside him and the cute little girl next to her, cautiously asking, So, I'm actually being accompanied by 250-something ants? Ant? Summer Yao tilted her head, her simple thought process clearly couldn't grasp the deeper mockery of that word right away. But Kachi exploded with anger in an instant. She suddenly reached out and lightly tapped Chu He's arm, filled with playful annoyance. You're the old man. The uncle. How long is your human lifespan? You'd be old and unable to move in the blink of an eye. She rebuffed, her cheeks puffing up like a pufferfish. Ha ha ha. Chu He was amused by her cute appearance and laughed heartily, pulling both girls closer to him. Alright, it's my fault. It's two immortal fairy sisters, eternally young and unmatched, how about that? Kachi, finally satisfied, let out a contented hum and leaned back against his shoulder. Chu He's smile gradually faded, his gaze becoming deep. Electronic currency, a society system leaning towards human civilization, and that mysterious master who has never shown up but seems to be observing everything with interest. This strange world is far more complex than he imagined. And, much more interesting. A night without a word. The next day, the sharp sound of the assembly bell cut through the silence of the campus like a blade. All the survivors nearly jumped out of bed the moment the bell rang, fatigue and fear from the sleepless night making their faces pale and their eyes sunken. They dressed as quickly as they could with trembling hands, each face written with fear and despair for the unknown. Meanwhile, in the principal's bedroom, Chu He slowly opened his eyes under a soft call. On his left, Summer Yao slept peacefully, her long black hair spread out like ink. On his right, Kachi snuggled against him like a lazy kitten, her silver short hair soft and neat. Ugh, so loud. Kachi mumbled in displeasure, leaning closer to Chu He, trying to block out the external noise. Chu He chuckled softly, leaning down to gently touch the smooth, plump foreheads of the two. It's time to get up, my two little lazy pigs, it's time to assemble. When Chu He slowly appeared on the playground, everyone's gaze was pulled towards him like a magnetic force. The entire playground instantly fell into a deep silence. The atmosphere became extremely bizarre. Those elites from all over the world were all disheveled, their spirits low, and their eyes could not hide their fear. Chu He looked at them, and they looked back at him. As a human, Chu He clearly understood the dangers of the past 2 days. Surviving to this point was already remarkable. If it weren't for his special advantage, he would probably be just like the other elite individuals present, a cannon fodder, dead on the first day. Actually, he still had a big question: why would a weak, fragile college student like him be chosen? Because in previous years, like other countries, they usually picked the stronger elites from each nation. At that moment, a crisp sound, like glass shattering, echoed through the entire space. Buzz. An invisible barrier, visible to the naked eye, enveloping the school, quickly dissolved and crumbled like a cube of sugar thrown into water, ultimately becoming nothingness. The scene from outside was fully revealed to everyone without reservation. In that moment, everyone gasped in shock, their eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. What they saw was not the imagined ruins, nor the eerie, terrifying blood-red hell, but a city. A city so prosperous, even more bizarre than any urban area on Blue Planet. Towering skyscrapers had familiar glass curtain walls, yet on the rooftops, ancient Eastern architectural eaves and brackets sat, flashing with strange neon lights. In the distance, a giant screen broadcast a news report by a beautiful female host, but her mouth was twisted in an inhuman grin. Traffic flowed, and people came and went. Most pedestrians were dressed in normal clothing, but occasionally, you would see a suited man whose neck could twist 360 degrees. A cute girl in a Lolita dress skipped happily along the sidewalk surrounding the playground, her shadow dragging 8 spider-like long legs. Familiar. Yet incredibly strange. Prosperous. Yet filled with an indescribable eeriness. Welcome to Wanchang City. Chapter 43, Playing House? Naked Targeting. Welcome to Wanchang City, survivors. That voice was devoid of emotion, grand and hollow, coming from all directions, as if resounding directly in everyone's mind. This voice, carrying an undeniable authority, made the expressions of Jiang Shuangyo and Kachi instantly become slightly serious. I am Lilian, the Lord of Wanchang City, and I will now declare the will of the Master. The grand voice didn't give anyone time to react, directly announcing the new survival game. Game name, Playing House. Game duration, 3 months. Game rules, live in this city and earn enough weird coins. At the end of the game, those who do not reach the target amount will be completely erased. As soon as the words finished, the air in the center of the playground twisted, and a huge virtual screen appeared out of thin air. On the screen, lines of cold text emerged, clearly indicating everyone's value. A-level roommate, task target, 50,000 weird coins. S-level roommate, task target, 100,000 weird coins. SS-level roommate, task target, 1 million weird coins. SSS-level roommate, task target, 10 million weird coins. Almost simultaneously, each survivor found a sleek new phone and a pure black bank card appearing in their hands. The phone turned on automatically, and on the screen, there was only one lonely app named Weird Coin Wallet. Survivors subconsciously opened it, and everyone's initial balance was a glaring red number. Minus 3,000. It was clear that this was the cost of the phone and bank card. Starting off in debt was very abnormal in this eerie world. 10 million? Chu He looked at the target amount for SSS level, his heart racing. At that moment, Lord Lilian's emotionless voice sounded again, but this time, it carried a deliberate emphasis. Special note, Long Country contestant Chu He has 2 SSS-level roommates, with target amounts stacked. Total, 20 million weird coins. As soon as these words were uttered, a dead silence fell over the playground, instantly erupting into an uproar. 20 million? Ha ha ha. Earn 20 million in 3 months? My heavens, this will be interesting. Let's see him so arrogant before, surrounded by people. It's well deserved. This is retribution. Our targets are a maximum of 100,000, and he's directly multiplied it by 200. Those elite individuals from various countries who were envious and jealous of Chu He now wore expressions filled with schadenfreude. Their gazes toward Chu He were filled with unabashed malice and mockery. It seems like he has already seen the tragic fate of being erased 3 months later. Chu He's face was black like the bottom of a pot. 20 million. This is not just a game, this is a deadly challenge. However, Kachi next to him disdainfully curled her lips, waved her little hand, and said in a baby voice, just 20 million, not even a hair of my assets. Xia Yao also had a blank expression, her eyes revealing a sense of entitlement. For her, money was just a number, whether it was 20 million or 2 billion, it was nothing but a snap of the fingers. With these two super-rich SSS-level beings as support, the target of 20 million seemed not too difficult. The mocking laughter of the survivors was instantly suppressed under the aura of the two queens. Many people felt a stir in their hearts. Damn, they forgot this kid was living off others. With two SSS-level seniors around, isn't 20 million just a matter of moments? However, just when everyone was thinking this way, Lillian's next sentence fell like divine punishment from the heavens, slamming down on Chu He's head. Supplementary Rule 1, all participants must not use their roommates' funds in any form. Roommates can only spend the participants' money for survival, and are prohibited from offering any financial support to participants. Boom! Chu He's mind buzzed, and he was completely stunned. Can't use my roommate's money? I can only spend my own money? I'm in debt 3,000. What can I give you? The cold wind from the northwest? Once this rule came out, Kachi and Xia Yao were dumbfounded on the spot. In the crowd of survivors, after a half-second silence, a louder and more unrestrained laughter erupted. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Not allowed to use roommates' money. Cutting off the source of resources. This move is too ruthless. Now it's good, 2 SSS-level ATM machines have turned into 2 SSS-level money-gobbling beasts. He has to support 2 seniors for 3 months and still earn 20 million. How is this possible? Of course, Lillian's voice continued without any emotion. To ensure the basic playability of the game, the master kindly gives you initial assistance. Supplementary Rule 2, all participants will receive corresponding loan limits based on their roommates' levels. A-level roommate, 50,000 limit, S-level, 100,000, SS-level, 1 million, SSS-level, 10 million. Dragon Kingdom contestant Chu He, your total loan limit is 20 million weird coins. As soon as the words fell, Chu He opened his weird coin wallet, and under the -3,000 balance, an extra line of small text appeared. Available loan limit, 20 million. This is not mercy. This is clearly pushing him into a pit of fire. It gives him the ability to spend money while also placing a giant mountain on his shoulders that could crush him at any moment. Now he not only has to earn the 20 million target but also pay off all potential loans. This is no longer a challenge, it's clearly a death sentence for him. Too much to bear. A cold roar echoed through the sky. Xia Yao could no longer suppress the anger in her heart. A terrifying wave of energy erupted from her petite body, with bloody killing intent like a solid storm sweeping across the entire playground. The sky instantly turned dark, and a sweet, nauseating smell of blood filled the air. All survivors were pressed down to the ground by this overwhelming force, even breathing became difficult. She actually wanted to directly challenge the master's rules. Don't be impulsive. Just as Xia Yao was about to take action, Kachi tightly grabbed her wrist and shouted in an unprecedented urgent tone in her ear. Yao Yao. This is K's rule trap. If we make a move, we're giving K a direct reason to erase Chu He. For the first time, the sly smile on Kachi's face was replaced by a complex expression mixed with difficulty, anger, and a hint of frantic fighting spirit. She knew that from the moment they were noticed by the master, this game was no longer just about survival. Xia Yao's scarlet eyes were fixed tightly on the sky, her chest heaving violently. In the end, that power capable of destroying the heavens and earth was forcibly suppressed by her. Chu He was seeing Xia Yao truly angry for the first time. Her once dead black eyes had transformed into a terrifying shade of red. Inside the distant and majestic temple, Xia Yan was seated before a huge water mirror, which clearly reflected everything happening on the playground. When he saw Chu He's face turn from black to white, then from white to blue, and finally become deathly pale, he finally couldn't hold back his laughter. Ha 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 ha. Xia Yan held his belly, laughing so hard he nearly fell off his throne. His sturdy body shook with laughter, and tears streamed down his face. Lord! Well done! This is so damn satisfying. As he laughed madly, he pounded his thigh, murmuring to himself. You little brat thought you could take advantage of my family's cabbage. You little brat thought you could make my niece dance to your tune. You little brat made me sign a blood contract. 20 million. And you can't even use a dime of their money. Ha 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 ha. Xia Yan's laughter echoed throughout the vast temple, filled with the thrill of revenge. On the playground, Chu He's expression could no longer be described as pale. This was no longer just bullying an honest person. This was putting an honest person through hell. Chapter 44, Market Research, Are the Weird Ones Eating Pig Food? 20 million. And he couldn't touch a single cent of Xia Yao and Kachi's money. Chu He's brain was operating at lightning speed. 3 months, 90 days, to make a net profit of 20 million. This meant he had to earn over 220,000 strange coins every day. This didn't even account for his own expenses and the daily expenses of these two SSS-level money-devouring beasts. This was no simple targeting. This was a blatant scheme. It was an open rule, just waiting to see him make a fool of himself, waiting for him to have no place to bury his body. Wasn't he holding the script of the Chosen One? Hey, little he. A soft, cold little hand suddenly grasped at the corner of his clothing. Kachi looked up with her exquisitely beautiful little face, her star-like dazzling eyes held not a shred of panic, but rather a kind of nearly mad excitement. The game hasn't even officially started, why do you look like the sky is falling? Xia Yao silently stepped half a step forward. Her emotionless, cold gaze swept across the crowd like a king surveying his territory. Those elites from various countries who had just been gloating instantly felt as though an invisible giant hand had grabbed their throats, halting their breath. They all lowered their heads, lacking even the courage to meet her gaze. After doing all this, she finally turned her head. Those deep, silent black eyes stared seriously at Chu He. The food you made. It was very delicious. Boom. Xia Yao's simple 5 words struck like a thunderous lightning bolt, instantly splitting the chaos of despair in Chu He's mind. Right. Cooking. He suddenly raised his head, and in that moment, the almost colorless fire in his eyes reignited into a roaring blaze. His greatest hobby and skill was cooking, wasn't it? Those cooking skills that had been enhanced by the system, praised even by the SSS-level strange chef Xia Yan. How could I forget this? Chu He slapped his thigh hard, his entire being instantly filled with soul, his posture suddenly firm and straight. Kachi blinked curiously, her long eyelashes like tiny fans. You actually know how to cook? Of course. Chu He raised his chin proudly, the regained confidence sharpening his presence, making him stand tall and vibrant. It's just a personal hobby, but I have thought about opening a small restaurant that belongs only to me someday. Xia Yao, on the side, gave the most crucial testimony in her cool voice. Yes. Uncle praised him, saying that his dishes are very good at understanding the psychology and tastes of diners. Then it will be easy. Kaki placed her tiny hands on her hips, puffing out her unimpressive chest, a look of everything is under my control on her face, her eyes sparkling with wisdom. With the two of us SSS-level queens promoting you, if we say it's delicious, won't those strange ones rush over to try it? By then, won't the money just come pouring in? That would be great. Chu He looked at the two dazzling beauties on his left and right. One was full of clever plans, extremely wise. The other was outstanding in battle, loyal to her master. A surge of ambition suddenly rose in his chest, sweeping away all the previous dejection. Isn't it just 20 million? Let's do it. Without hesitation, the three of them ignored the survivors on the playground, who wore blank expressions like background props, and proudly walked out of the school gate, officially stepping into this bizarre city. Market research begins. The moment he truly stepped into Wawanayo City, Chu He was deeply shocked by the scene before him. This place is incredibly prosperous. On the exaggeratedly wide streets, there were hovering sports cars flying silently close to the ground, as well as vintage cars spewing thick black smoke from unknown fuel. The streets were bustling with people, a mix of the bizarre and bizarre people. Restaurants, casinos, clothing stores, banks, large shopping malls, everything found on Blue Star was almost all here, even more cyberpunk and bizarre than before. Surprised? Kaki walked ahead with her hands behind her back, like a little adult patrolling her territory, her tone filled with pride and honor. The initial purpose of Wawanayo City was to simulate and learn about human society. Who would have thought that in just over a decade, the results would be so good? Now even the bizarre beings know they have to work hard to make money to live well. She paused and added, moreover, most of here directly adopts your Dragon Country's management system. I must admit, Dragon Country is indeed the most stable and happiest country on Blue Star now. So that's how it is. Chu He clicked his tongue in surprise, you actually understand so much. Of course. Kaki raised her chin proudly, like a little peacock showing off its feathers. I read books in my free time, ancient and modern, from all around the world, I know everything. Unlike some Yao Yao, who just stares at the sky every day, with an empty head. Who are you calling empty-headed? Xia Yao raised her eyebrows, lightning fast extending her hand to pinch Kaki's delicate face. I think you just have a itch for trouble, right? Hey! Don't pinch my face. Little he, look at her. She's bullying me. Seeing that the two girls were about to fuss again, Chu He quickly grabbed one in each hand, like lifting two kittens, and pulled them forcefully to his side. He cleared his throat, wearing a serious expression. Alright, stop arguing. From now on, you two will be my capable assistants, and you must love each other, no pulling and pushing. In my heart, you both are amazing. His words instantly silenced both girls. Xia Yao felt sweet in her heart, although she was still a bit unhappy on the surface. Hearing the praises of capable assistants and "you are amazing" made her secretly resolve to read more books in the future and absolutely must not let Kaki outshine her. Kaki then stuck out her tongue at Xiaoyao triumphantly and sweetly hugged Chu He's arm like a koala, her little head rubbing against him. The three of them strolled along, truly starting their tasting. Soon, Chu He discovered that while there were many restaurants in Wawanayo City, the dishes were shockingly scarce. Entering a luxuriously decorated barbecue restaurant, the signature dish was deep-fried eyeball skewers. Chu He took a bite with a research mindset. The teeth broke through the outer crispy layer, and a warm, fishy-sweet liquid instantly exploded, splattering everywhere. That feeling was like biting into a low-quality jelly filled with a fishy taste. Walking into an ancient and elegant soup shop, the specialty is slime soup. That slippery and cold texture, like the snot of a person with a bad cold, flowed down his throat, making Chu He almost vomit his leftover food. And those cold-tossed tentacles, as hard as chewing on a rubber tire soaked for 3 days. The most ridiculous thing is that the strange diners around were eating with great enjoyment, their faces filled with happiness. It seems that even though this place mimicked human food culture, it clearly only imitated the surface of cooking things, and knows nothing about the word delicious. It seems that you here haven't learned a thing about the food of Blue Star. Chu He sighed. Of course, that old man Xia Yan probably should be excluded. Xiaoyao nodded. You're right, the only one I know who can make cooked food taste good is my uncle. They wandered through the most bustling commercial center and walked the busiest street of snacks. However, Chu He's brows kept furrowing tighter. He suddenly stopped, his eyes filled with extreme confusion and disbelief. What's wrong? Xiaoyao asked with concern. Chu He took a deep breath and asked in a voice filled with incredulous discovery, as if he were Columbus finding a new continent. You mean, there isn't even a hot pot restaurant? Yes. Walking around the whole city, not even one. Kaki was also stunned. She carefully activated her supercomputer-like brain, searched rapidly for a moment, then shook her head in bewilderment. It seems, it really doesn't exist. Xiaoyao tilted her head, her pure and innocent eyes filled with the purest curiosity. Hot pot, what is that? Chu He looked at her cute, innocent face full of curiosity and smiled. In his mind, a grand picture suddenly appeared. The bubbling and boiling pot base of red oil, popping with a deadly fragrant aroma. Tender tripe bobbing up and down inside, crunchy yellow throat that pops in the mouth, fatty and lean snowflake beef slices that only need to be dipped for a few seconds, and then dipped in his own secret sauce. Just thinking about it made him drool. He would bet his life that this ultimate food, combining socializing, deliciousness, and stimulation, would definitely conquer the taste buds of every person in this city in an instant. Moreover, it's simple to prepare, and crucially, it can also trick some people. Hot pot. The corners of Chu He's mouth slowly curled into a confident, almost arrogant smile. It is not just a type of food. It will be the first step for us to conquer this city. Chapter 45, The Feast House, a golden storefront handed to us. Alright, stop thinking about it. Chu He looked at the two beautiful women beside him, one large and one small, and sighed deeply. Wait until I make it, then you will know what true food is. Kaki and Xiaoyao nodded vigorously, their eyes filled with trust and expectation. Chu He looked at them, a sense of late awareness and embarrassment quietly surged in his heart. After all, he was still a bit inexperienced. Just now, facing the blatant targeting of City Lord Lillian and the enormous task of 20 million, he was completely stunned and panicky, his mind turning into a mess. If it weren't for Xiaoyao's words, the food you make is very good, and Kaki's analysis and encouragement, he might still be struggling in despair right now. These two girls, despite sometimes appearing naive and sometimes proud in front of him, like children who never grow up. When it came to critical moments, their calmness overshadowed his by several streets. It seems that surviving in this other world is not only about external aids but also about mentality. Chu He sighed inwardly, looking at the two girls with more sincere appreciation and warmth in his gaze. Since we've decided to do it, let's do something big. Chu He swept away the clutter in his mind, his gaze sharpened, and his fighting spirit soared. If we're going to do it, let's aim for the highest end. Let's go directly to the most core area of the Vientiane city, specifically targeting those wealthy and powerful weirdos. Just what I want. Kaki excitedly snapped her fingers, her little face full of approval. Vientiane City is also divided into 3, 6, and 9 ranks. The outer areas are just poor folks, with limited spending ability, they can't squeeze out much profit. The real rich and powerful are all gathered in the central urban area. As soon as the words fell, Xiaoyao understood, gently planting her jade foot on the ground. The next second, Chu He felt the world spin, and the sights before him turned into countless twisted streams of light. The three of them shot up like a cannonball freed from gravity, racing towards the area filled with neon lights and divine energy at the city center. The moment their feet touched the ground again, even though Chu He had been mentally prepared, he was still profoundly shaken by the sight before him. If the outer urban area was cyberpunk, then this place was a demonic version of Wall Street. Every building was lavish, twisting the laws of physics, exuding a cold aura of "I am expensive, you cannot afford me." The strange beings on the streets were entirely different from those in the outer areas. Their forms were closer to perfect human shapes. A man dressed in a high-end suit, with a body comparable to a top male model, elegantly passed by holding a coffee, but his head was a sinister lizard head covered in fine scales. A curvaceous and charming woman with a snake-like waist strolled by, 9 fluffy fox tails swaying behind her as if alive, radiating deadly allure. There was also a cute boy with cat ears and a girl with magnificent deer horns on her head. All kinds of subhuman species, only seen in myths and anime, were commonplace here. And the appearance of Chu He, a pure human, alongside Xiaoyao and Kaki, both of whom were top-tier beauties and had an air of royalty, immediately made them the center of attention. Countless gazes, mixed with surprise, jealousy, envy, and greed, all focused on them. That human actually has both the virtual royal and Star Law royal accompanying him? I can't be mistaken, right? Those are 2 royal-level beings. When did royals become so cheap? Shoo! Quiet down. Can't you see? Those 2 young nobles look at that human with such pampering. This kid, is he lucky enough to become their toy? Whispers continued to spread. But Chu He didn't mind, instead puffing out his chest and enjoying the feeling of being in the spotlight. What's wrong with being a kept man? Being a kept man is also a skill. However, reality quickly gave him a cold splash of water. They wandered for a whole hour, traversing the busiest commercial streets, only to see despairing results. There was not a single shop here that was vacant. This is troublesome. Prime locations are indeed hard to come by. Chu He's brows furrowed slightly. At that moment, Kaki suddenly pointed with excitement in her voice. "Little River, look over there." Following her direction, Chu He saw a building with a completely different style. Surrounded by futuristic skyscrapers, a 3-story loft with an ancient charm lay like an ancient beast, abruptly crouching at the most core intersection. The loft was entirely black, with 2 sinister, massive horns piercing into the sky on its roof. The walls and tiles were made of metallic black scales that, under the sunlight, reflected an eerie blue glow. It seemed to be breathing. In front of the tightly shut vermilion door of the loft stood a solitary wooden sign, with several lines written in what seemed to be fresh blood. Gourmet house. Rent, free. Condition, must present a meal that satisfies the establishment. Warning, if the food does not suit your taste, the tenant will be devoured by this establishment. Free? Chu He's eyes instantly brightened. Isn't this like someone sending a pillow when you're sleepy, and it's a dragon bed inlaid with gold and jade? An excellent opportunity to seize a golden shop at 0 cost. This is it. Chu He slapped his thigh and made the decision immediately. This condition is simply tailored for me. His face radiated with a confident smile, as if he had already envisioned the glorious future of making a fortune after conquering this gourmet house. However, just as the 3 of them reached the front door, it happened. Creak. The heavy vermilion door silently opened a crack. A dull, ancient, hunger-filled intent exploded in the minds of the 3 like a thunderclap. Offer your tribute. Otherwise, you will become my food. Damn. Chu He's heart skipped a beat. This house is really alive? Not surprising, Xiaoyao's cool voice timely rang out, solving his confusion. This is the Taorai clan, a race that knows nothing but eating. Later, the master established a legal society, forbidding them from devouring beings arbitrarily. To survive, they evolved into these rentable houses, relying on tasting tenants' food to sustain themselves. So that's how it is. Chu He suddenly understood, and there was no more fear in his heart, only a fierce fighting spirit remained. Without saying a word, he took out his phone and opened the app called Weird Coin Wallet. On the 2 million loan limit, he clicked to borrow without hesitation. Please enter loan amount. 100,000. Loan successful. On the phone screen, his debt amount instantly soared from -3,600, skyrocketing. Because he had just treated the 2 girls to some special snacks at a roadside stall, spending 600. Now the balance fixed on a shocking number. -103,600. Looking at this number, Chu He felt no pressure at all. Instead, he felt his blood starting to burn with excitement. Let's go. Shopping time. He waved his hand dramatically, leading the 2 queens straight to the nearest high-end weird ingredient market. As soon as they stepped into the market, a thick, strange aroma hit them like a wave. The scene here refreshed Chu He's worldview once again. The so-called fresh produce area held not chickens, ducks, or fish in huge metal cages, but monsters as large as rhinos, with hideous faces, violently ramming the cages, letting out roars. And the vegetable area was even more absurd. Each cabbage had legs, jumping around in cages. A single carrot was trying to burrow into the ground, leaving part of itself outside, dancing wildly. Many of the ingredients here are captured by professional adventurers from dangerous areas outside the city, Kachi dutifully explained beside them, so most of them are alive. This ensures absolute freshness. Chu He marveled while beginning to select ingredients. He steered clear of those clawing monsters, his gaze precisely aimed at the already processed meat area. However, just as he passed a massive dumping area, he suddenly stopped, instinctively wrinkling his nose. He saw several strange figures in slaughtering clothes carelessly dumping buckets of bloody things into the garbage disposal channel. Inside, there were massive livers that were processed cleanly, like white jade. There was thick, snow-white, crystal-clear lard. There were exceptionally resilient, pink, bouncy intestines and stomachs. Even some vessels and tracheas that looked extremely crunchy were there. These are treasures that foodies in Blue Star and Longwa fight over. His eyes became brighter, frighteningly bright. A brilliant, even sinister plan formed in his mind in an instant. The corners of his mouth slowly curled into a meaningful, even somewhat evil smile. The essence of hot pot. You weirdos will never imagine, huh? Chapter 46, Shopping. Chu He stared at the heap of animal entrails thrown away like trash, his eyes shining brighter, and his strange smile growing wider. Beside him, Kachi and Xiaoyao felt a chill run down their backs as they watched him. Hey, Chu He. Kachi asked with a tentative, somewhat uneasy tone, You want to make food out of these, right? Yeah. Chu He turned his head, his smile dazzling and almost blinding. These are all good things. Treasures. Huh? Kachi's delicate face instantly showed an expression of disbelief, but these things smell really bad. They stink. Xiaoyao's face was also filled with confusion, and she bluntly added, and the intestines and stomach are full of poop. Ha ha ha. Chu He burst out laughing at her straightforward words. Just wash them well with water. You guys have to trust my skills. He leaned closer to the two, lowering his voice in a mysterious manner. By the way, you two have an important mission. You need to help taste test. Once the delicious aroma wafts out, many weirdos will be drawn to it, and you two should eat heartily for me. Chu He gestured, his expression exaggerated as he said, it must be the kind of expression as if you've never eaten for hundreds of years and suddenly tasted a rare delicacy. Understand? You have to act with your soul. Weren't you supposed to help me promote? This is your debut stage. Kachi and Xiaoyao exchanged glances. From each other's eyes, they could see bright disdain and deep disgust. To make them eat this trashy, stinky, possibly poop-covered stuff? And to make it look like it tasted good? This was simply torture. However, Xiaoyao suddenly recalled the bowl of meat floss that shook the soul, made by Chu He with that venomous nightmare snake just days ago. She also remembered the bloody warning from the feasting house. If it isn't delicious, Chu He could be eaten. She looked at Chu He's eyes burning with absolute confidence, and all her hesitation and disgust were instantly crushed. Instead, a resolute determination surged within her. No matter what Chu He made, she would eat it without hesitation. Kachi keenly caught the change in Xiaoyao's expression. She saw Xiaoyao nod heavily at her, as if saying, trust him. Gulp. Kachi swallowed hard. Seeing that he had successfully persuaded the two queens, Chu He instantly perked up and walked toward the butchers who were dumping trash. The butchers, looking like orcs, were stout and muscular, dressed in blood-stained leather aprons. After a brief exchange, Chu He received a clear answer. They really didn't want these things. Since you don't want it, how about doing me a favor? I'll help you dispose of it for free, so you don't have to go through the trouble of throwing it away. Chu He said sincerely, patting his chest confidently. The orc butchers looked at him as if he were a fool, muttering a few words before carelessly waving their hands in agreement. Chu He immediately rolled up his sleeves and rushed forward without hesitation. Soon, 5 or 6 large black bags were filled to the brim. That's 300 or 400 pounds. Looking at this heavy loot, Chu He felt extremely satisfied. Chu He discussed with the orc butchers to come back for the pickup, and they readily agreed. Next came the big shopping. Cooking utensils, bowls, and chopsticks. Tables and chairs, these are all easy to talk about. The most important thing is the ingredients for the hot pot base. Salt and rock sugar, these basic seasonings are all here. There is no white liquor, but there is a substitute called rye spirits, brewed from a plant monster called black-shelled rye, with a very high alcohol content that burns like fire going down. While there are other types of liquor, this rye spirit is the cheapest, and given this strange food fit for pigs, he didn't need to buy better liquor for the hot pot base seasoning. There is no white flour, only the dark flour made from the black-shelled rye monster, coarse and dark. What's even more ridiculous is the chili peppers, ginger, garlic, green onions, and onions. They are all alive. Each has tiny roots as feet, leaping around in a special cultivation box, and when caught, they scream with a chirp sound. According to Kachi's explanation, these are the lowest level D-grade plant monsters, once wild, now weirdly farmed, creating a complete industrial chain. Since Wanxiang City doesn't have the concept of hot pot, naturally, there are no matching hot pot tables. Fortunately, things like electric induction cookers and portable gas canisters do exist. The three of them rushed around shopping and finally gathered everything they needed. With a wave of Kachi's little hand, all kinds of pots, bowls, chairs, and ingredients transformed into streams of light and were sucked into a seemingly ordinary little pouch hanging with a crystal pendant at her waist. This is a storage bag? Chu He looked on, eyes wide. This is called a Starlaw pocket, a specialty of our Starlaw clan. Kachi puffed her little chest proudly and explained, depending on the internal space size, prices range from 1 million to 1 billion weird coins. Mine is not much, just 1 billion. Look at Yao Yao's black belt, that's also a pocket made by my clan. Of course, there are also various types like bracelets, necklaces, backpacks, and more. Chu He's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. 1 billion? Just that? Although Chu He knew Kachi and Xiao Yao's families were quite wealthy, he was still immensely surprised. After finishing their shopping, they returned to the slaughterhouse. The last challenge was the 5 or 6 large bags emitting a strong odor, considered to be biochemical weapons of animal entrails. Chu He smiled at Kachi. Kachi's little face instantly wrinkled into a ball, shaking her head vigorously like a rattle. No, no. Absolutely not. How can such filthy, stinky things be put into my noble and adorable Starlaw pocket? Chu He helplessly turned his pleading gaze toward Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao remained expressionless, silently turning her head to the other side, looking toward the distant sky. Great. These two young ladies could not be counted on. Chu He sighed in resignation, and with a bitter laugh, took action himself, carrying 3 bags, stumbling forward like a refugee. The weight of 500 or 600 pounds was nothing for his current body. But the overwhelming smell, a mix of blood and the unique stench of entrails, was a double torment for his senses. Along the way, all the weird beings that saw them instinctively took 3 steps back, covering their mouths and noses, revealing genuine disgust and disdain on their faces. Ugh, what is that smell? That human, what is he doing carrying a bunch of garbage waste? Fresh from the slaughterhouse? Is he crazy? Even dogs won't eat this stuff. Look at the 2 nobles beside him. My God. Such noble bloodlines, how could they follow around a trash-picking madman? Kachi and Xiao Yao suddenly felt a bit regretful, wishing they had tolerated their discomfort and stuffed these things into the pouch. How embarrassing. Under countless disdainful gazes, Chu He gritted his teeth and finally brought the several bags of biochemical weapons back to the entrance of the gluttony house. He didn't rush to enter the ominous-looking attic. In front of the tasty house, on that open piece of land, he directly set up the purchased stove and a huge iron pot. He took a deep breath and threw the processed lard into the pot, then lit the fire. Sizzle! The fat quickly melted under the high temperature, releasing thick smoke. Immediately after, Chu He dumped an entire bag of lively chili peppers, wailing ginger, and writhing garlic cloves, all into the pot at once. Boom! A powerful, complex aroma, mixed with strong spiciness and spices, exploded like a sensory bomb, instantly filling the air. The smell was so intense, so aggressive, that it pierced through the air, forcefully washing over everything around it, even overpowering the ancient, hungry scent emitted by the tasty house itself. The entire crossroads fell silent. Chapter 47, So Stinky. Ah, so aromatic. The various bizarre creatures on the street all subconsciously stopped in their tracks. Their noses twitched uncontrollably, and their gazes all turned towards the source of the aroma. What is that smell? So powerful. I've never smelled such a strong fragrance, just smelling it makes my mouth water. Hey, it's that human. He actually set up a stall in front of the tasty house? What divine food is he cooking in that pot? Upon smelling the overpowering aroma, many creatures from the commercial street flocked over to see the spectacle, and Chu He grinned just as he expected. Fish, take the bait. But he knew very well that when cooking this special ingredient, the process should absolutely not be visible to these future diners. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. As long as I can't see it, even if you made it from ancient, rotten feet, I can still eat it and get my mouth watering. Yao Yao, create a barrier, Chu He instructed without looking back. Xiao Yao understood and lightly waved her jade hand. Buzz. A pure black energy field instantly unfolded, like a giant bowl turned upside down, perfectly enveloping the 3 of them and the stove, isolating them from all external sight and scrutiny. Inside the energy field was another world. Chu He dumped the bloody, slimy giant belly and the tangled intestines onto the ground with a splash. An indescribable, primal smell, mixed with fishy, tangy, and foul odors, instantly filled the entire energy field space. Ugh! Even the experienced and strong-willed Kachi couldn't hold it together at this moment. Her delicate little face turned pale instantly, her small hand covering her mouth as her stomach churned violently, making severe retching sounds. Xiao Yao's expression wasn't any better, her fine brows tightly knitted together, she instinctively took 2 steps back, her deadpan eyes revealing endless disdain and resistance. They stared wide-eyed, unable to believe that Chu He remained calm while smelling such an overpowering and foul odor. Even on his face was a kind of appreciation and excitement a chef feels when seeing top-notch ingredients. Chu He, are you really going to make us eat this? Kachi's voice trembled, pointing at the filth on the ground, feeling as if her worldview was being shattered. Is this stuff really edible? What if we eat it and just vanish? Trust me, I'm a professional. Chu He gave them a confident look and then activated his special ability. Eye of Annihilation. On opening his eyes, the dirty belly and intestines were instantly deconstructed. All the structure, texture, and impurities were clearly presented in his mind in a data form. Where the essence was, where the dregs lay, it was all clear at a glance. With a swift motion, his hand drew the knife, the action smooth as flowing water, so fast that only a residual shadow remained. Those filthy impurities clinging to the inner walls, exuding a foul smell, were meticulously peeled away with surgical precision. And the excess fat from the intestines was also perfectly removed by Chu He. With the Eye of Annihilation's power, handling these was simply a piece of cake. Soon, what was once a pile of unsightly things transformed into two brand new ingredients. The belly, pure white as jade, thick and resilient. The intestines, pink and crystal clear, bursting with elasticity. The previous nauseating stench had vanished, leaving only the pure aroma of the ingredients themselves. Xia Yao and Kachi were both dumbfounded. What kind of divine operation was this? It was simply turning decay into an incredible miracle. Chu He didn't stop, he brought over a basin of clear water. With a gentle blink, in the next second, an invisible, extremely cold breath shot out from his eyes. The basin of water didn't even have time to ripple before it instantly froze into a crystal-clear solid ice. Chu He flipped the ice basin onto the wooden board, creating a perfect ice-cutting board. He placed the processed belly and intestines on the ice board, the thin as a cicada's wing blade flew between his fingertips. Swish, swish, swish. Slice after slice, nearly transparent belly and intestine pieces were evenly cut and laid out on the ice like a work of art. After finishing all this, Chu He clapped his hands in satisfaction. He picked up a pair of chopsticks, dipped a piece into the boiling red oil pot, swirling it back and forth, accurately timing it, about 5 or 6 seconds until the belly piece slightly curled, reaching the most crispy texture, and then swiftly fished it out. That snow-white belly piece was now coated with a layer of bright, tempting red oil, on top of which were a few sesame seeds and chili flakes, exuding a maddening fragrance. He extended the chopsticks in front of the two women. Who will go first and give it a try? For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. Xia Yao and Kachi exchanged glances, seeing hesitation and struggle reflected in each other's eyes. Although it looked very delicious now, just thinking about the previous identity of this thing made it mentally hard to cross that hurdle. Yao, as long as you eat this first, I will submit to you in the future. At the critical moment, Kachi decisively pushed Xia Yao out. Xia Yao glared at her, but did not back down. She had an almost blind trust in Chu He. If he said it was delicious, then it must be edible. A serious expression, akin to facing death, appeared on Xia Yao's face. She slowly lowered her head, opened her small mouth, and ate that piece of belly. However, as soon as it entered her mouth, Xia Yao's eyes widened in amazement. The imagined fishy smell was non-existent. What replaced it was an indescribable complex flavor. First was the crunchy, bouncy texture as her teeth bit through the belly, a wonderful chewiness. Next was the domineering spiciness of the red oil, exploding on her tongue like lava, instantly igniting all her taste buds. Spicy. Fragrant. Refreshing. An unprecedented, exhilarating, ultimate deliciousness swept through her entire mouth like a storm. After finishing, Xia Yao was stunned for several seconds, before slowly turning her head and speaking to a nervously watching Kachi. It really is delicious. Not a hint of stench, very spicy and tasty. Kachi knew Xia Yao never lied. Looking at Xia Yao's incredibly bright eyes, she finally mustered all her courage, picked up a piece, and bravely ate it. In the next second, Kachi's stunning bright eyes widened instantly. Wow! She let out an incomprehensible cry, her small face flushed from the extreme deliciousness and spiciness. So tasty. So delicious. How can something be this good? She never expected that what was thrown away as trash by all the oddities could be this fragrant, this delightful. See, I guarantee I wouldn't trick you. Chu He laughed heartily, a sense of unprecedented achievement surged within him. He made Xia Yao lift the black force field she had set up. With a casual wave, Xia Yao did it. Boom! That powerful force which had been suppressed for so long. The rich aroma of hot pot, intensified tenfold, surged forth along with the suppressed gasps of Xia Yao and Kachi, like a flood breaking its dam, wildly spreading in all directions. The strange entities outside the energy field instantly erupted. They saw that after the energy field vanished, the human stall was already filled with various neatly processed beef tripe and intestines they had never seen before. What drove them even crazier was that those two legendary royal beings, the princes of the royal family and the starry law royal family, were currently shamelessly fighting over which pieces to dip into the pot bubbling with crimson oil. On their faces shone unabashed, extreme happiness and satisfaction. What is going on here? Those things that were thrown away as garbage are actually supreme delicacies? A nearby beastman butcher happened to pass by and remarked. The strange entities, upon hearing this, were filled with curiosity, and the butcher went on to explain everything about that human. After hearing, the strange entities were all shocked. Outside, it was dark with a crowd, countless eyes were fixated on the bubbling iron pot, their throats rolling uncontrollably. Chu He ignored them, he picked up a piece of cooked beef tripe, turned around, and raised his voice towards the tightly shut vermilion door. Tasty House, it's your turn to try. As soon as he finished speaking, a rich black gas suddenly surged out from the crack of the door, condensing in midair into a tentacle covered in muscular textures without skin. The tentacle swiftly snatched away the beef tripe from Chu He's chopsticks, then zipped back into the door like lightning. The entire Tasty House fell into deafening silence. Time passed second after second. Suddenly, boom! The thick vermilion door of the Tasty House exploded inward with a loud bang. An overwhelming, suffocating will filled with endless hunger and ecstasy crashed down, followed by a rush of something coming straight at Chu He. Chapter 48, I think you're going to do something to me. Chu He's quick eyes caught sight of the dense black gas spraying from the door, twisting and condensing in midair. A monster about only 1.3 meters tall suddenly charged out. Its head had a fierce resemblance to the ancient beast, Tao Tai, with two enormous horns piercing the air, covered in strange dark red patterns, and a huge mouth open wide with interlocking fangs, frighteningly hideous. Yet its body and limbs bizarrely took on the outline of a human child, but each fingertip bore sharp, knife-like, dark nails. A fierce, violent aura, as if wanting to devour the heavens and earth, rushed at him. No way. Could it be that the hot pot, infused with the essence of Blue Star's culinary culture, does not suit its taste? This is not scientific. But at that moment, Chu He couldn't afford to think deeply. The instinct to survive overpowered everything. He didn't want to die. He had to control the monster first. Chu He's gaze sharpened, his mind racing, as he quickly envisioned chains in his brain. He suddenly extended his right hand forward, gritting out a low shout. In the next second, several dark red chains, tinged with a sense of spatial distortion, shot out from his palm, like venomous snakes, swiftly wrapping around the rushing little monster. Clang! The chains precisely hit their target. Chu He's palm tightened. The chains instantly tightened, binding the little monster securely. However, before Chu He could breathe a sigh of relief. Roar! The bound little monster released a deafening roar, its muscles suddenly bulging. Bang! That space-locking chain, capable of restraining an S-rank entity, was instantly shattered by its sheer brute force. Holy crap! This guy is strong? Seeing the monster break free from its restraints and charge at him with increased speed, Chu He felt his scalp tingle. He hurriedly yelled at the two who were still engrossed in eating, Hey! You two, stop just eating. The monster is coming. Help! Help! Kaki was just about to put a piece of cooked sausage in her mouth when she heard the shout and unwillingly looked up. When she saw the small monster rushing towards Chu He, a hint of displeasure flashed in her starry eyes. She simply shot a soft glare in the direction of the monster. Buzz! An invisible, supreme rule of power descended instantly. The fierce and wildly aggressive small monster suddenly froze. Its whole body was suspended in midair, staying in a forward pounce position, unable to move, with only its big copper bell-like eyes filled with anxiety and grievance. The monster finally spoke, but its voice was nothing like the imagined roughness. Instead, it had a crisp and tender quality, like a teenage boy. Let me go. I'm not trying to eat him. I want to eat what's in the pot. I've never smelled such a delicious scent. I've never seen such tasty food. The voice was filled with pure desire for food. So that's how it is. Chu He, who had been so nervous he could hardly breathe, finally relaxed. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said to the small monster, annoyed, If you want to eat, just say it. Why act so fierce? I thought you were going to attack me. The small monster, hearing this, spoke with a tone full of justified grievance. Attack you? I'd be asking for death. The two beside you, any one of them could beat me into a pulp with just a pinky. I'm not stupid. Chu He was taken aback, then puzzled, but you seem pretty powerful, I couldn't control you just now. It's a pseudo-SSS level, your current abilities are still too weak to control me. It's normal. And it was just now that he had no killing intent. Kaki explained while eating, not even looking up. All right. Chu He nodded, accepting this explanation. He cleared his throat, regained his confidence, and said to the small monster suspended in midair, Okay, little monster, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If you want to eat, let's talk about rent first. Just call me a belle, the small monster said eagerly, the rent is free. Our rules at the gluttonous house are like this, just let me eat until I'm full. So simple? Chu He's heart leaped with joy. At that moment, the silent Xia Yao suddenly spoke softly. I've heard that the gluttonous clan can eat a lot. Upon hearing this, a belle's fierce little face expressed a hint of panic. It hurriedly explained, that was in the past. That was in the past. I've now separated from my huge body. That house is just a big shell. My food intake is very small now. Really? Chu He looked at this seemingly fearsome, yet tender-voiced small monster desperately explaining it didn't eat much, and suddenly felt a wave of sympathy. This child is too pitiful. For the sake of food, it had starved itself to the point of separation from its body. And it was so small, how much could it eat? For a moment, fatherly love, no, sympathy flooded Chu He's heart, and with a grand gesture, he said, a belle, is it? Don't worry. From today on, I'll take care of you. I will definitely make sure you are full. After saying that, he signaled Kaki to release her control. Kaki rolled her eyes and snapped her fingers. The restraints lifted. The instant a belle regained its freedom, it turned into a black shadow and dashed to the boiling iron pot in just 1 second. It couldn't wait to grab a bowl or chopsticks and directly stretched its sharp claws towards the pot. Kaki's gaze turned cold once again. A belle's claws once again froze in midair. Go over there, get a bowl, get chopsticks. Kaki commanded in an unyielding tone, if you grab with your hands again, you won't eat anything today. A belle looked at the delicious food rolling in the pot with grievances. Glanced at the cold-faced Kachi, eventually yielded, and obediently ran to the side, awkwardly picking up a pair of bowls and chopsticks. Seeing that a belle finally settled down, Chu He nodded in satisfaction. He turned around and effortlessly carried the 4 or 5 large bags of biochemical weapons from the ground, 2 in each hand, moving them into the open red-painted door. The light inside the room was very dim, but the space was unexpectedly spacious, with tables and chairs already arranged inside and a counter. After settling the ingredients, Chu He walked out. He looked at the street outside, already blocked and crowded, with each strange figure stretching their necks, saliva almost dripping to the ground, and a merchant-like smile appeared on his face. He stood in front of the stall, cleared his throat, gathered his breath, and loudly said, Dear neighbors. Dear folks. Do you want to taste this unparalleled delicacy? Yes. The answering voices were deafening. Good. Chu He waved his hand, today our store is having a grand opening celebration. Please line up orderly, no pushing or shoving. Each person can taste 1 piece for free. The crowd instantly stirred. Chu He then added a sentence, his voice not loud, but clear enough to reach every strange ear. Of course, anyone who thinks they can beat these 2 beside me, or can take on the owner of this house, and wants to cut in line or snatch food, can feel free to give it a try. As soon as the words fell, the strange figures that had just been restless instantly calmed down. They glanced at the oil-dripping Xia Yao, who still held an unfathomable aura, and Kachi, and then looked at the gluttonous creature a belle, who had just rushed out and was now burying his head in a bowl larger than his head, devouring his food. All the strange figures wisely withdrew their necks. In the next second, a line, endless to the eye, quickly formed with an unprecedented efficiency. Looking at this orderly scene, Chu He was extremely satisfied. He did not rush to distribute the tasting food to everyone but turned around and waved to Kachi, who was preparing to get another bowl. Kachi, come over here. What's up? I haven't eaten enough yet. Kachi protested vaguely with her mouth full. Let's talk business. Chu He's expression became serious, about how to sell these rubbish how to sell this delicacy at sky-high prices. He beckoned Kachi, lowering his voice, the corners of his mouth curving into a mysterious arc. Come with me inside, let's discuss the details and lay out the space inside. After speaking, Chu He turned first and walked into the gluttonous house. Chapter 49, What a witch, luckily, she is my woman. Kachi licked her lips, unwillingly putting down her bowl and chopsticks, reluctantly following Chu He into the gluttonous house. The room was dimly lit, but the space was astonishingly large. The first floor was at least set up with 50 antique-style 8 immortals tables, with all the chairs and benches spotless. There were counters, a back kitchen, a stove, and even a huge freezer. All the necessary facilities for a restaurant were surprisingly all here, and they all looked top-notch. Chu He pulled open one of the freezer doors. Whoosh! A rush of cold air hit his face. It was completely empty inside, not even a hair could be found. He opened another one, still empty. The entire 3-story restaurant was spotless, every place where something could be stored was clean enough to reflect a person's shadow, without a single piece of food, nor a drop of water. This was too strange. An inexplicable sense of foreboding rose within Chu He. This gluttonous house must have had other tenants before, but where did they go? Shout He, have you thought about how to price cough, how to set the price? Kachi, hands on her hips, like a little queen surveying her territory, broke the silence with her crisp voice. How are we going to use this pile of waste to earn 20 million? I've already thought about this long ago. Chu He temporarily suppressed his doubts. Confidently snapped his fingers. He walked behind the counter, gesturing as if he was a professional. Our hot pot has a taste unmatched in the entire city. This is our core competitiveness. So, we must go high-end. I'm thinking of several packages. The most basic one will sell for 2,000 strange coins, the luxurious one for 3,000, and the top-tier package for 5,000. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, his eyes shining brightly. You see, there's 50 tables on the first floor, 40 on the second, and 30 on the third, totaling 120 tables. Even if each table averages a spending of 3,000, if it's fully seated, that's 360,000 in revenue. If we can turn the tables 3 to 4 times a day, isn't over $1 million in hand? The key is in the cost. Chu He grinned from ear to ear. Our ingredients are practically free. The rent is free. How much can we spend on water and electricity? This profit is terrifyingly high. Starting tomorrow, he would fully acquire various animal stomachs and intestines from slaughterhouses all over the city. Alright, we need to hire a few waiters, offering them 7,000 a month. That's absolutely a high salary in this bustling city. Chu He already saw himself paying off the loan within a month and stepping onto the peak of his life. However, his seemingly flawless plan sounded laughably naive to Kachi. Put. Kachi couldn't help but laugh. She walked up in front of Chu He, stood on her tiptoes, and gently patted his face with her fair little hand. Little He, what you're doing here isn't making money. You're doing charity. Huh? He was stunned, thinking his pricing was already outrageously high. 2,000 to 3,000 strange coins for a meal? In any city in the Dragon Country, that would be considered an astronomical price for hot pot. Most of the ingredients were practically free. How could this be charity? Kachi ignored his shock and walked to a round table, lightly brushing her fair fingers over the spotless tabletop, her starry eyes flashing with an ancient and cunning light. Little He, you've made 3 fatal mistakes. She raised one finger. First, you underestimated your product. What you're selling isn't hot pot, it's a miracle, an unprecedented experience. For a group of creatures that have eaten pig slop for many years, this food is as valuable as a miracle. Pricing a miracle at 2,000 to 3,000? You're insulting the gods and yourself. Kachi raised a second finger. Second, you underestimated your customers. Who among those living on this street is a poor soul? For them, money is just a number. What are they pursuing? Status, appearance, an unparalleled sense of nobility. You actually thought they would line up like ordinary creatures and flip tables? You're lowering their standards. If they don't tear down your place, it would be a blessing. Good thing I and Xiao are holding the fort. As for the third. Kachi turned around, smiling at the stunned Chu He, and raised a third finger. You actually thought of using the thin profit margin with high sales, kind of foolish and kind-hearted commoner thinking to earn their money. Little He, your heart isn't black enough. Chu He felt his throat go dry, sensing his business logic crumbling before this young girl. Then what do you suggest we do? He humbly asked for advice. Very simple. Kachi snapped her fingers, and the atmosphere in the hall seemed to change with it. My plan also consists of 3 steps. I call it the 3 steps to squeeze dry plan. Step 1, screening. Kachi waved her little hand, pointing at the dark crowd outside the door. Most of these people don't even have the qualification to enter this door. What we need to do isn't to welcome customers but to set a threshold. Want to eat? You can. But not everyone is qualified to eat. We need to limit the numbers. Only 30 spots allowed inside each day. How do we get the spots? Chu He subconsciously asked. Good question. Kachi nodded approvingly. We're not selling meals, we're selling feast tokens. 1 token equals 1 entry qualification. This token. We don't set prices, those who want to buy can come and negotiate. If your wealth isn't enough, if your status isn't enough, don't even think about it. We want those holding the Tao Tai order to walk in here and become the ultimate symbol of identity in Wangxiang City. Chu He gasped. This is, using the logic of luxury goods hunger marketing. Step 2, exploitation. Kaki's smile became even more innocent, yet even more chilling. Once inside, the soup base is free. She changed her tone. But, the dishes are sold by the slice. By the slice? Chu He's eyes nearly popped out. Yes. Kaki said matter-of-factly, 1 slice of beef tripe, 100 ghost coins. 1 piece of fatty intestines, 150 ghost coins. Dipping sauce is extra. Want to add soup? Sure, 5,000 each time. Damn. Chu He finally couldn't hold back and cursed. What's the difference between this and robbery? Kaki waved her finger and said slowly, robbery is illegal. We are high-end dining service, willingly provided. Chu He was speechless. He felt his heart racing, a mix of shock, fear, and extreme excitement crashing in his chest. He seemed to see mountains made of ghost coins beckoning to him. What about the third step? His voice trembled slightly. Kaki walked in front of him, standing on tiptoe, and whispered mysteriously, each word dripping with devilish temptation. Step 3, squeeze dry. When they are full and satisfied, ready to leave, what do you think their biggest regret is? Chu He thought for a moment and cautiously said, not getting enough to eat? No. Kaki shook her head, a hint of pity for the mundane shimmering in her star-like eyes. It's the soup that gathers the essence of all ingredients, fragrant enough to melt even ghost souls. They can't take it home. After returning, they'll have to continue eating pig food. That feeling of falling from heaven to hell will drive them mad. So? The curve of Kaki's lips became even more sinister, and she said word by word. We can sell them the leftover soup base in a package. 1 pot of original soup base, packed price, 10,000 ghost coins. Let them take it home. Even if they boil a lump of mud, they can taste the flavor of mountain treasures and sea delicacies. This is called after-sales service and value extension. Chu He fell completely silent. He looked at the delicate, harmless girl in front of him, yet a chill surged up his back. In front of her, capitalists would cry and shout to their ancestors. His little cleverness compared to her tightly linked, oil-squeezing business empire concept was like playing house in kindergarten. So it turns out, making money can be this heartless. He took a deep breath, his eyes filled with unprecedented awe towards Kaki. What a witch! Thankfully, she is on my side, and thankfully, she is my woman. Kaki. You are truly a genius. Kaki proudly lifted her chin, like a proud little peacock. This is just basic operation. She put her hands behind her back and said in a mature tone, let's go, little He, the theory class is done. Now, it's time for practical teaching. Chapter 50, Why Limit the Supply? Because I have 2 queens standing by my side. Kaki, with her hands behind her back, looked mature beyond her years. Chu He took a deep breath, his gaze no longer purely in awe but ignited by a kind of fanatical ambition. He followed Kaki outside through the heavy vermilion door of the feast house. Boom! Outside, the long-repressed aura rushed towards him like a tangible storm. This aura was mixed with countless strange, greedy saliva, anxious growls, and almost boiling desire. A dense crowd of ghosts had already surrounded the entrance tightly. The over 100 pounds of offal that had been tasted before were long gone. Those who had the fortune to taste a bite were now closing their eyes, their faces in a trance comparable to a high on spiritual opium. Smacking their lips, as if their souls were still immersed in that moment's spicy crunch. And more who didn't get to eat were shouting, their voices filled with urgency. Boss! Time to eat. I've waited until the flowers have withered. Exactly. I stood in line for ages, and ended up with nothing. Are you even running this business? Stop the nonsense. Get the stove ready. My strange coin is already thirsting for food. The deafening clamor almost lifted the roofs off the entire street. Chu He watched the chaotic scene, not hurried, and calmly cleared his throat, raising his hand to gently signal for quiet. Everyone, please be quiet. When he called out, the scene miraculously quieted down a bit. Countless pairs of glowing red, green, and blue eyes, like spotlights, all fixed upon him. On Chu He's face appeared a smile filled with sincere apology, so sincere that no one could doubt it. First of all, I sincerely apologize. I never expected everyone's enthusiasm would be so high. The ingredients prepared today are limited. Many friends made a trip only to be disappointed, and I accept the blame for that. His words eased the expressions of many who were originally filled with grievances. But everyone, rest assured. Chu He changed his tone, his voice suddenly booming, filled with a unique penetrating power. Today is just an appetizer. This restaurant, namely this feast house, will officially open tomorrow at 4 in the afternoon. At that time, there will be an even richer variety of dishes, ensuring that everyone leaves satisfied. As soon as he finished speaking, there was an eruption of cheers like a tidal wave from the crowd. However, what Chu He said next was like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing all flames of excitement. The smile on his lips became enigmatic, each word delivered with clarity that reached every strange ear. Of course, to ensure the top-notch dining experience, this restaurant will, starting tomorrow, implement a membership system. He paused, enjoying the instantaneous silence that enveloped the venue. Every day, only 30 feast tokens will be issued. Only guests holding these tokens can enter. For all honored guests with these tokens, the base broth in this restaurant will be free for life. At these words, the venue fell silent. 3 seconds later, the crowd erupted completely. What is this nonsense? Feast tokens? Limited to 30? A grotesque figure covered in fat jumped forward, pointing angrily at Chu He. Who do you think you are, a seller of scraps, to impose limitations? Are you a divine chef, Summer Yin? Exactly. I've never heard such rules. Have you lost your mind raising prices? Members only? Why don't you fly into the sky? I have money, and if I want to eat something, what do I need you to issue tokens for? Laughter, curses, and skepticism surged like a tide. Many strange beings felt their dignity and intelligence were doubly insulted. How dare a human relying on a woman's support sell the lowest class scraps, and play such tricks in front of them? Xia Yao's eyes turned cold at those words, but she was stopped by Chu He. Chu He had anticipated this, and his smile showed no change. He knew that those shouting the loudest were likely the ones who didn't get to eat and were boiling with anger inside. Everyone, please be quiet. Chu He's voice was not loud, but it seemed to have magic, once again calming the noise. What this restaurant sells has never been food. He looked around, his gaze sharp as a knife. What I sell is an unprecedented experience. A miracle that can make your very souls tremble. I believe those fortunate enough to have tasted it just now can honestly say, have you ever eaten anything better? As soon as he spoke, those who had tasted the flavor nodded instinctively, their expressions becoming extremely strange. Indeed, that flavor was absolutely amazing. Seeing this, Chu He felt reassured and continued to up the ante, his voice carrying a hint of pride. Perhaps everyone thinks I'm just a human talking too big. But my culinary skills have been personally praised by the renowned chef of the strange, Master Summer Yin. The name Summer Yin was like a real nuclear bomb. Explode in the midst of the strange crowd. Who is Xia Yin? That's a legend in the world of strange chefs. It's a god. To invite him to take action, it depends not on money, but on identity and mood. In the entire strange world, only those 9 supreme royal families have the qualifications to be his honored guests. This human, surprisingly says that his cooking skills have been praised by Xia Yin? Just when the crowd of strange beings was half convinced, thinking this person was boasting beyond measure. Chu He lazily pointed at Xia Yao and Kachi beside him, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Am I lying to you? Didn't these 2 royal young ladies just eat until they were dripping with grease, happiness almost making them faint? You can choose not to believe me. But, do you dare to question the taste of the Su and I royal family and the Xingliu royal family? All the strange gazes once again focused on Xia Yao and Kachi. This is ironclad evidence. At that moment, a well-informed demon dressed in butler attire, with a horn on his head, suddenly trembled, as if recalling something terrifying, and screamed. I remember now. Just now this human used chains against that Tao Tai, carrying an aura of spatial distortion. That's the Xingliu royal family's secret, spatial divine chain. Chu He was startled. What is this spatial divine chain? Isn't it just a form of spatial power? A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The strange beings recalled, and the more they thought, the more their scalps tingled. A human, not only closely followed by 2 royal young ladies but also possessing royal secret techniques, and related to the legendary chef Xia Yin. Who is this person, exactly? The background is probably no longer just sky-high, but has pierced the heavens. For a moment, those strange beings who had just lost their minds out of anger all shut their mouths, feeling a chill at the back of their necks. They could tell with just their toes that such an existence was not something they could offend at all. All the previous taunts and angry curses had now turned into swords hanging above their heads. Many strange beings began to quietly shrink back, preparing to sneak away in shame. Chu He also let out a sigh. Sure enough, the appropriate fox assuming tiger's ferocity is more useful than 1,000 explanations. He waved his hand and issued the order to dismiss. Alright, that's it for today, everyone please go back. If you want to experience the ultimate deliciousness, come tomorrow at 4 in the afternoon, bringing your sincerity, and arrive on time. Though the remaining strange beings were reluctant, they knew today was indeed not their day, so they could only leave step by step, glancing back, their eyes filled with awe and fervor. Soon, the entrance to the Tao Tai house was quieted. Chu He led the 2 girls back inside, starting the final preparations for tea. Little River, I seriously doubt that your sense of aesthetics will lower the style of our store, thus affecting my 3-step drying plan. You don't understand. Chu He said proudly, this is called contrast. Extreme deliciousness, paired with the most down-to-earth advertising, this is called being approachable. Kaki rolled her eyes dramatically, but her gaze held a hint of affection that she wasn't even aware of. Forget it, this idiot is happy and that's what matters. After finishing all the tasks, the night had deepened. Chu He looked at the sky, it's too late today, it's inconvenient to go back to school, let's find a hotel nearby to stay. Hotel? Kaki and Xiaoya's eyes brightened at the same time, for 2 royals who lived in palaces, the word hotel was filled with novelty and temptation. Great! I've never stayed in a place like this for common folks. Kaki clapped her hands excitedly. Xiaoya also nodded in agreement. The three locked the door of the gourmet house and walked toward a relatively clean hotel called Strange House at the end of the commercial street. And at that moment, Chu He witnessed an unforgettable scene. Chapter 51 Star Spirit Fox Clan, True 3D Beauty and the Beast. The hotel named Strange House looked quite decent from the outside. The neon sign flickered with ambiguous purple light, a small 8-story building standing out prominently in the night. The windows on each floor shone with various lights, suggesting that business was good. When Chu He pushed open the glass door, a mix of calming aromatherapy and a peculiar sweet smell rushed towards him, like ripe peaches mixed with cream. The lobby's decoration style was quite unique. If one called it retro, there were modern twisted paintings on the walls. If one called it modern, the carpets featured dark red floral patterns reminiscent of a palace, blending a sense of decadence and gorgeous beauty. But none of this was the main point. Chu He's gaze was immediately captivated by the receptionist at the front desk. She was a refined lady. A head of flowing pink hair cascaded down her shoulders, and atop her head, a pair of fluffy, slightly twitching white beast ears added a dash of playfulness and wildness. She wore nothing but a black lace lingerie on top. The fabric clearly couldn't bear the weight it wasn't meant to, struggling to contain an astonishing fullness, feeling as if with a single breath, it could break free and jump out. She casually draped a loose light gray shirt over herself, the buttons wide open, the collar extremely low, presenting a lazy yet deadly casual charm. A pair of sea blue eyes sparkled like the purest gems, carrying tenderness and liveliness as they moved. Yet, despite how stunning the receptionist was, Chu He remained astonishingly calm on the surface, nearly feeling his throat involuntarily move up and down as he quietly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. At this moment, the beast-eared lady was resting her chin on one hand, focusing intently on the computer screen in front of her, which displayed an overly dramatic love drama that she was watching with great interest, completely oblivious that someone had entered. "Hello, is there still a room available?" Chu He cleared his throat and spoke, his voice steady. Hearing his voice, the front desk lady lazily looked up, and when she saw a pure human standing at the door, a clear surprise flashed in her big blue eyes. "Yes, we do. How many rooms do you need?" Her voice had a soft, melodic quality, almost like she was being cute. I want. Chu He paused for a moment, feeling a bit shy as he scratched his head. "I want 2 rooms, one for me, and one for them." After saying that, he moved aside his robust and tall figure, completely exposing Xiaoya and Kaki to the receptionist's gaze behind him. This was his first time booking a room, and he still felt a bit shy. If he were only with one woman, he would probably not hesitate to book a big bedroom. But now there are 2. It just feels wrong. What kind of person has he become? However, just as the front desk lady saw Xiaoyao and Kaki, the lazy and surprised expression on her face instantly froze. Her sea blue pupils suddenly shrank. The royal aura, no matter how well it's hidden, still stands out like the sun in the night for certain peculiar races, impossible to ignore. What's more, one of them is the supreme queen who governs her entire tribe. The next moment, something that stunned Chu He happened. The beast-eared lady moved with lightning speed, slipping down from the high stool, circling around the desk, and then respectfully, without hesitation, knelt on one knee in front of Kaki and Xiaoyao. "The Star Spirit Fox Tribe's Fei Ling, I greet the Great King. I greet the Glare Queen." Her voice was filled with excitement and reverence, even trembling with emotion. Chu He's gaze, however, involuntarily became fixated on her posture. As she knelt, her upper body naturally leaned forward, causing the already precarious lace lingerie to lose all defensive meaning. A breathtakingly pure white and deep curve was fully exposed before Chu He's eyes, completely unguarded. Gulp. Chu He once again secretly and quietly swallowed a large gulp of saliva. Do not look, do not look. Amitba, who can resist this? The Star Spirit Fox tribe from the Star Forest? Rise. Kaki's voice was clear, yet carried an innate authority. She glanced at Fei Ling, her tone calm. Yes. Fei Ling quickly got up, and when she looked at Kaki again, her eyes were filled with tenderness and admiration. She smiled gently and said, "I am the owner of this hotel. What can I do for the Great King?" Kaki didn't answer directly but turned her head to look at Chu He, pointing at him with her small hand. "Do as he says, choose 2 top rooms." She paused and added. "Also, don't talk about staying here tonight." Chu He's little feelings of embarrassment, Kaki still decided to take care of. "Yes. Fei Ling understands." Fei Ling nodded repeatedly, and her gaze towards Chu He instantly became full of respect. Anyone who could be treated this way by the 2 queens, especially her own queen, was definitely not an ordinary person. Soon, the formalities were completed, and Fei Ling personally led the 3 of them to the elevator. The elevator stopped on the 5th floor. The long corridor was covered with dark red carpet, and yellowish wall lamps cast elongated shadows of the weird creatures. The air was thick with a sweet, cloying scent, almost suffocating. At this moment, Chu He's footsteps slightly paused, as if he had heard something. The sound was faint, almost absorbed by the thick carpet, but it was there. It sounded like a baby crying, intermittent and filled with helplessness. He focused and listened carefully, and then, another strange woo-woo-woo sound came from the crack of a door not far away, as if someone's mouth had been tightly shut, and only desperate, muffled groans could escape from their throat. Before Chu He could think more about it, a sudden short, shrill scream came from the neighboring room. The scream was sharp, not like a human's, but more like the last agonizing cry of a pig being slaughtered in a butcher's shop. Though the sounds were all quiet, they were still clearly audible in the corridor. Chewy's heart shuddered. Curious, he quietly activated the silent eye. His vision pierced through the wall, first looking toward the room where the woo-woo sound came from. In an instant, the world in his eyes was deconstructed and reorganized. The scene in the room clearly entered his sight. Holy bean, real 3D Beauty and the Beast. Attacking madly. The three orcs, each over 2 meters tall, musculature bulging, their skin covered in thick, coarse brown fur, with sharp tusks protruding from their mouths. And the woman, seemingly around 30 years old, was petite, only about 1.60 meters tall. On top of her head were a pair of small yellow dog-like ears, and behind her swayed a matching tail. But the tail was also tied up with a rope. It turned out her mouth was tightly blocked by something, allowing only desperate, helpless woo-woo sounds to escape from deep within her throat. Scattered across the ground were articles of clothing. Judging by the luxurious fabrics and beautiful jewels that tumbled onto the carpet, this dog-eared woman clearly belonged to an extraordinary noble class. Even more outrageous was that the television in the room was still on, playing a touching love movie. Caribbean? Wow, Chu He instantly recognized which blockbuster series it was. Witnessing this scene in person, rather than watching it through a screen, gave a tremendous shock to his young heart. He quickly thought of a certain rich lady in the domestic area, in some devilish city, with a black man. Chu He, why aren't you leaving? What are you looking at? Kaki's clear voice rang in the quiet corridor, pulling Chu He back from his shock. He suddenly came to his senses, realizing he had stopped in his tracks, leaning forward as if he was a peeping thief. Xia Yao's deep, curious eyes also glanced in that direction. Just for a moment. Her gaze quickly recoiled, her face suddenly flushing with a suspicious redness. Hearing Kaki's call, Chu He hurriedly retracted his eye of silence, standing up straight and awkwardly chuckling. It's nothing. Just lost in thought, almost walked into a wall. As soon as he finished, he felt a sharp gaze pinning him down. It was Xia Yao. That look made him shiver all over, the hair on his back almost standing up. This is bad. He could see that if he saw it, Xia Yao could certainly see it too. And sure enough, Xia Yao's cool face turned towards him, her lips curving into a teasing smile, intentionally using an innocent tone to mock him. Is my brother having a stomach ache? Why were you bent over just now? Cough, cough, cough. Chu He was nearly choked by her blunt remark, his face turning bright red, and he could only grit his teeth and continue to awkwardly laugh. I'm just a bit urgent. Yes, urgent. Let's hurry. Chu He? Brother? Beside them, Fei Ling was completely stunned. These two lofty queens actually used such affectionate terms for a human? This was too shocking for words. Fei Ling's sea blue eyes were filled with stormy surprise, and she couldn't help but ask. Your Majesty, you call him Chu He? Kaki's silver face flashed an imperceptible look of panic at this question, but she immediately straightened her little back and resumed her queenly authority, snorting softly. His nickname is Chu He, is that a problem? What's wrong with that? Seeing Kaki's serious little face, Fei Ling's survival instinct surged, and she swallowed all the curiosity and shock in her stomach. But even if Kaki didn't say anything, Fei Ling's sharp mind quickly put the pieces together. She recalled the awkward scene just now where Chu He hesitantly wanted to book 2 rooms, and she connected it to the queen's affectionate attitudes toward him. Her heart began to race uncontrollably. Oh my god. The seemingly ordinary human man actually had some sort of improper relationship with the 2 supreme queens. This was too explosive. In an instant, Fei Ling's gaze towards Chu He was filled with complicated curiosity. Curiosity and envy. At that moment, she suddenly felt like she had fallen into an ice cave. A bone-chilling cold instantly enveloped her whole body. She stiffly turned her head and met Xia Yao's emotionless eyes. Xia Yao silently looked at her and spoke in a flat tone, stating facts. Do not have any thoughts about this man. Otherwise, you will have to duel with me. Guess what? Will you die? Boom. Fei Ling's head buzzed, blanking out completely. Okay, this was no longer a hint, it was as if the words "he is mine, look at him and you'll die" were carved on her face. She suddenly jolted, frightened to the point of losing her senses, quickly lowering her head, her voice tinged with tears. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Your Majesty's male friend. Fei Ling absolutely wouldn't dare to have any thoughts. Now she was terrified that if she slipped up even once, she would be wiped off from this world by the queen's cold gaze. After this little episode, the atmosphere in the corridor became exceptionally strange. Chu He didn't dare to listen or look around anymore, afraid of witnessing any shocking scene that could ruin his image in front of the two queens. Fei Ling led the three to the front of two rooms at the end of the corridor, respectfully handing over the room cards. Those were two adjacent luxurious suites. After arranging rooms for Chu He and the others, Fei Ling practically fled the scene. She felt that if she stayed any longer, she might be silenced for knowing too much. She ran so fast that the surge in front of her made her dizzy, jumping out when she reached the corner of the stairs. That's right, fear had made her dislike the elevator's slowness and not dare to use it. She didn't bother to fix her appearance and could only drag herself along to keep running. It wasn't until she reached the third floor that she finally stopped, breathing heavily. She was truly scared by Xia Yao. The vaguely gaze family, in another world, was almost universally recognized as having the strongest destructive power, where even the lowest level of vaguely gaze beings was SS rank. Chu He took the room card and opened the door to his own room. The room was large, luxuriously and strangely decorated. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling window was the bizarre night view of the city. From the ceiling hung a magnificent chandelier made of countless white bones, casting a soft light. The wallpaper was dark red, adorned with gold totems of some unknown creature. The bed was large, a round bed big enough for 5 or 6 of Chu He, with silk sheets that felt cool and smooth to the touch. The air was filled with a familiar, sweet scent of peach mixed with cream. Just as Chu He closed the door, still catching his breath. Ding! The door next to him slid open. Immediately after, the door was slammed shut with a bang. Then, the doorbell to Chu He's room rang. He walked over to open the door and found Xia Yao and Kachi standing outside. Two girls, one coldly beautiful, the other small and cute, were now looking at him with mischievous glints in their eyes. Before Chu He could speak, Kachi, with her short legs, was the first to squeeze in. Xia Yao followed her in, casually shutting the door behind them and locking it. Click. Kachi, with her little hands behind her back, walked up to him, tilting her delicate little face, mischief sparkling in her star-like eyes, playfully asking, "Little He, what were you bent over and studying so attentively on the 5th floor? Were you interested in the architectural structure of that tenant, or were you more curious about their biological makeup?" Chapter 53, Rock, Paper, Scissors. Xia Yao closely followed, adding with a tone neither here nor there, her voice carrying a hint of icy resentment. "And the moment you entered the hotel, you just kept staring at the landlady. Just now when the landlady ran away, the moment she jumped out at the stair corner, your eyes nearly bulged out." "Yes. Don't think I don't know that you secretly swallowed a couple of saliva." Kachi, pouting angrily, retorted, her little hands on her hips, like a child who caught her partner distracted. She tiptoed, poked Chu He's sturdy chest with her finger, and huffed, saying, "Since you like looking at that boss lady so much, do you want me to call her over now so you can have a good chat with her? If that's not enough, I could even take you to the illusory Star Forest for a stroll. The Star Spirit Fox clan indeed has many handsome men and beautiful women, guaranteed to open your eyes. Sure. It's good to have a look." Of course, Chu He only dared to think this in his heart, just a little, just a bit. He could clearly smell a strong, choking sourness in the air, almost materializing. My two most beloved beauties are truly sharp-eyed and acute-eared. Any little move of mine, as expected, cannot escape your keen eyes." Seeing that denying it was useless, Chu He simply raised both hands in a surrender gesture, wearing a flattering and ingratiating smile. He knew that at this moment, any defense would be wrong. It was better to admit openly, acting like a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. He was not actually worried that they would really do anything to him. Kachi talked a lot. If she got really angry, she might nag a few times. But Xia Yao was different. If she truly got angry, she would definitely be tight-lipped, completely ignoring him, not wasting time on a 3-interrogation process. Sure enough, when the two girls heard Chu He admit so freely, the pile of questions they had prepared got stuck in their throats, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words. They also understood that the boss lady named Fei Ling was indeed too outstanding in appearance, with a unique charisma that any man would find hard to resist a few more glances. Moreover, the Star Spirit Fox clan naturally carried a spirited aura, and most of their kind were handsome men and beautiful women. Their appeal to the opposite sex was embedded in their genes. It's just human nature. All right, it's only human nature, I understand. Kachi waved her little hand but didn't forget to warn him. But you better not get too close to other females casually, even if I don't mind. Yaya will be unhappy, and then we'll have to bicker again. You don't mind? Who would believe that? Look at how you're throwing shade at me, Chu He complained in his heart, but he hastily pledged his loyalty with his mouth. Naturally. I, Chu He, appreciate beautiful things, but I am also a principled and responsible good man. Unless necessary, I definitely won't easily get overly close to anyone else. Although I, Chu He, love to see excitement, I know my limits. Come on, precious ones, smile. He bent down, first gently pinched Kaki's pouting cheek, then turned to smile at Xia Yao's cool face, which was slightly flushed. That wasn't enough. He took Kaki's small hand, gently patted it, then held Xiaoyao's hand, giving it a tender squeeze. Feeling Chu He's sincere comfort, the jealousy and anger on the two girls' faces instantly vanished, replaced by soft smiles. Humph, you're. Last time it was you, this time it's my turn. No. Xiaoyao's attitude was very firm. Rock, paper, scissors. Kachi suggested the fairest solution. Okay. So, the two SSS-level anomalies, who could shake the world outside, now resembled two little girls fighting to do the work, seriously extending their hands. Rock, paper, scissors. Kachi chose scissors. Xiaoyao chose cloth. Yay! I won! Kachi jumped up excitedly, making a face at Xiaoyao. So, Kachi took the soft towel, wetted with hot water, and seriously wiped Chu He's arm, while Xiaoyao held another towel, silently helping to wipe his back. Chu He smiled and took the towels they handed him, wiping the droplets of water off their cheeks. This bath, filled with laughter and splashes, lasted a full hour. Once Chu He dried himself and sat on the enormous round soft bed, he felt like he was about to fall apart. Today was filled with market research, shopping, and setting up stalls, both mentally and physically exhausting. But clearly, the two girls didn't plan to quiet down just like that. Since they were tired after a busy day, the three of them only leaned close together and chatted for a while, sharing the fun things they encountered throughout the day. The lamp in the room, made of countless bones stitched together, emitted a soft glow, casting three intertwined shadows on the wall, warm and tranquil. In the air, the sweet scents of peach and cream mingled with a faint hint of shower gel, fermenting into an even more intoxicating atmosphere. This was a relaxing and pleasant time, with no disputes, only the warmth of each other's company. Chu He felt like he had found a stable harbor, shedding all his exhaustion in the company of the two girls, feeling incredibly calm within. Late at night, the room was lit only by a dim bedside lamp. Chu He lay in the center of the bed, with the petite Kachi on his left and the slender Xiaoyao on his right. The two beauties were like tired, gentle kittens, snuggled close to him, their heads resting on his shoulders, breathing steadily, eyes closed, wearing satisfied smiles. Chu He opened his eyes, looking at the lamp made of countless bones on the ceiling, feeling a sense of tranquility. He gently stroked the smooth hair of the two girls in his arms, feeling their warmth and faint scent, a surge of intense curiosity suddenly swelling in his heart. He understood their powers, understood their temperaments, even understood their little habits. But he knew almost nothing about their past, their origins, or the world they lived in. They were so powerful, so special, so different. What would their world be like? Thinking about this, he couldn't help but lower his head, gently touching his lips to Xiaoyao's smooth forehead, then rubbing Kachi's nose, using an almost whispering, gentle voice to ask. Can you tell me the story of your country? Chapter 54, Ryan Continent. The 9 Royal Families. The two bodies in his arms moved almost simultaneously. Xiaoyao and Kachi slowly opened their eyes shimmering like rippling water, the previous fatigue and joy not completely fading away. They understood Chu He's world even more. For over 30 years, their supreme master had reached into every corner of Blue Star, devouring countless civilizations and lands. The geography, history, and culture of Blue Star had long been like an open book, laid out on the shelves of the anomalous world. Our world. Kachi let out a delicate yawn, lazily snuggling closer to Chu He, adjusting to a more comfortable position. Actually, it's not too different from your world. There are mountains, rivers, plateaus, hills, basins, grasslands, rainforests, deserts, oceans, and so on. Yes, we also have over 1 billion species here, just in groups similar to you humans, there are hundreds of thousands. Xiaoyao's cold voice echoed as well. Hundreds of thousands? Chu He felt a jolt in his heart. Just in groups that are somewhat human-like, there are so many, how terrifying must the world's biodiversity be? Kachi seemed to see through his thoughts, chuckling softly, she stretched out her delicate little hand and lightly tapped the air. The biggest difference between us and you is that here, most creatures are born able to connect. Connect? Chu He was taken aback and instinctively asked, like the internet in our world? It's somewhat similar, but more advanced. Kaki's small face showed a proud expression. Many of our species are born with certain talents, capable of sensing the world's laws and unleashing powers that seem supernatural to you humans, what you call magic or divine abilities. After saying this, Kaki turned off the bedside lamp. Immediately, countless silver rays of light burst from her fingertips, intertwining and sketching in midair, swiftly forming a huge and three-dimensional dynamic map. It was an incredibly vast supercontinent, wrapped in boundless oceans. Our planet is called Ruyan. The land area accounts for 45%, and the ocean area accounts for 55%. Kaki's little finger lightly tapped on the light map, and 9 huge landmasses of different colors instantly lit up, each exuding a formidable aura like a god descended. The entire Ruyan continent is basically ruled by our 9 royal families together. Her little finger danced like playing a piano, tapping those 9 landmasses one by one. With each tap, a majestic name echoed in the air. Master of destruction and the end, seeing all things as dust, Su and I. guardian of knowledge and order, weaving the world's laws, Xing Lu. Understanding myriad changes, transforming with a thought, Qianhuan Bai Yuan. The body is eternity, the flesh crossing the starseed, Bu Kuaju Ling. Ruling the realm of the dead, commanding billions of bones, Hai Gu Wang. Enthralling the hearts and minds of beings, voices distorting reality, Siren Hai Yao. Controlling the molten fire of the earth, using volcanoes as weapons, Rong Yen Tai Tan. Weaving nightmares of reality, delving into the depths of thought, Mang Ying Zhizha. And the true ruler beneath the deep sea, ancient and noble, Shen Hai Ju Long. With each name spoken, Chu He's heartbeat quickened. This was no longer a matter of countries, this was simply a collection of 9 mythical civilizations. After Kaki finished, she proudly puffed out her small chest and then nodded towards Xiaoyao beside her. Xiaoyao understood and shifted her gaze to the most complex and deep-colored landmass on the map, which consisted of endless plateaus, vast grasslands, steep mountains, fertile plains, and rolling hills. Her voice carried an innate sense of pride. That is my hometown. Suanai royal family, recognized as the race with the strongest individual destructive power. We are natural destroyers, each member possesses the terrifying ability to erase concepts and shatter reality. Chu He's eyelids twitched as he listened, staring at the complex terrain map, and instinctively blurted out. Wow, this terrain, it looks so much like our dragon kingdom. It's got everything. Put. Kaki and Xiaoyao both laughed at his untimely comment. There's no metaphor like that. That's exactly it. Chu He retorted confidently. Kaki waved her little hand across the map, illuminating an area composed of fantastical forests, vast rainforests, and boundless golden deserts, filled with dreamlike colors. And this area here is the territory of our Xing Lu royal family. Her little face brimmed with pride as she continued, our Xing Lu royal family is not as violent as Yao Yao and the others. We are not skilled in battle, but we are the guardians of knowledge and the makers of rules. Most of the universal laws, spatial guidelines, star maps, and the tricky coins financial system you are using today all come from us. What we pursue is the ultimate truth and order of the universe. Chu He suddenly understood. No wonder Kaki's clever little mind could create business plans that made capitalists call her a master. It turned out to be a racial talent. As for other regions, we can talk about them slowly later. Kaki's small hand pointed to a city dot on the map that did not belong to any of the 9 royal families. And the city we are in now, Wanfang City, is roughly at the center of the continent. It is a no-man's land established by the 9 royal families, a city meant for various social experiments. The residents here come from all corners of the Ryan continent, a chaotic mix, making it the most tumultuous yet full of opportunities place on the continent. The clan responsible for managing this city is the Qianhuan White Ape clan, skilled in countless changes. The current city lord is Lillian, the one who previously announced the playing house rules without showing her face. Chu He listened with rising excitement, a grand and bizarre tapestry of another world slowly unfolding before him. He digested it for a long time, looking at the 2 royal queens with identities of the utmost nobility in his arms, and recalling that he was just an ordinary university student from Blue Star Long Country. A wave of overwhelming and absurd dizziness hit him. After a long time, he asked a question that instantly froze the air in the entire room. Chapter 55, The Test of the 2 Great Royal Families. If I want to marry you, what kind of test do I have to go through? If I fail, what will happen to me? Chu He's voice was soft and gentle, yet it felt like an invisible giant hammer, shattering all the sweet and ambiguous atmosphere in the room. In midair, the magnificent light and shadow map built by Kaki's stellar power flickered violently, ultimately unable to maintain its form, collapsing inch by inch, disintegrating into a sky full of cold and dim starlight, silently disappearing. The warm blanket felt as if it had been filled with polar cold currents. Xiaoyao and Kaki almost simultaneously tightened their grips on Chu He's arm, their warm and soft fingertips now feeling frighteningly cold. What did you say? Kaki's voice trembled slightly, barely perceptible. She didn't even dare to look into Chu He's eyes. Xiaoyao buried her face directly into Chu He's chest, her body stiff like a fully drawn bow, silent. Silence. A deathly silence. The air that had been sweet and ambiguous turned thick and oppressive, making it hard to breathe. Chu He could clearly feel the 2 girls in his arms trembling slightly. It was not from the cold, but from a deep soul fear. He did not rush them, just quietly waited. Chu He knew that he had to ask this question sooner or later. He could indulge in the gentle nest before him, enjoy the emperor's life of having one on each side, but he could not be an ostrich who only cared for his own pleasures. These 2 girls, one from the Destruction royal family, the other from the Stellar Law royal family, had identities so noble he could hardly imagine. Their willingness to be with him was power from the kiss of deception, but it was also the emotion deep within their hearts. But behind them were 2 vast ancient clans powerful enough to crush stars. He, a mortal from Blue Star, how could he? Not knowing how long had passed, long enough for Chu He to think they would not answer, Kaki finally spoke again, her voice dry. Little River, can we not talk about this? Isn't it nice like this now? Yes, brother, Xia Yao also spoke muffledly, you just need to just like you are now. Just being with us is enough. They were scared. Chu He suddenly understood. They were not afraid that he wouldn't complete the test, but afraid he would participate in the test. This made his unease even stronger. Tell me. Chu He's tone was undeniable, he gently lifted the chins of the two girls, making them look into his eyes. I want to know what I will face in the future. But I'm afraid it will scare you to death. Speak. Looking into Chu He's extremely serious eyes, Kaji's eyes instantly turned red. She took a deep breath, her expression gravely serious, each word coming out with great difficulty. Our Star Law royal family requires that the partner of our clan must first be of the same level. In other words, the most basic threshold is SSS level. If it's a marriage with an outsider, besides this basic threshold, they must also pass a test called Debate of Truth. Kaji's voice grew quieter. The suitor must go alone to our Star Sea Temple, debate with 10 elders inside without using any force. The topic of the debate is the laws of the universe, the truths of time and space, the roots of order. You must use your wisdom and words to refute them all. Chu He's heart sank. Debating universal truths with a group of ancient monsters who had lived for who knows how many years. Wasn't that nonsense? What if you can't win the debate? He asked hoarsely. Kaji's tears finally couldn't be held back, sliding down her cheeks, dripping onto Chu He's arm, leaving a cold spot. The loser will have their sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, all senses stripped away on the spot. Then, they will be permanently imprisoned in the depths of the time-space cage. In endless darkness and nothingness, in absolute solitude, unknowingly slowly fade away, leaving not a trace behind. Chu He swallowed hard. This was not death, this was a punishment 1,000 times more terrifying than death. It would make you acutely aware of your own existence being erased little by little. However, this was not the most despairing part. He turned to look at Xia Yao. Xia Yao's face was as pale as paper, she looked at Chu He with eyes full of pleading and helplessness. Brother, don't ask anymore, I beg you. Speak. Chu He said only one word. Xia Yao closed her eyes, 2 streams of silent tears flowing down. Once again, it was Kaji who spoke, as if she had exhausted all her strength. Yao Yao's family, the Suanai royal family's rules are 100 times more terrifying than ours. Their requirement is also based on SSS level. But in addition, there are 3 layers of trials that are impossible to complete. Kaji's eyes sparkled with desperate tears as she continued. The first trial is called Proof of Bloodline. The suitor must enter the forbidden area of the Suanai royal family, the 10,000 ancestors' blood pool. In there soak for 3 days and 3 nights. Inside, it is neither water nor blood. Kaji's voice trembled uncontrollably. It is the collection of the destructive power of all the ancestors who have passed since the Suanai royal family was born. Xia Yao's body shook even more, she added, her voice filled with unshakable helplessness and sadness. In history, countless self-proclaimed powerful beings have tried to challenge it. But no outsider has ever lasted even an hour in the 10,000 ancestors' blood pool. That is not a trial, that is execution. Any being without our bloodline, as long as they touch a single drop, their soul will be instantly dissolved, completely erased from the conceptual level. There won't even be a chance for reincarnation. Chu He's brain buzzed, blanking out. Soul dissolution, conceptual erasure? What the hell? The second trial is called Pinnacle of Power. Kaji didn't give him any breathing room, continuing to speak about the suffocating second trial. If a miracle happens, and the suitor fortunately passes the blood pool, then he must immediately enter the void arena. There, he would be alone, facing the 3 SSS-level embodiments of destruction casually formed by Yao Yao's mother with her will. He must defeat them. Boom! Chu He felt his worldview completely upended. SSS-level embodiments of destruction? And he had to fight 3 of them alone? This was no longer an ant shaking the sky. This was dust trying to swallow the entire universe. The final, 3rd trial? Chu He felt his voice no longer sounded like his own, dry, hoarse, filled with an unreal sense of floating. Xia Yao opened her eyes, and in her beautiful pupils, there was only endless despair and pain. She spoke slowly, word by word, revealing the most terrifying, final trial. The final trial is to present a betrothal gift that can please my mother. This betrothal gift is not wealth, not a divine artifact, nor some rare treasure. Instead, it is something unique that can shake the rules, even something that would make her feel surprised. Something that could make that SSR-level terrifying existence feel surprised? What could that be? What could it possibly be? Chapter 56, If both retreat and advance are dead ends, then fight forward to carve out a path to life. What the hell, marry a damn egg? What's the difference from sending oneself to death? To fade away in endless void. Erased completely on a conceptual level. Fighting alone against 3 SSS-level embodiments of destruction. And also offering a betrothal gift that could make SSR-level beings feel surprised. Chu He's head buzzed with noise. He suddenly remembered boasting with that cheap little brother-in-law, Xianhua. Could it really be coming true? Was he really about to flamboyantly perish before these two stunning beauties? Various thoughts surged in Chu He's mind, eventually arriving at a single outcome: face it bravely. Once hesitated, there would be no turning back. This world he downloaded into was too bizarre and powerful. Aside from the 9 great royal families with godlike powers, there was also a mysterious master. In the face of these powers, Chu He felt too small, merely bound to be toyed with. Thinking of this, Chu He suddenly felt he had grown a lot. His mind took a turn. The one he was about to marry was indeed part of the royal family. The existence that stood at the very top of the pyramid of millions of lives in the Reen continent. Their marriage test, if as simple as marrying a daughter from an ordinary family, would be utterly ridiculous. If it wasn't twisted, it wouldn't deter nearly the entire world. Then what would be called royal family? Looking at Xiaoyao and Xiaqi's tears rolling down in big drops, Chu He's heart softened, although he had them fall in love with him, relying on the rebellious kiss of enchantment, but everything was real. Meticulous care and protection, possession, all were so real. As the saying goes, 100 days of love is not worth 1 night in bed. Counting the days since he came to this bizarre world, it had been 3 days. He had slept with Xiaoyao for 3 days, and with Xiaqi for 2 days. Right, there was also those 30 years in Xiaqi's illusion. They did not have the title of husband and wife, yet they had the essence of a husband and wife. Once married, 100 days of affection. Memories surged in his heart. Thinking of Xiaqi and Xiaoyao bickering because of his grand actions, he couldn't help but laugh. Put. A light laugh, like a needle, popped the sad and oppressive bubble in the room. Xiaoyao and Xiaqi suddenly raised their heads, tearful eyes, faces filled with disbelief. He actually still found it funny? Chu He looked at their pitiful faces as if the sky had fallen. His heart melted. He reached out to wipe away the tears on their faces and grinned. "Ha, sorry, I suddenly thought of how silly you two looked bickering for me, couldn't help it. Why cry? What's the big deal?" He spoke with an attitude so casual it was almost reckless. Since life and death have always existed, early death or late death, one must die. If that's the case, let's just charge through. What if it actually works? When Xiaqi heard this, she even forgot to cry, staring blankly at him. I instinctively countered, "Isn't it since ancient times, who can escape death? Let the loyal heart shine through history?" Pretty close, as long as the sentiment is there. Chu He chuckled, showing no embarrassment at being seen through. Xiaoyao was stunned, sniffing, her nasal voice filled with confusion. You can still laugh? What we're saying is all true. But you weren't scared to the point of fainting, which is impressive. I'll take that as a compliment. Chu He twitched the corner of his mouth. He gently wrapped his arms around the shoulders of the two girls, pulling them into his embrace, his playful smile gradually replaced by a serious expression. You two beauties don't need to worry too much. As the saying goes, disaster can bring fortune, and fortune can hide disaster. Who can predict what will happen in the future? He paused, his voice not loud, yet carrying a powerful emotion that swayed the heart. Perhaps I am the one who will break all the old rules of your world? Xiaoyao and Kachi stared at him in astonishment. Looking at this man, who, after hearing a test that could bring despair even to the gods, not only showed no fear but instead laughed and comforted them. In that moment, this man seemed immensely tall in their eyes. It was a kind of boldness, knowing there was an endless abyss ahead, yet daring to leap into it. It was a defiance of all rules, asserting that his fate was his own and not dictated by heaven. An indescribable feeling of admiration, mixed with burning love, surged from the deepest parts of their hearts. Kachi, tear-streaked, broke into laughter, her starry eyes igniting with a light never seen before. I didn't expect little He's bravery. Xiaoyao also laughed, her tear-washed eyes extraordinarily clear. She leaned in and softly kissed Chu He on the lips. Yes, brother is really brave. Of course. Just take a look at whose man I am. Chu He proudly raised his eyebrows. At that moment, a familiar system prompt echoed explosively in his mind. Ding! SSS level anomaly Kachi emotional fluctuation detected, intimacy level increased. Current intimacy level, deep love. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked and strengthened Kachi's exclusive ability, Power of Space. Teleportation distance increased to 1,000 meters. Strength of the space chains has been enhanced. Reality simulation of the mirage space has greatly improved. Boom! An immense surge of power rushed forth, sweeping through Chu He's limbs. He clearly felt his connection with the surrounding space become unprecedentedly close. With just a thought, he could appear 1,000 meters away. He even had the illusion that he could easily fold the space before him, creating a world that was indistinguishably real. And Xiaoyao's intimacy, already at the deep love level, had risen again slightly. It seemed that reaching that one and only level wouldn't be so simple. This made his control over the Eye of Silence feel even more effortless. Feeling the new power surging within him, Chu He's eyes became extraordinarily bright. A bold guess formed in his mind. He held the faces of the two girls, looking at them with utmost seriousness. My power comes from your love for me. As long as you love me enough, I can keep growing stronger. Perhaps one day, I can completely replicate all your powers. He paused before revealing an even more astonishing conjecture. And, my bodily enhancement is not just coincidence. Perhaps I am copying your bloodlines. I even have a premonition that as long as I eat what you usually eat, my bloodline will keep drawing closer to you, evolving. As soon as this guess was voiced, both Xiao Yao and Kachi halted their breathing. Yao Yao, Chu He smiled confidently, you just said that the first challenge of looking down on the royal family, the ancestral blood pool, has the biggest difficulty in the strong repulsion against foreign bloodlines. Right? But what if, by then my bloodline is no longer from an outside tribe? Then the most terrifying obstacle would become, as easy as soaking in a hot spring? Boom! This sentence exploded in the silent heart lake like a nuclear bomb, raising gigantic waves. Yes. The reason the blood pool of myriad ancestors is a dead end is that it conceptually erases all beings that do not have the bloodline of illusory gaze. But what if Chu He possessed the bloodline of illusory gaze? Then wouldn't the most terrifying execution ground turn into a super replenishing pool that allows him to crazily absorb ancestral power? An absurd yet hope-filled possibility instantly surged wildly in their hearts. Seeing the flames reignite in their eyes, Chu He felt at ease. He held the two girls tightly in his arms and made a promise in an undeniable tone. So, stop crying. From today onward, forget about those ridiculous tests. What you need to do is love me wholeheartedly and give me everything. And I will, for you, flatten the temples and overturn the rules. Chapter 57, What the heck? Dare to use me, Xia Yan, for advertising? The two girls said in unison, hum. Xia Yao and Ka Chi looked at the man lying in the middle with their beautiful big eyes, not blinking at all. The Chu He in front of them was completely different from yesterday's Chu He, who looked desperate and nearly rotten for a mere 20 million. In just one night, he seemed to be reborn. The man who could joke and confidently declare flatten the temples, overturn the rules after hearing a test that could shatter even gods was irresistibly attractive to them. This damn, unplaceable charm. Perhaps they were all too exhausted, the three of them embraced each other and soon fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, as the three were ready to leave, the hotel manager, Fei Ling, seemed to have been waiting for a long time in the lobby on the first floor. At this moment, she was wrapped in a thick high-collar coat, leaving even her neck completely covered. But her extraordinarily voluptuous figure was not something that fabric could conceal, instead accentuated and defined, presenting a breathtaking curve. Esteemed guest, this is a small token from our humble establishment. Fei Ling held a pure black card in both hands, with a lifelike fox outlined in dark gold patterns, and respectfully handed it over. Our establishment is willing to provide you with permanent free lodging and information services to the best of our ability, only seeking to establish a good relationship with you, absolutely no other motives. Chu He calmly accepted the seemingly valuable black gold card, casually tucked it into his pocket, and then winked mischievously at her. Fei Ling's body shook suddenly, almost causing her to kneel down, her fluffy beast ears pressed flat against her scalp in shock. She was genuinely terrified. Fearing that if she made the wrong move, she would be cast aside by the illusory gaze queen on the spot. Please don't have any thoughts about me, Lord Chu He. I already have a husband, and I also have an 800-year-old mother. Chu He laughed heartily, just kidding, I'm leaving. Saying that, he took both girls in his arms and swaggered away. After walking quite far, Fei Ling dared to lift her head, letting out a long sigh, her back soaked in cold sweat. Ka Chi poked Chu He in the waist, grumbling, Little River, you're too naughty, always bullying people. Xia Yao chuckled as well, yeah, look at her face turned completely pale. Chu He smiled and said, No, that's not it, she isn't afraid of me, but of you too. I'm just helping her strengthen her resolve so she doesn't think too much. The three chatted and laughed along the way, the atmosphere light and easy. Chu He didn't return immediately to the feast pavilion but took both girls to leisurely stroll through the market again. Hot pot, it's not enough to just have meat. He needs to buy some vegetables and mushrooms for hot pot. The mushrooms in this world are shockingly large, the smallest being half a meter tall, and they grow in a very improper way. Under their caps, many slippery tentacles stretch out, with round, pink tips that shrink and pulsate, easily leading to some unhealthy thoughts. Chu He bought a bunch of strange vegetables and also got himself and the two girls several new outfits, including chef clothes, spending more than 10,000 bazaar coins in total. The cost of living here is indeed extraordinarily high. Back at the feast house, Chu He is preparing to officially open for business. He entered the kitchen and began to handle the fresh ingredients he bought today. When he used his ability again, the whole world changed in his eyes. The newly enhanced Eye of Silence opened, and he saw not just the physical structure of the ingredients but their conceptual essence. Which fiber held the purest life force, which piece of tissue contained the most primitive sweetness, everything was laid bare. The power of space made him even more formidable. He reached out his hand and grasped the air above a huge pile of spices. Countless flavors of spice molecules were forcibly stripped from their material forms, undergoing unfathomable folds, compressions, and fusions on a microscopic level. This was no longer cooking. This was creating a path. He was creating a culinary way called hot pot that had never existed in this world before. His hot pot base will be even more aromatic. Meanwhile, inside a distant temple, a robust man about 2.5 meters tall was cursing loudly. "Damn it, I finally found you little brats." Xia Yan impatiently fiddled with the huge floating water mirror in front of him. At this moment, in the water mirror, Kaji and Xia Yao were talking. Although this device could spy on the entire world outside the temple, it couldn't pinpoint locations like a GPS and had to be manually adjusted, like searching for a needle in a haystack. In the next second, Xia Yan's eyes nearly popped out. Wow! Chu He's hot pot restaurant. The deliciousness praised by the royal cuisine chef Xia Yan. Hot pot so good it makes the queen cry. This kid really has guts. What a bold move. Don't tell me he dares to use my name and the two princesses as billboards. But then Xia Yan thought for a moment and calmed down. It seems that Chu He doesn't know about the existence of this water mirror in the temple, otherwise, he wouldn't be so arrogant and flamboyant. Moreover, this kid's luck is indeed off the charts. He just happened to catch Xia Yao's mother in seclusion. Strangely enough, Xia Yao's mother's seclusion was proposed suddenly over 6 years ago, with no warning. Since then, most of the affairs of Xia Yao, Xia Nuo, and the entire Suanai royal family have fallen onto the shoulders of this uncle. Even stranger, almost all supreme rulers of the other 8 royal families chose to enter seclusion around the same time. Xia Yan vaguely felt that this might be the will of the master. Perhaps the master bestowed upon them something of immense value that needed a long time to digest. Just as he pondered endlessly, a playful voice unexpectedly came from behind him, breaking his thoughts. "Uncle, what are you looking at all by yourself?" Chapter 58. I make you laugh. Ever seen a fist the size of a clay pot? Is that you brat? Xia Yan suddenly turned around, his brow furrowing into a huge knot. The newcomer was none other than his most troublesome nephew, Xia Nuo. "Uncle, what are you so engrossed in? I've been here for a while and you didn't even notice." Xia Nuo approached with a playful grin, his pure black sparkling with full curiosity and cunning. "Look." Humph. Xia Yan was about to say something, his gaze glancing back at the blinding advertisement in the water mirror. The anger he had finally suppressed surged up again. That face was as dark as the obsidian tiles in the hall. He could not let this brat see him, the royal face could not be lost a second time. "It's nothing, get lost, don't bother me." Xia Yan waved his large hand impatiently, as if shooing away a buzzing fly. "Tisk, petty." Xia Nuo pouted his lips. The more Xia Yan concealed, the more curious he became, itching with anticipation. His eyes turned quickly, and his figure suddenly transformed into a blurry black lightning. The movement was so swift it was unreasonable, instantly bypassing Xia Yan's towering body, and peeking into the giant water mirror. "Let me see. I want to see what good thing made my uncle so angry." The next second, Xia Nuo's handsome face froze. The hall fell into a strange, eerie silence. Time seemed to stop flowing. 3 seconds later, a deafening roar of laughter erupted, like thunder roaring on a clear day, suddenly exploding in the empty hall, shaking the skeletal pillars as if they were trembling slightly. "Pooh-ha-ha! What the hell? What did I just see?" Xia Nuo clutched his stomach, laughing so hard he bent over, his body curling up like a cooked shrimp, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. While laughing uncontrollably, he pointed at the scene in the water mirror, gasping for breath as he read aloud. "Chu He Hot Pot Restaurant. Deliciousness praised by the royal strange chef Xia Yan. Ha ha ha. He actually dared to use your name for advertising. Uncle. You're famous now. So awesome." Xia Yan's face could no longer be described as black at this moment. It was a profound, deep purplish-black color filled with destruction and finale. Veins on his forehead bulged, as if countless furious earthworms were crazily writhing beneath the skin. "I'll make you laugh." A roar, suppressed to the extreme, shot forth as Xia Yan's enormous fist, carrying a terrifying aura capable of tearing space apart, mercilessly smashed down on Xia Nuo's head. Bang! A deep, resounding boom echoed. This wasn't the sound of flesh colliding, but a visible ripple of pure black energy, exploding outward from the center of Xia Nuo's head. Xia Nuo's laughter abruptly stopped. He slumped down like his bones were extracted, hugging his head as he crouched, a wisp of black smoke drifting out from his hair. "What the hell? Uncle, are you serious? It hurts, it hurts. Your uncle's face has been completely ruined by that brat, and you still dare to laugh here. Xiaoyan's chest heaved violently, clearly very angry. Xia Nuo cupped his buzzing head and looked up with a wronged expression. Should I cry instead? But I can't help it. This is just too funny. He held his neck, arguing with reason. Brat, you want another beating, huh? Xia Yan, enraged, raised his fist again, ready to hit him hard once more. No, no, no. Xia Nuo waved his hands in fear, like a startled rabbit, quickly rolling back 2 steps. Okay, I won't laugh anymore. I'm sorry, alright? Xia Yan snorted heavily, releasing a stream of hot air from his nostrils, finally letting him off the hook. Xia Nuo rubbed his head while slyly edging closer again, unable to suppress the mischievous grin on his face. He looked at the man named Chu He in the water mirror, then glanced at his uncle, who was about to explode from anger, suddenly feeling a bit of balance inside. Being beaten seems insignificant, this guy has gone and used his uncle's name as an advertisement. Uncle, seriously, this guy is being so reckless, aren't you going to do something? Or are we saying, this is a new test? Xia Yan's expression softened slightly, when mentioning the test, his demeanor grew complex. That's right, this test was personally issued by the master. He said in a deep voice, Chu He needs to earn 20 million ghost coins within 3 months. 20 million? Is that it? Xia Nuo's eyes widened, that's too little. My sister could casually let out more than that from her fingernails. You're thinking too simply. Xia Yan gave him a glance, coldly saying, the rule is that during this test, my sister and that girl Chi can only spend the man's money, they can't use a single cent of their own. Xia Yan's gaze returned to the water mirror, his tone carrying a hint of complex emotions he wasn't even aware of. But that kid does cook quite well, and with the clever little girl from the Xinglu family helping him strategize, maybe, just maybe, 20 million isn't really impossible. After hearing this, Xia Nuo's eyes spun rapidly. So that's how it is. They can't use their sister and Chi-Chi's power and wealth, they can only rely on themselves. Interesting, truly interesting. In the next moment, Xia Nuo's figure had disappeared from his spot, turning into a trace of nearly undetectable black smoke, silently merging into the shadows of the temple. Only Xia Yan, with a dark expression, remained, facing that advertisement board that had caused him to lose face, speechless for a long time. Damn kid. He muttered softly, but his gaze was fixed firmly on the water mirror's reflection of Chu He. I want to see what tricks you can play. Chapter 59, Earning over 3 million before lunch. The Feast House. Close to noon, several slaughterhouses sent in carts overflowing with the pungent odor, delivering a mountain of goods. These were the strange creature organs, glands, and scraps that the residents of Vortex City regarded as trash, too troublesome to even discard. Chu He didn't even blink, he spent only 1,000 ghost coins to collect all these thousands of pounds of waste into the kitchen. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the front of the feast house was packed to the brim. The previous day's brief taste test, after a night of fermenting, had completely ignited the topic of Vortex City. Here, it had already become the eye of the storm. Strange creatures of all shapes and sizes filled the entire street, countless gazes focused on the simple sign, discussions forming a palpable heatwave. This is the place. That owner is a frail human. How dare he use Lord Xia Yan's name? Doesn't he fear being torn to pieces by that lord's fervent followers? You don't understand anything. I saw it with my own eyes yesterday. Standing by him were members of the Xuni royal family and the Xinglu royal family. Not to mention, that taste is unbeatable. I've lived over 1,000 years and have never eaten anything so captivating. At this moment, the creaky wooden door of the feast house slowly opened inward. Chu He stepped out. He was wearing a brand new black chef's uniform, his hands casually tucked in his pockets, looking relaxed with his chin slightly raised. A worn yet slightly mischievous smile played on his lips. Beside him, Xia Yao and Chi-Chi stood side by side. The moment the three appeared, the noisy street fell into a deathly silence. All eyes were fixed on these three. Chu He cleared his throat, his gaze sweeping the crowd slowly and steadily. His smile widened a bit more. Thank you to all the spirits and guests for your support. Today marks the opening of our establishment, and the rules are quite simple. He held up one finger, lightly shaking it in the air, his motion containing a rhythm that commanded the entire scene. Today, we will only sell 30 feast tokens. Each token admits 4 companions. As for how to get one, Chu He's smile took on a playful quality, his tone drawn out. It will be auctioned, highest bidder wins. As soon as he finished speaking, the once frozen air ignited instantly, and the crowd erupted into a frenzy. An auction? Is this human owner mad for money? 30 spots? Who does he think he is? Is this a store run by gods? Chu He paid no attention to the noise around him, slowly announcing a number that once again silenced the crowd. Starting bid, 10,000 ghost coins. Put. A nearby lizard man couldn't hold back and burst into laughter on the spot. 10,000? Just to eat a meal in your shabby place? Why don't you go rob a bank? He's completely lost it. 10,000 ghost coins is enough for me to enjoy 3 whole days and nights in the top suite of this soul-devouring den. What kind of woman doesn't exist there? Mockery and laughter filled the air. But those who were truly powerful and well-informed narrowed their eyes. They were fixated on Chu He, not missing a single change in his expression. They didn't believe it. A person bold enough to put Xia Yan's name on the sign, and able to make 2 royal families willingly play a supporting role, couldn't possibly be a pure fool. Facing the crowd's doubts, the smile on Chu He's face grew even more mysterious. Is 10,000 ghost coins very expensive? He spoke slowly, his voice not loud but clearly cutting through all the noise, filling the ears of every creature present. That calm demeanor caused many who were ready to continue mocking him to swallow their words. I don't think it's expensive. He asked and answered himself, then extended 2 fingers. First, what you're buying isn't just a meal, but an opportunity. An opportunity to taste the new world. I assure you, the things in my store are Tao that you have never heard of, seen, or tasted in the entire Ryan continent. His voice carried a peculiar allure. Everyone here has lived for hundreds or even thousands of years, your taste buds are already numb, and life has lost its fun. Don't you want to feel that initial shiver of excitement when you first tasted a delicacy? His words precisely stirred the buried weariness within many powerful beings. Secondly, Chu He raised his second finger, the curve of his smile growing wider. What you're buying is also an identity. He elegantly turned, revealing Xia Yao and Ka Chi fully to the crowd. Being able to taste the same food as the royal families, sitting in the same room, isn't that itself an unmatched glory? Later on, when you boast, you can pat your chest and say, I've eaten food that even the Su and I and Xing LV royal families praised. Isn't that face worth 10,000? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere on site flipped instantly. Rough, but straightforward and very effective. What kind of place is Wanshang City? A mix of fish and dragons, where strength is respected. Face sometimes matters even more than life itself. The lizard man who had laughed earlier could no longer smile, his triangular eyes flickered wildly, clearly calculating furiously. Chu He didn't give them much time to think. He picked up a pitch-black gluttonous order and tossed it casually between his fingers, moving in a carefree manner. Of course, you can also choose not to believe me, thinking I am just a flashy trickster. Then this would be even more interesting. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, his smile carrying a hint of malicious provocation. Spend 10,000, come in and expose me. If my goods are not up to par, you are welcome to smash my store, and in front of the 2 princes, rub my face into the ground. What a bloody profit! Boom! The crowd erupted into chaos. These words could be seen as cutting to the heart. Trust him and gain a brand new experience and unparalleled face. Doubt him and with a tiny cost, enjoy a sensational fun that humiliates the royal family and makes a name for oneself in the whole city. No matter how they choose, it seemed like neither would be a loss. This human had everyone's psychology perfectly grasped. I'll bid 20,000. A rough voice came first, a minotaur roaring, its eyes were bloodshot, clearly provoked by Chu He's taunts. I want to see what you, this human, are really selling. 30,000. I really want to see what it looks like when the royal face is slapped publicly. A sinister voice echoed from the corner, filled with malice. Kaki's eyes sparkled, instantly taking on the role of the auctioneer, her clear voice ringing throughout the room, 30,000 going once. Is there anyone willing to go higher? There are only 30 spots available. If you miss today, you'll have to wait until tomorrow. 50,000. A gem-studded, greedy goblin merchant shouted, his small eyes gleaming with shrewdness. I don't care if he's a fraud. All I know is that today's meal is the latest trend in Vortex City. Whoever gets to eat it will be the most important person for the next month. These words struck like lightning, awakening more people. Yes. This is no longer just a meal. This is a social feast. It's an investment. 100,000. 150,000. I'll bid 200,000. No one better compete with me for first place. Prices began to soar wildly, and the scene completely spiraled out of control. Those who were initially there to watch and mock were now filled with anger. They were no longer fighting over a meal, but rather a seat, an identity, an opportunity to showcase their power and vision. In the end, all 30 gluttonous tokens were snatched up. The lowest priced one sold for 80,000 quark coins. And the first one was snatched up by the goblin merchant for a staggering 250,000. Kaki excitedly leaned toward Chu He, her small face flushed, and her starry eyes shining brilliantly. Little He. How about it? My method is great, right? We've already earned over 3 million before the meal even started. Chu He looked at her proud little face and couldn't help but laugh heartily, reaching out to rub her head. Not just great, it's simply divine. Chapter 60, a remark shocks everyone. Inside the gluttonous house, the atmosphere felt less like a restaurant and more like a courtroom. 30 extravagant lucky winners sat upright, their expressions varied. Some were curious, some skeptical, but mostly there was an arrogance of waiting to see a good show. They surveyed the simple room that could barely be called a dining area, their eyes scanning the oddly shaped copper pot on the table and the glowing red charcoal beneath it, their doubts growing heavier. The goblin merchant who spent 250,000 looked sweaty, his small eyes darting around as he frantically calculated how to take revenge on this bold human if he were to be tricked. At that moment, the curtain to the kitchen was lifted. Chu He emerged with a giant tray, followed by Xia Yao and Kaki, each carrying items of their own. When the guests saw what was on the tray, the atmosphere in the room became heavy. It was a platter of meat slices cut as thin as cicada wings, with beautiful red and white marbling. But those who knew better immediately recognized, this was the leftover scraps that even low-level magical beasts raised in slaughterhouses wouldn't eat. And those unwanted entrails. The mushrooms and vegetables were also bizarre, either having slimy tentacles or giving off a faint earthy stench, failing to spark any appetite. This is a feast worth hundreds of thousands? A wolf-headed orc growled, his voice filled with fury at being tricked. This human thinks we're fools. He's doomed. How dare he use garbage to fool us? The uproar began to spread, a powerful aura clashing within the room as the copper pot on the table vibrated ominously. But Chu He seemed unaware. He steadily placed the tray down and set a pot of boiling soup on the goblin merchant's table. A peculiar pot split into two halves. One half was bubbling with red oil, countless shriveled red berries floating within, releasing a rich, pungent aroma. The other half had a milky white broth, a rich bone flavor mixed with strange freshness, gently wafting in the air. Dear esteemed guests. Quiet. Chu He clapped his hands, his face still wearing that warm yet annoying smile. This dish is called hot pot, and it's very simple to eat. He picked up his chopsticks, grabbed a piece of the cheapest minced meat, and, under the dead silence of the crowd, plunged it into the boiling red oil. Like this, put it in, count to 7 or 8 in your heart, and that's it. He lifted the slightly curled piece of cooked meat from the red oil, glistening with droplets of oil and tiny spices. Then, without even looking, he directly sent it into his mouth. At that moment, an indescribable sense of satisfaction blossomed on his face. Not bad. He murmured to himself, picking up another piece and dipping it into the milky white broth. If you're afraid of spicy food, you can eat this side, we call it clear soup. Watching his blissful and intoxicated expression, the weirdos present were all stunned. Really, is it that delicious? I'll give it a try. The hot-tempered bull-headed man couldn't sit still, imitating Chu He as he viciously poked a piece of meat into the red soup with his large claws. He didn't even count, as soon as the meat changed color, he directly fished it out and stuffed it into his enormous mouth. The next second, the bull-headed man's body suddenly stiffened. His cow-sized eyes instantly bulged wide, and the skin on his face turned a visible shade of pig liver color. Hoo! Ha! A wave of scorching white steam burst from his nostrils and mouth, his whole body trembled violently, twitching slightly. The surrounding weirdos laughed mockingly, their expressions saying, just as we thought. Look, this is not food at all, it's poison. But before their smiles could fully form, the bull-headed man suddenly erupted in an earth-shattering roar. Whoa! Awesome! His fierce bull face actually displayed extreme excitement and joy. Without waiting for everyone to react, he eagerly tossed in a second and third piece of meat, his movements rough like a refugee starving for 800 years. With the first man brave enough to eat crab, the others could no longer hold back. A goblin merchant carefully picked up a piece of mushroom dipped in clear soup and sent it into his mouth. The slippery texture burst on his tongue, and an unprecedented sweetness instantly washed over his entire mouth, flowing down his throat in a warm wave that gently comforted his weary soul. Divine! This is food only gods deserve. The goblin merchant screamed, his small eyes bursting with feverish light. He understood. He had made the right bet. This was not just a meal. This was the gateway to a new world. Boom! The entire hot pot house was completely out of control. No one cared about identity or dignity anymore. The spicy red soup, like a raging fire, violently tore open their taste buds, numbed for centuries, bringing immense pain and joy. The delicious clear soup, on the other hand, was like a sweet spring, nourishing every cell in their bodies, bringing warmth and emotion sourced from the essence of life. The scraps and offal they once regarded as trash, under the baptism of the two magical broths, emitted astonishing deliciousness. Some were crunchy, some tender, some chewy, some flexible. Every ingredient brought a brand new texture and taste experience. Don't snatch. That piece of tripe is mine. Damn it. Who took all my duck intestines? Boss. Bring 10 more plates. No. 100 plates. The room was in chaos, with roaring sounds, chewing sounds, and satisfied moans rising and falling, merging into a chaotic yet harmonious symphony. Kachi clutched the account book, her little face flushed with excitement, quickly jotting down notes while loudly directing, "Line up for more food. Don't rush." Little River said, "Today, we can eat our fill." Xiaoyao quietly stood beside Chu He, watching this frenzy he had created, her pure black eyes filled with unbreakable admiration and affection. Just as this feast reached its peak. Bang! A loud crash resonated, the door of the hot pot house was kicked wide open by a brute force from outside. A tall figure stood at the doorway. A chilling, pure, and terrifying aura of destruction and finality, belonging to the royal family of Su and I, instantly engulfed the entire room. The once noisy tavern fell silent as if a single drop could be heard. All the strange occurrences froze in place. Food was still stuffed in their mouths, their faces wore dazed smiles, and their movements were locked in that very moment. Yet, Xia Nua paid no attention to these diners. His pair of pure black eyes, identical to Xiaoyao's, swept across the room, finally landing precisely on Chu He, who was wiping his hands. Under everyone's gaze, a radiant, even a bit sycophantic smile suddenly bloomed on Xia Nua's handsome face. He strode through the crowd, halting 3 steps away from Chu He. Then, a crisp and bright shout, filled with warmth and joy, burst forth like thunder from the heavens, resounding through the dead silence of the tavern. "Brother-in-law! I finally found you!" Chapter 61, The Scene of Social Death. At this moment, time was stretched infinitely. The entire tavern was so quiet that one could hear the faint crackling of burning charcoal. All diners, whether with ox heads or horse faces, or human heads with serpent bodies, remained frozen in the same pose from the second before, as if they had been collectively petrified. I didn't hear wrong, did I? A wolf-headed beastman dropped the duck intestines in his hand with a plop into the boiling hot pot of red oil, splattering tiny droplets, yet he remained oblivious. His gaze was vacant, darting back and forth between the extraordinarily handsome Xia Nua and the bewildered Chu He. Just now, that esteemed person called the little boss, brother-in-law? Oh my god. This meal today is worth so much. It's not just a feast, this is a front-row seat to an earth-shattering revelation. Brother-in-law, of the Su and I royal family, brother-in-law? Hiss. Gasping sounds echoed throughout the room. A myriad of gazes, shifting from initial shock to fervor, gossip, and a certain malicious delight in watching the show, turned toward Chu He. These gazes were like countless glowing steel needles, stabbing sharply into Chu He. The warm and slightly annoying smile on Chu He's face grew stiff, shattering inch by inch, finally dissolving into nothingness. Xiaoyao's originally cold and stunningly beautiful face was now shrouded in visibly chilling frost. The pure black depths of her eyes began to churn violently, a terrifying aura capable of freezing space itself crazily testing the edge of losing control. Only Kaki blinked her starry, radiant eyes, a playful smile curling slightly at the corners of her mouth, revealing a keen interest. Ahem! Chu He, forcibly waking from his shock, felt a thin layer of cold sweat instantly form on his forehead. The situation was spiraling out of control. He hurriedly squeezed out a smile that looked worse than crying to the diners, his hands flailing about like he was shaking a rattle. It's a misunderstanding, a colossal misunderstanding. I and his sister are just sleeping, just pure, strong, unbreakable, good friends. Saying this, he wanted to slap himself. Seeing the increasingly dubious expressions on everyone's faces, Chu He quickly thought of something, throwing his arm around Xia Nua's shoulder and explaining to the crowd. This little friend of mine, he's got some issues, it's natural. Yes, he can't help but want to call anyone handsome brother-in-law, it's a condition. It's purely because I look too outstanding, so handsome it triggers his symptoms. Everyone, please continue eating, continue eating. Don't hold back, please don't hold back. This explanation was a textbook example of trying to cover up the truth. There wasn't a single fool present. After hearing this, the looks in their eyes towards Chu He turned even more peculiar. Those looks seemed to say, we understand, we all understand. After Chu He spoke, he felt as if he had already socially died. His smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a darkness that could rival Xiaoyao's beauty. You! Come here! He almost squeezed these words out from between his teeth, one hand like a vice gripping Summer's arm, completely ignoring the other's cries of ouch, ouch, dragging him into the back kitchen. Summer's icy face was so dark it seemed moisture could drip from it. She remained silent, but the low pressure radiating from her body made several timid ones nearby shiver in fear. She took long strides, exuding an aura of bone-chilling cold, and followed behind. Kaji glanced at the messy hall and then at the back kitchen. Ultimately curiosity about the earth-shattering scoop took over. She thought for a moment and took out a peculiar book. The pages of the book were made of metal, with gems embedded in the cover that alternated between bright and dark, almost like a heart breathing on its own. She opened the pages, and 5 or 6 palm-sized, translucent little fairies emitting starlight flew out, swirling around her and making crisp jingling sounds. Dear guests, if you need anything, just let them know. she instructed in a sweet and pleasant voice, her eyes flashing with the delight of watching a show. Then she bounced in and followed to the back kitchen. In the back kitchen. As the curtain fell, Chu He immediately released his grip. Little brother-in-law. What are you doing here? Chu He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. And you look like you already knew I was here? Is that strange? Summer rubbed his arm, which was gripped painfully, looking rather nonchalant. Didn't my sister tell you? All 9 sacred temples have a mirror of all realms that can see anywhere outside the temple. Of course, except for certain places shielded by special powers. At those words, Chu He stiffened, suddenly turning to look at Summer. Summer's dark face slightly tilted to the side, but a suspicious blush crept to her ears, as if acknowledging the truth. Yes, it's true, the temple's mirror can spy on the entire world. She said quietly, a hint of guilt in her voice. Just then, Kaji, who had followed in, chimed in with a cheerful smile, unless you use special means to block it. Like this. The moment her words fell, Kaji's silver eyes suddenly became incredibly deep. Countless starlight points rushed and gathered deep in her pupils, as if they were absorbing the entire universe. In the next moment, the surrounding scene changed dramatically. The once cluttered back kitchen, filled with ingredients and oily surfaces, vanished without a trace. In its place was a vast and brilliant starry river. Gorgeous nebulae flowed slowly beneath their feet, distant galaxies seemed within reach, completely isolating the 4 of them from the outside world. Kaji clapped her hands, announcing casually, okay, now no one can spy on us. This is called the Star Law Barrier, it's my little trick. Meanwhile, in the distant Temple of Void Eyes. Summer Yen, sitting cross-legged, was engrossed in watching, when the giant mirror in front of him suddenly crackled and became a patch of black snowflakes. He froze for a moment, then slapped his thigh, cursing angrily. Damn! That little girl Kaji is really clever. Just at the crucial moment, she fails. In the starry space. Summer was indifferent to the changes in his surroundings, still proudly boasting. That's right, I saw you in a maid outfit in the mirror and rushed over immediately. That scene, TSK, too classic. I even specially used magic to imprint it, planning to keep it as a family heirloom. Summer's face turned even darker, her fists clenched tightly, making cracking sounds. Summer was completely oblivious, and as if remembering something, he excitedly added, "Oh right, my uncle also saw it. It was a live broadcast, high definition." Boom! Chu He's head buzzed, feeling the entire world spinning, darkness flashing before his eyes. A chilling wave of air. From the soles of his feet, a rush shot straight to his head. His voice changed in pitch, carrying a tinge of desperate trembling. WH? What? Your uncle? Xia Yan saw it too? Why didn't you tell us such an important thing earlier? Why didn't you say it sooner? Then doesn't that mean your mother, my future cough, she also saw it? That was an SSR-level terrifying existence. Just thinking about that woman who could scare even Xia Yao made Chu He feel a chill creeping up his neck, as if an invisible scythe was already resting there. Not really. Xia Nua smirked, a rare look of relief and fear on her face. You're really lucky. My mom suddenly went into seclusion over 6 years ago for some reason and hasn't come out since. No one can contact her. Otherwise, Xia Nua imitated her mother's tone, speaking in a mocking manner. She would have smiled while tearing through space, appearing before you, and asking in the gentlest voice, "Young man, how do you want to die? Annihilation of your soul, or shall I turn you into fertilizer for my garden?" Huff. The pent-up breath in Chu He's chest was finally released. His whole body shook violently, nearly losing his balance, and the brand new chef's uniform on his back was already soaked with invisible cold sweat. Thank goodness, thank goodness. It was just a false alarm. The biggest and most terrifying boss was temporarily offline. I have to say, my luck is really outrageous. However, before he could fully relax, he heard Xia Nua beside him speak in an incredibly regretful, yet somewhat manic and fervent tone. What a pity. It's really a pity. Chu He looked at Xia Nua's regretful expression, and his heart suddenly jumped, a chill creeping up his spine. He swallowed hard, struggling to ask. What a pity, what? Brother-in-law. If this wave of your operations could let my mom see it with her own eyes, what a shocking surprise it would be. Xia Nua slapped his thigh, his face glowing with excitement. If she's happy, she might not let you die so painfully and might even leave you a whole corpse. Such words were outrageous. Chu He, Xia Yao, and Kachi all froze in their expressions. Chu He was completely stiff, a tingling electric current racing through his brain. He stared at his little brother-in-law with the eyes of someone examining a prehistoric creature. It's over. This guy has completely fallen into it. He's deep into the tragic script he wove for himself, of sacrificing for love, magnificently dying, with no way out. Chu He never expected Xia Nua to be capable of this level of absurdity. So, Chu He's voice had a floating tone. He forcefully suppressed the urge to twist Xiaonuo's head off and use it as a urinal. You regret that your mother coup. Suddenly, it turned into a raging fire. She swiftly appeared behind Xiaonuo, her slender white fingers expertly pinching his ear, then twisting him around 360 degrees. Do you want Chu He to die? Xiaoyao's voice was icy cold, as if it could freeze the soul. Ouch. That hurts, that hurts. Sister, what are you doing? Are you trying to murder your own brother? Xiaonuo grimaced in pain, bouncing up and down, and finally realized something was off. He looked at Chu He, then back at his sister, feeling wronged. Did I say something wrong? Isn't this for my brother-in-law's noble ideals, for his great sacrifice and love? Xiaonuo argued confidently. My brother-in-law told me himself, he is willing to die for love. The more magnificent the better. I am helping him. Chu He felt overwhelmed by what he had said. The boast he made must be salvaged, even with tears. He knew well that reasoning with someone as uniquely brainwired as Xiaonuo was like playing a lute to a cow. He must use magic to defeat magic. He had to immediately change this guy's dangerously ridiculous thoughts. Chu He grabbed Xiaonuo's shoulders, his expression more serious than ever. Xiaonuo, let me ask you, do you want to lose your sister? Xiaonuo was taken aback by the question and instinctively shook his head. Of course not. She is my only sister. Then have you ever thought, if I die, your sister wouldn't want to live either? Chu He stared intensely into his eyes, speaking with utmost seriousness. Xiaonuo's pupils suddenly contracted. Huh? Is that true? Brother-in-law, don't brag, my sister, she. Chu He was tired of talking nonsense, and directly turned to Xiaoyao. Yao, you tell him. Xiaoyao met her brother's shocked gaze, her icy beautiful face showing no hesitation. That's right. She only said 2 words, but they weighed 1,000 pounds. If you harm Chu He, you will forever lose your dearest sister. Xiaonuo was completely dumbfounded, mouth agape, unable to say a word. Kachi, who had been watching the show, also jumped over, hugging Chu He's other arm, looking up with her starry eyes. If they all die, then I won't live either. The 3 declarations of death fell like 3 mountains, crashing down on Xiaonuo's heart. His once proud, unique thought process finally short-circuited at that moment. He looked at Chu He, then at his sister, and finally at Kachi, his handsome face filled with terror and confusion. Huh? Love, is it really that terrifying? What is love? It only teaches life and death to be bound together. He struck a melancholy pose, reciting with deep emotion. You're still young, you don't understand. If you were a girl, I would kiss you right now, so you could feel what your 2 sisters feel. Xiaonuo was so scared that he jumped back 2 big steps, instinctively covering his mouth with both hands. Seeing him like this, Chu He knew it was almost time. He put away his careless demeanor, his tone becoming solemn and serious. Xiaonuo, listen carefully. What I said before was to earn your acceptance of me. But my ultimate goal has never been to seek death. My goal is to personally go through the incredibly twisted tests from the Xuni royal family and the Xinglu royal family, then, with dignity, marry your sister and Kachi. I want everyone to know that they did not choose the wrong person. His words were firm and resonant. Xiaonuo listened dazedly, the mess in his head gradually began to cool, solidify, and become clear. He finally understood. It turned out that brother-in-law didn't want to die, but wanted to live. He wanted to live to challenge the impossible, to live to give his sister happiness. And he had almost sent his brother-in-law to a dead end and also taken his own sister away. Realizing this, Xiaonuo's face turned pale in an instant. His back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. He looked at Chu He, his eyes filled with guilt and fear, then with a thud, he knelt on one knee. Brother-in-law. I was wrong. I'm just a complete fool. I almost did something terrible. From today on, you are my dear brother-in-law. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. If you tell me to chase dogs, I will never catch chickens. Seeing him wake up to reality, the huge stone that had been hanging in Chu He's heart finally dropped for the time being. He let out a long sigh. Damn it, finally defused this ticking time bomb. Xiaoyao and Kachi also visibly relaxed, their tense bodies loosening up. They exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of fear in each other's eyes. Just moments ago, they had reached a silent agreement through their gazes. If Chu He could no longer convince Xiaonuo, they would team up to use secret techniques to temporarily seal him away. Once Chu He's power became strong enough, they would let him out. After all, a foolish brother who always wanted to help his brother-in-law die was truly terrifying. Chapter 63, The Free is the Most Expensive. Alright, get up. Chu He stepped forward and personally helped Xiaonuo up. Remember what you said today. He patted Xiaonuo's shoulder, his tone returning to a playful lightness. Since you are my person now, you must follow my arrangements from now on. Brother-in-law, don't worry. Xia Nuo pounded his chest, looking utterly loyal. Through fire and water, I'll do whatever it takes. Alright, no need to go through fire. Chu He waved his hand, just in time to assign him some real work to keep him from thinking crookedly. You've seen my shop, it has special requirements for ingredients, specifically targeting what others don't want: intestines, stomach, liver, and other places with strong flavors. You will be responsible for procuring these things. Piece of cake. Xia Nuo immediately became energized. Very good. Chu He nodded in satisfaction. So this task is entrusted to you. I want to see the freshest goods every morning. I guarantee I will complete the task. Xia Nuo excitedly saluted, feeling he had finally found the right way to shine in front of his brother-in-law. Next to them, Xia Yao looked at her lively brother, shaking her head helplessly, but the coldness in her brow had finally eased a lot. Kachi, on the other hand, smiled widely as she put away that peculiar metal book. The starry little sprite surrounding her whooshed back into the book's pages. The starry space enveloping the back kitchen quietly faded away. The noisy yet satisfying human voices surged back in. Let's go, let's see outside. Chu He led the three back to the main hall. At this time, the restaurant was winding down its meal service. Almost every table had guests who stopped using their chopsticks, each one leaning back in their chairs with satisfied expressions that were almost enchanted. The most noticeable were their noticeably bulging bellies. Each person had stuffed themselves as if they were in the 10th month of pregnancy. Even more astonishing was the energy waves radiating from them, stronger than when they had entered by more than one level. My goodness. A snake person looked down at his arm in amazement, his originally dull gray scales now shining with a metallic luster, with faint, mysterious patterns appearing on the surface. My petrifying scales have actually evolved. This meal was not just delicious, it was simply a divine medicine. A three-eyed creature at the next table was shaking with excitement. The third eye on his forehead, which had been tightly closed, now opened a crack uncontrollably, pure spiritual energy leaking out from it. I've broken through my spiritual barrier after 300 years. I can feel I'm about to break through at any moment. Similar exclamations echoed in all corners of the feast house. Chu He was also slightly amazed. The ingredients dealt with using spatial power and the power of annihilation actually have such miraculous effects. Soon, it was time to settle the bill. When the guests saw the numbers on the bill, not a single one showed a surprised or dissatisfied expression. 200,000? 300,000? Worth it. So fucking worth it. Spending this much money to gain an improvement in strength, where could you find such a good deal? In an instant, a long line formed at the cash register of the gluttonous house, with strange beings rushing to pay, fearing that if they were a moment late, the boss would be unhappy. Chu He watched as the balance of strange coins in his account grew rapidly, feeling so good he could almost fly. In just one day, the revenue surpassed 10 million. After deducting various costs, there was a net profit of over 9 million. This speed of making money was faster than robbing. After sending off all the customers, Xia Yao and Kaki silently cleaned up the mess. Shano, full of interest, approached Chu He, discussing where to buy ingredients tomorrow. The entire gluttonous house was filled with the joy of harvest. However, Chu He quickly couldn't smile anymore. A chubby little figure had appeared at the back kitchen door without anyone noticing. It was the landlord of this shop, a belle. He rubbed his eyes, yawned, and looked like he had just woken up. Big brother, are you done? He asked in a baby-like voice. Yes, all done. Chu He, in a good mood, smiled and patted his head. I didn't disturb your sleep, did I? No. A belle shook his head, waddling over to the cooking table piled high with leftover ingredients. These were all prepared by Chu He in advance for tomorrow's business. Just dealing with these things took him an entire afternoon. Big brother, I'm hungry, it's time to pay rent. A belle looked up with a pitiful face at Chu He. Okay, eat. Chu He waved his hand grandly. However, the scene that followed made Chu He's smile freeze and then shatter inch by inch. A belle opened his small-looking mouth. Slurp. A whole plate of processed, crystal-clear goose intestines, along with the plate, was sucked straight into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. He chewed a couple of times, and the plate was spat out, completely unharmed. Then, he looked at another plate stacked like a small mountain of beef tripe. Slurp. Another plate disappeared. Next was the yellow throat, kidney, brain. Those top-quality ingredients that Chu He had painstakingly processed using spatial power and the Eye of Annihilation were disappearing one plate after another into a belle's mouth. His movements were so fast they dazzled the eyes, eating without using his hands, relying solely on his mouth to suck. The efficiency was higher than an industrial vacuum cleaner. In just a few minutes, the mountain of ingredients piled up on the back kitchen table, enough for 20 tables of guests, was all cleaned up by him alone. The entire back kitchen was left with nothing but empty plates, not even a single leaf of vegetable left. Chu He stood frozen in place, veins bulging on his forehead. He suddenly remembered what Xia Yao had said before. The gluttonous clan can eat especially well. This was far beyond just being able to eat. This was simply a bottomless pit. He roughly calculated that the ingredients a bao had just eaten alone exceeded 4 million strange coins in cost. He had worked hard all day, earning over 9 million, only to be mostly wiped out by this little brat in one go? What drove him crazy was that after eating so much, a bao simply gave a satisfied burp, and his little stomach showed no signs of bulging. He still looked like he wanted more, licking his lips. It turned out that the previous tenants weren't failing in business, they were simply eaten to bankruptcy by this little landlord. A wave of anger surged from the soles of Chu He's feet straight to the top of his head. With a dark face, he walked in front of a bao, looking down at him, squeezing out a few words between his teeth. I ask you. Are you full? Chapter 64 Crisis turns into adventure. This wave I'm in the atmosphere. Facing Chu He's almost murderous questioning, a bao blinked his pure big eyes and honestly shook his head. Not yet. He extended 3 plump fingers and made a gesture. I'm only 3/10 full, I haven't even tasted the flavor yet. Boom. This sentence exploded in Chu He's mind. 3/10 full? Top quality ingredients worth over 4 million ghost coins are just an appetizer to you? Chu He felt his blood pressure rising at a terrifying speed, veins throbbing at his temples, and he was about to explode with anger. He had never been so speechless in his life. No wonder the shop has such a good location but has never been rented out. This isn't collecting rent, this is practically raising an ancestor. With this eating method, let alone opening a hot pot restaurant, he'd even bankrupt a gold mine. Losing nearly half the profits in one breath, this suppressed anger stuck in his chest, not up nor down, almost drove Chu He to a breakdown on the spot. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, and a familiar feeling of betrayal and humiliation surged again. Again like this. Again like this. Again this damn soft heart. He thought of his days back on Blue Star, how much he had suffered because of this so-called soft heart, how many silent grievances he had endured. There was a college friend who borrowed money from him every now and then. In the beginning, it was just a few hundred, saying there was an emergency at home. Chu He felt his friend was in trouble and immediately transferred the money without a second thought. Later, the borrowing amount kept increasing, from a few hundred to several thousand, with excuses becoming more varied. When Chu He was also in a tight spot and gently brought up the issue of repayment, the other party had the audacity to take a stand. Bro, why are you being like that? It's just a few $1,000. I'm tight on cash too, I'll definitely pay you back when I have more. Later, not only did this person not mention repaying the money, but he even tried to borrow a larger sum. Chu He finally couldn't take it anymore and clearly refused. What happened then? The other party spread rumors on social media, claiming Chu He was stingy and ungrateful, saying he wouldn't even acknowledge friends for a little money. In the end, he not only didn't get the money back but also stirred up trouble, and the friendship was completely severed. What stuck with him even more was a rainy day. He saw an old lady slip and fall on the side of the road, unable to get up for a long time. Without thinking much, out of kindness, he rushed over to help the old lady up and even called for help. But when the old lady's son arrived at the hospital and saw Chu He, he immediately grabbed his collar. You're the one who knocked my mom down, aren't you? You may be small, but your heart is black. Chu He was dumbfounded at the moment, trying desperately to explain. But the son wouldn't listen at all, insisting it was him, spitting all over Chu He's face. If you didn't knock her down, then why are you helping? If you didn't knock her down, why meddle? That rogue-like expression, those heart-piercing words made Chu He tremble with rage, almost feeling the urge to kill him on the spot. In the end, it was the police who reviewed the traffic camera footage that finally cleared his name. And the family member didn't offer a single apology or thank you, dragging the old lady away, leaving Chu He alone in the wind, feeling utterly lost. From then on, he thought he had learned his lesson. Next to him, Shanu couldn't hold back any longer and laughed out loud. He walked over to Chu He, patted his shoulder, wearing an expression of someone who enjoys the spectacle. Brother-in-law, this kid is not honest, he definitely looks like an old trickster. He turned his head to look at the timid bao, a wicked smile appearing on his handsome face. Do you want me to help teach him a lesson, make him disappear forever, end it all in one go? Before he finished speaking, a destructive energy started to gather in the depths of Shanu's pure black eyes, and a terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire back kitchen. And no. A bao trembled all over, his chubby body shaking like leaves in the wind, frantically waving his hands. I'm full. I'm already full. So full I'm about to puke. I'm not hungry at all. His terrified expression unexpectedly let half of the raging anger in Chu He's heart dissipate. Well, there's no need to be like this. Chu He glared at Shanu, signaling him to tone it down. Xianu pouted, retracting the frightening aura. Chu He sighed and began to calculate in his heart. Anyway, many of the main ingredients won't cost much, it's only about 5 or 6 million less profit. He rubbed his inflating temples, squatting down to make his tone sound more peaceful. Alright, a bow, I won't kill you. Since I agreed to your conditions back then, I will do my best to fulfill them. But you can't eat like this every day, can you? If you come for a feast every day, I might as well not run this shop and rename it the A Bao Buffet. Hearing that Chu He wouldn't pursue the matter, a Bao visibly sighed in relief. He hurriedly explained, Big brother, don't worry. Even though I can eat, one meal fills me up for half a month. Really? Chu He raised an eyebrow. Really? A Bao nodded vigorously, our gluttonous clan spends most of our time eating and sleeping, we expend very little energy. As long as I'm not hungry, I just sleep and won't disturb your business. Once every half month? Chu He quickly calculated in his mind. Half a month of revenue, minus various costs, giving a Bao 4 million, the remaining profit is still an astronomical figure. Thinking this way, it seemed not impossible. It could be like hiring a powerful deity to protect the place. After all, what's free is the most expensive. He realized this lesson again today. Okay, I'll trust you once. Chu He stood up and clapped his hands. From today, the 1st and 15th of every month are your rent days, I'll prepare the ingredients for you in advance. At other times, you are not allowed to sneak a bite, understood? Understood. Thank you, big brother. A Bao instantly beamed with joy, his innocent and carefree appearance made it impossible to connect him with the all-devouring bottomless pit from before. A crisis that could bankrupt any boss was resolved by Chu He in an almost ridiculous way. Xiaoyao and Kachi had been silent the whole time, just watching quietly. Xiaoyao felt as long as Chu He wasn't at a loss, a little gluttonous kid couldn't stir up much trouble. Kachi, blinking her starry eyes, seemed to be pondering something, a hint of a meaningful smile gracing her lips. Burp! Just then, the satisfied Bao suddenly let out a world-shaking belch. Accompanying the belch, a brilliant rainbow light burst forth from his mouth. Ding-a-ling! A crystal stone, only the size of a fingernail, round all over and emitting a soft glow, fell from the rainbow light, rolling to Chu He's feet. Oh! A Bao looked down, his little brow furrowing in distaste. He bent down, picked up the crystal, and casually handed it to Chu He. Big brother, here you go. This is a food aura crystal formed from energy I can't digest, it's not very useful, it just feels a bit full in my stomach. I couldn't sleep because it felt like something was poking me. Chu He instinctively took it. The crystal was warm and had an excellent touch. However, just as his fingertip touched the crystal, an unimaginable, pure and overwhelming energy surged into his body with a boom through his fingertip. Chapter 65, Gluttonous Alchemy. Boom! A torrent that couldn't be described in words rushed through Chu He's fingertips, crashing into his limbs and bones in a powerful yet gentle manner. This was not just energy, it was the essence of the source that had undergone extreme compression and refinement. Chu He froze in place, as if billions of stars were exploding inside him simultaneously, only to fall silent in an instant. The forces of space and annihilation inside him were like sharks smelling blood, instantly activated and frantically rushing toward that incoming torrent, trying to swallow and assimilate it. However, the energy torrent wrapped and contained the two provoking streams with ease, like vast oceans. Three entirely different powers formed a subtle yet dangerous balance within him. Silver cracks appeared on the surface of Chu He's skin, along with dark gray runes representing annihilation, intertwining in a horrifying scene. Brother-in-law. Xianhua was startled by this sudden change and instinctively moved forward. Don't touch him. A cold voice rang out, and Xiaoyao stepped in front of him. Her expression was unusually serious, her black eyes, which carried a hint of royal disdain, fixed intently on Chu He, with an aura capable of freezing time and space faintly visible around her. But she didn't intervene, because she could feel that the power surging into Chu He's body, while overwhelming, carried no malice, it was rather helping him undergo some deep transformation. Oh my, this is really... Kaki had unknowingly floated to Chu He's side, her large eyes sparkling like stars, curiously circling around him, her small nose tip sniffing the crystal. So it's Source Essence crystal, no wonder. She looked enlightened, her tone mixed with surprise and envy. Big brother, are you okay? The only one puzzled was a Bao, who looked up with concern and tugged at Chu He's pant leg. He had no idea what was happening and only felt that the big brother who had just wanted to eat him looked a bit scary now. Source Essence crystal? Xianhua heard Kaki's whisper and looked over in confusion. Kaki glanced at him and kindly explained, it's the energy from everything that was devoured, which is then extremely compressed and refined through the gluttonous clan's innate talent void stomach, resulting in undigested energy impurities. Impurities? Xianhua's mouth twitched, this thing is impurities? This energy wave is almost comparable to a holy relic. For you, it's a holy relic, but for them, it's just undigested waste. Kaki shrugged her small hands with a teasing smile. After all, the gluttonous clan only absorbs the purest source of food, any other form of energy is waste that needs to be purged. But, they have a rather special way of expelling that waste. Xia Nua's eyelid twitched, and his expression toward a Bao became strange. So this little fatty produces nothing but treasures? During their brief conversation, the storm within Chu He had gradually calmed down. The incoming source essence crystal energy had been almost entirely divided by his spatial and annihilation powers. Chu He slowly opened his eyes and let out a long breath. When that breath left his lips, it surprisingly transformed into a gray-silver arrow of energy, which shot with a hiss into the opposite wall, leaving behind a small, bottomless hole. He looked down at his palm. The skin was still the same skin, but inside, it had undergone earth-shattering changes. He could clearly feel that his space power had become more refined, and controlling it had become increasingly smooth. And that destructive force seemed to have gained an inexplicable vitality, no longer purely dead silence and endings. Most importantly, he felt that his connection with this strange world seemed to deepen further. It was as if he could see things he could not see before. For example, when he looked at Xia Yao, he could vaguely see a nearly tangible layer surrounding her body, representing the destruction of all things. When looking at Kachi, he could see her whole being like a miniature galaxy, countless tiny dots of light moving within her body along mysterious trajectories. And when he looked at the innocent-faced Bao, what he saw was an unfathomable black hole, a terrifying vortex that could swallow everything and digest everything. Chu He's breath suddenly froze. The ingredients. The ingredients he had processed. Could it be the ingredients he had cut with space power and purified with destructive power? Then, these ingredients were eaten by a Bao. After being digested and purified by a Bao's void stomach. In the end, they turned into this source crystal. How could this be a loss of 4 million? This was a huge profit, damn it. Chu He felt all the blood in his body boil in an instant. This was not just about making money by running a restaurant, this was a perfect closed loop that could endlessly recycle and continually enhance his strength. He, Chu He, provided the raw materials. A Bao acted as a biological alchemy furnace. The final product was the ultimate supplement that he could directly absorb to strengthen his own abilities. The earlier feeling of being cheated and anger dissipated in that moment, replaced by an uncontrollable ecstasy. What does it mean for a crisis to turn into an adventure? This is what it means for a crisis to turn into an adventure. Ha 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 ha. Chu He suddenly could not hold back his laughter, filled with joy and pride. He picked up the still dazed Bao, lifting him high, and planted a kiss on that chubby little face with a smack. A Bao, oh a Bao. You are truly my lucky star. Big brother? A Bao was startled by Chu He's sudden enthusiasm, clutching his clothes tightly with his small hands, asking in a sweet voice, You're not angry with me anymore? Angry? How could I be angry with you? Chu He sat him down, pinched his chubby little face, his smile as sincere as could be, I'm just worried about you. From now on, whatever you want to eat, big brother will make it for you. You'll eat to your heart's content. Really? A Bao's eyes instantly lit up, almost drooling. Really? But you'll have to wait a few days. Once I make enough money, even if I end up bankrupt, I'll make sure you eat well. Big brother, you're so nice. A Bao nodded fiercely, then as if remembering something, he added, I have a lot of shiny stones in my gastronomic territory, I don't know if they are useful to you. Chu He's breath suddenly caught, his eyes bursting with terrifying light. Then if there's a chance, you must take me to see them. Okay. Then I'll go sleep now. A Bao yawned and happily swayed back to his room. Chu He watched this walking treasure leave, then immediately turned to Xia Nua. Xia Nua. Yes, brother-in-law. Starting tomorrow, no matter the cost, buy for me. Especially those ingredients containing special energy. Okay. Xia Nua replied excitedly. After that, the four of them exchanged contact information. Here, they needed phone numbers, and the function was similar to WeChat, but the software was called Illusion Link. Chu He thought for a moment and still transferred 1 million to Xia Nua, considering that using Xia Nua's money might violate the rules. After tidying up the messy dishes. The night was deep. Chu He and the two stunning girls returned to the strange house's room. The noise and excitement of the day gradually settled down, leaving only a faint light in the room. Chu He looked at the two enchanting girls beside him, who had already changed into their pajamas in front of him. Chu He was silent for a moment before speaking seriously. Yao Yao, Chi. Thank you both for your help these past 2 days. Chapter 66, Is delicious food a sin? The feasting house is legally sealed. Xia Yao's body stiffened slightly. She instinctively avoided Chu He's gaze, letting her long, dark hair fall down to cover her reddened ears. She merely gave a soft her voice so faint it was almost inaudible. This sudden gratitude made her somewhat at a loss, a warm current surging in her heart, sweet to the point of being cloying. Hey, you really should thank us? But mainly, you should thank me for giving you such a good idea, otherwise, following your way, that would be exhausting. Chi Chi sat on the bed with her knees hugged, her silver short hair making her look like a delicate little fairy. Chu He and Xia Yao nodded in unison. After they finished washing up, they embraced and fell asleep. The next morning, sunlight poured through the window, scattering golden spots. When Chu He stepped out of the room, Xia Yao and Chi Chi were already dressed. Xia Yao wore a standard white long-sleeve shirt, neatly tied with a bright red bow at the collar. Her bottom was a pure black pleated short skirt, the hem stopping just above her knees, paired with white over-the-knee socks wrapped around her long, straight legs, radiating an aura of innocence and restraint. Chi Chi wore an exquisite dress. The main body of the dress was a soft light color, shimmering gently in the light and shadow. The hem was carefully decorated with a fluffy, soft white fluff, resembling gentle clouds, exuding sweetness and dreaminess. Several black lines, like dynamic strokes, outlined unique patterns on the dress, telling a mysterious rhythm. A black slim waist belt cleverly tightened the waist, adding a touch of neatness and delicacy. Paired with black over-the-knee socks, the smooth fit echoed the small black leather shoes on her feet, creating a look that was both magnificent for the stage and lively with youthful playfulness. The three arrived at the feasting house, where Xia Nua was yawning over the counter, but immediately perked up upon seeing them. Brother-in-law. Sister. Sister Chi Chi. You're here. Chu He immediately noticed the changes in the kitchen. The originally empty kitchen was now stacked high. Various processed organs, livers, and bellies were categorized into huge containers, topped with a layer of icy blue frost, clearly frozen by Xia Nua's abilities, perfectly locking in freshness. That scene was extremely spectacular. Xia Nua proudly pointed at the kitchen, his chest thumping with pride. Brother-in-law, how efficient do you think I am? And that's not all, he boasted, the second and third floors, except for that little chubby room of Bao, are all piled high. Don't worry, it's all frozen, enough for us to use for several days. Chu He walked in to take a look, unable to help but exclaim. Although this guy Xia Nua had a peculiar thought process, his work ability was truly remarkable, extremely swift and efficient. He had given the instructions just yesterday, and he had cleared out the entire high-end food market of Wanxiang City by early today. Well done. Chu He patted his shoulder, genuinely praising him. Alright then, I'll cook for you personally and show you my skills. Yay! I haven't tasted brother-in-law's cooking yet. Xia Nua jumped up excitedly. Chu He did what he said. He walked into the mountain of ingredients, selecting the finest materials. The power of space turned into invisible blades, slicing through the ingredients. The eye of annihilation perceived the essence, removing any trace of impurities and fishy smell. Soon, a lavish breakfast that could be called extravagant was served on the table. A total of 9 dishes and 1 soup. One dish, 9 turns of intestines, was rich in color and beautifully shaped. Taking a bite, it was soft, rich, and fatty without being greasy, blending sour, sweet, fragrant, spicy, and salty flavors, each layer of taste unfolding in an indescribable delight. Another dish, explosive liver slices, had thin, tender liver that curled slightly at the edges. It melted in the mouth, bursting with flavor and without a hint of powdery texture, absolutely perfect in cooking. Then there was crystal goose intestine, which was processed to be translucent, shimmering under the light, its texture crunchy and elastic, making a satisfying crunch when chewed. There were also dishes like blanched beef tripe, spicy brain, golden soup with fatty beef, stir-fried kidney, husband and wife lung slices, and a refreshing garlic pork. Lastly, there was a pot of exquisite mushroom soup made with various rare fungi. The soup was clear and incredibly delicious, a sip warm enough to reach every part of the body. Mmm. Xia Nua couldn't hold back and grabbed a piece of 9 turns of intestines, stuffing it into his mouth, his eyes squinting in happiness, unable to articulate clearly. So delicious. Brother-in-law. What divine culinary skills do you have? I feel it's even better than my uncle's cooking. Kaki sipped the mushroom soup in small mouthfuls, his starry eyes sparkling, his face beaming with a satisfied smile. Xia Yao was also eating heartily, her eyes turning crescent-shaped with delight. This breakfast made everyone feel content, and they admired Chu He's culinary skills to the point of worship. However, this warm and harmonious atmosphere was shattered by a discordant sound at noon. Dong, dong, dong. Heavy and orderly footsteps came from outside the door. Then, a team of law enforcement officers dressed in silver-white armor, holding metal staffs, entered the feast hall. Each one was tall, expressionless, with sharp eyes like knives, exuding a cold and stern aura. The leader wore a silver monkey mask, revealing only a pair of red and blue eyes. Who is the owner here? I am. Chu He looked at them calmly. May I ask what the matter is? The masked man raised the metal staff in his hand, and the top projected a 3-dimensional light screen of a legal array, with flowing ancient text of the Ryan continent. Feast Hall, Chu He Hot Pot Restaurant. Suspected of maliciously disrupting market order, using unknown means to create abnormal addictive properties in products, inflating prices, posing a serious threat to the economic stability and social safety of Wanhua City. Upon hearing this, Xia Nuo exploded on the spot. What the hell are you talking about? What do you mean by addictive properties? My brother-in-law's food is delicious, that's a skill. You're slandering. It's defamation. He stepped in front of Chu He, pointing a finger at the masked man angrily. Open your dog eyes and see, I am Xia Nuo of the Imperial family. This restaurant is under my protection. I dare anyone to touch it. However, the masked man ignored Xia Nuo's royal identity and coldly replied. Your Highness the Prince, we are the order enforcers under the Thousand Illusion White Ape clan, responsible only to the highest laws of Wanhua City. Before the law, all identities are equal. He slammed the staff heavily on the ground, producing a loud clank. Now, we are sealing up the establishment by law. Chapter 67, Handsome Cocky. Clank. The metal staff in the order enforcer's hand struck the floor heavily, the cold echo reverberating through the air. The silver monkey mask turned to Chu He, the red and blue eyes devoid of any human emotion, only mechanical indifference. Take him away. With a command, two law enforcers stepped forward simultaneously, the metallic armor scraping ominously, directly targeting Chu He. I dare anyone to try. Xia Nuo was furious, a violent aura exploding, dark electric arcs jumping wildly around him. However, the enforcers moved forward without hesitation, as if ignoring the power capable of tearing through space. At this critical moment, a hand gently pressed on Shino's shoulder, who was about to explode. It was Chu He. Don't be impulsive. His voice was remarkably calm, and there was even a hint of an inscrutable smile on his face, as if everything before him was merely a harmless farce. He stepped out in front of Shino, facing the two oppressive enforcers directly, raising his hands in an exaggerated gesture of surrender. Brothers, I'm so scared by this scene, but can I say a few words? The leading masked man raised a hand, signaling his subordinates to pause. Speak. His voice sounded like two pieces of raw iron rubbing together, dry and piercing. If you want to take me away, you must have a solid charge, right? Chu He spread his hands. Accusing me of price gouging? I auctioned the token, and the price was called by the guests themselves. It's a transaction where both sides agree. Is it a crime for Wuxian City to allow free bidding? As for saying. Chu He's smile grew wider, taking on a hint of mockery, that the products have unusual addictive qualities? I can't understand that charge at all. Is it a crime if the dishes are simply too delicious? To be honest, the only thing that makes me feel good to eat is you guys, so does that mean Wuxian City's shops can't make their food delicious? The masked man fell silent. We received joint reports from over 50 merchants. He explained stiffly. Your appearance caused a dramatic drop of 90% in customer flow overnight for high-end dining in the west side of the city. That is disrupting the market. As for addiction, he paused, staring at Chu He with his red-blue eyes, we have reason to suspect that you added illegal psychotropic agents to the ingredients, which requires taking you back for our clan's professional analyst to examine. Oh, Chu He dragged out the sound, wearing a face of I see. So it's just a bunch of weaklings pecking at each other, and when they can't win, they call for help. Alright, I'll go with you. If you don't do anything wrong, you won't fear the ghost knocking on the door. He appeared extremely cooperative, even turning around gracefully and voluntarily heading towards the doorway. Shano and Xiangyo instantly grew anxious, just about to act, when a calm-down gaze from Chu He firmly held them back. Just as Chu He's foot was about to step out of the shop door, a clear and sweet voice stopped everyone's movements. Stop. It was Kaki. I am the order enforcer of the Thousand Illusions White Ape clan. My name is Kaki Xinglu. Do you know me? She smiled sweetly, but her silver eyes reflected the cold galaxy. The masked man's body visibly tensed. The Xinglu royal family. This title, in the entire Ryan continent, equated to rules and laws themselves. I happen to want to ask a question. Kaki tilted her head, innocently extending a finger. You accuse him of maliciously disrupting the market based on Article 72 of the Basic Law of Commercial Order in Wuxian City, right? The masked man gulped but did not respond. The establishment of that regulation requires meeting 3 preconditions. First, using unfair means such as fraud, coercion, or monopolization. Kaki's voice suddenly turned cold. May I ask, which one did he use? She then extended a second finger. Second, causing structural and irreversible damage to the market. May I ask, did Wuxian City's dining market collapse or become paralyzed? It was simply diners voting with their feet, choosing better food. Survival of the fittest, isn't that the jungle law most believed in by your Thousand Illusions White Ape clan? Finally, the third delicate finger stood up, with a twinkle of. Driven back by force, he took a step back. As for excessive addictive nature? Kachi's smile turned dangerous. The Ryan Continent Prohibited Items Code has an appendix listing a total of 13,726 kinds of mental stimulants, and I can recite them all. Tell me, in which report did you see these components? By the way, last night even the soup base was bought by the guests. Did you conduct any tests? You did nothing and just took people away for investigation. How impressive you are. We have the right to investigate. The masked man finally squeezed out a dry defense. Of course, you have the right, Kachi smiled even sweeter. However, according to the Cross-Family Law Enforcement Procedure Act, when involving royal family members or defended by royal family members, you need to submit a joint investigation application to the Star Law Temple first. I am now Mr. Chu He's defender. You can only take the next step after my colleagues approve it 7 working days later. So, did you write your application report? The masked man was completely speechless. The few enforcers behind him were dripping with cold sweat, their hands holding the long sticks trembling slightly. Arguing with the royal family from Star Law? What's the difference from competing with the royal family of Su and I to see who is crazier? This is simply self-inflicted humiliation. Xiano opened his mouth wide, his eyes filled with fanatical admiration for Kachi. So this is how cultured people fight? So damn cool. Chu He, on the other hand, looked content. Having a top student by your side is really reassuring. Looking at the group of enforcers caught in a dilemma, Kachi's smile grew brighter. So, are you fellows going back right now to supplement the report? Or is it? Before she finished speaking, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. No need. Chapter 68, The Thousand Illusion White Ape, Princess Lillian. The voice was not loud, but it carried a peculiar penetrating power. It instantly permeated the entire feasting house, causing the tense atmosphere to freeze. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the sound. A girl was walking gracefully into the feasting house. Shui's eyes narrowed slightly, studying her closely. The girl's height was similar to Xia Yao's, tall and graceful. She wore an extremely luxurious palace outfit, with complex and ancient totems embroidered on the long skirt using gold and silver threads. As she moved, the totems seemed to come alive, shining brilliantly and dazzling to behold. Her hair was primarily silver white, delicate like threads of moonlight, radiating a soft sheen. Part of her long hair was carefully styled into a fluffy bun, while the rest fell naturally, the ends elegantly curling and flowing lightly. However, the most eye-catching feature was her eyes. They were a pair of iridescent eyes that defied normal description. Pure red, yellow, and blue colors swirled and transformed within her gaze. At times gorgeous, at times enchanting. It was as if all the possibilities and changes in the world were hidden within this small space. Her eyelashes were long and thick, every blink like a butterfly fluttering gently. Her brows were finely shaped, like a slender crescent moon lightly outlining her brow bone. Beneath her petite, straight nose was a slightly upturned cherry lips, the color a soft pink, as if hinting at a subtle, almost invisible smile. That smile gave a sense of innocent sweetness. Yet she walked in so casually, exuding an air of lofty nobility naturally. And a kind of lazy indifference. It was as if everything in this world was merely an amusing game she could casually toy with. Lil. Princess Lillian. The leading order enforcement officer trembled greatly upon seeing her, his silver monkey mask body shook with shock. He didn't even have time to think, his knees went weak, and with a thud, he knelt down heavily on one knee. He bowed his head deeply in reverence, as if in pilgrimage. As he knelt, the group of ironclad enforcers behind him also knelt down on one knee in unison. The metal armor clashed, producing a clear and orderly sound. Your Highness! Princess Lillian? The princess of the illusory White Ape clan? Zano's mouth slightly opened, looking at the incredibly glamorous girl before him, an intense surprise and wariness flashing in his eyes. Katja's starry eyes squinted slightly, her sweet smile retreating a bit. In its place was a sense of scrutiny and vigilance. She could feel that this girl's strength was unfathomable, far beyond these enforcers. The illusory White Ape clan was notorious across the Ryan continent for being difficult to deal with. Not only were they powerful, but they were also well known for being cunning and unruly. The one before them was clearly a top figure among them. Lillian glanced at the followers on their knees, burying their heads almost into the floor tiles, and waved her hand impatiently. Enough, a bunch of useless tin monkeys. Her voice was sweet as honey, but the words were sharp like a poison knife. Step back, I take over here. Yes. The leading masked man felt as if he had received a reprieve, almost crying in his heart. Oh my dear mother, you finally came. What do you mean useless? Standing across were 3 royal bloodlines. One crazier than the other, one better at talking than the other. Could monkeys do this job? He dared not utter a word, immediately standing up and shouting to the people behind him. Withdraw. The next moment, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded. The group of enforcers, who had just been intimidating, each performed a standard somersault in place. Their bodies left a blurred afterimage in the air. Whoosh! Figures instantly disappeared from the spot. Clean and neat, with incredibly high efficiency. This was a unique skill of their clan, able to somersault thousands of miles, even tens of thousands, with very low energy consumption. The shop instantly fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. Lillian's peculiar three-colored eyes finally turned to the center of the storm, Chu He. She did not speak immediately. Instead, she took a keen interest, examining him from head to toe, carefully and thoroughly. Her gaze was aggressive, as if she wanted to see through him, to dissect him, and then reassemble him. Zaya's body tensed up instantly. Deep in her dark eyes, an air of annihilation began to surge wildly. Faint black particles swirled around her, freezing the air almost to solid. Zano also stepped forward half a step, protecting Chu He from the side. His handsome face was filled with vigilance, his pure black eyes locking onto Lillian. As long as this woman dared to make any move, he would definitely let her witness the thunderous wrath of the royal clan. The tense atmosphere was on the verge of exploding. Oh dear, why is everyone so tense? Lillian finally spoke, her voice carrying a hint of playful reproach. We're all of the same level, I'm just one person, can I really eat him? You're two clans, one controls invincibility, the other destroys invincibility, I certainly don't want to experience that. As she spoke, her gaze never left Chu He. You are Chu He? She walked toward Chu He with a grace reminiscent of a cat, slowly closing the distance. As she approached, a sweet yet strange fragrance wafted over. That scent aggressively penetrated the nostrils, making one a bit dizzy. She stopped just 3 steps away from Chu He, a playful arc curling at the corner of her mouth. You have turned my vortex city upside down, your courage is indeed not small. According to the rules, Lillian extended a finger as white as jade, gently tapping her exquisite lips. A hint of cunning sparkled in her three-colored eyes. You need to make compensation to me. As soon as her words fell, Zaya and Zano's auras surged explosively. Destructive power seemed to take form, causing the tables and chairs in the restaurant to tremble slightly. It seemed as though it would turn to dust in the next second. However, as the threatened main character, Chu He completely ignored the tense atmosphere. There was not the slightest hint of nervousness on his face. Instead, slowly, little by little, a mischievous grin spread across his face. Under the astonished gaze of everyone, he not only didn't step back, but instead, took a step forward. This step directly crossed the 3-step safe distance. He was almost face to face with Lillian. The distance between them was so close that they could clearly feel each other's warm breath. Close enough to see a complete reflection of himself in the other's pupils. That sweet exotic fragrance, at this moment, became overwhelming, violently impacting Chu He's senses. Xia Yao's breath stopped. Xia Nua's eyeballs nearly popped out. Kaki also had a look of disbelief, his little mouth slightly open. Even Lillian, who had provoked him, was momentarily stunned by Chu He's completely unexpected move. For the first time, an unexpected fluctuation appeared in the unpredictable tricolored pupils of her eyes. Oh? Chu He lowered his voice and whispered in her ear with an extremely ambiguous tone, one that only the two of them could hear. His scorching breath gently brushed past her sensitive earlobe. I wonder, my beautiful city lord, what kind of compensation would you like from me? Chapter 69, Lillian, Stinky Mother Monkey. Chu He's voice was low, with a harsh magnetism that drilled into Lillian's ear like electric currents. The distance between the two of them had completely crossed the boundary of social norms. Lillian's tricolored pupils suddenly contracted sharply, and she quickly took half a step back. She had grown up, and this was the first time a man had forced her into such an aggressive posture. This was completely beyond her script. Xia Yao's breath had also stopped, and in the depths of her dark eyes, a destructive force had already formed into a storm. Xia Nua's eyeballs were about to burst out of his sockets, his mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. Brother-in-law, this is too brave. He's facing the mad princess of the 1,000 Phantom White Ape clan. Kaki was also dumbfounded, his little mouth slightly open, his star-like eyes filled with shock. The air had frozen. Lillian was stunned by this counterintuitive move and paused for 2 whole seconds. Then, the playful look in her eyes became more intense than ever before. Not only did she not retreat, but she extended a delicate finger and gently pressed it against Chu He's chest, pushing him back a little. Her motion carried a lazy kind of provocation. Interesting. Lillian smiled, her smile sweet yet dangerous, like a blooming poisonous flower. You are interesting. I'm really curious. Lillian's tricolored pupils swirled, and her gaze landed on Xia Yao and Kaki behind Chu He. Why would these two noble princesses lower themselves to be your roommates? She deliberately emphasized the words roommates, with her tone full of probing and disbelief. Your relationship seems very close. Chu He's mischievous grin became even brighter. City Lord, this question is very dangerous. He slowly replied, and then, under Lillian's amused gaze, he dropped a real bombshell. Not just close, we've been in close contact for several days already. The raw rice has already been cooked into a mature dish. Chu He's tone was calm, but the content of his words was earth-shattering. He walked over to Xiaoyao and Kaki, embracing the still somewhat dazed and blushing Xiaoyao and Kaki in his arms, in a tender yet domineering manner. They're both my women. In the future, I'm going to marry them. When his words fell, the entire feast hall was dead silent. And Xiaoyao and Kaki, hearing Chu He proclaim his dominance in front of another stunning woman. All the shame and tension turned into an indescribable joy and sweetness. The two people's cheeks flushed suddenly, like ripe apples, yet they obediently nestled in Chu He's embrace without a word of objection. Lillian's face, which had been trying hard to maintain a dignified and lazy demeanor, a look of teasing her prey, instantly went full of cracks. Her tricolor eyes widened, the magnificent colors spinning crazily out of shock. No way? She blurted out, her voice had altered in pitch. Yes. Chu He answered as if it were a matter of course. No way? Yes. Lillian's carefully maintained elegance vanished completely in that moment. She suddenly let out a curse. What the hell? She looked at Xiaoyao and Ka Chi with disbelief, seeing their shy yet sweet expressions. No rebuttal. They actually didn't rebut. This means that everything Chu He said is true. Lillian felt her mind was a bit overwhelmed. I thought the roommate was just nominal. Her voice trembled slightly. I didn't expect you to be serious? Lillian looked carefully, front to back, top to bottom at Chu He again. But after looking around, this human, aside from being a bit handsome, being a bit strong, and having a mischievous gaze, wasn't special at all. Why? Why was he able to win over the direct princesses of the two grand royal families, Su and I, and Xing Lu? This is unscientific. This is more unscientific than her flipping 1,000 miles in one somersault. Lillian's gaze finally landed on the faces of Xiaoyao and Ka Chi, their beautiful little faces filled with genuine confusion. May I ask, what do you like about him? This question was like a switch, instantly igniting the two long-suppressed barrels of explosives. Xiaoyao raised her head, her pure black eyes no longer holding any shyness, replaced by cold possessiveness and strong hostility. I like everything about him. Her voice was cold enough to freeze. And also, knowing it is rude to ask, Chu He's charm is not something you, a filthy female monkey, can understand. Filthy, female monkey? Lillian's tricolor eyes instantly froze. Poof. Ka Chi also raised her little face, her starry eyes flashing with dangerous light, a mocking smile hanging on her lips. You don't deserve to know the taste of Chu He, you filthy female monkey. Another filthy female monkey. Lillian felt there was something wrong with her ears. Who is she? She is the princess of the Thousand Illusions White Ape Clan. The lord of the city of all phenomena. Wherever she goes, she is the center of attention, who dares to disrespect her? Today, unexpectedly, she was consecutively called filthy female monkey twice? What, did you call me? Lillian's voice became sharp due to rage, the surrounding space began to twist, her luxurious palace dress fluttering without wind. Xiaoyao looked at her coldly, clearly repeating each word. Filthy, female, monkey. Filthy female monkey. Ka Chi followed up. Filthy female monkey. Xiaoyao came again. 3 consecutive filthy female monkey slaps landed on Lillian's face, directly leaving her stunned. Standing beside them, Chu He was completely dumbfounded. His arms around the two girls froze, never expecting things would rush in this ridiculously extreme direction. What fighting power, this is too fierce. And in the corner, Xiano's eyes had already lit up like a wolf. He quietly, excitedly, tremblingly took out his latest phantom phone, aiming it at this rare epic scene, starting the recording function. It's explosive. So damn explosive. Brother-in-law. You are my god. If it weren't for Chu He, how could she see such an explosive scene? Xiano's heart was screaming madly, and he felt an unparalleled gratitude towards Chu He. From childhood to now. Lillian finally came back to her senses from her daze, shaking with anger, her tricolor eyes burning with fierce fire. No one has dared to call me that. Xiaoyao scoffed lightly, her tone filled with disdain. Hey, you stinky mother monkey, you're gonna see it today. Kaki fired back with full force, tilting her small face up, accusingly pointing her finger. You dare to stare at our man so openly, and the fact that we haven't rushed at you to fix you up already shows how much face we're giving you. As soon as you entered, you looked at our Chu He with those lewd eyes. Xiaoyao's cold gaze swept over Lillian's gorgeous palace outfit and enchanting face, filled with contempt. Exactly. You lecherous stinky mother monkey. Give up. Our Chu He won't like you. Lillian. She felt she was about to explode, an unprecedented humiliation and rage shooting through her head, making her vision darken. She wanted to argue back but found herself so blocked that not a word would come out. Lecherous? When has Lillian ever suffered such humiliation? Chapter 70, How About I Cook a Meal? Lillian's Curiosity. You have gone too far. Her voice was sharp, losing its usual calm and sweetness. I was just looking at him, and you treat me like this. Lillian felt wronged to the point of tears. Who is she? The city lord of Wanxiang City, the princess of the Chiohuan White Ape clan. Wherever she goes, she is honored, respected, and feared. And today, first, she was taken advantage of by a human brat, and now she is being called a stinky mother monkey by two fellow princesses. Is there even justice? Is there even a king's law? Xiaoyao's cold face showed no signs of changing, her dark eyes filled with the ruthlessness of defending her territory. Looking is fine. She stepped forward, the oppressive aura of an imperial might making the surrounding air thick. But why are you turning around to look? Up and down, inside and outside? Your gaze clearly shows ill intentions. Yes. You have ill intentions. Kaki immediately chimed in, crossing her arms and tilting her exquisite little face up, her starry eyes shining with sharp insight. Just now, your gaze lingered for more than 3 seconds, your pupils clearly dilated, the corners of your mouth unconsciously raised by 0.5 degrees. This completely matches the characteristics of salivating and coveting. Do you still dare to say you don't have ill intentions? Lillian was going crazy. What are they even talking about? These two women are the perfect examples of being unreasonable. Even more shameless than her, the notorious troublemaker. She wanted to make a move, but unfortunately, here she stood as just an avatar created by her power, unable to bear her own strength, and would definitely suffer if it came to blows. But even if her real body came, facing one controlling nothingness and one wielding the laws of stars, no, it was two who controlled nothingness. Today, this loss was set in stone. What she couldn't understand the most was why. Why would these two high and mighty princesses genuinely follow this human? She thought that what Chu He said about close contact and cooked rice were lies, but looking at Xiaoyao and Kaki's matin protectiveness, it was clear that it was all real. Now, this completely disrupted all her plans and rhythm. And as Chu He watched the tension between the three women grow thicker, the aura of destruction and the power of stellar laws began to clash, making a sizzling sound, causing the surrounding tables and chairs to tremble. Everyone stop. If this continued, if they really fought, the restaurant would be turned upside down by them. He directly stepped between Xiaoyao and Kaki, stretching out his arms, grabbing one of each, forcefully pulling the two nearly on the verge of exploding into his embrace, holding them tightly. All right, calm down, it's not worth getting upset over such a small matter. He gently patted their backs, his tone so soft it felt like it could squeeze out water. The terrifying aura around Xiaoyao and Kachi miraculously dissipated by over half the moment Chu He embraced them. Although the two were still glaring angrily at Lillian, their bodies honestly softened and leaned against Chu He's embrace. After calming his two queens, Chu He finally lifted his head, directing his gaze toward Lillian. The tenderness on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a calmness of scrutiny. Mayor Lillian. He spoke. Tell me, what is the purpose of your visit today? Lillian took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the nearly explosive anger inside her. She thought, at last, there was someone to communicate with normally. If she continued to argue with those two crazy women, her temper would surely explode. She really couldn't understand what kind of charm this human had cast on them, allowing them to care so much. Oof. Lillian adjusted her posture, striving to make her voice sound like her usual lazy and noble self. Finally, there is a rational person. I came with no other intention. She lifted her chin, her tricolored eyes staring directly at Chu He. On the first day of your restaurant opening, it caused a huge sensation. All the diners who had your food experienced varying degrees of power increase. Moreover, several restaurants reported you. As the mayor, I have both the responsibility and the obligation to thoroughly investigate whether there is a problem with your food. After all, a cold smile tugged at her lips. Something with such outrageous effects makes it hard not to suspect that you used some unclean and banned ingredients. So it was for this matter. Chu He understood in his heart. A smile of utmost confidence spread across his face. I can assure you with my character, my dishes are absolutely pure, natural, and uncontaminated, purely relying on my culinary skills, along with a tiny bit of unique secret recipe. She gritted her teeth, deciding to end this quickly. Words are not proof. How about this, you will now, in front of me, prepare a signature dish from your restaurant from start to finish. A crafty glint flashed in Lillian's tricolored eyes. Let's make hot pot. I will supervise the entire process by your side. If I taste it and find no issues, I will personally exonerate you today and severely punish those restaurant owners who slandered you behind your back. But if I discover even the slightest problem. Her words were unfinished, but the implied threat was clear. That sounds perfect. Chu He replied without a moment's hesitation, his confident demeanor making Lillian feel a bit dazed. Could it be that he truly wasn't afraid? A group of them headed to the kitchen. Xianhua also put away her phone, eagerly following inside, preparing to closely observe her brother-in-law's godly culinary skills. The kitchen was incredibly clean and tidy, with all kinds of cooking utensils shining under the lights. Chu He took off his coat, skillfully tied on an apron, and his entire aura changed instantly. He was no longer the slightly rogue man, but a master who controlled the soul of food. Watch closely, Chu He said to Lillian, then ignored her, completely immersing himself in the cooking process. Lillian stood a short distance away, arms crossed, scrutinizing every move of Chu He with the most critical gaze. Chu He first approached a huge pot, elegantly adding beef bones, chicken carcasses, and dozens of unfamiliar spices, bringing in spring water and igniting the fire to simmer. The whole process was methodical, filled with a sense of rhythm. Next came the handling of ingredients. When Chu He took out the bloody entrails and offal, especially that plate of twisted large intestine from the preserved space, Lillian's brows furrowed into a knot, her stomach churning, and her face filled with disgust. Ugh, you serve your customers this kind of stuff? She struggled to speak as if it were unbearable. However, in the next moment, she could no longer utter a word. She saw Chu He dealing with the entrails and beef tripe, waving his left hand lightly. In an instant, an invisible transparent barrier enveloped him and the cutting board in front of him. The sharp knife in his hand danced up and down, scraping and cleaning, moving so fast that it produced afterimages. Lillian stood just a few steps away, her unusual three-colored eyes wide open. She watched as the filth was quickly cleaned away, but she couldn't smell even a hint of the foul odor. That stench, strong enough to make any creature retreat in fear, was perfectly blocked by that invisible wall. She even saw the isolated odors being pushed by a gentle force, gathering into a stream of air and drifting out of the open window. This is the power of space? The ability of the Starry Law royal family. Lillian's heart surged with waves of shock. Before she could recover from the surprise, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. While handling a piece of magical cow liver with special energy, a faint black halo appeared around Chu He's eyes. The halo flashed by, and the energy veins inside the magical cow liver, invisible to the naked eye, were instantly crushed and obliterated by an invisible force. The energy of the whole piece of liver became extraordinarily pure in an instant. Eye of extinction. This is the core bloodline power of the Void Gaze royal family. Lillian was utterly dumbfounded. She stood dazed, watching Chu He process the ingredients as if performing an art. The power of space was responsible for isolation, shaping, and preservation. The power of extinction was responsible for refining, purifying, and removing impurities and toxins. Two completely different, even opposing supreme powers, were perfectly combined by this man at this moment, just to cook a meal? What the hell? Before long, the rich and fragrant dual-flavored hot pot base was boiling, and plates of ingredients processed like artworks, along with several bowls of secret dipping sauces, were neatly placed on the table. The overwhelming aroma rushed into her nose, making Lillian's stomach involuntarily gurgle. She forcibly suppressed the urge to grab her chopsticks immediately, her three-colored eyes fixated on Chu He, her voice trembling with a hint of emotion even she didn't notice. How do you possess the powers of both the Void Gaze tribe and the Starry Law tribe? Chapter 71, Chu He, I really didn't mean to kiss her. Chu He wiped his hands, took off his apron while speaking. Lord City Mayor, your question is quite dangerous. I can't tell you. Moreover. His gaze leisurely swept over Lillian's stunning face, which appeared a bit dazed from shock, and slowly said. I already have Xia Yao and Kachi, that's enough for me. So, you'd better not have any thoughts about me anymore. Lillian? She was completely bewildered, and her ever-shifting three-colored eyes were filled with big question marks. Every word he said was familiar, but why did it make no sense when put together? What does it mean not to have thoughts about him? What thoughts do I have? I was asking about your abilities. Abilities? What does it have to do with how many women you have? Lillian felt her brain being dragged into a strange pit by him. She took a deep breath, forcefully pulling the topic back. I don't understand. Big brother. She blurted out, her tone filled with a hint of madness. Why are you reading and replying randomly? I was asking how you have the abilities of both tribes. What does that have to do with having them? Upon hearing this, Chu He's smile grew even brighter, with an expression of stop pretending, I get it. This expression almost made Lillian explode on the spot with anger. She bit her tender lip, deciding on the next big medicine, completely cutting off the other party's wild thoughts. Are you afraid I might fall in love with you? Lillian raised her proud chin, trying hard to make her posture look disdainful. Then you don't need to worry, I already have a fiancé. He is the prince of the deep-sea dragon tribe. In terms of bloodline and strength, he far surpasses you. Oh? Chu He raised an eyebrow, a look of icy appeared on his face. If that is the case, then fine. He cleared his throat and adopted an extremely serious posture. Since you asked sincerely, I will generously tell you. To safeguard world peace, to uphold love and justice. Are you going to say it or not? Lillian couldn't help but interrupt his spellcasting, feeling her blood pressure rising. This was nonsense. Ahem, all right. Chu He put away his playful expression, his face turning serious. I have an innate special ability, or you could say, a sweet curse, which I call the enigmatic kiss. As long as I kiss someone, no matter who they are, what race they belong to, or what status they have, they will immediately develop an irresistible deep affection for me. In simple terms, they will fall in love with me at once. And as an equivalent exchange, I will copy a part of their core abilities. Note that it is copying, and it won't cause any harm to the one being kissed. Lillian's tricolored pupils constricted sharply. Such a domineering ability. Her worldview was hit harder than ever at that moment. It's absolutely true. Chu He shrugged his shoulders, looking entirely reasonable. So, it's not surprising that Xia Yao and Ka Chi's abilities will appear in me. Alright, I have told you the secret, now hurry and eat. If you don't, the pot will boil dry. Lillian glanced at Chu He, who looked sincere, then at Xia Yao and Ka Chi beside her, whose gazes were like a predator's, finally managing to suppress the raging waves of curiosity inside her. She sat back at the table and picked up her chopsticks. Forget it, let's eat first. This is what embarrassed her in public and also piqued her curiosity. She wanted to see just how delicious this was. She picked up a piece of magic beef liver, thin as a cicada's wing, with clear patterns visible, dipped it in the rolling red oil, swirled it around, then dipped it into the special sauce that Chu He made, bearing a hint of judgment, and sent it to her mouth. The next second, Lillian's gorgeous tricolor pupils widened suddenly. An indescribable wave of freshness, aroma, numbing spiciness, and heat exploded in her mouth in an instant. That magic beef liver was melt in your mouth tender. It dissolved immediately without much chewing, transforming into a pure energy stream that slid down her throat into her stomach. And that secret sauce elevated the deliciousness of the ingredients to an entirely new level. So delicious. It's incredibly delicious. After living all these years, eating countless delicacies and treasures from heaven and earth, she had never tasted such an astonishingly divine flavor. What noble demeanor of a city lord, what princess's reserve at this moment, all were thrown out the window. Lillian's chopsticks turned into shadows, crazily darting among various ingredients and the bubbling pot. Beef tripe, yellow throat, duck intestines, brain matter. She ate with her small face flushed, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, making satisfied noises. There wasn't a hint of her previous noble laziness left. Xia Yao and Ka Chi were both stunned beside her. Even Xia Nuo, who was responsible for recording in the corner, was so shocked he almost dropped his phone on the ground. This eating manner is too wild. Chu He also looked on with his eyes twitching. He knew his dishes were delicious, but he had not expected to drive a royal princess to this extent. However, what shocked him even more was still to come. Lillian seemed too absorbed in her meal, feeling that the gorgeous palace shoes on her feet were a bit cumbersome, and she subconsciously kicked off one shoe with the other foot. Her smooth, jade-like little foot was exposed just like that. Immediately, under the astonished gaze of everyone, this princess of the illusionary White Ape clan, the lord of the Universal City, was stuffing food into her mouth wildly while uncontrollably using one hand to rub her own little foot. That action was skillful and natural. The entire room instantly fell into a dead silence. Xia Yao and Kaki's expressions changed from disdain to shock, then from shock to daze, finally turning into a kind of I can't bear to look disgust. Xia Nuo's illusion phone clattered to the ground, and as he watched Lillian's careless action, his worldview was being reshaped. Chu He was completely dumbfounded, his mouth gaping open as he instinctively squeezed out two words from his throat. What the? The pronunciation of what required his lips to close and slightly pucker. And it was precisely the shape of the mouth. An incredible scene unfolded. Drowned in the world of food, the dazed Lillian subconsciously lifted her head, her dreamy tricolored eyes coincidentally meeting Chu He's gaze. She saw Chu He's slightly puckered lips. In that instant, it was as if some ancient instinct had been triggered. She uncontrollably imitated Chu He, gently puckering her own little mouth stained with red oil, alluring and dripping like cherries. At the moment their lips formed the same shape. Buzz. An inexplicable and wonderful law suddenly descended. The space between them seemed to be brutally folded by an invisible hand. In the next moment, under the horrified gazes of Xia Nuo, Xia Yao, and Kaki, the bodies of Chu He and Lillian, like two pieces of metal attracted by a powerful magnet, transformed into two vague afterimages. Kiss. A crisp and resounding sound. Their lips perfectly and tightly pressed together. Chapter 72, A Mouthful of Fur. Lips touching. The sensation was clear. Soft, warm, bouncy, with the taste of peaches. Chu He's brain went blank. He was completely frozen. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? I just made a subconscious remark, my lips hadn't even fully returned to normal, and how did I end up kissing the Lord of the Universal City? This bewitching kiss skill can be played like this? I can't even pucker my lips. What made him even more anxious, chills running down his spine, was that he could feel two terrifying presences around him that were almost tangible. The aura was cold, brutal, filled with an impulse to destroy everything. Without a doubt, it was Xiaoyao and Kaki. I'm finished. Now I can't clear my name even if I jump into the Yellow River. You're looking for death. Xiaoyao's voice was no longer cold, but filled with a kind of frenzied rage. Deep in her black eyes, a black vortex of destruction spun wildly, the destructive power causing the entire room space to start twisting, fine cracks appearing on the surface of solid metal utensils. Chu He. Kaki's voice also lost its usual sweetness, turning sharp and filled with murderous intent. In her star-like eyes, countless starlights gathered and exploded, the power of the laws transforming into invisible chains, entangling towards Lilian. At this moment, Chu He finally reacted, hurriedly using all his strength to lean back, pulling his mouth away. A misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding. He shouted desperately as he broke free. I really didn't mean to kiss her. It was the skill that moved on its own. Meanwhile, the kissed Lilian was also in an extremely strange state. Her ever-changing tricolored eyes were wide open, the splendid colors swirling wildly due to the intense impact, and she stood frozen in place. Motionless. At the moment their lips touched, an indescribable and unique feeling surged through her limbs, as if the most overpowering electric current pierced straight into her soul. She suddenly felt that the man in front of her exuded an irresistible, deadly attraction. That slightly rogue face, those somewhat panicked eyes, that masculine charm. Everything became so perfect, so heart-stirring for her. An unprecedented impulse to merge him into her body, to completely possess him, crazily surged and spread. This feeling was too unfamiliar. Too terrifying. Throughout her life, she had seen countless talented young men, even the proud prince of the dragon tribe had shown her affection without stirring a wave in her heart. But now. Just as Lilian's mind was about to crash from this sudden feeling, Kachi's attack struck. Absolute confinement. Kachi's small hand suddenly squeezed. Buzz. The space around Lilian instantly froze, becoming a prison a billion times more solid than the strongest diamond, pinning her firmly in place. However, at the moment of confinement, a painfully twisted expression suddenly appeared on Lilian's face. Not good. She let out a short, sharp scream. Then, under the astonished gaze of everyone, an unbelievable scene occurred. Lilian, firmly locked by the space, her gorgeous and real body, began to flicker violently, becoming illusory. Like an image with a bad signal, it crazily jumped between reality and nothingness. Finally, with a poof. The delicate and colorful girl completely vanished under everyone's watchful eyes. In her place were 3 pure white hairs, gently floating down from midair. And those 3 hairs were natural curls with a soft arc. Chu He. Xiaoyao. Kachi. Xianhua. The whole room fell into a weird, deathly silence. Everyone's eyes widened, staring at the 3 slowly descending white curls, their minds momentarily unable to comprehend. Swish. Xiaoyao's figure flashed, appearing like a remnant shadow. She steadily reached out her hand, catching the 3 floating white hairs in her palm. Everyone immediately surrounded her, all gazes focused on the 3 curled white hairs. We were all deceived. Shock remained on Kachi's little face as she looked at the 3 hairs, her voice serious. The transformation technique of the 1000 Mirage White Ape tribe has reached such a terrifying level. Xiaoyao's icy beautiful face bore a hint of caution as she spoke coldly. Exactly, their transformation technique is unparalleled across the Ryan continent. There are other races that can change forms, but only theirs can fake reality and evade energy detection. If the strength is equal, even my annihilation I can't discern falsehood. Upon hearing her sister's confirmation, Xianhua, who had been hiding in the corner to watch the show, finally couldn't help but come over. He looked at the 3 curled hairs in Xiaoyao's palm, then glanced at his brother-in-law's face, darker than a cooking pot, and after a moment, finally exclaimed in a moment of realization. Oh. I understand. So, brother-in-law just kissed a mouthful of hair. So, brother-in-law didn't cheat. Xianhua's voice was crisp and loud, filled with childish innocence. However, the content of his words stabbed into Chu He's heart like a poison knife. Chu He's face instantly darkened even more. What do you mean I didn't cheat? I never even thought about cheating, okay? I was just so surprised that I said I go twice. I'm not taking the blame for this. However, Xianhua's next words almost made Chu He spit out a mouthful of old blood. He extended a finger and cautiously pointed at the 3 strands of hair, his face filled with innocent curiosity. Sister, look, these 3 strands of hair are all curly. Hey, where did these hairs come from? It's so hard to guess. Boom, Chua felt like his brain had exploded. Xiaoyao and Kachi's cheeks flushed suddenly with a suspicious tint of red. They instinctively glanced at the 3 curled white hairs, then looked back at Chu He. Their expressions instantly turned incredibly strange. I'll say it again. Chu He could no longer bear it and squeezed out the words between clenched teeth, each word carrying the edge of collapse. Everyone just saw it. I didn't mean to. It was entirely because Lillian made such a stark contrast when she ate. I simply let out a gasp. Kachi cleared her throat lightly, forcefully shaking off the chaotic images in her mind, and refocused her attention on the 3 hairs, her expression turning serious. I've heard that the Thousand Illusion White Ape clan has 2 types of avatars. One is an energy avatar, and the other is created using its own hair or flesh as a medium. The latter type is more powerful and more real. The key point is that this kind of avatar can have a remote energy and perception connection with the main body. Kachi raised her head, a glimmer of amusement and sympathy flashing in her starry eyes as she looked at Chu He. If we deduce from this connection, that kiss you just did is very likely to have been experienced in its entirety by her main body, intact. P.S. Please, dear readers who love this book, give me a free 5-star review. I am truly putting my heart into writing this book. If the ratings are too low, it won't survive, and I will have to change my theme. Chapter 73, The Enchanting Kiss Upgrade, New Skill, Enchanting Breath. Bang! Kachi's words hit Chu He's mind like an invisible heavy hammer. He froze completely, feeling the cold sweat on his back quickly soaking his clothes. The color drained from his face completely. So, in some corner he did not know of, that princess named Lillian truly experienced the entire kiss remotely? That feeling, that touch. But he wanted to argue, saying that he hadn't even touched the slightest bit of her power, so it didn't count. However, before he finished speaking, a cold mechanical prompt suddenly exploded in his mind. Kiss successful. Target SSS level anomaly Lillian, first kiss, impact assessment max. Current intimacy density, familiar. Intimacy level, stranger familiar dependency infatuation deep love unique. Congratulations, host, you have gained the SSS level anomaly Lillian exclusive ability, transformation, basic. You can condense energy to change anything, and also perform mimicry using your own flesh and hair. Congratulations, host, you have gained the SSS level anomaly Lillian exclusive ability, void flip, basic. With a thought, a flip can reach a distance of 5,000 miles, allowing you to teleport within this range as long as you have a clear sense of direction. It's over. This time, it's really over. Based on Xiaoyao and Kachi's reactions, Lillian must be feeling awful right now, probably thinking of ways to kidnap him. Chu He felt a haze before his eyes. He didn't feel the slightest joy at acquiring a new, incredible ability. His heart grew colder and colder, as if falling into an abyss. Kachi and Xiaoyao had finally stabilized, everything was moving towards a beautiful tomorrow. Now to add a fiancé. The prince of the deep-sea dragon clan. Just hearing that name made it clear that he was trouble. I don't want to be the one who steals love. Chu He's heart silently roared. In his past life, he loathed the kind of behavior of stealing someone else's love the most. But a crooked thought crept into his mind. It burst uncontrollably from the depths of his mind. Fiancé. Legally and in the spirit of the contract, it seems, not quite officially married yet, right? PFT. 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 Chu He quickly pushed this extremely dangerous thought down hard, shivering in fear. What's the difference with marrying? In essence, it's just cornering someone. If that dragon prince knows about this, wouldn't he flip the entire deep sea, bringing millions of sea creatures to the shore to tear him apart? Chu He's mind was a chaotic mess. On one side was the shaky moral bottom line, on the other, the nearly zero chance of survival. This woman, Lillian, was definitely a super-nuclear bomb. Full of trouble. Chu He's head throbbed painfully. He immediately made a firm decision. From now on, he must avoid Lillian. Draw a clear line. Just act like today never happened. Yes, never. However, in that moment of determination, the mechanical prompt in his mind rang again. Detected host, successfully conquered 3 SSS level anomalies. Congratulations host, Charm Kiss upgraded to LV2. Congratulations host, unlocked new SSS level auxiliary talent Charm Breath. Charm Breath, without needing to kiss, the host can use their breath and words to create a lasting charm effect on female anomalies of equal or lower level. Mainly manifested as making them more likely to follow your commands and calming their negative emotions. The effect is doubled for conquered targets. The higher the intimacy, the stronger the effect. Usage skill, silently chant Charm Breath. Chu He's pupils narrowed sharply. His eyes instantly lit up. Amid this mess of despair, a ray of light was forcefully torn open. This ability was simply a divine skill tailor-made for his current situation. A lifeline dropped from the sky. Solving this deadly scene seemed to have a tiny bit of possibility? Though the problems still piled up like mountains, just thinking about it made his temples throb. It was much better than the previous life or death crisis. Little He. Just as his mind raced, a soft and slightly trembling voice pulled him back from his chaotic thoughts. She looked up, her starry eyes clearly filled with self-blame and unease. Beside her, Xiaoyao looked the same. This princess of the virtualized royal family, in her dark eyes, the storm that almost consumed everything had calmed down. She seemed really too fierce, scaring him badly. But every time she saw him so close to another woman, she couldn't control the urge within her to destroy everything. Chu He looked at the two beautiful girls in front of him, each showing a mix of self-blame and rage, filled with mixed feelings. He took a deep breath, merging that newfound power into his breath. He opened his mouth and gently said, "I'm fine." He spoke. Just those three simple words, the tone gentle and calm, as if stating an ordinary fact. However, these three simple words caused Xiaoyao and Kaki's bodies to tremble sharply. Two pairs of stunning eyes instantly widened in shock. What did they just hear? Was that still Chu He's voice? Yes, but it was completely different. That tone, that breath, every word carried an unexplainable supreme magic. Like the warmest spring breeze, gently brushing over their anxious souls. Like a pure warm current containing the laws of creation, instantly flooding into their limbs, smoothing every cell agitated by jealousy and anger. The uncontrollable rage, grievance, and killing intent that had just been suppressed were instantly calmed by an irresistible great force the moment they heard his voice. Instead, it is a kind of absolute peace that comes from the depths of the soul. It is an impulse to give everything of oneself to him, to trust and follow him unconditionally. His words seemed like a holy decree. His breath felt like a divine gift. Xiaoyao and Kachi stared blankly at Chu He, their hearts racing uncontrollably, as if they were about to leap out of their chests. Their cheeks turned a charming crimson at a speed visible to the naked eye, even their ears felt hot. They were shocked not only by the strange shift in their own emotions, but also by the unfathomable aura suddenly radiating from Chu He, vast like the starry sky, mysterious like an abyss. If Chu He before was a flawless gem hidden in a tough stone, then at this moment, this gem had been completely polished. It was radiating a kind of fatal attraction that made their souls tremble, willing to sink into it. Listening to him speak was like drinking fine wine, intoxicating. Chapter 74, The Rebellious Request. Xia Nua's worldview collapsed once again. He stood dazed in the corner, his mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. What happened? What just happened? 1 second ago, his dear sister Xiaoyao and Kachi were two female demons radiating a destructive aura, their hostility almost ready to break the ceiling of the tasty house. But his brother-in-law simply said, "I'm fine." Just those three simple words. Then, was the storm over? Was the volcano extinguished? Xia Nua even doubted if he had fallen into some high-level illusion. But the scene before him felt so real. This is not scientific. What kind of magic did his brother-in-law use? While Xia Nua was questioning life, Chu He himself was also stunned by the overwhelming effect of his new skill. This charming breath is simply the ultimate solution to family conflicts, the sole treasure for peaceful harem. Why does it feel like the system is forcing him to build a harem? Just a second ago, he was worried about the Shura field, and now he awakens a charming breath. Chu He seriously doubted he had been set up, but for now, he could only take it one step at a time. He decided to test the limits of the charming breath. A bold idea crazily grew in his heart. He decided, if he was going to play, he would play big. Chu He silently recited charming breath in his heart, then cleared his throat, using the gentlest and most unquestionable tone he believed he could muster, to make a request that could be considered rebellious to the two girls who had become incredibly gentle. Tonight, I want to take a shower alone." He paused, observing their expressions and found they only stiffened slightly, showing no signs of an outburst, so he grew bolder. "Also, I want to sleep alone." As soon as the words fell, Xiaoyao and Kachi both looked up, their beautiful eyes filled with shock and strong unwillingness. Their lips moved, instinctively wanting to refuse. But when they met Chu He's gentle eyes and heard the unique rhythm in his breath, all their rebuttals got stuck in their throats, not a word could escape. That irresistible great power once again calmed their inner turmoil. His request, though it was excessive and hurtful. But since it was he who mentioned it, then, it had to be obeyed. "Okay." Xiaoyao bit her lip, almost squeezing out this word through her teeth, her voice thick with grievance. "Little He, do you find us annoying?" Kachi's eyes were already filled with sparkling tears, looking ready to cry, but she still obediently nodded. Holy cow! A storm surged in Chu He's heart. It actually succeeded. This charming breath is simply powerful to the extreme. Looking at their pitiful faces that were about to cry, Chu's heart felt a bit reluctant, but he knew better that if he continued to cling on, he would eventually suffer from mental exhaustion. Freedom! Even if it's just for one night, it's extremely precious. How could I find you all annoying? I'm a bit tired today and want to rest well. Chu He quickly found an excuse, continuing to soothe with charming breath. Sure enough, upon hearing his explanation, the expressions of the two women improved significantly. Then, okay. Just for this night. Finally settled. Chu He made a victory V sign in his heart, feeling that life had finally welcomed a glimmer of hope at this moment. Meanwhile, in the center of Wanxiang City, within an incredibly magnificent mansion. This mansion, rather than a villa, is more like a celestial mountain forcefully moved to the center of the city by supreme power. Waterfalls and springs flowed down the mountain, with rare flowers and exotic plants everywhere, and ancient towering trees perfectly blended with futuristic glazed palaces, combining the wildness and aura of the mountain with the luxury and sophistication of modern high-end mansions. At this moment, at the top of the celestial mountain, in a huge room capable of hosting a banquet for 100 people. A silver-haired girl dressed in luxurious palace attire, with stunning beauty, was anxiously pacing back and forth. She would sometimes tug at her smooth silver long hair, and other times scratch her flawless arms, her beautiful tricolor eyes filled with bloodshot, her pretty face slightly distorted with impatience, utterly devoid of any composure. She was like a monkey trapped in a cage. This girl was Lillian. Her condition was very bad, extremely bad. Since that clone was destroyed, the sensation of that kiss was transmitted back to her original body through remote connection, driving her mad. Her mind was filled with Chu He's image. His cheeky face, his panicked eyes, the way his lips curved when he spoke. Every frown and smile was clearly imprinted in her mind, unshakable. An overwhelming impulse that she had never experienced before was crazily gnawing at her rationality. She wanted to see him. Immediately. Right now. She wanted to find that man, forcefully press him down on the bed, making him completely hers. But reason told her that this was almost an impossible task. Xiaoyao and Kachi, those two crazy women, regarded him as more important than their own lives. No. Can't force it for now. Must be clever. Lillian stopped in her tracks, a glint of cunning flashing in her tricolor eyes. Soon, a brilliant idea formed in her mind. Come here. Her clear voice echoed in the spacious palace. Swish. Swish. Two figures silently appeared before her, kneeling on one knee. They were two ape guards, similarly dressed in white outfits, their eyes a mix of red and blue, powerful yet restrained. Go to the Taotai house. Lillian restored a bit of the Lord's authority, speaking in a commanding tone. In the name of this Lord, invite Mr. Chu He to the mansion for a banquet. Just say that this Lord deeply regrets what happened earlier today, and has prepared a humble feast to apologize and discuss compensation. She paused, with a calculating smile on her lips. Tell him that if he is willing to come over now, this Lord will personally show him around my mansion. Yes, Your Highness. Though the two guards were astonished by their princess's sudden move, they hesitated not a moment and took their leave. Around 1 in the afternoon, a long line had formed outside the Taotai house. Various races curiously looked on, with the air thick with a rich hot pot aroma and a sense of anxious waiting. The arrival of the 2,000 Illusions white ape guards instantly caught everyone's attention. Aren't those the personal guards of the Lord's estate? What are they doing here? Didn't you see that a team of enforcers came here already at noon today? Will anything go wrong? I haven't yet, but everyone who comes out says it's delicious and can even enhance abilities. In the kitchen preparing ingredients, Chu He also noticed the commotion at the door right away. When he saw that familiar white figure, his eyelids jumped. What one fears will come. Xiaoyao and Kachi instantly flared up, blocking Chu He from the left and right, their eyes cold and filled with killing intent. What are you here for? Kachi said coldly, his voice devoid of any emotion. The leading guard, under enormous pressure, bowed and attempted to make his tone sound humble and respectful. Your Highness Kachi, Your Highness Xiaoyao, Mr. Chu He, we are here on the orders of the City Lord to invite Mr. Chu He to the City Lord's manor for a feast. The City Lord wishes to apologize to Mr. Chu He in person. Apologize? Kachi let out a sneer, his starry eyes filled with wisdom that seemed to see through everything. I see it as a weasel paying a New Year's visit to a chicken, not carrying good intentions. Xiaoyao was even more direct, her dark pupils swirling with killing intent as she coldly warned, go back and tell that stinky mother monkey, Chu He will not go anywhere tonight. The two guards trembled in fear from Xiaoyao's killing intent, turning pale. Chu He sighed, stepping out from behind the two women, knowing he had to make a statement at this moment. He smiled politely yet distantly at the two guards. Thank you both for making the trip. Please go back and tell the City Lord that I appreciate her goodwill, the misunderstanding during the day is already in the past, no need to bring it up again. I won't attend the banquet, the shop is still busy, and I truly can't spare the time. These words were impeccable, giving face to the City Lord while clearly stating his refusal. The two guards exchanged glances, knowing the matter was unfeasible, they could only bow and retreat and go back to report the truth. Inside the City Lord's manor. After hearing the guard's report, Lillian's smile instantly froze on her face. The next second. Bang! A table made of precious jade beside her was smashed into pieces by her slap. Useless trash. Lillian's chest heaved violently, her tricolored pupils burning with intense rage. You can't even bring one person. A bunch of useless trash. Get out of my sight. The guards fled in fear, tumbling and rolling out of the palace. In the entire huge room, only Lillian was left alone. He rejected? He actually rejected the princess's invitation? Chapter 75, A Wonderful Night of Being Single, The Mysterious Girl. Night. The dazzling lights of Wuxiang City could not penetrate the curtains of Chu He's room. This was the first true night that belonged to him since arriving in this world. No warm and soft beauty in his arms, no pair of deadly eyes staring at him in the dark. The air was filled with a free and fragrant breath. Chu He lay sprawled on the soft bed, feeling every pore stretching. So refreshing. The breath of enchantment, truly a divine skill. He couldn't help but marvel in his heart. This skill perfectly resolved the most troublesome problem at hand. It allowed him to escape the persistent entanglement of Kachi and Xiaoyao. And also deal with a hellish situation. His physique needed to be enhanced quickly, otherwise, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't escape daily labor. Tomorrow, he needed to send Xiang Nua home to help catch a few demon lions. Right, he needed to figure out what Kachi mainly ate from childhood to now. And he also had to find time to visit the land of gluttons. Currently, it seemed that he had merged 3 SSS-level strange abilities, and his overall strength definitely exceeded SS level, but it was still not enough against truly top-notch experts. As for that crazy princess named Lillian. Chu He turned over, wrapping the blanket around him tightly. He had clearly rejected the invitation. The other party was the city lord and a princess of the Thousand Illusions White Ape family. She should have some face, right? She should, temporarily, not come to bother him again. Carrying this wonderful expectation, Chu He fell into a deep sleep, even dreaming of returning to the university dormitory. The beautiful dream of playing games with brothers. The next day, the sun shone bright. Chu He stepped out of the door, feeling refreshed, just in time to bump into Xiaoyao and Kaji coming out from next door. Both girls had dark circles under their eyes and an expression of unhidden resentment on their faces. Clearly, without Chu He as their hug pillow, they did not sleep well last night. As soon as they saw Chu He, the two rushed towards him like fledglings returning to the nest. Brother Chu He? Good morning, little He. Chu He felt a tightness in his heart, instinctively wanting to silently chant Charming Breath. But he held it back. Watching their dependent and aggrieved faces, he couldn't help but feel a surge of tenderness. Alright, you're both grown-ups, yet still acting like children. Chu He took one girl in each hand, ruffling their silky hair, and said in the most normal gentle tone, Are you hungry? I'll go make you a hearty breakfast, I promise you'll feel awake after eating. This simple physical touch and soft words surprisingly had a good effect. Although the two girls still clung to him, at least they no longer emitted that dangerous aura of, Do you not love me anymore? In the dining room of the restaurant, Xiaonua was already yawning and cleaning with 2 dark circles under his eyes. Seeing the 3 come downstairs, he greeted them weakly, Sister, brother-in-law, Sister Kaji, morning. What were you doing last night? Chu He asked curiously. As soon as Xiaonua heard this, he perked up and whispered mysteriously, Brother-in-law, I infiltrated the Lord's mansion last night. Oh? Chu He raised an eyebrow, what did you find? That Lillian, she's really gone mad. Xiaonua lowered his voice, his expression exaggerated, last night she smashed her own palace to bits. She also quarreled with her so-called fiancé from the Deep-Sea Dragon clan, telling him not to bother her again, directly claiming she has changed her heart and will tear up the engagement when her parents wake up. After the quarrel, she smashed her phone. Chu He felt his eyelids twitch. This woman is serious. Now this conflict could be serious. He felt a chill at the back of his head. Even though he did nothing. Brother-in-law, don't worry. Xiaonua patted his chest, wearing a you can trust me expression. I've backed up 18 copies of the footage of her going crazy last night, along with the call recordings of her and that dragon prince. If she dares to trouble you again, I'll make these things public and she'll socially die. Chu He twitched his mouth, not replying. This isn't helping you, this is trying to send me away. Chu He took a deep breath, solemnly pressing down on Xiaonua's shoulder. Can you listen to your brother-in-law? Xiaonua was stunned, standing straight. Of course, I promised you, if you say east, I will never go west. Chu He said earnestly, All right, promise your brother-in-law, without my order, not a bite of this information should leak out. Do you understand? Xiaonua replied, Okay, Chu He. Breakfast was still plentiful, but Chu He ate it with a distracted mind. Lillian's madness loomed over him like a dark cloud. He had a premonition, this matter would not easily end. After finishing the meal, he told Xiaonua to go back and catch the magical lion. Moreover, he learned that Kaji had eaten more than 100 types of food since childhood, including starlight dew, concept red fruits, lava fruits, crystal-scaled fish, time-suspended cacti, and other strange things. In the afternoon at 3 o'clock, the restaurant had just opened for business when something happened at the door. A girl looking about 16 or 17 years old, thin and wearing a patched rough hemp dress, suddenly fell to her knees in front of the restaurant. She had a head of gray hair, small ears like a mouse's, and a dirty little face, with only a pair of oversized eyes that were filled with tears, looking pitiful. "Please, I beg you. Boss. Please take me in." The girl's voice was tinged with a cry, soft but clear enough for the customers in line to hear. "I can do anything. Wash dishes, sweep the floor, carry plates. I don't need payment, I just need a meal every day." Her plea instantly attracted everyone's attention. Chu He was in the kitchen chopping vegetables. Hearing the commotion outside, he frowned and stepped out. Xiaoyao and Kachi were already blocking the doorway, gazing coldly at the girl on the ground. Their instincts made them wary of this suddenly appearing stranger. "What race are you? Why don't you go to the relief center in the city?" Kachi's voice was as cold as ice. The girl trembled at her strong aura, timidly replying, I am from the Grey Rat tribe. The relief center is full, I couldn't get in line. We don't hire anyone here, just go." Xiaoyao's tone was brief, her eyes already showing some impatience. "Please, I beg you." The girl began to cry harder, her frail shoulders shaking. "I haven't eaten for 3 days, if I can't find work, I will really starve to death." As she cried, she looked over Xiaoyao and Kachi with her big watery eyes, pitifully longing for Chu He behind them. The surrounding customers began to whisper among themselves. "This girl is too pitiful, right? Tasting House is doing so well, what's wrong with taking in another person?" "Exactly, look how thin she is, a gust of wind could blow her away." Public opinion instantly turned in favor of the girl. Chu He furrowed his brows even deeper. He felt something was off. The girl appeared at just the right time. But with so many customers around, if he just kicked her away, it would be such a hassle. He walked up, crouched down, and met the girl's eyes. "What's your name?" The girl looked up, and her big, watery eyes reflected Chu He's crouched figure. Her gaze was timid and pitiful, like a homeless cub in a storm, enough to stir the protective instincts of any male creature. My name is Mimi." Her voice was as soft as a whisper, carrying a barely detectable tremor. Chu He stared into her eyes. There was a clean and pure fear in plea there. Yet, it was this extreme purity that exposed its falsehood. It was as clean as a carefully staged drama. A gray rat girl, struggling at the bottom, hungry for 3 days, what could possibly be missing in her eyes? A touch of numbness to the world, desperation for the future, or primal awe and alienation from the strong? Her gaze contained only the emotion of pity, and it was a textbook-level portrayal. An alarm rang in Chu He's heart instantly. This girl is not right. He unconsciously connected this dirty little face to that crazy princess from yesterday, who had kicked off her shoes, unrestrainedly scratched herself, and accidentally kissed him. The Thousand Illusion White Monkey Tribe. Their ability is to transform all things. Even the Eye of Annihilation cannot see through it. A bold guess that even he found ridiculous surged wildly within him. Could it be? Could the respected city lord, a royal princess, go to such lengths just to approach him? This sacrifice is too great. Chu He remained impassive, but his heart was already in turmoil. If it really was her, today's event would certainly be interesting. "So, Mimi, is it?" Chu He stood up, his expression returning to a harmless and gentle demeanor. He didn't reply directly but turned to the increasingly gathering customers, saying loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize for making you witness this. The tasting house has just opened and is truly in need of staff. This little girl looks so pitiful, and out of kindness, I should take her in." As soon as these words came out, the surrounding customers immediately showed approving looks. Boss Chu is truly a good person. He has ability but does not forget to help the weak, his vision is broad. However, Chu He changed his tone. But his voice suddenly rose a few notches, attracting everyone's attention. "Wandering City has its own rules. My restaurant must follow the law when doing business. I cannot casually hire a person with an unknown background to work in my store. This is irresponsible to my shop and to the guests who come to consume." This statement was powerful and instantly pulled the public opinion back. That's right, food safety is paramount. If this person has any issues, wouldn't everyone suffer? On the ground, Mimi trembled, tears flowing even more fiercely, as if she didn't expect Chu He to be so cold-hearted. Xia Yao and Kaki's expression slightly softened. They knew Chu He was not the kind of foolish man who would be blinded by beauty and sympathy. So, Chu He looked at the girl on the floor, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. "I can give you a trial period. Starting today, for 3 days. During these 3 days, you will be responsible for cleaning the lobby on the first floor and washing the dishes. I will provide your meals and accommodation, but there will be no salary. After 3 days, if you can prove your value and have no issues, not only will I formally hire you, but I will also offer you the highest salary in Wandering City. But if you make any mistakes during this period, or if I discover any improper intentions from you. Chu He's voice suddenly turned cold, an invisible pressure enveloping the girl. You will bear the consequences. This combination punch was perfect. It not only showed his kindness but also upheld his principles and provided the other party with an offer they couldn't refuse. The guests around nodded in agreement, feeling that this approach was reasonable and foolproof. On the ground, Mimi was stunned. She seemed not to expect the script to develop this way. She just wanted to find an excuse to stay and then seize the opportunity to take Chu He away. Even if SSS-level characters could tear through space, they needed a direction. But the other party had directly thrown a set of formal workplace procedures in her face. She lifted her head, and a hint of astonishment flashed in her pitiful eyes. This fleeting emotion was captured precisely by Chu He, who had been watching her closely. It's you, Lillian. Chu He sneered inwardly, almost 100% sure of her identity. Well, you're not following the path to heaven, and you've barged into hell. You want to play, right? Fine, I'll play with you to the end. What? Unwilling? Chu He pretended to be impatient. My patience is limited. I'm willing. I'm willing. The girl seemed to wake from a dream, quickly getting up from the ground and bowing repeatedly to Chu He. Since she had stayed, she might as well go with the flow. In 3 days, she didn't believe there wouldn't be any opportunity. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. I will definitely work hard. Chu He nodded in satisfaction, turned to the still frosty-faced Xiaoyao in khaki, and said, all right, let her in. Find a corner storage room for her to stay in first, and get her a set of clean clothes. Brother. Chu He. Little. Chu He. This was arranged by Chu He. It was better to be called his name outside. The two girls spoke in unison, their faces filled with protest. Their instincts were frantically warning them, this rat girl definitely had issues. Chu He sighed, silently reciting Charming Breath. He turned his head and spoke in a gentle yet undeniable tone, be obedient, it's just a 3-day trial. With you two by my side, what trouble could she possibly cause? That strange force of law brushed past the souls of the two girls. The anxiety and hostility in their hearts were almost entirely soothed in an instant. Yes, with us watching, she certainly couldn't stir up any trouble. And the last sentence from Chu He was clearly praising their strength, relying on them. Thinking of this, the mood of the two women suddenly brightened from cloudy to clear. I'll listen to you this once. If she dares to pull any tricks, I'll be the first to crush her head. Kaki and Xiaoyao stood on either side like two statues, coldly glancing at the bowed Mimi, before reluctantly stepping aside. Come in. Chu He waved at the girl, then turned to walk towards the kitchen. With her head down, Mimi followed closely, and just as she crossed the threshold of the restaurant, a cunning and excited spark flashed in her always drooping eyes. First step, success. However, she did not see that Chu He, walking in front, wore a smile that was even more cunning and playful than hers. Chapter 77, Cleaning the Toilet, Scrubbing Dirty Dishes, the Crazy Princess is about to cry. In the kitchen. A small, thin figure was battling a block of hardened black grease on the stove with a rag. Mimi had just washed her face, but it was now covered with several streaks of black grease, making her look like a little kitten that had crawled out of a chimney. Her movements were clumsy. Very clumsy. Clearly, this gray mouse girl had never done any work in her life, she probably hadn't even touched a rag before. Not far away, Xiaoyao and Kaki stood like two ice statues, one on each side, their gazes fixed like searchlights on Mimi. Hey, over there, you missed a spot. Xiaoyao's voice was cold as she raised a slender finger, pointing to a trivial corner of the stove. Mimi stiffened, silently shuffled over, and continued scrubbing with all her might. Tisk. Kaki crossed her arms and shook her head, speaking with the tone of a researcher observing a lab rat, you're using the wrong strength and the wrong angle, at this rate, you won't clean it by tomorrow morning. I. Mimi's shoulders trembled slightly, her voice choked, yet she dared not rebut. She was the princess of the illustrious Thousand Illusions White Ape clan. When had she ever endured such a great humiliation? A million angry giant apes roared in her heart, wishing to immediately transform back and tear these two annoying women to shreds. However, when that thought arose, the image of the man in her mind would materialize. The impulse, originating from the depths of her soul, so domineering it was unreasonable, once again overwhelmed her anger and rationality. Endure. I will endure. As long as I can stay by his side, everything can be endured. Just then, Chu He strolled in, holding a glass of homemade lemonade, leisurely coming from the inner room. How's it going? He asked knowingly. Brother, look at her. Xiao immediately complained, her tone full of disdain. Clumsy as she is, she's been scrubbing one stove for half an hour. Chu He, I suggest we just kick her out, her presence seriously affects our kitchen's work efficiency. Kaki's words were sharper, hitting the nail on the head. Chu He frowned at this, seemingly displeased. He walked over to the stove, glanced at the stubborn grease, then at Mimi's small hands, which were slightly red from scrubbing. Mimi sensed his gaze, trembling even more, her head buried lower, looking pitiful as if ready to accept judgment. Lillian, however, was coldly laughing inside. Men, don't they all eat this up? She was already prepared. As long as Chu He spoke a word for her, she would immediately play along, appearing more obedient and pitiful to win his sympathy. However, what Chu He said next struck her like a bolt of lightning. You're indeed too slow. Chu He shook his head, his face revealing a hint of disappointment. How about this? The kitchen grease is too heavy, not suitable for a delicate girl like you. Lillian's eyes instantly flashed with joy. At least you still have a bit of conscience. You go scrub those toilets in the store. Lillian? Xiaoyao and Kachi were also taken aback, then looked at Chu He with eyes filled with praise. Hi. Really high. Toilets. Toilets? Mimi suddenly lifted her head, her big watery eyes full of disbelief. She doubted her ears were functioning properly. Yeah. Chu He's expression was incredibly natural, even carrying a hint of thoughtfulness. Scrubbing toilets is much simpler than wiping stovetops, just dip the brush in cleaner and scrub back and forth, no skill involved, perfect for a newbie like you. Go on, scrub them clean, especially the corners, there can't be any bad smells. After saying that, he even thoughtfully pointed to a brand new set of cleaning tools placed in the corner. PFF. Lillian felt a sweetness in her throat, almost spitting out a mouthful of old blood. He wouldn't find out anything, right? But she immediately denied it. Impossible, my acting has no flaws. What? Unwilling? Chu He raised an eyebrow, his tone growing impatient. It seems you don't really want a job, just want to come and eat for free, right? If so, I'll go. Mimi dropped the rag, grabbed the brush and bucket in the corner, and rushed off to the staff restroom in the back, almost running away. That back view was filled with tragic determination. Watching her disappear, Xiaoyao and Kachi exchanged glances, both seeing a glimmer of satisfaction in each other's eyes. This mysterious woman should be dealt with like this. The following time felt like a cruel dual torment of mind and body for Lillian. After scrubbing the toilets, she was then assigned to wash a mountain of greasy, food-soiled plates. After finally finishing the dishes, she was ordered to take out the trash in the back alley. Those big buckets emitting a foul smell nearly knocked her out on the spot. Xiaoyao and Kachi supervised her the entire time, using the most critical eyes to scrutinize every detail of her work, and any small mistake would lead to mockery. And Chu He, like a wicked foreman, would occasionally come to inspect and give more cruel instructions. Lillian felt like she was going crazy. She wanted to give up countless times, wanted to turn the table and quit. But each time, that bond from her soul kept her firmly planted in place. She didn't understand why she would go to such lengths for a man. This feeling was too unfamiliar, too terrifying, and too intoxicating. And for an entire afternoon, she had no chance to be alone with Chu He. As night fell, the takoyaki house ended its day of business. Mimi curled up alone in the corner of the kitchen, hugging her knees, dirty and exhausted, emanating a complex odor that was hard to describe. To make the plan succeed, she hadn't had a drop of water or eaten anything since last night, feeling dizzy and her stomach rumbling. Humiliation, anger, fatigue, grievance, a mix of emotions blurred the shine in her big eyes. At that moment, a pair of clean shoes stopped in Fr. His voice was soft, gentle, like a completely different person from the devil foreman during the day. Your hand seems hurt, apply some medicine. Otherwise, it will hurt when you work tomorrow. Lillian was stunned. She stared blankly at the steamed bun and the ointment in front of her, and then at Chu He's gentle face so close to her. A warm current, unprecedented and overwhelming, suddenly broke through the dam built by anger and humiliation in her heart. Is he caring about me? He tormented me all day, and now, he comes to care about me? What kind of man is he? Her nose tinged with acidity, and the mist in her eyes instantly formed drops, rolling down in big beads. In the next second, under Chu He's astonished gaze. Wow! She suddenly leaped into his arms, holding his waist tightly with both hands, burying her face in his chest, and began to wail. The cry was heart-wrenching, filled with endless grievance. Chu He was completely frozen. Damn it! This is not how the script goes. Not far away, Xiaoyao and Kachi, who had just entered the kitchen to check if that little mouse was dead, also saw this shocking scene. The expressions of the two women instantly froze. Chapter 78, Crazy Monkey in Arms, My Words Are the Law. The temperature in the kitchen dropped to freezing point. Or rather, time and space here had been frozen. The air was thick, and the light twisted at odd angles, refracting the boiling killing intent from Xiaoyao and Kachi. Buzz. Two gazes, two forces, had transformed into invisible blades, locking onto the small figure in Chu He's arms. This damn Grey Mouse clan. Filthy. Unaware of danger. How dare she touch the man they regarded as a deity with those dirty hands? Let go. Kachi's voice rang out. Each word carried the weight of a law, brutally squeezing the space around Mimi. Mimi's bones let out a mournful cry under the unbearable pressure, as if her organs were tightly gripped by an invisible giant hand. A towering wave surged in her heart. These two mad women were serious, they would really kill her. The royal family's rules only obeyed stronger beings, laws were just wastepaper in their eyes. And she, Liliane, was just a pitiful creature crushed by unexpected tenderness, out of control, rushing into the man's arms. The shadow of death, cold and penetrating, instantly drowned every inch of her skin. If this continued, to save her life, she would have to reveal her true form. But once exposed, all plans would turn to ashes. No. Absolutely not. Today, she cannot give up here. She decided to take a gamble. A gamble on this man in her arms, this man who had caused her to sink so deeply that he was not heartless, he was her only lifeline. Aha! She cried even louder. The piercing wail even drowned out the hum of destruction next to Xiaoyao. She used all her strength, holding on to Chu He tightly, he was her only lifeboat in this apocalyptic scene. While sobbing uncontrollably, she incoherently shouted in a voice just loud enough for everyone to hear. Whoa whoa. Boss, thank you. I didn't mean it. I couldn't control it. I just been so long, really so long since anyone treated me so well. I thought I was going to be kicked away like garbage again. Whoa, you still gave me food, you still gave me medicine. I really can't control myself. This explanation was flawless. A girl from the bottom of society, wandering on the edge of despair, completely broken down by a thread of warmth from the devil foreman, her emotions spiraled out of control, this made sense. But this line of reasoning was useless for Xiaoyao and Kachi, who were already blinded by jealousy. In their logic, there was only one rule: touch the person they shouldn't have touched. Just completely disappear from this world. The moment the destructive power and the line of laws are about to touch Mimi. Chu He moved. He gently sighed, a hint of helplessness on his face. It seems this crazy monkey would have no choice but to give up. In the end, it was still his fault for hurting her. If it weren't for that unexpected kiss, with her pride as the princess of the thousand fantasies white ape, how could she have fallen to this state today? Well, so be it. Chu He silently repeated those 4 words in his heart. Breath of enchantment. The next moment, he raised his head, his gaze sweeping over Xiaoyao and Kachi, his tone filled with undeniable authority. Enough. This girl is indeed pitiable, you all stop. His voice was not loud, but contained the magical power of a king's decree. An invisible aura, carrying a deadly allure, spread from Chu He's breath. The moment the aura brushed past Xiaoyao, the violent destructive power around her instantly retreated, obediently slipping back into her body like a receding tide. The fury and coldness in her eyes vanished, replaced by a hint of confusion and a profound satisfaction and peace as if a command had been fulfilled. His words must be obeyed. His will is everything. On Kachi's side, the lines of law wrapping around the entire space also instantly collapsed, turning into sparkling starlights that scattered away. A crack appeared in the absolute rationality in her eyes, a sense of sinking from deep within her soul irresistibly drowned her. Why does his voice sound so pleasant? Why does his command feel so impossible to refuse, even bringing joy? Chu He was once again stunned by the conquerable effect of his new skill. This is simply the absolute decree of a king over his subjects. And Liliane, held in his arms, was also affected. Although she wasn't bound as deeply as Xiaoyao and Kachi, the moment that aura entered her nostrils, all her grievances, anger, and fear were instantly soothed. A strong impulse to worship him and obey all his arrangements wildly sprang up from her heart. This man he. Alright, you two, go back to the hotel, clean yourselves up and wait for me. Chu He looked at Mimi, who had calmed down in his arms, then said to the now subdued Xiaoyao and Kachi. Xiaoyao and Kachi exchanged glances. Though the killing intent had retreated, the vigilance and reluctance toward Mimi had not diminished in the least. But brother, Xiaoyao bit her lip, protesting softly, this woman has an unknown origin. Kachi immediately followed up, her starry eyes sparkling with intelligence. Exactly, she is very likely to be that crazy woman, Liliane. Upon hearing this, Mimi felt her heart tighten again. In front of these two princesses, she truly felt like she was walking on thin ice, every step was like walking a tightrope. Chu He noticed they were still unwilling to leave, his face fell. What? Are my words no longer useful? If you don't obey, I'll punish you for a week, and you can't sleep with me. A week. These two words hit Xiaoyao and Kachi hard, like a heavy hammer striking their weak spot. Xiaoyao's face instantly filled with fear and grievance, tears welling up in her eyes. A week without sleeping next to brother Chu He, that would simply be unbearable. Kachi also trembled, though she didn't show her emotions as openly as Xiaoyao. Just thinking about 7 nights without Chu He's warm embrace made her feel an unbearable emptiness. The two could only obediently nod, walking backward with reluctance. However, just after walking out of the restaurant and not going far, Kachi suddenly grabbed Xiaoyao. Since her closeness to Chu He hadn't reached the deep love level, Kachi's soul still had a bit of rational resistance to the dominating rule of breath of enchantment. But Xiaoyao had already reached the deep love level, obedient to Chu He's words almost unconditionally, from the depths of her soul. "We'll guard nearby," Kachi said in a low voice, her eyes serious. She raised her small hand. The invisible power of the law spread instantly, enveloping the area around the feast house for hundreds of meters in a space barrier that outsiders couldn't detect. "But brother Chu He told us to go back and wait for him," Xiaoyao said anxiously. She didn't want to go against a single word of Chu He's. "Are you stupid?" Kachi poked her forehead. "I'm 90% sure that the gray mouse is Lillian. Think about it, just as we left, she immediately turned back to her true form and used the void flip of their 1,000 Mirage White Ape clan to capture Chu He. With the vastness of the city, where can we find him?" Xiaoyao heard this and immediately fell into a fierce internal battle. On one side was the lover's command, which could not be disobeyed. On the other side was the huge risk of her lover being snatched away. In the end, her protective instinct for Chu He overcame her obedience. "Then, all right." Xiaoyao nodded heavily, and her gaze became firm. "We'll keep an eye on things here. If it really is that smelly mother monkey, we'll go over immediately." She paused and added, with a tone full of grievance. "If brother comes out, we'll hurry back right away. I don't want to go a whole week without sleeping with brother Chu He." Chapter 79, Detective Chu He. In the kitchen, it was dead silent. The pressure that Xiaoyao and Kachi had brought with them, enough to tear through space, finally dissipated without a trace. Chu He pulled up a chair and sat down leisurely, his gaze calmly resting on Mimi. "They've gone. Eat." Lillian was indeed starving. She grabbed a rye bun and, without caring about any manners, fiercely stuffed it into her mouth, her cheeks puffing out like a hamster preparing for winter. That plate of shiny, aromatic 9-turned pork intestines was devoured in a flash, as if the wind had swept through. As she ate wildly, she muttered in her heart. "This guy, his cooking is so delicious, it's almost unfair." After swallowing the last piece of intestine and letting out a satisfied burp, Chu He's calm voice finally broke the silence. His voice was flat, but it made Lillian, still immersed in the aftertaste of the food, feel her blood run cold. "Lillian, is that you?" Mimi trembled violently. She lifted her large, misty eyes, filled with textbook-level panic and confusion. "Boss. What are you saying? I don't understand." She sneered coldly inside. "I'll keep pretending. My acting skills have reached perfection, even the Void Clan's annihilation I can't see through me. How dare a mere human like you?" Chu He watched her acting, which could only be described as being possessed by an actress, and smiled. "All right, stop acting. I admit, you've performed flawlessly." Chu He's tone suddenly shifted, an annoying smile appeared on his face. "But it's precisely because of this flawless performance that I am 100% sure you are Lillian." Lillian's pupils constricted, barely noticeable. Chu He didn't give her any chance to breathe. His reasoning show began. "First, you're too eager. My invitation was just rejected, and right after, you show up in front of my store in this form. There's no way this is a coincidence. If you could have waited a few more days, waited for my guard to drop before doing this, maybe I would have believed it." He paused, his gaze sharp, piercing her soul. "Second, and most importantly, you shouldn't have turned into such a cute gray mouse girl. I guess right now, you're thinking nonstop about how to tie me up, how to completely dominate me, how to make me belong to you alone, right? Don't deny it, the women who've been kissed by my enchanted kiss all develop this unreasonable possessiveness. Xiaoyao does, Kachi does too." Chu He leaned slightly forward, staring fixedly at her eyes, which were starting to shake violently. He spoke each word slowly, deliberately. "Your cleverness has led to your own downfall. You have turned into this harmless appearance, only making those two possessive women become extremely vigilant and hostile towards you. If you transformed into a rough man to apply for a job, your success rate would be 100 times higher than now." Every word was like a precise iron hammer, striking hard at Lillian's heart defenses. Her carefully constructed perfect script was torn to shreds in front of him. The disguise was seen through, and the panic and pity in her eyes quickly faded, replaced by a kind of anger mixed with embarrassment after being played with. The small body of Mimi twisted with light and shadow, instantly transforming back into Lillian's stunning face, with a hint of mischief. She dusted off non-existent dirt on her clothes, stood up, and regained the posture of a princess, looking down at Chu He with an extremely dangerous smile on her lips. Alright, Chu He, I'll give you credit. Since you have found me out, this princess will stop pretending. She twisted her wrists, with her joints cracking loudly. I'm laying my cards on the table, I'm here to abduct you today. Facing her blatant threat, there was not a trace of fear on Chu He's face, instead, he smiled even brighter. Lillian, I advise you to think twice. He stood up slowly, meeting her gaze at eye level, his eyes filled with mockery. Guess what? Is the person standing before you now really me? Lillian's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a pinhead, and the arrogant smile on her face froze in an instant. You can already use the powers of our Thousand Illusion White Ape clan? Yes. Chu He spread his hands, his expression innocent like a child. After all, I kissed you. Also, Chu He's tone turned serious, let's take a step back, even if this body is my true form, you couldn't fool me, so what makes you think you can fool Catch, that genius from the Star Law royal family? Do you really think they would just go back obediently? If I hadn't stopped them just now, you would already be skinned alive under their assault, even if you survived. Believe it or not, as long as you dare to act, in 3 seconds, the power of destruction and the laws of space will handle everything inside and out for you clearly. Chu He's words poured over Lillian like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing all her arrogance. She was not foolish. She understood that every word Chu He said was true. The terror of those two crazy women was something she had just experienced herself. All plans, all disguises, all threats, at this moment, became a huge joke. Lillian's eyes spun wildly, unwillingness and frustration surged like a tide. She was completely deflated. The princess, who had been so domineering a second ago, collapsed in the next moment, her eyes turning red, her mouth pouting, her voice full of a grievance that could wring out water. But I really feel so bad. She stomped her foot heavily, like a child who hadn't gotten candy. I can't control it. You're all I think about. I miss you so much. Looking at her dramatic 180-degree transformation, Chu He felt a bit of a headache. He sighed, his tone unconsciously softening. I know, it's not entirely your fault. If I hadn't kissed you that day, you wouldn't have become like this. Lillian's eyes immediately lit up. She instantly grasped the lifeline, climbing up the pole. Right. She put her hands on her hips triumphantly. It's your fault. If you hadn't kissed me, I wouldn't be like this. You must take responsibility for me. She declared as if proclaiming an edict, let me tell you, I broke up peacefully with that dragon prince last night for you. Anyway, I didn't like him much, so this is perfect. Chu He absent-mindedly replied, yes, I know. Ah. How did you know I broke up? Were you spying on me? When did you get here? Why didn't you come in? I wouldn't bite you. He, you won't bite me? In Chu He's mind, the image from the video of Shano automatically appeared. The sight of him punching and kicking at the air was like madness. If you believe it, there are ghosts. He was crazily complaining in his heart, yet forced a polite and awkward smile on his face. I guessed it, it's easy to guess. Is that so? Lillian tilted her head and thought for a moment, surprisingly believing him, well, you guessed quite accurately. Yesterday, I very elegantly and peacefully broke up with him. Hearing the words elegantly and peacefully come out of her mouth, Chu He couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. To break this strange atmosphere, Chu He decided to change the subject. He cleared his throat and put on a pure, innocent expression full of curiosity, seriously asking. By the way, Lillian, I've always been curious about a question. You know, that day, after your clone was crushed, those 3 hairs left behind. He leaned in closer, lowered his voice, and spoke mysteriously. Which part of your body did they actually fall from? Those hairs seemed pretty curly, hard to guess. As Lillian's expression gradually turned to stone, Chu He landed a fatal blow again. It shouldn't be armpit hair, right? Even though I know you love picking at your toes, personal hygiene still needs to be taken care of. I really don't like too messy women. Chapter 80, You Can Only Be My Woman. Hearing this, an incredible blush instantly spread from Lillian's neck to her ears. Her face, which had regained its absolute beauty, was now so red it seemed like it could bleed. Is it hard to guess? But Lillian did not shrink back in shame. She suddenly raised her voice, her words carrying a fierce defiance of giving up. Besides armpit hair, where else on the body is there curly hair? Do you want me to take it off right now, and let you feel for yourself to see exactly where? This time, it left Chu He utterly speechless. Who can withstand such wild words? He touched his nose, his eyes starting to wander aimlessly. Okay, no need for that. Seeing him in such a flustered state, Lillian felt invigorated. The slight embarrassment in her heart turned instantly into a fierce momentum of not letting go. You're teasing me. She pointed a slender finger assertively at Chu He's nose. No, I didn't. Chu He firmly denied. You just did. Lillian insisted, her eyes turning red immediately, her voice thick with the sound of impending tears, performing perfectly. You kissed me and then used this kind of words to humiliate me. I'm completely dirty now. If this gets out, how am I supposed to face others in the future? You have tarnished me. I won't be able to get married. Whoa, you must be responsible for me. Holy cow. Chu He felt 1,000 beasts roar through his mind. This woman is truly a sprite, sharp-tongued and changing expressions faster than flipping a book. He really shouldn't have said that extra word. Looking at her, if you don't give me an explanation, I'll cry to death here. Stubborn stance. Chu He felt a headache coming on. He took a long breath, hiding away all his teasing expressions, his gaze turning unusually serious. Alright, don't act stupid anymore. His voice calmed down, containing a strange, soothing power that could calm all restlessness. Lillian's crying sound seemed to be hit by a pause button, coming to an abrupt stop. She stared blankly at him, forgetting the next step of her act. Chu He looked directly into her eyes, articulating clearly, each word striking deep into her heart. I never said I didn't want you. You've been kissed by me. From now on, I'm afraid you won't be able to develop even a trace of interest in any other man. So, you can only be my woman. This domineering declaration that disregarded reason didn't provoke any resentment from Lillian. On the contrary. A surge of indescribable joy, like an uncontrollable electric current, instantly shot through her limbs, making her tremble all over. That voice deep in her heart that screamed to possess him alone, at this moment. Received the highest affirmation and satisfaction. Really? The mist in her eyes was instantly shattered by the brilliance of surprise, sparkling like a child who had received all the candies in the world. In matters of love, I never deceive women. Chu He's promise was firm and unwavering. But as soon as he finished speaking, his brows furrowed tightly, and an obvious difficulty appeared on his face. Lillian's heart tightened immediately, the joy she had just felt replaced by a heavy sense of worry. What's wrong? Chu He rubbed his temples, his tone filled with a headache. The biggest problem right now is how to make Xia Yao and Ka Chi accept you. To be honest, they were good friends before, but because of me, they had a fight a few days ago. Now adding you into the mix. I'm afraid they will team up and tear you to pieces. This was not an exaggeration. Even with the vortex of deception ability, Chu He didn't dare to guarantee that he could single-handedly change the will of 2 SSS-level royals on the issue of core possessiveness. If it backfired and the inner turmoil ignited, it wouldn't be a joke. Hearing this, Lillian quickly calmed down. Her mind raced, flashing through countless plans: coercion? Temptation? Or continue pretending to be pitiful to gain sympathy? But soon, she dismissed each of these plans one by one. In front of those 2 equally possessive women, any false method would only backfire. Seeing her lost in thought, Chu He knew he had to handle this hot potato himself. How about this? I'll take care of it. Just be patient for a moment, and I will find a way to help them gradually accept your presence. After saying that, Chu He took a step forward, and while Lillian was still in shock, he gently pressed a kiss on her smooth cheek. The warm sensation was fleeting. This is just a small compensation for the grievances you suffered today. Lillian froze entirely. She covered her kissed cheek, where it felt as if a blazing fire was burning deep within her heart. Now, first turn back into me and come with me. Chu He did not give her a chance to continue being dazed and directly gave the command. Oh, okay. Lillian nodded instinctively, like an obedient puppet, she complied. Light and shadow twisted, and the tall, commanding princess transformed back into the timid and small gray mouse girl. In the shadow at the corner not far from the gluttonous house, Xia Yao and Ka Chi saw Chu He and a small figure walk out of the store, one in front and one behind. What do we do? Xia Yao's voice was filled with uncontainable anxiety. Ka Chi's brow was tightly furrowed, her star-like eyes flickering with deep hesitance. Look at Chu He, he doesn't show any signs of being coerced. Could it be that I guessed wrong? Is this Mimi really just an ordinary gray mouse? Once this thought arose, it violently shook her previous judgments. After all, she had witnessed Chu He's wisdom and methods with her own eyes. Let's go back. Ka Chi decisively pulled Xia Yao, who was still staring at Chu He. We need to go back and clean ourselves. This is his order, we cannot disobey. As she spoke, she didn't give Xia Yao a chance to refute, the power of law surged, and with a flash, the 2 disappeared and returned directly to the hotel room. As soon as they entered, Ka Chi pushed Xia Yao toward the bathroom. Hurry and wash up. If he comes back and smells our sweat, he will definitely be upset. On the other side, Chu He entered the hotel with Mimi. He walked straight to the front desk, where he found the plump and sweet-looking Star Spirit Fox Clan owner, Fei Ling. Please open another room for me, on the 5th floor. As soon as Fei Ling saw Chu He, her big sea blue eyes sparkled with starlight, and a nervous blush spread across her face. Additionally, for the 5th floor, apart from me, do not arrange any guests. The entire 5th floor is booked by me. Chu He said this while adding Fei Ling as a friend, directly transferring 50 mysterious coins over. How can this be? That's too much money. Fei Ling was startled by this sudden large sum, quickly waving her hands. Take it, consider it an advance payment. Chu He's tone brooked no refusal. If there's anything in the future, you can contact me directly. Under his powerful aura, Fei Ling dared not decline any further and blushed as she accepted the money, then hurriedly found another rune card, handing it to Chu He with both hands. Chu He took the rune card and led me towards the stairs. He did not notice that at the moment he turned, Fei Ling at the front desk secretly looked up, staring at his back, her sea blue eyes filled with complex emotions. There was awe, gratitude, and a hint of a deep admiration that even she herself was unaware of. The hallway on the 5th floor was silent. Chu He brought Lillian to a door near his room and handed her the rune card. You stay here for now. Remember, without my permission, absolutely do not reveal your identity in front of Xia Yao and Ka Chi. Do you understand? Lillian nodded vigorously. She clutched the thin rune card, raised her head, and looked at Chu He with Mimi's watery big eyes, her voice soft and trembling with hope. Chu He. Will you come tonight? Chapter 81, they agreed, but they broke. Facing Lillian's big watery eyes that showed no concealment of their anticipation and desire, Chu He's scalp tingled. Ridiculous. The after effects of this kiss of charm were overwhelming to the point of being unreasonable. Just a kiss, and his heart and mind were filled with her, wanting to be glued together at all times. Looking at her pitiful expression, Chu He tugged at the corner of his mouth and tentatively asked. Are you in a hurry? Very anxious. Lillian nodded like garlic being pounded, showing no hint of a princess's modesty. I feel uncomfortable all over. She furrowed her delicate brows, looking both aggrieved and anxious. My mind is filled with you, I can't calm down. Closing my eyes, it's just your face. If you're not here, I'm definitely going to be sleepless and mad tonight. Got it. This symptom is just like Xia Yao and Ka Chi's back then, simply a mold coming out of the same pattern. Chu He was completely at a loss, letting out a helpless sigh. He raised his hand and rubbed Lillian's fuzzy head, his tone carrying a mix of self-mockery and comfort. You can hold on for an entire night, that's already remarkable. You may not believe it, but those two, the same day they were kissed, followed me closely without leaving my side. Lillian's eyes suddenly widened, sparkling with gossip and a hint of competitive spirit. Chu He did not give her a chance to probe further, directly ordering. Go inside, wash up, and change your clothes. You've been busy all day, have a good rest. As for whether I will come, I'm not sure. Hearing this, Lillian's anxiety was immediately eased, replaced with utmost docility and trust. I understand. She clutched the rune card tightly, turning back 3 times as she entered the room, and before closing the door, she didn't forget to poke her little head out, her eyes full of expectation as she urged. Then you quickly think of a way. Chu He looked at the closed door, the corner of his mouth twitching. What a sweet trouble. He turned and walked toward his room. As soon as his hand touched the doorknob, the 2 familiar and fiery presences inside penetrated through the door, intertwining with him. He pushed the door open. Sure enough. Xia Yao and Ka Chi had changed into refreshing cotton pajamas, one with hair like a waterfall and the other with silver hair like stars, sitting on the edge of the bed, their stunning eyes firmly locked onto him. When they saw Chu He, both jumped up from the bed at the same time, a fragrant wind greeting him. Brother! Little He. Their eager and nervous expressions caused Chu He's headache to flare up again. Stop. Chu He extended a palm. Blocked in front of me. I'm all sweaty, I need to take a shower first. We will help you prepare clothes. Both girls said in unison. Chu He. After a long time. The atmosphere in the room gradually calmed down. Xia Yao and Kaki, like 2 gentle kittens, snuggled quietly beside Chu He, their pretty faces showing a hint of fatigue, even their speech softened by a few degrees. With Xia Yao on one side and Kaki on the other, Chu He knew the time to be frank had come. He cleared his throat, his voice exceptionally clear in the quiet room. There is something I need to tell you both. The 2 girls lazily replied, their nasal tones full of softness after relaxation. Chu He dropped a heavy bombshell. The gray mouse girl from today, Mimi. She is Liliane. The moment the words fell, Chu He clearly felt the bodies on both sides stiffen simultaneously. The room's previously calm air was instantly frozen by 2 tangible chills. Xia Yao and Kaki opened their eyes wide. All the laziness and softness in their eyes were replaced by shock and bone-chilling vigilance. What did you say? Kaki's voice trembled, she propped herself up, her star-like eyes fixed intently on Chu He. Xiaoyao sat up straight, her long, dark hair falling down, unable to hide the dangerous black flames reigniting in her eyes. Brother, I will go ask for clarification right now. Chu He grabbed the struggling Xiaoyao, forcibly pressing her back into her position. Seeing the two girls tense and ready for battle appearances, he sighed inside and continued speaking. She has already been kissed by me, do you know what that means? From now on, she will have only me in her heart, just like you two, and she cannot hold anyone else anymore. So what? Xiaoyao gritted her teeth, her tone filled with strong rejection. What if you kissed her? Anyone who dares to snatch our brother is absolutely not allowed. In Kaki's starry eyes, reason and jealousy were in a fierce battle. Are you trying to keep her? She asked the most core question, the one that worried them the most. Chu He met the nearly piercing gazes of both girls and nodded. That's right. He hesitated not at all, nor concealed anything. Can you two accept her? The moment he asked this question, Chu He secretly activated the charm breath. An invisible aura, carrying special rules, quietly blended into the air with his breath, brushing across the souls of the two girls. He knew this request was abrupt, but he had already decided to face everything. Xiaoyao and Kaki froze upon hearing his words. The overwhelming resistance and vigilance in their eyes were like being pressed down by an invisible giant hand, starting to fluctuate, struggle violently, and eventually, slowly fading away. What replaced it was a strange stillness and confusion. Time became thick and slow at this moment. Chu He could feel that they were engaged in a silent war within themselves. Chu He's heart rose to his throat. He nervously watched the two girls as a terrifying thought emerged. Could it be that this charm breath skill has side effects he didn't know about? Just as he was feeling uneasy, the two girls moved. Their expressions shifted from dazed to slowly transforming into a smile. A smile that was sweet to the extreme but also empty to the extreme. They exchanged glances, their movements synchronized as if they were puppets being controlled. Then, they turned their heads in unison to look at Chu He, and in a tone devoid of emotion, they said together, "Okay." This okay echoed in the dead silent room. But it made Chu He feel the hair on his back stand on end in an instant. His whole body was penetrated by a chilling coldness. The voices still belonged to them, crisp and pleasant. The smiles were still their smiles, sweet and enchanting. But everything felt wrong. That voice lacked the usual liveliness and emotion, as if a programmed script was playing. In that smile, there was not a trace of sincerity to be seen. So sweet that it sent chills down his spine. Chu He looked at the strange appearance of the two of them, and his heart sank straight to the bottom. He trembled and tentatively reached out his hand, gently touching Xiaoyao's icy cheek with his fingertips. Are you two okay? Chapter 82, Crushed and Desperate Chu He, the Mysterious Person. We're fine. Xiaoyao and Kaki said in unison, still wearing that sweet, spine-chilling smile on their faces. Chu He's heart sank again, heavy with dread. This is not them. Definitely not. He tremblingly withdrew his hand from touching Xiaoyao's cheek. The skin felt cold, lacking the warmth that living beings should have, more like touching a fine piece of white jade, beautiful but lifeless. Yao Yao, you. Chu He's throat was dry, struggling to form words, trying to awaken the girl who would puff up her cheeks when jealous and threaten everything nearby with devastating black flames. Didn't you say that if anyone dared to take an interest in me, you'd tear them apart? Lillian, she's an SSS-level anomaly, she wants to monopolize me too, aren't you, not angry at all? He stared hard into Xiaoyao's eyes, trying to find even a hint of familiar emotion from the depths of her pitch-black pupils. Xiaoyao cutely tilted her head, her beautiful eyes blinked, and the curve of her smile didn't change one bit. Brother's decision is the best decision. As long as it's what brother wants, Yao Yao will support it. A chilling sensation rushed up his spine to the top of his head, and Chu He suddenly turned to Kaki on the other side. Kaki. What about you? His voice unconsciously rose, tinged with a hint of panic he didn't even realize. Aren't you from the starry royal family? What about your pride? What about your wisdom? I use charming breath to influence your judgment, isn't that no different from brainwashing you directly? Upon hearing this, Kaki's silver eyes, swirling like stars, blinked as well. She even reached out her small hand to gently pat Chu He's chest, her movement soft and her tone unprecedentedly gentle. Little He He, what silly things are you saying? To be influenced by Little He He is Kaki's honor. Little He He's will is the highest law, Kaki will always obey Little He He's arrangements. Boom! Chu He's mind went completely blank. It felt like two flesh and blood beings that could breathe and speak, but had their souls drawn out, incredibly obedient puppets. An unprecedented panic, like the cold sea water from the deep ocean, squeezed in from all directions, almost suffocating him. He refused to give in. I don't believe it. Chu He roared, suddenly flipping over to pin the two girls back down. He lowered his head and fiercely kissed Xiaoyao's lips. Her lips were soft but very quiet. Gone was the passionate response of the past, the shy tremble, and the confusion during emotional moments. She merely passively endured, like a delicate doll, not resisting, nor giving in. Chu He's heart turned to ice. He became desperate again, turning to kiss Kaki. The result was the same. That girl from the starry royal family, who always liked to say some wolfish words during intimacy, making him both laugh and cry, was now simply keeping her eyes closed quietly, letting him do as he pleased. Damn it! Chu He abruptly sat up, running his hands through his hair in frustration. He was not willing to give up, reaching out his hands directly toward the soft flesh on the sides of the two girls' waists, areas they were most ticklish. Ha, giggle. The two girls burst into laughter. I've tried everything. The result is always the same. Damn. Chu He slammed his fist onto the soft mattress, making a muffled sound. He was falling apart. Everything had completely, utterly exceeded his expectations and control. Strong regret and fear spread like poison in his heart. He regretted it. He regretted why he rushed to confront them, why he made such an unreasonable demand. But he couldn't help but remember Lillian's somewhat crazed state. That woman had been tormented nearly to madness by the aftereffects of the charm kiss. Chu He had a strong intuition that if he didn't give her a clear answer soon, if her unrestrained desire didn't find an outlet, who knows what that crazy princess might do to devastate everything. So, he thought that it would be better to hurt in the short term than to suffer long, to confess quickly, and then use charm breath to ease the conflict. But he didn't expect. This charm breath was damn toxic. This was not easing the conflict, this was directly formatting both sides of the conflict. Chu He painfully held his head, feeling deeply trapped in guilt and helplessness. At that moment, a barely noticeable shadow flickered by the window of the room. Chu He suddenly lifted his head, his sharp gaze instantly locking onto the direction of the window. Just now, what was that? Was it an illusion? He shouldn't have seen it wrong. The air in the room seemed to thicken and grow heavy in that instant. A feeling of being watched crawled up his spine, sticky and cold. Just then, a voice, indistinguishable in gender, with a strange electronic sound, suddenly rang out in the room. Are you looking for me? Chu He's pupils shrank to the size of pinheads. He whirled around sharply, looking in the direction of the voice. He saw someone sitting on his single sofa, without him even noticing. That person was wrapped in a thick layer of black mist, barely revealing a silhouette similar in height to his own. His face, his clothes, all the details were concealed by that strange fog. Eye of Oblivion. Chu He focused his thoughts. However, the once infallible Eye of Oblivion, which could see through all illusions, was now ineffective. The mist before him remained mist, he could see nothing at all. Alarm bells rang crazily in Chu He's heart. This person was very strong. What shocked him even more was that Shui Yao and Ka Chi beside him also reacted. Both of them, whose eyes had been empty, simultaneously turned to the mysterious person on the sofa. They still had no expression, but an elusive aura of killing intent began to spread around them. That was the instinct of an SSS grade royal. Even if their souls were suppressed, the instinct to protect Chu He still existed. Chu He immediately rolled off the bed, shielding the two women behind him, muscles tensed, assuming a defensive stance. Who the hell are you? His voice was hoarse with tension. Why are you here? The mysterious person on the sofa did not hurry to answer him. It seemed like he looked down for a moment, then slowly pulled out a red rope from the sofa's crease. The next second, the mysterious person let out a chilling laugh, tinged with electronic distortion. Oh ho! Kid, you're still young but you're quite the player. Chapter 83 Master. Chu He's face turned scarlet all at once. But this heat only lasted a few seconds, before being completely extinguished by the boundless chill rising from within. Right now, he had no mood to fuss about those irrelevant matters. What I do is none of your business. Chu He's voice was heavy, every word pressing down with immense anger. Who are you? However, the mysterious person shrouded in black mist on the sofa completely ignored him. He simply raised a finger casually. Buzz. The lid of the teapot on the table lifted up by itself. Immediately, clear tea poured from the spout, forming a graceful arc in the air, accurately landing in an empty cup. Throughout the entire process, there was not a single sound, eerily quiet. The cup filled with tea floated gently towards the mysterious person. Stop! Chu He shouted angrily, the power of spatial laws instantly activated, trying to bind the cup in midair. But his strength, in front of the cup, was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He felt as if he was not pulling a small cup, but shaking an unimaginably gigantic mountain. No matter how veins bulged on his forehead, the cup still maintained its original speed, slowly floating in front of the mysterious person. After a moment, the empty cup flew back, quietly landing on the table. The mysterious person's voice, mixed with electronic tones, once again rang out, carrying a hint of spine-chilling amusement. How you play, I don't care. But you can play like this, all thanks to me. What does this mean? Chu He's heart suddenly skipped a beat, a ridiculous and terrifying thought uncontrollably surged up. Sure enough. The next second, the mysterious person gave him the answer. What do you mean? The person chuckled lightly, their laughter filled with playfulness and mockery. The ability I gave you, how is it? Useful? Boom. Chu He's mind felt like it was struck by a thunderbolt, instantly blank. His ability was given by him? How is this possible? Before Chu He could recover from this overturning information, the world before his eyes underwent a dramatic change. The walls, ceiling, windows, and floor of the bedroom quickly vanished, like melting candles. Replaced by an endless, brilliantly dazzling starry river. Countless stars slowly revolved around them, dragging long tails of light, breathtakingly beautiful. Only the bed, sofa, and tables and chairs in the room floated safely in this universe. Chu He was all too familiar with this scene. This is the illusionary space of the Star Law royal family. He forcibly suppressed the turbulent waves in his heart, every word came out with great difficulty. Who, exactly are you? Me? The mysterious person seemed to be thinking. I don't even know who I am. But all the creatures here call me Master. Master? Just as Chu He was digesting this word, the mysterious person struck without warning. A menacing black lightning, whiter than Chu He's thigh, shot out from the dark mist, aiming directly at Chu He's face. So fast. Chu He didn't even have time to react. But, the two delicate bodies behind him moved. Xiaoyao and Kachi's bodies were still stiff, their faces still wore that vacant expression. Yet their movements were as fast as a ghost. The two instantly blocked in front of Chu He, joining forces to block the devastating black lightning. If you dare to hurt him, you are seeking death. Xiaoyao spat out those chilling words. Her eyes, at that moment, became a fiery red, like burning blood flames. Then, a gigantic battle hammer, engraved with countless blood-colored runes, materialized from thin air, crashing towards the mysterious person with the intent to shatter the starry river. At the same time, Kachi clasped her hands together. Absolute confinement. The space around her solidified at a visible speed, forming an impenetrable law cage, firmly trapping the mysterious person inside. However, facing the full-scale attack of two SSS-level royals, the mysterious person didn't even bother to move. He just sat there motionless, letting the blood-colored hammer, capable of crushing stars, howl and come at him. An eerie scene unfolded. Just as the hammer was about to hit his body, a small black vortex appeared from the black mist in front of him. That immensely powerful blood hammer, just, silently. Swallowed completely by the vortex, not even a ripple was stirred. Immediately after. The mysterious person, feeling somewhat confined, merely shook his shoulders lightly. Crack. Crack. The cage of spatial rules, capable of imprisoning gods, shattered like a fragile glass art piece, crumbling into powder. Heh, interesting. The mysterious person let out a low laugh. Your mother didn't have such courage when she saw me. Two little ones, actually daring to strike at me, how amusing. As soon as he finished speaking, two strange purple beams shot out from the black mist of his face, so fast that they were impossible to dodge, accurately piercing into Xiaoyao and Kachi's eyes. Sleep now. He uttered those two words in a tone almost like hypnosis. The next moment, Xiaoyao and Kachi's bodies softened, their eyelids uncontrollably closed, falling straight backward. Yao Yao! Chi Chi! Chu He exclaimed, teleporting instantly to barely catch the two soft bodies in his arms. He quickly placed them gently onto the bed. After checking their breath, steady and even, they seemed really just asleep. Chu He let out a slight sigh of relief, but soon a deeper chill and fear gripped his heart. The person in front, calling himself Master, was so powerful it felt hopeless. SSS-ranked Xiaoyao and Kachi couldn't even withstand a single attack from him. Chu He slowly stood up, facing the mysterious person again, suppressing the coldness and trembling in his voice. What did you do to them? Didn't I say? The mysterious person shrugged, his tone as relaxed as if discussing the weather. Just let them take a nap. As he spoke, the thick black mist surrounding him began to gradually dissipate. Chu He stared at him fiercely, his heart almost leaping out of his chest. He was about to see the true face of this man. The mist became fainter and thinner. A slender outline gradually became clear, then a black hooded robe. Chu He's pupils constricted violently to the size of pinpoints. When the last wisp of black mist vanished, the mysterious person's whole appearance finally fully revealed in his sight. That person slowly lifted his head. In that moment of lifting his head, Chu He felt his world shatter completely. He froze in place, his mind blank, as if the blood inside him had instantaneously solidified. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Because the person sitting on the sofa, that face, was shockingly, exactly like his own. And that person, with an eerie smile, was looking at him quietly. Chapter 84, You Have to Defeat Me. Surprised? The mysterious person, no, the guy with the exactly identical face, had a playful curve at the corner of his mouth, his voice drifting through. Chu He's throat felt like hot molten iron poured into it, completely blocked. Every word was squeezed out through the crevices of his vocal cords with great difficulty. Why do you look exactly like me? His voice was as dry as sandpaper rubbing together, and the heartbeat in his chest sounded like a chaotic war drum, thumping so loudly it made his eardrums buzz. The mysterious person enjoyed Chu He's disoriented expression and laughed. What's so surprising about this? As soon as his words fell, his face, identical to Chu He's, rippled like the surface of water. Light and shadow distorted. Bones shifted. In an instant, the person sitting on the sofa transformed from another Chu He into a black-haired beauty with waist-length hair and exquisite features of Xiaoyao. Just a little transformation technique. Aren't you able to do that too? Her voice now perfectly mimics Xiaoyao's, cold yet with a unique softness. Chu He's pupils contracted into a dangerous pinpoint. This monster. Not only could it transform, but it could do so flawlessly, perfectly imitating Xiaoyao's intrinsic cold aura. Chu He forcibly suppressed the turbulent thoughts, his brain working at an unprecedented speed. Do you know everything about me? Xiaoyao lazily leaned on the sofa, her jade fingers gently tapping on the armrest, her posture exuding an indescribable comfort. Pretty much. As long as it's something I want to know, I can know it. This seemingly casual remark transformed into an invisible mountain of stars, heavy on Chu He's soul, suffocating him. Omniscient and omnipotent? What kind of being is this so-called master? Chu He took a deep breath and asked the question swirling in his heart. Why choose me? I mean, why bestow this power upon me? Hearing this, Xiaoyao straightened her body. Her stunning face, belonging to Xiaoyao, took on a solemn expression. Her gaze pierced through the brilliant starry river, as if gazing at a certain point at the end of the river of time. Because. She paused. Chu He's heart was instantly gripped by an invisible hand, even his breath momentarily halted. He had a premonition that this answer would reveal a corner of the iceberg hiding all secrets. Perhaps, he was hiding some secret even he didn't know about? As countless earth-shattering reasons flashed through Chu He's mind, Xiaoyao finally spoke again. A playful, mocking smile resurfaced on her face. Because I want to choose you. Puff. Chu He almost choked, nearly suffering a heart attack on the spot. Are you kidding me? Was that so hard? You paused for so long, making it sound so profound, and I thought it was some epic reason related to the universe's birth and demise. And this is all? Looking at her smug expression, like she enjoyed watching him choke with no way out, he completely gave up on entangling over this question. He understood. In the face of absolute power, the strong don't need to explain much to ants. He changed his approach and pointed at the current core issue that pained him the most. Fine, I won't ask that question. Since my powers are given by you, then tell me, what is happening to those two right now? Chu He pointed at the two quiet bodies on the bed, his voice filled with suppressed anxiety and pain. What must I do to make them normal again? Upon hearing this, the mysterious person gazed playfully at Xiaoyao and Chi-Chi on the bed, their smile growing more intense. Aren't they doing just fine right now? So obedient. Whatever you ask them to do, they will do it, completely compliant and obedient. Such a good thing, others would beg for it. Every word from the mysterious person was like a poison ice needle, piercing fiercely into Chu He's heart. No! Chu He growled, his eyes instantly turning red. They are now soulless puppets. I don't like this. I don't want them like this. I want them to return to their original selves. The ones who can cry, laugh, get jealous, and go crazy. Watching Chu He on the verge of collapse, the mysterious person's smile finally diminished somewhat. But have you considered? All of this is caused by you. You used charming breath to forcefully twist their will, making them accept another woman. But their instincts, the core power awakened by charming kiss, is an absolute and undisputed possession of you. One side must unconditionally obey your commands, while the other side is an irresistible jealousy and possessiveness from the depths of their souls. These two extreme contradictory forces are tearing each other within them. What do you think will happen in the end? The mysterious person spread out their hands. It's simple, to avoid disappointing you and to save themselves from the pain of destruction, their souls chose the most direct way. Shut down emotions, format themselves, and become a perfect doll that only follows your orders. Boom! These words, like a celestial thunder, exploded in Chu He's mind. He stood frozen in place. So that's how it is. It turns out, it was his own hands that forced them into this state. A strong wave of regret and self-blame, as thick as a black tide, instantly drowned him. His cheeks flushed red, burning frighteningly. That was shame, that was remorse. It's my fault. He painfully admitted, his voice shaking violently. I really made a big mistake. I'm just a bastard. Bang! A crisp, loud sound echoed under the silent starry sky. He slapped himself hard, the force was so great that his cheek instantly swelled up. Please, teach me what to do. Damn! To admit fault so quickly. Even so ruthlessly. At this moment, it was the mysterious person who was stunned. Kay seemed not to expect that Chu He would so straightforwardly take all the blame on himself. After a moment of silence, Kay slowly spoke. No need to worry. When they wake up, they will return to normal. These words were like a divine decree, making the Chu He who had fallen into despair suddenly grab onto a straw of hope. Really? I never lie. The mysterious person said blandly, but I can give you a few tips. Think about it, last time they fought because of you, how did you resolve it? Last time? Chu He was taken aback, then blurted out. I pretended to be emotionally unstable, cried and shouted, and finally pretended to commit suicide, which made them stop. Then used the same method. The mysterious person gave the answer. Chu He's face instantly fell. No way. Last time that move, Kachi, that little cunning one, seemed to see through it. Using it again would definitely not work. He anxiously grabbed his hair when suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Got it. Right. His eyes brightened as he looked at the mysterious person with an urgent tone. Since the root of the conflict is Lillian, if I solve Lillian, won't everything be fine again? You help me remove the influence of Charming Kiss on Lillian. As long as she no longer clings to me, everything will return to normal, right? This idea was simply perfect. Cutting off the problem at its source, a permanent solution. However, the mysterious person's next words were like a pot of freezing water from the depths of hell, pouring from his head to his heels. No. 2 words, simple, straightforward, with no room for negotiation. The hope on Chu He's face instantly froze. Why? The mysterious person slowly stood up. On the stunning face belonging to Xia Yao, a strange smile slowly emerged. Kay's figure changed again, returning to a young man that looked exactly like Chu He. Kay walked step by step toward Chu He, locking eyes with him. In those deep eyes like the black hole of the universe, Chu He saw madness, saw fighting spirit, and saw something called fate. Kay leaned close to Chu He's ear, speaking in a voice that only the two of them could hear, each word pronounced slowly, delivering the answer that would completely shatter Chu He. Because you have to defeat me. Chapter 85, 3 years' time, if you don't become a god, you will turn to ash. Chu He suspected he was having auditory hallucinations. His entire mind was buzzing, as if 1,000 flies were having a party inside. He stared hard at the face in front of him that looked exactly like his own. The face wore a mocking smile that made his bones feel cold. Defeat him? What a cosmic joke. Chu He's lips trembled, his throat rolled violently, the sound he squeezed out was hoarse and unrecognizable. I said noble and powerful master, what did you just say? That master with his face, watched his ghostly expression with great interest, the curve of his mouth widened a bit more, clearly repeating. I said, I want you to defeat me. Boom. This time, Chu He heard it loud and clear. And because of this, a sense of absurdity 100 times stronger than before, like a cosmic storm, instantly swept through his entire mind. He felt as if all the strength in his body had been drained, almost collapsing to the ground. This is impossible. Chu He screamed, his voice completely out of tune. All of my power was given to me by you. What can I use to defeat you? Use the power you gave me to rebel against you, the source of that power? This even violates the most basic logic. However, the master seemed to have heard the greatest joke, and actually let out a light laugh. On that face, which was exactly like Chu He's, a playful smile appeared. How would you know if you don't try? I'm very easy to defeat, just one hit will do. Try? How can you try? This is like urging an ant to topple an entire mountain. Chu He's brain was running wildly, trying to find even a sliver of possibility from this seemingly unsolvable deadlock. Kissing female anomalies, copying their abilities. Xia Yao has the power of obliteration, Kachi has spatial power, Lillian can transform like the 1,000 phantom white ape, capable of long-distance attacks comparable to teleportation. Wait a minute. A bolt of lightning tearing through the darkness suddenly pierced his mind. He abruptly raised his head, staring fixedly at the master. How do I try? My ability relies entirely on kissing those powerful female anomalies to copy their core racial talents. His voice became urgent as he grasped that thread of crazy possibility. Do you mean I should go and conquer all the princesses from the royal family? When the words conquer came out, even Chu He felt it was ridiculous. What is this? The ultimate plan to save the world is to become a roaming stallion? But he never expected that the master would actually nod in approval, showing a gratifying expression as if to say this child can be taught. Yes. Isn't the answer already in your heart? With a confirmed response, Chu He felt not the slightest ease. Instead, he felt his blood pressure skyrocketing. His face instantly fell, filled with despair. But I don't want to. Chu He began to complain uncontrollably, no longer caring about how terrifying this being was. Do you know how hard it is to maintain this kind of relationship? It's not just a simple kiss. Each of them is an SSS class royal, each has destructive power and absolute possessiveness. He pointed to Xiaoyao and Kachi who were sleeping soundly on the bed, and thought of Lillian who was waiting for him in the room, his voice filled with grief and anger. Now there are only 3, and they have already almost driven me to the brink. More? That's not a harem, that's a battlefield. Ah hell. I had planned to just take in one more Lillian and keep my mouth shut, never kiss another woman again. Yet I never expected something like today to happen, turning them into human puppets. And today you actually want me to seduce more women? However, this heartfelt accusation only earned him the master's instantly frozen gaze. The playful smile that hung on the face a second ago vanished without a trace. What replaced it was a sense of indifference and power enough to freeze a soul. Do you think I am discussing this with you? The voice was no longer teasing, cold to the bone, every word like a piece of eternal ice, smashing hard against Chu He's heart. Your thoughts are quite beautiful. It seems you've forgotten what your identity is. The master slowly stood up, stepping closer, the invisible pressure like a moving star, crushing Chu He's chest to the point that he could hardly breathe. You are a weak human from Blue Star. You are not here for vacation, not for a game, and certainly not to satisfy your pathetic fantasies. This is a game of death, a national fortune battle that gambles the lives of billions from your home planet. You are fighting for your civilization, for your race, for survival. The master's voice became colder, like the final judgment from the underworld. And, Chu He, you have no choice. I have no time, nor interest, to listen to your complaints about these boring romantic affairs. The master stood right in front of Chu He. Close at hand. Those eyes, like his, yet as deep as a black hole, coldly stripped away all his disguises. This time, if you fail. Your dragon country, your blue star, all the family, friends, and homeland in your memory, everything, will be completely erased from the timeline of the universe, leaving not a speck of dust. They will vanish completely, as if they never existed. Cold. Bone-chilling cold surged up his spine, freezing his brain, his heart, his soul. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Before him stood this monster, declaring the most brutal oath in the calmest tone. Kay paused, seemingly giving Chu He time to digest this desperate message. Then Kay raised his hand and gently patted Chu He's already stiff cheek, the motion like comforting a scared child. But the words that came next from Kay were more cruel than any torture. The power that can defeat me, I have already given to you. The time limit is 3 years. Kay's mouth curled into that eerie smile that sent Chu He's soul flying, leaning close to his ear, and whispered in a breathy voice. Live well, don't die so easily. Oh, and one more little tip. If the object of your first kiss cannot gain satisfaction from you within 3 days, she will completely lose her sanity, regardless of the cost, to find you, and then. The moment the words fell, Kay's figure, along with the entire starry illusion, shattered like a bubble. The room returned to its original state. Only Chu He remained, standing there in a daze, like a statue frozen in despair. Chapter 86, Absolute Bastard. The room was deathly silent. Chu He stood there in a daze. His mind was blank, buzzing, with only the mocking words echoing in his mind like the most malicious spell, wildly reverberating, amplifying, twisting. 3 years. You must defeat me. If the object of your first kiss cannot gain satisfaction from you within 3 days, she will completely lose her sanity. A madman. A complete, utter madman who viewed all living things as mere cattle. A lunatic. Chu He's lips trembled, cursing that bastard who called himself master in a breathy voice that only he could hear, again and again. He wanted so badly to rush to the window right now, tear apart the false starry sky, and scream at the dark night outside, hurling every vicious word at that superior being. But he knew that was the rage of the powerless. Aside from venting emotions, it was of no use at all. Yet he couldn't accept this damn reality. Let him become the savior? Don't joke around. Who was the opponent? That monster who could put 2 SSS-level royal families to sleep with a snap of his fingers, could alter reality at will, and granted him such godlike powers. Could he defeat such an existence? 3 years? Was there really any possibility? And why did this madman insist on him defeating him? Was it because he had been invincible for too long and felt lonely? Or did he simply think it was fun, treating him and the entire Blue Star as an experiment, a game? Fear, anger, doubt, unwillingness, countless emotions crashed wildly in his chest, churning into a boiling magma that scorched his sanity. He felt his worldview, his moral boundaries, being crushed and reshaped inch by that invisible hand. This feeling of being scripted by someone else, pushed forward step by step in a pre-designed manner, made him sick to his stomach. Yet he had no other choice. Time passed second by second, and Chu He stood there, from icy hands and feet to numb limbs, as the night outside the window seemed to fade a little. The storm in his mind, from chaotic roars, gradually calmed. Eventually, all the unwillingness and despair settled into a fierce rage, a kind of madness forced to the edge of a cliff. Damn it! Are you playing with me? You think I'm easy to bully, huh? Fine. Chu He slowly raised his head, and in his eyes, once filled with fear and confusion, there was now only coldness, like a maddened abyss. Since you give me this chance to defeat you, then I will take it. I will remember this revenge. When I really have that day, I swear I will press you to the ground and beat you until your mother won't recognize you. No, a guy who can do such a thing must not have a mother. Coming to this realization, Chu He felt the suffocating pressure on his chest eased considerably. He let out a long breath and turned to walk towards the bed. On the bed, Xiaoyao and Kachi were still quietly asleep. Xiaoyao's sleeping face was serene, her long eyelashes casting small shadows beneath her eyes, her usual coolness completely gone, leaving only feminine softness. Kachi was curled up, her small mouth slightly pouting, her silver short hair scattered on the pillow, looking like a little cat in need of a hug. Looking at their peaceful faces, the softest part of Chu He's heart was touched. That overwhelming rage instantly transformed into boundless tenderness and guilt. He leaned down, his warm lips gently landing one after another on the foreheads of the two girls. The touch felt warm, carrying the breath of life. Yao Yao, Shi Chi. His voice was soft and hoarse, carrying a sense of near farewell. I'm sorry. From today on, I will be a total bastard. Tomorrow I will tell you everything. After speaking, he straightened up, expressionless, and raised his hand to pluck 3 hairs from his head. He clenched the 3 hairs in his palm, his gaze sharpening as he activated the legendary transformation ability of the Thousand Illusions White Ape. Transformation technique illusory form solidification. A faint light spilled from his palm, and the 3 hairs seemed to come alive, melting, writhing, intertwining in his hand, eventually coalescing into a palm-sized figure that looked exactly like him. This was a perfect substitute, possessing his breath and body temperature, linked to his true self. He used this dummy as his eyes, making it easier to know the condition of Xiaoyao and Kachi. After doing all this, the real Chu He took one last deep look at the warm scene on the bed, his gaze filled with complexity. He had made up his mind. Tomorrow, when they wake up, he would confess everything. About Lillian, about the master, about those messed up things he had to do. What would happen then, who knows? Maybe the sky would fall and the earth would crack, or maybe he would be torn to pieces on the spot. But no matter what, he would use all his strength to face it, to prevent the worst from happening. This time, he would never use the damn ability of charming breath to twist their will again. Chu He turned around, his steps filled with determination as he walked straight towards the door. He opened the door, and outside was the empty corridor of the hotel on the 5th floor. He had taken over the entire floor, and it was so quiet he could hear his own heartbeat, like a drum pounding. 1 step, 2 steps. His footsteps echoed dully on the carpeted corridor, each step feeling like stepping on his own heart, or standing on his own edge. He was walking towards Lillian's room. This feeling was absurd, frustrating, yet filled with a desperate resolve to break everything. Chu He arrived in front of Lillian's door and stood still. He could clearly sense a burning, intense presence behind the door, almost melting the door itself. That was Lillian's desire ignited by the aftereffects of the charming kiss. Also, the flame he had to extinguish himself, or rather the flame he had to satisfy himself. Chu He raised his hand, his bony fingers pausing for half a second in front of the door, his fingertips even trembling slightly. Then, all the trembling transformed into determination. He knocked heavily. Bang! Knock! 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 3 knocks on the door echoed in the dead silence of the hallway, sounding especially clear and heavy. Inside the door, the restless atmosphere instantly froze. Then, a voice filled with extreme suppressed excitement and disbelief, slightly trembling, urgently came from behind the door. Is it you? Chu He? Chapter 87, I'll be a bastard with you. The door was yanked open with tremendous force from inside. A wave of heat surged out, carrying an overly sweet scent and a burning impatience that scorched the soul. Lillian stood behind the door, her eyes which should have sparkled with life, now only contained 2 clusters of burning ghostly fire, shrouded in a layer of frantic mist. Her silver-white hair was damp with sweat, messily sticking to her cheeks and neck. The silk nightgown was wrinkled and loosely opened at the collar, with her snowy skin marked with red scratches she had inflicted upon herself. She resembled a flower scorched to near wilting by the blazing sun, releasing a dangerous fragrance with the last of her strength. The moment she saw Chu He, the madness in her eyes slightly receded, then was replaced by a joy akin to a drowning person grasping a piece of driftwood. You really came. Her voice was hoarse and choked, like a beast that had been abandoned finally waiting for its master. Chu He said nothing, walked in expressionlessly, and closed the door behind him. Click. The sound of the door locking was the last chain falling for the prison in his heart. As soon as he turned around, Lillian leaped at him in a frenzy. Her scorching body clung to him like an octopus, her hot cheeks rubbing madly against his neck. I feel so awful. Chu He. I'm going crazy. She whispered nonsensically in his ear, her heated breath pouring onto his skin. You are all I think about, your scent, your lips. I'm about to be burned to ash. Chu He's body was as stiff as iron. The trembling of the beauty in his arms and the intoxicating scent in the air seemed to mock his situation. This is hell. A hell wrapped in a seductive candy coating. He was like a death row inmate walking toward the execution yard, holding her, step by step moving toward the messy large bed. In his mind, the sleeping faces of Xia Yao and Kachi, along with the mocking smile of that bastard master, flashed alternately. 3 years? If I can't satisfy her within 3 days, she will completely lose her sanity. These words hung over his head like a sword, urging him to complete this filthy transaction. This was not how he wanted it. He placed Lillian on the bed. She lay back, her dazed eyes obsessively gazing at him, actively untying the straps of her nightgown. Chu He leaned down and kissed her. A storm ignited by crazy desire erupted in an instant. Lillian's response was hot enough to scorch, wild yet inexperienced, as if she wanted to pour her entire soul into Chu He. Chu He forced himself to respond. Kissing, caressing. He was like a skilled craftsman, precisely executing each step, trying to ignite himself and satisfy the woman beneath him who was about to burn. The movements were standard. The tenderness was just right. But he knew all of it was a lie. His soul had already detached, coldly watching his body perform a farce called intimacy. His lips were warm. His heart was cold. His hands roamed. But his gaze was vacant, lacking focus. Time simmered in the frying pan. The nets of guilt and self-loathing tightened around his heart, suffocating him. Just when the storm was about to reach its peak, Lillian's movements halted. Her burning body beneath him stiffened slightly. The arms wrapped around his neck also loosened a bit. Chu He froze in surprise, opening his eyes to meet Lillian's eyes that were gradually regaining clarity. The tide of desire was receding from her tricolored pupils. What replaced it was confusion, misunderstanding. Finally, a sense of being deceived. A sharp sting. She quietly stared at him for a few seconds. Then, she reached out a slender finger and gently brushed against Chu He's tightly furrowed brow. Her fingertip was cool, but what it touched was his unshakable pain. You. Lillian's voice was very soft, carrying a hint of barely detectable tremor. Are not happy? Boom. Those 3 words were like a heavy hammer, shattering all of Chu He's disguises. His body shook violently, awkwardly shifting his gaze away, afraid to look into her eyes again. No. His denial was dry and hoarse, weak and pale. Lillian didn't ask further. She propped herself up, silently fixing her slipping nightgown, covering that spring light. Then, she knelt on the bed, cradling Chu He's face, forcing him to meet her gaze. Look at me, Chu He. Her voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable penetrating power. I like to play around, but I am not foolish. Your lips are kissing me, your hands are touching me, but your eyes tell me your soul is not here at all. Your soul is screaming, crying. Her fair fingertip stroked his cheek, her gaze sharp. Your body is warm, but I feel you are so cold. Cold like a block of ice, an ice that is about to shatter. You make me feel like you are completing a painful task. Lillian's eyes began to redden, misty with grievance. Do you think I am a burden? Dirty? You are only here to fulfill a responsibility, right? You really don't want me, do you? Every sentence was like a poison needle, accurately piercing into Chu He's most guilty spots. His heart felt like it was being tightly gripped by a big hand, painful enough that he couldn't breathe. He looked at the woman in front of him, whose eyes changed from fervent to clear, then from clear to full of grievance and disappointment. The painful regret he had repressed for so long finally broke free. He hugged her tightly, burying his face in her silver hair, his voice breaking and hoarse. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Lillian. It's not your fault, it's my fault, it's all my fault. He repeated apologies like a child who had made a mistake, shaking with extreme pain. Lillian was stunned by his sudden breakdown. She could feel Chu He's arms tightening, almost crushing her bones. But she didn't struggle. She simply reached out her hand, awkwardly stroking his back, soothing this injured beast. What happened? She asked softly. Chu He didn't mention the main, but he poured out his guilt towards Xia Yao and Chi-Chi, the pain of having to hurt others, and his deep loathing of becoming a jerk, in a fragmented manner. He didn't know why he said these things. Perhaps, it was because he was truly close to being crushed by this heavy secret. Lillian listened quietly. From shock, to realization, then to heartache. When Chu He finally stopped, the room fell into a long silence. After a long time, Lillian slowly pushed him away. She looked at his red eyes, looked at the unabashed pain and guilt on his face, and suddenly smiled. That smile was light, gentle, yet carried a cunningness of seeing through everything, and a determination of letting go. Silly. She stuck out her tongue, moistened her dry lips, her three-colored eyes shimmering with an enchanting light. So you are in pain for this? I thought you just simply looked down on me. She leaned close to Chu He, their noses almost touching, her warm breath spraying on his face, her voice laced with a hint of seductive madness. Because it hurts to be a jerk? Because you feel guilty about hurting others? Lillian's smile grew brighter and more dangerous. Then don't hurt anymore. She raised her hand again, cradling Chu He's face with a declaration-like tone. I will accompany you. From today on, I will accompany you to be a jerk. Chu He stared at her blankly. Looking at those shimmering, enchanting three-colored eyes, his heart felt like it was struck unawares by a warm current. These words were more powerful than any comfort. They did not urge him to be kind, nor did they blame his selfishness. Instead, they acted like a key, directly piercing through the moral cage he had built for himself. Yes, it seemed he had really thought too much. He was afraid, he felt guilty, he was in pain. In the end, it was his lack of confidence in himself, and even more, in the love that was born from the kiss of enchantment, which was incredibly real, but he did not have enough confidence. He always thought about finding a perfect solution, but forgot that in this crazy world, being a good person pushed to the edge of a cliff was the most foolish choice. The kiss of enchantment, you are really so tyrannical and unreasonable. Chu He exhaled a long breath, as if the huge stone pressing on his chest had truly been lifted away. The pain and struggle in his eyes transformed into clarity. Thank you, Lillian. His voice was no longer hoarse, instead, it carried an unprecedented determination. I know what to do now. Oh? Lillian mischievously blinked, her three-colored eyes sparkling with cunning light. Now. Her hand boldly slipped into his clothing again, her cool fingertips gently gliding across his fiery skin, igniting a series of delicate shivers. Her voice carried a hint of seductive hoarseness, breathing sweetly into his ear. Let me see what a man who decides to be a jerk looks like. Chu He was completely taken aback. He looked at this woman, whose gaze was resolute and whose smile was incredibly bright. In that moment, the layer of ice in his heart shattered dramatically. Countless shards of ice splattered, revealing the long-suppressed boiling magma beneath. So it turned out, this was her. Undefeated and rebellious, yet more perceptive than anyone, the thousand-faced white ape princess. Yes, since he had decided to be a jerk, why bother pretending here and torturing himself? The so-called guilt and the so-called pain seemed so pretentious and laughable at this moment. A surge of wicked fire shot up from the deepest part of Chu He's heart, instantly burning through his limbs. The last trace of hesitation in his eyes faded away, replaced by a deep, wild flame filled with craziness and desire. You will see. He growled low, suddenly flipping over and pressing this audacious woman down again. The mattress let out a groan under the burden. This time, it was no longer a task, nor a transaction. His kiss was no longer a perfunctory touch, it was an aggressive devouring, tyrannically seizing every inch of sweetness between her lips and teeth. His hands were no longer hesitant wanderings, they burned with a possessive mark, igniting flames on her trembling body. These were two jerks deciding to sink together, in the direst situation, the most primal, the most complete. Outside the window, the night was deepening. The next morning. The first ray of morning light filtered through the gap in the curtains, casting a long strip of light in the room. Chu He opened his eyes, feeling refreshed, all the gloom that had weighed on his heart last night had vanished. He turned his head and saw Lillian sleeping peacefully in his arms. Her silver-white hair spread like a waterfall over the pillow, with a few mischievous strands sticking to her smooth cheek. Her sleeping face was quiet and content, with a hint of sweet smile at the corners of her mouth, like a cat that finally found its home. He lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead. The person in his arms stirred her long lashes, slowly opening her beautiful three-colored eyes, still carrying the haze of waking up. Awake? Chu He's voice was raspy from sleep but was gentle enough to drip water. Lillian said nothing, she just cuddled deeper into his arms, like a spoiled pet, then stretched out her arms, tightly hugging his waist. The two quietly embraced, enjoying the peace after the storm. After a long while, Chu He softly spoke, you should go back to the city lord's mansion, but be ready for battle. Liliana lifted her head, the haze in her eyes faded, replaced by her usual slyness and confidence. Don't worry, don't underestimate me. She extended her finger, drawing circles on his chest, I'm quite capable, I'm just afraid that after you see it, you won't want me anymore. Her words carried a hint of subtle testing and anxiety. Chu He smiled and pinched her perky nose. I won't. He looked into her eyes, each word sincere and serious. I, Chu He, will never disappoint anyone who cares for me. Liliana's heart felt like it was filled with honey, sweet to the point of being overwhelming. She gazed dreamily at Chu He's serious face, her eyes slightly glistening. Chu Bao, I believe in you. She leaned in and pressed a heavy kiss on his lips. Chu Bao? Chu He was momentarily stunned, then smiled helplessly. This term of endearment made him feel goosebumps all over himself. But deep down, he felt extremely sweet. Whether it was Xia Yao, or Kachi, or the Liliana in front of him, all made him feel like he was indeed the happiest man in the world. This feeling was truly irresistible, making him want to forever sink into their gentle warmth. All right, get up. Liliana suddenly rolled out of bed, full of energy. I'll help you get dressed. No need. Before Chu He could finish refusing, Liliana firmly pressed him to sit down. Thus, under Liliana's strong insistence, he was forced to experience the supreme treatment of being personally served by the princess of the Thousand Illusions White Ape. She clumsily picked up his t-shirt, studied it for a long time inside out, and then carefully pulled it over his head, as if dressing a doll. When helping him with his pants, her restless little hands always accidentally touched everywhere. Hey, Liliana, stop touching there. Chu He finally couldn't bear it anymore, grabbing her mischievous hand with both amusement and anger. Liliana stuck out her tongue, wearing a triumphant naughty smile. After some playful banter, they finally got dressed properly. I'm leaving. Liliana stood at the door, looking at him reluctantly. I'll be waiting for you at the city lord's mansion, you must come. Okay. Sending off the clingy yet exasperating Liliana, the room returned to silence. Chu He stood still for a moment, straightened his slightly disheveled collar due to Liliana, then turned around and walked towards his own room. The carpeted corridor was long and quiet. His footsteps were not fast, each step taken steadily. With his body calming down, his mind began to operate at high speed. Everything that happened last night replayed in his mind like a movie scene, frame by frame. The mysterious figure who called himself master, every word and action, every subtle expression. Wait. Chu He's footsteps suddenly stopped dead. A doubt that was previously obscured by a huge amount of information and emotional fluctuations now clearly surfaced in his mind. It was that question. Why choose me? Chu He clearly remembered the moment he asked this question. Master, who transformed into Xia Yao, had a solemn expression, gazing through the starry river, as if staring at something extremely distant. Because. Kay paused. That was a very obvious pause, lasting several seconds. For a terrifying existence that could wipe out an SSS-level royal family in an instant and distort reality at will, did it need to think to answer a question? No, it didn't. Then, that pause was definitely not a moment of thought. Was Kay hesitating? Or was it fabricating an answer? Chu He squinted his eyes, reenacting that segment of dialogue in his mind. After that long pause, the solemnity on Kay's face disappeared, replaced by a mocking smile again. Because I want to choose you. At that moment, he was so angry he almost had a heart attack, thinking the other party was playing with him. But now, when he calmed down and thought about it, this answer was not just a game. It was more like a shield to hide the real answer. That real answer was either something Kay couldn't say, or something Kay didn't want to say. Why? What kind of reason could make such a high-level existence so secretive? Was there something hidden in me that even I, and even Kay, found tricky? Or did choosing me come with some huge cost or risk that Kay didn't want to mention? One question after another popped up, like a tangled fog shrouding Chu He's heart. He suddenly felt like he was a bit closer to that so-called truth, but the mystery wrapping the truth became even bigger and stranger. That guy who called himself the master, Kay's purpose was not just to see a battle of ants defeating gods. There must be deeper, crazier schemes hidden behind it. A chill quietly crawled up Chu He's spine. He realized that he seemed to have fallen into a vortex deeper than he imagined. Oh Lord! What on earth are you thinking? Unbeknownst to him, he had arrived at his room's door. Chu He pushed the door open and locked it behind him. On the bed, the dummy made from his hair stood quietly at the edge of the bed, dissolving into wisps of black smoke with his intent. The room was very quiet, only the sound of 2 steady breaths. It was still a little after 8 in the morning, and Xia Yao and Kachi were still sound asleep, apparently exhausted from being toiled by the master last night. Chu He walked to the bedside, not lying down but sitting on the carpet with his back against the bed, quietly watching them. He took the opportunity to pull up the system panel. Name, Xia Yao. Intimacy, deep love 12.55%. Name, Kachi. Intimacy, infatuation 98.7%. Name, Lillian. Intimacy, dependence 50.9%. Chu He clearly felt that after reaching deep love, the growth of intimacy became extremely slow, like a tortoise crawling. He was quite curious, what would happen if intimacy reached 100%, and the gray unique at the end of the progress bar was lit up? Time passed in silence. Finally, when the hour hand pointed to 12 noon, the person on the bed began to move. Xia Yao's long eyelashes trembled, then slowly opened her eyes. Chu He's heart jumped up to his throat. He held his breath, staring hard at those dark eyes. Those eyes were initially a bit dazed, as if covered with a thin mist, but soon, the mist dissipated, restoring their usual coolness and sharpness. She sat up, black hair cascading like a waterfall, rubbing her temples in slight confusion. Brother, her voice was hoarse from just waking up, but it was no longer that hollow tone. I seemed to have a very chaotic dream. She was back. Thank goodness. They were back to normal. A huge stone fell from Chu He's heart, and he relaxed completely. But the next second, another heavier stone hung in the air. The real test was just beginning. What dream? He asked calmly on the surface. Xia Yao frowned, trying to recall. In the dream, it seemed like you told us to also capture that monkey spirit. Then I was very angry, extremely angry, so angry that I wanted to burn the whole world down. As she spoke, her gaze gradually became dangerous. A familiar, destructive killing intent began to permeate around her. And then I can't remember what happened next. It felt like my brain was stirred into a mush, becoming very obedient. Whatever you said was what it was. She looked at Chu He, her eyes carrying a hint of fear and confusion. Brother, that feeling was so strange, so scary. Just then, Kachi next to her also let out a painful groan. Holding her head, she sat up. Ugh, my head hurts. Her silver short hair was messy, like a frizzy little cat. It feels like someone plowed my brain with mental strength 100 times. My mind is aching. She shook her head, her starry silver eyes sharply locking onto Chu He. Little River, tell the truth. Kachi's tone had a questioning meaning. Did you use some forbidden ability on us last night? I remember I was so angry I was ready to mobilize the Star Law forces, and then my head buzzed, and I didn't remember anything. It's here. Their memories were confused, but the core parts remained. Chu He took a deep breath, knowing he could not avoid it, and could not cover it up with mystical breath again. He stood up, sat on the edge of the bed, and solemnly looked at the two girls in front of him. Yao Yao, Chi Chi. His expression was unusually serious, making the two girls, who were still a bit grumpy from waking up, freeze and instinctively sit up straight. That dream was not a dream. Chu He's voice was heavy, each word seemed to be squeezed out of his throat with difficulty. The thing about Lillian is real. I did use mystical breath to influence you, and that is also true. Boom. The air in the room seemed to be sucked away in that instant. The last trace of sleepiness on Xia Yao's face vanished without a trace, replaced by a chilling frost. In her dark eyes, the crimson flames of destruction reignited, even fiercer than in the dream. Say that again? Her voice was as cold as ice. Kachi narrowed her silver eyes, her usual playful smile completely vanished, a pride and authority belonging to royalty descended like an invisible giant mountain. Little River, do you know what you're saying? Her voice was soft, but it was more chilling than Xia Yao's anger. Using your power to brainwash us, forcing us to accept another woman, what do you think of me and Yao Yao? Thoughtless pets? He didn't explain, but stretched out his hands, gently holding each of their hands. I know, what I've done is truly despicable. He looked into their eyes, without a hint of evasion, only deep, unbreakable pain and determination. So, I will no longer use my abilities to influence you. This time, I will tell you everything. After hearing it, whatever you want, I will accept. But before that, please, let me finish. Chapter 90, Come, Choose a Way to Die. His calmness and determination slightly halted the violent aura emanating from Xia Yao and Kachi. The crimson flames in Xia Yao's eyes flickered unpredictably, her lips tightly pressed, not speaking. Kachi tilted her head, a hint of curiosity flashing in her silver eyes. All right. Kachi spoke first, her voice still light, but carrying a scrutinizing meaning. Chu He nodded, quickly organizing his words. The root of all this begins with a mysterious being. He calls himself. Chu He was about to say the forbidden word. Master. Boom. Without warning. A blinding white light inexplicably exploded in the room. Chu He felt an indescribable terrifying power instantly pierce through his crown, splitting down his spine to his heels. Every nerve in his body ignited in an instant, a surge of pain and numbness exploding together, causing him to jerk suddenly. Ugh. He let out a short groan, his body uncontrollably trembling violently, the world before him spinning, his ears filled with a sharp ringing. When he finally managed to steady himself, he felt his scalp tingle, his hair standing on end, a burnt smell wafting from his head. Brother? Little River. Xia Yao and Kachi exclaimed at the same time, their anger instantly replaced by shock and concern. From their perspective, Chu He had just been fine. Suddenly he felt like he was struck by lightning, his body shook violently, his hair stood up straight like a super saiyan, and an extremely painful expression appeared on his face. What is happening? Has he lost his mind? You, what's wrong? Xiaoyao grabbed him, her palm pressed against his back, a gentle force flowing into him, but she found out that he was empty inside, with no signs of energy surging. I'm fine. I'm fine. Chu He shook his head still buzzing. He forced himself to endure the dizziness like being struck by lightning, and looked at the two women. Turbulent waves surged in his heart. It's the master. What the hell? He can't even use his charm now, and he can't even speak the truth? This is too much. Chu He's anger surged up rapidly. He didn't believe in this evil. He looked at Xiaoyao and Kaji again, gritting his teeth, every word squeezed out from between his teeth. That guy, it's just... Boom! Another more violent bolt of lightning. This time, Chu He couldn't even make a sound, his whole body fell straight back, his eyes rolling back, and a wisp of green smoke puffed out from his mouth. He felt like his soul was about to be struck out of his body. Brother! Xiaoyao and Kaji were utterly panicked, they hurriedly helped him lie down on the bed. Kaji stretched out her finger, poked at his nose, still breathing. She flipped open Chu He's eyelid to take a look, his pupils were not dilated. Not dead, but his spirit is severely injured. Kaji's expression was extremely serious, there are no traces of energy, his body is completely fine, but his soul feels like it's being repeatedly torn apart. Little River, what's happening to you? Chu He lay on the bed, panting heavily, his chest rising and falling violently. Now he finally understood. That bastard master never intended to let him speak out. All he wanted was to watch the show. He just wanted to see him struggle painfully between Xiaoyao, Kaji, and Lillian. He was being treated like a monkey. A wave of uncontrollable anger exploded violently from the deepest part of Chu He's heart. To hell with this. I can't bear it anymore. Chu He suddenly leaped up from the bed, under the astonished gazes of Xiaoyao and Kaji, he teleported to the window in the room. He pushed open the window, stuck his head out, and yelled at the clear blue sky with all his strength. I'm gonna screw you up. However, that last word, representing all the culprits, was like being tightly gripped by an invisible big hand, he couldn't yell it out. In the air, only his angry and unwilling roar prefix remained. Xiaoyao and Kaji looked at Chu He, his hair standing on end, shouting at the sky but unable to finish his curse, completely dumbfounded. Is he going crazy? Is the pressure too much, causing a mental breakdown? Brother, calm down. Little River, come down quickly. Let's talk properly. The two girls who... The voice of the master in his mind paused for a moment, seemingly caught off guard by Chu He's fearless attitude. You are even more interesting than I thought. I have my reasons for arranging things this way. Bullshit reasons. Chu He gasped for air and continued to roar in his mind. Your reasons are just to satisfy your twisted, perverse sense of superiority, aren't they? Are you looking for death? The voice of the master finally carried a genuine hint of anger. Oh, as expected of you. Chu He used all his strength to mock, you noticed my intentions so clearly. Truly impressive. The voice in his mind fell silent. But Chu He could feel a cold killing intent, chilling enough to freeze his soul, locking onto him. After a moment, the voice of the master spoke again. This time, there was no emotion left, only pure, aloof indifference. You little brat, since you want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish. As soon as the words fell, the world in front of Chu He began to twist and melt. Xiaoyao and Kachi's anxious faces, the ceiling of the hotel room, the blue sky and white clouds outside the window, everything was like paint thrown into water, rapidly spinning, blurring, and fading. The next second, Chu He found himself no longer in the hotel room. A nauseatingly strong smell of blood mixed with the stench of decay surged into his nostrils, causing his stomach to churn violently. He found himself standing on a dark, lifeless wasteland. The sky was a strange dark red, with no sun and no clouds. The ground beneath his feet was stained dark brown, with viscous liquid soaking the earth. The most terrifying sight was in front of him. Corpses. A mountain of corpses piled high. It was a small hill made of incomplete body parts. Some bodies had no heads, their necks were a mess of blood and flesh. Others were severed at the waist, their intestines and innards spilled everywhere. Some seemed to have been torn apart by immense force, their limbs separated from their torsos, scattered all around. There were even bodies whose entire skin had been peeled off, exposing blood-red muscles and tendons, the sight too horrific to bear. Countless hollow, despairing, and vengeful eyes stared at him from various corners of the corpse mountain. Ugh! Chu He could no longer hold it in. He bent over, clutching his knees, and began to gag violently. His legs weakened, and he finally collapsed onto the ground with a thud. His face lost all color, and his eyes were filled with unprecedented terror. At that moment, a figure silently appeared beside him. Chu He snapped his head around and saw the master, who looked exactly like him. The master wore simple black clothes, with a mischievous smile on his face. Against the backdrop of the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, he looked eerily calm and composed. The master extended his hand, pointing at the mountain of corpses, and in a tone as if introducing a collection, he spoke with a light laugh. Ling Chi, chariot tearing, waist chopping. As the master spoke, 3 objects suddenly appeared on the ground beside Chu He. A wooden bed, covered in knife marks, and a set of sharp knives. 2 ancient war chariots, each harnessed with vicious war horses. And a huge guillotine, gleaming with a cold, eerie light, its blade still stained with dark red blood. The master lowered his head, smiling as he looked down at the collapsed Chu He. His gaze was like that of someone admiring a toy that was about to be dismantled. The master's voice carried a cruel delight. The voice of the master, full of cruel pleasure, softly floated down. Come, choose one. How do you want to die? The master, who looked exactly like him, spoke, his voice dripping with the sweetness of toying with prey, every word oozing with the pleasure of bloodshed. The words fell lightly into his ears, but they made Chu He's soul tremble. His stomach churned violently. The strong stench of blood and decay was like countless invisible maggots, desperately crawling into his nostrils and brain. In front of him, the mountain of corpses and those hollow, desperate eyes were constantly reminding him that this was not an illusion. At least, the feeling was real. Seeing he had no reaction, the smile on the master's face grew even wider. What's wrong? Can't make a choice? Kay bent down, picking up one of the sharp knives from the set. Kay stuck out his tongue, slowly licking the cold blade, making a spine-chilling hiss sound. Then, I'll pick for you. Kay's gaze was mocking, like a cat examining a mouse in its palm. Let's go with slow slicing. Don't worry, my technique is great, my knife skills are excellent. I promise, I'll carefully slice exactly 3,600 pieces from your body, not one more, not one less. And, before the last slice falls, you absolutely won't die. Chu He's pupils suddenly constricted. 3,600 cuts. To be alive, feeling each piece cut away. A bone-chilling cold spread from his tailbone, instantly freezing his limbs and body, making it almost impossible for him to even breathe. However, in the midst of this extreme fear, one thought clearly and decisively formed in his chaotic mind. Something's wrong. Too wrong. This guy, if he really wanted to kill me, would it be this complicated? One thought, one invisible electric shock like before, wouldn't I just vanish into thin air immediately? Why go through all this trouble, with mountains of corpses and torture devices, like a horror movie, and even giving a live commentary? This isn't murder. This is fucking about scaring me. Yes, Kay doesn't want to kill me, Kay wants me to submit, wants me to bow my head, to pay the price of fear for the curse I just shouted. Once this thought appeared, it was like a light, instantly dispelling most of the fear in Chu He's heart. He looked at the mocking smile on the face before him, and an incredibly bold idea wildly grew in his heart. Chu He's body was still trembling, he supported himself on the sticky ground, unsteadily standing up. His chest rose and fell, forcing down the surging nausea. He raised his eyes and stared directly at the master's playful gaze. If I'm not mistaken, Chu He's voice still trembled, but his tone had changed. You don't want to kill me, you're just scaring me. The smile on the master's face slightly stiffened. That stiffness lasted only half a second, before it widened again, and Kay looked at him with even more interest. Oh? You're wrong. Kay played with the knife in his hand, the blade nimbly jumping at his fingertips. I do want to kill you. No, Chu He shook his head, his eyes growing incredibly firm. You don't want to kill me. Master raised an eyebrow, seeming to find the game more interesting. Give me a reason not to kill you. Reason? Chu He smiled, although his face was still pale, but there was a bit of certainty in his smile. You want to kill me, a single thought could turn me to dust, why go through all this trouble? What you're doing is called pulling down your pants to fart back in my hometown, unnecessary. You just want to see me scared, begging on my knees. If I really bowed to you today, that's when it would be over. You, a freak, would probably lose interest after seeing me submit, and actually kill me. The mockery on the master's face finally faded slightly. That's right. Kay admitted it. You brat, you made me angry. I gave you such powerful abilities, let you grow strong while lying comfortably, and you dare to curse me. Old man? Chu He quickly caught the word. He paused for a moment. The master also instantly realized what he had said, and for a brief moment, a hint of panic appeared in his expression. But Kay quickly adjusted himself, forcing a serious face, using even more pressure to cover up that small moment of unease. What's wrong? Is there a problem? As a noble and powerful master, what's wrong with me saying old man? Is that not allowed? No, it's fine. Chu He quickly waved his hands, his expression turning strange. It's just, your tone, it feels a bit familiar. It reminds me of my dad. When he scolded me, he always used to say, old man this and that. Cough, cough. Master suddenly coughed twice, quickly glanced at him, and swiftly returned to a nonchalant demeanor. Little brat, it seems you are truly afraid. Don't try to get close to me here. Chu He felt a moment of joy in his heart. Afraid? I'm now sure you don't dare to kill me, so why would I be afraid of anything? You're overthinking it, Chu He said seriously. I was just expressing my feelings. But speaking of which, how do you know that I like this way of getting stronger? Of course. Do you think I don't know? 80% of those study materials in your cloud storage are produced in Sakura country, with one man challenging multiple women in action movies. TSK, you have quite unique taste. Boom. Chu He felt his brain explode. His whole body went numb from head to toe. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? He actually knows this? Well, what do you know about this? Chu He's voice changed pitch. Is it that hard? Master disdainfully scoffed. As long as I want to know, I can know. You have no secrets in front of me. Chu He's face instantly turned the color of pig liver. The intense shame made him wish he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. He was actually a closet pervert. Chu He thought to himself, saying K was a perverted voyeur was not unjust at all. This guy is a complete and utter super pervert. I was just studying. Chu He blushed, stubbornly said, critically studying. Understanding cultural differences in different regions. In real life, I think having a girl who loves me is enough. Also, if I have no secrets in front of you, how am I going to defeat you in the future? Alright, stop explaining. Master waved his hand impatiently. The more you explain, the worse it gets. Anyway, how you defeat me is your business. Chu He looked at K's deadpan expression, so furious he was grinding his teeth. Suddenly, he thought of a key question. Is there some sort of relationship between us that I don't know about? Chu He stared intently into K's eyes. Otherwise, why did you choose me specifically? This time, Master did not immediately deny it. K paused for a moment, a complex and unreadable emotion flashed in his identical eyes. After a moment, K slowly spoke. There is a relationship. K admitted it. But only if you defeat me will you have the right to know what that relationship is. So that's how it is. Chu He's heart started beating wildly uncontrollably. This answer was like a strong adrenaline shot that filled him with energy. Good. Chu He's eyes burned with fighting spirit. Then let me out now. I want to get stronger and then defeat you. Dream on. Master's lips curled back into that wicked smile. Daring to insult me, you must pay a price. Aren't you looking for death? Since you want to experience it so much, I will satisfy you. Let you truly die once in the illusion. K's gaze fell upon the enormous guillotine. Let's go with the waist cut. The moment he finished speaking, Chu He didn't react in time, and his body uncontrollably flew into the air. An invisible force pinned him tightly in the middle of that cold guillotine. Unable to move. He exerted all his strength, but not even a finger could he move. The cold touch of iron and the shadow of death once again enveloped him. I was wrong. I was wrong. Master. Big brother. I will never dare to insult you again. Chu He desperately shouted, shamelessly begging for mercy. No joke, even if I know it's fake, who the hell wants to experience the feeling of being chopped in half? However, Master just smiled at him, slowly raising his hand. That huge guillotine, shimmering with a chilling cold light, similarly rose up. Then, it suddenly fell. The whistling wind sounded explosively in his ears. Death rushed towards him. The world spun around, pain surged from his waist. The work has been confined to a small black room. What did I write that was so filthy? I didn't even drive at all. Boo-hoo. Chapter 92, Your harem is your arsenal. Ah. A heart-wrenching scream exploded as Chu He shot up from the bed. His whole body curled up like a burning red shrimp, his hands clutched his waist tightly, veins bulged on his forehead, and his face twisted in extreme pain. Excruciating pain. Not just physical pain, but absolute agony as if his soul had been sliced in half, every nerve screaming in a dying wail. Cold. When the blade fell, that icy metal sensation cutting through flesh, the vitality surging from the severed end into nothingness, lingered deep in his perception. He gasped for cold air, cold sweat instantly soaked the bedsheet, his whole being felt like it had just been pulled out from a morgue. Brother! Little He. Two trembling voices exploded in his ears. A warm, soft body clung to him tightly from behind. Xiaoyao's voice was choked with suppressed cries. Kaki, whose face usually wore a playful smile, now had a gravity he had never seen, her eyes locked onto Chu He as if confirming whether his soul was still whole. Chu He trembled and raised his head. In his sight was the familiar ceiling of the hotel room, and the nearly shattered faces of Xiaoyao and Kaki. He was back. Back from that hell of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. But the experience of being cut in half by death was real enough to make his soul tremble. At that moment, A voice that no longer mocked, but was as indifferent as a god, rang directly in his mind. The road has been paved for you, hurry up and grow stronger. Don't die easily, if you perish, those who carry your mark will be buried with you. They are waking up soon. Buried with me? Mark? Chu He's pupils constricted sharply. What is the mark? Who are they? He roared madly in his mind. The only reply was silence. That voice never appeared again. Brother, what is wrong with you? Just now your heartbeat stopped. Xia Yao trembled as she held his arm, hot tears pounding against his back. Little He, your soul's fluctuations just dropped to a near-dissolution critical point. Kaki's silver eyes flickered with countless data streams, her tone filled with a lingering shock of having survived a calamity. What happened? Chu He looked at them, a wave of blood surged in his chest. He knew he could no longer use any lie to paint over the piece. This time, he carefully avoided the taboo name, meeting the gazes of both women. With a voice hoarse like it had been rubbed with sandpaper, he spoke laboriously. Everything I said is true. There is an existence that likes to turn into my form. K is the one who granted me power. K gave me a task, a deadline. 3 years. In 3 years, I must defeat K. If I fail. Each word from Chu He was like being squeezed out from between his teeth. My hometown, Blue Star, everything will be erased. And buried with me. K said, those carrying my mark would be buried with me. I guess, it's you two that I have kissed. He watched as their faces froze instantly, laying bare the most cruel truth. You would have lost control last night because K's power interfered. K does not allow me to take shortcuts. K wants to see me struggle in pain. Using enchanting breath was my cowardice, my foolishness. I was wrong. K is very strong, strong enough that even if you two teamed up last night, you couldn't touch a corner of K's clothing. In the room, there was a deathly silence. In Xia Yao's eyes, the crimson flames born from worry had temporarily retreated, but now they erupted again. But this time, the last trace of fury within the flames was extinguished, leaving only the coldness that froze the soul and a killing intent that soared to the heavens. She released her grip around Chu He, then reached out with her icy fingers, gently brushing his face, still lingering with fear and paleness, her eyes filled with unshakable heartache. So, you almost really died just now, because of K? Xia Yao's voice was so light it could be blown away by the wind. Chu He nodded with great difficulty. Beside him, Ketch, after her initial shock, had her starry silver eyes sparkling with a brilliance comparable to a supercomputer. She spoke directly and articulated a statement that shook even Chu He. I understand. Ketch's expression became extremely serious, like a general overlooking an interstellar battlefield. This is not a love dispute, nor is it a moral judgment on you juggling multiple relationships. This is a survival game that has been forcibly initiated. Her sharp gaze swept over Chu He and then fixed on Xia Yao. What you call harem is not your emotional burden at all. That is your armory. You, Chu He, are that unique weapon. And we, Lillian, and all the royal family members marked by you in the future, are your ammunition. Armory? Ammunition? Chu He's breath caught. The apocalyptic scene he had imagined did not arrive. The shared threat from the master loomed like an insurmountable black divine mountain, instantly crushing their intense possessiveness and jealousy into submission beneath its weight. In its place was a bizarre yet unbreakable alliance formed for the supreme goal of survival. If your life and our lives are bound together. Xia Yao tightened her grip on Chu He's hand, her eyes burning with the flames of destruction, full of unprecedented determination. Then we have no other choice. She looked at Ketch, who nodded sullenly and emphatically in return. From today on, Xia Yao's voice was firm and resolute, like a queen's vow. We are not just your lovers. We are also your sword-bearers. Your will is the direction the sword points. Ketch also put away all playfulness, her face bearing the rare seriousness and pride of the starry royal bloodline. Your armory must be expanded, and quickly. That so-called Lillian, of the Thousand Mirage White Ape clan, has an incredibly strange and powerful ability and is the core fighting strength we must compete for right now. She glanced at Chu He, a cold yet warlike smile creeping across her lips. We will help you. Chu He looked at the two girls before him, one with a gaze as resolute as an abyss, the other with a stare sharp as a star, and in his heart, a faint yet burning hope finally ignited. With the full support of these two SSS-level royal family members, perhaps, there really is a glimmer of life. Okay. The three reached a consensus. There was no time to waste. They must find Lillian immediately, reveal the entire truth to her, and completely pull her into this life and death alliance. Without the slightest hesitation, Ketch directly activated her spatial powers. Silver light enveloped the three of them, and the space twisted violently as their figures vanished from the hotel room in an instant. The next second, they had appeared above Lillian's enormous mansion, like an independent kingdom. However, before they could pinpoint Lillian's location, the sight before them made their pupils contract in horror. Rumble. The ground beneath them was shaking and cracking uncontrollably. A dragon's roar that shook the heavens and a defiant ape's howl, mixed with a destructive energy storm, exploded with a deafening bang. Under the clouds, a giant ape, over 100 meters tall, pure white, with muscles knotted like mountains, was swinging its fists that could block out the sun, fiercely pounding on something. Opposite it, a similarly massive five-clawed azure dragon, covered in green dragon scales and exuding a fierce aura, was opening its enormous mouth, spitting out a blast of azure dragon breath that could obliterate mountains. The sky lamented, and the earth was tearing apart. Was that giant ape? Could it be Lillian? But what about that azure dragon? Who is it? Chapter 93, Don't rush to make yourself a clown. The voice of the giant ape was extremely tired, mixed with an uncontainable irritation, resonating through the clouds. Ouching, I made it clear on the phone, I don't like you. The blue dragon's massive body swirled angrily in the sky, its roar filled with unacceptable grievance and unwillingness. Lily, I have pursued you for so many years. Our clan has long arranged a marriage, why didn't you oppose it back then? Because I was young and didn't understand. The voice of the giant ape suddenly turned cold, the past is painful to look back on. We are too familiar, we are only suited to be friends. She paused and added one more sentence. You are a good dragon. In the high sky, Chu He's mouth twitched fiercely. Wow, is issuing a good person card in another world this straightforward? Lily. How can I live without you? The roar of the blue dragon carried a bit of the naive mentality unique to those in love. The giant ape, who was also Lillian, was evidently disgusted by this sentence. With a heavy fist, she smashed the dragon breath sweeping toward her into countless glowing points, giving off a deafening roar. The Ryan continent is so vast. Have all the female dragons died? I've already said, I slept with the man I love last night. He is the only one in my heart now, don't force me anymore. Boom. This sentence was more terrifying than any dragon breath. The massive body of the blue dragon suddenly stiffened in midair, its lantern-like eyes instantly filled with blood vessels. I don't care. His voice went completely insane, filled with destructive rage. Today, you must return to the Dragon Palace with me. Ouching, don't be foolish. I can't go with you. Jealousy had burned away the prince of the dragon's rationality, and he let out a thunderous roar. All right. Lillian. If you dare to make me suffer like this, I will definitely tear that man to pieces. Hearing these words, Lillian instead stopped her attack. Her huge ape face showed a strange expression, almost pitying. Don't joke. I forgot to tell you, by his side, besides me, there is also the princess of the Chu He tribe and the princess of the Zingl tribe. Lillian's voice turned extremely cold in that moment, carrying an admonition from a high point. Obey and return to your dragon palace. Don't rush to make yourself a clown. Ouching's massive dragon body completely froze in midair. Chu He tribe princess? Zingl tribe princess? Those two, who occupy a mysterious bloodline at the top of the royal family system? At the same time with the same man? Ouching's huge dragon brain crashed directly, he couldn't process this information and could only instinctively give an incredulous roar. What did you say? What she said is correct. A calm male voice abruptly sounded in the center of the battlefield. Dear dragon brother, it's time for you to leave. The moment the voice fell, the figures of Chu He, Xiaoyao, and Chi-Chi appeared before the giant ape, wrapped in brilliant silver light. Spatial power. Ouching's dragon pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinheads. It really is the Zingl royal family. Chu He looked up, smiling as he gazed at the enormous creature before him, that smile carrying just the right hint of mischief. You must be the prince of the dragon race, right? I'm sorry, I unintentionally made your ex-fiancé fall in love with me. You can rest assured to leave, as for Lillian, I will take good care of her. Every word struck precisely at Ouching's reverse scale. Not very deadly, but deeply insulting. The moment Lillian saw Chu He appear, an obvious joy and shyness emerged on her fierce giant ape face, and her huge eyes squinted happily. This strange contrast left Chu He dumbfounded. He quickly noticed several charred wounds on Lillian's snow-white fur, which were burned by dragon breath. Chu He's heart felt as if tightly gripped by a hand. His smile instantly vanished, replaced by a strong sense of heartache. All right, leave this place to us, you retreat first. Lillian's enormous head obediently nodded, and her massive body shrank rapidly in a burst of white light. She transformed back into that graceful, stunning woman. Her clothes were torn in the battle, revealing large patches of snow-white skin, adding a bittersweet and alluring charm. Ao Qing watched the scene, his eyes turning completely red. That proud and untouchable princess of the Thousand Illusions white ape, surprisingly, was as docile as a pet cat in front of this man. You must be the Chuba that Lillian mentioned, right? Ao Cheng stared hard at Chu He, squeezing out these words one by one through gritted teeth. A big man, called by such a childish name. Chu He felt a fierce twitch at the corner of his mouth. This Lillian. Social death always strikes so suddenly. But he kept a straight face and puffed out his chest, looking arrogantly at ease. My name is Chu He, big silly dragon. That's a pet name Lillian gave me. Do you have a problem with that? You. Insignificant human. Ao Ching was completely ignited, a terrifying dragon's might crashing towards Chu He like a tsunami. The hatred of stealing a wife cannot coexist. You are doomed. However, that dragon might, strong enough to crush mountains, was effortlessly torn apart just 3 meters away from Chu He by 2 even more domineering forces, one on the left and one on the right. Xia Yao's cold gaze locked onto Ao Ching, a distorted black vortex swirling around her, the aura of annihilation making the very space itself mourn. Kaki smiled cheekily at him, but in his starry eyes lay a chilling, lifeless emptiness. Ao Ching's heart shook violently. The Vexation Princess. The Star Rhythm Princess. They were both real. His gaze returned to the human protected by the 2 top princesses, jealousy and anger threatening to turn his rationality into ashes. If you're a man, come out for a one-on-one duel. Ao Ching roared madly. Don't hide behind women like a turtle. My man doesn't need worms like you to speak. Xia Yao's voice seemed to come from the abyss, and as she stepped forward, a terrifying power of annihilation made the heavens and the earth lose their color. However, a hand gently pressed on her shoulder. It was Chu He. Xia Yao turned around and saw Chu He shaking his head at her. Let me try first. Chu He's expression was calm, but his eyes burned with an uncontainable crazy fighting spirit. He took a few steps forward, completely leaving the protective range of Xia Yao and Kaki, standing alone against the furious 5-clawed azure dragon. This is a duel between men. He needed a fight. A refreshing and thrilling fight to vent the fear and suffocation left deep in his soul after being cut off by the master. He also needed to prove to Xia Yao, Kaki, and the newly joined Lillian that he, Chu He, was not a useless coward hiding behind women. Lillian nervously clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes filled with concern as she watched Chu He's not-so-broad back. Good. Very good. Ao Ching saw that Chu He truly stepped forward, smiling instead of getting angry, his laughter filled with cruelty. Human, I will make you understand the consequences of angering a giant dragon. I will tear you into pieces. Before his voice faded, a huge dragon claw formed from pure energy erupted on the right claw of the azure dragon, shrieking through the sky and violently grasping towards Chu He. Chapter 94, Chu He vs. Ao Ching. The air was squeezed to emit a thunderous roar. In Ao Ching's lantern-like huge eyes, there was only pure destruction and brutality left. He intended to crush this human who dared to touch his reverse scale, along with that damned arrogance on his face, into a pulpy mess. Little He. Brother. Shu Bao. 3 terrified voices erupted almost simultaneously. Lillian's heart stopped beating from. At the fingertips of Kachi, a colorful space ripple is rapidly gathering, ready to spring forth. However, facing the dragon's claw, Chu He did not retreat but advanced instead. Come on. In the giant dragon pupil of Ao Ching, Chu He's figure suddenly became erratic. His outline looked like ink soaked in water, leaving a blurry afterimage in place while his true self ghosted away. The dragon claw came crashing down. Boom. The earth was torn open into 5 terrifying chasms that seemed bottomless, charred soil and shattered stone surged towards the sky, and dust swept across like a giant wave. The claw's heart was empty. What? A flicker of astonishment crossed Ao Ching's dragon pupil. The next second, a tone tinged with mockery rang out from above his giant head. Hey, long bug, do you have a bit of nearsightedness? Ao Ching suddenly looked up. At some point, Chu He had appeared above him, left hand palm up, a black sphere condensed to the extreme was slowly spinning, filled with neither light nor sound, only pure nothingness. Without hesitation, he pressed that black sphere fiercely against Ao Ching's indestructible dragon scales. Bang! 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 The black sphere did not make a thunderous noise upon touching the dragon scales, only a slight, cringing crackling sound. Ao Ching felt a slight numbness at the top of his head. On the dragon scales strong enough to withstand landslides, there appeared a pin-sized, absolutely black dot. A cold pain, as if it could obliterate the soul, sent threads of sensation from that tiny point. This bit of harm, to his massive body, could hardly be called a scratch. But the essence of this power made his heart tremble. The annihilation power that eyed the royal family? You're seeking death. Ao Ching let out a roar that shook the heavens, his dragon tail sweeping towards Chu He above, like a blue mountain carrying enough force to level a city. Chu He gently tapped his toes on the hard dragon horn. The spatial perception granted to him by Kachi made the trajectory of the dragon tail clear in his mind. He dodged at an unimaginable angle, narrowly evading the devastating blow. Meanwhile, that furious dragon tail smashed squarely against its own head. Roar! Ao Ching let out a painful grunt, his massive dragon head struck by its own tail, stars dancing before his eyes, and he plunged headfirst into the deep pit he had just dug, creating a cloud of dust. Chu He was startled. This guy is so ruthless even to himself. Is this all you've got? You're no good at hitting, but you're quite skilled at making a mess of yourself. He floated in mid-air, looking down and mocking. Infuriated by such a small human's teasing, Aoqing's reason was utterly consumed by rage. He suddenly burrowed out of the ground, the giant dragon head covered in dirt, looking utterly wretched. Roar! He opened his blood-red mouth, no longer performing simple physical attacks, as ancient and complex dragon language magic began to chant. Wind Blade! In an instant, thousands of blue wind blades coalesced from thin air, forming a storm of knife-like edges that sealed off all of Chu He's escape routes. Chu He's eyes narrowed, immediately using the power of space to pull numerous stones from the ground around him, trying to construct a barrier. But he felt uncertain, this hurriedly gathered defense could not stop such a dense attack. Water Prison! Aoqing's dragon roar echoed again. From those 5 bottomless chasms, monstrous waves surged up, forming a massive water sphere that enveloped Chu He and those wind blades completely. No way up to heaven, no door down to earth. Now, let's see how you hide. Aoqing's voice was filled with cruel delight. Brother! Shu Bao! Xia Yao and Lillian shouted simultaneously, helplessly watching Chu He's figure being completely swallowed by the raging waters and wind blades. Only Kachi, that youthful little face, had a slight smile at the corners of her mouth. Aoqing looked at the chaotic water sphere and let out a triumphant laugh. Now let's see if you live or die. Within the water sphere, a voice leisurely rang out. Big silly dragon, what are you laughing at? Grandpa is here. Aoqing's laughter stopped abruptly, and he suddenly looked up. He saw above the water sphere, Chu He had somehow freed himself, hands raised high, a huge purple lightning orb formed by the power of annihilation, spatial power, and the power of illusions, buzzing and unstable, was condensing. In Aoqing's enormous dragon eyes, disbelief was written all over. When did he get to my head? He had no time to think because that purple lightning orb, carrying the breath of destruction, struck solidly against his crown. Boom! Xiaoyao and Lillian were so shocked that they covered their mouths. He actually managed to use all 3 abilities with such skill. In just that moment, he used Lillian's clone technique to create an illusion in the water prison, then teleported with Kachi's spatial power, and finally mixed Summer's annihilation power into this deadly strike. Kachi had anticipated this, a hint of approval flashed in her silver eyes. Her clan's bloodline instinctively felt the flow of energy and the changes in existence with the keenest perception. Thunder come! Completely enraged, Aoqing, exhausted of patience, roared skyward. The sky changed color, heavy dark clouds gathered from all directions, and thick cyan lightning raged through the clouds, like the apocalypse descending. You love using lightning so much, then you can also taste mine. Boom! A terrifying cyan lightning pillar, carrying the supreme power to judge all, tore through the dark clouds and came crashing down, striking straight towards Chu He. This blow seemed to lock onto his soul, leaving him with no thought of evading. Chu He's expression finally changed drastically. The 3 powers within him had already been mostly drained in the extreme maneuver just now. Facing this earth-shattering blow, he truly smelled the scent of death. Chu He cursed in his heart, survival instincts instantly overshadowing all dignity and pride. He shouted at the top of his lungs, using all his strength to produce a cry that echoed through the clouds. Help me! Yao Yao! Kiki! Lillian! This utterly shameless shout stunned both Xiaoyao and Lillian, who had been ready to strike, and smiles mixed with incredulity appeared on their faces. Kachi reacted the quickest. Just as the lightning pillar was about to fall, her silver eyes shimmered, and the concept of time and space became blurred in that instant. Freeze! She parted her cherry lips and softly uttered a word. In an instant, the wind stopped, and silence prevailed. That violent lightning pillar, along with the monstrous cyan dragon Aoqing in the sky, instantly froze in the air, as if it were a giant 3-dimensional painting pressed on pause. Time and space stood still. Chu He plopped down onto the ground, breathing heavily, his entire body soaked in cold sweat. He looked up at the motionless lightning pillar hovering less than 5 meters above his head, still exuding terrifying pressure, his heart filled with lingering fear. Just a bit more, and he would have really been done for. An SSS-level existence was truly terrifying. Whether in physical power or magical might, it far exceeded his current limits. Even if he exerted all his strength, he could only cause some superficial injuries to the other party. Aoqing, you can go die. Xiaoyao's cold voice echoed, as she stepped forward, her figure appearing like a ghost before the frozen Aoqing. In her palm, a black orb, concentrated to the extreme, was slowly rotating, as if it could annihilate everything. Xiaoyao! Wait! A figure flashed, and Lillian stood in front of Xiaoyao. Don't kill him. Lillian bit her lip, her expression complex. Our 2 clans have some history. I grew up with him. He's just a love-struck fool, too impulsive for his own good. Xiaoyao paused, her cold gaze sweeping over Lillian, then looking at the still trembling Chu He in the distance. Chu He hesitated for a moment, then shook his head at her. He wanted to defeat this guy with his own hands, fair and square. Moreover, tearing ties with the Dragon Clan now, in order to unite the powers of the 9 clans, was not a wise move. Kaki understood, and with a wave of her small hand, the pillar of lightning capable of destroying mountains was effortlessly drawn into the void, dissipating into nothingness. She untied the bindings, breathed a sigh of relief, her small face slightly pale. Indeed, the power of the Dragon Clan was fierce. Roar! The freed Ao Qing instinctively let out a dragon roar, but he quickly sensed something was wrong. Xiaoyao and Kaki floated beside him, one on each side. 2 entirely different but equally soul-shuddering terrifying presences locked onto him tightly. He had no doubt that if he made any move, the next second would be his end. Ao Qing's massive form slowly shrank, ultimately transforming into a young man dressed in a luxurious blue robe, handsome but now painted with humiliation and resentment. His golden dragon eyes were fixed intently on Chu He, who was being supported by Lillian, full of anger. Humph, a worthless coward hiding behind a woman. Ao Chung scoffed coldly. Even if I don't know what despicable means you used to gain the power of 3 clans, in the end, you still can't defeat me, and still need a woman to save you. Chapter 95, A Year's Appointment. Lillian's stunning face instantly flushed red, not from shame, but from anger. Fury burned fiercely in her 3-colored eyes. Do you really want to die? She stormed, her chest rising and falling violently, pointing at Ao Qing's nose and roaring, Shubao spared your life, how dare you? Humph, spare me? Ao Qing suddenly straightened his back, his chin held high, as the pride engraved in the dragon bloodline overtook his handsome face once more. He contemptuously glanced at Chu He, his golden dragon eyes filled with undisguised disdain. Did I ask him? He'd better kill me today, or this won't end. This dragon was a stubborn stone, smelly and hard. Lillian was so furious that she almost transformed into her giant ape form, but a warm, powerful hand pressed on her shoulder, strangely calming all her boiling anger. It was Chu He. He stepped forward, approaching Ao Chang. His steps were still unsteady from fatigue, his face somewhat pale, but his eyes were calm like a bottomless deep pool, making one's heart shiver. Ao Chang. Seems you're very unconvinced. That's right. Ao Qing met his gaze fiercely, flames of humiliation almost bursting from his golden pupils. I'm not convinced. He waited for Chu He's angry retort, for the other side's angry roar. But Chu He actually nodded, the corners of his mouth even curling into a self-deprecating smile. You're not convinced. I'm also not convinced. 6 simple words instantly blocked all the mockery Ao Qing had prepared for him. He froze, his brows furrowing in confusion. What are you unconvinced about? You are not convinced because you think I rely on the woman beside me to act powerful. Chu He openly spread his hands, his movements so natural as if stating a fact. I'm not convinced because you're SSS level, while me, I'm still far behind. His dark eyes locked onto Ao Qing, showing not a shred of retreat. If I were at your level, whether you win or lose would be another matter. These words were neither humble nor arrogant, causing Ao Qing's inner rage to pause slightly. However, Chu He paused, his gaze sweeping over Ao Qing, and suddenly, his entire aura changed. Became playful. Of course, in this world, how can there be so many who submit? His tone carried a hint of mockery, as if he had seen through the world. The weak, or the disadvantaged, have never had a voice. He grinned widely, revealing a set of white teeth, his smile laced with a rough arrogance that made Ao Qing's eyes twitch violently. I can rely on my women, I'm not ashamed. They are willing to protect me, that's my ability, my charm, nothing I can do about it. So strictly speaking, they are part of my strength. If I can fight in a group, why bother with a one-on-one fight, right? This shameless logic, paired with his expression of I'm a rogue, what can you do about it, nearly drove Ao Qing to a furious rage. You despicable human. Ao Qing's handsome face turned a pig liver color, his teeth grinding together, making a grating sound. Just as Ao Qing was about to explode, Chu He's next words left him stunned again. But I have a flaw. Chu He wiped the playful smile away, his eyes becoming sharp as a knife. I have never liked bullying the weak. He took a step forward, close enough to see his own reflection in Ao Qing's eyes. So today, I give you a chance for a one-on-one fight. If I, Chu He, lose this battle, I will admit it. He said this with absolute certainty, without the slightest hesitation. To calmly admit defeat carried more power than any excuse. The rage in Ao Qing's eyes was truly doused a little by these words, replaced by a thick astonishment. But Chu He's voice suddenly rose, filled with unquestionable arrogance. There will come a day when I will defeat you myself. And it won't be long. He stared at Ao Qing, emphasizing each word. 1 year. In a year, we will fight again. Next time, they will never interfere. A 1-year agreement. Ao Qing's golden pupils constricted sharply. This human actually dared to set a life and death agreement with him, a dragon prince? Was he crazy, or did he really have no fear? Following the absurd feeling was an even stronger sense of humiliation. Is he pitying me? Aoqing's pride took a brutal blow, and he sneered, good. If I win, you will leave Lillian's world. This was his deepest obsession. However, Chu He smiled, his smile carrying a trace of pity. Aoqing, don't you think that's very cheap? His voice was low but struck Aoqing's heart like a hammer. And it's disrespectful to Lillian. Who she loves is her freedom, what right do you have to stake her as a wager? These words made Lillian's body tremble violently. She looked incredulously at Chu He's profile, her eyes immediately turning red. Aoqing's face shifted from green to white. Chu He's words precisely pierced through his pride as a royal, revealing the childish and selfish layer hiding behind his actions. But Chu He changed his tone, providing him with an out. You can try. See if, after a year, if you defeat me, she will love you because of that. If she truly chooses you, I, Chu He, will not hold on. He turned to look gently at Lillian, his gaze holding more trust than any vow. The one who wants to stay won't leave. The one who wants to leave, you can't keep. Chu He knew very well that for Lillian, marked by the kiss of charm, the probability of betrayal approached zero. But he still gave Aoqing a seemingly attainable hope. After all, hope always brings people the motivation to live. Aoqing fell silent. He looked at Lillian's eyes, longing to melt into Chu He, the last bit of unrealistic fantasy in his heart shattered into dust. But he needed this out, needed this one-year excuse, to preserve the last shred of face for the Dragon Prince. He seemed to have exhausted all his strength. Good. In a year, let's see Lillian's choice. After saying this, he turned around to transform into a dragon, escaping from this place that had humiliated him. By the way, dragon brother. Chu He's leisurely voice. It rang again. Aoqing's movements paused, turning back impatiently. What is it again? On Chu He's face was a harmless, sincere smile. He rubbed his hands and curiously asked. Do you have a sister or younger sister? Chapter 96, Dragon Clan Taboo, The Frozen Princess. The air, after Chu He's earth-shattering question, fell into a dead silence. Just as he turned around, intending to maintain the last bit of pride as a dragon prince, Aoqing froze completely. He suddenly turned his head back, his golden dragon eyes now filled with a stronger vigilance and suspicion, replacing the suppressed humiliation and anger from just moments ago. Chu He, why are you asking this? Why? You took my fiancé, and now you're not satisfied? Now, are you even eyeing my family? Damn. Chu He's heart jerked. This Aoqing calmed down quickly, and his dragon mind worked rather fast, blocking all his further words with just one sentence. However, hearing him mention family, Chu He had a rough idea. It seemed there really was one. He cleared his throat, concealing the glint of calculation in his eyes, and feigned a nonchalant attitude, shrugging his hands. Ahem. Don't be so nervous, dragon brother. I was just asking casually, out of curiosity, purely curiosity. After all, you are so outstanding, your sisters must be extraordinary too. He paused, a mischievous grin blossoming on his face. All right, you can go now. So strange. Aoqing stared at Chu He for a few seconds, as if trying to discern some conspiracy from his smiling face. But after looking for a while, besides that handsome and unruly aura that made his blood pressure spike, he found nothing else. In the end, he seemed to give up, or perhaps he deemed it beneath him to tangle with Chu He further. He snorted coldly, his chin slightly raised. I can tell you. I have a younger sister. At this point, a complicated expression flashed across Aoqing's proud face, filled with pride, pity, but more, a bottomless sadness. That emotion flickered by so fast, it almost made one think it was an illusion. Her name is Ao Shui. If you really have the guts and aren't afraid of death, you can go find her. After saying this, Aoqing no longer glanced at anyone, and a bright blue light surrounded him. He suddenly threw his head back and let out a roar filled with unwillingness and repression, turning into a streak of blue light, his claws slashing fiercely through the air. Tearing the air. A pitch-black crack was ripped open in space, and rich void energy seeped out from it. Without looking back, he dove inside, the crack slowly closing, completely swallowing the overwhelming anger and embarrassment belonging to the Dragon Prince. Until the heart-stopping dragon might fully dissipated, Lillian let out a long sigh of relief. She quickly walked over to Chu He's side, first taking a close look at him from head to toe. Confirming he was merely exhausted and not seriously injured, she finally felt at ease. But the next second, her pretty tricolor eyes narrowed, carrying a hint of scrutiny. Hey, Chu Bao. Why did you just ask him about his sister? Isn't 3 of us enough for you now? He smiled bitterly, knowing he couldn't hide this matter. He explained about the mysterious existence, the 3-year promise, and how he had to gather the powers of the 9 royal families to have a slim chance of survival, telling Lillian everything in detail. Of course, he omitted the specific identity of the master and his painful experience of being severed in half. After hearing Chu He's story, the color drained from Lillian's beautiful face in an instant. Her expression changed from confusion, to shock, and finally to deep fear. No! Without thinking, she grabbed Chu He's arm, her fingertips turning slightly white from the force. Chu Bao, you absolutely cannot go. Ao Shui. Princess Ao Shui is a taboo in the entire dragon clan. She is an existence that cannot be touched. Her voice trembled slightly, revealing how terrified she truly was. Taboo? Chu He furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Lillian took a deep breath, seemingly trying to calm her emotions, but the fear in her eyes could not be shaken off. Princess Ao Shui is the Dragon King's most beloved youngest daughter and the only sister of Aoqing. She once was the brightest jewel in the entire royal system, her talent even higher than Aoqing's, and her character was gentle and kind. Everyone loved her. But 2 years ago, everything changed. Lillian's gaze became somewhat vague as she fell into memories. That year, she went out to train, and in a remote icy land far to the north, she accidentally touched an incredibly beautiful ice blue flower. And then, she was cursed. An unimaginably terrifying, unbreakable curse. Lillian's voice dropped to a hush, as if telling a horror story. From that day on, her body became a moving source of ice. Wherever she existed, within a radius of 500 or 600 miles, everything would be frozen. The air, the earth, the ocean, everything would turn to ice. She cannot control it, nor can she stop it. Chu He's heart sank suddenly. 500 or 600 miles? What does that even mean? A walking, massive ice age? This curse has made it impossible for her to return to the Dragon Palace, unable to embrace her family. The Dragon Clan tried everything, even spending a fortune to invite an SSS-level powerhouse from the Lava Titan clan. But that fire, hot enough to melt everything, would cause Princess Ao Shui immense pain just from being nearby, so they had to give up. Now, only an SSS-level being can barely approach her to deliver some necessities. She can't even eat a warm meal. Any food brought to her will instantly freeze into lumps harder than steel. She hasn't tasted the real flavor of food for 2 years. Thankfully the Dragon Clan has a good enough appetite, she can still gnaw on those ice lumps to stave off hunger, so she won't starve to death. Hearing this, an image unconsciously floated into Chu He's mind. A beautiful and kind dragon princess, sitting alone on her self-created throne of ice, gnawing on frozen food. Day after day, year after year. How lonely and desperate that must be. She has a kind nature, and cannot bear to see any creature die because of her. So, she ultimately chose a place for self-exile. An abandoned ancient city near the endless sea. Now, it has become a true city of ice and snow, a dead ice city with only her as the living soul. Lillian sighed deeply after finishing, her tone filled with regret and sympathy. Chu He rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Having just fought a battle, exhausted in body and mind, now this unsolvable dilemma emerged. He must reach out to Princess Ao Shui. He has to obtain the divine power of the Dragon Clan. But the reality is, given his current strength, he could not even step close to Ao Shui without being frozen into a statue. From his battle with Aoqing, he clearly recognized the insurmountable chasm between himself and true SSS-level powerhouses. No matter how many skills or abilities one has, it all seems so feeble in the face of absolute strength. If it weren't for Kachi's timely intervention, he would already be reduced to ashes. Wanting to meet Ao Shui, wanting to obtain the divine power of the Dragon Clan. He must become stronger. Strong enough to have a body that can withstand that extreme cold, strong enough to have the power to face SSS-level beings head-on. So, Chu He raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the 3 stunning women before him, a thought crazily sprouted in his mind. How can you reach SSS level the fastest? Chu He tightly held Lillian's cool fingertips, that warmth and strength transmitted through the skin. His gaze was more resolute than ever before. Lillian, no matter how dangerous she is, I have no choice. This isn't just about my life and death, it's about all of us. His eyes scanned Xia Yao and Kachi, both of whom returned with expressions of immense trust and determination. If we work together, we will find a way. The 3 women nodded heavily. Due to the battle between Lillian and Aoqing, her lavish mansion had already become mostly ruins. As the lord of the city, Lillian quickly arranged for her capable subordinates to begin rebuilding and repairing. After that, Chu He and his group temporarily returned to the hotel in Fei Ling. Having obtained the transformation technique of the Qianhuan White Ape clan, Chu He's life became more convenient by several levels. He no longer needed to run to the back kitchen of the feast house to cook. A clone made of hair perfectly took over everything. This clone not only had his cooking skills, but even learned his strictness about ingredients and precision with cooking times perfectly, producing dishes indistinguishable from the original. As for Chu He himself, he only needed to occasionally transmit a little energy to the clone within a 10-kilometer range to keep it running. He had tested it, and with his current strength, he could maintain up to 5 such hair clones at the same time while keeping clear mental connections within 10 kilometers, with energy consumption completely within acceptable limits. As for the pure energy clones, while they had stronger combat power, they were extremely unstable and had weak connections to the original body, suitable only for use as disposable phantoms in combat to confuse enemies. With concerns resolved, Chu He completely became a hands-off manager. He took the 3 women on a truly meaningful honeymoon trip. To avoid drawing too much attention, whenever they were in crowded places, they would disguise themselves a bit. Lillian's ability was especially useful at such times. Chu He, imitating the appearance of the Star Spirit Fox Clan attendant Fei Ling he had seen before, transformed into a handsome, slightly wicked fox-eared young man. Xia Yao and Ka Chi, under Lillian's divine hand, transformed into a cold, black-haired cat-eared girl and a cute silver-haired rabbit girl, respectively. Lillian herself transformed into a valiant wolf-eared beauty. They explored every corner of this otherworldly city together, splurging in the largest shopping mall, frolicking in the open-air hot springs, and sharing interesting tales from their respective worlds under the starry night sky. When tired, they returned to the hotel and fell asleep in each other's arms. And so, a week quietly passed. This was probably the most comfortable and peaceful week that Chu He had experienced since coming to this world. No deadly threats, no intrigue, only pure relaxation and companionship. Occasionally, a few clueless street thugs tried to cause trouble, but before they could get close, a cold glare from Xia Yao scared them to tears, or they were directly tied up and thrown into prison by Lillian. Meanwhile, Chu He's personal assets had long surpassed 20 million thanks to the hard work of Feast House clones. The dungeon quest was complete, and there were still 2.5 months until the end. Everything felt so beautiful. As if all previous crises were just a nightmare. However, Chu He was clearer than anyone else in his heart. This was merely the last calm before the storm. The peaceful days were completely shattered on the 8th day by a series of thundering knocking sounds at the door. Bang! 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 The sound was wild and urgent, carrying a desperate eagerness to tear down the door. Who was so inconsiderate? Brother-in-law! Open the door! It's me! Sha Nua! Outside, a familiar and headache-inducing voice was almost shrieked out. Something big has happened. Mom has woken up. Chu He was stunned for a moment, unable to react. At the same time, in the endless sea, 10,000 meters beneath the dark abyss. The water pressure here could crush steel into powder in an instant, yet there stood a magnificent palace stretching thousands of kilometers. The entire dragon palace was surrounded by a huge, translucent shield, isolating it from the terrifying deep sea. Inside it was bright and transparent, like a divine kingdom. In the innermost palace, Ao Qing knelt on one knee, his expression respectful yet unable to hide his excitement. Mother, you have finally woken up. On the throne, a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in luxurious palace garments slowly opened her eyes. Her appearance bore some resemblance to Ao Qing, but her aura was more noble and imposing. Her golden dragon eyes seemed to hold the rising sun within. She was the queen of the dragon clan, Ao Shi. Xinger. Ao Shi's lips curled into a gentle smile, her voice soft. How long have I slept? Replying to mother, it has been over 6 years. Ao Shi nodded, about to say something more when Ao Qing suddenly looked up, his voice trembling slightly. Mother, my sister. Ao Shui is in trouble. The smile on Ao Shi's face instantly froze, an indescribable sense of terrifying pressure crashed down, causing the entire palace to tremble. Tell me. What happened to Shui? Ao Qing did not dare to hide anything and immediately laid out everything about Ao Shui encountering a curse and self-exiling in the Ice City. Hearing that her daughter was still alive, Ao Shi's cold gaze softened slightly, and she let out a sigh of relief. But the next moment, her figure vanished from the throne. The space did not tear, and time did not stop, she simply disappeared from the spot. In the next instant, above the endless sea, Ao Shi's figure appeared out of thin air over a dead city covered in eternal ice and snow. She immediately spotted that lonely figure on the throne, covered in frost. Shui. Hearing that familiar voice, Ao Shui, on her massive ice sculpture throne, trembled suddenly. She slowly raised her head and saw her mother's figure, tears streaming down her face instantly. But the scalding tears froze into transparent ice crystals as soon as they left her eyes, clinking as they shattered on the ground. Mother, don't come over. Ao Shui's voice was hoarse from long loneliness, filled with dread. The cold here will hurt you. But Ao Shi did not listen. Her figure flickered again and she was already standing in front of the throne, ignoring the biting cold, holding her longed-for daughter tightly in her arms. Zzz. An extreme cold powerful enough to freeze the soul rushed directly into Ao Shi's body. Ao Shi's brow furrowed slightly, feeling a pinprick chill on her skin. This curse was so overbearing. Fortunately, as an SSR-level powerhouse, she was not affected by this bit of coldness. Silly child. Aoshi gently stroked her daughter's cold, stiff back, her voice filled with unshakable pain. Don't be afraid, mother is back. Feeling the warmth of her mother's embrace, Aoshi could no longer hold back, letting out the repressed whimper she had held in for 2 long years in her mother's arms. Aoshi held her daughter for a moment, as if making a decision. She released her embrace and gently wiped the frost that kept forming on her daughter's face. Schwerer, wait for me. Mother will go to seek the master to ask him to help heal you. Chapter 98, Crisis approaches. The 3 empresses are about to arrive on the battlefield. Whose mom? Xia Yao's. The empress of the imperial clan? Damn. Chu He jumped up from the big bed with a start, his muscles tensed in an instant. The previous moment of bliss in the soft haven disappeared, replaced by a shocking current running down his spine. Panic, guilt, and a hint of strange thrill akin to challenging hell surged in his heart. His mother-in-law is awake? This is 100 times more terrifying than confronting that SSS-level silly giant dragon Aoching head-on. Aoching might just want to kill him, but the mother-in-law, that is an existence that could make him disappear completely from the concept level. Clothes. My clothes. Chu He hurriedly fumbled for his clothes on the ground, putting them on in a chaotic rush at the fastest speed of his life, not even noticing his pants were on inside out. His frantic movements also startled the 3 beautiful bodies sprawled around him. What's wrong? Kaki rubbed her sleepy eyes, her fluffy silver short hair making her look like a cute, confused little animal. Who is it, so early in the morning, are we tearing this place down? Lillian lazily rolled over, her silver long hair spreading across the sheets like a dazzling glow, her stunning body curves barely hidden. Only Xiao Yao was different. Upon hearing the horseshot from outside the door, she clearly caught the moment the words "Mom is awake" hit her ears. Her entire body stiffened as if petrified by a spell. It's over. Totally over, the good days are coming to an end. Only these 2 words screamed madly in her mind. Just imagining the consequences made Xiaoyao's beautiful face turn pale, losing all color, white as paper. Hurry! Get dressed! Xiaoyao could no longer care about modesty, pulling back the soft silk blanket without a thought. Her voice trembled uncontrollably, urgently pushing the other 2 still in a daze. Kaki and Lillian, seeing Xiaoyao's face like the sky was falling, immediately woke up their minds as the shout from Shanhua outside broke the sleepiness away. Realizing that Xiaoyao's mother had woken up, Kaki's delicate little face tightened, her eyes filled with seriousness. Because she instantly realized that since the queen had awakened, her own mother, the ruler of the Xinglu royal family, was very likely awake too. She was not so afraid of getting beaten, the Xinglu royal family valued reason and knowledge, rarely resorting to violence to solve family problems. But what she feared was Chu He's facing the trial of the Xinglu royal family. Lillian felt the same way. Her situation was worse than Xiaoyao's. The Qianhuan White Ape clan seemed free-spirited, but their clan rules were as strict as iron. She was promised in marriage to Aoching, the deep-sea dragon, and this marriage concerned the face of both royal families. Now she was not only regretting the marriage but also completely bound to Chu He, turning the raw rice into half-cooked rice. If her mother wakes up, her father would definitely bring her to Wanxiang City to find herself, and her own lie would quickly collapse. It turned out that on the night of terminating the engagement, Aoching angrily contacted her father. In a moment of panic, Lillian had lied, saying they were just a quarreling young couple, and they would be okay in a few days. Now her old man was likely still immersed in the beautiful fantasy of marrying into the dragon clan. In an instant, the room was in total disarray, clothes flying about, the scent lingering, yet filled with the panic of an impending apocalypse. The 3 women dressed as quickly as possible, but the deep-rooted tension and panic on their faces could not be hidden. Chu He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, walking to the door, and twisting the doorknob. At the door, Shanhua was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, his handsome face filled with anxiety. As soon as the door opened, he was about to speak, but his gaze directly bypassed Chu He and fixed on the 3 stunning figures in the room. Especially when he saw Lillian, with her silver long hair and a trace of panic still in her eyes, he was frozen on the spot. His mouth slowly opened wider and wider, almost big enough to fit a fist inside. What the hell? Shanua's finger trembled as he pointed at the room, then at Chu He, his voice cracking. Brother-in-law. You've also got the city master of Qianhuan White Ape, Lillian? How could even the lord of the universal city? What kind of battle god is my brother-in-law? Chu He's mouth twitched fiercely. He turned back to close the door, cutting off Xianua's shocked face that had never seen such things, and spoke impatiently. What do you mean by handled? Can we not say it so crudely? It makes me sound like a scumbag. Xianhua stared at him blankly, and after a long while, squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. Isn't that so? Chu He helplessly said, all right, actually I just thought about having 3 wives and 4 concubines in my heart, but now I'm being forced into it. Then, in a few words, he briefly recounted what happened after he left, especially the battle with Ao Cheng and Lillian's joining. Xia Nuo listened with his eyes widening more and more, his mouth hanging open. Especially when he heard that the kiss of enchantment could link both parties' lives, he gasped, feeling as if his worldview was being repeatedly ground into the dirt. My brother-in-law's life is absolutely crucial now. Alright, stop standing there stupidly. Chu He interrupted his wild thoughts, getting straight to the point in an extremely serious voice. Brother-in-law, let's talk business. Where is your mother now? When did she wake up? Have you mentioned me and your sister? This was the key question that determined their lives and deaths. With Chu He's question, Xia Nuo instantly came back to his senses, his expression once again filled with anxiety. Just woke up. It was this morning. She said she wanted to meet the Lord once, and she should have gone to meet the Lord now. Xia Nuo spoke rapidly. She just asked where my sister was, and I only told her that my sister was in the Universal City, completing the game task set by the Lord. Lillian took over his words, her voice already tinged with an uncontrollable tremor. If the two families of Kachi and us, it's very likely they've all woken up together. Right now, they could all be with the Lord. This sentence landed like a mountain-sized iceberg, crashing down on everyone's hearts, nearly suffocating them. Chu He's mind raced, and a terrifying deduction formed instantly. How much time could it take to meet the Lord? If it's quick, it could be today. At some point today, it was very possible that three queens representing the highest battle power of the Ryan continent would descend upon the Universal City. An unprecedented three-way trial was about to unfold. Moreover, since Xia Yao's mother had awakened, it likely meant that the 9 royal families had all awakened from their slumber. The upcoming journey to become stronger would no longer simply be about seeking goals, but rather, it would be about pulling teeth from 9 pairs of eyes watching. The difficulty had skyrocketed from hard mode to hellish difficulty. Chapter 99, The 9 Royals Gather. On the Ryan continent. In the heart of every royal family's leader, there exists an unspeakable coordinate. It is a forbidden space separated from the real world. Here, there is no concept of heaven and earth, only an endless sea of stars. Countless splendid nebulae flow slowly, condensing into rivers that seem within reach, with a smooth, mirror-like black crystal ground beneath, reflecting the brilliance overhead. In the center of this space, a circular courtyard woven of pure light silently hovers. A tall figure was the first to arrive. On her skirt, dark golden threads were embroidered with intricate, twisted symbols of destruction. With each step she took, those symbols devoured the surrounding light greedily, releasing a chilling emptiness that made one's soul shudder. She possessed a stunning beauty that resembled Xia Yao 9 parts out of 10, but her temperament was as cold as ancient ice, chilling to the core. Her long black hair was only held up with a pale bone hairpin. She was the queen of the Void Gaze royal family, Xia Qingyuan. Almost the moment she appeared, the space beside her rippled, and a petite figure sprang out from within. The newcomer wore a golden-trimmed star-patterned scholar's robe, and her silver short hair playfully stuck up. A delicate single-lens glasses perched on her face. Behind the lenses, her starry eyes sparkled with wisdom and cunning, as if they could pierce through the long river of time. Her appearance resembled Kachiya, but with an added calmness that time could not erase. The ruler of the Starry Law royal family, Kachiya. Xiao Yuan, you are always a step ahead of me, can't you wait for me just once? Kachiya skillfully linked her arm with Xia Qingyuan's, but her complaining tone was full of affection. Xia Qingyuan glanced at her expressionlessly, saying nothing, but also did not pull back her arm. Sigh, I wonder why the master awakened us this time. I just woke up, and so many new discoveries haven't been organized yet. Kachiya pushed up her glasses and said to herself. As soon as she finished speaking, 2 shadows appeared from the other side of the courtyard. One was Aoshi, dressed in a luxurious golden dragon-patterned palace outfit. Among her golden-green long hair hid a pair of small dragon horns, and on her noble face lingered an unshakable worry. The other woman was much more lively. She wore a vibrant green short skirt, and her silver-white long hair was braided into dozens of delicate little braids that gently swayed with her movements. Her features were exquisite, her smile sweet, and her sparkling eyes exuded a cleverness. Queen of the Thousand Fantasy White Ape, Ai Li. Sister Aoshi, don't worry too much. The boss is capable of anything, there must be a way to solve Schwer's curse. Ai Li comforted the nearby Aoshi. As soon as she saw Kachiya and Xia Qingyuan, her eyes lit up, and she quickly pulled Aoshi over. Oh, Kachiya, Qingyuan, you're here too. Ai Li greeted them warmly, then mysteriously announced, just right, I have some tremendous news to share. My Lillian and Aoshi's Aoching, something good is about to happen. Upon hearing this, Aoshi managed to squeeze out a faint smile, which could be regarded as agreement. Oh? Kachiya's eyes sparkled behind her glasses, that really is a strong alliance, make sure to save me a good spot at the wedding. Absolutely. Ai Li proudly puffed out her chest, I'm planning to hold the wedding in the City of Wonders, and invite all the prominent figures from across the continent to witness it. Kachiya chuckled softly, I really envy you guys, your clan doesn't have so many outdated rules, you can freely choose your partner. Ai Li huffed with pride, humph. Unlike your two clans, the so-called purity of bloodline leads to absurdly harsh tests for foreign sons-in-law. Times have changed, we need to learn to be flexible. As soon as these words left her mouth, Xia Qingyuan's originally calm face instantly turned icy. Kachiya's smile also vanished. Seeing this, Aili quickly laughed awkwardly. Aha, I was just chatting, offering a small suggestion, sorry for reminding you of unhappy things. Just then, several completely different terrifying auras descended one after another. A fiery woman with red hair, dressed in a lava gown, strode in with increased air temperature due to her presence. She was the queen of the lava titans, Ignis. I heard you all discussing weddings from far away. Whose child is getting married? Do you need our clan to create a volcanic eruption for excitement? Accompanying her was a woman completely enveloped in black veils, revealing only her soul-stirring eyes. She was the queen of the sirens, Lorelei. Lorelai's gaze fell on Aoshi, letting out a light laugh. Oh, the dragon queen has also come? I hope you haven't stumbled upon any bodies of my people recently while collecting at sea. I heard your patrol teams are quite fond of accidentally wounding us. Aoshi's expression darkened, and a cold light burst from her golden dragon eyes. Watch your people, don't let them cross the Sai-Sea Trench, and peace will prevail. He, the entire ocean belongs to the sirens, where are the boundaries? Lorelei refused to back down. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, filled with potential conflict. All right. Say a few less words, are you trying to attract the boss's punishment again? A hoarse yet strangely magnetic voice rang out. Everyone looked over and saw a woman in a black dress embroidered with bones, her deep gray-purple eyes, playing with a skull-shaped jade pendant. The skeletal queen, Morana. Next, a towering woman, over 2 meters tall, her muscular form sleek and beautiful, with bronze skin silently walked over and stood to the side. She was the queen of the immortal giants, Yanjie. The last to appear was a woman in a gray-purple translucent gauze dress. If one looked closely, they would see she wore nothing underneath. Her purple hair was half-transparent like mist, with long eyelashes always looking a bit sleepy, cradling a patched-up doll with eyes made of glowing pearls. She was the weaver of nightmares, Phoebut. The 9 highest rulers of the Ryan continent gathered again after many years. In this atmosphere, filled with hidden thoughts, the nebula river in the center of the courtyard suddenly stopped. All light flowed ceased, all energy movement halted at this moment. An indescribable dignity enveloped the entire space. The 9 queens simultaneously restrained all their breath and stood up, bowing towards the entrance of the courtyard. A figure quietly appeared there. The newcomer wore a deep purple hooded cloak, edged in bright yellow. He slowly raised his head, revealing a face. It was a long face that looked almost identical to Chu He, handsome yet bearing an indifferent knowledge of everything. Master. The 9 voices, representing the pinnacle of power in the Ryan continent, merged into a respectful torrent. You may all rise. The master's voice was very calm, betraying no anger or joy. His gaze slowly swept across everyone present, finally landing on the most anxious, Aoshi. I know about your daughter. Aoshi's heart tightened, and she immediately stepped forward, earnestly saying, Please, master, intervene and save Shui'er. The master did not reply immediately. His gaze shifted away from Aoshi and looked at Xia Qingyuan, Kachiya, Aili. A strange smile suddenly appeared in his profound eyes. He spoke, his voice not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of every queen. Your daughters seem to be having a lot of fun lately. Chapter 100, Deadlock, Only a Gamble Left. The 3 queens standing at the pinnacle of power in the Ryan continent each had different expressions, bursting with vivid emotions at that moment. Xia Qingyuan's eternally icy face showed the slightest movement in her eyebrows. Fun? Her daughter, Xia Yao, knew nothing but destruction and battle. What did fun even mean? Absolutely impossible. Kachiya pushed up her glasses, and countless data streams frantically flashed in her starry eyes, attempting to decipher the deeper meaning behind the master's words. Her daughter, Kach, had always been a bookworm. Her greatest joy was burying herself in books. Only Aili, the queen of the 1,000 illusions white ape, felt a sudden jolt of foreboding tightening her heart. Other people's daughters were just playing, but her precious daughter, Lilian, was known to create disasters. Could she have gotten into some huge trouble again? The master captured their fleeting expressions, the corner of his mouth curling into a meaningful arc, sending chills down the spines of the 3 queens. Good things, all good things. The master waved his hand as if he were an audience member enjoying a play. Your daughters, ahem, let's leave this surprise for you to discover. Discover for ourselves? The 3 queens' hearts sank in unison. To be called a surprise by the master could very well mean shock for them. In this moment, Aoshi could not care about anything else. Her heart was completely tied to her cursed daughter, earnestly pleading again, Lord, Shui'er. As for your daughter's tricky curse. The Lord's gaze turned to Aoshi, with an unarguable tone, do not panic, just wait at home in peace, soon, someone will come to save her. Someone will come to save her? Who? Who has the ability to unravel a curse that even the Lord finds tricky? Aoshi was filled with doubt, but the Lord's words were like a holy decree. She did not dare to ask another question and could only suppress this bewilderment in her heart. The Lord's eyes slowly scanned the 9 queens present, and his voice suddenly became serious. Next, listen to my arrangements. No matter what you see or hear next, everything must be done according to the rules, no exceeding authority, no leniency, and absolutely no mentioning of me to anyone. His voice was soft, yet it carried a pressure that solidified the entire space. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to abolish the current royal family and select 9 new ones. At the moment the words fell, even the hottest-tempered lava titan Queen Ignis turned pale, kneeling on one knee with the other 8, their bodies trembling slightly from extreme fear. We will obey the Lord's will. They did not dare to have any dissenting opinions. Because they understood more than anyone that if the Lord said it, he could absolutely do it. Defying him meant defying the entire world. This mysterious being, strong beyond measure, was the true god of Ryan continent. He ended the bloody era of countless races fighting and established the current order of 9 emperors. He taught them the secrets of transcending racial limits, creating the SSR, a realm that should not exist. Any rule of Ryan continent, any kind of power, as long as he took a glance, he could master it instantly and unleash terrifying strength far beyond the original creator. Defying him meant defying the entire world. As he looked at the 9 silent nobles below, the Lord nodded in satisfaction. His figure began to become illusory, gradually merging into the sea of stars, leaving only the last sentence echoing in the space. Go, the good show has begun. In the Scarlet Spirit Hotel, in Chu He's room. The atmosphere was suffocatingly oppressive. The news that Xianhua brought was like a heavy stone, weighing down on everyone's hearts. Brother-in-law, what now? My mom must have already met the Lord, and it won't be long before she comes to kill us. Xianhua was anxiously pacing back and forth, fully aware of his mother's temper, which was indeed ruthless enough to erase someone from existence. It's over, it's over, it's over. Lillian clutched her head, rolling around on the sofa, her long, silky silver hair a mess like a bird's nest. If my mom finds out I kicked Aochi, and that I'm with you, she would definitely beat me back into my original form and lock me up for hundreds of years. Kaki sat by the window, resting her chin on her hand, brows tightly knitted, quickly analyzing the current situation. Going hard against it is definitely impossible. The power of SSR level is not something we can withstand. It can strike across a radius of 10,000 miles. Running away is even less realistic. In Ryan continent, as long as my mom wants, no matter how far we run, with just a thought she can bring us back. Lying won't work either. My mom is in control of the star laws, best at seeing through the truth. Any lie would be exposed in front of her. Every word from Kaki was like a cold bucket of water, extinguishing the last flicker of hope in everyone's hearts. This is truly a deadlock. Everyone's gaze finally focused on Chu He. He was the center of this vortex, the only one who could break the deadlock. Chu He sat on the edge of the bed, silent for a long time. He was not afraid but was thinking. He quickly went through all his experiences from the past month in his mind. From the initial Blue Star School dungeon to the current Ryan continent's myriad phenomenon city. He faced stronger and stronger opponents, and the situation became increasingly complicated. But he discovered a pattern. The more seemingly unsolvable the deadlock, the less one could play by common sense. The more desperate the situation, the bolder one must be. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping over 3 beautiful faces filled with worry and tension, and suddenly smiled. What's the panic? He stood up, walked to the 3 women, opened his arms, and embraced them tightly, holding them to his sides. Isn't it just meeting the parents? What's such a big deal? Ha! The 3 women, along with the nearby Summer, were all stunned. Big brother, you call this meeting the parents? This is sending someone to their doom. This is going to the guillotine. Brother-in-law, are you feeling okay? Summer asked cautiously. My moms are not ordinary mothers-in-law. They could crush a small asteroid with a slap. No, they are super queens. I know. Chu He's smile remained, but his eyes sharpened. They are strong, but we also have our trump card. What is our trump card? Summer Yao asked instinctively. Our trump card is you. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a unique power that calmed hearts. Hiding can't be done. Running away won't work. Since that's the case, then let's be straightforward. Chu He took a deep breath, speaking each word clearly. Let's be honest. Let us gamble. Gamble that they are ultimately your mothers. Gamble that their love for their daughters will exceed the so-called royal face and rules. These words were like a thunderclap, exploding in the minds of the 3 women. They were all stunned. Yes. How did they not think of this? They only considered their mother's authority and coldness as a queen, but subconsciously ignored that they too were mothers who loved their daughters. But Summer Yao still hesitated. My mom, her personality is very cold, she hates being defied. That's because, in the past, no one dared to truly enter her heart. Chu He held her face, looking seriously into her eyes. Now there is. My mom's side, although she doesn't advocate violence, rules are more important than anything. The bloodline of the starry law royal family does not allow. Kachi also expressed his concerns. Rules are dead, people are alive. Chu He countered with a strange logic. Besides, why wouldn't you want such an outstanding son-in-law like me? Lillian blinked her red, yellow, and blue big eyes, raising her hand weakly. On my mom's side, there's also the problem of a dragon tribe marriage contract. Chu He waved his big hand aggressively, exuding confidence. Perfect. Let that silly giant dragon come too. Let's sort this out in front of everyone at once. New loves and old loves gathered together, performing an epic true love defense battle in front of the three mothers-in-law. Watching Chu He's confident and a bit excited demeanor, the three women and Summer stared in disbelief. How did it become more outrageous? But for some reason, the overwhelming fear that could crush their spirits was surprisingly alleviated by Chu He's nonsense words. Yes, since it's already a deadlock. Why not go crazy once? Okay. Summer Ya was the first to nod, determination replacing her panic. I'll go crazy with you. Count me in. Kachi tightened her small fist. I'll risk it too. Lillian gritted her teeth. Summer watched in shock, muttering to herself. They've all gone crazy, all gone mad. Chapter 1013 Emperors descend on Wondrous City. The sky of Wondrous City dimmed without warning. It was not dark clouds blocking the sun, nor was it a solar eclipse. It was a bizarre sensation of the world's light source being artificially lowered in color temperature. A suppression stemming from the instinct of life gripped every living heart in the city. The patrolling Thousand Illusions white ape guards felt their sheathed blades emit an uneasy hum, making them instinctively grip the hilt tighter. Countless beings, at that moment, felt an inexplicable heart palpitation. It was as if some incomprehensible, irresistible presence had descended upon this city. Above the ruins of the Lord's Manor, thousands of craftsmen were fervently engaged in repair work, and this place had turned into a vast construction site. Three figures simply appeared out of thin air above the ruins, quietly hovering. Their presence did not startle anyone below, as if they were separated from this space by an invisible dimension. The phantom white ape queen, Eerie, looked down at the manor that had completely turned to ruins, and her once sweet and lovely face instantly crumbled. My manor. In the next moment, her figure disappeared and directly appeared in front of the head of the construction site, an elderly white ape butler. The poor old butler was loudly directing while holding blueprints when he suddenly felt the air around him freeze. Looking up, he saw his queen, who should still be sleeping, along with two other women whose terrifying presence made his soul tremble. Why, Your Majesty? The blueprint in the old butler's hand fell to the ground with a thud, his legs weakened, almost causing him to kneel. His beard shook as if experiencing an earthquake. My heavens! The queen has awakened. And even brought the disdainful royal princess and the Star Law royal princess along. What is going on? Eerie's voice sounded very calm, but those who knew or understood it was a sign of the storm coming. Who did this? Reporting to Your Majesty. The old butler was so frightened that his tongue tangled, still forcing himself to recount the earth-shattering battle from a few days ago in every detail. He did not dare to lie. In front of the three queens, any falsehood would be an insult to their intelligence, and the consequence would be disastrous. So, Miss Lillian, she said in front of Prince Ao Ching that she already had a beloved, and then they fought. Eerie's beautiful tricolor eyes widened little by little, her expression freezing into disbelief. Her own daughter called off the engagement? And fought with a Dragon Clan prince over some wild man who appeared out of nowhere? Even tearing down their home? Beside her, Kachia and Xia Qingyuan initially wore expressions of watching the excitement, completely unbothered. Especially Kachia, who even had a very slight smile at the corners of her mouth. Letting you proudly announce your marriage earlier, now you've embarrassed yourself. Who is that man? Eerie gritted her teeth and asked, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between her teeth. He is a human named Chu He. Human? The three queens were momentarily stunned. A weak human was able to enchant her fearless daughter like this? Eerie felt that this matter was utterly absurd. That Chu He is a bit special. The old butler swallowed hard, summoning all his courage to continue reporting. He possesses the shapeshifting ability of our Phantom White Ape clan, the space authority of the Star Law Royal clan, and the annihilation power of the Disdain Royal clan. Once these words were spoken, the excited expressions of Kachia and Xia Qingyuan instantly froze. What did you say? Xia Qingyuan's cool voice sounded for the first time, devoid of any emotion, but it almost froze the old butler's soul. How could a single human possess the powers of our clan? I don't know. The old butler was close to tears. Many people witnessed it with their own eyes, that Chu He indeed used the powers of the three royal clans, even managed to hold his ground against the SSS-class Prince Ao Ching for a moment. At this point, even Xia Qingyuan could not remain calm. Behind Kachia's glasses, the starlight flickered wildly. This matter had already exceeded their understanding. However, Ai Li's mood was even worse. Her primary concern was not this but her daughter's lifelong affair. And then? Did Ao Chung win? Was that dead girl Lillian taught a lesson? She pressed on. No. No. The old butler wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his voice even softer. At the final moment, it was Miss Xiaoyao of the Sun family and Miss Kachia of the Starlaw family. They joined forces, using the power of time freezing and annihilation, to instantly suppress the furious Prince Ao Ching. The air was as silent as death. Ailey's mouth slightly opened as she looked at her two good sisters beside her with expressions that had suddenly become wonderfully captivating. Xiaoqing Yuan and Kachia exchanged glances, astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. A strange and awkward atmosphere spread among the three queens. Where are they? Xiaoqing Yuan's voice had grown cold enough to freeze. Reporting to your majesty, Miss Lillian and her friends have been staying at the Star Spirit Fox Clan's mysterious house hotel for the past few days. However, at this time, they should be at the Feast House in the city center, a hot pot restaurant opened by Chu He, which is said to be very delicious. Feast House? Kachia frowned. A hot pot restaurant? The three queens. A mysterious human who could fight against an SSS-level dragon and had taken off with three royal princesses was actually running a hot pot restaurant? What on earth is going on? Ailey no longer wanted to waste words, she just wanted to grab that guy named Chu He right now and see if he had 3 heads or 6 arms. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon. In the most bustling commercial street of Wanxiang City, in front of the feast house. A long line had already extended to the street corner, all kinds of strange creatures stretching their necks anxiously, waiting and chattering endlessly. Suddenly, the noise of the whole street seemed to have been muted with a button. All the strange creatures felt a shiver from the depths of their blood, and they terror-strickenly looked up to see 3 figures slowly descending from the sky. Ailey led the way, a benevolent smile on her face. Kachia followed beside her, adjusting her glasses, her expression serious. Xiaoqing Yuan walked at the end, her face expressionless, and wherever she passed, even the light seemed to be swallowed. Th3 queens. In the line, an experienced old creature recognized them and gasped in shock. Ailey spoke, 1 minute, everyone get out of here immediately, or if I see you again, you will never leave. Crash. The whole long queue instantly erupted, countless strange creatures scrambling to flee in all directions, panicking all around. The shop owners quickly pulled down the rolling shutters. Shoppers crashed directly into nearby shops. In less than 30 seconds, the once bustling commercial street had become quieter than a graveyard, with only the sound of the wind rustling a few pieces of waste paper. Ailey was very pleased with this effect. She stopped and looked up at the sign of the shop. Kachia, with great interest, read aloud the advertisement on the sign, word by word. Chu He's Hot Pot Restaurant. A delicacy praised by the royal ghost chef, Xia Yan. So delicious, that it made the queen shed tears. Indeed, quite bold. Ailey's smile became even more kind, and the air around her began to crack under pressure. Daring to enchant my daughter and offend even the dragon clan, today I will see what extraordinary abilities he possesses. Xiaoqing Yuan said nothing, she just quietly stared at the tightly closed shop door, but within the depths of her destructive pupils, a storm was already converging. Chapter 102, God of Gambling, Chu He. And at this moment, inside the hot pot restaurant. Deathly silence. Chu He, Xiaoyao, Kachia, Lillian, and Xianhua sat around a table, none of them spoke. They heard the commotion outside loud and clear. The 3 terrifying presences descending like celestial wrath weighed heavily on the restaurant, causing the temperature inside to plummet a few degrees, and each person's breath became cautious. It's over, it's over, it's over, it's my mom's aura. Exactly the same. Lillian clutched her head, nearly turning her beautiful silver hair into a nest. My mom is here too. Kachia's little face was tightly tensed. With her hands resting on her knees, her fingertips unconsciously tapped, a habit she had when thinking rapidly. Xia Yao didn't speak, but the way she clutched the edge of Chui's clothes revealed her inner unease. The 3 princesses had never imagined they would reunite with their mother in such a way, under such circumstances. Even Xianhua, who usually chattered constantly, was as quiet as a quail, curled up in her chair, wishing she could shrink into the wall. Only Chu He remained calm. He slowly exhaled, his heart pounding in his chest as if it might break free. Panic and fear were emotions he felt deep down. Every time a crisis came, the suffocating feeling of about to be crushed in the next second overwhelmed him. Each time was like a gamble with his life. But he was not a foolhardy gambler. He had 2 chips to play. First, he bet they wouldn't really kill him because his life was tied to theirs. Second, he gambled that the lofty master wouldn't let him die so easily. He still wanted to upend his game board. Thinking of that bastard master who toyed with him, Chu He felt a surge of anger. He truly wanted to give that guy a good beating. Alright, no one should look like they're heading to the gallows. Chu He suddenly stood up, brushing off the non-existent wrinkles on his clothes. It's just meeting the parents, what's the big deal? At that moment, Chu He wore a sharp black suit, with a white shirt's collar neatly buttoned, paired with a pure black tie. He even specially styled his hair into a slicked-back look. In that moment, he seemed like a god of gambling. The game has already begun, now, it's time to meet our dealer. He lightly tapped his finger on his phone. A grand, exhilarating synthesizer music erupted the final countdown. Dun dun dun, dun dun dun. The strong and steady rhythm was like a giant gear-driving fate, each beat striking heavily on everyone's hearts, driving away the suffocating fear, replacing it with an undeniable powerful aura. Chu He turned and walked toward the door. His figure, highlighted by the music, was straight and resolute, exuding a sense of epic fate approaching. Xiaoyao, Kachi, Lillian, and Xia Nuo all stared in awe. This scene was so handsome it felt unreal. In their pupils, the silhouette of that solitary figure walking toward divinity reflected, and their eyes surprisingly began to heat up. Xia Nuo unconsciously murmured, "Brother-in-law so handsome." Xiaoyao, Kachi, and Lillian exchanged glances, seeing a glimmer of determination in each other's eyes. They immediately stood up, without a moment of hesitation, closely following Chu He. Xia Nuo gritted her teeth and quickly joined them. As they said, whether facing a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, they mustn't back down at the critical moment. And at this moment, the system notification sound rang out. After a week of living together, the closeness among Xiaoyao and the other girls had reached an intense love. Xiaoyao intimacy level, deeply in love 95.66%. Kachi intimacy level, deeply in love 90.78%. Lillian intimacy level, deeply in love 80.69%. Chu He smiled faintly at this result, realizing that only big events could rapidly increase intimacy. Chu He reached the door, placing his hand on the doorknob. He could clearly feel that three presences outside had completely locked onto every inch of the shop space. He took another deep breath. Then, with a sudden force, he pulled open the shop door. The afternoon sunlight poured in, somewhat blinding. Chu He squinted, finally seeing the three stunning women standing outside. The one at the front had a sweet face, but her eyes held an unfathomable coldness. The one next to her was intellectual and graceful, her gaze behind single glasses looked sharp as a scalpel, seemingly ready to dissect him inside and out. The last one was cold and aloof, just standing there as if she froze both light and air around her. Without a doubt, this is their mother. 3 SSR-level super queens. As Chu He looked them over, the three queens' gazes also fell on this audacious human for the first time. Then, the moment they saw Chu He's face. Whether it was the furious Ellie, the intrigued Kachia, or the icy Xiaqing Yuan. At that moment, the three queens standing at the pinnacle of power on Ryan continent froze in unison. All expressions on their faces, anger, scrutiny, coldness, were instantly replaced by a profound shock, then shattered and collapsed. Pupils, fiercely constricting. That face. That face, how could it be? Wasn't that the face of the master who had just summoned them? No, it can't be said to be identical, but that outline, those brows and eyes, that spirit, at least had 8 or 9 points of resemblance. What shook them even more was that this man exuded a faint aura strikingly similar to the master. It was a kind of power that made one involuntarily desire to get closer, to submit. Though immensely weaker, the essence was strikingly consistent. This was naturally the charming breath that Chu He silently triggered. He thought this skill might be ineffective against SSR-level beings, but still held onto a what-if-it-works attitude. In an instant, the three queens' minds went blank, all prepared reprimands were forcibly swallowed back, stuck in their throats, neither up nor down. Just now overwhelming momentum instantly wilted. Ellie trembled and was the first to speak. You are. The moment the words left her lips, Ellie's mind was suddenly hit by a sharp pain, as if a glowing iron stake had pierced in. She instantly remembered the Master's recent decree, "Do not mention me to anyone." This scene left Chu He behind them stunned as well. Kachia, Xiaoyao, Lillian, they were all utterly dumbfounded. This was completely different from the script they had imagined. In their mother's eyes, they saw not overwhelming anger, but surprise, shock, and undeniable panic. Chu He's mind raced, attributing everything to the charming breath, internally marveling at how terrifying this skill was. But Chu He did not dare to let his guard down. He forced out the most standard, warm smile, gathered his courage, stepped forward, and initiated, "I guess you three must be Yaoyao, Kiki, and Lily's mothers? Ladies queens, my name is Chu He, very pleased to meet you." Chapter 103, Mother-in-Law Like a Little Kitten. The three queens' faces changed constantly, their minds churning with tumultuous waves. Yaoyao, Kiki, Lily. Master, how could he use such an affectionate term to address their daughters? The implications contained made them dare not think too deeply, only feeling a chill shoot from the depths of their souls straight to the top of their heads. For a moment, no one dared to answer, no one dared to move. Seeing them three just staring at him in silence, Chu He felt the pressure weighing down on him, his scalp prickling, and his back instantly soaked with cold sweat. This pressure was 100 times more terrifying than facing Ao Ching. He felt like an ant targeted by three prehistoric beasts. A mere glance could erase him from existence. This situation was definitely not the normal effect of the charming breath. Could it be? Did it go wrong? But Chu He forcibly calmed his mind, took out a pure white handkerchief from his pocket, and elegantly wiped the beads of sweat off his forehead. Why are the three of you looking at me like this? Is there something on my face? Oh dear, it's getting a bit hot. As soon as the three queens heard this, they hurriedly shifted their gaze, not daring to look at Chu He any longer. The three young women held hands, ready to stand their ground against their mother, even prepared to be instantly suppressed. But the scene before them completely shattered their understanding. Lillian pinched her thigh hard, the sharp pain making her gasp. This was not an illusion. Chu He. Lillian whispered, pulling at Chu He's shirt. What did you do to them? Chu He also wanted to know the answer. He had imagined countless openings. Thunderous anger, cold words, even direct confrontation. He had prepared several sets of witty comebacks. But what was happening now? The three mothers-in-law looked as if they had collectively fallen under a spell, each expression complex enough to be a work of art, but not a single word spoken. Especially the thousand-illusion white-ape queen, Ellie, whose ghostly expression made him doubt if he had somehow become shockingly handsome. He never expected his face would resemble that of the true boss of this world by 7 or 8 parts. And the whispers of enchantment he activated not only failed to captivate them but also, due to a hint of shared energy, became the last straw that broke the three queens' psychological defenses. The effect was outstanding, but the direction was completely off. But who was Chu He? The gamble was already on the table, and even if the dealer's hand was shaking, he had to keep playing his part. Although he felt uneasy inside, his smile grew even more radiant as he stepped forward with pressure. Aunties, why aren't you speaking? Are you tired from your journey? Or perhaps, you are so pleased with your future son-in-law that you don't know how to praise me? As soon as these words were out, Xiaoyao, Kachia, Lillian, and Xianua almost collectively buckled at the knees. He's lost his mind. Chu He was definitely insane. At this moment, how dare he throw a torch into a gunpowder keg? However, what happened next nearly made their eyes pop. In response to Chu He's nearly provocative banter, the three queens not only did not get angry but instead trembled in unison. Xiao Qingyuan and Kachia's gazes uncontrollably darted towards Ellie, who was pale beside them. Look! Here it comes again. This was clearly ordinary talk, but it was laced with sarcasm, testing, and a tone of control. Wasn't this the master's consistent style? Satisfied? Praise? Who dared? Who would dare to comment on the master's embodiment? They were now 1000% sure this was a trap set by the master, an ultimate test aimed at the three of them, and possibly the entire 9 Emperor clan. Every word he spoke, every expression he made, could be a trap leading to their doom. I dare not. Xiao Qingyuan's cold voice broke the silence. The 2 words sounded harsh, like they had been squeezed out from between her teeth. We have no objections. Kachia immediately followed up, pushing up her glasses, her tone incredibly cautious. Ellie nodded vigorously, her lips moved for ages, but she didn't dare utter a word, fearing to provoke that soul-ripping pain again. This time, it was Chu He's turn to fall silent. Dare not? No objections? He suspected he was hearing things. These 3 were SSR-level existences who could smash asteroids with a slap, the pinnacle of combat power on Ryan continent. How could they now be as docile as little kittens? Could it be that his kingly aura had leaked out to this extent? Brother-in-law, awesome. Xianua in the back was completely petrified, looking at Chu He's back, mumbling to himself unconsciously. In all his years, it was the first time he had seen his conceited mother and the other 2 royal aunts show such near fear in front of a man. Even the typically sharp-witted Kachia was frozen in place. Can't figure out what's going on. Ahem. Chu He cleared his throat, forcibly suppressing the turbulent waves in his heart. No matter the situation, he absolutely could not lose his momentum. He turned sideways, gesturing please, his smile still flawless. I plan to visit personally another day, but I didn't expect the 3 of you to come here on your own. I am truly honored. 3 mothers-in-law. Ahem, 3 queens, please don't just stand outside, come in and have a seat. Try my specially prepared hot pot broth, I guarantee it will be unforgettable for you. Unforgettable. These 4 words, when heard by the 3 queens, felt like a sentence full of death sentences. They had no doubt that if their performance today did not satisfy the embodiment of the master, their lifetime would probably come to an end right away. The 3 exchanged glances, seeing extreme seriousness and a trace of despair in each other's eyes. No choice. They could only toughen up and go on. They stepped forward, their movements stiff as they entered the hot pot restaurant named Feast House. As soon as they entered, a strong, overpowering smell mixed with beef tallow, chile, and various spices hit them in the face. The three queens had never smelled such an earthy, mundane aroma, and couldn't help but furrow their brows. They surveyed the interior of the restaurant. Simple wooden tables and chairs, the walls adorned with a bright red menu listing premium fatty beef, handmade shrimp paste, and fresh tripe. Everything felt so mundane. But the more mundane it was, the more unusual it appeared in their eyes, filled with an unfathomable weirdness. This was the master's trial ground. Every table, every chair, even every word on the menu might contain some Taoist principle and deep meaning they could not comprehend. Have a seat, don't be polite. Chu He, like a true host, naturally pulled out a chair, indicating for them to sit. The three queens dared not let him take action. Almost simultaneously, they pulled out chairs and sat up rigidly. Their posture was as straight as soldiers waiting for inspection, hands resting flat on their knees, utterly motionless. Xiaoyao, Kaji, Lillian, and Xianu also sat down, but looking at their mother's unusually well-behaved demeanor, they all felt like sitting on needles, tense all over. The atmosphere in the entire space was suppressed to the extreme. Chu He felt that continuing like this wasn't the solution. He decided to take the initiative to break the deadlock. His gaze swept over the three stunning mothers-in-law, finally landing on the coldest presence, Xia Qingyuan. She was Xiaoyao's mother and seemed to be the most difficult one to deal with among the three queens. Capture the king first when seizing the thief. Chu He steadied his mind, putting on the most sincere smile, and spoke. Aunt, do you have any misunderstandings about me? I don't know if it's an illusion, but I feel like you seem very afraid of me. Chapter 104, Chu He, I want it all. Afraid? Xia Qingyuan's heart suddenly contracted, a cold chill creeping up her spine to the back of her head. Did he see it? Did he see that we are afraid of him? Is this a warning to us? What a new kind of workplace PUA. How come I never noticed before that the master is so twisted? Her mind was ringing alarm bells, every cell screaming danger. Facing this unpredictable master, who could overturn the order of 9 emperors with a snap of his fingers, admitting fear equated to admitting her guilt, potentially interpreted as a challenge to his authority. Deny? One lie may require countless other lies to cover up, and lying in front of him was like lighting a candle under the sun, self-degradation. For the first time, a hint of panic emerged on Xia Qingyuan's beautiful face. Despite being incredibly subtle, it didn't escape Chu He's eyes. No, not at all. Xia Qingyuan almost used all her willpower to control the tremble in her voice. Let it sound consistently cold. But, Mr. Chu He looks exceptionally outstanding, with a dignified appearance that makes me quite surprised. Chu He's eyelid twitched slightly. Ah? Mr. Chu He? He couldn't help but repeat this title, feeling goosebumps all over his body. This title, coming from Xiaoyao's mother, this super-strong figure, felt abstract in every way. She was high above, almost a divine existence. How could she speak so respectfully and cautiously to him? Every word revealed a hint of careful distance, as if afraid of upsetting him. This situation was full of oddities. Chu He's mind raced, and a thought suddenly jumped out. That master. Could it be, this matter was related to that mysterious master? That's right. His seductive breath was a power given by the master. They could meet the master in person, and surely they could recognize the master's aura. In that case, everything made sense. Goodness, had he unknowingly borrowed power from a world-ending boss? Chu He felt waves of shock inside, but kept a calm face. No matter the situation, as long as the other party had reservations, his chances of winning this tough battle would be much greater. Seeing their mothers act so strangely, Xiaoyao and her friends exchanged a glance, and the huge stone that hung in their hearts quietly fell away by half. Xiaoyao took the lead. She took a deep breath, actively standing by Chu He's side, extending her hand, and right in front of her mother, tightly linked her arm with Chu He's. Yes, mother. Xiaoyao's voice was crisp and pleasant, filled with an unprecedented joy and happiness. Chu He is very outstanding, not only handsome and capable, but also responsible. Being with him makes me feel unprecedented happiness and joy. She looked up, gazing at Chu He's side profile, her eyes filled with undeniable deep affection. He has made me experience what it truly means to live, and what the joy of being a woman is. And... Xiaoyao paused, declaring firmly, he has already decided to marry me and is willing to accept the toughest tests for outsider marriage from my family. Boom! This statement exploded like a mental bomb in Xia Qingyuan's mind. Xia Qingyuan's body suddenly shook, her gaze locked tightly on her daughter's face. That sweet face radiated happiness she had never seen before, and those once vacant eyes were now sparkling with unfamiliar starlight. Since the age of 7, when Xiaoyao learned the truth about her father's death, she had never laughed like this again. Her world had been filled only with cold rules, destruction, and fighting. Xia Qingyuan thought her daughter would live such a lonely life forever. But now... A complex emotion, hard to describe, surged in Xia Qingyuan's heart. There was shock, there was bewilderment, but more was a bittersweet feeling even she hadn't noticed, a mix of sorrow and relief. Xia Nuo stood nearby, dumbfounded. He gaped, staring at his sister, who was usually as cold as the moon, now snuggled up to a man, speaking such openly sentimental words. God, this world is so crazy. Kaki saw Xia Yao being so brave and felt greatly inspired. She stood up, walking to the other side of Chu He, linking her little hand to his arm, and said to her mother Kakia. Mother, I truly love little He is my destined only partner, and our compatibility is as high as 99.9%. He has also decided to go through all the tests of our Star Law royal family for me. Kakia. Truly in love? Destined? How did my big nerd daughter become so love-struck? Lilian saw this and thought, well, both sisters have charged forward. How could I fall behind? She slammed the table, stood up, placed her hands on her hips, and with all her courage, loudly declared to her mother, Ellie. Mom! I am truly in love with Chu Bao, we are a perfect match. I have kicked that arrogant Qing to the curb. In this lifetime, I will only marry Chu Bao. He is my one and only. My destined partner. My heart, my liver, my precious sweet candy. Ellie's body swayed, almost toppling from her chair. Her sweet and lovely face was now twisted in a way that rivaled an abstract painting. It's over. It's completely over. Her precious daughter had fallen head over heels. Meanwhile, the extremely curious and almost perverse Xiano felt that his mind was not just boiling over, but experiencing a cosmic storm of epic proportions, grinding and reshaping his worldview. A man, at the same time, has captivated the three hardest to deal with princesses of the Ryan continent. And right in front of the three empresses, he was madly confessed to by their daughters. What an epic and incredible event this is! His admiration for Chu He soared to unprecedented heights at that moment, reaching a level that required worship from afar. If it weren't for the terrifying aura of the three empresses keeping things in check, he would have probably knelt down on the spot, grabbing Chu He's leg and shouting, 666. Chu He stood in the middle, flanked by the two girls, smelling the sweet fragrance of youth around him, feeling their soft touch on his arms, appearing calm on the surface but panicking inside. Sisters, it's all fun and games, but don't joke with my life. However, the response from the three empresses was again beyond everyone's expectations. Faced with their daughter's so-called rebellious declarations, they did not get angry, instead, they exchanged glances filled with uncertainty. Finally, it was the most rational Kachiya who pinpointed the key issue. She adjusted her glasses and cautiously inquired in a very careful tone. But Mr. Chu He, there can only be one person. Once these words were spoken, Xiao Yao and Lilian's confessing abruptly stopped. It was only then that they realized the most fundamental problem. Indeed, Chu He could only be one person. They instinctively looked at Chu He, their eyes filled with tension and anticipation. In an instant, the atmosphere in the hot pot restaurant became incredibly subtle. All eyes focused on Chu He. Chu He's handsome face noticeably flushed. He cleared his throat, facing the three mothers-in-law with their scrutinizing, probing, and unsure gazes, as well as the three girls' hopeful yet anxious looks. He knew this was the final showdown. The gamble had reached the stage of revealing his cards. Either take them all down, or be thrown off the table. Chu He released the hands of the two girls, took a step forward, and stood straight. He slightly bowed to the three empresses. Although this may make the three mothers feel I am shameless, I must be honest. He raised his head, his eyes clear and firm, without a hint of evasion. I love each of them. So. Chu He spoke slowly, his voice not loud, but like thunder, it erupted in everyone's heart. I want to marry all three of them. Chapter 105, it's settled, Ellie, I really am a clown. Those words from Chu He, I want to marry all three of them, floated like a light spell that drained all the sound from the hot pot restaurant. The hall was so quiet one could hear a pin drop. Xiao Yao, Kachiya, and Lilian's brains all crashed simultaneously. A second later, scorching blood rushed visibly from their necks to their ears, even their eyes had a delightful pink hue. They frantically avoided each other's gaze, yet couldn't help but steal glances at one another. In the flow of their eyes, there was uncontainable joy and overflowing happiness. The corners of his mouth uncontrollably curled up wildly, and he could only desperately cover it with his hands to keep that sweet, sticky laughter from leaking out. He really said it. In front of their mother. This madman, this jerk, this man they deeply loved, wants to marry them all. On the other side, the expressions of the three queens could no longer be described as wonderful, it was like a collapsing art exhibition. The illusory white ape queen, Ai Li, was having muscle spasms on her sweet face in a completely random manner. She wanted to flip the table. She wanted to point at Chu He's nose and unleash a roaring scream. What do you think royal daughters are? Your own vegetable garden? Just pluck whichever cabbage you fancy? And take away a whole cart? But that overwhelming rage reached her throat, only to be tightly gripped by a deeper fear, turning into silent shivers. Rationality was screaming. This man before her was the embodiment of the master, the test laid down by the master. This absurd demand was the question itself. She dared not move, only able to shoot fiery glares at her daughter, Lillian. Lillian's spine stiffened, instantly feeling the pressure from the depths of her bloodline, quickly regaining her composure, sitting like a well-behaved child. Xiaoqing Yuan and Keqiya were even more unfathomable, but the turmoil in them left traces on their faces. They watched their daughter, who looked completely trapped, with mixed feelings in their hearts. Ahem. Xiaoqing Yuan shot over a cold glare. Keqiya pushed up her glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light. Xia Yao and Kachai seemed like balloons that were pricked, instantly putting away their infatuated looks, sitting up straight again, regaining the poise a princess should have. For a moment, the room was terrifyingly silent, the awkward atmosphere almost solidifying. Ah, ha ha. Chu He rubbed his nose, breaking the silence that could drown a person. He had to take back control of the pace. 3 ants, I understand. Waking up to find my 3 sparkling, stunning little cabbages are all being courted by the same, well, by me alone, this surprise might be a bit explosive for you. Xia Nua nearly bit her tongue off. Brother-in-law. You call this a surprise? You are throwing a party in your mother-in-law's deadly zone. However, Chu He's expression suddenly turned extremely serious, his gaze sincere enough to drip water. But the fact is as such, you've seen it, they're now loving me so deeply that they can't extricate themselves. Can't live without me. Any one of them is irreplaceable to me. I also have reasons to be with all of them, our feelings are tied together, intertwined with life and death. Chu He's voice suddenly became low and magnetic. I, Chu He, swear here. I wish to be like the Star King and the moon, shining brightly every night. This love, this heart, heaven and earth will bear witness. After saying this, he calmly opened his arms. If there are any questions, 3 ants please ask, I will say everything. As soon as his words fell, energy rippled around Chu He's body like water waves. 3 identical energy avatars appeared silently. Each avatar was as solid as a real person, their presence dense, even elegantly nodding to the 3 queens in greeting. This bizarre scene made the 3 queens' pupils instantly shrink to the size of needle tips. It's getting late, you 3 must be hungry. Chu He's main body stood calmly in place, like a king strategizing. The 3 avatars then turned in perfect harmony and flowed toward the kitchen. Upon reaching the kitchen, one avatar effortlessly lifted the 5-headed magic lion Xia Nua had brought, its immense, grotesque body feeling as light as a feather in his hand. Another avatar began to handle various vegetables and mushrooms, moving with precision and elegance. The 3rd avatar set up a large pot, starting to prepare the mysterious hot pot base. The entire process was harmonious and calm, exuding a sense of control over everything. In the hall, Ellie's eyes suddenly widened. Clone technique. This is the innate ability of her 1000 illusion white ape clan. It's settled. This is definitely the master. Even if it's not the master in person, it absolutely has a great relation to the master. Could it be the master's son? In Ellie's mind, the indifferent prohibition of the master thundered. No matter what you see or hear next, everything must follow the rules, no exceeding authority, no leniency, and absolutely no mention of me to anyone. Follow the rules. Ellie muttered to herself, her lips losing color. Ellie secretly transmitted her inference and the master's prohibition to her 2 sisters beside her. Upon hearing this, both felt it made sense, the man in front of them was not simple. The first to speak was Xiaoqing Yuan. In the depths of her cold eyes, a trace of unexplainable sorrow and resignation flashed. Since Yao Yao chose you, I have no objection. Her voice remained icy, but lost the sharpness of life and death decisions, gaining a touch of helplessness. As long as you can complete the test of the royal family, Yao Yao will be your woman. Keqiya followed closely, adjusting her monocle, the starry eyes behind the lens flickered with calculation and deduction, ultimately settling into calmness. Keqiya's will is my will. Since she likes you, I respect that. Her tone also held an indescribable complexity, she paused, then added. I look forward to seeing if you can become the one, to break the trial of my Star Law clan. There was a hidden meaning in her words. Ellie was momentarily stunned, her heart instantly unbalanced. Good. Both of you old foxes have ready excuses. You both have a so-called trial. Yet my 1000 illusion white ape clan has no trial for marrying off daughters. Thinking back to every word spoken in the galaxy space, I now feel like a clown. What should I do? Agree directly? What about my royal face? No, the royal face has already been ruined by her and her daughter, now all 8 sisters know about her family's affairs. Ellie felt a wave of madness in her heart but was helpless. Ellie was in turmoil, but on her face, she could only force out a smile that looked worse than crying. Chu He captured the fleeting oddities on Xiaoqing Yuan and Keqiya's faces. He understood that there must be hidden secrets behind this. However, now was not the time to delve deep. First, get through today, then slowly understand later. Thank you 3 ants for your support. Chu He smiled slightly, his attitude neither humble nor overbearing. Regarding the trial, I will complete it as soon as possible. Before long, from the direction of the kitchen, an unprecedented fragrance burst forth without warning, like an invisible giant hand, instantly seizing everyone's sense of smell. The hot pot base is ready. The rich aroma of beef tallow, mixed with the scorching heat of strong chili, the numbing fragrance of secret pepper, and dozens of unheard of spices, wove together into a domineering and fierce aromatic storm, wildly drilling into the nostrils, brutally awakening the most primal appetite. 3 clones carried large and small plates, beginning to serve dishes. On the ice plate, the 5 finest parts of the 5 demon lions were sliced into thin, delicate meat pieces, red and white marbled, beautiful like a piece of art. Handmade deep-sea shrimp paste, fresh swamp beef tripe, crunchy horned beast's yellow throat. A dazzling array of dishes quickly filled the table. In the center of the table, the huge yin-yang pot bubbled away, red oil rolling, thick soup milky white, aromas blending, like Tai Chi. Everything seemed so strange. Is this really just a meal? Come, 3 ants, please take a seat. Chu He naturally pulled out the chair at the main seat and gestured to please. Try the hot pot I personally prepared. I guarantee it will be unforgettable for you all. Unforgettable for a lifetime. These 4 words were like a spell in their ears. The 3 empresses felt a tightness in their hearts. They moved stiffly to their seats, sitting upright, with their hands resting on their knees, their expressions solemn as if waiting for a final judgment. Chu He picked up the serving chopsticks, grabbed a slice of the best magic lion's brain meat, and briefly dipped it in the boiling red soup before precisely placing it in the dipping dish in front of Xia Qingyuan. "Aunt, you try it first." Xia Qingyuan lowered her head, looking at the slice of meat drenched in bright red soup, exuding a deadly temptation. Is it really just a meal? Chapter 106, Conquering the Empresses begins with a hot pot. Chu He looked confused. It's just a hot pot meal. Why does it feel like they are so serious, as if they are pondering some complex problem? Aunt, Chu He's voice rang out again, carrying just the right amount of concern and calmness. This piece is the most exquisite brain meat of the 5-headed magic lion, cooked for just the right time. Too long makes it tough, too short leaves it raw. You try it. If it doesn't suit your taste, I'll get you something else. His tone was as natural as a friendly neighbor welcoming a guest, without a hint of pressure. Xia Qingyuan's gaze shifted from the meat to Chu He's clear eyes. In those eyes, there was no mockery, no testing, only a sincere invitation. Xia Qingyuan finally moved. She picked up the chopsticks and grabbed the slice of meat. Under the watchful eyes of her daughter Xia Yao, son Xia Nuo, and the other 2 empresses, she brought the meat slice to her slightly pale lips. The moment the meat touched her tongue, a fierce and overwhelming wave of flavor erupted in her mouth. The richness of the beef fat and the freshness of the broth savagely washed over every inch of her taste buds. Immediately, the fiery pleasure of the chili and the numbing shock of the pepper, like 2 elite battalions, launched a fierce attack on her tongue, sending shivers down her spine. That thin slice of meat was so tender that it melted in her mouth without needing to chew. The natural sweetness of the meat combined with the broth's dominance brought forth a wonderful taste that was both distinct yet harmonious, something she had never experienced before. A rush of heat slid down her esophagus, instantly spreading through her limbs and bones. Xia Qingyuan's body trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. In her cold eyes, as clear as a cold moon, something deep within began to quietly collapse. She had lived a long life and had never tasted such indulgent flavor. On the side, Ellie had long been salivating, seeing Xia Qingyuan eat without issue, she could no longer hold back. I want to try too. She mimicked Chu He, grabbing a slice of meat, hurriedly dipping it in the red soup, paying no mind to her appearance, and stuffed it directly into her mouth. Mmm. Ellie's eyes widened instantly, bigger than copper bells, her sweet face flushed with a bright red hue, whether from spice or excitement, no one could tell. So delicious. She mumbled, like a child discovering a new world, immediately grabbing another piece and delving into a new round of exploration. Kachia adjusted her single lens glasses, her starry eyes sparkling with curiosity and analysis. Unlike Ellie's eagerness, she gracefully picked up a piece of snowy white tripe, following Chu He's 7-up, 8-down rule, precisely dipping it in the pot. Coating it in the dipping dish, she brought it to her mouth. Crunch! The crisp sound of the tripe between her lips and teeth ignited a strange light in her wise starry eyes. So that's how it is, different ingredients in the same broth can unleash completely different textures and flavors. Interesting. So interesting. As the 3 empresses fell, the suffocating atmosphere finally melted away like ice and snow. Mom, this shrimp paste is delicious too, it's made by Chu personally. Lillian eagerly scooped a spoonful of shrimp paste for Ellie. Mother, you should try this yellow throat, it's very crispy. Kachi recommended to his mother. Xia Yao quietly cooked vegetables that Xia Qingyuan might like. For a moment, the hot pot restaurant was filled only with the bubbling sound of the hot pot and the satisfying chewing sounds of everyone. Mr. Chu He. Just as the atmosphere was most harmonious, Kachia suddenly spoke up. She put down her little notebook, pushed up her glasses, and looked at Chu He with piercing eyes. This hot pot, did you invent it? As soon as the words came out, Xiaoqing Yuan and Ellie also stopped using their chopsticks and looked over together. It's not really an invention. Chu He humbly waved his hand. This is a traditional dish from my hometown, which emphasizes sitting around the stove, close and warm. Whether it is emperors or common folks, before this pot, there is no difference. Everyone eats the same food, enjoying the same warmth and enthusiasm. The core meaning is not about what to eat, but who to eat with. It can make strangers become familiar and make family members closer. Chu He's gaze swept over the three extraordinary queens, his voice warm and powerful. Just like we are now, although, there was a small misunderstanding at first, but after this hot pot, aren't we like a family? Family. These three words struck the hearts of the three queens like three warm currents. In their minds, flashes of the things Chu He had said and done before instantly appeared. He did not use force to pressure them. He did not use his identity to intimidate. He resolved everything in the most ordinary, equal, and warm way. He personally cooked for them, prepared the food, and explained the warmth and philosophy behind this ordinary dish. Every word he spoke, every action he took, radiated a kindness and friendliness that was completely opposite to the master's indifferent, absolute, and cold will. The three queens exchanged glances and saw a glimmer of understanding in each other's eyes. They might have gotten it wrong from the very beginning. This was not the master toying with them. The person in front of them was definitely not the master. But he had countless connections with the master. And the so-called test was not a trial for them. But rather, they were to test this young man. He might just be the one arranged by the master to break the ancient, unchanging dull rules of the 9 royal families, the game changer. So it turns out, it's like this. Ellie murmured, her gaze towards Chu He had completely changed. In her eyes, fear decreased, replaced by a deep curiosity and scrutiny. Xiaoqing Yuan put down her chopsticks, elegantly wiped the corner of her mouth with a napkin, and her cold voice carried a hint of unnoticeable softness. Thank you, Chu He, I really enjoyed this meal. Kachiya secretly transmitted to Chu He with a smile, you are not him, right? Upon hearing this, Chu He's heart skipped a beat, thinking it was bad. Could she have discovered something? But the next sentence calmed his heart. But you are also very special. I am beginning to look forward to what kinds of surprises you will bring to the Starlaw clan in the future. Chu He awkwardly smiled and said, then please wait and see. At this moment, the atmosphere reached an unprecedented harmony. A meal where hosts and guests were delighted. After the meal, the three queens did not linger long and quickly disappeared into the horizon. Watching the three queens vanish into the sky, Chu He let out a long breath. At this moment, surrounded by three stunning young girls, inhaling the fragrant scent from them, all of Chu He's fatigue vanished. Although the process was thrilling and nearly made his heart stop, the outcome was good. He not only saved his life but also obtained the official permission to continue developing with the three women. However, the smile on Chu He's face slowly faded, and his gaze became deep. He knew very well that today's escape was 90% thanks to a big misunderstanding, a show of false strength, though it was ultimately seen through. But it also made him realize that he must have an extraordinary relationship with his master. But what kind of relationship could it be? He couldn't figure it out. He had lived for 20 years and seemed so ordinary. Wait, it seemed there were indeed some strange things, and Chu He couldn't help but fall into memory, some deliberately forgotten, bizarre fragments started to surface uncontrollably. Chapter 107, Thinking Carefully is Terrifying. Those forgotten memories. When he was 8 years old, he went to his grandmother's house in the countryside with his parents during summer vacation. At the village entrance, there was a river, not deep, where the village kids loved to play in the water during the summer. That afternoon, he was chasing and playing by the river with a little friend when he slipped and fell into the river. He couldn't swim. The cold river water instantly enveloped him, choking his nose and throat, bringing suffocating pain. He struggled desperately, his arms and legs flailing wildly, but he could only feel himself sinking deeper. His consciousness was fading little by little. Just when he thought he was about to die, a huge force, impossible to resist, suddenly lifted him up from below. Thud. He was thrown like a sack, directly tossed onto the grass by the riverbank. He lay on the ground, coughing up several mouthfuls of muddy river water, gasping for breath. When he regained his strength, the little friend who had been playing with him ran over, crying and shouting. The friend said he was so scared at that time, there was no third person by the river. He only saw a whirlpool in the river, then Chu He flew out. At that time, everyone thought the child was scared and imagining things, and Chu He himself felt it was an illusion. But thinking back now, that force, that illogical flying, was full of strangeness. There was also one more thing. In the first year of middle school, there was a notorious bully in the school, relatively well off, who was rampant. One time, Chu He accidentally bumped into him and was then cornered in the stairway, beaten up by him and several followers. Chu He's lip was split, and his school uniform was torn. The bully stepped on his face and arrogantly warned him to avoid him in the future. Chu He was not convinced and immediately told his homeroom teacher. He detailed the course of events. But the response of this glasses-wearing, seemingly thoughtful homeroom teacher was merely a furrowed brow followed by a statement. It takes two to make a sound, be more careful while walking in the future. That incident left a deep shadow on Chu He. This was clearly obvious school bullying. There were several pages dedicated to it in the moral education class. The homeroom teacher taught geography and moral education. He was supposed to teach students how to handle school bullying. It was the first time he felt how chilling the indifference of adults could be. Chu He hated the bully, wishing for him to be hit by a car. He was even more furious at the homeroom teacher, cursing him to die suddenly. However, something strange happened the next day. That bully was hit head-on by an out-of-control truck on the way to school. It was later said that the truck driver dozed off due to fatigue, causing the brakes to fail, and the truck suddenly lunged onto the sidewalk. At that time, there was only the bully on the whole sidewalk. He was pulled under the truck, dragged for more than 10 meters, and died in a gruesome manner. The truck driver was found not guilty because the bully had run a red light. On the third day after the bully's incident, that indifferent homeroom teacher was passionately lecturing at the podium when he suddenly clutched his Che. Evil people get their just desserts. Now, looking back, Chu He really thinks it's too coincidental. Too coincidental. Everything is too coincidental. It's as coincidental as a script. Hiss. Chu He gasped. He remembered. There was something even stranger. It was also shortly after the drowning incident when he was 8. One night, he got up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom. Passing by the living room, he accidentally caught a glimpse of the dressing mirror standing in the corner. In the mirror, it reflected his small figure. But just as he was about to look away, he saw the himself in the mirror actually smile at him. That was not a smile a child of 8 should have. The curve of the lips went up, holding a kind of worldly wisdom and a coldness that looked down on all beings. What made his scalp tingle even more was that the face in the mirror, although identical to his own, had a completely different aura. In those eyes, there was no innocence of a child, only a depth so hollow it was unsettling. At that moment, Chu He was scared out of his wits, screaming as he ran back to his room, covering his head with the blanket. The next day, when he told his mom and dad about it, all he received was a comforting "Don't think too much, little kid." From that day forward, he no longer dared to look in the mirror at night. This incident became his greatest psychological shadow of childhood. At this moment, these forgotten fragments of memory surged forth like a flood, piecing together a terrifying truth in his mind that made it hard for him to breathe. That mysterious master. That existence feared by the queens. That reaper who continuously protected him by brutally clearing obstacles in his way. And that self who smiled at him eerily in the mirror. They, perhaps, are the same person. Chu He's body began to tremble uncontrollably. If all this is true, what does that make him? A pet raised to experience the joys and sorrows of mortals? Or, a projection of that terrifying existence cast down into the mortal world, a doppelganger? A puppet? Brother? Xia Yao's sweet and clear voice suddenly pulled him from his bottomless thoughts. He looked up and saw the 3 girls staring at him in horror. Your face. Lillian pointed at him, her voice trembling. How did it become so pale? Chu He instinctively reached up to touch his face. Cold, devoid of any color. He forced a smile. It's nothing, maybe I was just a bit tired. He wanted to wash his face in the bathroom to calm down. But just as he stood up, he felt the world spinning and darkness closing in. The energy around his body seemed to lose control and began to dissipate uncontrollably outward. In the kitchen, the energy clone he used to wash the dishes suddenly exploded with a bang, turning into specks of golden light, disappearing into the air. Immediately after, another clone that was wiping the table also fell apart and vanished. Not good. Chu He shouted in his heart as he felt the energy within him draining at an unprecedented rate, a strong sense of weakness sweeping over him. His body swayed and toppled forward. Chapter 108, Scolded by the Master Again. Chu He. The scream pierced the cozy ambience of the hot pot restaurant. Under the terrified gazes of the 3 girls, Chu He's body fell straight forward. Xia Yao was quick, rushing up like an arrow, barely catching him before he hit the hard floor. Shu Bao. Little He. Brother-in-law. Lillian, Kachi and the others quickly surrounded him. What happened? He was fine just a moment ago. Lillian said anxiously, about to cry, reaching out to check Chu He's forehead, only to find it ice cold, completely unlike the warmth of a living person. Don't panic. Kachi forced herself to calm down. She placed her delicate fingers on Chu He's carotid artery, closing her eyes. The talent ability of the Xinglu family quietly activated, trying to explore the condition inside his body. However, in the next second, Kaji's body suddenly trembled violently, letting out a muffled groan, and her fingers retracted as if shocked by electricity. No! Her voice was filled with unprecedented doubt. Inside his body is a chaos. Once my mental strength went in, it was shattered by a violent and chaotic energy. I can't investigate anything. Xiaoyao rested Chu He's head on her lap, feeling the temperature of the body in her arms gradually fading, and her heart sank little by little. She gently stroked Chu He's pale cheek, a face that no longer held its usual teasing and warmth, but only silence. Brother-in-law, he won't die, will he? Xianhua asked, shivering beside her, with a quavering voice. Shut up! Xiaoyao and Lillian yelled back in unison. Tears welled up in Lillian's eyes. She held Chu He's hand tightly, constantly transmitting her energy, but once that energy entered Chu He's body, it vanished without a trace, as if thrown into an endless sea. It's useless, Lillian's voice was filled with despair. His body is like a bottomless pit, no energy can fill it. In the hot pot restaurant, where the atmosphere had just been filled with victory and sweetness, now was shrouded in a thick, unbreakable fear and helplessness. 3 girls, 3 princesses who could stir up storms in the outside world, now surrounded an unconscious man, unable to do anything. Darkness. Endless darkness. Chu He felt like he was floating in a warm, dead water, with no up or down, no left or right, and even the concept of time had disappeared. He couldn't feel his body, only a faint consciousness remained, like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. What happened to me? Where am I? Am I dead? Thoughts emerged sluggishly in his consciousness. The sensation of drowning, the school bully who was hit by a truck, the homeroom teacher who suddenly died on stage, those bizarre memories he forcibly forgot now replayed with immense clarity in the darkness. Finally, the scene froze. It froze on the night of his 8th year, in the old countryside house of his grandma. A glimmer of light appeared in the darkness. Chu He's consciousness was drawn to that light, and he involuntarily floated over. It was a dressing mirror standing in the corner, with an old wooden frame that still bore some mold spots. In the mirror, a small figure was reflected. It was him at the age of 8. Wearing faded cartoon pajamas and bare feet, with an unpeeled baby fat on his face. Chu He's consciousness floated in front of the mirror, quietly watching the self inside. At that moment, the little boy in the mirror slowly raised his head. His movement was exactly the same as in the memory. Then, he smiled. The upward curve of his mouth carried a kind of profound awareness of all things, as well as a cold indifference to life itself. Those innocent eyes held a bottomless void. We meet again. The little boy in the mirror spoke. His voice was tender and clear, but the content made Chu He's consciousness tremble violently. Or perhaps, it's you, who finally dare to see me. Chu He's consciousness couldn't speak, only frantically conveyed a thought, who exactly are you? Me? The smile on the face of the person in the mirror deepened. I am your past that you dare not face, the power you cannot comprehend, and your deepest fear. The figure in the mirror began to change. He quickly grew from the appearance of a little boy to that of a middle school student, then a high school student, and finally transformed into a young man identical to the current Chu He. Only, his aura was completely different. He wore a fantastical and luxurious deep purple cloak, with a high collar, adorned with mysterious gems on his chest. His face wore an expression of amusement and pity, like a god looking down on ants. He is the master. You are too weak, this person in the mirror is just a little joke I made for you. The master shook his head, a hint of disappointment in his tone. Just recalling some trivial past makes your spirit world teeter on the edge of collapse. Your strength, your decisiveness, to me, is merely a child's play. He extended a finger and gently tapped the mirror's surface. The mirror rippled like water, and then the person actually stepped out of the mirror. You must really want to know what our relationship is, right? Still the same words, wait until you have the strength to fight me, and I will naturally tell you. For now, just obediently grow stronger, don't think about unnecessary things. Knowing the outcome too early is not good for you. I can tell you, you are neither my clone nor my puppet, you are an independent being. Chu He angrily questioned, but have you ever considered my feelings? Every moment of my life has been under your surveillance, I have no privacy at all. The master, upon hearing this, seemed to hear the funniest joke in the world. He let out a light laugh, naive, overly sentimental. After experiencing so much, you are still tangled in such mortal emotions. You fool, how could I have HMPF, if not for my help, you would have long been dead. If you are unconvinced, use your power to shatter my gaze. Complaining here will only make me find you more boring. He paused, his empty eyes glanced at Chu He. He continued, all right, since you provided quite a bit of amusement, I will try not to look at your privacy anymore. Rest assured, the image of you rolling on the bed with them is even more boring to me than watching cells divide. Chu He's consciousness staggered. Well, okay, this is what you said, although it feels like I am being spied on all the time. The master's eyes suddenly turned cold. Chu He hurriedly changed his words, cough cough, although it feels very uncomfortable being watched all the time, I still thank you for all your help and care. The master's expression became strange, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, only snorted coldly, humph, don't keep trying to test me. If you cannot defeat me in 3 years, just wait to see your loved ones vanish into ashes. The moment his words fell, the master's figure suddenly transformed into a sky full of purple light, vanishing without a trace. An indescribable pain and fear ripped through Chu He's consciousness like a tsunami in an instant. He suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 109, Wives, please train me hard. Cough, cough, cough. A fierce, heart-wrenching cough broke the dead silence in the room. Lying in Xia Yao's arms, Chu He's chest heaved violently, the sound resembled a drowning person choking out the water that filled his lungs. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. His pitch-black pupils suddenly shrank, then rapidly expanded, greedily and eagerly grasping every breath of air. Air rushed into his parched lungs, bringing a burning sensation of pain. The chaotic darkness in his vision receded like a tide, revealing 3 tear-streaked, stunning faces filled with panic and ecstasy, occupying his entire world. Brother Chu He. Chu Bao. Little He, you are awake. The pent-up joy erupted in an instant, transforming into a solid embrace. 3 warm bodies held him tightly, almost squeezing the air he had just inhaled back out. The cool fragrance from Xia Yao's hair. The sweet fruit scent from Lillian. Kachi's unique scent mixed with books and stars. Their bodies slightly trembled, the relief and gratitude for surviving the disaster etched into Chu He's sensations through their closely pressed skin. I am fine. Chu He raised a weak hand, gently patting Xia Yao's back, his voice hoarse like rusted metal scraping against each other. I'm just so tired. Of course, he couldn't say that. He couldn't say that he had just faced the terrifying existence called Master in the darkest depths of his mind. It was a confrontation strong enough to overturn all his understanding, making him realize he was just a small piece on the chessboard. Kachi quietly spoke of the chaos within his body, of the strange condition where his mental energy shattered upon probing. Chua's heart was in turmoil, yet his face remained calm and composed. Just as Master said, he was too weak now. Weak to the point of not even having the right to seek the truth. Instead of drowning in the unknown fear, he preferred to grasp tightly onto the only thing that could change his fate. That is, to become strong. At all costs. Unprecedentedly strong. I'm fine now, really. Chua slowly got up from Xia Yao's soft lap, looking at the 3 women with tear-streaked faces, feeling both heartbroken and amused. He reached out, gently wiping away their tears with his fingertips. The warm tears and cool skin created a tangible touch that made him feel incredibly at ease. All right, stop crying. If you cry more, it won't look good. His tone was as easygoing as always, carrying the usual teasing. But deep in his pitch-black eyes, there lay an unprecedented seriousness and determination. Chua's gaze slowly swept over the faces of the 3 women. Xia Yao's chill, Lillian's charm, Kachi's wisdom. Then, he spoke word by word, his voice not loud, but each word was like iron. I am now too weak. This sentence was like a huge stone thrown into a still lake, instantly solidifying the joyful atmosphere. The 3 women were stunned. You 3 clans possess supreme abilities, yet you can't even master the most superficial skills. To defeat an arrogant dragon brat, you still need to rely on your combined effort from behind. His voice carried a heavy self-mockery, but more so, an undeniable sharpness. What kind of skill is this? Rather than fantasizing about those truths I cannot touch, I would rather do something practical. Chua's chest slightly heaved, his gaze burning as it locked onto Xia Yao, Kachi, and Lillian, his lips curling into that familiar, slightly mischievous arc. So, my 3 dear wives. From today on, you will be my personal trainers. His voice suddenly became serious. Teach me. Teach me how to truly use your abilities and how to fight. I want to become strong enough to press that arrogant little dragon onto the ground like molding clay. His voice paused for a moment, a deep purple light flashing in his eyes. And to be strong enough to shatter that so-called master's gaze with my own hands. This declaration left the 3 women speechless. But soon, a blazing light ignited in their eyes. This was the Chua they had fallen in love with. A man who would never be defeated by adversity, always daring to throw punches at the abyss. Good. Xia Yao responded first, her voice cool but filled with undeniable determination. Everything I have, I will give to you. Lillian crossed her arms, lifting her snow-white chin, giving a proud hum. Humph. It was about time. I have many skills, just afraid you'll end up begging for mercy after training. Kachi habitually pushed up her non-existent glasses on her nose, excitement and curiosity sparkling in her silvery star-like eyes. Interesting. Systematic deconstruction and reorganization of power is my field of expertise. Little River, I will record all your body data and energy models to tailor the most effective growth path for you. Brother-in-law. And I. Xia Nuo bounced in from the side, raising her hand desperately. I'll teach you how to be cool. I guarantee your fighting poses will be 100 times cooler than others. Watching everyone's spirited faces, Chu's tightly wound heart finally relaxed, a warm flow coursing through him. Having you all is truly wonderful. He silently vowed that this time, he would give everything to protect what was in front of him. Just at that moment, a soft, confused voice echoed from the corner. Hungry. Chu He, I'm hungry. On the sofa, Abao rubbed his sleepy eyes, jumped down with bare feet, and looked at Chu He eagerly, with his little mouth slightly pouting. Chu He suddenly slapped his forehead. Almost forgot this most important step. This kid is not just some little landlord, he is my super battery to get stronger. Without any hesitation, Chu He focused his mind, and a large amount of high-energy ingredients appeared out of nowhere, instantly piling up into a small mountain in front of Abao. Beast meat glowing with energy, plant roots shimmering with strange light, all piled high. Wow! Abao cheered and turned into a blur, darting towards it. His gluttonous instincts kicked in as he opened his small mouth, which was completely disproportionate to his size, and an unbelievable suction force burst forth, sweeping everything away. A few minutes later, the mountain of ingredients vanished without a trace. Burp. After a thunderous belch, Abao patted his belly contentedly, and with a pop, he spat out a crystal. The crystal was a whole ring larger than the last time, with rainbow colors swirling inside, resembling a concentrated nebula, filled with potent energy ready to spill over. Here you go. Abao casually handed the crystal over. Chu He took it. In an instant, a pure and overwhelming torrent of energy surged in. The power precisely washed over every crack in his spiritual world, filling the energy void caused by the pressure of the master. He not only restored all his strength, but his foundation was even more solid than before. Abao, after I finish my work, I will go to the gluttonous ancestral land with you. Chu He pat Abao's head and promised seriously. Yay! When everyone returned to the hotel, Chu He arranged a room for Summer Nuo on the 5th floor. To facilitate the upcoming hellish training, Kachi used spatial power to condense a silvery light sphere. With this light sphere, she could sense the location. She let Lillian go out of the city to find a suitable training site, and once found, all she needed to do was to snap a picture of the light sphere. When Lillian returned, Kachi walked to the wall near the transmission area in Chu He's room, stretched out her delicate hand, and gently stroked the air. Countless star-like runes appeared out of thin air, intertwining, rotating, and constructing under her fingertips. The space buzzed and twisted, slowly forming a portal that shimmered with starlight waves. Done. Kachi clapped her hands, a hint of pride on her face. I set up secret teleportation points in the melting gold desert, the Beast Mountain Range, the extreme cold icefield, and the black gold prairie using the spatial coordinates left by Lillian. We can switch scenes for training anytime. Chu He curiously leaned closer to the door. The scenery inside the door switched rapidly, finally settling on a vast and boundless prairie. The grass there was as black as ink. What made his eyes widen even more was that on the prairie, a group of fine horses were running, each with a pair of gigantic and magnificent wings on its back. What made his eyes almost pop out was that on the prairie, there was a group of fine horses running, each with a pair of gigantic and magnificent wings on its back. What the hell? These horses have wings? Chu He looked at the extraordinary heavenly horses and instinctively licked his lips, an uncontrollable thought popping up. These winged horses, their meat must be very firm, right? Once everything was set, it was already past 10 at night. Chu He arranged for Summer Nuo to stay on the 5th floor. Considering his huge mental consumption today, the three women were exceptionally considerate, after helping him wash up. They urged him to rest early. They did not torment Chu He as they had done in previous days, but instead helped him relax with massages. Chapter 110, Queen Xia Yao's Training. The next morning, at 8 o'clock, the sun was just right. Chu He, Summer Nuo, and the three stunning wives were all geared up and full of energy. First stop, Melting Gold Desert, let's go. Kachi gently waved her little hand in front of her. A starlit portal appeared out of nowhere. Inside was a twisting, swirling galaxy of dazzling stars. A crowd of people streamed in. It was just a moment. 1 second, it was a comfortable room in a luxury hotel. The next second, the scene before him was completely turned upside down. A terrifying wave of heat that burned everything rushed towards Chu He, making his skin feel a sudden sting of pain. The air was distorted, every breath taken carried the scent of sulfur and burning metal, searing through his throat. This was an endless sea of golden sand. The sand, under the scorching sun, presented a strange, flowing, molten texture. In the distance, jagged peaks loomed on the horizon, with countless mountain tops billowing thick smoke. One could even see dark red lava slowly erupting, adding a touch of grandeur to this doomsday-like scene. Damn! Chu He couldn't help but curse. He felt like he hadn't come for training, but to experience a teppanyaki grill. Roughly estimated, this temperature was probably over 40 degrees. Next, his gaze was quickly drawn to a peculiar plant nearby. These plants look somewhat like lotuses, their stems a translucent reddish-brown, covered in sharp golden thorns, with the crown of leaves at the top a jade green. They were rooted in the scalding sand, looking both bizarre and resilient. Lillian noticed Chu He's gaze, crossed her arms, lifted her snow-white chin, and explained with a hint of pride. That's the blaze thorn lotus, an energy plant that feeds on magma and geothermal heat. It's very heat-resistant. She paused, her tricolored eyes surveying the hellish environment, then added cheerfully. This place is near the border of the Lava Titan Empire, so the temperature is quite outrageous. The current surface temperature is about 80 degrees. By noon, when the sun is most fierce, it can easily soar to 600 degrees. 600 degrees? Chu He's eyes nearly popped out, his jaw almost dropped in shock. At 80 degrees, he was practically cooked. At 600 degrees? Wouldn't that turn a person to ash? He immediately felt like retreating, forcing a flattering smile as he looked at Kachi. Well, Kachi, I think training should be progressive, right? How about we switch places? I thought that dark grassland from yesterday was pretty good, and if we get hungry, we could catch a Pegasus to roast. I'm really good at grilling. Before he could finish speaking, a cold, emotionless voice spoke beside him. Are you ready? Chu He. Chu He shivered all over and turned his head stiffly. Xia Yao was quietly standing beside him. At this moment, she was completely different from the girl who would blush, act spoiled, or puff up her cheeks in jealousy. Her eyes, which should have been filled with affection and dependence when looking at Chu He, now held only pure, imposing authority. All warmth had retreated, replaced by a coldness that seemed to overlook all living beings. This was not his wife Xia Yao but a commanding queen. Under this terrifying pressure, Chu He felt his soul tremble. He stood at attention as if guided by some unseen force, stammering his response. I'm ready. Very good. Xia Yao nodded slightly, her voice still chillingly cold. The power of our race, the venerable silence, is called oblivion. You must remember, oblivion is not merely destruction as you might think, nor is it a violent outburst of energy. Her voice was soft but clear, carrying a penetrating force that struck the soul. Its essence is to proclaim the end. It is the supreme law of the universe, the inevitable process where all things will ultimately return to nothingness, and all existence will reach its conclusion. We are not creating destruction, we are merely proclaiming and accelerating this process. As her voice came to an end, Xia Yao casually gestured. An invisible force appeared out of nowhere, condensing into a black, ethereal hand that effortlessly uprooted a blazing sunthorn lotus half as tall as a person, suspending it in midair. She hadn't released any visible energy attack. Yet, that sunthorn lotus, a plant so tenacious it was nearly monstrous, began to undergo a horrifying transformation at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its emerald leaves rapidly withered and curled. Its crimson golden thorns dulled and decayed. Its translucent stem shriveled into brittle charcoal. The entire process was eerily silent. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the plant lost all signs of life and finally, with a soft poof, turned into a handful of the finest ash. A hot gust of wind blew past, scattering it completely, leaving no trace behind. Chu He stared in shock, his back turning cold. This was far more terrifying and awe-inspiring than any violent explosion of energy. This was erasure on the level of concept itself. What you need to feel, Xia Yao said, turning her head, her eyes of oblivion locking onto Chu He, is not the outburst of power but the end of existence itself. When you can understand that, you will truly begin to master the power of annihilation. Chu He was utterly entranced. Those words opened a door to an entirely new world in his mind. So this devastating power, capable of destroying worlds, was rooted in such profound cosmic philosophy. He swallowed hard and asked, then how do I feel it? Close your eyes. Empty your mind, XP0 plus or /P0 plus or /Ia Yao instructed, her tone calm and clear. Perceive everything around you, the sea of sand, the distant volcano, the flowing air, even each grain of dust within it. Don't see them as they are now with your eyes. Use your heart to see what they will become after billions of years, when all returns to dust, to chaos. Following her command, Chu He took a deep breath of the scorching air and slowly closed his eyes. Empty my mind? Easier said than done. He tried to imagine the end that Xia Yao described, but his thoughts turned into a chaotic mess. Images flooded his mind, scenes from childhood, memories from Blue Star to the continent of Ryan. And then, inevitably, those kinds of scenes came rushing in. Indescribably alluring, seductive scenes began flashing through his mind like a slideshow. Xia Yao's moonlit skin, gleaming with a soft, crystalline glow. Lilian's mesmerizing waist as she moved. Kaki's petite figure with its astonishing curves. Too much. Too intoxicating. Too good. He felt as if no protagonist in any novel had it as good as him, the thrill, the pleasure, the sheer luck. Since the very first day, it had barely stopped. Wait. Now's not the time for this, Chu He. You damn pervert, can you focus for once? He cursed himself silently, feeling a trickle of warmth at his nose. Calm your heart, Xia Yao's voice suddenly sounded. This time, there was a subtle gentleness in her tone, like a cool spring flowing into his overheated, restless mind. Along with her words came a faintly sweet fragrance, uniquely Xia Yao's, brushing softly past his nose. That fragrance carried a strange magic. In an instant, it soothed his chaotic thoughts. The flood of distracting, indecent images receded like the tide. For the first time, Chu He's heart fell into perfect stillness. He began to follow Xia Yao's guidance, extending his perception outward. He saw the grains of sand beneath his feet no longer as individual particles, but as a collection destined to be weathered and scattered. He saw the distant volcano not as a grand and mighty mountain, but as a mound of earth that would one day cool, crumble, and collapse. He saw the tenacious sunthorn lotuses, their vibrant life force doomed, in time, to return to dust. Life and death. Existence and nothingness. All processes collapsed into a single instant. And in that instant, he saw only one thing. The final outcome: extinction. A realization exploded in his heart. At that moment. Boom! An invisible, indescribable, terrifying energy erupted suddenly, centered around Chu He's body. This was not something he actively released. Rather, at the instant he grasped the true meaning of extinction, it resonated with the part of the power within him belonging to the phantom royal family, leading to an uncontrollable rampage. Not good. Quick, activate the shield. Chapter 111, Gifted. Xia Yao's response was incredibly quick. Her snowy white arms extended, grabbing her dazed brother Xianhua, while her other hand pressed forward. A pitch-black, light-reflective spherical shield instantly formed, tightly enveloping Lilian, Kachi, and Xianhua. Almost at the same instant the shield formed. That invisible, indescribable energy of extinction erupted from Chu He, like a singularity collapsing the universe, sweeping wildly in all directions. This was not an explosion. It didn't even kick up a grain of dust, nor did it make a sound. Wherever it passed, the concept of time seemed to accelerate infinitely, and the foundation of existence was completely erased. Centered on Chu He, the scalding sandy ground within 100-meter radius, as well as the hundreds of resilient sunthorn lotus growing on it, vanished so abruptly that the process of turning to ashes didn't even have time to be shown. They just disappeared into thin air. It turned into an absolute, soul-chilling void. That space, along with all the matter and laws within it, seemed to be ripped away by an invisible divine hand from the world canvas, leaving behind a pure scar of blankness that nothing could fill. The energy storm came quickly, and went just as swiftly. When everything settled, there was only a massive circular pit over 100 meters in diameter left behind, its edges smooth as a mirror. Bottomless. At the bottom of the pit was pure darkness, where even light couldn't penetrate, as if it led straight to a forgotten dimension of death. And Chu He stood at the very center of this terrifying pit, breathing heavily, looking utterly bewildered. I can't believe it. Chu He looked at his unscathed hands, then raised his head to look at the surreal, terrifying scene around him that had been completely cleared out, his throat dry, unable to say a word. He had just touched upon it for a moment. How did it feel? Like he had unleashed a map bomb? This power is just too absurd, right? Xia Yao slowly withdrew the shield, her cold and beautiful face showing little expression, but deep in her lonely, profound eyes flashed an undeniable shock and pride. She stepped forward and walked to the edge of the pit, looking down upon Chu He from above, her icy queen voice ringing out again. Very good. You have touched the threshold of extinction. Just use the extinction power along this line of thought, and it will generate extremely strong destructive ability. Xianhua peeked out from behind Xia Yao, his eyes full of admiration, shouting excitedly, "Wow! Brother-in-law, you are so amazing! This power is almost on par with my Sirius strike. Back then, it took me 1 or 2 years to touch this threshold." As soon as Chu He heard this, he straightened his back, his vanity greatly satisfied. He placed his hands on his hips and laughed to the heavens. Ha ha ha! So I am a genius. What is called extraordinary talent? Tactical lean back. He proudly winked at the 3 women at the edge of the pit, as if to say, "Look closely, this is the power of men." Xia Yao watched him in his moment of triumph, a faint smile gracing her lips, her cold voice carrying a hint of laughter. You are indeed quite the genius. This may be because we are in tune with each other. What I say, you can understand just right. She paused, her gaze vaguely flickering towards Kachi and Lilian beside her, adding, "Sure enough, we are the perfect match." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere instantly changed. Yo-yo, listen, is this just starting? Kachi crossed his arms and spoke sarcastically, his silver starry eyes filled with "I see through you" mischief. What connection? I see it as a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. I haven't even started teaching yet, wait till it's my turn, I guarantee Little River's improvement will be 10 times faster than yours. Lilian also looked defiant, raising her snow-white chin and huffing. Exactly. The power of annihilation is just like a demolition team's job, simple and crude, with no technical content. Just wait for my 1,000 illusions technique, that's true art. I will definitely be the one who teaches quickly and well. Xia Yao coldly glanced at them. Oh? Is that so? Then let's wait and see. Bring it on. Who's afraid? Just don't cry if you lose. Then, the three princesses, who could shake the entire city with just a stamp, began to bicker by the edge of the pit over the honor of best coach. Xia Nuo watched them with great interest, quietly taking out his phone and turning on the recording feature, the corners of his mouth stretching into a mischievous smile. He, exclusive limited edition footage. Chu He stood at the bottom of the pit, watching the three women argue at the edge, and could only smile helplessly. As long as they didn't fight, he couldn't be bothered to care. Considering the side effects of the last incident with the phantom breath, Chu He had already decided that unless it was absolutely necessary, he would never use it on the three women. The consequences were just too terrifying. It had nearly driven him to despair. Wait a minute, despair. He suddenly realized something very important. That guy who claimed to be the master, it seemed like he only appeared when his emotions were on the verge of breaking down, and his mental world was about to collapse. Whether it was drowning at 8 years old, struggling with school bullies, or when Kachi and Xia Yao turned into obedient dolls, or the memories that assaulted him yesterday at the hot pot restaurant. It was just that during those 20 years on Blue Star, that master hadn't jumped out to scold him up close like now. But it must be said, although that guy's methods were extremely twisted and his words were venomous, he indeed provided real assistance, pulling him back from the edge of collapse time and time again. Thinking about it this way, the master seemed to actually be quite nice to him? Could it be that he's a hard shell with a soft heart, a proud and good person? As soon as this thought emerged, Chu He shivered. Impossible, what kind of good person is as twisted as he is? Yes, he even claimed that if he couldn't defeat him in 3 years, he would let himself and his loved ones turn to dust. He's just a supervillain who plays with everyone. Just as Chu He felt alarmed, the debate competition at the edge of the pit finally reached a conclusion. All talk and no action is just a false show. Kachi suggested, we take turns, 1 day each. In the end, let's see whose teaching results are the best. The loser will be punished by not being able to wash in front of Chu He for a month. Good. It's a deal. Lillian immediately agreed. Xia Yao just snorted coldly, which was considered an agreement. She regained her queenly cold aura, looking seriously at Chu He, announcing, since I start first, I will set the standards. I thought it would take you a long time to grasp the essence of power, it seems I underestimated you. But you must remember, being able to understand and being able to control are two different things. That earlier moment was merely an outburst of your uncontrolled power, flashy but without substance. She paused, a hint of proud arrogance flashing in her eyes. Next, I will teach you the 10 most commonly used fighting techniques from our disdainful clan. So you can understand what it truly means to hold the end in your hands as an art. Chapter 112, Sansi Shark Beast, this shark has legs. Chu He leapt out from the deep pit. Kaki, using some unknown method, merely waved her small hand lightly. The pit was instantly filled with flowing sand, as if it had never existed. Xia Yao's lesson officially began. First form, Annihilation Ray. As soon as her voice fell, Xia Yao brought her fingers together like a sword and lightly pointed toward a sinister, smoke-covered mountain peak 1,000 meters away. There was no earth-shaking roar, no world-ending burst of light. Only a faint, black line razor-thin flashed and vanished. A second later, the towering mountain hundreds of meters high suddenly had a perfectly smooth hole running straight through its center. As though that part of the mountain had never been there at all. Second form, Annihilation Storm. Xia Yao flipped her wrist lightly. Within a palm-sized area, space itself dimmed. Countless tiny black energy particles appeared out of nowhere, like a swarm of restless bees, swirling into a miniature black tornado. Wherever the tornado passed, the scorching golden sand vanished completely, not even a trace of dust remained. The storm's range, form, and internal annihilation intensity can all be controlled at will. Her explanation was concise yet carried terrifying implications. Third form, Collapse Shield. Fourth form, Destruction Pulse. Fifth form, Curse of Decay. Use this one with caution. Once cast, unless the caster actively lifts it, the victim will experience endless despair as everything about them, even their soul, slowly decays into nothingness. Seventh form, Phantom of Ruin. It can condense into an energy clone, or be shaped freely into any weapon you can imagine, a hammer, a spear. Eighth form, Eye of Destruction. Ninth form, Void Collapse. 10th form, Oblivion of All Things. Xia Yao listed all 10 techniques in one breath. Each name carried an aura of ultimate doom, as if the end of all existence were being proclaimed. She then said calmly, today we'll start with the first 2 techniques I just demonstrated. They're relatively simple offensive forms. As a demonstration, I suppressed their power to the minimum. What you need to do now is begin with the first form and try to imitate it. Remember, don't chase after flashy effects. Focus on feeling that sense of declaring the end of all things. Phew. Chu He exhaled deeply. Looking at his unharmed hands, recalling his earlier unconscious outburst of destructive power, and then glancing at Xia Yao's effortless display. He finally understood his earlier move was nothing more than an accidental detonation in an armory. Xia Yao, on the other hand, was the kind of god-tier agent who could play with every bullet individually. The difference was astronomical. But that only ignited his fighting spirit even more. Alright. Annihilation Ray. Chu He mimicked Xia Yao's posture, bringing his fingers together and circulating the power of annihilation within him. He focused all his concentration, channeling his spirit into his fingertips, imagining a black line bursting forth, a line that declared the end of everything. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds passed. Nothing happened at his fingertips. The air grew awkwardly silent. Put. Lilian was the first to lose control and burst out laughing. Kaki also bit her lip, the starlight in her silver eyes gleaming mischievously. Even Xianhua, who had always idolized her brother-in-law, was struggling to hold back laughter, her face flushed bright red. Chu He's face stiffened. Trying to save face, he coughed and said, Ahem. I'm just building up my emotion. Yes, that's it, building emotion. He closed his eyes again, recalling that insight, the one about all things returning to nothingness. This time, the power within him finally responded. A dark, potent energy surged along his meridians, gathering at his fingertips. Got it. Overjoyed, Chu He opened his eyes and pointed at a human head-sized rock in front of him. Annihilation Ray. Whoosh. A streak of black energy shot from his fingertip, but it was crooked, uneven in thickness, and looked more like splattered ink. After flying less than 10 meters, it fizzled out with a faint pop and dissolved into nothing. Chu He. At that moment, Xia Yao's calm, cool voice sounded once again. Continue. Don't get distracted, don't care about the outcome, repeat this process until your body and soul remember this feeling. The following morning, Chu He was immersed in a frenzy of practice. Chu He was truly like a primary school student just learning to write, repeatedly mimicking the action of releasing the annihilation ray. There was no choice, using the energy within him as per Xia Yao's thoughts was different from simply imagining the desired outcome. Chu He felt like a martial arts novice with deep internal power, and what he needed to do now was to accurately and comically unleash the terrifying energy within him. From having no reaction at all at the start, to later shooting out a crooked ink. Then managing to barely form a straight black line, the continuous failures kept reinforcing the belief that Xia Yao had taught him. When he finally stabilized to shoot out a line that left a nail-sized void on a giant rock 500 meters away, he was drenched in sweat, gasping like a bull. Under the scorching sun, he felt as if he was being baked dry. Strangely, apart from the exhaustion, his body felt no discomfort from the high temperature. It seemed that his current physique was completely unafraid of such extreme conditions. Hungry. This was the only thought in Chu He's mind at that moment. The intensive training had greatly drained his physical energy. He wiped his sweat and shouted up at Queen Yao, Report. Report Coach Yao. Requesting a break. I'm hungry. Xia Yao glanced at the sky, nodded slightly, and the royal aura around her dissipated in an instant. She transformed back into the gentle girlfriend who cared about her man. You've worked hard. Her voice softened significantly, your progress speed has exceeded my expectations. Chu He chuckled, climbed out of the deep pit following the energy stairs Xia Yao had set, and approached her to take credit. Of course, after all, look at who's my woman. As he spoke, he looked around at the barren golden sea of sand, licking his lips. This place, is there any wild game to eat? We can hunt, and I'll show you some skills? At the mention of food, Lilian and Kachi's eyes lit up. Xianhua was even more excited and shouted, Yay! I can eat brother-in-law's cooking again. Kachi tilted her head, her silver pupils sparkling with intelligence as she pointed to the distance with her little finger. If you just want to fill your stomach, there are sand-scale fish and crystal shell shrimp all over beneath the sea of sand, and they taste pretty good. But, if you want a challenge. Her words were not finished. Boom! A section of the sea of sand nearby suddenly surged violently without warning. Golden waves of sand were tossed high, and huge, swift shadows sped rapidly through the layers of sand, creating a series of sandy trails, clearly targeting Chu He and the others, surrounding them. The speed was incredible, with a fierce momentum, bringing a bloodthirsty rage. What the heck? What is that? Chu He was startled by this sudden change, instantly taking up a combat stance. The next moment. Whoosh! Accompanied by a loud crash, the closest shadow suddenly burst from the sea of sand, sending countless grains flying. When Chu He finally saw the full figure of that creature, his worldview was once again violently shaken. That was clearly a shark. A giant shark, comparable in size to a medium truck, over 10 meters long. Its skin was not the grayish color of ocean sharks but rather a yellow-brown that blended with the desert, and its dorsal fin was a row of sharp, bone-like spikes. What was most absurd was that beneath its smooth white belly, there were actually 6 sturdy, powerful claws, covered in rugged scales. It was a perfect fusion of a shark and an alligator. At this moment, the monster opened its huge mouth, dripping with blood, revealing a mouth full of dense, sharp teeth like a steel saw. A pair of murky eyes filled with violence and greed locked onto Chu He. Immediately after, 5 or 6 similar monsters leaped out from the surrounding sea of sand, completely surrounding them. Is this, a shark in the desert? Chu He felt his brain was a bit overwhelmed. To be precise, it's an S-class sand sea shark beast. Kaki still wore an expression of calm, as if introducing flowers and grasses by the roadside. Consider it a relatively common intermediate predator in the melting sand desert, a social creature with keen smell and an irritable nature. She paused and added a sentence that shattered Chu He's worldview. After all, beneath the sand is a complete ecological circle, with all kinds of fish and shrimp, and of course, there are other animals on the surface. Chapter 113, Battle with the Shark Beasts. Chu He looked at those giant-legged sharks that had broken through the waves of sand and surrounded them, feeling not the slightest fear but instead subconsciously licking his lips. His gaze was like an old man in a vegetable market, seeing a few live wild grouper. There was nothing he could do. He had seen too many powerful figures since arriving in the Ryan continent, with the weakest by his side being someone like Shano, an SSS-class monster. Looking at the so-called S-class sand sea shark beasts before him, besides their strange appearance which surprised him a bit, they truly brought no sense of oppression. Yao, Lillian, Kaki, little brother, you all step back a bit. Chu He moved his wrist and revealed an eager smile. It's just right to practice on them and test out what I learned this morning. Unless absolutely necessary, no one should interfere. Even if you have to act, just make sure not to ruin my ingredients. Xia Yao showed a hint of helplessness with a faint smile on her cold face, slightly nodding. Kaki grinned and made a silly face at him. Got it, my king, just show off to your heart's content. Lillian crossed her arms and looked as if she was eagerly waiting for a show. As her voice fell, the 4 figures flashed and instantly disappeared from their spot, appearing a kilometer up in the sky, curiously overlooking the arena below. Roar! Seeing only Chu He left, the leading sand sea shark beast seemed to feel its authority was provoked and let out a deafening roar. Its 6 sturdy claws pushed hard, and its massive body charged at Chu He like an out-of-control heavy truck, with its open, bloody maw rushing toward him. Come on! Chu He moved forward instead of retreating, his mind focused. Whoosh! 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 5 identical energy clones of him materialized out of thin air, rapidly scattering in different directions. This was the ability of the Lillian's 1000 Phantom White Ape clan, which Chu He borrowed. Although the clones lacked strong attack power, their speed was extreme, and each one could perform short-distance spatial leaps at his thought. The intelligence of those sand sea shark beasts was obviously low, and a glimmer of confusion passed through their murky eyes. They were unable to discern which was real and which was fake, quickly getting completely confused by the 5 clones that jumped around and constantly flickered, wildly chasing and biting, yet unable to even touch the corners of the clones' clothes. Playing with these simple-minded giant beasts was simply child's play. Meanwhile, Chu He's real body had already distanced himself leisurely, his expression becoming more focused than ever. He did not employ any flashy abilities but combined his index and middle fingers, pointing them toward the largest shark beast. The declaration of termination he comprehended under Xia Yao's guidance in the morning surged again in his heart. The obscure and terrifying annihilation power belonging to the Void Look clan began to obey like never before. Crazy energy converged towards his fingertips. This is the feeling. Chu He felt a surge of joy in his heart. This time, it was no mindless rampage, nor forced imitation. He could clearly see the energy highly condensed at his fingertips, compressing into an almost invisible, pure point of termination. Annihilation Ray. Whoosh! A line thinner than a hair, but black enough to twist space itself, shot out explosively from his fingertips. The speed was so fast it surpassed the limits of visual capture. It struck the target perfectly. However, the scene he envisioned where the giant beast was pierced and defeated in one blow did not happen. That annihilation ray hit the rough brown skin of the shark beast, causing its massive body to tremble violently and let out a painful roar. The hit left a charred wound the size of a bowl, continuously oozing black smoke, with yellow-black blood gushing out. It actually didn't penetrate? What the hell, this skin is too thick. Chu He was dumbfounded. With the eye of annihilation, he could see clearly. The thickness of this creature's epidermis, fat layer, and muscle tissue combined was outrageously thick, a full meter or two. His strike, concentrated to the utmost, nearly scraped the surface. Roar! The excruciating pain completely enraged the desert predator. It abandoned the chase of the clone, its fierce, muddy eyes locked onto Chu He's real body as its 6 sharp claws dug into the sand, charging forward. Not only that, but mid-charge, it suddenly opened its massive mouth. Whoosh! A dark red flame, mixed with the scent of sulfur, burst forth like a fire dragon, spraying directly at Chu He. This shark not only had legs, but it could also breathe fire. Chu He's eyelids twitched, and he exerted force under his feet, his figure instantly blurring as he dodged the flames at a tricky angle. Boom! The spot where he stood was scorched black, even showing signs of turning to glass. In the moment he dodged the attack, Chu He didn't pause for a second, his fingertips condensed the black line once more. Annihilation Ray. Come again. Whoosh! 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 Black lines shot out one after another, accurately hitting the same wound on the shark beast. If one strike didn't work, then 10 strikes. He would not believe he couldn't pierce through this turtle shell. The shark beast became even more ferocious from the pain, its claws kicking up waves of sand while its massive frame charged forward but could never catch the slippery Chu He. Finally, after Chu He fired the 17th annihilation ray. Put! The concentrated black energy finally pierced through the beast's ridiculously thick defenses, exiting through the other side. Roar! The gigantic creature's charge suddenly halted, letting out a reluctant mournful cry before it crashed to the ground, twitching a few times before falling silent. Huff, huff! Chu He stood in place, gasping for breath, sweat pouring down his forehead. The high-intensity energy output left his body feeling weak and exhausted. At that moment, the remaining few desert sharks seemed to realize the death of their companion, stopping their pursuit of the clone and focusing their fierce gazes entirely on Chu He. Being targeted by 5 S-class predators made Chu He's scalp tingle. Dealing with one was this exhausting, dealing with 5 together, would he not be torn to shreds? Just as he prepared to call for outside help, an unspeakable, terrifying pressure from the pinnacle of life descended from the sky. Xiaoyao, Lillian, and Kaki slowly floated down. They didn't even do anything, just stood quietly there. The 5 Sansi sharks, which had been fierce and vicious, froze the moment they felt this aura, then let out a series of terrified wails. They turned tail and fled. At an unprecedented speed, it plunged deep into the sea of sand, disappearing without a trace in an instant, as if fearing that slowing down even for a moment would lead to its complete destruction. Thank you, Chu He. Chapter 114, The Ryan Continent is really huge. Kaki hopped over to Chu He's side, her petite body appearing lively and spirited, her little hand gently patting him on the back. A cool and gentle energy instantly surged into Chu He's body, like a long-awaited rain in a parched field. His nearly exhausted body from continuously releasing annihilation rays was instantly rejuvenated, as if all fatigue had vanished. Chu He took a long breath, feeling as if he had been fully revived, ready to fight again. He twisted his neck, making cracking sounds, and with intense focus, looked at the giant, cold shark beast's corpse lying on the ground, rubbing his hands together with uncontainable excitement on his face. This thing must be edible, right? Can we have roasted shark meat later? Of course. Xiaoya walked over to Chu He, took out a perfectly white handkerchief, and gently wiped away the sweat on his forehead with natural and gentle movements, a faint smile gracing her cool face. For a first real combat, reaching this level is already excellent. Excellent? More than excellent. Lillian also came over, her eyes crescent-shaped as she praised, "My Chu Bao was super incredibly handsome just now. Especially that last move, it was simply stunning." Chu He chuckled foolishly, his heart swelled with satisfaction, almost overflowing. He didn't bother to argue, he always accepted his wife's praise and concern wholeheartedly, more was better. Kaki looked around the sweltering, golden sea of sand, her silver eyes appearing to contain an entire galaxy, blinking softly. Alright, let's save the compliments for later. This place is not suitable to linger, it's scorching hot. Let's find a different spot to handle the ingredients. She extended her delicate hand, as white and creamy as top-quality mutton fat jade, and casually waved it in the air before her. Buzz. In front of her, the space rippled intensely like a calm water surface disturbed by thrown stones, and a shimmering portal, flickering with brilliant starlight and revealing a deep starry sky within, appeared out of nowhere and stabilized. Let's go. Kaki walked in first, hands behind her back, like a little adult leading the way. Chu He let Shano carry the shark beast's corpse. Without a second thought, Shano effortlessly hoisted the shark beast's corpse, which was several times bigger than him and weighed tons, and strode in after her. The scene before them twisted and changed. One moment, the air filled his nostrils with scorching heat and the smell of sulfur that could roast a person. In the next moment, a refreshing coolness mixed with the scent of grass and exotic flowers rushed towards him, causing all 36,000 pores of his body to relax. Chu He took a deep breath, feeling refreshed as if his lungs had been cleansed thoroughly. They arrived at a vast and boundless oasis. Yet, this oasis was completely different from any place he had known, filled with a sense of fantasy and unreality. What he stepped on was not soil, but a soft, carpet-like green moss, which felt fluffy underfoot and emitted a faint glow, like walking on stars. Not far away, there lay a crystal-clear lake, the water not a normal blue, but a dreamlike, slowly flowing rainbow of colors, as if someone had poured liquid rainbows here. Along the lake's edge grew peculiar trees, their trunks translucent like crystal, with flashes of light shimmering within. The leaves were palm-sized, constantly changing colors, and as the soft breeze blew, the entire forest resonated with a tinkling sound like wind chimes, peaceful and wonderful. The temperature here is pleasant, around 20 degrees, completely a different world from the hellish heat of several hundred degrees just moments ago. Wow, is this heaven? Chu He was completely shocked by the sight before him, standing frozen in place with a giant shark on his shoulder, his mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. Kachi, with her small hands behind her back, looked like a proud little master waiting for praise, her face showing a "come on, praise me" expression. So, how is it, little He? Isn't the environment here nice? She stretched out her fair little finger and pointed to the east. Chu He instinctively gazed far in the direction she pointed. At the end of this dreamy oasis, there was an endless expanse of massive forest, so vast it seemed to touch the sky, with towering trees that reached into the clouds, blocking out the sun, majestic and overwhelming. And within that boundless forest, one could vaguely see many uniquely shaped, grand structures filled with sci-fi and magical styles. Some looked like crystal spires hanging upside down from the sky, their tips flickering with mysterious runes. Others appeared like enormous metal rings floating in midair, slowly rotating and emitting a soft glow. The sight was magnificent, as if the heavenly kingdom from myth and epic had descended to earth. That is. Chu He felt his throat getting dry and stumbled over his words. Kachi slightly raised her chin, her silver star-like eyes sparkling with indescribable pride, and in a casual tone as if saying, "I have a few flowers in my garden," she spoke words that would completely overturn Chu He's worldview. So, how is it, little He? Everything here, including the endless spirit forest you see, and the 720 cities within it, all belong to my family. He, of course, my king, when I inherit the throne, all of this will be yours. A total of over 52 million square kilometers of territory, along with all the subjects and wealth above, will be under your jurisdiction. Boom! The number of over 52 million square kilometers exploded in Chu He's mind like a thunderclap, leaving him utterly stunned. The Dragon Kingdom he came from had a territory of only 960,000 square kilometers. This was not just a wealthy heiress, this was a true empress. A walking treasury. A moving territory. Chu He's understanding of the terrifying power of the 9 major royal families was again refreshed, and he gained an even more intuitive sense of this vast land called Ryan Continent. Incredible wealth had finally come to me, Chu He. The opportunity was right before his eyes, and as long as he could marry these queens, everything would belong to him, Chu He. Master, just wait for me. Chu He's heart roared, an unprecedented wave of excitement surged in his chest, and the desire to grow stronger, to control his own destiny, was more intense than ever at that moment. Seeing Chu He's silly look, Kachi laughed even more joyfully, while Lilian and Xia Yao couldn't help but smile, finding their man's naive demeanor rather cute. Tomorrow, I'll take you to see our imperial empire. Whether in territory or scenery, it's definitely not inferior to the Xinglu Empire. Xianhua chimed in, puffing out his chest with pride. Lilian also joined the comparison, hands on her hips, raising her chin playfully. My Qianhuan Empire guarantees to show you the most fantastical world. Chu He laughed heartily. Ah, that's great. I'm so excited that I can't even describe my feelings. Of course, even if you all had nothing, I would still love you with my life. I, Chu He, am truly not the kind of person who seeks glory and wealth. Xianhua immediately looked at him with admiration, touched. Brother-in-law, I believe in your character. You dare to face the pressure of the 3 sovereigns alone without fear. Just this courage alone has already surpassed many of us. Chu He wildly complained in his heart, isn't it just being forced into it? With no other choice. If there had been a second option back then, I would have definitely run faster than anyone else. That's not courage, that's the desperation forced out of me. On the surface, however, he acted profound and mysterious, patting Xianua's shoulder. Ha, Xianhua, what nonsense you're saying. Am I really that outstanding as your brother-in-law? Low profile, low profile. He quickly changed the topic, tossing the shark's carcass onto the ground with a dull thud. Alright, Xianhua, stop staring. Go peel this shark's skin and clean out its innards. Your brother-in-law is a bit tired. Today, let you all taste my exclusive secret barbecue. Okay. Leave it to me. Xianhua replied eagerly and immediately began to handle the ingredients with excitement. Before long, the enormous sand sea shark was all cleaned up. Chu He set up a grill, skillfully skewering large chunks of shark meat while humming a little tune, brushing on his secret sauces. Sizzle, sizzle. The chunks of meat quickly changed color under the flames, drippings of fat falling with an enticing sound, the rich aroma of meat mixed with spices instantly spread out. Wow! So fragrant! Xianhua was the first to unable to hold back, her mouth watering. When the outer skin was roasted to a golden crisp and the inner meat was tender and juicy, Chu He happily announced, "Dig in." The five of them sat around the campfire, feasting joyfully. The meat of the sand sea shark was unexpectedly firm and springy, completely without any fishy taste, having a unique sweetness, perfectly pairing with Chu He's cooking skills, making it truly a delicacy of the world. Chapter 115, Training. Training. The last spark of the campfire faded into silence. The lingering aroma of grilled shark meat was carried away by the cool afternoon breeze. Xianhua sprawled on the soft moss that felt like the finest carpet, patting her belly contentedly with a look of life satisfaction. Chu He leaned against a crystal tree trunk, eyes closed as he savored the dual aftertaste of battle and delicious food. Break is over. Xiaoyao's cool voice rang out. She had quietly risen at some point, her long black hair shimmering with a dreamlike glow in the colorful light of the lake. This afternoon's training continues. Chu He opened his eyes, sat up straight, excitement dancing in his gaze. With every use of that power, he felt his control over the end deepen a little more. That feeling of ruling over the end of all things intoxicated him. This morning's annihilation ray was the ultimate condensation of power. Xia Yao walked to an open area, slowly raising her hand. Now, it's the second form, annihilation storm. Her voice remained steady, not a single ripple. She stepped into the clear area, her figure as cool as a fairy under the moonlight, slowly raising her hand, her voice resonating clearly in the dreamlike oasis. Annihilation storm spreads the power of extinction into a domain, summoning a black storm that devours all. Wherever the storm reaches, all matter and rules return to nothingness, and its range can be controlled at will. You try it. Chu He took a deep breath, stood tall, the marvelous feeling of controlling the end of all things resurfaced in his mind. He mimicked Xia Yao's actions, slowly raising his palm, mobilizing the power that belonged to the Void Glance royal family, obscure yet heavy. However, the destructive storm he imagined did not appear. A mass of black mist struggled to form in his palm, but it was very unstable, the edges bursting with tiny black arcs, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache, as if it would collapse and backfire at any moment. This uncontrollable energy began to frantically pull at the surrounding air, creating a chaotic force field that even the nearby crystal tree leaves began to tremble anxiously. Not good. Chu He's brow furrowed. He felt like he was trying to rub a bomb with his hands. With the slightest mistake, he would be the first to be blown to pieces. The more he tried to control it, the black fog grew more and more violent. Don't rush. You are not using power, you are the end itself. Xia Yao's voice was soft, yet carried an odd magic that pointed directly to the source. You don't need to mimic the shape of the storm, that is just the external manifestation of power. You only need to give your command to that space. Disappear. Command? Chu He's mind shook violently. No. Not a command, but a declaration. In an instant, he understood. He was not a believer asking for power to come, nor a craftsman borrowing tools. He was the master of this power, the king who sets the rules. I am the law. I am the end. I declare here, all things return to obliteration. Disappear. Buzz. This time, the process was 100 times smoother. The once violent power of obliteration that nearly tore him apart was now as gentle as a pet cat. Above his palm, a thread of pure, darker than ink smoke appeared from nowhere and began to slowly spin. It spun faster and faster, pulling in the surrounding light and air, making no sound but creating an ultimate fear that came from the soul. Finally, a palm-sized, exquisite yet deadly black tornado stabilized above his palm, spinning quietly. It had no howling winds, no flashes of lightning, only an absolute silence. As if it itself was the embodiment of the concept of nothingness. Though small in size, the pure essence of obliteration was no different from what Xia Yao had just verbally described. It's done. Chu He's eyes lit up, a surge of indescribable joy and accomplishment swelling within him. My gosh. Brother-in-law. Xianhua, who was rubbing her belly, sprang up from the ground, her eyes bulging round, pointing at the mini tornado in Chu He's hand, screaming. This is not scientific. When I learned this move, it took me 3 months just to understand the concept of declaration. You just accomplished it in one go? And it's so stable? Brother-in-law, what kind of monster are you? Chu He raised an eyebrow in pride, his hands moving non-stop, expanding the obliteration storm to a 5-meter diameter, controlling it steadily in low air. Not bad. A nearly imperceptible expression of satisfaction appeared on Xia Yao's cold face. Next, the third move, the destruction shield. As soon as she finished speaking, Lillian stepped forward, hands on her hips, grinning. I'll test this one. She winked at Chu He with her unique 3-colored eyes, her tone full of provocation. Chu Bao, are you ready? My attack doesn't know how to hold back. Chu He shifted his focus from expansion to protection. The destruction shield is not a block. Xia Yao's voice echoed again, but it directly disintegrates and eliminates any attack that touches the shield, along with its composition and rules. Chu He understood. The power of obliteration quickly gathered in front of him, forming a nearly 2-meter-high translucent black barrier, countless tiny black runes flowing upon its surface, living and dying. Coming! Lillian shouted, pointing with a flick of her hand. Boom! A long spear made of pure energy, shimmering with blinding white light, appeared from thin air, carrying an overwhelming power capable of piercing mountains, and crashed hard into the shield. There was no earth-shattering explosion. At the moment the light spear touched the black shield, it disintegrated without a sound, like an ice block thrown into caustic acid. Starting from the tip, it quickly melted into the most primitive particles of energy, vanishing into oblivion. Throughout the entire process, Chu He's shield didn't even create a ripple. Wow! Lillian exclaimed exaggeratedly, her admiration evident in her eyes. The defense is quite impressive. Chu He was stunned himself. This was simply absolute defense. Continue, fourth move, Destruction Pulse. Xia Yao didn't give him much time to bask in pride. Destruction Pulse is an area attack where the power of obliteration explodes instantaneously outward from itself. She explained while, with a gentle tap of her fingertip on the ground, a visible black ripple spread from her fingertip, like water waves, radiating outwards along the ground. Where the ripple passed, the fluorescent moss, colorful lake water, crystal trees, everything was wiped away, leaving an absolute circle with a radius of 10 meters, smooth as a mirror. Watching this precise control, Chu He felt a chill run down his spine. He tried to imitate her, sinking his power into the ground, then suddenly igniting it. Boom! A burst of uncontrolled black energy erupted violently, not as smooth as Xia Yao's ripple but like a chaotic explosion, turning the ground around him into a pitiful mess, full of craters. Control the surface of the explosion, not the point. Xia Yao frowned slightly. Little He, Kaki wiggled her legs beside him, adding in her unique way, you can imagine it as stomping your foot to shake the entire ground, not blowing a hole in the ground with explosives. This metaphor was simple and easy to understand. Chu He immediately grasped the trick. After a few attempts, he finally managed to release a relatively neat destructive pulse. Although the range was only 5 or 6 meters, it was already taking shape. The afternoon flew by in this extreme learning. As the sky darkened, Chu He glanced towards the direction of Vortex City. I need to return to the store. Kaki understood, and with a swipe of her little hand, the starlight teleportation portal opened in response. With a thought, Chu He called upon the power belonging to the Thousand Illusion White Ape clan within himself. 2 energy clones, identical to him except for their slightly dull expressions, appeared out of thin air. These energy clones could last a day if they did not experience battle. You two, go to the store and properly take care of the customers. Remember, to provide a smile service. The 2 clones nodded mechanically and walked into the portal. After finishing all this, Chu He slumped back down on the ground, feeling more exhausted than after a whole day's work. Techniques are dead, but people are alive. Xia Yao sat down beside him, her cool voice carrying a hint of softness. All techniques, in essence, arise from intention and are released with heart. Kaki leaned in closer, sitting on Chu He's other side. When you truly integrate with your power, any random strike becomes your strongest technique. Lillian wholeheartedly agreed, that's right, adapting to change is the true path. Listening to the insights of these 3 top powerhouses, a light of realization shone in Chu He's eyes. These techniques were just fish, while the true meaning of extinction was the fishing. Okay, today's training ends here. Xia Yao stood up, let's return to Vortex City. Kaki opened the teleportation portal. One by one, everyone passed through and returned to their residence. A day of extreme training left Chu He physically and mentally exhausted, yet his spirit was unprecedentedly high. But he could clearly feel that he had grown stronger. Master! Chu He clenched his fists tightly. Not only did he want to survive, but he also wanted to firmly grasp his destiny back into his own hands. P.S. It feels like the push for updates has decreased, huh? Maybe it's because my writing has become a bit dull, not quite good at writing daily life. The upcoming training will be summarized, just briefly mentioned. I'll continue to expand the harem, and SSS level Chu He is about to go live. Chapter 116, Getting Stronger While Traveling the Ryan Continent. Hotel, 5th floor, Chu He's room. After an intense session, the room was filled with a unique, rich scent, a mixture of THR. But spiritually, he felt an immense satisfaction. He gazed at the ceiling, beginning to map out a clear path for his strange journey in this other world, a path to survive. If he wanted to avoid being crushed like trash by that damned master, and truly hold his 3 stunning wives in his arms for a peaceful sleep, he had to become strong, ridiculously strong. He stretched out his finger, tracing in the air, and already had a plan in his head that could be called insane. Step 1, set a small goal first, to boost his overall combat power so he could stand firm in front of any SSS-level powerhouse, able to fight but also able to run away. Being invincible is the foundation of survival. Step 2, take down that arrogant guy, Ao Chung, snatch his sister. No, rescue her, and then use this as a starting point to turn the princesses of the 6 great empires whom he hadn't met yet, one by one, into his own family. Step 3, this is the most crucial step. Find any way to locate the master's weakness and then completely eliminate him. Thinking of this, Chu He felt a bit hesitant. Let's see how it goes. After all, without him, he wouldn't be able to live this divine life. What a troublesome guy. In the days that followed, Chu He completely fell into a frenzied state. For almost a month, he absorbed knowledge and power from his 3 royal wives like a sponge thrown into water, madly soaking it all up. During this month, besides training, it was eating. The meals were set at the top-notch standards of the 3 royal families. The main food of the Sunyo royal family usually consisted of large beasts filled with violent destructive energy, their flesh tough but brimming with energy. The Xing-LV royal family preferred various fruits of heaven and earth that contained unique rules of power, each one worth a fortune. As for Lilian's Qian Huan White Ape clan, their diet was wilder. Things flying in the sky, running on the ground, swimming in the water, or burrowing in the soil. If it contained energy, there was nothing they wouldn't eat. One day, Lilian happily brought a heavyweight dish to Chu He, grandly naming it the supreme enjoyment of the soul. It was a 100-flavored worm living in the swamp. This thing was nearly half a meter long, looking like a big fat intestine, completely pink and covered in slimy liquid, wriggling nonstop on the plate. You call this a dish? Chu He turned green, his stomach churning like a storm. This was scarier than facing 10 sand sea shark beasts alone. Of course. Lilian put her hands on her hips, looking at him as if he lacked experience. This is a nourishing treasure. Eating it lets you experience all the flavors of the world, with excellent effects on the soul and spirit. It will make you feel 100 times more energetic. I'd rather feel sluggish. Chu He shook his head like a rattle. In the end, with Lilian coaxing and even sacrificing her appearance, whispering a few extremely powerful promises in his ear, he bravely closed his eyes and swallowed it in one bite. That taste. At the moment it entered his mouth, it felt like millions of needles stabbing his tongue. Sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, salty, fishy, and savory. Countless flavors exploded simultaneously on his taste buds, rushing into his mind and letting him experience a second of all of life's flavors. He swore he never wanted to eat it a second time in this lifetime. Meanwhile, Lilian was beside him, laughing so hard she was shaking, wearing a look of triumph as if her scheme had succeeded. Such a huge effort brought an astonishing transformation in return. After training that day, Kaki took out her star disk that recorded all information of the universe and scanned Chu He with it. Energy output stable, basic mastery of laws, reaction speed, not bad. Kaki pointed at the virtual screen that appeared on the star disk and critically assessed, overall evaluation, SSS level 3 stars. Just barely passing. My king. Beside him, Shano's eyes were almost popping out. 1 month. From 0 to SSS level 3 stars? Brother-in-law, what kind of monster are you? You have to know, above SSS level, each star's gap is like a chasm. Kachi and Xiaoyao are 6 stars, Lilian is 7 stars, and Shano himself is only 5 stars. And the mysterious chef, Xia Yan, is already at the peak of 9 stars. In this month, Chu He not only learned the core combat abilities of the 3 clans but even mastered spatial summoning under Kachi's guidance. This is a long-range summoning ability, consisting of sealing and summoning in 2 steps. Step 1, seal the tamed beast along with the environment it generates into a book, equivalent to spatial replacement, changing 3 dimensions to 2 dimensions. Step 2 is summoning, open the book, and with a thought, you can summon it. He now also has his first summoned beast, a pseudo-SSS level abyss worm. Looking at his breathing book, Chu He understood for the first time why Kachi's library had so many strange books. Each book might seal a terrifying creature. During training breaks, Chu He also roamed almost every corner of the Ryan continent with the 3 girls in Shano, except for the deep sea. Only then did he truly realize how vast this world really is. The total land area of the entire continent is at least dozens of times that of Blue Star. The 9 royal families divided up this continent, establishing 9 vast empires that seem to stretch endlessly. Beneath the empires, there are hundreds and thousands of kingdoms, principalities, as well as various independent city-states and mysterious forbidden lands. And SSS-level powerhouses are not just exclusive to the royal families. Chapter 117, Bottleneck, and 99% Love. Although Kachi's star disk gave a comprehensive evaluation of SSS level 3 stars, Chu He knew better than anyone that this was just a false prosperity. There was output and speed, but no matching soul. Xiaoyao's words were sharp and to the point. This is just an evaluation. Her cold voice rang out after training, your energy output and reaction have touched the threshold. But there is still a chasm between you and a true SSS level powerhouse. A true SSS level must have their own domain, or their understanding and application of a certain law must reach a qualitative change. But he was still only able to use it, and was still a crucial step away from true mastery. At first, Chu He thought it was because he wasn't working hard enough. But when he subconsciously pulled up that panel, visible only to himself and which he hadn't focused on in a long time, he froze. Xiaoyao, intimacy, deeply in love 99%. Kachi, intimacy, deeply in love 99%. Lillian, intimacy, deeply in love 99%. 3 glaring 99% pierced his mind like 3 needles. He had previously thought that his feelings were not deep enough, that the timing had not arrived. But now, combined with Xiaoyao's words, a chilling guess clearly emerged. His power comes from their love. So, was his bottleneck in power also corresponding to the last 1% that he couldn't break through in emotion? Because their love had not reached the only and the whole, the power he borrowed was always separated by a layer of gauze, unable to reach the realm of mastery? Once this thought appeared, it could no longer be suppressed. In the following half-month, Chu He completely went mad. He was no longer satisfied with just learning moves but was desperately trying to comprehend the source of the laws behind each power. He pushed himself to the brink of mental exhaustion, blackout, and then directly fainted. When he woke up, he continued. But no matter how he crashed against it, that invisible barrier remained resilient and intact. He could touch the cold patterns on that door but could never push it open. Impatience, like a dull knife, repeatedly cut into his nerves. The 3 girls keenly noticed his changes. They thought he was just anxious due to his stagnated strength, so they accompanied him with even more tenderness and care. Try every possible way to make him relax. But the more they did this, the heavier the feeling of helplessness in Chu He's heart became, like a mountain. Where exactly is the problem? Is it that I am not good enough? Unable to earn that last 1% of unconditional love and trust from them? Or is it that I am not strong enough, unable to give them absolute security, so deep down, they always keep a retreat for themselves? The strong sense of defeat almost drowned him. That late at night, the city of Wanshan was brilliantly lit, like a river of stars falling into the mortal world. Chu He sat alone on the edge of the highest building's rooftop, his legs dangling, letting the cold wind of the high altitude mess up his hair. Below him was a bustling city full of lights, in the distance lay endless dark wilderness. Such a stark contrast made him feel a loneliness that penetrated to the bone. 3 figures silently appeared behind him. Lillian held a coat, said nothing, but gently draped it over his shoulders. Kaki magically pulled out several bottles of juice, placing them one by one beside him. Xiaoyao did nothing but quietly sat beside him, keeping him company as they watched the prosperity beneath them. I seem to be in trouble. Chu He picked up a bottle of juice, took a big gulp, the corners of his mouth pulling into a bitter arc. We all know. Lillian sat down on his other side, gently rubbing his hair with her palm. Don't push yourself too hard, you've done really well beyond what any of us could imagine. Yeah, little He. Kaki crossed her legs sitting across from him, her small face filled with seriousness. In just a month, reaching the SSS grade 3 stars, if this gets out, the ancient ones of the 9 royal clans would crawl out from their coffins in shock. You are already the ultimate monster of all time. But that's not enough. Chu He shook his head. His gaze pierced through the endless night, as if he could see that high and mighty master who regarded him as an ant. Not enough at all. He suddenly turned his head, his gaze sweeping across the eyes of the 3 girls, his expression incredibly serious. I have discovered a problem my power cannot break through. It seems stuck at the same place as our relationship. He articulated his speculation about the 99%, word for word, openly. The 3 girls fell silent instantly after listening. They obviously had never thought of this issue, but Chu He's reasoning was reasonable, like a key that accurately fit into the lock that they could not understand. So? Chu He's voice became a bit dry. He looked at the 3 girls before him, each stunningly beautiful, each deeply caring for him. But what was that last shackle? He took a deep breath, as if determined. He uttered a guess that even startled himself. I'm wondering what exactly must happen for your love and my power to break through that last 1% together? His voice was soft, yet it instantly froze the atmosphere on the rooftop. The howling night wind seemed to be cut off by those few words. Perhaps it needs a real life or death situation. Let me experience a danger so hopeless and desperate even you cannot face. Chu He's gaze turned dark and deep. Every word he said felt heavy. Perhaps only in that extreme pain, where you think you will lose me forever, can that last bit of reservation in your hearts completely collapse. Only then will your love transform into the purest, most unconditional one. And my power will then be able to break through that final shackle. The 3 girls were shocked and stood frozen in place. Little He. Kaki could no longer hold back, suddenly leaping into his embrace, using all her strength to hold him tightly, tears spilling out. We don't want you to become any stronger, we just want you to be safe. Please, don't have such terrifying thoughts anymore. Is it okay? Chu He stood frozen in place, holding the trembling petite figure in his arms, and looked at the other 2. Xiaoyao's stunning face was drained of color, and the horror was reflected in her lifeless eyes. Lillian asked slowly, Are you crazy? Chu He was in a state of chaos. He knew this idea was insane and cruel. But what else can he do? Chapter 118, The Shackles of Bloodline. I'm sorry. Chu He's voice was a bit hoarse as he gently patted Kaki's back. I was just too anxious. Forget it, I won't do that. He promised, but the dull knife-named impatience in his heart still cut at his nerves. He turned his gaze away, no longer looking into their eyes, which would only shake his already confused heart even more. His eyes finally landed on Xia Yao and Kaki. The guess about the power bottleneck inevitably led him to another question, a question deep buried under family, bloodline, and rules. One that he had never dared to touch. But tonight, he wanted to know the answer. Because that might be the root of all problems. Yao Yao, Shi Chi. Chu He's voice was very soft, as if afraid of disturbing something. I have never heard of your father's story. Can you tell me? In an instant. The temperature on the rooftop seemed to drop to freezing point. The atmosphere that had just eased suddenly solidified, even heavier and more oppressive than before. It was a sadness emanating from the dust of history, seeping out from the cracks of time, cold and bone-chilling. Kaki froze in his arms. She slowly raised her head, and her galaxy-like starry eyes dimmed in an instant, all light extinguished, leaving only endless, dead star remains. Xia Yao lowered her eyelids, her long eyelashes covering the emotions beneath, but the space around her began to emit a faint aura of extinction, making the air thin. Little He. Kaki's voice trembled. Why do you want to ask this? Chu He remained silent, only tightening his embrace a bit more. Lillian sighed. She had heard about the twisted trials of the virtual royal family and the Star Law royal family. Chu He. Xia Yao spoke, her voice colder than ever. My father. He died. Before I was born. Her words were brief, with no extra embellishments, just stating a cold fact. But every word was like a heavy hammer, smashing down on Chu He's heart. He did not pass the trial of the virtual royal family. He was an outsider. Chu He felt his heart sink suddenly. He looked at Kaki. Kaki broke free from his embrace, sat cross-legged across from him, forcing a smile that was more painful than crying on her little face. My dad, he was a little luckier than Yao Yao's dad. Or maybe, even more unfortunate. He didn't die. He was just locked up. Imprisoned in a time-space cage. We haven't heard from him for a long, long time. And we don't even know if he is still alive. Chu He felt as if struck by lightning, his whole body frozen in place. Dead. Permanently imprisoned, unknown if dead or alive. This is the so-called outcome of failing the trial. He thought it would be a sad story, but did not expect such a cruel ending. He had just, with his own hands, uncovered the deepest scars in their hearts. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked. It's okay. Kaki shook her head, a glimmer of light flickering back in her starry eyes, but like a damp firefly, it could go out at any moment. Anyway, we're used to it. Used to it. These two words made Chu He's heart ache. But in his heart, a larger cloud of doubt rose up. As far as he knew, both Xia Yao's mother Xia Qingyuan and Kaki's mother Kakia were top-tier SSR-level powerhouses standing at the peak of this world. Who else besides that mysterious master could be their opponent? If they insisted on breaking the rules. Who can stop it? After thinking for a long time, Chu He could not help but ask the question that lingered deep in his heart. Your mothers are so powerful, what in this world can go against their will? This time, it was Kaji who wiped her tears and answered softly. Many years ago, our mothers were not of SSR level. Back then, they could only obey the arrangements of the clan. Xia Yao nodded and continued the conversation. However, after my mother took office, she established new rules. Her gaze turned to Chu He, and in her dead eyes, a rare spark ignited. If in the future, someone can pass the family test, then this test will disappear forever. Kaji nodded vigorously. That's right, my mom said the same. She said that if little He passes, she will personally smash the temporal cage. There's no way those old fossils in the clan place too much importance on bloodlines. Chu He's heart sank suddenly. He finally understood that he bore not only his own life on his shoulders, but also the only hope of ending countless years of tragedy. But a new question emerged in his mind. A fundamental, logical contradiction. If that's the case. Chu He took a deep breath and asked the sharpest, most core question. Why is your bloodline so pure? There's no trace of any other bloodline? As the words fell, Xia Yao and Kaji both showed an indescribable pain on their faces. It was a look deeper than sadness, more silent than despair. As if Chu He's question touched a taboo, bloody truth. The wind on the rooftop stopped. The world fell into dead silence. Finally, it was Xia Yao who slowly spoke. Because of tracing back. A ceremony conducted on every infant born from royal and foreign unions. It is not a cruel removal, but a kind of return. A rule-level calibration to ensure the royal bloodline is absolutely pure. Xiaoyao's voice was very flat, as straight as a line, but Lilian and Kaji could no longer hold back their mouths, their eyes filled with fear. Every life consists of two sources of blood, one from the father, one from the mother. Tracing back is a ceremony that completely extracts the foreign part from the infant's most primitive chaotic state, including their bloodline imprint, their affinity for rules, the deepest qualities of their soul. It will not be destroyed. Xiaoyao paused and spoke words that made Chu He's soul tremble. It will be distilled. Distilled into the purest original energy without any impurities. Then, it will be used as the first nourishment for the baby to awaken the royal bloodline, fed to him, her. Boom! Chu He's mind went blank. He seemed to see an unimaginable, most bizarre, most cruel scene. A newborn baby, on the altar of the ceremony, devouring everything of their biological father. His genes, his powers, his traces of existence, everything about him, transformed into the purest energy, becoming the first cornerstone for their child's path to strength. This is the so-called truth of pure bloodlines. So, Chu He's voice was so dry it was almost inaudible. The cost of failure in the test isn't just death, but being completely consumed by your own child from this world. Xiaoyao closed her eyes, 2 lines of clear tears finally slid down her beautiful cheeks. Yes. Chu He finally understood. He finally understood what the insurmountable bottleneck was. He finally understood what that last 1% was. It wasn't about loving too little. On the contrary, it was because they loved too deeply. That 1% was the last line of defense they preserved for him with all their might. It was their fear from the depths of their souls. They were afraid. Afraid that after they offered all their love, without reservation, he would, like their father, be completely consumed by their future children after failing. That 1% was not a reserve. It was protection. Chapter 119, Reassurance. The wind on the rooftop felt like it was filled with lead, cold and heavy. Chu He held the trembling Kaki, who was crying in his arms, and reached out to pull over the pale-faced Xiaoyao, letting both girls rest their heads on his shoulder. It's okay, he awkwardly patted their backs, speaking softly, afraid to disturb the sadness they had built over countless years. I'm just guessing, rambling nonsense, I wouldn't do anything foolish. Damn it, what is this? Having a baby, but first you have to eat the father as a starter nutrition pack? Which twisted brain came up with this crazy notion? After comforting for a while, Kaki's sobs gradually quieted, and the chilling aura of despair surrounding Xiaoyao also slowly receded. They just quietly leaned against him, like 2 little beasts finally finding a safe haven after being hurt. Chu He sighed in relief, his gaze moving past them, eventually landing on Lilian, who had remained silent from the beginning, quietly standing beside them. He understood the reasons for Xiaoyao and Kaki. One had a father who died tragically, and the other had a father who was permanently imprisoned. Anyone would bear psychological scars. But what about Lilian? He clearly remembered Lilian saying that her father was alive and well, and was a doting father. She had no cutting pain from the source, so what was her last 1% for? Could it be because of ouching? Chu He had a suspicion in his heart. He adjusted his position gently, making it more comfortable for Xiaoyao and Kaki, then looked up at Lilian, whose tricolor eyes were swirling with an extremely complex emotion he had never seen before. He tenderly extended his other hand and held Lilian's slightly cool hand. The fear of Yao Yao and Chi Chi comes from the tragedy of bloodline. Chu He's voice was soft, yet like a stone, it accurately dropped into the lake of Lilian's heart. Lilian, is that 1% you're holding back because of ouching? Lilian's delicate body trembled slightly, clearly not expecting Chu He to ask this. She instinctively wanted to pull her hand back, to turn her head away, wanting to brush it off with a "you're overthinking." But when she saw the pure tenderness in Chu He's eyes, all the disguised words stuck in her throat. The rooftop wind lifted her silvery long hair, like light flowing under the moon. After a long while, she self-deprecatingly smiled and tightened her grip on Chu He's hand. You guy, sometimes your insight is really annoying. She didn't directly answer but opened her mouth to slowly tell a story she had never shared with anyone before. Actually, when I was young, I admired ouching very much. Lilian's gaze drifted, as if piercing through time and space, returning to a long time ago. He was so talented, so strong, and he treated me very well, really well. Our families got along well, so the children of both families were arranged to train together. Ouching had protected me many times from harm, and he himself got hurt many times because of me. Ouching would always tell the scared me, Lilian, don't be afraid, I'm here, no one can hurt you. At that time, I thought he was my hero. Chu He listened quietly with a smile. He could imagine that scene, a nearly invincible boy protecting a girl with his life. It sounded quite romantic. But later, I felt he changed, or perhaps he never really changed. Lilian's tone grew cold. His love always carried a suffocating element, control. He wouldn't allow me to talk to any male peers, and sometimes he would silently appear behind me. Check what book I read today, what I wrote in my diary, and ask myself who I met. All the gifts he gave me carry his scent, like announcing ownership. The scariest time was on my birthday. My father gave me a snow velvet fox as a pet. That little guy was completely Snow White and especially cute. I really liked it. When Lillian said this, her voice trembled slightly. That afternoon, I was holding it and basking in the sun in the garden. Ouching came. He looked at the little guy in my arms with a cold gaze. He said, "It's look at you just now was wrong," carrying a hint of undeserved desire. At that time, I thought he was joking and laughed, scolding him for being crazy. Then Lillian closed her eyes, he just stretched out a finger and gently pointed at the little guy in my arms. There was not even a wave of energy or a sound. That snow velvet fox instantly turned into the finest white powder in my arms, flowing away through my fingers. After doing all this, he acted as if nothing had happened, smiling at me and saying, "All right, the potential threat has been eliminated. It's safe now." On the rooftop, there was a dead silence. Xiaoyao and Kaki both looked up, their eyes filled with shock and fear. Chu He felt a chill rush from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. A pet, just because its look was wrong, was erased? This is no longer possessiveness, this is madness, this is a lunatic. From that day on, I felt that his so-called love was not love. Lillian opened her eyes, a coldness in her tricolored gaze, that was imprisonment, possession, wanting to turn me into a thoughtless collection that only belonged to him. She looked at Chu He and finally spoke her deepest fear. After my mother became the ruler, there were no major rules about marrying in my clan. I could follow my heart. I may have liked Ouching before, but after understanding his obsessive need for control, my feelings for him became complex. What I truly fear is when a man gains absolute power to dominate everything, will he become like Ouching? Will he treat the one he loves as a matter of course, as his own possession? I keep that 1% not because I don't love you. She held Chu He's hand, her fingertips cold. I am scared. I am afraid that when you become incredibly powerful, your love will also become a glamorous prison. That 1% is my final protection for myself, my last point of distrust against love under absolute power. Of course, Chu Bao, I believe you are not that kind of person. You have always respected our thoughts, but I just can't get over that hurdle. Boom! Lillian's words struck like lightning, cutting through all the fog in Chu He's mind. He completely understood. Everything instantly connected into a clear thread. Xiaoyao fears loss. She is afraid that after giving everything, she will end up like her mother, watching helplessly as the person she loves fails the trial and disappears. Kaki fears imprisonment. She is afraid that her entire trust will end up locking the person she loves in an unending time prison like her father, unaware of slowly fading away in endless darkness and loneliness. And Lillian, she fears possession. She is afraid that upon giving everything without reservation, once Chu He holds absolute power, that love will change, becoming another suffocating prison like Ouching's. 3 completely different fears, yet all pointing to the same bloody core peace of mind. Yes, only by letting them feel at ease can they break through the final bottleneck. Make them believe that no matter how strong they become, they will never become another Ouching. Make them believe they have the power to break the damn trial and rules. She would not repeat her father's mistakes. This is the key to breaking through that final 1%. Understanding all of this, Chu He felt a wave of relief wash over him, as the anxious feeling that had lingered in his heart for so long suddenly vanished. He let go of his hands, stood up, faced the cold wind in the high sky, and opened his arms, as if to embrace the brilliant star river beneath him. I might know the reason now. His voice was not loud, but it carried an unprecedented confidence and certainty, clearly reaching the ears of the 3 girls. But these things require timing, location, and harmony. He turned around, looked at them, and a long-lost, slightly mischievous smile appeared on his face. Without one, it won't work. Chapter 120, you won't have anything to do with the master, right? Let's go back. As the words fell, Chu He transformed into a beam of silver-white light and shot straight towards the hotel called the Strange House. On the rooftop, only 3 girls remained, along with a wind that grew colder and colder. Xiaoyao and Lillian froze in place, as if all their strength had been drained away. Chu He's last mischievous smile lingered in their minds but could not be pieced together into anything warm that could be understood. Instead, it was Kachi whose starry eyes showed a glimmer of hesitation, like a stone thrown into water, creating complex ripples. It seemed she had guessed something. Chi-Chi. Xiaoyao's voice was weak, trembling uncontrollably. She looked at Kachi as if grabbing onto the only piece of driftwood while drowning. Just now what my brother said about timing, location, and harmony, what does it mean? Kachi did not answer immediately. She gazed at the night sky where Chu He had disappeared for a moment, then softly spoke a few words. It means the literal meaning. Oh Chi-Chi. Lillian said anxiously, at a time like this, why are you being mysterious? Kachi's gaze returned from the night sky, slowly sweeping over Xiaoyao and Lillian's worried and pale faces. Chu He's words could not be clearer. His power comes from us. Moreover, it is closely related to our love for him. If we cannot love him wholeheartedly, then he will never become a true SSS-level powerhouse, and he will never grasp the source of the rules. Kachi paused, every word felt like ice spikes, fiercely smashing into Xia Yao and Lillian's hearts. He already knows why we can't love him wholeheartedly. So, Chu He is already prepared to face death. Boom! The last few words exploded in Xia Yao and Lillian's consciousness, more destructive than any rule of obliteration. But Xia Yao's lips instantly lost all color, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Didn't he already promise us not to do anything foolish? Kachi looked at her, her starry eyes filled with helplessness. She countered with a question. But have you ever thought? If he doesn't do anything foolish, how can we earn our unconditional love? Xia Yao and Lillian felt every pore on their bodies emit a chilling sensation, a layer of fine goosebumps spreading from their necks all over. They finally understood the meaning of Chu He's smile. After a long silence, Lillian was the first to speak. Her voice was unusually calm, frighteningly so. It seems we need to be prepared mentally to marry him. This was not a question, but a statement. Xia Yao took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling violently. She looked at Lillian, then at Kachi, the last bit of fear in her eyes replaced by determination. If that mark my brother mentioned is real, then we must also be prepared mentally to die with him. Kachi looked at them, suddenly smiling, her smile a mix of relief and bitterness. Chu He really has hit the nail on the head. She gently shook her head, as if reciting an ancient prophecy. In this world, what is love? It makes people willing to give their life. Lillian was taken aback. Huh? When did Chu Bao say this? Kaki blinked and showed a mischievous smile. You weren't there when he tricked that little fool, Shano. Immediately, Kaki vividly recounted how Chu He used that line of poetry to leave Shano dumbfounded. But. Ha ha ha. After listening, Lillian burst into a clear, bright laugh, her laughter echoing in the quiet night sky, diffusing the almost suffocating heaviness. The night grew deeper. In the hotel, in Chu He's room. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling window was the city's dazzling starry sky, and inside, Chu He lay on the soft bed, comfortably exposing his upper body. Xia Yao was massaging his calves and ankles. Kaki was using her tiny feet to energetically stomp on Chu He's broad back. Lillian sat cross-legged on Chu He's head, her slender fingers gently pressing on his temples. The fragrant aroma filled the air, and the atmosphere was warm and enchanting. This playing house game is almost at its end. Chu He closed his eyes, lazily speaking with a hint of satisfied nasal tone. I just wonder what new game that high and mighty master will arrange next. I guess it probably has something to do with you. While energetically stepping on his back, Kaki said somewhat confidently. Chu He didn't even lift his eyelids. Why do you think so? Don't you feel it? From the start of the instance until now, this year's game seems to revolve around you alone. First, arranging us princesses to get to know you. Then this playing house, rather than a survival challenge, feels more like a large-scale reality show, watching us fall in love and overcome challenges under pressure. In the past, there has never been this bizarre setting where strange beings complete games with humans, nor has a strange being ever fallen in love with a human. Upon hearing this, Chu He seemed to ponder. He had to admit that Kaki made a good point. From the national luck instance to meeting Xia Yao, and then the appearances of Lillian and Kaki, everything bore traces of some deliberate arrangement. Now that you mention it, it really is. Chu He muttered to himself. At that moment, Kaki, who was patrolling on his back, suddenly paused her movements. It was as if she stepped on some key point, a core truth hidden beneath the chaotic clues. The ease on her face instantly faded, replaced by a shocking disbelief. A sense of horror connected all the clues, ultimately pointing to a most absurd yet likely answer. Almost simultaneously, Lillian, who had been sitting quietly on Chu He's head and massaging his head, also froze. It seemed she and Kaki had thought of the same thing. After a heart-pounding silence, Lillian's voice drifted down from above Chu He's head, filled with unprecedented shock and uncertainty. Chu Bao. You wouldn't have anything to do with the master, would you? And moreover, your ability. Chapter 121, Don't make a sound, the master is watching us. Chu He jolted, almost instinctively. He suddenly sat up from the bed, covering her lips before she could blurt out her words. Don't say it. Chu He's voice was very low. He can hear us. Buzz. Lillian's mind went blank. The shocking guest just now was completely overwhelmed by the warmth from Chu He's palm and his warning in her ear. He can hear. He can hear. These simple 4 words contained a terror far more direct and cold than any speculation. It was a suffocating feeling of being enveloped in an omnipresent gaze. It turned out that the easygoing and cheeky facade he always wore was just a mask for her. Beneath the mask, there lies the madness of a solitary person who gambles against the gods. Xiaoyao's pair of desolate eyes slightly contracted. Although her reaction was a bit slow, she understood completely at this moment. The mysterious existence that Chu He wants to defeat is that master. The abilities Chu He possesses, which are incredible and do not belong to any system of the three tribes, also come from that master. Everything is a game. And they, including Chu He himself, are merely pieces on the chessboard. Kaki took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turbulent waves in her heart. So that's how it is. The question that had been lingering in her mind, about why the empresses of the various tribes instinctively felt a trace of fear they couldn't understand when they first saw Chu He, seemed to find an answer at this moment. That fear perhaps was not aimed at Chu He himself. But through Chu He, they saw that higher dimensional, indescribable existence behind him. If all this is deliberately arranged by the master, then this gift, indeed makes people love it and hate it at the same time. But now, no amount of shock and fear would change anything. They are already deeply trapped, unable to withdraw. Kaki looked at Chu He, her star-like eyes shimmering with rational light. It seems the next game is about what content? I think we all have almost guessed it. Her voice was not loud, yet it instantly cooled the warm and charming atmosphere in the room to freezing point. The room fell into a dead silence, even the air seemed to solidify. In this oppressive atmosphere, Chu laughed lightly. This is great. He released his hand that was covering Lillian, sat back on the bed, and once again wore that nonchalant smile on his face. Anyway, my mind is made up. His gaze swept across the three girls' faces, his eyes filled with unprecedented determination and tenderness. Then next, in this limited free time, we must not waste it. He looked at Kaki, and his expression became serious. Kaki, you need to tell me your tribe's understanding of the entire universe. Yao, you should tell me all the advantages and disadvantages of your Suanai tribe's power system, especially those weaknesses and vital points that only the royal family core knows. Kaki and Xiaoyao understood that Chu He was preparing for a test. Finally, his gaze fell on Lillian, and his eyes became incredibly gentle. Lillian. I will let you know that I will always be myself. Even if I become stronger and gain the power to dominate everything, I will remain as I am now in the future. Your will, your thoughts, your freedom, I will always respect. With one sentence, he hit the bullseye. It precisely shattered the strongest and most fragile defense line in Lillian's heart, which arose from pride and innocence. She looked into Chu He's clear eyes, seeing the sincerity that contained not a trace of impurity, and her eyes instantly turned red. The three girls fell into silence. They looked at the man before them, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. He was clearly making the final arrangements for his death, yet each of those arrangements was paving the way for their future. What kind of deep affection is this? And what kind of cruelty? The next day, in the morning. On Ryan continent, in the Lava Titan Empire, Chu He Kingdom. Above a massive active volcano that could swallow a kingdom, a grand circular altar floated. On the altar, 7 strange runes flowed, connecting and forming a gigantic energy cycle. In the center of the altar stood a crimson flame divine tree reaching 10,000 feet high. The branches of the divine tree twisted and turned, each leaf was a burning, radiant red golden flame feather. Surrounding the divine tree were 9 large fire crystal floating islands. Above the floating islands, there were fatally luxurious buildings. Between the islands, a flame bridge formed from liquid fire connects them, magnificent and spectacular. Under the divine tree, a stunningly beautiful woman in a green robe sits cross-legged, her long hair like a waterfall, her brows and eyes like a painting. She is the current empress, Xia Qingyuan, mother of Xiaoyao, who looks down upon the royal family. And in front of her, quietly suspended in the void, is not some unparalleled powerhouse. Instead, it is a fist-sized cluster, emitting a faint red glow of flame. That flame seems like a candle flickering in the wind, dim and feeble, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Xu Qing, do you know? Xia Qingyuan slowly begins to speak, her voice cold yet carrying a hint of barely perceptible tenderness. Our daughter, like I was back then, has fallen in love with an outsider. And it is with a human from that fragile blue star. As her voice falls, the small flame suddenly flickers violently, its light brightening and dimming, as if expressing extreme worry and unease. Seeing this, Xia Qingyuan cannot help but smile, a mix of helplessness and affection. Look at you, so anxious. Don't worry, he is not an ordinary human. She pauses, seemingly organizing her words, and after a moment, throws out a shocking piece of news. That child seems to have a significant connection to the Lord. He not only looks very much like the Lord, but there is also a kind of aura about him that is very similar to the Lord. Lord. When this word comes from Xia Qingyuan's mouth, the once restless flame quietly settles down in an instant. All flickering and movement disappear, as it hovers there quietly, as if sinking into deep contemplation, or listening to an undeniable divine decree. Seeing the flame's reaction, a look of understanding flashes in Xia Qingyuan's eyes. All right, I won't say more. She stands up and stretches lazily, her perfect curves becoming even more striking under her clothing. She walks to the flame, extending her delicate fingers to gently poke at the somewhat ethereal fire. Just stay here and recover slowly. It's been so many years, and you've only recovered this little, it's really too slow. Her tone carries a hint of reproach, but more so, an enduring longing and heartache. Then she shifts her tone, a mischievous and somewhat seductive smile appearing on her face, playfully saying to the little flame. I have to tell you, I'm so starved I could die. If you don't hurry up and grow, do you believe I'll go find another man? Chapter 122, Marry? And have children? Upon hearing her, the little flame grows frantic, its glow flickering erratically. It suddenly zooms to Xiaoqing Yuan's cheek, using its ethereal form to rub against her in a pleasing manner. Oh. That tickles, calm down. Xiaoqing Yuan scolds, but does not really push it away, only symbolically waving her jade hand. But the flame is relentless, rubbing against her smooth face continuously, skillfully dodging her reaching fingers. Xiaoqing Yuan's movements are gentle, afraid of hurting the fragile flame even a little. Finally, the cold air of the queen eases slightly, her beautiful eyes pretending to glare. The little flame jumps as if seeing a fierce mother tiger, obediently floating away from her face to hover in front of her. Looking at its pitiful appearance, Xiaoqing Yuan can't help but chuckle, her icy demeanor instantly melting into warmth. All right, you can recover in peace. Everything at home is up to me. I will come to see you again. She pauses, her voice becoming exceptionally solemn, a promise coupled with hope. If that child named Chu He can really pass the test, I will bring our child to meet you. After speaking, she looks deeply at the flame, then resolutely turns away, her figure transforming into a beam of black light, vanishing at the volcano's edge. The little flame quietly hovers in place, its brightness alternating between dim and bright, as if responding to her farewell. Finally, it won't linger. 3 months of the playing house game came to an end. Every participant, no matter where they were or what they were doing, was instantly enveloped by an irresistible energy. In the next second, the world spun around. Chu He felt a flash in front of his eyes, and when he opened them again, he was in a vast, boundless white square. The ground of the square was paved with some unknown pure white jade, smooth as a mirror, reflecting the pale light from above. In the center of the square stood an enormous statue. The statue was several dozen meters high, depicting a majestic and beautiful woman, wearing a crown and armor, with the image of a towering, legendary white ape behind her. It was the queen of the Qianuan Empire, Lilian's mother Ailey. In the square, the figures were sparse. Chu He scanned around and found that including himself, only 20 blue star humans who had entered the game remained. Everyone else had disappeared. He felt a bit emotional inside. A seemingly simple task of earning 100,000 in 3 months had eliminated so many people. It seemed that the problem was not with the task itself. It seemed that the problem had never been with the task itself. Unlike his Yao Yao and Chi Chi, who not only caused no trouble but also helped strategize. This comparison of people was truly infuriating. My God, it's Chu He. He is still alive. He looks as if he's on vacation. The survivors quickly noticed the stark contrast of Chu He. Most of them were in ragged clothes, looking haggard, their eyes filled with the terror and numbness of surviving a disaster. Looking at Chu He, however, he was in clean casual clothes, hands in his pockets, lazily standing there, with a trace of pleasant relaxation as if he had just enjoyed a massage. The aura he exuded was calm and reserved, yet gave off an unfathomable sense of oppression. The contrast was too stark, too glaring. Everyone looked at him, their eyes filled with shock, envy, and a hint of indescribable reverence. A tall, burly man with a scruffy beard approached. While he looked somewhat disheveled, his gaze was exceptionally sharp, and the iron-blooded aura of a soldier was undiminished. Hello, Mr. Chu He. The burly man's dragon language was a bit stiff but fairly fluent. I am Jackson from Eagle Sauce Country. Chu He raised an eyebrow, taking a look at him. He had some impression, it seemed he was the so-called soldier sent by Eagle Sauce Country. Hello. Chu He nodded politely. I have studied you. Jackson was straightforward, your business model is very successful, I imitated you by selling hamburgers and fried chicken in the suburbs, and I even took over a shop. But I am more curious about your roommate, it seems they haven't caused you any trouble. Chu He smiled. Perhaps I have some charm. Jackson turned out to be a clever man, understanding the essence through the surface. Others gradually gathered around, sharing their stories of hardship and tears, filling the square with oppression and tragedy. At this time, buzz. The ground of the square lit up with countless strange runes. The sky instantly turned as dark as ink. Next, lines of huge, cold, emotionless golden letters floated in the sky. Playing house game is over, congratulations to the 20 survivors. The new game continuation is about to begin. Everyone held their breath, staring fixedly at the sky. The game rules are as follows. 1. All participants must find a desired partner in this world within 1.5 months, 45 days, and successfully establish a marriage relationship. Hearing the first rule, a wave of shock and uproar erupted in the square. Get married? What a joke! They could barely survive. How could they have the time and energy for romance, let alone marry a local? Isn't this nonsense? However, the golden letters in the sky ignored their uproar. After successfully forming a marital relationship, both parties will equalize their physical capabilities, status, abilities, and bloodlines will be fully shared, inheriting all assets from each other. Boom! The noise in the square suddenly stopped. Status, ability, bloodline, fully shared? Inherit all assets? What does this mean? This means that as long as one can find a strong enough local native to marry, they can reach the top in one step. Jackson's breathing suddenly became heavy. Does this mean, if I marry an SSS level, I can also become SSS level? In an instant, everyone's eyes turned red. What seemed like a ridiculous task a second ago turned into a ladder to heaven. Even Chu He narrowed his eyes slightly. This master really knows how to play. First, give a stick, then a sweet date so big it's outrageous. This pie painted is simply too tempting. As for marriage, Chu He had already anticipated it. This game was designed around him. Just when everyone was fantasizing about marrying a rich beauty and reaching the peak of life, in the sky, a third rule slowly emerged. That line of text appeared very slowly, each word carrying a trembling sense of oppression. After successfully forming a marital relationship, one must ensure that the other party successfully becomes pregnant. Mission failed. Erasure. In the square, one could hear a pin drop. What was once a crowd buzzing with greed was now frighteningly quiet. Everyone's expressions froze. On each face was a mixture of extreme shock, absurdity, and an indescribable daze. Get married? And have children? What the hell is this eerie game? The survivors all stood there like ducks with their necks squeezed, blankly at a loss. Chu He was also dazed. He never expected that Master would add a KPI. Make the partner pregnant? Is this going too far? Looking at the cold word erasure in the sky, and then at the faces around him that looked as if they had seen a ghost, Chu He's mouth twitched wildly. Damn it! They aren't even pretending anymore, seriously. Chapter 123, My Son's Wedding, must livestream to the whole world. Chu He's mouth moved. A curse aimed at Master's whole family was on his tongue, but he swallowed it with all his strength. No, he absolutely cannot curse. Last time, he cursed once and was directly cut in half by that perverted Master. Just thinking about it now sends a chill down his spine. What if this time he angered that old six again? Who knows what kind of bizarre death he might experience? Chu He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the raging frustrations in his heart, and squeezed out a smile that looked worse than crying. Marriage, having children, fine, you're incredible. I'll endure it. Just as Chu He was struggling to build his mental fortitude, the other 19 survivors in the square surrounded him like vultures smelling rotten flesh. Boss. Chu He, big boss. Big boss, please take us. How do we tackle this task? Yeah, big boss, how did you connect with that SSS level queen? Please share a few tips. If we could also find an SSS level to marry, wouldn't our lives be worth it? Boss. Please share the secrets to flirting with girls. Each of them had eager eyes, their faces full of greed and urgency. Looking at this group of people blinded by desire, Chu He's eyelids twitched wildly. Teach you? How can I teach you? Am I supposed to tell them that if they just pout at those high and mighty queens, look cute, and act helpless, they will lose their minds and uncontrollably fall in love with them? If that word got out and they all copied it, they would probably get slapped into a meat paste on the spot. That scene was too beautiful, he didn't dare to think about it. Chu He cleared his throat, putting on a mysterious expression, and slowly spoke, well, the secrets cannot be leaked. The crowd immediately showed a face of disappointment. Then Chu He changed his tone, and with a serious heart, added, but I can give everyone a piece of advice. He looked over the crowd, his eyes growing serious. Absolutely, don't provoke those SSS level beings. The trials behind their marriages, that thing, it really can kill people. And not just in body, but soul and all, leaving nothing behind. Before he finished speaking, without waiting for the crowd to ask for details, Chu He's figure evaporated like mist, instantly disappearing from sight. What a joke, if he didn't leave, this group of people would drive him crazy. Time is precious, he has no time to waste here with idle chatter. Moments later. Chu He's figure reformed in a room at the Strange House Hotel. The room was empty, devoid of any presence. The familiar sense of Xia Yao, Lillian, and Chi Chi had vanished without a trace. His heart sank suddenly, and he quickly took out his phone. In the chat group, indeed, there were 3 new messages left by the 3 girls. Xia Yao, brother, the game is over, I was forcibly sent back to the virtual empire, here are my coordinates, location information. Lillian, Chubao, I'm home too, waiting for you to come marry me in the Thousand Illusions Empire. Location information. Chi-Chi, little He, I'm in the Starlaw Empire, waiting for you. Location information. Looking at the three messages that arrived almost simultaneously, Chui's anxious heart finally relaxed, but then a headache came. The game was over, and they had all been returned home by their respective rules of power. 45 days. He had to quickly choose a target and complete the task of getting married and having children. But, who should he go to first? Should he go to Xia Yao's house, break into the blood pool trial, and confront the 3 SSS-level destructive incarnations of his mother-in-law? Or go to Chi-Chi's house, challenge that royal family from the Starlaw who could imprison people forever in a cage of time and space? Or perhaps, visit Lillian's house and face the mysterious Thousand Illusions Empress? Chu He rubbed his forehead, feeling a rare sense of indecisiveness and annoyance. He walked to the window, looking out at the strange prosperity outside, and an indescribable emotion suddenly surged in his heart. Ah! He let out a light sigh. It's almost time to get married. What a pity, my parents won't see it. Thrown into this ghost place, he didn't even know if he would ever get the chance to see them again in this lifetime. Meanwhile, Blue Star, Dragon Country, Yu Province. In an impressive 3-story country villa. On the genuine leather sofa in the living room, a middle-aged man with a well-built body was sitting with his legs crossed, enjoying sunflower seeds while engrossed in the TV show A Mortal's Journey to Immortality. On the screen, the old demon Han was breaking through to the Great Ascension stage. This man bore a strong resemblance to Chu He, with a carefree and unrestrained aspect to his brows, and a calm gaze that hid a trace of unfathomable depth. Chu Changsheng. A loud shout came from the kitchen, followed by a middle-aged woman wearing an apron, whose beauty was hard to conceal, storming out. She was Chu He's mother, Zhai Jingmei. Your son has gone 3 months without news, and you're still here watching TV. Zhai Jingmei's eyebrows shot up as she pointed a finger at Chu Changsheng, giving him a thorough reprimand. Called Chu Changsheng, the man paused his actions of eating seeds, immediately turned off the TV, and his previously relaxed expression transformed into one of deep concern as he sprang up from the sofa. Worry. How could I not worry? Honey, please calm down, I'm just trying to distract myself a bit by watching TV because I'm so anxious. He hurried over, grinning and taking the fruit plate, but we can't help but just worry, can we? However, darling, you can rest assured. Chu Changsheng patted his chest. You've seen in the video, right? Our son is amazing. He started off by capturing an SSS-level fairy, and who knows, he might even have a little monkey by now. We might be holding our grandchild soon. Not mentioning this matter would have been better, but once it was brought up, Zhai Jingmei's anger flared even more. She shot her husband a glare. I was almost scared to death. That girl named Xia Yao came in and started killing people, blood flowing everywhere. When it was our son's turn, do you know how desperate I felt? I know. Chu Changsheng nodded repeatedly. I was just as desperate. I even dropped a sunflower seed in fright. But in the end? Our son not only came out unscathed but also took that girl away. Now that's impressive. Zhai Jingmei looked at him with dislike. What's impressive? They just met, and because our son kissed her once, she dragged him into their girls' dormitory. Is that how a decent girl behaves? And then there was that porcelain doll named Chi-Chi, also so unrestrained, she just went up to let our son kiss her. After a few words, she took him to some place and then it went dark. God knows what those two little ones got up to. Chu Changsheng felt like his ears were about to develop calluses, as his wife had been repeating this 100 times every day for the past 3 months. But he seemed to have a special tolerance for women, and patiently explained, oh dear, you just don't understand. This shows that these two girls are passionate, and they both have a strong protective instinct towards Chu He. Even I am, regardless of anyone getting close to our son, they will be on guard, protecting him fiercely. I think that's good. No matter if they are traditionally good girls or not, they will definitely treat Chu He well. That's enough. He paused, his gaze suddenly deepening, and said softly, besides, relax, our son will definitely be fine. Otherwise, this world of ours would probably have disappeared long ago. Hearing these words, Zhai Jingmei's worries eased a little, but she couldn't help but frown. Oh, I hope so. But I'm still worried that those girls are too beautiful. What if they get bored and dump our son? My poor boy. As she spoke, her eyes became red again. I really want to see our son. Chu Changsheng looked at his wife's longing expression, did not reply, but silently held her in his arms, gently patting her back. His gaze, however, pierced through the wall, looking into the endless void. In his deep eyes, a trace of complex light flickered, something no one could understand. He thought for a moment. Fine. On the day our son gets married, let's give the world a grand live broadcast. It would be a surprise for my wife as well. Chapter 124, Proposal. Chu He rubbed his throbbing temples. He ultimately decided to go to the virtual realm empire. It's better to proceed in order. After all, Xia Yao was the first to be bound to him, so she should be respected as the big wife, and the other two wouldn't mind. If the order was disrupted, who knows what strange things might happen. Virtual Realm Empire, here I come. A smile crept onto Chu He's lips, and with a thought, his figure instantly vanished from the hotel room. The space was ripped apart and then reformed. When his vision became clear again, a hot air mixed with sulfur and metal rushed at him. In front of him was an immense city, so grand that words could hardly describe it. The city walls were entirely made of pitch-black volcanic rock, towering into the clouds, looking like an ancient giant beast lying on the earth, filled with a simple yet domineering aura. Above the city gate were two elegantly inscribed golden characters. Summer City. At the city gate stood 2 rows of heavily armored soldiers. Their figures were far larger than humans, and the most striking feature was their utterly different heads. Some bore the fierce head of a leopard, with a fierce gaze. Some had a grim wolf head, with exposed fangs. This group of beast-headed, human-bodied soldiers exuded an extremely fierce aura, making passing pedestrians lower their heads and hurry past, too afraid to look directly. At that moment, Chu He's figure appeared out of nowhere. Dressed in casual clothes, with his hands in his pockets, his handsome human face. Among this group of monsters and demons, he appeared out of place. Stop! A soldier with a leopard head immediately noticed him, his thick arms blocking the way. The other soldiers also turned their gazes toward him, filled with vigilance and scrutiny. Human? No, look at his appearance, he resembles our royal family somewhat. But those eyes are deep brown, not our unique black pupils. The leopard-headed soldier sized up Chu He, speaking in a deep voice. Show me your identity registration proof. Chu He was stunned. Identity proof? Household register? What a joke, someone thrown over from Blue Star, where am I supposed to get such things? Seeing that Chu He couldn't produce anything for a long time, the wolf-headed soldier's eyes grew impatient. No documents, no entry. Go back where you came from. Chu He raised his eyebrows. There's no point in reasoning with you. He sighed and put on an expression of I'm in a tough spot. The wolf-headed soldier saw his demeanor and thought he was scared, showing a look of disdain, about to scold him. But Chu He merely blinked. When he looked again, where had Chu He's figure gone? Where did he go? The wolf-headed soldier was startled and hurriedly looked around. The surrounding soldiers were also bewildered, a living person had just vanished right under their noses. At this moment, Chu He had already strolled onto the streets of Summer City. With his hands behind his back, he looked around curiously like an old man on vacation. The prosperity of this imperial capital was no less than that of the grand market of the Kaki family. The streets were wide enough for dozens of carriages to pass side by side, and the architectural style was very unified, all towering, pointed, filled with intricate Gothic carvings. Various shops, hotels, and parks stood side by side, with signs written in a language Chu He couldn't understand, but their unique symbols made him instantly know what they were for. Walking on the street, Chu He felt like he wasn't in another world, but rather wandering in an ancient city of the Perfume Kingdom. TSK, good taste. He strolled around, and the urgency in his heart was greatly diluted by this unique foreign charm. But the important matters at hand could not be forgotten. He looked up, his gaze passing through layers of pointed buildings, towards the most magnificent and solemn Gothic royal palace at the center of the city. I've wandered enough, time to propose. Chu He muttered, quickening his pace. 45 days, get married, and have children, the KPI is pressing down on him, there's no time for deep tourism here. However, when he reached near the royal palace, his footsteps suddenly stopped. Unlike the loose city gate, here the defenses were extremely tight. Surrounding the palace, every 10 meters stood a soldier of the virtual stair clan clad in jet black armor. They were no longer beast-headed but had handsome or enchanting human forms like Xia Yao, yet their pitch-black eyes held no emotion, like 2 bottomless abysses. Their aura was many levels stronger than the soldiers at the city gate. What caught Chu He's attention even more was that the entire royal palace was enveloped by an unimaginably huge black translucent shield. In his eye of annihilation, this shield was emanating terrifying energy fluctuations. That energy was pure, domineering, filled with the aura of annihilation. It was the annihilation power originating from Xia Yao. Trying to go in directly won't be that easy. Chu He stroked his chin, his eyes flickering. But he was now an SSS level 3-star big shot, almost mastering all the core abilities of the Star Law royal family. A mere protective shield, could it stop him? With great skill comes great courage. Chu He decided to test the waters first. He slightly swayed his body and activated space jumping, instantly transforming into an almost imperceptible ripple in space, directly penetrating into the royal palace. However, just as half of his body merged into the shield. Buzz! The entire massive black shield suddenly trembled, its surface instantly lighting up with countless complex runes. A surge of destructive pressure crashed down. Not good. Chu's heart raced with alarm. In the next second, within the shield, an unexpected torrential downpour began. That was not rain. It was endless, composed of pure annihilation power, a black divine thunder. Along with countless energy arrows flickering with extinguishing runes. These attacks poured down like a flood, yet precisely locked onto Chua's position, forming an absolute death cage. Damn! This anti-theft system is more dedicated than my university dorm manager. Chua let out a strange cry, without a second thought, immediately activated space jump again, trying to teleport from another position inside. But as soon as his figure appeared, the divine thunder and the rain of arrows above his head adjusted their direction like they had eyes, crashing down again. And the power was 3 times stronger than before. No matter how he teleported, no matter where he appeared within the palace, those attacks followed him like a shadow, relentlessly biting at him. This was a top-tier defense system combining tracking, sealing, and attacking. Infiltration, a complete failure. The soldiers around the palace obviously sensed the energy fluctuations, countless powerful auras rushed toward this way. Damn it! Chua cursed, not daring to hold any illusions, and clumsily activated Space Leap, directly escaping the palace's attack range. Outside the palace, Chua took a short break, pulling out a craving rainbow crystal from his starlaw pocket at his waist to absorb and recover. This was something he had gathered during his recent trip to the region of Taotai, where these things piled up like mountains. After recovering, with a flash of light and shadow, he appeared in front of the magnificent main entrance of the palace. Here, 2 rows of royal guards dressed in pitch-black armor, with unfathomable auras, stood like sculptures holding long spears, blocking the entrance tightly. Their gazes were colder than the soldiers outside, and upon seeing Chua suddenly appear, they only raised their eyebrows, showing no signs of surprise. The leading guard slowly stepped forward, his black pupils locked onto Chua. Who goes there? Chua patted the non-existent dust on his clothes, adjusted his outfit, cleared his throat, and displayed what he thought was a handsome smile. Don't be nervous, I'm one of you. I've come to propose to your Princess Xiaoyou. As soon as these words came out, the entire scene fell into a dead silence. The dozen or so royal guards with deep, imposing auras showed subtle changes in their expressions. First shock, then astonishment. Soon, that shock turned into unabashed mockery and pity. Ha! A guard couldn't help but laugh, his laughter filled with disdain. Another stupid fool here to seek death. Another guard looked at Chua with a gaze as if watching a corpse, coldly saying, Kid, before you, those who wanted to marry our princess have had their ashes piled into a mountain. Who do you think you are? Faced with such naked mockery, Chua's smile remained unchanged. Whether I live or die, that's my business. It seems it has nothing to do with you all, right? It indeed has nothing to do with us. The leading guard stepped forward, towering over Chua, looking down on him with a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. However, if you want to go in to see the princess, if you wish to participate in that so-called test. He paused, suddenly producing a long black spear in his hand. Boom! The hard obsidian ground instantly cracked open like a spider's web. A violet aura soared into the sky. Then first defeat us, and then we'll talk. Chi-Chi stepped forward. Boom! Their synchronized movements instantly merged their momentum into an overwhelming black wave, crashing down towards Chu He. The air groaned under the unbearable pressure, and even the hard obsidian ground showed fine cracks. This joint force's oppression was enough to make any SS-level powerhouse kneel on the spot. However, Chu He still stood in place, hands in his pockets, not even raising an eyebrow. That feeling was not like facing an elite army, instead, it was like watching a group of kindergarten kids doing morning exercises. A playful smirk appeared at the corner of Chu He's mouth. Alright, since you are all so enthusiastic, I'll play with you. As soon as these words left his mouth, the faces of the captain and all the soldiers darkened instantly. Play? This human was arrogantly outrageous. You are looking for death. The captain was completely enraged, too lazy to say another word. Everyone, annihilation ray. Blast him to bits. With a command. More than 10 royal guards suddenly erupted with terrifying black light in their eyes. Buzz. The air trembled violently, emitting a piercing buzz. The next second, more than 10 condensed black rays shot out from the tips of their long spears with explosive force. These rays did not shoot in a straight line but instead traced a bizarre arc in the air, weaving a dense death net that completely sealed off all of Chu He's escape routes. This was the most basic yet proud joint combat technique of the Virtual Gaze Empire's Royal Guard. They aimed to crush this oblivious human, along with his bones and soul, into dust. As the energy net capable of instantly evaporating a mountain was about to close in, Chu He still stood in place, even commenting with interest. The angles are tricky, and the coordination is harmonious. Not bad, you have a professional standard. The corners of the captain's and other guards' mouths twitched violently. Still pretending at the brink of death. Die. Just as the annihilation rays were about to touch Chu He's body at 0.01 seconds. A nearly invisible black shield appeared, rippling like a wave, quietly manifesting on Chu He's body. On that shield swirled profound runes, emanating a supreme aura of ending all things. It was the secret technique of the virtual gaze royal family that Xia Yao personally taught him, Destruction Shield. Sizzle! There was no world-shaking explosion. No deafening roar. The more than 10 terrifying annihilation rays, upon hitting that thin shield, were like scorching embers falling into an ancient ice cave. All the energy, all the aura of destruction, was silently devoured and disintegrated by that shield, not even stirring a trace. No, not even a speck of dust was raised. It was as if those attacks capable of destroying everything were merely gentle candle flames, snuffed out by the wind. The entire front of the palace fell into a deathly silence. The snarls and cruelty on the soldiers' faces all froze. At that moment, their pupils contracted violently in extreme shock. The captain was like struck by lightning, standing frozen in place, nearly dropping the long spear in his hand. He stared intently at the slowly dissipating black shield on Chu He's body, his lips trembling, sounding as if he had seen a ghost. His voice changed pitch. Destruction. Destruction shield? How could you know the royal family's secret technique? This was impossible. Absolutely impossible. Destruction shield was a top-tier defensive technique that could only be comprehended when the virtual gaze royal bloodline awakened to its peak. Looking across the entire virtual gaze empire, apart from Her Majesty the Empress and Princess Xia Yao, there are only a few royal direct princes who mastered this technique. This outsider, how on earth did he learn it? Chu He grinned, exposing a row of white teeth. I already said it's a warm-up exercise, so of course I'll use moves you all are familiar with. Otherwise, what fun would it be? And... He changed his tone, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. I have many more skills than that. As soon as the words fell, Chu He's figure suddenly shook, becoming blurred like a reflection in water. The next moment, the scene that shattered the worldview of all the guards appeared. 1, 2, 3. 10, 20, 50. In the blink of an eye, more than 50 identical Chu He appeared out of thin air in the square at the palace gate. These Chu He surrounded more than a dozen guards, each with a different expression. Some made faces and winked at him. Some placed their hands on their hips, laughing arrogantly towards the sky. Some even shook their hips, dancing a suggestive dance while humming an unknown tune. What was even more outrageous was that one Chu He appeared right in front of the captain, making a universally recognized friendly gesture at his dark face, then beckoned with a finger. Come on, hit me, you fool. This immediately ignited the fury of all the guards. Bastard! Daring to toy with us using illusions. Kill him. Smash all of his clones. The guards roared, unable to distinguish which was real and which was fake, and could only attack wildly. In an instant, annihilation rays swept across the square, energy beams darting between the countless Chu He clones, creating deep pits in the hard obsidian ground. However, those clones were slippery like loaches, always able to dodge at an extremely tricky angle just before the attacks hit. After fighting for so long, not only did they fail to injure Chu He's true self, but they didn't even touch a corner of his clothing. Enough! The captain shouted angrily. His eyes were bloodshot, clearly infuriated. As the commander of the royal guard, to be toyed with in this manner by an outsider was an absolute disgrace. All of you, back off. He yelled fiercely, his muscles suddenly bulging, raising his spear high above his head. A power of annihilation several times stronger than before began to gather madly at the tip of his spear. Phantom gaze. Break army kill. He intended to use a wide area attack to crush all these pesky flies in one go. The terrifying energy fluctuations distorted the entire space. However, just as the devastating shockwave was about to spread, in the square, the more than 50 Chu He, jumping and mocking, suddenly became ghostly figures, and then vanished collectively. It wasn't that the illusion had been broken, but rather, they took the initiative to disappear just before the shockwave hit. That was spatial leap. The captain's long-prepared, extremely powerful strike hit empty space. Boom! The violet energy instantly lost control, carving a terrifying trench over 100 meters long into the ground in front of him. Where are they? The captain gasped for breath, cautiously looking around. Captain, your move won't work. A gentle voice suddenly sounded in his ear. The range is too large, the power too scattered, and it's easy to accidentally harm the flowers and grass by the road. Look, you broke the floor, you'll have to pay for it later. The captain's body instantly stiffened. His pupils contracted sharply in fear. He could feel a hand, gently resting on his right shoulder. That hand even kindly patted the dust off his armor caused by the force just now. Cold sweat, swish, soaked through his inner armor. He didn't even dare to turn around. Because he knew, as long as the other party wanted, that seemingly powerless hand could crush his neck in 0.01 seconds. At that moment, all the guards also stopped attacking. They looked at the man who had mysteriously appeared behind their captain like they had seen a ghost. Everyone's brains fell into a shutdown state. Annihilation power. The power of illusions. And that strange collective disappearance just now, was it space jumping? Void stare, illusion, star law. The three supreme royal families of the Ryan continent's top powers actually appeared simultaneously on an outsider human? What the hell is this monster? Their worldview was hit with an unprecedented, nearly catastrophic shock at this moment. Raksha suddenly turned around, face to face with Chu He. He looked at Chu He's still harmless smiling face, and the shock and disbelief in his eyes overflowed. His voice became dry and hoarse from extreme fear. What, exactly are you? Facing this question, Chu He withdrew his hand, innocently shrugging. I already said. I came to propose, I am your Princess Xiaoyao's fiancé. I'm one of your own. He revealed a brilliantly bright smile to Raksha and the surrounding royal guards, who were completely petrified. Chapter 126, One of Our Own Attacking One of Our Own. Chu He's smile was incredibly radiant, but to the others, it sent a chill down their spines. Their hands gripping the long spears trembled uncontrollably. A human who simultaneously mastered the core abilities of three supreme royal families. This had already surpassed their realm of understanding. Fear clutched their hearts like invisible vines. However, as the proud royal guards of the Void Stare Empire, they could not allow themselves to back down. Raksha's eyes turned crimson, staring fixedly at Chu He, his voice squeezed out from between his teeth. I don't care what you are, or what demonic tricks you have used. This is the Void Stare Palace. Sacred and inviolable. Raksha roared angrily, turning his inner fear into overwhelming rage. Set up the Desolation Prison formation. Seal the space. Wear him down to death. With this order, all the guards seemed to have found their leader, suppressing their fears and quickly changing positions. Buzz. As they became the nodes, incredibly intricate black magic array patterns instantly appeared on the ground. These patterns swiftly spread like living creatures, intertwining, and eventually forming a gigantic black dome enveloping a 1,000-meter radius, completely trapping Chu He inside. A powerful, suffocating binding force instantly descended. The surrounding space felt like it had turned from flowing air into solidified cement. Not only was space jumping rendered impossible, but even raising an arm became extremely difficult. Even more terrifying was an invisible extracting force, wildly surging in from every corner of the array, like millions of greedy leeches trying to burrow into Chu He's body, aiming to completely drain his energy and life force. They recognized that this human was strange and powerful, but in the end, he was just a person. No matter how much energy he had, there would always be a limit. As long as they trapped him here and continuously consumed his strength, they would inevitably eliminate him. However, at the center of the absolute formation, Chu He faced that soul-tearing extracting force, nearly raising an eyebrow in surprise. Not only did he not feel any discomfort, he actually felt a bit comfortable. He simply closed his eyes and crazily stimulated his annihilation siphon ability. In an instant, an invisible vortex formed inside him. The desolation power surging from all directions not only did not consume his energy, but like a flood finding an outlet, it was redirected by his exquisite understanding of spatial laws, turning into an endless stream of charging current pouring into him. Hey! Chu He opened his eyes and waved at the increasingly pale Raksha. Haven't you eaten? Put in a bit more effort. It's just like scratching an itch. Once these words were spoken, Raksha's lungs nearly exploded with anger. Increase energy output for me. Suck him dry. The guards were also stirred up, their killer instincts ignited. One by one, they roared, pouring all their power of extinction into the magic circle without any reservation. Buzzing. The light of the cage of extinction surged magnificently, and the power extracted increased several times compared to before. Chu He's smile became even more radiant. Yes, this is the strength. So good. He even stretched his muscles, making a series of cracking sounds, and his spirit visibly became even more vigorous. The guards. The Rakshasa. What kind of monster is this? Is he treating the cage of extinction like a sauna? Seeing the guards' faces starting to pale from excessive energy output, Chu He knew that this charging was about done. He smiled playfully and lightly snapped his fingers. Snap. Alright, warm-up is over. Now, let's play a different game. The moment his voice fell, the power of illusion quietly activated. In an instant, the scene before all the guards spun wildly. They panicked as they discovered that their comrades, who were standing beside them, had all turned into Chu He's form. Moreover, each Chu He wore that mocking smile that made them grind their teeth in anger, the dark long spear in their hands pointed ominously at themselves. Brothers, take him down. Kill. Under the siege created by the illusion, the already highly tense guards instantly lost their composure. How could they tell who was a comrade and who was an enemy? They roared as they launched the fiercest attacks against the nearest Chu He. In an instant, a ridiculously chaotic brawl unfolded in the square at the palace entrance. Annihilation rays flew wildly, long spears swung chaotically, the sounds of energy colliding echoed nonstop, accompanied by the clatter of broken armor and muffled groans of pain. They fought fiercely, yet not a single corner of Chu He's clothing was touched, all struck at their own people. The real Chu He stood leisurely outside the battle circle, like a director, arms crossed, watching with great interest this grand play he had orchestrated himself. Enough! A thunderous roar shook the entire scene. It was the Rakshasa. With an extraordinary willpower, he broke free from the bounds of the illusion. His eyes were blood-red, gazing at his fallen comrades and the leisurely watching culprit, the anger in his chest almost igniting the heavens. Ah, ah, ah. The Rakshasa howled to the sky, channeling all his strength, all his dignity, all his fury into the long spear in his hand. At the tip of the spear, a black point of light condensed to its extreme suddenly appeared, radiating a terrifying aura capable of annihilating all. Give me death. He used all his strength to hurl the spear with all his might. Whoosh! The long spear transformed into a black beam, tearing through space, ignoring distance and obstacles, shooting towards Chu He's chest with unimaginable speed. Chu He didn't dodge, he froze for a moment. He watched helplessly as the beam of destruction pierced through his heart. Thud! Chu He's expression instantly solidified, a trace of pain appearing on his face. His body began to shatter into pieces, turning into countless light spots, drifting away with the wind, soon vanishing into ashes. It's done! Seeing this, the Rakshasa was first taken aback, then joy surged on his face. He won. He personally ended this monster. He defended the dignity of the virtual Blair royal family. However, just as he was lost in complacency, a faint voice, like a devil's whisper, suddenly echoed behind him. What are you happy about? The smile on the Rakshas's face instantly froze. A chill surged from his tailbone up to the crown of his head. He rigidly turned his head, inch by inch. Then, he saw a shoe sole. A shoe sole that was rapidly enlarging in his vision, a massive shoe sole that was coming down to squash him. He wanted to stop, but soon realized he couldn't move at all. Splash! A crisp sound like a watermelon bursting echoed. Rochuk didn't even have time to react as the huge shoe sole slapped him down hard, smashing the solid black obsidian ground into a deep pit shaped like his body. Before he could recover from the sharp pain and confusion, that huge shoe instantly transformed into a giant shovel, and with a poof, it scooped him out of the pit and threw him high into the air. Next, an inhumane combination attack began. The shovel turned into a giant frying pan, sizzling Rochuk on both sides in midair. The frying pan then morphed into a massive spiked club, slamming him back and forth like a baseball. The spiked club transformed yet again into a giant plunger, crashing right into his face. With control, transformation, and destruction in one, Chu He was an invincible god to the dazed Rochuk. After an unknown time, when Rochuk, steaming and battered, struggled to get up, he frantically chased after the culprit but couldn't even touch a shadow. He knew he had lost. Lost utterly, lost with no dignity. His opponent never took this fight seriously from the very beginning. If they wanted to kill them, it would take just a thought to immobilize them, and then their heads would roll on the ground like ripe watermelons. Rochuk gasped for breath, tossed away his deformed spear, knelt on one knee, and lowered his proud head. I admit defeat. These 3 words nearly drained all his strength. Rochuk rummaged through his clothes and handed over a completely black token, engraved with intricate patterns. His voice was hoarse and dry, full of frustration. This is the Imperial Domain Pass. With it, the defense array inside the palace will no longer attack you. He paused, lifted his complex eyes, and stared hard at Chu He. But kid, don't think that defeating us means anything. The test from Her Majesty the Empress is the real despair. It can't be passed with just strength. Chu He took the token, tossed it in his hand, feeling its cool touch and extraordinary quality. He grinned at Rochuk. Thanks, brother. But despair is something I've seen a lot of, I'm not lacking this time. As soon as he finished speaking, the ordinary casual clothes on Chu He suddenly transformed into countless sparkling light points, dispersing with the wind. The next second, a well-tailored, smooth-lined pure black suit appeared on him out of nowhere. The air of street cynicism vanished instantly, replaced by an elegant and mysterious gentleman aura. He even pretended to adjust the non-existent wrinkles in his collar, glancing at the shiny armor of the guard next to him. Not bad, clothes make the man, the ancients didn't lie to me, I look so handsome. Rochuk and the guards twitched at the corners of their eyes. At that moment, a courtly attired servant quickly walked out from deep within the palace, bowing respectfully to Chu He. Mr. Chu He, please follow me. This female attendant had clearly received orders, disregarding the chaos at the entrance, her demeanor humble yet polite. Chu He followed behind the attendant, stepping into the heavily guarded, ominous palace. As they walked, countless subtle yet powerful presences swept over from the shadows, filled with scrutiny and vigilance. But when they sensed that Imperial Domain passed in Chu He's hand, they all quietly retreated. The attendant led the way while whispering an explanation. Mr. Chu He, according to the Emperor's order, you must first obtain Princess Xia Yao's approval before you accept the official test. This is a death order set by His Majesty. No matter how exceptional you are, if Princess Xiang doesn't agree, then everything is off the table. Chu He raised an eyebrow. Oh? Xia Qingyuan has this trick up her sleeve? It seems this mother-in-law really cares about her daughter. Soon, they arrived before an incredibly luxurious palace. At the palace entrance, two powerful female guards stood straight, their expressions cold. Please wait here for a moment, I will go in and announce. The attendant bowed and then entered the palace. Inside the palace, Xia Yao was sitting nervously at her dressing table. Today, she wore an extremely gorgeous pure white gown, with intricate star patterns embroidered in silver thread on the hem, her long black hair elegantly pinned up, exposing her swan-like graceful neck. She looked like an elf under the moonlight, noble, pure, but with a hint of coldness that did not belong to this world. She was not used to this outfit. But this was the Empress's order, claiming she needed to greet the hero with the utmost ceremony. Hero? The corners of Xia Yao's mouth curled into an almost unnoticeable cold smirk. In this world, who besides that person has the right to stand before me? Just then, the attendant's voice sounded at the door. Your Highness, there is a human male named Chu He outside, who has come to propose to you. The name Chu He exploded in Xia Yao's mind like thunder. It's him. He really came to find me. In the last second, the princess had been as cold as an iceberg, but in an instant, her previously lifeless eyes sparkled with incredible brilliance. Swish. The attendant had not even finished speaking. He only felt a flash before his eyes, a light breeze blowing by. The princess, who had been sitting at the dressing table, suddenly vanished into thin air. Attendant? At the palace entrance, Chu He was studying the carvings on the door, bored. Suddenly, a familiar, faintly fragrant breeze rushed towards him. Next, a soft, warm body boldly slammed into his arms. The force was so great that he couldn't help but take half a step back. The person in his arms hugged him tightly, trembling slightly from excitement, burying her face deeply in his chest, greedily breathing in his scent. The two female guards at the door, along with the attendant who had just chased out, were all frozen in place. Their jaws almost dropped to the ground. This the Xia Yao princess who was cold as ice, even refusing to look at any male creature? She actually vaulted into his arms? Feeling the excitement and dependence of the person in his arms, Chu He's heart softened. He gently patted Xia Yao's back, whispering in her ear. I'm here. Xia Yao didn't look up but softly hummed in response. After a while, she slowly raised her head, her breathtakingly beautiful face showing both surprise and worry, her emotions complicated to the extreme. How come you came so quickly? Chu He looked at the light in her eyes, unable to resist reaching out to pinch her soft cheek. What's wrong, my princess? Don't you want me to come find you quickly? Of course I do. Xia Yao almost blurted it out but then hurriedly shook her head. But I didn't want you to. Chu He laughed. He immediately understood the meaning behind Xia Yao's contradictory words. Alright, stop standing at the door. Chu He took her hand, gently saying. Come on, let's go inside to talk. Under the dazed gazes of everyone, Chu He, being pulled by Xia Yao, entered the princess's palace. Inside the palace was extremely luxurious. Huge crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, casting a soft halo. The thick, soft carpet underfoot, the walls adorned with artworks by unknown artists, the gilded carved furniture, every detail exuded exquisite elegance, just like a princess's room from a fairy tale. Xia Yao was like a person with no bones at all, completely leaning in Chu He's embrace, and the two sank into the soft sofa together. She was like a little cat, rubbing against him, finding the most comfortable spot before contentedly closing her eyes. Chu held her and recounted the latest task issued by the master word for word. Get married, have children, and within 45 days, successfully make the partner pregnant. After hearing Chu He's words, Xia Yao suddenly opened her eyes wide, a chilling look flashing in her gaze. It seems Chi was right. Her voice had turned a bit icy due to her anger. He is openly targeting you. Yeah, he doesn't even bother to pretend anymore, he directly wrote I wanna mess with you on his face. Chu He chuckled self-mockingly. He gently stroked Xia Yao's long hair, comforting her. But Yao, you don't need to worry too much. Did you forget? Our intimacy is only lacking a tiny bit, which means our bloodline power is already very close, even highly compatible. That so-called blood pool of 10,000 ancestors from your Sun and I tribe probably can't kill me, at most, it'll just let me soak for a bath, rubbing off a bit of skin. Chu He's tone carried a hint of teasing. Wait, I have now merged with the bloodlines of 3 tribes, maybe if I dip my blood into that pool, I can even suppress it in return. Who knows, in the future, that pool might even take on the surname Chu. Xia Yao was amused by his words, letting out a soft laugh, her worries dissipating somewhat but still holding onto a lingering sorrow. She nodded absently. Yes, the man before her was no longer the human needing her protection from before. He had created too many miracles. Perhaps, this time too. The two quietly held each other, enjoying this rare warmth before the storm. Neither spoke again, but their feelings flowed silently in the air. They didn't know how long it had been when a soft knock on the door sounded. Your Highness, Mr. Chu He, Her Majesty the Queen requests your presence in the central hall. Here it comes. What needed to be faced was ultimately to be faced. Chu He and Xia Yao exchanged glances and saw the determination in each other's eyes. They stood up and tidied their clothes. Xia Yao naturally linked her arm with Chu He's. Let's go. From the sleeping quarters to the central hall, there was a long corridor. With their current strength, they could arrive in an instant with just a thought or a blink. But they didn't. The two walked like an ordinary couple, taking slow, measured steps in that spacious and grand corridor. Their footsteps echoed clearly in the silent palace, making the sound particularly distinct. Their shadows were stretched long against the smooth stone walls on either side. No one spoke, they simply walked in silence, feeling the warmth of their arms touching, enjoying this last moment of tranquility that belonged solely to them. They knew that after they finished this path and pushed open that great door, what awaited them would be an unpredictable storm. Chapter 128, The Blood Pool Test. The sight beyond the door made even Chu He, who was used to grand scenes, narrow his eyes slightly. It was a magnificent palace capable of holding thousands of people. The dome seemed to go on forever, adorned with countless crystals emanating a soft glow, forming a brilliant river of stars. The ground was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the starlight from the dome, making it hard to tell whether one was standing on solid earth or floating in the cosmos. The entire hall was luxuriously designed to the extreme, yet it carried a sense of cold order, like a beautifully crafted vast cage. On both sides of the hall stood hundreds of figures in perfect formation. Each one was dressed splendidly, their presence deep as the ocean, their gazes either scrutinizing, curious, disdainful, or cold, like countless invisible probes, all piercing toward the entering Chu He. These are the core nobles of the Void Glance Empire. Each one possesses a terrifying power capable of stirring up bloodshed in the outside world. However, Chu He's gaze merely swept over them casually, landing instead on two familiar faces in the crowd. He grinned, showing a mouthful of white teeth, and unapologetically waved his hand in that direction. Among the crowd, the tall and burly Xia Yan, whose face was fierce like a mountain, twitched his lips fiercely, but his eyes were no longer filled with disdain as before. This kid, after only a few months apart, had actually pierced through the royal guard of the Rosh, walking in here completely unscathed. Just this strength and courage were enough for Xia Yan, as an elder, to look at him differently. Beside him, Xia Nuo's eyes brightened, quietly giving a thumbs up. The surrounding Void Glance nobles were all stunned by this scene. Who is this human kid? How does he know Prince Xia Nuo and King Xia Yan? Looking at King Xia Yan's complicated expression, this relationship is not simple. Whispers began to spread through the crowd. But Chu He had already withdrawn his gaze, no longer looking at them. He held Xia Yao's hand, his eyes straight forward, step by step, walking down the long central passage toward the deepest part of the hall. At the highest, and only throne, sat a woman. She wore a complex black royal robe, her long black hair flowing behind her like a waterfall. Her presence was like eternal ice, simply sitting there dropped the temperature of the entire hall several degrees. She was the supreme ruler of the Void Glance Empire, Xia Yao's mother, the Empress Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan's gaze calmly fell on the tightly held hands of Chu He and Xia Yao, without a ripple of emotion. She spoke softly, her cool voice echoing in the hall. Chu He, it seems you are ready. Chu He stopped, raising his head to look directly at the woman on the throne, this nominal future mother-in-law. He wore his signature smile, steady and confident. Yes, I am ready. He gazed around at the nobles on both sides of the hall, speaking loudly. To all the uncles, elders, aunties, sisters, brothers, and younger siblings present, please be my witnesses today. I, Chu He, wish to marry Xia Yao. The moment his words fell, the entire hall erupted. Nonsense. A mere human dares to speak such arrogant words. Unaware of the heavens and earth. Do you think you can just call the princess by name? Your Majesty. Please allow me to take action and eliminate this brash fool who has desecrated the dignity of the royal family. Angry shouts rang out, killing intent locking onto Chu He. Xia Yao's face instantly turned icy, the power of annihilation within her stirring restlessly, but was gently calmed by Chu He squeezing her palm. On the throne, Xia Qingyuan remained expressionless. She paid no heed to the surrounding uproar, only nodding gently at Chu He. Good. You know the rules. Whenever you wish to start, you can. A simple word good suppressed all opposition and anger. This is the authority of the Empress. Chu He pondered for a moment, without any hesitation. It can start now. Xia Qingyuan looked deeply at him. Good. The moment the words fell, Chu He felt the surrounding space twist. The luxurious palace before him shattered like a broken mirror, and the next second, a humid air mixed with blood and decay filled his nostrils. The scene had already switched. They arrived at a vast underground cavern. In the center of the cavern was a massive blood pool over 100 meters in diameter. The liquid in the pool was thick like blood plasma that had been simmering for 1,000 years, gurgling dark red bubbles. Beneath the thick plasma, countless twisted and struggling shadows could be faintly seen, silently wailing. Ups and downs. A wave of fear and oppression from deep within the bloodline surged, as if it would freeze and shatter the soul of a person. Here is the foundation and forbidden ground of the Voidglance royal family, the pool of 10,000 ancestors. Xia Qingyuan's figure had appeared by the edge of the blood pool, though no one knew when. She extended her slender finger, pointing at the nauseating blood pool in the distance, her tone devoid of any warmth. Go in. Soak in there for 3 days and 3 nights. If you can still come out alive, then you pass the test. She paused, as if stating something trivial. If you have any last words to say them now. Don't wait, or you won't have a chance. This was said as if Chu He were already dead. Not far away, Xianhua trembled with excitement. He never thought this man would really dare to gamble his life for a love. At this moment, he had lost his usual smile, displaying a serious face. Chu He remained silent, reflecting on the events of the 3 months since he arrived in this world, which were more exciting and thrilling than the sum of his past 20 years of life. Too many images, too many people, too many things flashed through his mind. 1,000 words were stuck in his chest, yet he did not know where to start. In the end, all the emotions turned into a deep gaze at the girl before him. He turned around, looking at Xia Yao's delicate face filled with tension and fear, and spoke solemnly. Wait for me to come out. After saying this, he was about to turn and walk towards the deadly blood pool. However, a soft yet powerful hand grasped his arm tightly. In the next second, Xia Yao suddenly lunged into his arms, holding him tightly, her body trembling violently with fear. A plea, thick with tears, came muffled from her chest. Don't go. I won't marry anymore. I don't want you not to marry. Isn't this good enough? I just want you to be alive. She cried. That cold and proud princess, who viewed everything as dust, was now crying like a helpless child. Chu He's heart twisted painfully. He certainly understood Xia Yao's meaning. But, with the arrow on the string, it must be shot. The master's task is the guillotine hanging overhead. The test before him is a deadlock, yet it is the only chance he can seize for survival. He needs greater strength. Moreover, now is the chance to put Xia Yao's mind at ease completely. It's better to gamble now than to live cowardly for over 40 more days. Chu He gently pushed her away, cupping her tear-streaked face in his hands, tenderly wiping away her tears with his thumb. Then, he lowered his head and placed an exceptionally solemn kiss on Xia Yao's smooth forehead. Be good. His voice was filled with undeniable firmness and tenderness. Xia Yao's crying stopped abruptly. She stared blankly at Chu He, looking into the determination in his eyes. She knew that Chu He had made up his mind. A trace of imperceptible emotion flickered in the depths of Xia Qingyuan's eyes. This scene before her was remarkably similar to her own self from years ago. In Xia Yao's gaze, mixed with endless despair and pain. Chu He turned around, no longer hesitating at all. Facing the terrifying aura that could dissolve everything, he stepped forward and jumped into the pool of 10,000 ancestors. Splash! The thick blood plasma instantly engulfed his figure, leaving not a ripple behind. Chapter 129, If he dies, I also refuse to live alone. The thick blood plasma instantly swallowed Chu He's figure. Xia Yao's heart sank into the bottomless abyss along with him. Utterly freezing cold and fear seized every nerve in her body. The pool of 10,000 ancestors. These 4 words represent the ultimate fear and awe for every member of the Voidglance royal family. It is the source of the bloodline, and also the most brutal execution ground. For countless years, who knows how many monstrous beasts that committed unspeakable sins, or foreign invaders that attempted to challenge imperial authority were thrown into this blood pool, ultimately leaving not even a single bone behind. The soul is shattered, never to be reborn. Chu He. It's over. Xia Yao's mind went blank, her body swayed, almost collapsing to the ground. However, just when everyone thought Chu He had been completely dissolved in that moment. Glub. A bubble suddenly emerged from the calm surface of the blood pool. Then, a hand stretched out from the thick blood, grabbing the edge of the pool. Next, a wet head popped up. Chu He shook his hair coated in blood, moving gracefully as if posing for a shampoo commercial. He wiped his face and grinned at the beautiful figure on the shore, who was crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom, swaying on the edge of collapse. Yao Yao, don't cry. This is just a fancy hot spring, and the water temperature is just right. He even playfully scooped some of the blood with his hand, sniffing it before dramatically wrinkling his brow. Other than the main flavor, it has a bit of a rusty taste, but otherwise, it's fine. By the way, do you provide scrubbing services here? How much for an extra hour? The entire place fell silent, like death. Everyone's expressions froze on their faces. Those nobles who had been waiting to see the fun, to watch how Chu He would be corroded into a pile of bones, now had wide eyes, mouths agape enough to fit a fist. Xia Yan's muscular body suddenly stiffened, his jaw almost dislocating. What did he see? That kid treated the blood pool of 10,000 ancestors like a bathhouse? He even asked if they offered scrubbing services? This was a forbidden place where even the souls of SSS-level powerhouses could be dissolved. Xia Nuo, after being stunned for 3 seconds, almost jumped up in excitement. Amazing! Brother-in-law is amazing. He knew it. This man always creates miracles. Xia Yao was also dumbfounded. She stared blankly at the man still fooling around in the blood pool, forgetting to cry. Just 1 second in hell, and the next second she was stunned by this sudden operation. The huge contrast made her heart that was stuck in her throat drop back down. Looking at Chu He's mischievous face, she pushed a laugh, tears still hanging on her long eyelashes, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but lift. This guy, always like this. No matter how desperate the situation, he always finds a unique way to make people feel at ease. Ding! Detected a sharp fluctuation in Princess Xia Yao's emotions, intimacy plus 0.1%. Ding! Current intimacy, 99.1%. Ding! Intimacy plus 0.1%. Ding! Current intimacy, 99.2%. A series of system notification sounds rang wildly in Chu He's mind. Chu He felt overjoyed. He had bet right. Even on the throne, the cold and unearthly Empress, Xiao Qingyuan, showed for the first time a clear emotion called astonishment in her eternally unchanged black eyes. She had imagined countless possibilities. Chu He might howl in pain, or maybe hold on with some unknown treasure. After all, Chu He had a deep connection with that person, and there was no way he would die so easily. But she never imagined this scene before her. He was actually enjoying it? Chu He felt the warm energy within him and the rapidly rising intimacy, and he was in a great mood. He thought he could show off another stunt, completely conquering this future mother-in-law. However, just as he was about to strike a cooler pose, his smile suddenly froze on his face. Without warning, an indescribable, intense pain erupted from every cell, every corner of his body, rumbling like an explosion. It was neither the pain of corrosion nor the tearing pain. It was a deeper, soul-piercing horror, like being pierced by countless sharp thorns. Ugh! A suppressed groan escaped Chu He's throat. He summoned all his energy to protect himself entirely, but could not protect him at all. Because, this was not an attack on the physical level at all. In his spiritual world, the entire world was instantly dyed blood red. Countless twisted, vengeful, and insane ancient royal souls crawled out from every corner of the blood pool. They had no physical form, no specific shape, just swirling energy forms representing the extreme of negative emotions. They howled and screamed, turning into invisible arrows, crazily charging into his sea of consciousness, trying to tear his soul, his will, his very existence into pieces, and then devour him completely. Ah! This time, Chu He could no longer suppress it and let out a piercing and painful scream. His handsome face twisted into something unrecognizable, and the veins on his forehead and neck bulged like grotesque earthworms. His eyes turned blood red in an instant, filled with madness and pain. He felt his consciousness being violently torn and devoured by countless greedy mouths. Fragments of memories that did not belong to him, full of hatred, unwillingness, and madness, forced their way into his mind. Control over his body was slipping away at an alarming rate. His soul was being assimilated, polluted, and broken down by this blood pool. This was the true terror of the 10,000 ancestor blood pool. The destruction of the body was just a surface, the annihilation of the soul was its ultimate goal. Chu He. On the shore, the smile that Xia Yao had just raised froze in an instant, replaced by boundless fear. She watched helplessly as Chu He struggled in the blood pool, his twisted face, his painful scream, each second, each moment, felt like the sharpest knife stabbing deeply into her heart. Chu He's struggle lasted less than 10 seconds. His gaze began to dissipate at a visible speed, eventually turning hollow and lifeless. At last, he slowly, helplessly sank into the viscous blood pool. This time, not even a single bubble surfaced. The surface of the blood pool returned to a dead, lifeless stillness. Time froze at that moment. The blood drained from Xia Yao's face at a terrifying speed, turning paper white. Her world collapsed. No! A shrill, inhuman scream erupted from deep within her throat. Boom! A visible black energy surged, as if a volcano that had been building for billions of years erupted from her delicate body. The power of oblivion went completely berserk. Black lightning wildly surged around her, tearing apart space and erasing light. The entire underground cavern shook violently under this terrifying power, as if it could collapse at any moment. Xiaoyao's figure turned into a black streak of light, rushing toward the blood pool that had consumed her beloved Chu He. She was going to tear apart this blood pool. She was going to bring back her Chu He. Even if she herself would be destroyed along with it. Just as she was about to touch the blood pool, a cold, yet irresistibly powerful hand appeared out of nowhere and tightly grasped her arm. Xia Qingyuan's figure appeared like a ghost in front of her. "This is his trial, you must not interfere." The Empress's calm voice, rare as it was, showed intense fluctuations, with a hint of unnoticeable trembling. "Let go of me." Xiaoyao's eyes turned blood red, like a madwoman, struggling desperately as the power of oblivion ruthlessly attacked her mother. However, the difference in power was like a chasm. Xia Qingyuan simply stood there, allowing the black energy that could annihilate everything to crash into her without moving an inch. She tightly restrained her daughter, not allowing her to take another step. "Let go of me. Please let go of me." Xiaoyao was firmly restrained, unable to move, only able to watch the calm, despair-inducing blood-red water of the blood pool. All her power, all her pride, was completely powerless. At this moment, all turned into the deepest helplessness. She screamed crazily, pleading. 2 lines of blood tears uncontrollably slid from her beautiful eyes. On her pale face, 2 shocking marks were left behind. Her voice became hoarse, broken, filled with endless despair and sorrow. "If he dies today, I will not live alone." Chapter 130, Did he eat the blood pool? Xiaoyao's hoarse and broken voice, with blood tears of determination, echoed in the deathly silent cave. Xia Qingyuan, holding her daughter's arm, trembled uncontrollably. Those black eyes, seemingly frozen for 1,000 years, sharply contracted. She looked at her daughter's face, so pale it had no blood color, yet burning with a crazy flame, and in an instant, her heart, sealed for countless years, was violently struck. Once upon a time, she too had stood by the blood pool, watching her beloved man being swallowed, feeling that kind of despair where the sky collapses and the earth sinks, like her soul was emptied. She had thought about it, to leap down and go with him. But she could not. Because within her, 2 new lives had already taken shape. For the children, she had to live on. She buried all her love and hate deep in her heart, wearing a cold mask, becoming a decisive, ruthless, and desireless queen. She knew that one day, a godlike figure had appeared before her, easily uplifting her to an unreachable SSR level for mere mortals. The first thing she wanted to do after gaining power was to destroy this blood pool that took away her beloved. But the master stopped her. And that being, right before her eyes, jumped into the blood pool. It soaked in there for a whole hour, then came out unharmed. Moreover, it brought out a tiny flame from the bottom of the pool, almost on the verge of extinguishing, as small as a needle. The master told her that her husband was a vermilion bird, possessing the power of rebirth, and had not truly died. As long as this spark was brought back to the vermilion bird kingdom, one day, he would be reborn in flames. And this blood pool must remain. She clearly remembered the words of the master. When a predestined person uses their own power to see through life and death, its mission will finally end. The will of the master, she had followed to this day. Seeing her daughter in such pain, barely alive, for the first time, she began to waver in the arrangement of the master. Had she known it would be like this, even if it meant defying the master's will and facing divine punishment, she should have destroyed this cursed place long ago. Just as the air in the entire cave became oppressive and stagnant, everyone believed Chu He had lost his soul. A change suddenly occurred. Gulu. A very faint sound echoed in the silent cave. The blood pool that had originally calmed down, the place that had swallowed Chu He, unexpectedly appeared a small whirlpool without warning. At first the whirlpool was only the size of a fingernail, spinning slowly. Xia Nuo rubbed her eyes, thinking she must be seeing it wrong. But the next second, that tiny whirlpool suddenly accelerated. It expanded and spun at a visible speed, from a wineglass size, became a basin size, then turned into a massive grinding wheel. Whoosh! An unimaginable terrifying suction suddenly erupted from the center of the whirlpool. The entire blood pool began to shake violently, making a sound like an ancient giant beast drinking, gulu gulu. What the hell? What is happening? Look! The blood pool. The blood pool is moving. What is that? A whirlpool? My God! It's swallowing the blood pool. All the nobles with disdainful eyes, including Xia Yan, stared dumbfounded at this unbelievable scene before them. The pool water, thick like blood plasma, was being crazily pulled by an invisible force, forming a gigantic blood-red tornado connecting heaven and earth, wildly pouring into the center of the whirlpool. The water level of the blood pool began to drop at a terrifying speed. 1 meter. 5 meters. 10 meters. Soaked in blood plasma for countless years. The dark red, smooth walls of the pool slowly emerged, inch by inch. Xiaoyao stopped struggling, staring blankly at the terrifying whirlpool. In those blood-tear-flowing crimson eyes, the despairing gray was chased away, and a spark named hope reignited. Xia Nuo was even more excited, trembling all over. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms without feeling, repeating incessantly. I knew it. I knew it. Brother-in-law is not an ordinary person. He is the chosen one. He is the only one. This is stable. Xia Qingyuan also loosened her grip on her daughter. For the first time, a look of shock appeared on her icy face as she stared intently at the center of the whirlpool. As the blood plasma was frantically sucked away, the scene at the bottom of the pool finally revealed itself to everyone's eyes. At that moment, everyone present saw a scene they would never forget for life. Chu He. He was quietly lying at the dry bottom of the pool. He was not dead. At his lower abdomen's dantian position, a huge black whirlpool over 3 meters in diameter was spinning like a true black hole. All the blood plasma that had been sucked down, along with the countless twisted, struggling, wailing remnants of the virtual aristocracy's ancestors, were mercilessly devoured by that black whirlpool. He was not passively enduring. He was devouring in reverse. He was treating the entire Wan ancestor blood pool as a buffet to eat. I can't believe, Noble stuttered, his voice trembling. Xia Yan's hulking body swayed, feeling that his mind was not enough. Could a person do this? To take the foundation and forbidden ground that the virtual aristocracy relied on to maintain the purity of their bloodline and punish traitors as an energy pack to absorb? What kind of monster is this kid? The frenzied devouring continued. In less than 10 minutes. The taboo place that once made countless virtual aristocrats turn pale, burying countless strong warriors, the Wan ancestor blood pool, was completely drained. When the last trace of blood-colored energy, along with the final scream of resentment and unwillingness, was absorbed into Chu He's abdominal whirlpool, that huge black whirlpool suddenly shrank, ultimately transforming into a black dot, disappearing without a trace. Boom! Without the support of the blood pool's energy, the entire huge underground cave began to tremble violently, the crystal ceiling flickering as if it would collapse at any moment. The whole world became silent. In the vast cave, there remained only an empty, bottomless gigantic pit. And, in the pit's bottom, a figure emanating an eerie red glow, motionless. Did it succeed? Is he still alive? Chapter 131, Affinity 100%. Breakthrough. Deathly silence. The entire underground cave could hear a pin drop. All virtual aristocrats, including Xia Yan and Xia Nuo, held their breath, their gazes fixed on the center of that bottomless giant pit. That man, that monster who devoured the entire Wan ancestor blood pool, what was his situation now? Is he alive or dead? Beside the throne, Xia Qingyuan released her hold on Xia Yao, who herself was in immense shock, her expression extremely complex. Whoosh! Xia Yao transformed into a black shadow, so fast it almost ripped through the air, appearing beside Chu He at the pit's bottom. Space seemed to hold no distance beneath her feet. She knelt beside Chu He, watching him, his body radiating an eerie red glow, eyes tightly closed, motionless, her heart, which had just ignited hope, tightened once more. She trembled, extending her jade-like fingers with the utmost caution, slowly reaching towards Chu He's breath. Closer. Even closer. The skin on her fingertips could feel the residual heat on Chu He's face. But why can't she feel his breath? Xia Yao's pupils suddenly constricted, endless coldness and despair surged crazily from her heart. No, don't. Just at the moment when her belief was about to collapse again. A weak breeze, almost imperceptible yet undeniably real, gently touched her fingertips. Warm. Filled with the breath of life. Boom. In Xia Yao's mind, something exploded completely. That string, pulled to its limit, finally broke. Fear, pain, and despair faded away at this moment, replaced by ecstasy and deep relief like a volcanic eruption. It felt like all her strength was drained, her petite body softened, collapsing onto Chu He's chest. Woo! Uncontrollable sobs spilled from her throat. Scalding tears flowed uncontrollably, like floodwaters breaching a dam, pouring out wildly and soaking the front of Chu He's shirt. And at this moment, lying on the ground, with his consciousness still in chaos, Chu He heard a series of rapid notification sounds in his mind. Ding! Detected that Princess Xia Yao's emotions have reached their peak, intimacy plus 0.1%. Ding! Current intimacy, 99.9%. Ding! Detected that Princess Xia Yao has offered her unconditional, unique love, intimacy plus 0.1%. Ding! Xia Yao's intimacy has reached 100%. Special relationship unlocked, one true love. Boom! As the last notification sound fell, an indescribable terrifying energy erupted, centered around Chu He's body. An invisible energy shockwave swept through the entire underground cave like a tsunami. Not good. Xia Qingyuan's face changed drastically, she didn't expect Chu He's power to break through at this moment. The level of this energy explosion far exceeded that of an ordinary SSS-level breakthrough. She flickered, instantly appearing in front of Xiaoyao, pulling her crying daughter behind her to protect her. Then, she extended her delicate hand and made a sweeping motion in the air against the raging energy torrent. Swish! A pitch-black rift appeared out of thin air before her. On the other side of the rift was endless void and chaos. All the terrifying energy erupting from Chu He, as if it had found an outlet, was drawn in wildly, pouring into that space rift without spilling a single drop. After more than 10 seconds, the energy storm gradually calmed down. Xia Qingyuan closed the space rift, and the entire cave returned to silence. Finally, under everyone's tense gaze, Chu He's eyelids fluttered a few times and slowly opened. What came into view was Xiaoyao's beautiful face, wet with tears, filled with worry and heartache. At the same time, a clear thought rang directly in his mind without any words. That thought was filled with the joy of surviving catastrophe, overflowing love, and boundless grievance and heartache. Did I pass? Chu He felt the new power roaring within him and rasped his voice. As soon as he finished asking, Xiaoyao's angry and anxious thought echoed again in his mind. Dummy! Big dummy! You scared me to death. Do you know, I just thought you were really dead? Woo woo woo, you bastard. In his mind was the girl's aggrieved complaint, and before him were her red, swollen eyes and the 2 streaks of blood on her face. Chu He's heart warmed. He raised his hand, gently wiping the blood and tears from Xiaoyao's delicate face. Just a light touch from his fingertips, and those shocking red tear marks vanished completely, her skin returning to its original fair and tender state. Chu He looked at her, filled with tenderness and apology in his eyes. Sorry for scaring you. Tonight, I will reward you properly. Xiaoyao's pretty face instantly flushed, both shy and angry, as she playfully rebuked him in his mind. Hey! So many people are watching, can you be serious? I don't want your reward. But even though she said this, her heart, having just gone through a life and death trial, was completely soothed by his familiar teasing words, feeling an unparalleled sense of peace and sweetness. The intimate interaction between the two, oblivious to their surroundings, brought a smile to Xiang Nua's face, nodding repeatedly. There was immense hope in her heart that her sister and brother-in-law could forever be happy. However, just at this warming moment, an untimely voice sharply rang out. Your Majesty the Queen! A nobleman, wearing a golden crown and with a grey beard, stood up, pointing at the empty blood pool pit, his face full of rage as he shouted loudly. This man! He destroyed the blood pool of my clan that has endured countless eras. This is a desecration of our ancestors. It shakes the very foundation of my noble family. Such crimes deserve the most severe punishment. As soon as he opened his mouth, several rigid-minded old ministers immediately echoed in agreement. That's right. He must be severely punished. The blood pool is the sacred ground and foundation of our clan, and it cannot be desecrated by outsiders. Even if he is chosen by the princess, it doesn't matter. Please, Your Majesty the Queen, act for the thousands of our ancestors, and execute this scoundrel on the spot. These antiquated old fellows were all filled with righteous indignation, spitting as they spoke. Hearing this, Xiang Nua's face immediately turned dark. I curse your banana peel. He pointed at those old guys and began to scold them. You old fools, are your brains filled with cement? Can't you see my brother-in-law just came back from the gates of hell? What nonsense about foundation? That thing almost killed my brother-in-law. Now that it has been swallowed by him, it deserves it. What the hell are you yelling about? Besides, the rule is that as long as you can survive, it counts as passing. My brother-in-law used his skill to eat the pool, what's wrong with that? Are you crazy? Xiang Nua's rant made the faces of those old nobles turn purple, pointing at him, stammering and unable to say a word. Xiang Yao, however, had a cold gaze fixated on the shouting nobles. A faint sense of silence suddenly enveloped them. Those old men instantly stiffened, their mouths closing immediately. Xiang Tingyuan, expressionless, looked at the silenced nobles, her powerful voice echoed throughout the cave. The rule is that if he can survive 3 days and nights in the blood pool, it counts as passing the test. No matter what means he used, whether relying on treasures or drinking the blood pool dry. He survived, so he passed. In this matter, Chu He has no fault. Her words were firm and undeniable. The leading old noble still felt a bit unwilling and wanted to argue. Xiang Tingyuan's cold gaze suddenly fell on him. If there is still dissent, let's duel. If you win, you have the final say. The queen's voice was calm but contained a terrifying pressure that could freeze the entire world. I'll see if you live or die. Chapter 132, he is eager for him to marry his daughter. The leading old noble who shouted out, with a grey beard, trembled violently. He felt as if he was not being stared at by a person but by an ancient beast ready to pounce, its bloody jaws wide open. That solid pressure made his bones cry out, and his blood nearly froze. Dueling with Her Majesty the Queen? Forget a single move, he was afraid he couldn't even withstand a glance from Her Majesty. Thud. The old noble's legs went weak, unable to hold himself up, and he collapsed onto the ground. The other nobles who had just been echoing earlier became ghostly pale, each burying their heads lower than a quail, wishing they could dig a hole and bury themselves. Chu He watched this scene with great interest, and then glanced at the breathtakingly beautiful woman who had spoken the cruelest words in the calmest tone. He secretly clicked his tongue in admiration. Awesome. Truly worthy of being Xia Yao's mother, her way of handling problems was simple, brutal, and effective. Xia Yao's temperament, after all, was inherited from her. Get lost. Xiang Tingyuan casually spit out 2 words. The gaze didn't even linger on those collapsed nobles for a second. Those nobles, as if granted amnesty, rolled and crawled, using all their strength to escape this place that filled them with dread. The large underground cavern instantly fell into silence. Only Chu He and the Xia family remained. Xia Qingyuan turned around, and the ice-cold aura of the queen vanished in an instant. She looked at Chu He, and within her deep, black eyes, which were as profound as the night sky, a soft smile appeared that gave Xia Yan and Xianhua goosebumps. Chu He. Her voice was gentle, as if she had become a different person. Your performance today truly surprised me. I thought you would struggle inside for as long as you could, but unexpectedly you swallowed the entire pool. Xianhua could no longer hold back and stepped forward, full of admiration as he slapped Chu He on the shoulder, spitting as he spoke. Yes, yes. Brother-in-law. That vortex. Wow. It was huge. Whirling around. It sucked all the water from that pool into your belly. I was stunned at the time. Chu He scratched his head, showing a dazed expression as if just waking up. Aha, I'm really sorry for causing you trouble. Actually, I don't know what happened. I just felt like my soul was being ripped apart, then everything went dark, and I didn't know anything after that. He said this half-truthfully. It was true that he was attacked by the remnants of the soul, but he was vaguely aware of the swallowing process, he just didn't expect it to make such a big commotion. But at such a moment, playing dumb was the right move. Xia Yao had been tightly gripping his hand, and hearing him talk about the pain made her little hand tighten even more, with her eyes full of unshakable worry. Xia Qingyuan chuckled softly. You did very well. Her words made Chu He, Xianhua, and Xia Yan all stunned in unison. Did very well? You turned your ancestors' bath pool into an all-you-can-eat buffet, and you call that doing well? Xia Qingyuan's gaze turned toward the empty giant pit, her expression becoming distant and complex, with woven sadness and relief. Even if you hadn't destroyed it today, it wouldn't be long before I would personally erase it. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked, but quickly realized something. No one knew how to comfort this powerful queen. Xia Yao and Xianhua hugged Xia Qingyuan from left and right, trying to bring her a little warmth with their body heat. Xia Yan sighed deeply as he watched the scene. Chu He nodded, indicating he understood. He tactfully changed the subject, curious as he asked, by the way, Your Majesty, do you know how I swallowed that blood pool? I'm a bit unsure about what's going on in my body. Xia Qingyuan looked at him, seemingly surprised. What? You really had no idea throughout? Xia Yao immediately jumped in to answer, gesturing while using her mind to directly convey the scene to Chu He. Right here. She pointed at the location of Chu He's lower abdomen. At that time, when you passed out, suddenly a super huge black vortex appeared here, spinning particularly fast. Then all the blood and those souls were sucked in. Chu He received the scene shared by Xia Yao, looking at that black hole-like vortex, feeling a shock. So it was like this. No wonder he felt he had gained a massive and chaotic power within, but was being firmly suppressed by an even more domineering force. It seemed to be an upgraded ability of destructive siphoning? Or perhaps some mutation created after merging with the power of Thousand Phantoms and Star Rhythm? He pretended to suddenly realize and nodded, so that's how it is, I really passed out and didn't know anything. Xia Qingyuan looked deeply at him, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she just waved her hand. Forget it. This might also be your opportunity. You should first go back and rest for a few days, stabilizing the surging power within you. When you feel ready, come find me for the second test. I think Yao Yao has already told you, which is to defeat my 3 destructive avatars. Their strengths are SSS 1-star, SSS 3-star, and SSS 6-star. She paused, her gaze sharpening, speaking each word deliberately. Remember, I will not go easy on you. After hearing this, Chu He didn't show any signs of tension on his face. He looked at Xia Qingyuan's face that showed I am serious, and his heart had already erupted with joy. It was like the answer was written all over her face. Not only did she clearly state the opponent's strength level, but she also emphasized, will not go easy. According to the routine, those who usually say such things are the ones who go easy more than anyone else. This mother-in-law now eagerly hopes he can clear the challenge quickly and marry her precious daughter. Chu He understood in his heart, but showed a serious expression on his face as he solemnly nodded at Xia Qingyuan. I understand. I will do my best. Seeing his serious appearance, Xia Qingyuan nodded in satisfaction, but a flicker of a smile crossed her eyes. This guy, he really knows how to play the act. She turned around, her figure transforming into light, instantly disappearing from the spot, leaving only one sentence floating in the cave. I give you 5 days to prepare. As the queen left, Xia Nuo could no longer hold it in, and jumped right in front of Chu He. Brother-in-law. This is tough. The SSS 6-star avatar. My mom is serious. Chu He looked at his exaggerated performance and couldn't help but laugh and scold. Alright, stop acting. He turned to look at Xia Yao, who had been worried the whole time, tightly holding onto him, and gently pinched her delicate nose. Don't worry, your mom is giving me a free pass. Ha? Both Xia Yao and Xia Nuo were taken aback, looking puzzled. Chu He smiled without saying a word, his eyes overflowing with confidence. He turned around, gazing into the unfathomable pit, feeling the new power within him that originated from the force of annihilation, but was more domineering and purer, roaring fiercely. The corners of his mouth slowly lifted. 5 days? It won't take that long. 3 days is enough. Chapter 133 Chatting. In Xia Yao's room, on the sofa. Is everything really fine? Is there any discomfort in your body? Is the energy going to go haywire? Does your head still hurt? She asked rapidly, her flawless and beautiful face filled with anxiety. Chu He reached out, pinching Xia Yao's smooth cheek. Don't worry, I'm very good. Not only am I fine, but I also feel full of energy. With one punch, I could defeat 10 of my previous selves. Heh. Chu He spoke lightly and easily, but his mind sank into his dantian. There, it was no longer the empty sea of energy from before. A black vortex, about the size of a fist, floated silently. It did not spin, did not emit light, and had no aura escaping, quiet like a tombstone in the depths of the universe. But Chu He could sense that beneath this stillness lay a terrifying torrent of energy. That was the remnant souls accumulated over 10,000 years of the Void Glare Empire, the original power of the entire blood pool, a mixed, violent, chaotic collection filled with destruction and resentment. At this moment, all this energy was compressed within that small vortex, as if it were an ancient giant that had its throat locked by iron chains, temporarily quiet but ready to break free at any moment, potentially shattering his cage. Chu He thought to himself, this thing is simply a super bomb, who knows when it will explode. While thinking about this, Chu He suddenly remembered something, took out his phone, and opened a chat group named Loving and Caring Family. There were only 4 people in the group. Him, Xia Yao, Lillian, and Catch. Chu He thought for a moment and edited a message to send out. Chu He, cough, just checking in. Everything is going well here in the Void Glare Empire, my mother-in-law is very nice. The hospitality was truly exceptional. Chu He, the test was quite simple, just let me soak in a free energy hot spring, the water temperature was just right, so comfortable that I almost fell asleep. The message was sent successfully. Almost at the same moment. Ding dong. Ding dong. Lillian and Kachi replied almost instantly. Lillian, T, degree S, really? That's awesome. Of course, my Chu treasure is the best. Kachi, wow. Is it really that amazing? Little He, I took a distant glance at that blood pool, and just its aura made my scalp tingle. You actually soaked in it? Seeing the praises from the 2 girls, Chu He couldn't help but smile widely, almost reaching his ears. Chu He? That's for sure. Just after sending the message, he felt a cool, soft little hand gently tugging at his ear. Chu He looked up and met Xia Yao's gaze, which seemed to playfully smile and scold him at the same time. She had seen the messages in the group. What does the water temperature was just right mean? What does so comfortable that I almost fell asleep mean? This guy clearly passed out from pain, and now he's here bragging, treating them like fools. Xia Yao felt both angry and heartbroken, yet the strength with which she tugged his ear was gentle, more like a pout. Chu He chuckled and held her little hand, kissing it softly. Xia Yao's cheeks instantly flushed pink. At that moment, a maid entered with a crystal platter, filled with a pile of bright red, peculiar berries. Xia Yao summoned them with her hand, then dismissed the maid. The phone screen lit up again. Lillian, T, degree S, didn't expect you to act so quickly, you've already completed a test. Immediately, the usually smart Kachi caught on to the focus. Kachi, something's off, the playing house game just ended a day ago. Why are you in such a hurry? Is it because the master released a new game? Chu He's eyes glinted with approval. Chu He, Kachi, your little head may be small, but how are you so clever? That's right, the new game, within 45 days, get married, and successfully conceive. Epsilon Satface Omicron Psi. After sending the message, there was silence in the group for 2 seconds. Lillian, Sigma, really not even pretending anymore, he is clearly targeting you. Lillian, asterisk happy face asterisk, but, perfect. Chu treasure, come quickly. I can't wait to have a bunch of little monkeys with you. Kachi, Sigma, degree, oh my. Having babies? I'm not ready to be a mom yet. Chu He, ahem, I'm not ready to be a dad either. Chu He, no more. I've decided, to increase the chances of pregnancy, I'll have to marry you both. Once I complete the second test, I'll come find both of you. Kachi? Okay, let's do it. I'm already ready. Lillian, yay. It must be the grandest wedding. By then, the entire Ryan continent will be buzzing for us. Who knows, we might even see the legendary 9 Emperors gathering, 9 Emperors gathering? Hearing this, Chu He was startled. In thinking about marriage, he had overlooked one thing: he was marrying 3 real princesses. This made the usually shy and low-key Chu He feel the pressure rise. The virtuous empress, the illusory empress, the starry law empress plus several other unknown emperors, all these SSS-level big shots would be staring at him like he was a rare animal. He took a deep breath and forced himself to reply calmly. Chu He, okay, let's pause the conversation here. Wait for me at home. After sending the message, he quickly locked his phone, as if that would also lock away the terrifying picture of the 9 Emperors gathering. Come, open your mouth, have one of these. Xiaoyao's soft and soothing voice rang in his ears, pulling him back to reality. Chu He came to his senses and saw a delicate white hand holding a bright red berry, reaching towards his mouth. Another hand was holding the crystal platter, piled high with the same fruit. The fruit was crystal clear and plump, its surface formed by little beads of juice that gathered together. It resembled an enlarged version of exquisite mulberries, topped with a few sprigs of tender green leaves, emanating a refreshing, sweet fragrance. Chu He did not eat it right away. Curiously, he asked, "What kind of fruit is this? It looks so strange, but it smells pretty good." Chapter 134, Touching. This is the crimson shadow berry, a type of berry that helps calm the restless energy within your body, soothing the turbulent energy inside you. Hurry up and eat it. Saying this, she gently brought the berry closer to Chu He's mouth, her fingertips almost brushing his lips. Chu He opened his mouth in response. The vividly red berry entered, and as he bit down, a burst of icy sweet juice exploded. It wasn't just sweet, it was an extremely pure life energy. The juice turned into a cool stream, flowing down his throat, instantly spreading throughout his limbs and bones. Wherever it passed, that violent heat lurking deep in his dantian, hidden beneath the blood pool, was gradually soothed by a gentle force. It felt like a tranquilizer precisely injected into a volcano about to erupt. Delicious. Chu He genuinely praised, his eyes squinting in pleasure. MHM. Xiaoyao's lips couldn't help but curve upwards, her eyes forming the most charming crescent moons. Then, as if recalling something, her clear eyes showed a hint of curiosity, her head tilted as she asked, "Just now you were looking at Lillian's message, you seem to be lost in thought." Chu He sighed, not hiding anything. "I was thinking about that wedding. All 9 emperors gathered, 9 SSR-level big shots, along with countless SSS-level powerful allies behind them, the scene." Xiaoyao blinked, her expression puzzled. "Oh, what's the big deal? Isn't it just more people?" Her slender fingers pinched another crimson shadowberry, bringing it to Chu He's lips, but her words instantly opened up his thoughts. "Aren't you supposed to find other princesses? When the 9 emperors gather, they will probably bring their families to the wedding. You can take the opportunity to observe and see who your next target is." As she spoke, her voice noticeably fell, and the action of feeding him the berry stopped. In her beautiful eyes, a hint of grievance and reluctance emerged, like a child who must share their favorite toy, their face showing "I don't want to." Chu He's eyes suddenly lit up. Right. This wedding was like a large-scale princess blind box unveiling event. But soon, the flicker of excitement in his heart was instantly doused with a bucket of cold water. Xiaoyao's thoughts were just too naive. Observe? At that time, Chu He, would be marrying 3 different race princesses at once. Once this news spreads, it would absolutely be a universe-level super news. The other 6 emperors, as long as their brains weren't stuck in the door, upon seeing him, the princess collector, their first reaction wouldn't be "oh my daughter has a chance," but immediately, without hesitation, they would pack their daughters and hide them in a safe, adding 10,000 locks. This would undoubtedly make what was already a hell-level game difficulty even more challenging. The more Chu He thought, the more complicated his expression became. He gave a dry laugh. You are right. Mainly, I am a low-key person, marrying 3 at once wouldn't look good." Before he could finish, Xiaoyao looked at him with an extremely serious gaze, so sincere it nearly caused a heart attack, and said, "Indeed. What you are doing is no different from those playboys I have seen in dramas on Blue Star, who play with several women at once. It will surely provoke the disgust and vigilance of other emperors. After that, she gently stuffed the berry, which was still hovering in mid-air, into Chu He's already petrified mouth. Chu He. He stared in astonishment as the sweet taste of the berry spread in his mouth. But inside his heart, it felt like a jar of mixed flavors had been overturned, both sour and bitter. Although he had grown accustomed to Xiaoyao's straightforward way of thinking, hearing the label scumbag come from his own wife felt. Why did it feel so awkward? Seeing Chu He's expression as if he had just swallowed a fly, Xiaoyao suddenly burst into laughter. She leaned in a little closer, her warm breath gently brushing against Chu He's cheek, her eyes, like black obsidian, reflected his astonished face. But in my heart, you aren't. Her voice was soft but carried the firmness of a rock. You are a good man who, in order to marry me, would bravely jump into the blood pool of thousands, risking the end of your soul to complete the trial. I know. Xiaoyao reached out her other hand and gently touched Chu He's cheek, her gaze filled with compassion and understanding. You certainly don't want it to be this way in your heart. But since you must defeat that high and mighty being, this is the only path, and you have to do it. If it is something that must be done, then there is nothing to be ashamed of, nor should you care about how others see you or what they say. You just need to hold your head high and boldly go for it. Her words were like a beam of holy light piercing through the heavens, instantly dispelling all the gloom and turmoil in Chu He's heart. Suddenly, Xiaoyao's eyes became moist, filled with the tiniest hint of humble hope and pleading, as she softly asked. I believe in you, you won't stop loving me just because there are more people around you in the future, will you? You will always, always love me, right? Chu He's heart was jolted hard. All the schemes, all the disguises, all the pressures, at that moment were shattered by her pure and ultimate words. He stared blankly at the girl before him. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? Even if the road ahead was a mountain of swords and a sea of flames, even if he had to go against the gods, what fear could there be? Yao Yao. Chu He's voice was a bit hoarse, and his eyes could not help but well up with warmth. He tightly embraced Xiaoyao, using all his strength, as if he wanted to melt her into his very bones and blood. You are truly wonderful. Your words are more effective than any magical medicine. I feel electrified and full of energy. He buried his face in Xiaoyao's lightly fragrant hair, solemnly making the most determined promise of his life. Rest assured. No matter what happens, no matter how many changes the future holds, I, Chu He, will always love you. Forever. Xiaoyao's petite form trembled slightly in his arms, and then she stretched her arms out, tightly hugging him back, as if to offer all her trust and love in that moment. At that instant, the entire world seemed to quiet down. The two held each other quietly for a long time until Xiaoyao suddenly moved. Hurry up and finish eating this berry, then take some time to rest. She murmured softly. In 3 days, you still have to face my mother's second test. This reminder instantly pulled Chu He back from a sea of emotions. He released his embrace, looking at the girl before him, who gave everything for him, feeling an unprecedented surge of fighting spirit inside him. Love truly can fill one with strength. He took the crystal plate, eating the remaining blood-red berries one by one, feeling the gentle energy merging slowly with the suppressed power in his dantian. A brand new, stronger, and more restrained strength was being nurtured within him. Chu He looked at Xiaoyao with an incredibly confident gaze. Don't worry. Chapter 135, The Second Trial, Blade of Spatial Annihilation. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the Imperial Palace, the main hall. When Chu He's figure appeared, all eyes in the hall instantly focused on him. Xiaoyao closely followed by his side, her stunning face was filled with an unshakable nervousness. The pair of clear black eyes never left Chu He for a moment. Xianhua, on the other hand, looked like someone who was enjoying the show, arms crossed, with a smug curve at the corner of his mouth, as if he could already see his brother-in-law slaying everything in front of him. Beside him, Xiaoyan, a towering figure like an iron tower, remained silent. His pair of pure black eyes, identical to Xiaoyao and Xianhua, looked past everyone and were firmly fixed on the solitary, unparalleled figure at the top of the hall. Xia Qingyuan. She stood quietly before the throne. Behind her were dozens of influential figures in the empire. Their expressions varied. Some were observing, some looked disdainful, some were filled with pure curiosity, but more displayed a cold, detached indifference. They were all waiting, curious if this mysterious young man could continue his miraculous streak of luck. Xia Qingyuan's gaze landed on Chu He, cold and unchanged, confirming, "Are you ready?" Chu He nodded, his expression calm and unshaken. With a confirmed reply, Xia Qingyuan uttered no more words. She lifted her delicate hand and casually waved at the emptiness ahead. Space tore open like a fragile curtain, a pitch-black crack appeared. The crack rapidly widened, revealing a heart-stopping scene behind it, an endless, silent, independent space filled with countless shattered stars and remnants of continents. There was no light, no sound, even the laws of the universe appeared thin and chaotic, with only pure nothingness and silence spreading eternally. This was the void battlefield. Everyone, come in. Xia Qingyuan's voice was indifferent as she stepped into the crack first. The crowd followed closely, feeling the scenery change before their eyes, finding themselves on a floating platform made of pure energy at the edge of the battlefield. This was the observation platform, allowing them to see everything clearly while being protected by an invisible barrier. Chu He did not linger. With a flick of his figure, he flew alone towards the center of the vast battlefield. Alone, suspended among the shattered stars, he felt so small that it seemed he could be swallowed by the endless darkness at any moment. He could sense the terrifying oppressive feeling of this space, as if the weight of the entire world bore down upon his soul. The test begins. Xia Qingyuan's voice echoed clearly across every inch of the battlefield. The instant her words fell, she raised her hand, and 3 dazzling spheres of light emerged from her palm. The light spheres rapidly expanded, twisted, and shaped, transforming in the blink of an eye into 3 figures identical to her in appearance, but with completely differing auras and expressions. The one on the left held a shimmering energy whip, his gaze sharp, the pressure emanating from him firmly resting at the SSS-1 level. The one in the middle had a pair of enormous energy wings. With each slight flap of his wings, ripples in the spatial laws would follow, his aura undoubtedly at the SSS-3 level. And the one on the right was the most terrifying. She simply stood there, and countless intricate and mysterious destruction runes swirled around her body, each rune containing the terrifying power capable of erasing a mountain, her pressure approaching SSS-6 level. 3 avatars of destruction, 3 insurmountable mountains, and just their existence made all the nobles on the observation platform feel a chill in their hearts, their breaths momentarily stalling. Xia Nua's carefree expression faded, his brows furrowing tightly, thinking that if he were the one on the field, there was a high chance he might not defeat them even with all his strength. Xia Yan instinctively clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. Even for him, the difficulty of this test would require considerable effort. Xia Yao's heart twisted in knots. This test was a matter of life and death for her. The test had officially begun. Whoosh! The SSS-1 level avatar struck first. With a shake of his arm, the energy whip lashed out like a deadly dragon, slicing through the silence with a shriek that tore the laws apart, directly aiming for Chu He's head. Where the whip passed, even the light was twisted and swallowed by that aura of extinction. However, just when the long whip was about to touch Chu He, his figure abruptly disappeared from the spot. Space jump! In the next moment, he appeared at the other end of the battlefield, carefree and casual as if he had just changed positions while taking a stroll. The power of the Star Law royal family. An elder on the viewing platform exclaimed in disbelief, his face filled with shock. How could he? And, so proficiently. The nobles were filled with astonishment. This human has actually mastered the core abilities of other supreme royal families. Before they could digest this shock, the SSS-3 level avatar moved. Her energy wings behind her suddenly flapped, and in an instant, thousands of thin yet deadly annihilation rays poured down like a torrential rain, each capable of easily piercing through a mountain from top to bottom. Descending from the sky, they covered all possible landing points and escape routes for Chu He, forming a net with no blind spots. Faced with this saturated assault, Chu He did not dodge or evade this time. He simply calmly raised his hand, and a pitch-black, ink-like circular shield that seemed capable of swallowing everything opened before him. Countless annihilation rays shot towards him, crashing into the seemingly fragile shield, but not even a ripple was raised, vanishing like a cow sinking into the sea, quietly and completely disintegrated and devoured. If the previous space jump only surprised the nobles, then their expressions had now escalated to horror. Star Law royal family. Void Gaze royal family. What kind of monster is this guy? Seeing everyone like this, Shano shrugged, jokingly. He knew that his brother-in-law had almost mastered all the core abilities of the Void Gaze royal family. Shano excitedly punched the energy barrier and shouted to his uncle Yu Yan beside him, "Uncle, did you see? Did you see? My brother-in-law is amazing. This is our family's trick." Yu Yan did not respond, but the tight lines on his rugged face seemed to soften a bit. In the center of the battlefield, Chu He decided not to be passively beaten anymore. With a thought, the phantom clone was activated. Dozens of Chu He's appeared out of thin air, each exuding a flamboyant stance, charging from all directions toward the 3 avatars of destruction. Taking a closer look, each clone held a destruction fist condensed from dark energy in their hand. This was a technique of the Void Gaze royal family that concentrated the power of extinction into the hands, the destruction fist. However, the avatars of destruction were not to be trifled with. Facing this illusionary army that could easily confuse anyone, the strongest SSS-6 level avatar didn't even raise an eyelid, merely slowly opened her mouth. Buzz! An invisible wave of destruction, centered on her, rapidly expanded outwards in a spherical shape. Wherever the sound wave passed, those lifelike phantom clones shattered like bubbles in the sunlight, unable to last even a moment, breaking apart into countless light points. Even the distant true body of Chu He was swept by this sound wave, feeling as if his chest had been hit by a heavy hammer, blood surging chaotically. Pure illusions were ineffective against such a high-level energy conglomerate. Chu He instantly understood and immediately changed his strategy. His gaze hardened, and there were no longer any thoughts of testing or teasing. Silver spatial power rapidly gathered in his left hand, causing the surrounding space to begin twisting and folding. In his right hand, dark extinction power surged violently, emitting a terrifying aura that swallowed everything. In the next second, he clapped his hands together fiercely. Space and extinction, two completely different yet equally domineering supreme powers, began to forcibly merge in an arcane manner under his control. Zizz! A piercing sound of energy friction erupted, a uniquely shaped weapon gradually taking form in Chu He's palm. It was a blade with a spatial distortion texture, yet the edge was surrounded by a pure circle of darkness. Space Extinction Blade. This is the new move he realized these past few days. At the moment the blade was fully formed, Chu He's entire aura suddenly changed, a sharp, murderous spirit that transcended mere nothingness or space soared into the sky. He raised his head, his gaze like lightning, staring directly at the three powerful embodiments of destruction, ready to launch a real strong attack. Chapter 136, Trinity. Mother-in-law is going to kill her son-in-law. In the observation seats, the disdain on all the nobles' faces completely froze. That blade. He fused two supreme powers. This is impossible. The laws of space and annihilation are fundamentally contradictory, forcing them together will only cause energy to self-destruct. How did he do it? Xiaoyan's mountain-like body tightened suddenly, his pure black eyes locked onto the long knife in Chu He's hand, and for the first time, a look of seriousness appeared on his rough face. This kid always manages to create some monstrous surprises that defy logic. In the center of the battlefield, Chu He did not give anyone a moment to think. He moved. The target, the weakest SSS-1 level embodiment. When picking persimmons, one should choose the soft ones. His figure transformed into a stream of light that tore through darkness, the space annihilation blade in his hand dragging out a pitch-black trail that seemed to devour even light as he charged forward fiercely. However, Xiaoqing Yuan's embodiment possessed perfect combat instincts. The moment Chu He moved, the other two embodiments simultaneously attacked. Whoosh! The SSS-3 level embodiment spread its wings in fury, transforming into an unpredictable illusionary light that rapidly patrolled the sky over the battlefield. Countless energy light bullets that could pierce stars poured down like a torrential rain, precisely strangling all of Chu He's possibilities of advancing and dodging. On the other side, the strongest SSS-6 level embodiment stood still with her hands clasped, ancient and obscure syllables spilling from her lips. The annihilation energy of the entire void battlefield responded to her, gathering into a visible enormous vortex above her head, the power to destroy the world brewing within. Flanking, harassing, charging. A seamless deadly combination. Seeing this, the nobles in the observation seats couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, their lips re-stretching into a cold smile. Still too young, daring to challenge imperial power with just a little fortune? Under Her Majesty the Queen's perfect tactics, any tricks are just a dying struggle. Chu He shuttled rapidly through the deadly rain of bullets, the space annihilation blade forming an impenetrable curtain of knives, shattering the incoming light bullets one by one. But his momentum was indeed hindered by this endless harassment. His brows slightly furrowed. At this rate, it wouldn't work, he would be worn out to death. Must end it quickly. In a flash, instead of dodging, he took the ruthless bullet storm head-on, forcing his figure to tear a path to rush in front of the SSS-1 level embodiment. Die! The SSS-1 level embodiment's eyes were icy, the energy whip let out a soul-rending shriek, wrapped in the rules of annihilation, swinging down upon him. This whip was fast to the extreme, ruthless to the extreme. As the whip shadow fell, Chu He's figure suddenly flickered and became illusory for a moment. Thousand Illusions Power, True Shadow Substitute. At the moment of being attacked, a physical substitute with the same aura and energy fluctuations as him was created, absorbing the lethal blow. Bang! The substitute exploded into countless points of light on the spot. And Chu He's true body, like a ghost, appeared at the side of the SSS-1 level embodiment. It's my turn! He shouted low, the space annihilation blade in his hand carving a bizarre arc that ignored distance, directly striking the embodiment's arm. Put! There was no loud sound, only a dull noise as the blade cut into decaying wood. The SSS-1 level embodiment's entire arm, holding the whip, was severed at the shoulder. The severed arm dissipated in mid-air into the purest energy. But the wound did not heal instantly. Silver space power tore madly like countless steel needles, while the pitch-black annihilation power greedily devoured the embodiment's energy source like a parasite. An irreversible cycle of destruction formed at the wound. What a tyrannical attack! Xiaoyan's pupils suddenly constricted. Xiaonghua was even more excited, his face flushed red, as he punched the railing and yelled at Xiaoyan. Did you see that? Uncle! Did you see that? My brother-in-law is amazing. However, before Chu He could chase, a terrifyingly strong pulling force suddenly erupted from beneath his feet. The chanting of the SSS-6 level incarnation was complete. A massive black magic array covering a radius of 1,000 meters unfolded beneath him, countless destructive runes swirling, forming dark chains of laws that twisted toward Chu He, aiming to drain him dry. Annihilation Prison. Xia Yao's heart was instantly gripped tightly by an invisible hand. This is the top killing formation of the void-nosed royal family. Once completely locked, energy would be drained in an instant, turning into fish on the chopping block. But just when everyone thought Chu He was in imminent danger, he didn't panic at all. Instead, a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Power bank, here it comes? He let out a cold laugh, and the blood pool power suppressed within his dantian trembled slightly. Destruction Siphon, reverse activation. The Annihilation Prison, originally crazily draining his energy, suddenly stagnated. In the next moment, the flow of magic array's power was forcibly reversed. Vast destructive energy poured down those chains, turning into the purest supplements, madly flooding into Chu He's body. This scene left all the nobles in the observation area with jaws almost dropping to the ground. What happened? He is absorbing the array's energy? In front of the throne, Xia Qingyuan, who had remained expressionless all along, finally showed a hint of different color in her cold eyes. This kid's use of energy has already exceeded the bounds of reason. The incarnation of destruction seemed to be completely provoked by this unprecedented challenge. The SSS-1 incarnation with its arms severed, and the SSS-3 incarnation hovering in the air, simultaneously abandoned their attacks and transformed into two streams of light, charging fiercely toward the center SSS-6 incarnation. Buzz! The three destruction incarnations began to merge before everyone's eyes. Brilliant light, boiling energy. Their bodies melted, twisted, and coalesced, ultimately forming a terrifying shape that would make one shiver with fear. A destruction giant towering over 10 meters tall, with 3 heads and 6 arms. The 3 heads imposed layers of pressure, while the 6 arms each gathered different forms of destructive power. The presence of K surged wildly during the merging moment, far surpassing simply SSS-6, reaching an indescribable terrifying critical point. 3. Trinity. An old noble's voice trembled, his face filled with fear from the depths of his bloodline. Xia Yao in the observation area turned pale as paper in an instant. She clenched her hands tightly, sharp nails embedded deeply into her palms, unnoticed droplets of blood seeping out. She could sense that the power contained within that merged form was enough to utterly erase her in an instant. This was not a test at all. Her mother truly wanted to kill him. Xia Qingyuan seemed to notice her daughter's gaze filled with shock, confusion, and pleading, but she did not explain. Chu He. Xia Yao murmured to herself. The annihilation power around her had begun to uncontrollably dissipate, corroding the railing beside her with a sizzling sound. The 3 heads of the merged incarnation, with 6 eyes, simultaneously locked onto the tiny figure below. K slowly raised its 6 arms, palms facing up. The entire void battlefield's laws wailed, endless dark energy gathering from all directions. Between K's 6 palms, a sphere condensed. A sphere only 3 meters in diameter but pure to the extreme, as if it could swallow all light, all existence, a black singularity. The space around the singularity displayed visible collapse and fracture. Death. An unprecedented death crisis transformed into a palpable chill that pierced through Chu He's soul. He knew, this was the strike that would decide victory or defeat, life or death. The 3 faces of the merged incarnation. With a look of indifference revealing on her face. They raised the black sphere, condensed with ultimate destruction, and suddenly hurled it towards Chu He. Boom! Where the black ball passed, the space of the void battlefield was torn open, creating a vicious, dark, and eternally unhealable scar. All laws, all matter, returned to nothingness before it. Chapter 137, Unlocking the Power of the Blood Pool. Confronting the mother-in-law head-on. Chu He watched as that pure black singularity tore through the void and aggressively approached. It seemed small, and its moving speed wasn't fast, but it carried an end-of-the-world law that made the entire void battlefield tremble and moan. Wherever the black ball traveled, space was torn open, creating a vicious, dark, and eternally unhealable scar. All laws, all matter, turned to nothingness in its presence. Death. An unprecedented death crisis morphed into a tangible chill that pierced through Chu He's soul. His heart raced with alarms. Without hesitation, he immediately activated the power of the Star Law royal family. Space jump. However, his body remained completely still. The surrounding space was utterly locked down by an irresistible, magnificent power, as if poured with billions of tons of cement, solid to the point of despair. Failed. Chu He's heart sank, he quickly switched abilities. Time stop. The Grey Law power immediately spread, trying to freeze that black singularity. However, the energy ball only paused for less than 1,000th of a second before breaking free from its constraints, continuing toward him with an unstoppable force. Put. A terrifying backlash force struck him without warning, and Chu He suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood, staggering in the void. Damn it! The power of space was completely suppressed. In that brief moment of forced control, he clearly felt the pure and terrifying destructive force contained within that sphere. With his current strength, it was impossible to face it head-on. Resisting meant death. Seeing that death singularity getting closer, Chu He could no longer hold back, letting out a desperate roar toward the spectator stands. No, mother-in-law. Are you serious? This is going to kill your son-in-law. His roar echoed throughout the entire dead silence of the void battlefield. In the spectator stands, the nobles, who had been laughing coldly, suddenly froze in place. Mother-in-law? Is this kid crazy? How dare he address Her Majesty like that? He's even swearing, damn it. Xia Nua and Xia Yan were also taken aback. But Xia Yao, with her paper-white and stunningly beautiful face, lost all color. Mother! She cried out in despair, unable to maintain her composure any longer. Quick, tell that incarnation to stop. He will die. Xia Qingyuan remained unmoved, her cold and transcendent beauty showing no signs of emotional fluctuation. She simply watched the tiny figure at the center of the battlefield, watching that black singularity capable of destroying everything. What she wanted to see was Chu He pushing himself to the limit. She needed to know the true measure of this man chosen by the master, who dared to proclaim a challenge to the divine. Of course, if he couldn't withstand it. Xia Qingyuan's hand, hidden in her sleeve, had quietly gathered a force that was utterly different from the power of destruction, one that was deeper and beyond comprehension. An SSR-level method that could secretly deliver power without anyone noticing, ensuring his life. After all, others couldn't detect it. Seeing her mother so calm and unyielding, Xia Yao's last line of defense completely crumbled. With a scream, her surrounding void power erupted violently, and she prepared to charge into the battlefield regardless of everything. But as soon as she moved, an invisible force tightly bound her in place, unable to move. It was Xia Qingyuan who took action again. Xia Yao looked helplessly at her mother, then back at the shadow of death looming over the figure in the battlefield. Blood and tears slid down her perfect cheek once again. In the center of the battlefield, Chu He had given up all unrealistic fantasies. There's no way to escape, no way to hide, no way to block. At this point, the only trump card left is that one. His mind sank into his dantian. There, a fist-sized black vortex, which had devoured the entire blood pool of the 10,000 ancestors, floated silently. After several days of exploration, he had roughly figured out how to mobilize the sealed terrifying energy. The method was simple and brutal. It was to crazily inject different energies into the exterior of the vortex, and when the energy impact reached a critical point, it could tear open a gap and guide the compressed source power of the blood pool inside. But because of this, the power was extremely difficult to control. The night before last, he had only made a slight attempt, not controlling the injected force well. That small gap burst out a faint energy shockwave. As a result, that faint shockwave directly pierced through the walls of his room, along with several palaces behind it, and a large defensive formation outside the palace, creating a perfectly neat hole. The power was absurdly great and dangerously ridiculous. After experiencing that incident, Chu He decided that unless it was absolutely necessary, he would never use that power. A slight misstep, and he would be playing with fire and could burn himself. But now, he had no choice. If he did not succeed, he would die. A trace of decisive madness flashed in Chu He's eyes. Come on! He bellowed and completely released all suppression on his own powers. With a thought, the three supreme royal powers within him were unleashed to their utmost. The Silver Star Rule power transformed into a brilliant galaxy, swirling around him. The pitch-black void viewing power condensed into destructive runes, branded into the void. The ever-changing illusion power intertwined to create mesmerizing lights, distorting reality. Following that, he also mobilized the tremendous pure annihilation energy that he had just absorbed from the destruction siphon of the Silence Prison. Four distinctly different yet equally powerful forces, under his guidance, transformed into four torrents of violent energy. The target, his dantian. Open for me. Chu He glared with wide eyes, crazily and recklessly pouring all four energies into that lifeless black vortex. Boom! As if a nuclear bomb was dropped on the calm surface of a lake. That black vortex, which had been quietly floating, suddenly exploded with unprecedented intense tremors at the moment of the impact from the four massive exotic energies. It came alive. An indescribable horrific aura, filled with fury, resentment, destruction, and chaos, roared awake from deep within Chu He's dantian. That was the accumulated ancestral remnant power of the void-viewing empire over 10,000 years. It was the source power of the entire blood pool of the 10,000 ancestors. It was a conglomeration of chaotic energy that had been forcibly compressed billions of times. At this moment, this ancient giant, choked by iron chains, finally had its mouth pried open. In that instant, Chu He's body swelled, his skin surface splitting open with countless blood marks, golden blood gushing out, only to be instantly evaporated by the eerie red radiance emitted from his body. Excruciating pain. A pain that tore at the soul. But he laughed, laughing wildly and crazily. He could feel a terrifying power beyond his imagination surging into his veins from that torn gap. He raised his right hand high, that hand completely covered in eerie red light. All the power, all the chaos, all the destruction, were converging into his palm. And facing him, that point of ultimate destruction condensed into a black singularity was now within reach. The eerie red glow condensed into an ominous blood-colored sun. His skin was cracking inch by inch, spiderweb-like golden bloodlines crawling all over his body. From his 7 orifices, boiling blood flowed down in winding streams. He was like an exquisite porcelain piece riddled with countless fractures, about to shatter completely any second. His soul was howling, consciousness tearing apart, every nerve transmitting pain so severe it could break even a god. But Chu He was laughing wildly. It wasn't joy, but an extreme, defiant madness and determination. He forced out every ounce of reason, turning the terrifying power within him, mixed with the resentment of countless ancestors and the chaos of his origin, into the final gamble. Facing the crushing black singularity, he exerted all his strength and pushed back fiercely. Break! For me! A hoarse roar drained away his last shred of clarity. In the next moment, a gray-black stream of chaos roared out from his palm. It wasn't pure black, it was a colorful black. In that torrent, it carried the eerie blood red of the blood pool of the ancestors, the purest jet black disdainful of royalty, the brilliant silver of the star law royalty, and the mesmerizing colors of thousands of illusions. Several supreme powers were forcefully twisted together by a brutal force, forming a chaos strong enough to overturn laws and taint everything. Boom! The torrent of chaos and the final singularity, the two forces representing ultimate destruction, collided head-on in the center of the void battlefield. There was no sound. Not silence, but the very concept of sound itself was completely erased in the moment of collision. A pure white, that devoured all light and dark, suddenly exploded at the collision point. That singularity, formed from the trinity of destruction giants, with its internally stable destruction laws, was instantly polluted, distorted, and overwhelmed the moment it touched the chaotic torrent. It couldn't even hold on for 1/100th of a second. Crack! A sound so faint it was almost non-existent echoed deep within everyone's souls. That singularity shattered. The destructive energy storm transformed into an invisible shockwave, wildly rolling out in all directions. Damn it! Defend! On the viewing platform, the ease and disdain on the faces of all the nobles instantly turned into horror and fear. The energy barriers they relied on showed dense cracks like glass before the storm's aftermath. Xianhua and Xiayan both burst forth with all their strength, desperately holding up their shields to withstand the shock capable of shredding them. And in the center of the explosion, Chu He was the first to bear the brunt. His instinctively expanded destruction shield supported only a moment before crashing apart before the chaotic energy he himself created. Puff! Chu He felt as if he was struck by a star hurtling towards him, the whole world spinning around him. The crisp sound of bones breaking connected into one within his body. He was thrown high into the air, leaving behind a dazzling streak of golden blood, then helplessly crashed into the void 100 meters away. Everyone was stunned. Xia Qingyuan's cold, moonlit face lost its composure, replaced by endless shock. She stared fixedly at the chaotic pillar of light that pierced the battlefield. The chaotic laws contained within it even caused this SSR-level supreme existence to feel a moment of instinctive heart palpitation. However, everything was not over yet. That gray-black torrent of chaos, after shattering the singularity, did not lose its momentum and shot straight towards the distant Trinity Destruction Giant. The Destruction Giant roared, crossing its arms in front of its chest, trying to resist. But when the light beam touched it, an incredibly strange scene occurred. The giant's body, made entirely of pure destructive energy, was not pierced. At the moment of contact, it began to collapse and break apart from within. The chaotic force within the light beam, like a pervasive poison, instantly polluted its energy core. On the body of the destruction giant, twisted spatial cracks, flickering strange phantoms, and blood-red runes representing decay emerged uncontrollably. Its enormous body was decomposed layer by layer in just 2 seconds by that chaotic power. In the end, without even a mournful cry, it completely vanished, transforming into the most primitive energy particles, returning to nothingness. The final form of the trial, the fusion of the 3 embodiments of destruction, was killed in an instant. In the viewing area, a deathly silence. All the nobles gaped, their eyes blank, completely losing their ability to think. Gulp! Xianhua swallowed hard, twisting his stiff neck to look at Xiayan, his voice trembling. Uncle! Am I seeing things? Did my brother-in-law just kill our mother's embodiment? Xiayan did not answer, but his large hands, white with effort and bulging with veins, spoke volumes. The chaotic torrent continued unabated, like a divine spear that opened up the heavens and the earth, piercing through the entire void battlefield, heavily striking the end barrier of this independent space. Boom! The entire void battlefield trembled violently. In the hit location, a bottomless void appeared, and the force of chaotic rule spilled out from within, causing the entire spatial structure to begin collapsing. Fierce spatial cracks tore open at various places in the battlefield. This world was about to face its end. At that moment, Xia Qingyuan finally took action. Her cold gaze swept across the soon-to-crumble space, and she merely raised her hand. A power far surpassing destruction, deeper and more unfathomable, spread from her palm. The spatial cracks were smoothed out, and the raging energy was suppressed. The teetering void battlefield stabilized in an instant. With a wave of her slender hand, the scenes before everyone changed, and the next moment, they had returned to the resplendent palace hall. As the embodiments of destruction dissipated, the trial ended. In the center of the hall, Chu He was covered in blood, floating precariously in mid-air. He raised his hand, wiped the blood from his face, and revealed a smile that looked worse than crying. Using the last bit of his strength, he pointed at the peerless figure before the throne, hoarsely yet clearly declaring, "Ha, ha, ha. I won." As the words fell, he could no longer support his nearly collapsing body, and his consciousness was completely consumed by endless darkness, his whole body falling straight back. No! At the moment he fell, a heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the hall. Xia Yao had somehow escaped her mother's grip, and he seemed to hear her call. In the endless darkness and excruciating pain, he forcibly gathered the last remaining bit of will, and suddenly opened his eyes wide. Those eyes, which should have been dull and lifeless, now held a hint of familiar, carefree laughter. Everyone present, including those nobles who were collapsed on the ground, still shaken, all felt a jolt. Not dead? He was still not dead. Xia Yao was also stunned, blood tears hanging on her long eyelashes, staring at him blankly. Chu He's lips moved painfully, and with a voice as faint as a whisper, only she could hear, he weakly squeezed out 3 words. "I am fine." As the words fell, the last light in his eyes completely extinguished. His head tilted, and he fainted once more. This time, it was a true, complete coma. Xia Yao stared at him in a daze. 2 seconds later, a wave of despair and panic, 100 times more violent than before, completely overwhelmed her reason. Last surge of light. That was his final flash of light. No! A piercing scream tore through the palace. The power of obliteration that had just been suppressed within her surged forth, burning everything in its path. The wave of black energy surged upward, shaking the entire palace hall violently, cracking the hard floor inch by inch, turning it into dust. She wanted to destroy this place. Destroy this trial. Destroy this damned everything. Then, holding him tightly, they would fall into nothingness together. However, just as her power was about to explode completely, a cool silhouette appeared silently by her side. It was Xia Qingyuan. She just waved her hand lightly, and a gentle yet irresistible great force enveloped them, calming the destructive wave of obliteration that could topple the palace in an instant, dispersing it into nothingness. As if it had never appeared. Xia Yao's raging power was forcefully suppressed, her body weakened, yet she still held on tightly to Chu He, unwilling to let go even for a moment. Xia Qingyuan ignored her daughter, instantly moving in front of the two, squatting down, and extending her slender, pale fingers to rest on Chu He's wrist. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. This queen, who even when facing the Trinity embodiment of destruction was unfazed, now revealed an incredibly grave expression. The situation was 1,000 times worse than she had imagined. Meridian ruptures were merely flesh wounds. The most fatal injury was that his soul, under the backlash of forcing the blood pool's power at the end, had been torn apart. What was more troublesome was that the terrifying power mixed with the grievances of 10,000 ancestors and the chaos essence was rampaging wildly within him, erasing the last spark of his life essence. And that black vortex, which was supposed to absorb everything, was now silent, ceased spinning, and had lost all suppressive function. Now, Chu He was like a human-shaped bomb filled with high explosives, its fuse already lit. Any conventional healing means, any injection of external energy could instantly ignite the chaotic energy within him, turning him into cosmic dust. Xia Yao noticed her mother's change, her heart sinking down. She grabbed Xia Qingyuan's sleeve, her blood-stained face full of pleas, a kind of humility willing to sacrifice everything. "Mother, please save him. As long as you can save him, I am willing to do anything." Anything. Her daughter's despair pierced Xia Qingyuan's heart like a needle. She retracted her hand and slowly stood up. This technique is to use one's own source as a guide, forcefully entering the injured person's sea of consciousness, to comb through the raging energy. The practitioner will suffer immense damage to their vitality. For minor injuries, it may take dozens of years to recuperate, but for severe cases may risk a drop in their realm. As these words were spoken, the entire hall erupted in an uproar. A drop in realm. For these powerful warriors who pursue ultimate strength, this is scarier than death. Yet, Xia Yao seemed to grasp onto the last straw of hope. Without thinking, she raised her head and urgently said, "I will do it. Mother, let me perform the technique for him." "You?" Xia Qingyuan cast a cold glance at her. "Nonsense. You share the same source of chaotic power within him. If you interfere, you'll only add fuel to the fire, causing him to die even faster." "But?" "No buts. Xia Qingyuan did not give her daughter any chance to argue and declared domineeringly, "I will perform the technique myself." She lowered her head again, gazing at the unconscious Chu He, whose always mischievous smile was now marred with blood and frighteningly pale. Suddenly, she murmured under her breath, her voice very soft, yet it clearly reached Xia Yao and Xia Nua's ears. "You brat, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have pushed you so hard. I didn't expect you to fight so fiercely, even daring to use powers you haven't fully mastered." After speaking, she no longer hesitated and gently waved her hand in the air. Tear. A pitch-black spatial rift suddenly appeared out of nowhere. She waved her hand, pulling up the unconscious Chu He and Xia Yao, stepping into the rift. In the next second, the three of them disappeared from the grand hall of the palace. As light and shadow shifted, when Xia Yao could finally see her surroundings again, she found herself in a cave enveloped in swirling clouds. In the center of the cave, there was a spring no larger than 10 meters across. The water was not clear but presented a deep, mysterious blue color, as if it contained the universe and stars, with a rich and intense life force emanating from it. Just one breath made Xia Yao's strength, drained by despair, regain a hint of vigor. The spring of cosmic silence. The sacred healing ground at the core of the Shujing Empire's palace, accessible only to the imperial bloodline. Xia Qingyuan gently placed Chu He's body into the spring water. She glanced at her daughter, who was blocked by an invisible barrier at the spring's edge, and ultimately focused on Chu He's forehead. She closed her eyes, and her fair hand slowly pressed against it. A power, far exceeding SSS level, deep as the cosmic star sea, SSR level strength slowly surged out of her body, cautiously flowing through her arm and into Chu He's brow. At the moment the power surged out, Xia Qingyuan's cold visage suddenly paled by 3 points. Beside the spring, Xia Yao watched anxiously. Her heart was filled with tension, worry, and a hint of indescribable complex emotions towards her mother's selfless rescue. Time passed incredibly slowly. Just as Xia Qingyuan's vast and pure spiritual power carefully explored Chu He's dantian along his meridians, an unprecedented change occurred. The fist-sized black vortex, which swallowed the entire blood pool of 10,000 ancestors, suddenly began to spin madly without warning. A terrifying suction force erupted from the center of the vortex. Its target was not the raging energy within Chu He's body. Rather, it was the pure SSR-level spiritual power that Xia Qingyuan had just probed in. This lurking beast had actually set its sights on the essence of the Shujing Empress's soul, wanting her as a more delicious prey. It was going to swallow her whole. Ugh! Xia Qingyuan's pupils constricted sharply. Caught off guard, she let out a suppressed groan. A streak of brilliant golden blood, filled with the aura of supreme royalty, slowly spilled from the corner of her lips. Chapter 140, Danger, almost falling in love with the son-in-law. Xia Qingyuan was utterly shocked. She felt a piece of her spiritual origin was truly being torn away by that eerie vortex. The next moment, Xia Qingyuan only felt the world spinning around her. Her entire consciousness was overwhelmed by an unbeatable barbaric force. Dragged forcibly, he plunged into an endless abyss. When she steadied her mind again, what came into view was a terrifying sight that even this emperor, who had seen the rise and fall of planets, was moved by. Here, is this the sea of consciousness of Chu He? No. What kind of sea of consciousness is this? This is clearly a battlefield of doom, completely torn apart, filled with chaos and destruction. The sky is an eerie color intertwined with blood and black, a violent energy storm sweeps everything away, roaring silently. On the ground, countless twisted black shadows emitting immense resentment are screaming madly, roaring fiercely. Those are the lingering souls buried in a pool of blood. And in the center of this chaotic battlefield, besieged madly by countless lingering souls, is a golden spiritual shadow. That shadow is Chu He. At this moment, he is extremely weak, the golden light flickering, as if it would be completely consumed by the surrounding darkness at any moment. His spiritual form is covered with terrifying cracks, wounds torn by the power of backlash. However, despite this, that small golden figure still stands tall, exuding a stubborn will that refuses to yield, even if it means complete annihilation. It is this will that has allowed him to withstand the crazy erosion of resentment from countless ancestors, not causing his soul to collapse immediately. Xia Qingyuan's heart trembled suddenly. As an SSR-level powerhouse, her soul was incredibly strong, and with just a glance, she saw Chu He's current predicament. Just as her consciousness delved deeper, trying to investigate the source of that backlash power, she suddenly touched a completely different, higher-dimensional strange force. That force lurked at the very core of Chu He's soul, ethereal yet truly existing. At the moment of contacting that force, an indescribable feeling surged into Xia Qingyuan's heart without warning. It was a deadly attraction, a kind of closeness and desire stemming from the instinct of life, making her involuntarily develop a trace of affection for this guy Chu He that should not have existed. What is this? Xia Qingyuan's consciousness surged with waves of horror, more shocking than when her soul was torn apart just now. She abruptly cut off her probing, her heart rising with an absurd feeling. Could it be that she would develop such thoughts about her son-in-law? This power is toxic. She didn't know that this was the source of Xia Yao's mad love for him, even willing to confront her, the mesmerizing power. But saving him is the priority right now. She forcibly suppressed the turmoil within her heart. Xia Qingyuan no longer hesitated. Her SSR-level spiritual power erupted explosively at this moment. A cold bright moon slowly rose in the sky above this chaotic battlefield. The bright light fell, bringing the supreme law to purify everything, forcibly dispersing the bloody storm, suppressing the roaring lingering souls. Those mad royal resentments let out mournful screams under the moonlight, their dark mist evaporating rapidly, revealing their true forms. The sudden relief of external pressure allowed Chu He, who was on the brink of collapse, to finally catch a breath. His consciousness slowly awakened from the endless tearing pain. He opened his eyes in confusion, and the first sight he saw was that of a transcendent figure, turning into a cool bright moon, suppressing everything in his spiritual world. Chu He was instantly stunned. Mother-in-law? How did you get in? His weak soul emitted a fragmented thought. You're coming to inspect work in my spiritual world? You don't just break the door like this, right? The ticket price is very expensive. Xia Qingyuan's cold thought descended with undeniable authority. Shut up. If you say another word, I will leave immediately and let those ancestors devour you completely. With one sentence, Chu He instantly became clear-headed. He immediately understood the situation before him. Don't! Mother-in-law, save me! The two instantly reached a life-and-death cooperation. Xia Qingyuan stopped talking nonsense, and the moonlight shone brightly, crushing and breaking down those suppressed royal grudges with absolute power. Meanwhile, Chu He endured the intense pain in his spirit, fully guiding the black vortex in his dantian. A marvelous scene unfolded. Under Xia Qingyuan's suppression, the madness and violence within those grudges were ground away, leaving only the purest source energy. And this energy was simply a supreme delicacy for the vortex in his dantian. With a thought, Chu He's vortex erupted with suction once again, swallowing the purified energy and rapidly replenishing his nearly exhausted source. One suppressed and broken down, the other guided and devoured. The cooperation between the two was surprisingly seamless. As the grudges on the battlefield grew fewer, Chu He's golden spirit, covered in cracks, began to visibly repair and solidify. Just when all grudges were about to be swept clear, Xia Qingyuan suddenly halted. She intentionally left behind the most powerful grudge, a feeling that was even older and more terrifying than her three fused incarnations trinity. The aura of the first-generation emperor's soul. She wanted to see just how far this man's capacity had developed. That ancient emperor's soul broke free from its restraints, letting out a roar that shook the spirit, turning into a black light and charging straight at Chu He. However, facing this final test, Chu He's spirit did not retreat but instead erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. This is my territory, and I am in charge. He roared, actively meeting it, rallying all his will to clash head-on. Old fool, get out of my way. Seeing this scene, the cold, bright moon hanging high in the sky revealed a hint of true appreciation and recognition. In the next moment, the moonlight fell like a waterfall, crashing down. That arrogant ancient emperor's soul let out a cry too late, completely obliterated under the SSR level full force, transforming into the purest nourishment. At this point, all hidden dangers in the spiritual battlefield were cleared away. The massive energy that was refined not only healed Chu He's spirit in bodily injuries but even allowed him to advance further than before. Part of the energy, through the miraculous link of the source synchronization, even returned to Xia Qingyuan, quickly restoring the essence she had previously consumed. In the outside world, the waters of the star-silent spring were being consumed at an unprecedented speed. Rich, deep blue life energy surged in wildly, and the wounds on Chu He's body, once visible to the bone, had healed, his skin shining with a radiant glow, broken bones mending, and his aura rising stronger and stronger. In the spirit space, Xia Qingyuan prepared to leave. Before departing, her thoughts transformed into a complex phrase that echoed in Chu He's mind. Chu He, I don't care what methods you used to make Yao Yao devoted to you, but your willingness to risk your life for her, I recognize this sincerity. You have passed all tests. Yao Yao is now your woman. As her voice faded, the cold bright moon quietly vanished. Chu He's consciousness instantly returned to reality. He slowly opened his eyes. What came into view was Xia Yao's beautiful face, marred with dried bloodstains and worn down by extreme worry and despair. Upon seeing Chu He awake, she was instantly overjoyed and hurriedly grasped his hand. Chu He's heart ached suddenly. He gently stroked her smooth back of the hand and said, Yao Yao, I'm fine now, and from now on, you are truly my Chu He's woman. Now I need to rest a little longer, wait for me. Xia Yao nodded softly. Chu He immediately focused inward, powerful energy flowing through his meridians, his injuries fully healed, even stronger than before. His intent sank into the dantian. That massive black vortex was spinning steadily and powerfully, filled with some kind of pattern. And at the very center of the vortex, where everything is devoured, there exists a singularity. A brand new, brilliantly crimson light is quietly nurturing within it, as if a star about to be born, emitting a terrifying aura that is of the same origin as the power of extinction, yet more tyrannical and more chaotic. Chapter 141, Chaotic Blood Crystal. Marrying three at once, shocking the Empress. 2 hours pass quietly. In the foggy cave, the small spring of star silence, only 10 meters square, has consumed nearly half of its water. The originally deep blue spring water has become much dimmer, and the rich life aura has thinned considerably. In the center of the spring, Chu He's body quietly floats. His injuries have long healed, and his skin glows with a layer of shimmering treasure light, a manifestation of his body being refined to the ultimate. At this moment, all his mind is immersed within his body. The surging power rushes through his limbs and bones, each meridian stronger than before, filled with explosive power. In the sea of divine consciousness, that golden phantom which was once covered in cracks is now solidified, as if forged from divine gold, dazzling and eye-catching. Dead and then reborn, transformed into something entirely new. His consciousness finally sinks into his dantian. The black vortex that devoured the pool of all ancestors, and almost swallowed the Empress's origin, has undergone earth-shattering changes. It is no longer a simple black hole that devours everything. Instead, it has evolved into a slowly rotating dark red nebula. The form of the nebula resembles the unique power of extinction of the Void Glare royal family, yet is even deeper and more chaotic. And at the very center of that dark red nebula, in the position of the singularity that once devoured everything, a blood-colored crystal, the size of a thumb, is quietly suspended. It seems to contain a complete world, and with every slight pulse, it emits a terrifying aura that is of the same origin as the power of extinction, yet even more tyrannical and primal. What is this? A brand new core born from the fusion of the pool of all ancestors and the chaotic origin? Chu He tries to use a strand of thought to touch it. In the moment of contact, an indescribable understanding rushes into his mind. This blood crystal seems to be the ultimate furnace and controller of all power within him, capable of achieving a higher level of fusion and amplification of the powers of Star Law, Thousand Illusions, and Void Glare, along with the power of the chaotic blood pool. Chu He is overjoyed. With the help of this blood crystal, he can better combine different energies to create more perfect battle moves. Chu He's consciousness emerges from his body. He sees Xia Qingyuan, the SSR-level Supreme Empress, at this moment, with a touch of lingering pallor on her cold and stunning face. Clearly, using forbidden techniques to save him has taken a tremendous toll on her. Chu He stands up from the spring, bows seriously to Xia Qingyuan. "Thank you, mother-in-law, for your rescue. This grace will never be forgotten." Xia Qingyuan lightly nods, then quietly asks, "What are your next plans? When do you plan to marry Yao Yao?" Chu He is taken aback, then replies, "I plan to set off tomorrow, first to the Star Law Empire to find Chi-Chi, complete the trials of her clan, and then go to the Thousand Illusions Empire to find Lilian." Xia Qingyuan's brow moves slightly, almost imperceptibly. "Are you prepared? I have heard about the final trial of the Star Law royal family. It is not a test of strength, but a debate. The content of the debate involves the laws of the universe, the truths of time and space, the roots of order. You need to use your own strength to refute all the elders of the Star Law royal family participating in the trial, making them acknowledge that your law is superior to their rules. How do you plan to refute them all?" Chu He coughs lightly, responding vaguely, Kachi had previously mentioned some things to me and taught me a lot. I conceived it from a very good angle, but I still don't have complete confidence." Xia Qingyuan looked at him coldly. "Without complete confidence, you still dare to go? The punishment for failing the trial is the temporal prison. There, your perception, thought, and even the concept of self will be stripped away, leading to eternal sinking. In theory, that's more terrifying than death." Upon hearing this, Chu He smiled slightly. Then he sighed lightly, looking helpless. "I also want to be fully prepared before going, but there's no time. I truly have no time. I'm about to have a baby." As soon as he finished speaking, the air in the entire cave instantly froze. Xia Yao, whose face had just regained a bit of color, turned beet red up to her ears. The calmness and coolness on Xia Qingyuan's face disappeared, replaced by shock and confusion. "Have a baby?" Chu He nodded. "Yes, the master issued the latest side quest, requiring me to find my beloved within 45 days in this ruined continent, complete the wedding, and successfully conceive. To increase the chances of pregnancy, I carefully decided to marry Xia Yao, Kachi, and Lilian all at once." After saying this, he cautiously glanced at Xia Qingyuan and tentatively asked, "Mother-in-law, you don't think I'm a bad man, right?" Beside him, Xia Yao, hearing Chu He talk about having a baby in front of her mother, wanted to dig into the ground out of embarrassment. At the same time, she felt a bit uncontrollably expectant. In her mind, she had already begun uncontrolled fantasies about life after marriage. To increase the chances of pregnancy, Chu He would definitely work very hard, cherish the time, and toil. No, she must prepare more supplements for him. It must be the best kind. After hearing Chu He's explanation, Xia Qingyuan fell into a long silence. For a moment, she couldn't understand the deeper meaning behind the master's actions. But she could only obey. For her, the master was more important than life and death, and she would never easily defy the master's will. After a long time, she finally digested this unbelievable information. She looked at Chu He, her expression becoming a bit strange. I see. You are certainly not a bad man. As long as Yao Yao is happy, as long as she is willing, don't say 3, you could marry 30, and it wouldn't concern me. She shifted her gaze to her daughter, who was almost smoking with embarrassment. You probably don't know that since Yao Yao was 7 years old, after learning about her father, she has hardly ever truly been happy. On the contrary, Xiao Nua was carefree. After being sad for a few days, she was lively again. Yao Yao's temperament is more like mine, while Xiao Nua is carefree, more like her unreliable father. Xia Qingyuan spoke slowly, her cold tone carrying a hint of softness that even she had not noticed. In short, from today, I formally entrust Yao Yao to you. From now on, you both need to take care of each other and live happily every day. At this point, she looked at Chu He again, her deep gaze revealing true recognition. Also, I believe you can still create miracles, just like what you have done these past few days. Go, and may you have smooth sailing. Simple words, yet they weighed 1,000 pounds. That was a mother's entrustment and a ruler's blessing. Xia Yao's eyes turned red in an instant. This time, the tears that flowed were hot and joyful. Chu He's heart was deeply touched. He stepped forward, took Xia Yao's hand, and solemnly made a promise to Xia Qingyuan. Mother-in-law, please rest assured. In this life, I will not let Yao Yao down. Chapter 142, Humans Too Weak? The next second, the Starlaw clan guard knelt. After receiving Xia Qingyuan's entrustment and blessing, Chu He rested in the imperial palace for a day, completely adjusting his physical and mental state to its peak. The next day, Chu He and Xia Yao bid farewell to the empress. He held Xia Yao's hand. The fingertips gracefully sliced through the void. Swish! A stable rift in space opened in response. The two stepped inside. As light and shadow twisted and changed, when vision became clear again, they were in another world. This was a city. A floating giant city hundreds of meters above a magical forest, vast and boundless, stretching endlessly. The entire city was forged from solidified starlight, countless brilliant buildings rose from the ground, piercing the sky, their surfaces flowing with radiant runes. Between the buildings, colorful energy beams crisscrossed like a river of stars, carrying various uniquely shaped flying vehicles, silently and efficiently traversing the air. Most peculiar was the completely transparent ground beneath their feet. Standing here felt like floating high above the ground. Looking down, one could see the vibrant magical forest below, even the outlines of the tribe's fortresses deep within. Chu He sincerely praised. Wow, Chi-Chi's work is impressive. If one doesn't understand space travel, they probably can't even find the door. Xia Yao linked her arm with his, her voice soft. Yes, the city of laws is the pride of the Starlaw clan. From any perspective on the ground, looking up, you just see sky, it's folded into another layer of space. Chu He chuckled. No wonder it's the Starlaw clan, they understand the laws of space so well. Xia Yao nodded. Their clan deeply comprehends the laws of space. Almost every clan member is born with spatial talents, and they are all very intelligent. I can agree with that. Chu He nodded in agreement. Chi-Chi is so smart it's a bit unnatural. As they talked and walked, they soon arrived at a palace more magnificent and solemn than any other building around. It was entirely made of silver-white crystals, its surface flowing with star-like brilliance, every line and every corner radiating a beauty of order and law that was indescribable. Just at the palace entrance, the space rippled slightly, and two figures silently appeared before them. They were two guards dressed in silver-white standard armor, with expressionless faces. Their figures stood tall, the armor sleek in design, and what caught the eye most was their eyes, identical to those of Kachi, deep pupils with stars flowing gently within. At first sight, they recognized the royal princess Xia Yao and immediately bowed in unison. Xia Yao nodded slightly in return, which was the most basic etiquette among royals. Then, one of the guards' gazes precisely landed on Chu He beside Xia Yao. Sir, please state your identity and purpose for visiting. His words were emotionless, as if executing a pre-written program. Chu He kept a calm expression. Blue Star, Dragon Country, Chu He. I have come to marry your princess. In that instant, the flowing stars in the guard's eyes were momentarily halted. A human? Another guard spoke, his polite words still maintaining a procedural tone, but the scrutiny was unmistakable. Sorry, the life form of a human is too weak. According to the Empire's highest legal code Article 119, a candidate for the princess's spouse must reach an SSS-level energy rank and life essence. Hearing this, Chu He suddenly laughed. He turned to Xia Yao and said, once again, I am looked down upon. I'm impressed. Xia Yao only quietly watched him, a faint smile curving at the corner of her lips. Chu He's laughter stopped abruptly. In the next second, an invisible force field violently expanded from within him. The surrounding light beams instantly dimmed, the structure of the air began to get chaotic, as if being distorted and compressed by an invisible giant hand. The two guards, whose power did not reach SSS level, trembled violently. They were horrified to find their proud spatial perception completely blocked, as if they had been thrown into cement. The surrounding space became thick and heavy. Crack, crack. Their strong silver-white armor let out groans under the heavy burden, with fine cracks appearing on the surface. Their legs bent uncontrollably, and the immense pressure made it extremely difficult for them to stand. Chu He still looked at them with a smiling face. Now, am I qualified? In the hearts of the two guards, a storm surged. A human! How could a human release such a terrifying force field that could directly interfere with the laws of space? The dominance and chaos of this aura were more ridiculous than any SSS-level powerhouse they had seen. One of the guards turned pale, struggling against the pressure that was nearly crushing him as he painfully took out a palm-sized hexagonal star disk from his waist pouch. Respected suitor, according to Article 372 of the Empire's Supreme Code, I need to conduct a qualification assessment on you. This is the final procedure. He aimed the star disk at Chu He. A soft silver light shot out, enveloping Chu He. However, the clear energy data they expected did not appear. The star disk, representing the highest technological achievement of the Starlaw clan, trembled violently, emitting a sharp buzzing sound. In the pure silver light, a bizarre blood red representing destruction surged in wildly, a deep black symbolizing transformation, and a trace of chaotic gray that even the core of the star disk could not analyze. Beep. Beep. Alarm. Unknown chaotic laws detected. Logic conflict. Law database collapse. Alarm. Energy model cannot be constructed. Ziz. In the end. Crack. A crisp cracking sound. That indestructible star disk's surface actually blasted open a hideous crack. The two guards completely froze in place. The mechanical synthesized voice of the star disk, before being completely scrapped, intermittently emitted its last message. Assessment failed. Qualification level beyond limits. Permission granted. Another guard instantly reacted, quickly putting away his weapon, and deeply bowing to Chu He with utmost respect. Noble guest, you have passed the final qualification verification. At that moment, a ripple of space gently spread around everyone, and a petite figure joyfully jumped out from it. Little He. The newcomer was Kachi. She wore a star-patterned scholar robe with gilded edges, and the oversized robe made her small frame look even more delicate. She was like a returning swallow. Without a hint of hesitation, she dove straight into Chu He's arms. Her delicate little legs skillfully wrapped around Chu He's waist, hanging unsteadily. You finally came. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Her small head affectionately rubbed against Chu He's cheek, her silver short hair brushing against him, making him feel a bit ticklish. This scene made the two guards, who had just recovered from shock, almost bulge their eyes out. That is Princess Kachi. Known for her wisdom and calmness, she spent her time either in the Supreme Library or in the law laboratory. Never had she shown such intimacy towards any male. Their worldview was shattered repeatedly in just a few minutes. Xia Yao stepped forward silently. With a blank expression, she extended her hand, as if picking a pendant, and precisely grabbed Kachi's collar, removing her from Chu He. Then, she naturally linked her arm with Chu He's, pulling him closer to herself, directly declaring her claim. Kachi, being lifted down, was not angry at all. She made a cute face at the expressionless Xia Yao, then turned to Chu He and excitedly declared. Let's go. The test can wait until tomorrow. Today, let's have some fun first.